Awakening in another world, penniless, tricked by a system into being a peace envoy with grand promises? No! When Li Chen discovers the emergency pill from his novice gift pack is the key to saving a cold and aloof elven beauty, the bond system activates, bestowing upon him elven racial talents. The woodcutter's path to counterattack begins at this moment. Li Chen transmigrated amidst a cycle of extreme joy and sorrow, arriving in a magical otherworld. He transmigrated with his body, becoming an undocumented person without a penny to his name. Fortunately, a system arrived, the bond system, aiming to bring peace among various races in this otherworld. Establishing friendships with other races would yield rewards. However, the activation conditions were harsh, and the novice gift pack was just a common first aid kit containing an emergency pill said to be able to save anyone on the brink of death. Li Chen scoffed at the system's grand promises. The system then tempted him, stating that other races included beautiful elven, orcish, dwarven, and sea folk, big sisters and little sisters. Li Chen instantly declared his lifelong dedication to interspecies integration. 3 days later, Li Chen, while complaining about being duped by the system, was chopping wood in the Sin Forest. The Magica continent was inhabited by countless races, dominated by 5 major ones. Seafolk ruled the oceans, while the Human Empire, East, Elven Empire, West, Dwarven Empire, South, and Orcish Empire, North, constantly fought over resources. He was in the Sin Forest, a no-man's land at the junction of the 4 empires. Fortunately, there was a human settlement on its eastern edge, Sin Town. As dusk fell, Li Chen carried his bundle of firewood back to Sin Town. He sold it for 5 copper coins. 1 gold equals 100 silver equals 10,000 copper. Copper coins slightly more valuable than RMB. A day's hard work yielded less than 10 renminbi, not even enough for 3 of the cheapest black bread. If not for borrowing a hatchet a few days ago, he wouldn't have even earned these 5 coppers. He grumbled about the system wanting him to be a Peace Corps, carefully pocketed the coins, and headed to the bakery. Sin Town, usually a haven for ruffians' nightlife, was unusually quiet tonight. Everyone had gathered in the square. Li Chen, thinking it was another hero saves damsel cliché, squeezed in to see a slave trader selling slaves. Racial discrimination was rampant on the Magica continent, leading to frequent wars and open trade in enemy populations. Slave trading was notoriously profitable. However, selling slaves in Sin Town was rare, plenty of ruffians, but few quality customers. In a cage was a newly adult elf, with emerald green hair, pointed ears, and jewel-like green eyes. Her beauty was striking despite her ragged clothes and numerous wounds. She lay listlessly, her eyes dull with despair. Li Chen was captivated. The elf seemed to notice him and met his gaze for a moment. The portly slave trader, seeing Li Chen's interest, approached. Special offer, only 5 gold coins for this lovely elf. Ding, host is advised to buy the elf. Taming another race can also officially activate this system. Hint, this elf is quite powerful but severely injured. Healing her may increase favorability and earn her loyalty. 5 gold coins. Li Chen's eye twitched. He'd have to chop wood for nearly 30 years, without eating or drinking, to afford that. He gave up. The slave trader explained that a normal elf cost at least 10 gold. This one, if uninjured, would be no less than 50. Li Chen retreated to the back of the crowd, listening to discussions. Those in the know had already seen that the elf, though truly worth 50 gold, was too severely injured. Buying her was too risky. Li Chen's mind raced. He had an idea, smirked, and left the square. At 4 a.m., Li Chen awoke in the stable, where he spent 1 copper coin for the night. He had spent a day chopping wood for 5 coppers, then 4 coppers on 2 rock-hard black bread. He had 2 ways to activate the system: sell the emergency pill to the slave trader for money to buy a cheaper dwarven slave, elves were expensive, dwarves less so, or rescue the elf. The former was too risky, the trader might kill him for the pill. He chose the latter. Li Chen stealthily made his way to the inn where the slave trader was staying. The caged elf was by the stables, guarded by 3 sleeping brutes. Li Chen climbed the outer wall, took out a makeshift slingshot, loaded the emergency pill, and aimed at the deep cleavage of the elf in the cage. Swish! The pill landed perfectly, waking the elf. The elf's eyes flashed with a warrior's sharpness, then dimmed. She was near death from her previous battle. Finding the pill and smelling its pure herbal scent, she looked around and saw Li Chen on the wall, waving. He pointed at the pill, then his mouth, miming swallowing, then slipped away. He knew the slave trader hadn't put a restraining collar, which suppressed abilities and strength, on the severely injured elf for fear she might die. If she recovered, her escape should be no problem. The elf hesitated, then swallowed the pill. Warmth spread through her wounds healed visibly, even old injuries vanished. Her strength returned to its peak. Puzzled by Li Chen's identity, she focused on escaping. She gathered emerald green energy, Tier 2 magic, vine. Strangulation. 3 vines burst from the ground, silently strangling the 3 guards. She then used her energy to break the cage lock, nimbly leaped onto the inn wall, and fled towards the elven empire. At the valley exit, she paused, looking back for Li Chen, but he was nowhere to be seen. Confused by his selfless act, she eventually departed. As the elf escaped, Li Chen had already returned to the stable. A system prompt sounded. He had won his gamble. The elf had indeed escaped, his pill wasn't wasted. His selfless rescue, a classic hero saves beauty scenario, would surely earn her gratitude and trust, enough to activate the system. Ding! Congratulations host for obtaining the friendship of the elven race, bond value +1 ding, bond system activated ding, system shop open detecting elven race bond, activating elven race talent. Host, Lichen Realm, none strength, 1 constitution, 1 agility, 1 spirit, 1+1. Talent, elven race talent 0. 1%, nature affinity, all attributes in forest environment +0. 1x, longevity, magic, archery master, insufficient bond to activate, bond value, 1 point. His spirit doubled, fatigue vanished, but he was still a weakling? Li Chen sighed and opened the system shop. It was surprisingly rich: food, crops, 1 bond point for candy or potatoes, sharp hatchets for a few points. Also books like An Actor Prepares, Postnatal Care of Sows. More interestingly, 21st century electronics, usable in this other world. Li Chen imagined a future of chasing anime and gaming with otherworldly beauties. No firearms, unfortunately. Otherworld items were expensive: low-grade energy/healing potions, 10 bond, Huang rank Do-Chi/magic vitality body tempering cultivation methods, 50 bond. What? Emergency pill, 1000 bond value? Li Chen was stunned. He had just used a 1000 bond value pill to save an elf for a mere 1 bond point. His heart ached. The next day, news of the elf's escape spread through Sin Town. The slave trader was furious, but everyone assumed her companions rescued her. No one suspected Li Chen. Li Chen had to continue his struggle for survival, chopping wood. This time, with nature affinity, S0. 1x boost, his strength, speed, stamina, and recovery were all enhanced. He felt a surge of power in the Sin Forest. He managed to chop a full load in half a day, selling it for 6 copper coins. Life was improving. Li Chen considered hunting low-tier demonic beasts far more profitable than chopping wood. A single Tier 1 demonic beast's hide, meat, and magic core could support him comfortably for a month. But even the weakest Tier 1 beast required a Tier 1 Do-Chi apprentice, all 4 attributes above 10, to handle. His base stats were mostly 1. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. After days of black bread, he craved meat and decided to hunt small game. He ventured into the outer regions of Sin Forest, where trees were ancient and vegetation dense. After 10 minutes, he found a small animal trail. He set a simple stone slab trap, not expecting much, and returned to chopping wood, planning to check it at dusk. Surprisingly, at dusk, the trap was sprung. A fat rabbit with a broken hind leg sat dazed nearby, not having fled. Li Chen, salivating at the thought of roasted rabbit, easily caught it. At least 7 or 8 gene, enough jerky for days. As he lifted the rabbit to take it to the river, swish, an arrow grazed his nose and embedded itself in a tree beside him, its fletching still vibrating, slapping his nose. Lin Fan, face stiff, slowly looked towards the arrow's origin. On a tree trunk over 10 meters high, a petite figure held a bow aimed at him. Gurgle. The air was so quiet that Li Chen felt he could hear his own heart pounding loudly. Just moments ago, an arrow had shot past his nose and embedded itself in the nearby tree trunk. Li Chen could guarantee that the arrow had not missed. In other words, if the archer had wanted to, that arrow could have easily blown his head off. Run? The thought barely crossed his mind before Li Chen extinguished it. How could a person outrun a flying arrow? There was no escaping, not in this lifetime. Otherwise, the next arrow would truly blow his head off. The figure in the tree across from him, though petite, was no slouch with a bow and arrow. In fact, she was a sharpshooter. It seemed he could only resort to a French military salute. With that thought, Li Chen raised his hands without hesitation and decisively surrendered. However, this sudden movement startled the petite figure, causing her to tense up. The bow in her hand seemed to tighten, ready to shoot at any moment. No, this wasn't right. He had surrendered, so why was it having the opposite effect? At that moment, Li Chen remembered that this was, after all, a different world. Surely there was no concept of surrendering here? Moreover, from a distance he could see that the petite figure had 2 upright ears on her head and a long, silvery tail behind her. Li Chen recognized at a glance that she was an orc. He recalled that creatures like the red panda would stand on their hind legs and raise their paws to appear larger and intimidate their enemies when threatened. Could it be that the orc in the tree mistook his surrender for a threat, thinking he was from the red panda clan? Fortunately, Li Chen's worries did not come to pass. After confirming that Li Chen made no further movements, the orc in the tree suddenly leaped down, landing steadily on the ground from nearly 10 meters up. Goodness, if that were me, I'd have broken all 3 legs. No wonder they're called orcs in this other world, their physical prowess is impressive. Li Chen marveled as he waited for her to approach. He was at the mercy of the knife, and he could only hope that she was a kind orc. As the orc drew closer, Li Chen gradually got a clearer look at her. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old, standing less than 1.5 meters tall, dressed in clothes made of animal hide. She had a head of pure silver hair, and her petite face was extremely cute, especially with her serious expression at that moment, giving her a somewhat fierce look. If it were just this appearance, the girl before him would merely be a feisty lowly. However, she indeed had two pointed beast ears atop her head, and a fluffy silver tail was constantly swishing behind her. She was truly an orc. Was this what orcs were like in this other world? Although Li Chen was currently a prisoner, facing an orc for the first time, especially a young orc girl, still piqued his curiosity. Li Chen observed her closely for a moment. Based on her ears and tail, he felt she was not from the Red Panda clan but rather a Wolf clan orc girl. The Wolf clan girl was extremely alert, any rustle of the grass would make her ears twitch. At that moment, she held her bow tightly, aiming at Li Chen, stepping closer to him. He wondered how that petite body could draw a bow nearly as tall as she was. Li Chen dared not be careless, maintaining his surrendering posture as he awaited her approach. Human, hand over everything you have on you. The silver-haired Wolf clan girl spoke in a crisp voice tinged with a hint of childishness. Upon hearing this, Li Chen secretly sighed in relief. So it was a robbery. In that case, he had nothing to fear. It wasn't that he was being cocky, but he was so poor that all he had left was the clothes on his back and a firewood knife. The only valuable item, a first aid kit, had already been stored in the system space. If they were here to rob him, what could they possibly take? His most valuable ice silk underwear. Alright, don't shoot, I'll hand everything over right now. Li Chen hurriedly put down the machete in his hand. Shoot? The wolf girl, although confused and not understanding what shooting meant, did not ask further and remained vigilant. However, seeing Li Chen stop moving after putting down the machete, she thought he was stalling for time and became furious. Human, don't test my patience, quickly hand over everything you have on you. Faced with the angry wolf girl, Li Chen had no choice but to reach for his clothes. This left the wolf girl stunned, and she quickly interrupted him, scolding, "Shameless human, what are you doing?" Li Chen was also taken aback and replied, "Aren't you asking me to hand over everything? Besides this machete, I only have these clothes left." The wolf girl was momentarily speechless, and she hurriedly asked, "Wait, aren't you a hunter? I even placed a rabbit in the trap you set to lure you out. You can't fool me. Hunters often carry healing medicine just in case. Give me that medicine." Damn, Li Chen thought about how his lousy trap could catch a rabbit. It turned out the wolf girl was fishing for him. Li Chen, looking exasperated, replied, "I'm not a hunter. You should know from my machete that I'm just a woodcutter." Now the wolf girl was completely bewildered, her aim with the bow and arrow faltering, her expression vacant as she muttered to herself, "Then sister, the wound, what to do?" Seeing this, Li Chen felt it was an opportunity and was about to sneak away. However, as soon as he took a step, the small movement did not escape the wolf girl's notice. Instead, it provoked her. The wolf girl suddenly drew her bowstring taut, aiming the arrow back at Li Chen, and said with hatred, "It's all you damned humans' fault. If my father hadn't been ambushed by you, my sister and I wouldn't have fled here, and my sister wouldn't be injured in poison. Since you can't save her, don't think you can live." As she spoke, the wolf girl's emotions grew more agitated, and it seemed her bow and arrow could release at any moment. Damn! What kind of robber logic is this? Li Chen looked terrified, yet he waited for a long time without seeing her actually shoot. Looking up, Li Chen noticed that although the wolf girl still held the longbow, her face showed hesitation several times, as if she wanted to be fierce but couldn't bring herself to do it. Alright, so she's just a tough talker. Li Chen felt slightly relieved but didn't dare to gamble that she wouldn't shoot, so he quickly said, "Wait, the herbs you need for healing are also to save someone, right? I've learned some medical skills, perhaps I can help you." You learned medical skills? The wolf girl looked at him in disbelief. Li Chen had indeed not learned any medical skills, but denying it now might get him an arrow to the head. So, he took a deep breath and said firmly, "I really am a doctor. Just yesterday, I treated a seriously injured person." This was actually true, although it was thanks to emergency medicine. Saving someone was saving someone, and Li Chen spoke with confidence. This confidence seemed to calm the wolf girl. The wolf girl looked at Li Chen with hesitation. Seizing the moment, Li Chen continued, "Saving lives is urgent. Every minute we delay, your sister's chances of being saved decrease." Hearing this, the wolf girl gritted her teeth and said, "Human, be honest. If I find out you're lying to me, I will not let you go." The half-hearted threat didn't make Li Chen nervous. Instead, it almost made him want to laugh. However, considering she had a weapon, he didn't dare to be reckless and could only obediently follow the direction she pointed. After walking for 10 minutes with the wolf girl, they stopped in front of a hidden cave. "Go in," the wolf girl said, holding her bow and arrow, pointing towards the cave entrance. Li Chen succumbed to the wolf girl's intimidating presence and had no choice but to walk into the dark cave. The cave was not shallow. After walking for more than 10 meters in the dark, he finally reached the end, where there was a hall, about 7 or 8 meters high. In the middle of the hall, a bonfire burned, illuminating the surrounding scene. Apart from the stones, there was almost nothing else in the hall, just a bed made of animal skins next to the bonfire. Lying on the bed was a wolf woman in her 20s, with long silver hair and a fluffy silver tail, looking about 70 to 80% similar to the wolf girl behind Li Chen. It was obvious without guessing that she was the wolf girl's sister. However, at that moment, the wolf woman had her eyes tightly closed, lost in a coma. "Sister, are you okay? Wake up." As soon as the wolf girl entered the cave, she squatted beside the animal skin bed, quietly holding the hand of the unconscious woman. At that moment, she had lost her fierce demeanor, appearing instead as a helpless girl worried about her loved one. Clearly, worry alone could not save her. Seeing that the wolf girl's sister was already in a coma, Li Chen did not dare to delay and interrupted the wolf girl, saying, "Saving her is urgent. First, tell me what kind of injury she has." Li Chen actually felt somewhat confident. Although he did not know medicine, he had already opened the system shop, which contained many books on medical knowledge. With just a bit of bond value, he could exchange for a book. As long as he knew the symptoms, he might be able to save the wolf girl's sister by following the medical texts. The wolf girl seemed to realize this too. At that moment, she could only choose to trust Li Chen and said, "Sister was bitten by a poisonous snake." "What? That's troublesome. Where was she bitten?" Li Chen frowned. In a world without anti-venom serum, it was not easy to deal with snake venom. The wolf girl pointed to her sister's calf. Li Chen looked over and indeed saw two small wounds near her sister's ankle, with the surrounding area already turning black, indicating that the poisoning had been going on for some time. Step aside, Li Chen did not dare to hesitate for a moment. Saving her was the priority. He directly pushed the wolf girl aside and then pulled out his belt, lifting the wolf woman's animal skin skirt. "What are you doing?" The wolf girl was instantly furious, her silver pupils narrowing, and the nails on her hands gleamed coldly. The beastmen were a race with blood and energy power. Their entire bodies could be weapons, especially their teeth and nails, which could rival sharp blades. If an ordinary person were to be clawed by the wolf girl, they would either die or be severely injured. However, at that moment, Li Chen could not care about that. If he did not save the wolf girl's sister, the wolf girl would likely not spare him either. Saving a life was a matter of seconds, and Li Chen immediately snapped at the wolf girl. "If you want to save your sister, then shut up." He then quickly tied the belt around the thigh of the leg where the wolf woman was poisoned. Although the toxin had already spread to some extent, this should help minimize its spread. The remaining task was to extract the remaining poison. "Do you have a knife?" Li Chen asked the wolf girl behind him. At this point, the wolf girl had realized that Li Chen did not intend to harm her sister, and for some reason, she felt a bit timid seeing Li Chen's serious expression. She hurriedly replied, "Yes." While speaking, she pulled out a dagger from her waist and handed it to Li Chen. Li Chen took the dagger and placed it on the fire to heat it for a while. He understood the common knowledge that high temperatures could kill bacteria. Holding the slightly smoking dagger, Li Chen lifted the wolf woman's calf, which had been bitten by the snake. "What are you going to do?" The wolf girl tensed up again, watching anxiously. "The wound from the snake bite is too small to extract the remaining snake venom. I can only cut open the wound." As he spoke, Li Chen used a dagger to carve a cross-shaped incision on the wound of the young girl's sister. In an instant, black poisonous blood flowed out. Li Chen did not hesitate, opening his mouth to suck at the wound. This scene greatly surprised the wolf clan girl. She had clearly seen the black poisonous blood just moments ago, and even she couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Yet this human before her showed no hesitation at all in the face of the poison. In that instant, the wolf clan girl couldn't help but have a slight change of heart towards this human. Perhaps not all humans are bad. Li Chen was unaware of the thoughts in the wolf clan girl's mind, and even if he knew, he certainly wouldn't explain that sucking out snake venom wouldn't poison him. The essence of snake venom is protein, which loses most of its toxicity when heated, and when swallowed, it loses its activity under the action of enzymes. Most snake venom only causes poisoning when it enters the bloodstream. Therefore, sucking out snake venom with one's mouth isn't too dangerous, provided you don't have oral ulcers. Li Chen was quite sure he had no oral ulcers, so he could help the girl's sister without hesitation. As mouthful after mouthful of poisonous blood was drawn out, after a while, the blood flowing from the wound finally turned bright red. Only then did Li Chen breathe a slight sigh of relief. Seeing this, the wolf clan girl hurriedly asked, "Is my sister okay now?" Li Chen shook his head. Even after doing this, the girl's sister was still in danger. Some of the snake venom had already spread, otherwise she wouldn't have fallen into a coma. Next, they needed to find a way to eliminate the remaining snake venom in her body. Li Chen asked the wolf clan girl, "What kind of snake venom did your sister get?" The wolf clan girl shook her head helplessly and said, "My sister was bitten by a snake while hunting outside. I was guarding the cave, and when I heard a noise and went out, I saw my sister collapsed at the cave entrance." Li Chen frowned again, not knowing what kind of snake venom it was. Even on Earth, such a situation would be difficult to treat. Li Chen thought and continued to ask, "Do you know where your sister usually hunts?" The wolf clan girl quickly nodded. "Take me to see." Hearing that there is always an antidote within 7 steps of where poisonous snakes appear, Li Chen could only take a gamble now. The two quickly arrived in a dense forest, and after some searching, with the Wolf Clan girl's keen sense of smell, they finally discovered bloodstains left by the girl's sister after being bitten on a few weeds. It seems this is the place, but which herbs can detoxify? Li Chen looked at the various flowers and plants around and found that he didn't recognize any of them. He had to ask the Wolf Clan girl, but she also looked confused. Seeing this, Li Chen could only check if the system had any solutions. In fact, there were detoxification potions for sale in the system shop, but even a low-grade detoxification potion required a full 10 points of bond value, and Li Chen currently had only 1 point, which was not enough to buy it. The only thing he could afford were various books, and he could only buy one. Li Chen searched the system shop. Fortunately, there were indeed books about detoxifying snake venom, specifically for the magical continent's poisonous snakes. However, the book for venomous beasts required 10 bond points, so Li Chen could only use his 1 bond point to buy the one for ordinary poisonous snakes, praying that the girl's sister had been bitten by an ordinary snake. As soon as Li Chen confirmed the purchase, the knowledge from the book flooded into his mind, which he quickly digested. This was undoubtedly good news. Otherwise, if he had to find the correct detoxifying herbs in a thick book, it would likely have taken enough time for the girl's sister to have cooled down several times. Now, Li Chen, recalling the knowledge in his mind, successfully found several herbs around that could treat snake venom. With these herbs in hand, the two returned to the cave. However, as soon as they entered the cave, a cold glint suddenly pressed against Li Chen's neck. The dagger was pressed tightly against his skin, the icy touch making him freeze in place. Li Chen hurriedly saluted in the French military style again. "Sister, you're awake." The Wolf Clan girl was overjoyed and rushed towards the figure beside Li Chen, the force so great that it made the dagger tremble against Li Chen's neck, causing him to grimace in fear. Fortunately, the other party managed to steady herself, continuing to guard against Li Chen while weakly asking the Wolf Clan girl, "Dina, why is there a human here?" Li Chen intended to explain, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the dagger pressed tightly against his skin made him quickly shut it again. It was clear that Dina's sister was much more wary of humans than Dina was. At this moment, the Wolf Clan girl Dina also noticed the situation and quickly explained to her sister, "Sister Anna, it's like this." Moments later, Dina had told Anna everything that had happened earlier. As Anna listened, a strange expression slowly appeared on her face, especially when she heard that Li Chen had lifted her animal skin skirt and helped her suck out the venom from her calf. The strange expression lingered only for a moment. The next second, Anna's face returned to seriousness, and her vigilance towards Li Chen did not diminish at all, but rather increased significantly. Anna said to Dina, "Dina, you are still too careless. We beastmen have been at war with humans for so many years, you should know how cunning humans can be. This human seems to have helped us, but how can you be sure he won't come back with others to capture us? In the eyes of those slave traders, we are equivalent to elves. Have you forgotten how many dirty things those slave traders have done to capture beastmen?" Dina seemed to be persuaded by her sister Anna and lowered her head in silence. Seeing this, Anna tightened her grip on the dagger and said to Li Chen, "Although we don't know your true intentions, the fact that you saved me won't change. Next, we will knock you out and leave. When you wake up, you can leave on your own." No, before Anna could finish, Li Chen had already interrupted her. Upon hearing this, Anna was instantly furious, the dagger moving even closer to Li Chen's neck as she said, "Human, you really have some despicable purpose, then don't blame me." As she spoke, Anna suddenly stumbled and weakly fell to the ground, unable to even hold onto the dagger in her hand. Sister, what's wrong?" Dina hurriedly supported her sister, who was about to collapse, and then angrily questioned Li Chen, "Human, I thought you were different from other humans. Tell me, what did you do to my sister?" Li Chen felt like cursing out loud. Are beastmen really this brainless? But seeing the two sisters, one underage and the other seemingly just recently of age, both still children, Li Chen could only patiently explain, "I didn't do anything to your sister. The snake venom in her body hasn't been completely cleared. The more excited and active she gets, the faster the venom spreads. That's why I stopped you from leaving. If this continues, it will be a problem whether your sister can survive when the venom attacks her heart." Upon hearing this, Dina panicked and asked, "What should we do? How can we save my sister?" Li Chen raised his right hand and shook the detoxifying herbs he had just picked in front of Dina. "Right." Seeing the herbs, Dina was overjoyed and said to Anna, "Sister, we just picked the herbs that can detoxify the snake venom. You will be saved soon." "Dina, have you forgotten what I just told you?" Anna exclaimed sharply, collapsing into Dina's arms, her face pale to the point of being terrifying, her breath extremely weak. Yet even so, she still stopped Dina, saying, "Never trust humans easily. What if those herbs are problematic? What if he has secretly contacted his companions just now? Don't you know what fate awaits us if we trust humans too easily?" Dina was taken aback, her eyes filled with doubt as she glanced at Li Chen, but looking at Anna's pale face, she couldn't help but say, "But sister, you..." "I'm fine." Anna took a breath and managed to continue, "I will be fine. Even if I'm not here anymore, you are still here. We absolutely cannot die together, otherwise, what will happen to our kin who believe in Us and are waiting for us? Sister, sister. Hearing this, Dina immediately burst into tears, and even Anna's eyes were filled with tears. Only Li Chen stood by, utterly confused, wondering why it felt like a scene from a tragic drama. Li Chen hurriedly interrupted the sisters, saying, wait, don't cry just yet. I have a plan. Shut up, we won't trust humans, Anna coldly interrupted Li Chen. Li Chen was stunned, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wondering just how deep the prejudice of beastmen against humans ran. The elves he had seen before were the same. The racial conflicts in this world were indeed appalling. But what did that have to do with him, Li Chen? He wasn't a human of this world, he was still an outstanding young man educated on Earth for over a decade. Li Chen was somewhat irritated, wishing he could just walk away and wait for the sisters to regret it. But the current situation was also an opportunity for him, and a very precious one. At that. As an adult, Li Chen was destined not to let such an opportunity slip away due to emotions. Li Chen immediately asked Anna, let me ask you, if you die, what will happen to your sister? She is still a minor. Do you really think she can survive in this evil forest? Anna replied immediately, of course she can. Our Silver Wolf clan is born to hunt. Hunt? What nonsense! What do you know? This time it was Li Chen's turn to interrupt Anna, and he continued disdainfully, you Silver Wolf clan is so impressive, yet you still got bitten by a poisonous snake. How can you guarantee that your sister won't end up in the same situation? Anna opened her mouth but couldn't retort this time. Indeed, no one knew which would come first, accidents or tomorrow. She was equally worried about her sister, but trusting Li Chen meant both of them risked being captured by slave traders. It would be better to sacrifice herself to let Dina escape alone. As for Dina in the future, she believed the beast god would protect her. Li Chen looked at Anna's stubborn face, seemingly knowing he couldn't easily persuade this Wolf Clan woman, so he turned his attention to Dina. Li Chen said to Dina, do you really want to watch your sister die from poisoning? Of course not, Dina said without a moment's hesitation. Li Chen smiled and said, then listen to my plan. Anna was about to stop him, but at that moment Dina spoke to Anna, sister, you are my only family left. I don't want to lose you too. Let's just hear what he has to say. The little girl Dina showed an extremely determined expression at this moment, a side of her that even Anna had never seen before. Finally, Anna stopped speaking. Dina turned to Li Chen, her silver pupils narrowing, resembling a wild beast, making it clear that anyone who dared to play tricks in front of those eyes would be torn to shreds by their owner. If at the beginning Li Chen was forced by Dina to find a way to save Anna, now he undoubtedly wanted to save Anna of his own volition. Of course, he wasn't just driven by lust, his primary goal was to gain bond points from both Dina and Anna. After the system was activated by the elves, Li Chen realized that as long as he formed bond points with other races, he could not only earn those points but, more importantly, he could also acquire a racial talent, like the elves' natural affinity. This was the fastest way to become stronger, and Li Chen certainly wouldn't give it up. As the saying goes, every gift from fate is secretly marked with a price. He could either choose to ignore this matter, go back to chopping firewood and wait to freeze to death in winter, or he could take a gamble and see if a bicycle could turn into a motorcycle. No one would willingly settle for mediocrity, and neither would Li Chen, so he chose to take the risk without hesitation. As for Anna, if she was willing to be saved, he would save her. If she was unwilling, he would still save her. In the cave, Li Chen said to Dina and Anna, what you are most worried about is that I am a slave trader's man and might betray you for money, right? Dina and Anna nodded in unison. Li Chen continued, that makes it's simple. If I really cared about money, then I would definitely be afraid of dying, right? After all, if a person dies, what use is there in having a lot of money? To this, Dina and Anna agreed again, nodding their heads. Seeing this, Li Chen couldn't help but grin and said, then next, you can tie me up. This left the orc sisters momentarily stunned. Li Chen continued, it's very simple. While Anna is using the detoxifying herbs, you can tie me up and let Dina watch over me. If anything happens to Anna or if I show any signs of abnormality, just let Dina kill me without hesitation. I believe that with Dina's werewolf skills, she can easily kill me in an instant, right? Dina and Anna were already dumbfounded. They never expected that Li Chen would propose such a simple solution. Although this method was straightforward, it was indeed very effective. No one is unafraid of death, especially greedy people. Just like Li Chen said, if a person dies, what use is there in having a lot of money? So in light of this plan, Dina and Anna didn't think Li Chen would dare to betray them. The plan was so good that Dina and Anna found it hard to accept, especially since it was proposed by Li Chen himself. However, after exchanging glances, they nodded in agreement. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Li Chen almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who would have thought I would cooperate so much, to the point that you can't believe it? Although there were some risks, Li Chen believed it was all worth it. To unlock the orc's talents and enhance his own strength, he had to gain Dina and Anna's trust. While there were many ways to earn someone's trust, the fastest and most effective method was undoubtedly to put his life in their hands. In one sentence, it could be described as, I bet my life, I've given you my life, so why shouldn't you trust me? Even coercion requires gaining your trust. That's right, it's that domineering, ha ha ha. After that, Anna and Dina indeed agreed to Li Chen's conditions. Dina began to tie Li Chen up with ropes. This little girl was clearly too soft-hearted. Even though Li Chen was very cooperative, the ropes were still loose after she finished forcing Li Chen to personally guide Dina, teaching her how to tie it tightly so that he couldn't escape. The person being tied up is teaching me how to tie the rope? The bizarre scene made the orc sisters look at Li Chen with strange expressions. They had heard that some humans had peculiar preferences, enjoying being tied up and even liked being whipped. They couldn't tell if this human in front of them had such a preference. However, regardless of Li Chen's inclinations, Dina still tied him up with all her strength. The bindings were incredibly tight, and at that moment, no matter how Li Chen struggled, he could only squirm like a maggot. Seeing this, Anna finally felt at ease to use the medicine. She chewed the herbs Li Chen had found and swallowed them, soon feeling a wave of dizziness. This was precisely the effect of the herbs, and the sisters didn't make a fuss about it. Shortly after, Anna's consciousness became hazy and she soon fell into a deep sleep. Next, they just had to wait for Anna to wake up. Li Chen waited for a while, feeling bored, so he began to stare at Dina beside him. Orcs were indeed strange. They had 4 ears, 2 beast ears on their heads and 2 human ears on the sides of their faces. He wondered if those human ears could actually hear or if they were just for decoration. Then there was the large, fluffy tail. It looked so inviting that one couldn't help but want to pet it. Interestingly, aside from the ears and tail, there was no trace of beast fur anywhere else on their bodies. It was as if they were designed specifically to be cute. Who wouldn't like adorable girls, and who wouldn't love those fluffy ears and big tails? The combination of the two was already a case of 1 + 1 is equal to 3 in cuteness. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. Oh wow, this other world is amazing. Unknowingly, a night passed. The next morning, Li Chen was awakened by the system's notification sound. Upon opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was Dina and Anna tightly embracing each other. Anna was already awake. Aside from looking a bit pale, she seemed quite spirited. Li Chen envied the orc's strong constitution. Judging by Anna's current state, she would likely fully recover in a day or two, which was simply terrifying. At this moment, the sisters also noticed that Li Chen was awake. Dina seemed to remember something and hurriedly approached Li Chen with a dagger in hand. Li Chen's eyes widened. Wait, are you going to kill the donkey after unloading the millstone? You orcs, not only do you have thick brows and big eyes, but you also like to deceive? Of course, Li Chen was overthinking. Dina was holding the dagger to cut the ropes binding him. Having been tied up all night, Li Chen moved slightly and his whole body cracked and popped. Waves of soreness coursed through him, making him even more eager to acquire an orc's talent for himself. At that moment, Li Chen also recalled the system's notification sound and quickly opened the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of Orc Clan Bond value. Detected Orc Clan Bond, activating Orc Clan talent. Host, Li Chen, Realm, None, Strength 1 + 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Mentality 2, Talent, Elf Clan Talent 0.1%, Orc Clan Talent 0.2%, Beastification, transform into a half-orc, doubling all attributes for a short time. Talent skills, Nature Affinity, Beastification, Bond value, 10 points, oh. Wow, Dina and Anna were quite generous, giving him 10 points of bond value all at once. His strength had also doubled, and Li Chen's previously sore body now felt incredibly relaxed. Moreover, the skill he obtained, Beastification, could actually double his attributes for a short time without any side effects. It was simply a divine skill. After Anna recovered, the sisters finally had a bit of trust in Li Chen, though it was only a little. The two sisters then roasted a rabbit by the campfire, the very one Dina had used to lure Li Chen yesterday. After Anna woke up, Dina went back to catch it again. The poor little creature hadn't managed to escape all night. Who else would eat if not you? The rabbit meat was quickly cooked. There wasn't much fat on the rabbit, especially since it was wild, so the roasted meat turned out a bit tough. However, for Li Chen, who hadn't seen meat for several days, it was still quite tempting. But as soon as he took a bite, his expression changed dramatically. How to put it? It was gamey, very gamey. Although the blood had been drained, the rabbit meat still had a strong raw taste, and without any scallions or ginger to mask it, Li Chen nearly gagged. Moreover, and more importantly, it had no flavor at all, not even saltiness. It was then that Li Chen noticed Dina and Anna hadn't added any salt while roasting the rabbit. Faced with tough, gamey, and tasteless rabbit meat, Li Chen, who had been eating black bread for several days, found it hard to take a bite. In contrast, Dina and Anna quickly devoured the rabbit meat with expressionless faces, as if such a diet was perfectly normal for them. Seeing Li Chen not touching the rabbit meat in his hands, Dina and Anna also noticed something was off. Dina quickly asked, "Human, why aren't you eating? There's plenty of rabbit meat left. If it's not enough, I can go catch a few more." Li Chen smiled awkwardly but still didn't make a move. Anna seemed to have figured out the reason and sarcastically said, "I think this human is disgusted by the food we beastmen make." Li Chen looked at the hot-tempered Anna and, after spending a day together, understood that the best way to interact with the beastmen was to be straightforward and clear about the reasons, otherwise, with their single-mindedness, they wouldn't understand. Li Chen then asked, "Do you not add salt to the food you eat?" As soon as he asked, Dina and Anna fell silent. After a while, Li Chen learned from them that it wasn't that they didn't like adding salt, but rather that there was no salt to add. The salt in the magical continent came from the sea, but the entire sea was controlled by the Sea Tribe, which arrogantly prohibited all other races from approaching the coastal areas. Each time the various tribes went to the sea to extract seawater for salt, they would be ambushed by the Sea Tribe, and when the tribes counterattacked, the Sea Tribe would retreat back into the ocean. Although the tribes hated the Sea Tribe, they had no way to deal with them in the sea. In the end, the tribes could only sneak around to obtain some salt, making it a scarce commodity throughout the magical continent. In larger cities, it was somewhat easier, but in places like the Sinful Forest, one could only find some salt in gathering spots like Sinful Town. Every time, the sisters Dina and Anna had to pay a high price, exchanging a large number of magical beast corpses for a bit of salt. But when luck was not on their side and they couldn't hunt any magical beasts, they would go for a long time without salt. Anna had previously been affected by not having salt for a long time, otherwise, with her strength as a second-tier beastman warrior, how could she have been injured by an ordinary snake? So, salt is quite precious then? Of course. Hearing Dina's sister's answer without hesitation, Li Chen glanced at the system shop. A 500G pack of salt could be exchanged for just 1 point of bond value. Not too expensive. If Li Chen wanted, he could even exchange bond value for salt and then make a profit by selling it. Unfortunately, bond value was too important. He needed it to grow stronger and couldn't bear to use it for material goods. However, exchanging a little to improve his life wasn't a big deal. With that thought, Li Chen exchanged 1 point of bond value for a pack of salt. The salt appeared in the system space. Li Chen pretended to dig into his bosom and, in the end, it seemed as if he had pulled out a pack of salt from his waist. Then Li Chen opened the salt and sprinkled some on the rabbit meat in his hand, before placing the meat in the fire to roast it slightly, allowing the salt to dissolve into the rabbit. Li Chen took another bite of the rabbit meat and finally, he could swallow it down. At that moment, Dina and Anna were already stunned. The sisters stared wide-eyed at the salt in Li Chen's hand, their faces filled with disbelief. They were even too lazy to consider that this packet of salt had been pulled from between his legs. Dina, with a look of obsession, said, "Is this salt? Oh my god, why is the salt so snow white? I've never seen such beautiful salt." Anna couldn't help but swallow. Having gone days without salt, her whole body craved its presence. At that moment, she even felt an impulse. She would do anything just to have a taste of salt. Seeing the sisters with their faces full of desire, Li Chen casually handed over the packet of salt. The two sisters were stunned for a while before they incredulously asked, "Are you really going to share the salt with us? What else?" Li Chen rolled his eyes, both amused and a bit sympathetic. After hearing this, Dina and Anna cautiously took the salt, trembling as they sprinkled a little on the rabbit meat in their hands, then took a bite. In the next moment, it was as if they had tasted some exquisite delicacy, both revealing an expression of ecstasy. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 2 bond points with the orc tribe. Goodness, a little salt actually deepened the sisters' friendship with him, directly giving Li Chen 2 bond points. The power of salt was indeed terrifying. Had he known this, Li Chen wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. He could have just taken out the salt from the beginning and shared it with the other races, and his bond points would have probably exceeded 100 by now. Of course, this was just Li Chen's self-deprecating humor. He knew well the principle of having a treasure brings trouble. If he revealed that he had a lot of salt, he would probably find his corpse the next day. Thinking of this, Li Chen silently reflected that in the future he must not easily expose such scarce items. After roasting, the rabbit weighed a good 5 or 6 pounds, and Li Chen ate less than a pound, leaving the rest for Dina and Anna. After finishing, the two were still licking their fingers, unwilling to let a single drop of grease or salt go to waste. Seeing their fingers clean as if washed, Dina and Anna gazed obsessively at the remaining large packet of salt. At that moment, a flicker of conflict crossed Anna's eyes. She gritted her teeth and, with a pained expression, handed the salt back to Li Chen. "Here, it's for you." Li Chen didn't notice her expression and casually took the salt. Just then, Dina suddenly spoke to Li Chen. "Human, can you? My name is Li Chen." Interestingly, neither side had properly introduced themselves until now. Of course, Li Chen had already learned the names of the two sisters from their conversation, so he stated his name. After hearing this, Dina solemnly replied, "Hello, human Li Chen, I am Dina of the werewolf tribe, and this is my sister Anna." With that, Dina continued the sentence she had not finished earlier. "Thank you for saving my sister. Although asking a favor from a lifesaver immediately is dishonorable for an orc warrior, I still want to ask if you could sell us some salt? Just a little bit would be enough." Of course, the sisters were taken aback by Li Chen's unhesitating response. In the next moment, they almost lunged at Li Chen, each grabbing one of his hands, asking, "Really, really?" Perhaps too excited, the sisters not only held Li Chen's hands tightly but also pressed their bodies against his arm, looking up at him with eager expressions. The orc girl, truly a synonym for cuteness, gazed up at Li Chen with her big eyes, making him feel as if his heart had been melted by her charm. Their hands were icy cool, soft and smooth like jelly, making it incredibly comfortable to hold. Especially since these two sisters had developed quite well. Even the 14 or 15-year-old Dina had a notable figure. At that moment, the two girls' ample chests pressed against Li Chen's arm, the surprising elasticity, sending his thoughts racing. He could hardly handle this situation. Li Chen quickly took 2 steps back and replied to the sisters, "Of course it's true, take as much as you want." The sisters seemed to realize that their previous actions had been too intimate, and they couldn't help but jump back, a hint of pink appearing on their faces. However, even so, it did not dampen their excitement. Li Chen could see that the fluffy tails of the 2 sisters were wagging like they had motors, shaking wildly. At that moment, Anna pulled out a small ceramic jar from somewhere and carefully scooped out 1/10 of the salt from Li Chen's bag, placing it into the jar. "Wasn't that less than 50 g?" Seeing Anna's cautious demeanor, Li Chen said, "You can take more, I can't eat that much salt by myself." Though tempted, Anna firmly shook her head and said, "I can only afford this much salt." As she spoke, Anna pulled out 2 black crystals the size of fingernails and handed them to Li Chen. He looked at the black crystals in confusion. "What are these?" "Magic cores, the core of magical power within magical beasts and the most valuable thing about a magical beast. So this is what a magic core looks like a black gem." Hearing Anna's explanation, Li Chen curiously took the magic core, and just as it landed in his hand, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. "Ding, magic core detected, can be absorbed and converted into bond value, do you wish to absorb?" Li Chen directly chose no. He wasn't sure if the magic core had other uses, so he wasn't in a hurry to let the system absorb it. Moreover, even if he wanted to absorb the magic core, he would need to find a secluded place to do so, otherwise, it would expose the existence of the system. Seeing that Li Chen seemed very interested in the magic core, Anna said, "These are 2 first-tier magic cores, worth about 2 silver coins, which is actually not enough to buy that much salt." As she spoke, Anna even lowered her head a bit in embarrassment. 2 silver coins can't buy 50 g of salt? This news shocked Li Chen. Did that mean a pound of salt would cost a full 20 silver coins, or 2,000 copper coins? What does 2,000 copper coins even mean? Li Chen could hardly earn that much money even after chopping firewood for 10 months. Converted to RMB, it would exceed 2,000 yuan. Although he had heard that salt prices were high in ancient China, sometimes exceeding 1,000 yuan per pound, seeing that it would cost thousands of yuan for just a pound of salt made Li Chen exclaim how outrageous it was. And according to Anna, this was the normal salt price in the sinful forest. Li Chen didn't need to guess, he knew there must be a significant markup, otherwise, ordinary people couldn't afford salt at all. Later, Anna explained that those living in the sinful forest were people who could not be tolerated by the 4 great empires, so a markup was quite normal. Li Chen could comfortably justify receiving compensation at this price. That said, he didn't plan to do so. He considered himself greedy, but he wouldn't take advantage of 2 little girls. Besides, salt wasn't a rare commodity for him. Li Chen directly picked up his bag of salt and poured it vigorously into Anna's ceramic jar until it was full, leaving him with half a bag of salt still in his hand. With a clear conscience, I exchanged half a bag of salt for 2 first-grade magic cores, 2,000 renminbi. If this happened on Earth, people would call you a profiteer, and that would be putting it mildly. It's even worse than being a vampire. But in another world, you would only be met with gratitude. Dina's face was beaming with joy, almost blooming like a flower. Anna, on the other hand, was much calmer. She was very principled and insisted on returning the excess salt to Li Chen. After much persuasion, Li Chen finally convinced Anna to accept the jar of salt. With so much salt, you could easily sell it to others. There are countless people in the sinful forest who want to buy the salt you have. Although Anna accepted the jar, she still muttered a complaint. I must say, Li Chen's tactic of "I've even given you my life, why don't you trust me?" was indeed effective. Since Anna had cured the snake venom, this person who had previously been wary of him now treated him with much more kindness. Coupled with Li Chen's recent gesture of giving her salt, Anna's friendliness towards him was clearly on the rise. At that moment, her tone softened considerably and her complaints sounded almost like a playful pout, making it hard for Li Chen to imagine that just yesterday she had threatened him with a dagger. No wonder people often say that orcs are simple-minded and straightforward. Aren't they simple-minded and straightforward? Once they realize you mean no harm, they instantly respond with the utmost goodwill, even considering your needs while putting themselves at a disadvantage. Is there anyone more simple-minded and straightforward than this? With so much salt, you could easily sell it to others. There are countless people in the sinful forest who want to buy the salt you have. Anna's words provided Li Chen with an interesting piece of information. Are there really many people in the sinful forest? Then why have I been here for several days and only encountered you 2 besides the sinful town? Anna was not surprised by Li Chen's question, even Dina, beside her, knew the reason. The 2 sisters then explained to Li Chen, the sinful forest is much larger than you think. It's not just humans who are active here, there are multiple gathering places, not just the one you call Sinful Town. The gathering place near the Eastern Human Empire is your human settlement, which is the Sinful Town you mentioned, while the gathering place near the Western Elven Empire is for the elves. There's a gathering place for dwarves near the Southern Dwarf Empire, and a gathering place for orcs near the Northern Orc Empire. Those who can enter these gathering places are usually members of the 4 major races, but not all members of the same race can enter their own country's gathering place. Those abandoned by their own country, as I mentioned before, cannot enter the gathering places if they are not tolerated by the 4 major nations. For example, dark elves among the elves are despised by their kind, and the elven gathering place would never allow dark elves to enter, just like witches among humans, sinners among dwarves, and the weak among orcs. In addition, there may be countless other races living in the sinful forest, such as giants and vampires. They often possess remarkable traits, but due to their small population, they cannot establish gathering places. There are many such individuals in the sinful forest, numbering in the hundreds, and all of them lack salt. Now you understand how precious salt is in the sinful forest, right? Li Chen was greatly surprised to learn that there were so many different races in the sinful forest. He had only been living near the human gathering place, which was why he hadn't encountered these other races. At the same time, he was secretly delighted. If there were so many different races, as long as he could find a way to build good relationships with them, his bond value would surely rise rapidly. It seemed he needed to find a way to acquire more salt. Although Li Chen could use his bond points to exchange for salt, the cost of 1 bond point for a pound of salt was not high. However, Li Chen was in dire need of bond points. At this moment, he only had 11 bond points in total. His goal was to cultivate and become stronger, but even the lowest level yellow tier cultivation technique required 50 bond points, and he had no idea when he would be able to gather that amount. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he would not use his bond points to exchange for salt in large quantities. With this in mind, Li Chen decided to return to Sin Town to see how the salt prices were there. He bid farewell to Dina and Anna, agreeing to meet again tomorrow, hoping they would introduce him to some of the exotic races in the Sin Forest. The 2 sisters immediately agreed. After parting ways with the sisters, Li Chen leisurely found the firewood he had chopped yesterday and carried it back to Sin Town. Fortunately, Li Chen had no friends, so no one noticed his disappearance for an entire night. He exchanged the firewood for 6 copper coins, a pitiful amount, but undoubtedly it was all he had. To think he could buy salt with this little money was simply a delusion. Luckily, Li Chen still had 2 level 1 magic cores on him, and after exchanging the magic cores for silver coins, he should be able to afford the salt. He had already found a place to trade the magic cores. Whenever that other world was mentioned, it seemed to always lead back to the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild certainly existed in the magical continent, and it was the place where magic cores were traded. Moreover, Li Chen had heard that the Mercenary Guild not only issued various bounty tasks and collected monster materials and magic cores, but also got involved in the trade of salt and various rare goods. It was well known that the Mercenary Guild was not simple, and thus, the guild, frequented by mercenaries, was ironically the most peaceful place in Sin Town. Soon, Li Chen arrived in front of the most luxurious and spacious building in Sin Town. This was the Mercenary Guild. After entering and inquiring with the staff, he learned that in order to conduct business at the Mercenary Guild, one must first register as a mercenary. Registering as a mercenary was simple. One only needed to provide their name and undergo a test with the attribute testing stone to generate a mercenary certificate. Name: Li Chen. Have you cultivated fighting energy? I haven't cultivated at all. Does that mean I can't register? Please rest assured, you can still register. The purpose of the inquiry is just for record keeping. Now please place your hand on this attribute testing stone. Attribute testing stone? Yes, this attribute testing stone can detect your strength, physique, agility, and spirit attributes. It is well known that the level of basic attributes represents a person's potential, and we will allocate corresponding privileges based on this. Upon hearing this, Li Chen became curious. He had long wanted to cultivate but had been hindered by a lack of bond points and no one to teach him, so he had been unable to practice. Now, hearing the staff mention that basic attribute values were related to cultivation potential, how could he not ask? After half an hour of persistent questioning and reluctantly spending 1 copper coin as a heavy investment bribe, he finally figured it out under the staff's disdainful gaze. It turned out that everyone in the magical continent could cultivate, but the methods varied between different races. For example, the elves practiced magic, the orcs cultivated a power called chi and blood, and the dwarves focused on honing their physical bodies. In addition, there were countless other races, most of which had unique cultivation methods. As for the humans, to which Li Chen belonged, they cultivated a power known as fighting energy. Yes, that fighting energy that had proliferated to its peak. It was said that magic was a force that could communicate with the omnipresent magical energy in nature, unleashing spells capable of devastating the world. Chi and blood are a special energy cultivated from the flesh and bones of the orc race, which not only grants them immense strength but also an astonishing healing speed. It is rumored that, in addition to this, chi and blood have some extremely peculiar uses, shrouded in mystery. The dwarves' method of body tempering is even more miraculous. It is said that they continuously hammer their bodies as if they were metal, ultimately achieving a physique that surpasses any weapon. Human fighting spirit is no less impressive. It is a power similar to the orcs' chi and blood, but this power can not only enhance the body but can also leave the body at the user's will, allowing for maneuvers like transforming fighting spirit into a horse. Those skilled in fighting spirit can even attach it to their weapons, greatly increasing their power. In simple terms, fighting spirit is akin to the internal energy found in martial arts novels. Each race has its own unique cultivation methods, but unfortunately, it's not something you can just learn if you want to, Li Chen said with a hint of regret, shaking his head. According to the staff, magic can only be learned by elves, while chi and blood can only be cultivated by orcs, and the dwarves' body tempering method is exclusive to them. It's not that one cannot learn them, it's just that doing so might lead to death. Each race's cultivation method aligns with their racial characteristics and innate talents, which is why only their own kind can cultivate it. If one does not align, it often results in terrifying consequences. For instance, if a human were to attempt the dwarves' body tempering method, they would likely be crushed into a pulp immediately, as they lack the dwarves' unique physique, making success impossible. As for the orcs' chi and blood method, even if a human learned it, the resulting chi and blood would be incredibly weak, and the practitioner might suffer from a violent surge of chi, ultimately leading to their demise. If a human were to learn the elves' magic, the most likely outcome would be having their brain fried by overwhelming mental energy. Li Chen was undoubtedly human. Even though he came from another world, he was still human. Therefore, he could only learn fighting spirit. This was a huge blow to Li Chen, who had some aspirations for magic. Just think about it. Magic, by simply reciting a few incantations, one could easily trigger miracles. How could one not yearn for that? For example, if you were traveling in the wild and got thirsty, a water spell would instantly provide you with endless water. If you were hungry, you could use wind magic to catch prey and then fire magic to cook it. After eating, you could take a hot bath using water and fire magic, and finally, use earth magic to build a house on the spot and enjoy a good sleep. Ah, such a life would be too luxurious. Of course, these were just Li Chen's fantasies. In reality, while magic is convenient, it cannot achieve the level of convenience Li Chen imagined. Later, he learned from the staff that even for elves, who can learn magic, each elf can only master one attribute of magic in their lifetime, making it impossible to be as convenient as Li Chen envisioned. With the dream of becoming a magician shattered, Li Chen could only place all his hopes on fighting spirit. At this time, the staff of the Mercenary Guild explained why it was necessary to test basic attributes. In the magical continent, whether it is magic, chi and blood, fighting spirit, or body tempering methods, all cultivation is closely related to the cultivator's basic attributes. For example, human fighting spirit is divided into 9 levels. Each time one advances a level, their basic attributes increase tenfold. Suppose a person's basic attribute points are strength 1, constitution 1, agility 1, spirit 1, when they cultivate fighting spirit and become a level 1 fighting spirit apprentice, their basic attributes would change to strength 10, constitution 10, agility 10, spirit 10. It is evident how significant an individual's basic attributes are for future growth. Therefore, if a person's base attributes are very high, as long as they grow, they will undoubtedly become exceptionally powerful. The Mercenary Guild will naturally record such individuals and grant them certain privileges, considering it an investment. Conversely, if a person's base attributes are too low, not only will they not receive privileges from the Mercenary Guild, but even the rewards for completing commission tasks will incur substantial fees from the guild. They might not even have the right to purchase precious items like salt. Hearing this, Li Chen felt a bit anxious. His total attribute points were only 6. He wasn't sure if this was high or low among humans. But if it was too low, he wouldn't even qualify to buy salt, which would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Li Chen hurriedly asked the staff for clarification. After listening to the staff's response, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. According to the staff, the total attribute points of an average person usually only amount to 5 points. If one has 6 to 7 points, they can be considered to have good aptitude. If one has 8 to 9 points, they can be called a genius. And if one has 10 points or more, they are referred to as the chosen ones. Such individuals, upon appearing, will receive invitations from the royal family, and regardless of how humble their previous status was, they can rise to become royal guests, enjoying the rights of the nobility. With a total of 6 attribute points, Li Chen belonged to the category of good aptitude, so there was certainly no problem with purchasing salt, and he could even enjoy a 5% discount when buying items from the Mercenary Guild. After all, it was just slightly above the average person's value, and the privileges he enjoyed were the lowest, with the discount being barely noticeable. Nevertheless, Li Chen was still quite happy, as he suddenly remembered that his base attribute points could increase. When the system first activated, all 4 of Li Chen's base attributes were 1, giving him a total of only 4 points, which was even lower than the average person by 1 point. However, after forming a friendship with the elves, his spirit increased by 1 point, and after befriending the orcs, his strength increased by another point, resulting in his current total of 6 attribute points. He speculated that as long as he formed friendships with new races, he would gain an additional base attribute point. If that were the case, not to mention being a genius, in the future, his base attribute points could even surpass all the chosen ones. Just thinking about it made Li Chen feel a surge of excitement. Was this the true way to unlock the system's potential? After this, under the guidance of the staff, Li Chen began the attribute test. He wasn't sure if it was the system's doing, but Li Chen found that, although he only spoke Chinese, he could communicate seamlessly with these beings from another world. He could even understand the writing of this world. And the characters he wrote in Chinese were also comprehensible to the otherworldly beings, without any confusion, as if what he wrote was just ordinary, otherworldly script in their eyes. Li Chen was too lazy to dwell on this. He was more concerned about the results of the attribute test, hoping there wouldn't be any cliché plot twists and that the results would match the system panel exactly. Good aptitude. The staff glanced at the test results with an extremely indifferent expression. While good aptitude was not common, it was also not rare, so it naturally did not cause any sensation. Soon after, Li Chen successfully received his mercenary certificate. He went directly to the trading area and after communicating with the staff there, he learned the current price of salt. 10 silver coins could buy 1 pound of salt. This price was half of what Dina and Anna had mentioned. Not surprisingly, the price of 10 silver coins for 1 pound of salt was the price within the gathering place, and it was not unexpected that for people like Dina and Anna, who could not enter the gathering place, the price would double. Li Chen calculated that if he purchased salt, he could enjoy a 5% discount. That meant he could buy 1 pound for just 9 silver coins and 50 copper coins. After doing the math, Li Chen realized it was quite a deal. As long as he bought a pound of salt, he could turn around and make a profit of 10 silver coins and 50 copper coins. Goodness, why bother chopping firewood? He would never have to chop firewood in this lifetime. However, soon, Li Chen abandoned the idea of being a middleman because he discovered that there were purchase limits on the salt. Although his qualifications were excellent, he had not yet cultivated fighting energy, and his permissions were insufficient. He could only buy 5 pounds of salt in total for the year. This amount was only enough for Li Chen himself, and it was completely inadequate to use this little salt to enhance his friendship with the other races. Seeing the purchase limit on salt, and with enough money on hand, Li Chen decisively gave up on buying salt, leaving the 2 magic cores he originally planned to sell with him back at the stable. Yes, it was still that stable. With no money, Li Chen could only afford a stable that cost 1 copper coin a day. Fortunately, very few newcomers came to Evil Town, so there were also few people who couldn't afford an inn and had to stay in the stable, allowing Li Chen to occupy the entire stable by himself. At this time, only a few horses accompanied him, making it relatively quiet. Seeing that there was no one around, Li Chen took out the 2 first-level magic cores. Are you going to let the system absorb the magic cores? Damn it, capital is indeed the same everywhere, even the nobles in this other world monopolize fighting energy. Li Chen cursed angrily. In the Mercenary Guild, seeing that he didn't know when he would be able to exchange for fighting energy techniques from the system, Li Chen couldn't help but ask the staff in the guild about cultivating fighting energy. After inquiring, Li Chen nearly died of anger on the spot. As long as one was human, anyone could learn fighting energy, but very few actually learned it and became first-level fighting energy apprentices. Why? Because to become a fighting energy apprentice, you first needed to have a fighting energy technique to learn. However, in the human empire, nearly all fighting energy techniques were in the hands of the nobles. The nobles tightly held onto the fighting energy techniques, and only family members would receive the inheritance. Therefore, those who could learn fighting energy techniques were often of 2 types. One was the descendants of nobles. The other was those who signed contracts with nobles, willingly becoming servants, thus receiving the techniques bestowed by the nobles. Li Chen had crossed over with a physical body and had no background, so it was naturally impossible for him to have a wealthy noble father. Therefore, if he wanted to obtain fighting energy techniques, aside from the system mall, he could only sign contracts with nobles. However, nobles were not kind-hearted people, and it was easy to imagine that even if you signed a contract, what you received would definitely be the worst techniques. Moreover, contracts on the magical continent were not something to be taken lightly. Once a contract was established, it could not be broken, and breaking it would result in punishment from the deities. That's right, the deities on the magical continent truly exist. Under such binding contracts, once you signed, it was not up to you. If the noble wanted you to be a dog, you would be a dog. If they wanted you to be a pig, you would be a pig. Fortunately, Li Chen had another option he could purchase through the system mall. However, the bond value had always been a sore point for Li Chen. Now, he was a bit impatient. He decided to absorb the magic cores and see how much bond value this first-level magic core could bring him. At least 2 or 3 points, right? System, absorb a first-level magic core. Li Chen planned to try with 1 first. Ding, starting to absorb the first-level magic core. Ding, absorption complete. In just 3 seconds, a first-level magic core was absorbed, and the original black magic core turned into gray dust, which Li Chen scattered with a wave of his hand. Then the system prompt sounded. Again. Congratulations, host has gained 0.1 bond value. Li Chen stared blankly at the system prompt, and after a long time, he let out a thunderous roar. Is this 0.1 for real? You stingy dog system. Early the next morning, Li Chen left Evil Town early and headed in the direction where Dina and Anna were. Until he reached the cave entrance, he hadn't seen the two sisters. Li Chen didn't mind, thinking they were just sleeping in. Could it be that I'll soon see the orc girl's sleeping postures? Just thinking about it makes me a bit excited. A sly smile crept onto Li Chen's lips as he walked directly into the cave without greeting anyone. However, the next scene left Li Chen utterly astonished. Gone? How could two large orc girls just vanish like that? Dina and Anna were nowhere to be found inside the cave. The campfire had long since gone out, and even the bed made of animal skins had disappeared without a trace. I was careless, I should have thought of this. Orcs are naturally vigilant, so how could those two sisters easily trust a human like me? They probably left this cave as soon as I walked away yesterday. Li Chen felt a headache coming on. Indeed, friendship is not something that can be easily established, otherwise how could the difficulty of gaining bond points be so high? Dina and Anna had not fully trusted him. Li Chen's mind was in chaos, and after waiting in the cave for several hours without seeing any sign of Dina and Anna, he finally gave up. Before leaving, Li Chen thought for a moment and took out the remaining half bag of salt, placing it in the empty cave. Then, without looking back, he walked away. Not long after Li Chen left, Anna's figure suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. She cautiously stepped inside, eventually fixing her gaze on the half bag of salt. However, she did not take the salt. After staring at it for a moment, she turned and left the cave. Soon, Anna's figure disappeared into the dense forest. Since that day, Li Chen returned to his previous routine of chopping wood. As for the cave, he never went back. It must be said that although Dina and Anna's departure was quite reasonable, it still dealt a significant blow to Li Chen. The sisters left for their own safety, which was understandable, but the fact that they didn't even leave a word of farewell made Li Chen feel as if there was no bond between them at all. To feel down over such a thing, I really am Li Chen, an ordinary person with the surname Li. Although he felt dejected, Li Chen did not let it get him down. Now, apart from chopping a load of firewood every day, he would explore the outskirts of the sinful forest in hopes of encountering new races. However, after 3 consecutive days, he had yet to meet any other races, encountering only some human mercenaries doing guild tasks nearby. Li Chen sighed, thinking, I must be too close to human settlements, that's why I haven't seen any other races in 3 days. But instead ran into a magical beast. The terror of magical beasts is not something ordinary wild animals can compare to, even the lowest level. First level magical beast has basic stats above 10. Whether it's running, jumping, or destructive power, they seem superhuman in Li Chen's eyes. It's not an exaggeration to say that 10 Li Chens couldn't take down a single first-level magical beast. Fortunately, that first-level magical beast was the prey of a mercenary team. If Li Chen had faced it alone, he probably wouldn't have seen the sun the next day. Although this was the outskirts, it was still filled with danger, and Li Chen felt he needed to be more cautious. As he pondered these thoughts, a sudden idea flashed through Li Chen's mind. I wonder if Dina and Anna have returned to that cave and seen the half bag of salt I left behind? As soon as this thought emerged, Li Chen felt a sudden urge to return to the cave and take a look. I'm just going back to retrieve that half bag of salt. Yes, as an outstanding young man who has received 9 years of compulsory education, how can I allow such waste to happen? That's right, it's like that. With this thought, Li Chen seemed to find an excuse and immediately headed in the direction of the cave. Perhaps it was because this time he did not start from Sin Town. The location of the cave was hard to determine. What was originally a half-hour journey took Li Chen nearly an hour. Could I be lost? Li Chen hesitated for a moment. Getting lost in the dangerous Sin Forest could be fatal. He didn't dare gamble with his life and immediately turned back. As he walked, an object ahead caught Li Chen's attention. It was indeed an object, a large clump of dark brown feces. Li Chen's expression suddenly changed, for he realized that this pile of dung indicated the presence of wild beasts or magical beasts nearby. He just didn't know whether it was left by a wild animal or a magical creature. Li Chen prepared for the worst and quickened his pace. However, the more he tried to avoid something, the more it seemed to close in on him. Roar! Just a few dozen meters into his run, an unfamiliar beastly roar echoed behind him. Li Chen turned back and his face changed dramatically. He saw, just a few dozen meters away, a wolf-like beast with a single horn, its blood-red eyes wide open, staring at him. It's a magical beast, and it's a speedster, the unicorn wolf. Li Chen thought to himself that this was bad. The unicorn wolf was a relatively common magical beast. He had seen missions about it at the Mercenary Guild, which also included an introduction to the creature. Unicorn wolf. Level 1 magical beast. The horn on its head can be used as a weapon forging material, particularly adept at speed, with an agility score close to 20 points. It is recommended that level 2 fighters or teams hunt it. This unicorn wolf had nearly 20 points in agility, while Li Chen, even with the boost from Nature Affinity, only had 1.1 agility, a difference of more than 10 times, leaving him with no hope of escape. However, Li Chen was not the kind of man to give up. In an instant, a glimmer of determination flashed in Li Chen's eyes. Beast transformation. With a low growl, it seemed as if fur sprouted all over his body and a powerful force surged through him. Under the beast transformation skill, Li Chen's 4 basic attributes doubled instantly. Strength 4.4, Constitution 2.2, Agility 2.2, Spirit 4.4. Even so, he still had no hope of defeating a level 1 magical beast. Li Chen immediately turned and ran towards Sin Town. The unicorn wolf, just a few dozen meters away, would not let its prey escape easily. It instantly lunged forward, sprinting towards Li Chen. The distance between them closed in an instant. In the next moment, the unicorn wolf was already behind Li Chen, leaping to pounce, its fierce jaws aimed at his neck. Yet, Li Chen seemed to have anticipated this. He suddenly rolled to the side, evading the attack, while his right hand waved towards the airborne unicorn wolf. A large cloud of white crystals suddenly burst forth, hitting the unicorn wolf's face. Although the unicorn wolf was a magical beast, its intelligence was similar to that of ordinary wild animals, and it never expected this. Moreover, it was still in midair and couldn't dodge, instantly getting its entire face covered in white crystals. Roar! The one-eyed wolf stumbled as it landed, nearly falling over. After a furious roar, it began to shake its head wildly, clearly blinded by the white crystals. Seeing this, Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim that his trick of throwing salt was quite effective. Of course, it wasn't dust he threw, but salt, which he had urgently exchanged from the system shop earlier. The power of this salt was much greater than that of dust. Getting salt in its eyes should buy him some time against the unicorn wolf. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen took off running. Roar! The unicorn wolf's angry roars echoed behind him, filled with fury. Clearly, Li Chen's despicable act had enraged the creature, but due to its eyes being unable to open, it hadn't immediately pursued him. Listening to the furious roars, Li Chen could almost feel the beast's desire to tear him apart. His heart raced, and he could only muster all his strength to run. However, the surroundings were filled with dense forests, and occasionally vines blocked the way, making it impossible for Li Chen to run fast. Roar! In less than a minute, the roar behind him suddenly grew closer at an alarming speed. Li Chen's expression changed drastically, but there was nothing he could do. In less than 10 seconds, the figure of the unicorn wolf reappeared not far behind him. Its already crimson eyes, stimulated by the salt, looked as if they had been stained with blood. At that moment, with a gaze full of hatred, it fixed its eyes on Li Chen's back. In the next moment, the unicorn wolf charged forward again, but this time it did not leap into the air. Instead, it lunged directly at Li Chen's neck. Li Chen, without looking back, swung his hand fiercely behind him. This action immediately reminded the unicorn wolf of the earlier scene, and it hurriedly closed its eyes and retreated. To the wolf's surprise, no white crystals were thrown at it. Li Chen had merely feigned the action, and in the instant the unicorn wolf closed its eyes and stepped back. He had run several dozen meters away. The unicorn wolf was instantly enraged and chased after him again. This time, it would not let Li Chen succeed. The unicorn wolf caught up to Li Chen for the third time. Li Chen's right hand swung back for the third time. The unicorn wolf would not be fooled by the human in front of it again. It charged recklessly towards the human's neck. But in the next moment, the white crystals once again filled the unicorn wolf's eyes. Roar! A howl of pain mixed with anger erupted, but this time the fury in the howl seemed as if it could tear the heavens apart. Li Chen did not care how furious the one-eyed wolf was. He just wanted to take a few more meters while its eyes were recovering. However, as he ran, despair began to creep in. He could not see Evil Town in his line of sight. It made sense. He had walked for nearly an hour before, so how could he run back in just a few minutes? Li Chen did not know how far he was from Evil Town, but he knew that the next time the unicorn wolf caught up, it would not give him an easy chance. Almost a minute later, the unicorn wolf's roar quickly approached again. Li Chen's expression changed sharply. The fur on his body was rapidly fading, clearly indicating that the beast transformation skill's time was up. Strictly speaking, the beast transformation skill did not have a time limit. It could enhance a person's explosive power, consuming their stamina. As long as the stamina was sufficient and the body could withstand the explosive force, it could be activated indefinitely. However, Li Chen's stamina was not enough to support long-term use of the beast transformation skill. In an instant, Li Chen felt his speed slow by half, and a strong sense of fatigue washed over him, making his legs tremble. Just when the house leaks, it rains overnight. Li Chen felt a bit desperate but still did not stop his steps. A few seconds later, the figure of the unicorn wolf predictably appeared behind him. Li Chen glanced back. In the brief moment he turned his head, the unicorn wolf had already reached behind him, its fierce mouth wide open. Looking at that blood-filled maw full of fangs, Li Chen still swung his right hand behind him. This time, the unicorn wolf seemed to have learned its lesson. It closed its eyes and recklessly lunged towards Li Chen's direction. Crack, crack! The unicorn wolf still failed to bite Li Chen, as a sudden, rapid, and terrifying sound erupted from in front of it, as if a mountain was collapsing and the earth was cracking. This terrifying sound startled the unicorn wolf, instilling a deep fear within it. The once ferocious unicorn wolf now lay on the ground, trembling continuously. Soon after, the crack, crack sounds ceased. Yet the unicorn wolf remained crouched, its entire body still shaking. It wasn't until more than a minute had passed, with no movement around, that the unicorn wolf finally opened its eyes. There was no landslide, and the earth did not crack open. All around were countless red scraps of paper and a somewhat pungent smell. The unicorn wolf did not understand what was happening, but after a moment, it recalled the 3 humans who had scared it away earlier. It suddenly realized that it had been tricked again by that cunning human. No one could describe the fury burning within the unicorn wolf at that moment. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, and 4 times. The unicorn wolf was completely mad. Its blood-red eyes were devoid of reason, filled only with a frenzied desire to kill and a single belief to slay the human who kept mocking it. This time, it would not retreat. Even if an endless abyss lay ahead, with the claws of a demon, it would bite off that human's neck before it died. Roar! In less than a minute, the unicorn wolf, with a mad roar, chased after him just like before. Li Chen listened to the roar growing closer, and this time he truly felt despair. The little tricks had been played one too many times. There was a limit to them. The windproof lighter and firecrackers he had just bought for 2 points of bond value should have been the limit of his tricks. Faced with the crazed unicorn wolf, Li Chen did not think that throwing out the firecrackers would be of any use. Was he really going to die like this? Li Chen felt a sense of unwillingness, continuously searching the system mall for something useful. Unfortunately, he only had 8 points of bond value left, hardly enough to buy anything practical. At that moment, the unicorn wolf caught up to him for the 5th time. Watching the rapidly approaching unicorn wolf, Li Chen gasped for breath and suddenly stopped. Since he couldn't escape, he wouldn't run anymore. At that moment, a fierce determination shone in Li Chen's eyes. Perhaps in this life and death situation, he suddenly recalled a question he had once seen. What should a person do when facing death? In the past, he would never have seriously considered such a question because death felt too far away. However, now it seemed he had an answer. For him, Li Chen, the answer was simple. Li Chen drew the machete tied to his waist, aimed it at the unicorn wolf, and a glint of unprecedented ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. What he had to do was only one thing before he died: to give his enemy a stab. The unicorn wolf lunged at him, and Li Chen no longer avoided it, swinging the machete fiercely at the unicorn wolf. The outcome seemed obvious. Wolves were often described as having tough heads and soft waists, and it was likely that Li Chen's neck was weak enough to be easily crushed. But at that moment, Li Chen couldn't care less. All he thought was, even if I have to die, I must take a bite of flesh from my enemy. Whoosh! Just as the man and wolf were about to part ways in life and death, an arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, and, with a thud, it shot into the unicorn wolf's right eye. The unicorn wolf couldn't help but let out a howl, leaping backward in an instant. Li Chen, who had just regained a life, calmly began to retreat. Both man and wolf then turned their gazes toward the direction from which the arrow had come. On the trunk of an old tree, Dina slowly lowered the large bow in her hands, while Anna stood beside her, her silver-white pupils slowly gazing at Li Chen, who was holding the machete. Li Chen stared blankly at the sister duo, and after a long while, he let out a deep breath. He remembered that Anna was a level 2 orc warrior, and dealing with a level 1 unicorn wolf was a no-brainer, which meant he was saved, right? In the next moment, Li Chen's body relaxed, and the fatigue he had accumulated surged forth. He collapsed to the ground, unable to even move a finger. Anna and Dina noticed Li Chen's condition, but after a few glances and realizing he was just exhausted, they turned their attention back to the unicorn wolf. A skilled warrior would never underestimate an opponent simply because they were weak. Anna stared intently at the unicorn wolf, which responded with a threatening low growl. At that moment, Anna and the unicorn wolf were like the unicorn wolf and Li Chen just moments ago, except now the dominant party was not the unicorn wolf but Anna. Without any unnecessary words, Anna stepped forward, her figure instantly disappearing against the tree trunk. This was not teleportation, but a speed so fast that Li Chen could no longer see her. The unicorn wolf also couldn't keep up. This level 1 magical beast was no match for the speed of the second-tier orc warrior, Anna. The moment Anna vanished, it fell into a state of unease. The beast's instinct was frantically sending warnings, but it was all in vain. When Anna reappeared, she was already standing beside the one-eyed wolf. In the next moment, Anna drew a dagger from her hand and stabbed it towards the unicorn wolf's forehead. Although the one-eyed wolf saw Anna's movement clearly, it only had time to lift its foot. With a thud, the dagger had already pierced its brain. The blood-red hue in the one-eyed wolf's eyes quickly faded, along with its vitality. This level 1 magical beast, which had chased Li Chen like a stray dog, fell down just that easily. Power, I want power. Witnessing this scene, Li Chen felt an unprecedented thirst for power within him. He wanted to become stronger, immensely strong enough to dominate his own fate. We carry the hopes of the Silver Wolf clan, even if the chance of that human betraying us is minimal, we cannot take the risk. 3 days ago, after Li Chen left the cave, Anna solemnly said this to Dina. Dina opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and said, "But Li Chen saved you, he was even willing to risk his life." Anna looked at Dina and sighed, "But have you forgotten? Father lost that battle because he trusted that human, the Silver Wolf clan, became sinners because of it. Otherwise, why would we have to flee here? Dina was momentarily taken aback, lowering her head and falling silent. The unicorn wolf was finally dead, and the crisis was averted. At this point, Li Chen was so exhausted that he just wanted to find a place to bury his head and sleep. However, they were in the wild, and he could only force himself to get up. He looked up at Anna, who was lifting the unicorn wolf's corpse onto her shoulder, then called out to Dina in the tree. Before heading north, Dina nimbly jumped down from the nearly 10-meter-high tree trunk, glancing worriedly at the exhausted Li Chen as she passed by him, but she didn't say anything, and quickly followed Anna. What does this mean? Ignoring him? Seeing this, Li Chen felt like turning around and leaving. He had his pride too. However, with pride, he might not live long. Given his current physical condition, even an ordinary beast could easily kill him. Li Chen had no choice but to lift his feet and follow the pair of sisters ahead. To his surprise, in less than 5 minutes, the familiar cave entrance appeared before him. Li Chen recalled the journey and realized that he had indeed gotten lost, almost missing it entirely. Otherwise, he would have arrived at the cave much earlier and wouldn't have wandered for an extra 30 minutes, nor would he have encountered the unicorn wolf. If he hadn't cleverly delayed the unicorn wolf and run near the cave, he might not have met Dina and Anna at all. At that time, he would probably just be waiting to become wolf dung. At the cave entrance, Anna and Dina did not greet Li Chen and directly walked into the cave. Li Chen hesitated for a moment before following them inside. The cave was still as empty as ever, except the campfire had been rekindled and the beast-skin beds were laid out again. This scene seemed to indicate that the sisters had returned to this cave long ago. Seeing Li Chen enter the cave, the two sisters still said nothing. At this moment, Anna was skillfully preparing the corpse of the unicorn wolf with a dagger. The horn was cut off by her, the wolf's skin was completely stripped away, and finally, the magic core was extracted. All the most valuable parts of a unicorn wolf were taken by Anna. She then dug out the internal organs of the unicorn wolf and proceeded to roast the entire wolf over the campfire. Dina helped Anna take the internal organs of the unicorn wolf outside the cave to dispose of them. When Dina returned, the cave was still silent, with only the sound of branches cracking as they burned and the sizzling of wolf meat dripping with fat. This silence made Li Chen extremely uncomfortable. Somehow, he felt like a heartless man caught in the act, enduring the silent accusations of the other party. But it was Dina and Anna, the sisters, who had left without a word. If anyone should be accusing, it should be him, Li Chen. Seeing that the sisters across from him had no intention of speaking, Li Chen had to break the silence first. I thought you had left? He expected no response, but Anna naturally replied, we were going to leave, but then we came back. Well, it's good to be able to communicate. Hearing Anna's answer, Li Chen instantly felt relaxed, and casually said, what, can't bear to part with me? Anna glanced at Li Chen, her eyes filled with disdain as she said, I've heard that humans are smooth-tongued, and it turns out to be true. With that, Anna paused for a moment before continuing, Dina and I want to survive in this forest and achieve certain things, and we need your help. But human, can I trust you? As she spoke, Anna looked at Li Chen again, her silver pupils fixed on him. Facing Anna's aggressive gaze, Li Chen seemed completely unconcerned. He sat down in front of the campfire and picked up a stick to poke at the burning charcoal. While continuing to prod the fire, he began to think rapidly in his mind. Anna said she needs my help. The only thing I can help with is salt. Perhaps Anna mistakenly believes I can obtain a large amount of salt. This is a good thing. As long as I'm willing to spend some bond value, I can indeed get some salt. With salt, I can fully utilize my relationship with Anna to achieve contact with more different races. And Anna's earlier question is undoubtedly a test, a chance for me to persuade her. If I want to gain more bond value, I can't miss this opportunity. With this thought, Li Chen slowly formed an idea in his mind. But human, can I trust you? If I say you can trust me, will you really believe me? In response to Li Chen's counter-question, Anna shook her head. Li Chen smiled and replied, that's right, trust is not something that can be said lightly. We humans are quite cunning, able to easily say countless sweet words, making stones bloom, turning mountains into basins, and boiling the sea. Do you really want to hear guarantees from such a mouth? Anna shook her head again. Li Chen then said seriously, so, whether I am worth trusting or not, let's let time prove it. Anna fell silent, and after a moment, she asked, human Li Chen, since we cannot trust each other yet, what is our relationship now? Let's be friends starting today. It's okay if we can't trust each other, we can start as friends. Just consider me a friend who isn't fully trustworthy yet. Anna fell silent again, this time for a bit longer, until the enticing aroma of roasted wolf meat wafted from the grill, and then Anna suddenly spoke. The blow you struck at the unicorn wolf proved that you are strong. The orc tribe values strength above all. Although your current strength is still weak, your courage deserves the respect of the orc warriors. Orc warrior Anna is willing to be friends with you. As she spoke, Anna extended her right hand towards Li Chen. Dina, who had been watching the situation closely from the side, couldn't help but run over, exclaiming, and me. The orc warrior Dina also wants to be your friend. Li Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had barely passed the test and hurriedly reached out to shake hands with Dina and Anna. Ah, right. Since we are friends now, you can consider the half bag of salt you left in the cave as a symbol of our friendship. Anna suddenly said, causing Li Chen's expression to stiffen. Looking at Anna's sly smile, he ultimately gritted his teeth and forced a smile, nodding. However, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Wasn't this girl supposed to have principles? If anyone dared to say that orcs were simple-minded in the future, he would break their dog head. Talking about feelings really was a costly affair. Ding, congratulations to the host for establishing a true friendship with Dina and Anna. Dina and Anna's favorability has reached 1 star. Daily interactions with them can earn 1 bond point each. Ding, the host has achieved 1 star favorability with a different race for the first time, receiving an additional reward of 20 bond points. Congratulations to the host for interacting with Dina. Bond points +1. Congratulations to the host for interacting with Anna. Bond points +1. Host, Li Chen, Realm, none. Strength 2, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Mentality 2, Talent, Elf race talent 0.1%, Orc race talent 0.2%. Talent skills, Nature Affinity, Beast Transformation, Bond points, 30 points. After that, Li Chen and the 2 sisters, Anna and Dina, happily enjoyed the roasted wolf meat. While Li Chen secretly complained about the taste of the roasted wolf meat, he suddenly realized that a series of system notifications had come through. After reading them all, Li Chen was overjoyed. He had actually gained a total of 22 bond points this time, bringing his total to 30 points. He was now not far from the 50 bond points needed for the yellow tier fighting technique. More importantly, he discovered that the system had a favorability function, allowing him to earn 2 bond points daily from the Dina and Anna sisters. This way, even if he didn't encounter other different races, he could accumulate 50 bond points in 10 days. It seemed that this favorability system was a stable source of bond points. Li Chen's mood instantly improved, and even the roasted wolf meat didn't seem so hard to swallow anymore. Seeing Li Chen suddenly smiling, Dina asked, "Li Chen, what are you laughing about?" Naturally, Li Chen couldn't reveal the system's matters, so he casually replied, "I just remembered something happy." Something happy? What could be so happy? Share it with me so I can be happy too. Just ordinary things. You clearly said it was something happy. How did it turn into ordinary things? You just said you wanted to be friends. Do you not consider me a friend now? Li Chen never expected that such a casual excuse would lead to this kind of trouble. Just as he was unsure of how to handle it, Anna came to the rescue. "Alright, Dina, that kind of thing doesn't matter. Let's ask something important first." Saying this, Anna turned to Li Chen and asked seriously, "Li Chen, do you have any salt on you right now?" Li Chen only had the remaining half bag of salt from dealing with the unicorn wolf earlier, but he now had quite a few bond points and could directly exchange them through the system shop. So he nodded and replied, "I happen to have a few pounds." A few pounds? Upon hearing this, both Anna and Dina's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Li Chen. "Li Chen, are you the leader of the human settlement? Otherwise, how could you have so much salt?" There was indeed a mayor in Sin Town, said to be sent by the human empire to manage Sin Town, living in the house next to the Mercenary Guild, but Li Chen had never seen him. "Of course not, otherwise how could I be so clueless? I can only say that I have special channels." Special channels? Anna's eyes lit up at this statement, and she quickly continued to ask, "So can you get more salt?" Li Chen nodded. "That's great." Anna was overjoyed, and even Dina beside her looked excited. Soon, Anna calmed down and got to the point. "I know that even if you have special channels, getting salt requires a price, right? We won't take your salt for free, so tell us, what do you need us to do?" Li Chen thought for a moment and quickly reached a conclusion. "First, I need you to introduce me to other orc tribes. No, any other races will do. I will trade with them as well. Second, my salt won't be given away for free. You can trade magic cores with me, and the price will be 7/10 of what you offered last time." Li Chen's 2 requests were really not high. He had set the price of salt after careful consideration. Last time, Anna had offered a price of 20 silver coins per pound of salt, which equated to 20 first-level magic cores. Absorbing 20 first-level magic cores could convert into 2 points of bond, which could be exchanged for 2 pounds of salt in the system mall. In other words, the salt Li Chen exchanged from the system mall could be considered as 10 silver coins per pound. If based on Anna's salt price, Li Chen could have made a 100% profit. Now, by lowering the price to 14 silver coins per pound, he would only have a 40% profit, alleviating the buyer's burden while ensuring he wouldn't be working for nothing. In Li Chen's view, this was already very reasonable. He thought Anna would agree immediately, but unexpectedly, she hesitated. Faced with Li Chen's 2 requests, Anna had yet to speak. When Dina couldn't help but ask, "Li Chen, why do you insist on having other races introduced to you? The conflicts between races are deeply rooted, and it's hard to trust each other. You could just give us the salt, and we can help you sell it. Don't worry, my sister and I will definitely make sure you don't lose out." Li Chen naturally couldn't agree to this. His main purpose in selling salt was to make contact with other races. If he handed it over to the 2 sisters, wouldn't that be counterproductive? "I must trade with those people in person." Seeing that Li Chen had actually refused, Dina immediately looked suspicious and asked, "Why do you have to?" meet the other races yourself? Li Chen, do you have some other purpose? With Dina's words, Anna also showed a doubtful expression as she stared at Li Chen. Li Chen sighed. Inwardly, he couldn't hesitate at this moment. If he hesitated, it would inevitably raise suspicion from the two sisters. In a rush, Li Chen blurted out, because I like the beauties of other races. As soon as he said this, the entire cave fell silent and they could hear each other's breathing. The three of them exchanged glances, and Dina and Anna's eyes were filled with shock. Li Chen also realized what he had just said, but now he couldn't backtrack, so he simply continued, that's right, I like the beauties of other races. Whether it's the sacred and untouchable elves, the petite and cute dwarves, or the furry ears and fluffy tails of orcs, they are my favorites. I like all other races. Compared to them, human women are too ordinary, lacking any distinctive features. I'm already tired of human women. My biggest wish in this life is to marry a beauty from another race. Listening to Li Chen's shocking declaration, Dina and Anna's mouths had opened wide enough to fit an entire apple. After a long time, Dina looked at Li Chen, who was beaming with pride over his statement, and quietly asked Anna beside her, Sister, is he serious? Anna nodded gravely. I've heard that many humans particularly like other races, otherwise how could there be so many slave traders among humans? But he actually said he likes all races, which means he even likes the pigmen among the orcs, as well as the giants. Hiss. As they spoke, Anna and Dina both gasped in shock, looking at Li Chen with fear in their eyes. Li Chen was somewhat confused, but there was no turning back now. He was willing to risk it all to make contact with other races. Li Chen firmly told Dina and Anna, yes, I do like other races. Dina and Anna exchanged strange glances at Li Chen, but they didn't criticize his preferences. However, Anna later secretly pulled Dina aside, repeatedly warning her never to be alone with Li Chen in the future, her face filled with concern as she spoke. This left Dina, who hadn't thought much of it before, feeling quite flustered. Let's set off. Not long after, at Anna's urging, the three of them headed north towards the sinful forest. On the way, Li Chen asked Anna about their destination. You are human, and it might not be easy to contact other races. Let's start trading with the orcs that Dina and I are more familiar with. I know some orcs who are considered weak among their kind. They can't enter the orc gathering place to the north, so they are in great need of salt. Weak among the orcs? This was the second time Li Chen had heard Anna mention it. According to her, the races on the magical continent not only tend to have racial discrimination against other races, but even among their own kind, there are always groups that are marginalized. Like the witches among humans, the dark elves among the elves, the sinners among the dwarves, and the weak among the orcs, as Anna said. However, Li Chen had always been unclear about what made these individuals so peculiar, that they faced exclusion from their own kind. He voiced his confusion. Anna didn't mind elaborating while they were on the road, so she slowly explained. Witches are a type of existence among humans with a special constitution. They are not much different from ordinary humans, but every witch gains a memory inheritance upon reaching a certain age, similar to the bloodline inheritance of dragons. After awakening their memory inheritance, witches master alchemy, which is quite magical. Yes, that's right, magical. This can be seen from the materials used by witches for their concoctions, which include bizarre things like chameleon tails and toad slime. And what's even more magical is that what they ultimately create can be anything. It could be poison, it could be an antidote, it could be metal, or even life. Just because of these things, witches shouldn't have ended up in their current plight, but in human history, there was an unprecedented turmoil caused by witches, nearly leading to the complete withdrawal of humans from the magical continent. Since then, witches have been labeled as embodiments of evil, and once discovered, they would be subjected to burning at the stake. Therefore, once a witch awakens, she will flee the human empire and hide in the sinful forest. The elf race is one that distinguishes its groups based on magical attributes, and dark elves are those who possess dark magical power. Dark magical power itself is strange and tends to make other elves uneasy, especially among the ruling group of the elf race, the light elves. Light and dark are inherently oppositional, so light elves and dark elves are also at odds. Under the leadership of the light elves, the entire elf race is unwilling to associate with dark elves. In a fit of anger from being constantly marginalized by all the elves, the dark elves separated from the elf race. In the end, dark elves scattered across the world, and perhaps there are dark elves in the sinful forest. As for the sinners among the dwarves, it is quite literal, simply referring to some dwarves who have violated the laws of their kind. How should I put it? The laws of the dwarves are extremely harsh. No, I should say they are quite bizarre. Even minor offenses can lead to a dwarf being exiled, such as theft, and even fighting can result in such a fate. It is well known that dwarves love to drink, and when they do, they tend to cause trouble, so there are quite a few dwarves in the sinful forest as well. Lastly, we have the weak among the orcs, and the concept of weakness is quite simple. The orc race is one that respects strength above all. In orc society, the law of the jungle prevails, and the strong are revered to the extent that it can even supersede the law itself. Therefore, being weak among the orcs can be considered a crime. The source of power for the orcs is called blood energy, and its potency is determined by the orc's physique. Some orcs are born frail, and even as they grow, they remain weaker than their peers. They are what we call the weak. These weak ones have no status whatsoever. Orcs have a large appetite, and when winter arrives, each year, their food sources dwindle. It is easy to imagine that those frail orcs would be ruthlessly driven out of the orc empire. These orc weaklings are not tolerated by their kin, yet they are still coveted by slave traders, so they dare not venture to other lands. Their only chance of survival is to come to the sinful forest. If they are lucky, they might survive. In the sinful forest, witches, dark elves, sinners, and the weak cannot enter their respective clans' gathering places, so these individuals all need salt. Li Chen listened quietly to what Anna said, feeling deeply shocked. He never expected that there would be so many twists and turns among the various races. Then Li Chen thought that only the weak among the orcs could not enter the orc gathering place, which is why the weak lack salt. Dina and Anna also lack salt. Could it be that Dina and Anna are also the so-called weak? As if sensing the mix of curiosity and sympathy in Li Chen's gaze, not only Anna but even Dina instantly understood what he was thinking. The little girl Dina flared up, revealing her sharp tiger teeth, and angrily said to Li Chen, "My sister and I are not weak among the orcs. On the contrary, we are both geniuses of the orc race. The sum of my and my sister's base values has reached 9 points. As she spoke, Dina showed a proud expression, her fluffy tail swaying back and forth, seemingly waiting for Li Chen to show admiration. Li Chen was indeed greatly surprised. He never expected that the combined base attribute values of this sister duo had reached 9 points, which already indicated genius-level potential. If they gained just one more point, wouldn't they be considered the so-called chosen ones? Amazing, my goodness. Li Chen immediately showered praises on little Dina, making her go from smug to blushing, ultimately retreating behind Anna, unable to withstand the compliments. Since you are so impressive, why not return to the orc gathering place to buy salt? Li Chen couldn't help but ask this question, although he had a feeling it would put the Dina sisters in a difficult position. However, curiosity compelled him to do so. Sure enough, as soon as the question was asked, Dina fell silent, her tail behind her no longer swaying. Anna's expression also darkened. Just when Li Chen was about to give up, Anna suddenly sighed and said, "Well, I was planning to tell you anyway." Anna stopped in her tracks, her eyes filled with hatred as she said, "Dina and I were born in the Silver Wolf tribe of the orc race, which is one of the strongest tribes among them. However, during a war, the Silver Wolf tribe was betrayed by a coalition of humans and some orcs, and after their defeat, the entire tribe was branded as criminals. They either became slaves or turned into fugitives being hunted down, which is why we cannot enter the orc gathering places. Dina and I want to uncover the truth for the Silver Wolf tribe and seek revenge, but with just the two of us, we can't do much. Therefore, we need to unite those orcs who are labeled as weak. Although their combat power is lower than that of ordinary orcs, when combined, they can still form a formidable force. And the reason I need your salt is also because of this." As she spoke, Anna suddenly showed a look of apology towards Li Chen. "The mission that Dina and I carry means that we must survive by any means necessary. So even though you saved me back then, I couldn't risk assuming you had no ill intentions. It wasn't until after 3 days of observation that we didn't find any signs of slave traders around the cave. It turns out I was wrong. You have never had any malice towards us. Now, allow me to sincerely apologize to you." Li Chen understood the situation and could empathize with the sisters' wariness, so he naturally didn't hold it against them. Let the past be the past. Besides, aren't we friends now? Anna was slightly taken aback and smiled as she replied, "Yes." Saying this, Anna pulled Dina to her side. "Since we are friends, my human friend, if one day something happens to me and you happen to have the ability, could you please help Dina? Of course, this is just a personal request from me, your friend Anna." Upon hearing Anna's words, Dina's eyes immediately turned red. "Sister, I don't need help. I will always follow you. Wherever we go, we must always be together." Looking at the two sisters who were so emotionally open, Li Chen unconsciously straightened his back and then nodded solemnly at Anna. After walking for a whole half day, Li Chen and the two sisters finally arrived at their destination. It was a vast meadow dotted with countless small hills covered in knee-high wild grass. "I didn't expect there to be such a large meadow in the sinful forest. Just how big is the sinful forest?" Li Chen looked curiously at the expansive grassland, but as he gazed, he felt something was off about this place. After thinking for a moment, he realized the source of the oddity. It was too quiet, as if there were no life at all. Apart from the grass, he couldn't see a single animal in sight. This was quite eerie for such a large meadow. Moreover, weren't Anna and Dina supposed to bring him to find other orcs? Where were they? Seemingly sensing Li Chen's confusion, Anna took out a bone flute about the size of half a palm from her bosom. Anna blew into the bone flute. Strangely, the flute emitted no sound at all. It should be a sound similar to infrasound or ultrasound, which is why I can't hear it. Li Chen quickly understood the reason. So, there should be orcs here who can hear this sound. But where are they? As Li Chen pondered this, he suddenly noticed a pair of long white ears rising above a hill. Soon after, a humanoid head with rabbit ears peeked out from behind the hill, her blood-red eyes cautiously scanning the surroundings. The rabbit people, so they were hiding behind the hill. No wonder I never saw them. Wait. Li Chen noticed that more and more heads were poking out from behind the hill, not just rabbit people but also fox people, snake people, cat people. In just a short moment, over 100 beastmen had already run out from behind that hill. How could such a small hill hide so many people? It was only then that Li Chen realized these beastmen were not hiding behind the hill but were all concealed underground. Perhaps this was the reason why these so-called weak beastmen could survive in the sinful forest. For Li Chen, who had hardly seen any other races, every beastman piqued his curiosity. The rabbit people, fox people, and cat people were fine. Overall, they were not much different from werewolves, as if they were humans with animal ears and tails. But the snake people, with scales on their bodies and snake tails for lower halves, who also liked to flick their tongues like snakes, were rare. Although Li Chen wanted to observe them closely, he hadn't forgotten that he was human, and in the eyes of the beastmen, he was also an outsider. This was something Anna had warned him about from the start, not to make any strange movements and to wait for her and Dina to find an opportunity to introduce him to the beastmen. Human, it's a human, I see a human. However, at that moment, a tender yet clear voice suddenly rang out among the beastmen on the hill. Then a green figure, swaying like a snake, rushed towards Li Chen at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, Li Chen was immediately alarmed. Did the beastmen want to attack him just because he was human? Yet, beside him, Dina and Anna did not show any signs of tension. Instead, they were both holding their foreheads, looking as if they had a headache. Seeing this, Li Chen felt that the green beastman was unlikely to attack him, so he forced himself to calm down and stayed in place, waiting for the other to approach. The green figure was very fast, not much slower than a first-tier unicorn wolf, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Li Chen. At that moment, Li Chen could see clearly that the green figure was a snake person, and a little girl at that, even younger than Dina. The snake girl and Li Chen locked eyes, and they both revealed expressions of curiosity as if they were looking at a rare animal, continuously sizing each other up. After a moment, they almost spoke at the same time. So this is a snake person. So this is a human. After speaking, the two exchanged another glance, and in their eyes, there was a sense of regret for not meeting sooner. However, what Li Chen did not expect was that the next moment, the snake girl suddenly leaned forward, and like a real snake, she coiled around his body. After wrapping around him a few times, her upper body faced Li Chen directly. Li Chen's hands and feet were instantly bound by the snake girl's tail, and he could feel the cold touch of the scales on his exposed skin. Li Chen looked down at the snake girl, just as she looked up at him. Although the snake girl was still small, her looks were exceptional: willow leaf eyebrows, big eyes, and green snake pupils that held a dangerous yet irresistible mystery. Combined with her delicate nose and pink lips, one could imagine she would grow up to be a beauty that could cause chaos in the world. However, looking at her up close, Li Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This was because, as the snake girl smiled, he could see her two sharp fangs through her lips, glistening and seemingly dripping with a transparent venom that was undoubtedly lethal. This snake girl is a bit dangerous, Li Chen silently lamented. Ah, big brother, it's the first time Dina and Anna brought a human back, right? You must have a very good relationship with them. The snake girl lowly continued to smile, appearing harmless, but secretly, whether intentionally or not, the tail wrapped around Li Chen's body was slowly tightening its grip, making Li Chen feel as if his hands and feet were about to be crushed. Li Chen forced himself to respond. I'm okay. Oh dear big brother, why is your face so red? Is it too hot? Our snake people are quite cool, let me help you cool down. As the snake girl lowly said this, her upper body pressed against Li Chen's chest, and her tail tightened even more. At this point, Li Chen was almost at a loss for words. Seeing this, the snake girl lowly revealed a glint in her eyes, as if a hunter was toying with its prey. She flicked her tongue, and her tail suddenly loosened a bit as she continued. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet, big brother. What is your name? Li Chen took a breath, feeling a flicker of anger rise within him, but he dared not show. Who knew what this wicked snake girl lowly would do if he lost his temper? He had no choice but to answer honestly. My surname is Li, and my name is Shushu. Li Shushu, what a strange name, but it sounds nice, big brother. It's a pity I've never had a name since I was little. Why don't you give me one? As she spoke, the snake girl lowly's tail stirred again, as if it would tighten once more if Li Chen didn't agree. Never had a name. Since childhood? What a joke. Li Chen could tell with his gut that no matter what name he gave her, this snake girl lowly would never be satisfied. Seeing her becoming increasingly arrogant, Li Chen, who was not known for his patience, decided to nod and said, alright, then I'll give you a name. Make it a cute one. Of course, since you're so cute, how about I call you? What will you call me? How about I call you a dog? Big brother, how could you make such a joke? That's annoying. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Humans always think dogs are our best friends. I named you a dog because I want to be your best friend. Hee hee, I was just joking with you, big brother. I actually have a name, I'm called Xiao Cheng. Ah, so a dog, you do have a name. What a pity, I thought you would like the name I gave you. A dog, don't you think so? A dog, say something. You have the ability to snatch, you have the ability to open the door. A dog, why aren't you talking? A dog? You don't hate me, do you? A dog, please. I believe you and I can definitely become the best of friends. A dog, give me another chance, please, a dog. Enough. Seeing Li Chen repeatedly say the name a dog, the snake girl Loli finally couldn't hold back any longer. Her smile vanished for the first time, her snake-like pupils narrowed dangerously and her fangs glinted ominously in the sunlight. Li Chen was not afraid, on the contrary, he grinned and looked at the snake girl Loli with mockery. What a joke. Just because you get a little paint doesn't mean you can open a dye shop. She was just a Loli. Did Li Chen look like someone who would back down? With that thought, he was ready to exchange for a bag of realgar from the system shop. Enough. What are you two doing? The tension was broken by Anna's voice. She had witnessed the standoff between them and, seeing that the snake girl Loli was already provoked, she hurriedly intervened, unsure of Li Chen's next move. Humph. The snake girl Loli seemed extremely unwilling but still obediently withdrew from Li Chen's side. Li Chen finally managed to stretch his almost numb body. With a slight movement, his bones crackled loudly. Damn it, next time I'm definitely treating this little Loli to a bowl of realgar wine. Li Chen thought maliciously, then glared fiercely at the snake girl Loli beside him. The snake girl Loli, not to be outdone, immediately glared back. You two, stop it. Everyone's watching. Shinger, you two, this human is a guest we invited back, you mustn't be rude. Anna quickly pulled the two apart, seeing that Li Chen and Xiao Chang were about to quarrel. Xiao Cheng said, extremely unconvinced, why invite humans? These humans have abducted countless of our kin. Princess Anna, be careful not to be deceived by these despicable humans. Li Chen rolled his eyes, listening. Indeed, there was great animosity between different races, especially towards humans, given that human slave traders were the most numerous on the entire magic continent. Li Chen knew that no matter how he explained, this snake girl Loli named Xiao Chang wouldn't listen, so he bothered to ignore her. Just then, Dina spoke up for Li Chen. Xiao Chang, I know you hate humans, but Li Chen is different. Li Chen? Who's Li Chen? Isn't this human named Li Shushu? Grumble. Xiao Chang looked at the pure white salt and couldn't help but swallow. Seeing this, Li Chen took out a piece of dried meat, wrapped in oil paper from his pocket. The dried meat was their prepared rations, and there were only a few pieces left. Li Chen directly handed all the dried meat to Xiao Chang and said, this dried meat has my salt in it, give it a try. Xiao Qing's pride made her want to refuse vehemently, but the aroma from the dried meat made her swallow again. After a moment of struggle, she still humbly accepted the dried meat and put a piece into her mouth. After just a few chews, Xiao Qing's eyes lit up. Unlike the dried meat made with their yellow-brown salt, this piece had no strange, astringent or bitter taste, only a faint saltiness. The saltiness mixed with her saliva and the meat created a somewhat salty meat juice that slid down her throat. Besides being delicious, it seemed to have a hint of sweetness as well. With each chew, new saliva turned into meat juice, filling her mouth with flavor and stimulating her taste buds. So this is how delicious dried meat can be? Xiao Cheng stared at the dried meat in her hand, realizing that although both were made with salt, the dried meat they made was not only bitter and astringent but also always had a strange taste. That made one want to vomit after eating too much. In contrast, Xiao Cheng felt she could eat a whole cow's worth of the meat Li Chen gave her. This level of salt, even the Beastman Emperor might not have access to every day. Who exactly are you? Xiao Cheng was not lost in the deliciousness of the dried meat. Instead, she immediately thought of other things and her gaze became sharp, her green pupils predictably narrowing into slits. Li Chen shrugged nonchalantly. I'm just a salt merchant, what else could I be? Alright, I'm also a friend of Dina and Anna. As he spoke, Li Chen flashed a big smile at Xiao Qing, the sarcasm evident in his expression. This little girl had just made him suffer a great loss since he couldn't feed her the realgar wine he would make her. Furious today, Xiao Cheng indeed fell for it. Veins bulged on her forehead, wishing she could bite Li Chen to death. Seeing that Li Chen was only provoking her, Xiao Qing could only ask Anna, Your Highness Anna, this human definitely has issues. How could someone like him have access to this level of salt? Anna had actually considered this as well, but after days of testing and observation, she had come to her own conclusion. Li Chen's identity was certainly not simple. It wasn't just the high-quality salt he provided, but he also seemed unaware of common knowledge regarding witches, dark elves, sinners, and the weak. Therefore, she would never fully trust Li Chen and would maintain her vigilance. However, since Li Chen was also a friend she recognized, she wouldn't waver at this moment due to some doubts. Anna no longer hesitated and said to Xiao Qing, he isn't lying, he really is here to sell salt. Xiao Cheng was stunned. She seemed to want to argue with Anna, but, looking at Anna's determined face, she knew it would be futile. Princess Anna was not careless, she never acted impulsively and always considered her actions carefully. Although she often listened to others' suggestions, once she made a decision, she wouldn't easily change it, so persuasion was useless. Xiao Qing felt troubled. She always sensed that this human had other motives, but they indeed needed salt, so she didn't know whether to stop Li Chen. Seeing that she couldn't prevent Li Chen from selling salt, Xiao Qing thought of a way while watching the salt in Li Chen's hand. Suddenly, she froze, and then a smile appeared on her face. She realized that she didn't need to stop this human named Li Shushu from selling salt at all. Li Chen noticed the smile on Xiao Qing's face. and asked curiously, "What's wrong, a dog? Aren't you going to stop me from selling salt? You're the A-dog." Xiao Qing's smile immediately stiffened, her green snake-like eyes glaring at Li Chen. The next moment, she laughed again and said, "Stop you? Why would I stop you? Anyway, no orc would buy your salt." Li Chen looked puzzled. Seeing this, Xiao Qing disdainfully said to him, "You must be some human noble's descendant, huh? Otherwise, how could you not know that the kind of salt you have is simply not affordable for us orcs?" Li Chen almost laughed out loud upon hearing this. So that was the reason for her pride. He might have to disappoint her. Now it was Li Chen's turn to feel smug, teasing Xiao Qing. "Of course you can afford it. After all, my salt only costs 14 first-level magic cores for 1 pound. What? Impossible. The worst salt costs at least 20 first-level magic cores per pound. How could your kind of salt be cheaper than regular salt? Because this salt is mine. I said it costs this much, so it only costs this much. Is that reason enough? You, hoof." Xiao Qing's face showed her unwillingness, but her eyes betrayed her interest. After all, such high-quality salt at such a low price was hard to resist. Li Chen was not surprised. In the face of profit, few could remain indifferent. And this was precisely his method to win over these orc tribes. So what if it only costs 14 first-level magic cores per pound? Xiao Bai and the others won't dare to come and buy from you just because you're human." As she spoke, Xiao Qing's eyes twinkled and she leaned closer to Li Chen, a sly smile on her lips as she said, "Human, how about this? I'll help you sell the salt at the price of 14 first-level magic cores. For every pound sold, you just need to give me 4 first-level magic cores as a reward. No, 3 will do. What do you think? I guarantee I'll help you sell all the salt." Li Chen looked at Xiao Qing. Speechlessly, this little girl was trying to act as a middleman with him, but strictly speaking, he was also a middleman. Naturally, Li Chen ruthlessly rejected her offer. Xiao Qing, in turn, mercilessly mocked him, even betting that the orcs on the hill wouldn't dare to approach Li Chen. Xiao Qing's words made sense. The orcs on the hill had already noticed Li Chen's presence the moment she called out. Perhaps because Dina and Anna were there, they had no intention of attacking or fleeing. However, they still kept their distance from Li Chen, discussing among themselves while watching him warily. It seemed that in the eyes of these orcs, humans did not have a good reputation. Dina and Anna were also a bit troubled by this. Their original plan was for the two sisters to communicate with the orcs first, and once they had calmed down, they would call Li Chen over to trade. By then, the orcs would be prepared and wouldn't feel too much aversion. Now, with Xiao Qing's incessant meddling, although the orcs didn't flee immediately, they had become wary of Li Chen and wouldn't approach easily. Lu Sun once said, "The first person to eat crab needs great courage." And the current scene was just like that. Without the first orc daring enough to come by salt, the rest wouldn't be able to approach Li Chen. Xiao Qing watched as Li Chen fell into a stalemate, feeling extremely happy, and began to promote herself again. "See? I told you, you can't sell it. You should listen to my earlier suggestion and let me help you sell the salt." Unfortunately, there was no trace of worry on Li Chen's face at all. At this moment, Li Chen looked at Xiao Qing, suddenly twisting his mouth into a crooked smile reminiscent of a dragon king, and said, "Let's make a bet. Let's wager whether I can sell this salt. If I can't sell it, I'll give you 3 pounds of salt. If I sell it all, from today on, your nickname will be a dog. Do you dare to bet?" Xiao Qing was about to agree, but looking at Li Chen's crooked smile, she felt that it was rather strange. However, in the end, Xiao Qing still agreed. What's there to be afraid of? If you lose and dare to go back on your word, I'll show you the power of the serpent people. "Ha," Li Chen scoffed, laughing dismissively. As if he would lose, with the crooked smile of the Dragon King on his face. There was no reason for him to lose. Li Chen no longer waited for Anna to come up with ideas. Although he wasn't a great talent, he didn't consider himself useless either. Opportunities are always given to those who take the initiative, not to those who just wait for others to help them. With that thought, Li Chen took 2 steps toward the hill, and just those 2 steps caused several orcs on the hill to draw their weapons. Li Chen didn't care, but he also stopped in his tracks and shouted loudly toward the orcs, "Hello, orc tribe. As you can see, I am a human. Although I am a human, I am also a salt merchant. That's right, I am here to trade salt today." The orcs on the hill heard him, but they didn't really believe him. Not a single one approached, not even to inquire. At that moment, Dina and Anna helped by saying, "Tribe members, this human is not lying. He really is here to trade salt, and his salt is of very good quality, cheaper than what is brought from the gathering places." Despite Dina and Anna's persuasion, the orcs on the hill finally put away their weapons, but still, none showed any intention of coming forward to ask. Xiao Qing watched from the side, sneering, but she also understood that trading salt was a good thing for their orc tribe, so she didn't make things difficult for Li Chen at that moment. Minutes passed, and just when Xiao Qing thought Li Chen was about to give up, he made a move. Li Chen took a beastskin package off his shoulder, opened it, and placed one small pouch made of beastskin after another in front of him. These small pouches were filled with salt, and ordinary orcs couldn't buy a whole pound of salt at once, so on the way, Li Chen had divided the salt into smaller portions at Anna's suggestion. According To the ratio of 14 level 1 magic cores to 1 pound of salt, he divided 1 pound of salt into 14 portions, so each portion was just 1 magic core. At this moment, Li Chen took out a total of 70 portions, which amounted to 5 pounds of salt, leaving him with only 25 points of bond value. Xiao Cheng looked at the 70 portions of salt, her mouth watering, wishing she could bite into Li Chen, knock him out with her venom, and steal the salt. But after glancing at Dina and Anna, she could only reluctantly suppress that thought. However, Xiao Cheng thought to herself, as long as Li Chen couldn't sell the salt, wouldn't she be able to get 3 pounds of salt for free? 3 pounds of salt was not a small amount. With that thought, Xiao Cheng hurriedly wiped the corner of her mouth. It was unclear whether she was wiping away saliva or the venom dripping from her fangs. Li Chen was unaware that he had almost been kissed by a snake. At this moment he had a plan to break the deadlock before him. Was difficult to say, yet simple as well. It was just lacking the first person to take the plunge. Once there was a first, the remaining orcs would naturally follow suit and buy the salt due to the herd mentality. The current question was how to draw out the first person to take the plunge. As a child of China, inheriting thousands of years of wisdom, if he couldn't solve this small problem, his ancestors would probably not let him off easily even in death. Arranging bags of salt in front of him, Li Chen shouted loudly towards the orcs on the hill. Friends of the orc tribe, although I am a human, I have been invited by Her Highness Anna to come here and trade with you, for which I am very grateful to Her Highness. In return for Her Highness's broad-mindedness, I have decided that the first person to trade with me will receive a small bag of salt for free. Anna, who was standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. What was this guy talking about? When did she invite him? Wasn't it Li Chen who had shamelessly insisted on coming? And what was this about broad-mindedness? Thinking this, Anna couldn't help but glance down at her own chest. Although it was indeed quite ample, how could one say such a thing out loud? Dina, who was also nearby, was similarly stunned, but for a different reason. She was surprised that Li Chen mentioned Anna but not her. Dina also glanced down at her own chest. Although it couldn't compare to her sister's, hers was quite ample too, and she was still young, with plenty of room for growth. Not to dwell on the thoughts of these two sisters, Li Chen's words successfully stirred a commotion among the orcs on the hill. Free. It was free. People have the weakest resistance when faced with something free, especially when it happens to be something they need. The orcs' discussions grew louder, but unfortunately, no one was willing to take the first step. Seeing this, Xiao Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, when she heard free, she was somewhat tempted, but to win against Li Chen, she held back. Just when Xiao Cheng thought Li Chen's plan had failed, a small figure suddenly emerged from among the orcs on the hill. It was a young foxman, younger than Xiao Cheng, looking to be under 10 years old. Compared to the other orc boys and girls, he appeared particularly frail, with dull fur on his ears and tail. At that moment, he emerged from a group of orcs, his vacant eyes fixed intently on the direction of Li Chen, targeting the bags of salt. The young foxman hesitated as he looked at the salt in the distance, and finally, it seemed he could no longer resist the temptation and took a first step towards Li Chen. However, before the young foxman could take a second step, an old, calloused hand grabbed his shoulder. Nuki, what are you doing? Are you going to trust that human? Have you forgotten what happens when you trust humans? They may not act now, but once you trust them even once, they will do everything they can to deceive you into trusting them more, until one day they trick you out of your territory and sell you to slave traders. The young foxman, named Nuki, turned to look at the owner of the hand, an elder foxman named Grandpa Mufeng. Nuki glanced at Grandpa Mufeng, then at Li Chen, and finally gritted his teeth, saying to Grandpa Mufeng, but I need salt. My mother is not good at hunting, and after getting injured, she hasn't had any salt. Now she can't even stand up. Both my mother and I need salt. Didn't we agree to find a way to get salt together? But Grandpa Mufeng, you also need salt. I know, I've known for a long time. Everyone is lacking it, and yet everyone insists on helping our family. If this goes on, everyone will be unable to hold on. I can't give up this opportunity. With that salt, my mother might get better, and then I can go hunting with her. Maybe we can change our situation. Right now, Princess Dina of the Silver Wolf tribe and Princess Anna are here. At least it's safe now. I can't give up this chance. With that, Nuki lifted his foot again and walked towards Li Chen. Grandpa Mufeng raised his hand. This time he did not stop Nuki. As Nuki said, this was a rare opportunity for him and his mother. Machi's actions quickly drew everyone's attention. Under the gaze of the crowd, Machi felt a bit nervous, but his steps were remarkably steady. Soon, Machi stood in front of Li Chen. Xiao Cheng, standing nearby, was furious, wishing she could grab Machi and give him a beating. In contrast, Li Chen was very pleased, showing Machi what he considered a gentle smile. This smile did not dispel Machi's vigilance. Instead, it made him even more anxious. Machi first bit his lip, then spoke. Human, are you really telling the truth? Of course, Li Chen replied, appearing very straightforward, immediately grabbing a bag of salt and handing it to Machi. Machi took the salt with some disbelief. He didn't leave right away but opened the leather pouch, dipped his finger into the salt, and put it in his mouth. The next moment, Machi's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaim, is this really salt? Why isn't it bitter? Or astringent? For everyone living in the sinful forest, whether beastmen or humans, salt was always associated with bitterness, astringency, and a strange smell, and consuming. Too much could even make one feel nauseous. Therefore, tasting such high-quality salt for the first time, Machi even doubted it was real salt. But soon he confirmed, this flavor. Yes, it really is salt. I've never seen such good salt before. With this good salt, my mother should recover quickly. Machi muttered, then quickly ran back towards the hill, eager to return and replenish his mother's salt intake so she could get better soon. The beastmen on the hill, seeing this, immediately fell into discussion, many of them casting envious glances at Machi, regretting that they weren't the first to step forward. Seeing this, Li Chen seized the opportunity and loudly announced, just now, it was to thank her Highness Anna for her generosity. Now, to thank her Highness Dina for her generosity, the second and third people to come before me will share this bag of salt also for free. As soon as he said this, Dina smiled for some reason and the beastmen on the hill stirred. Firstly, Machi's earlier success had stirred their interest. Secondly, Li Chen had given out the salt so readily, almost without saying a word. The beastmen were most afraid of cunning humans deceiving them. Now Li Chen was only giving salt and had not mentioned any other demands, which immediately piqued their interest. In just a few seconds, two beastmen walked towards Li Chen, one of whom was Grandpa Moffing, accompanied by another fox person. Grandpa Moffing stared at Li Chen, saying nothing, while the other fox person remained silent as well. It was clear that the two fox people were still quite wary of Li Chen. Li Chen remained unfazed and once again readily handed out a bag of salt. Grandpa Moffing took the salt without saying a word and left with the other fox person. Trust is built through actions. When facing life's difficulties, there are countless examples from thousands of years of wisdom that can provide solutions. Li Chen's simple application had already yielded results. After successfully obtaining salt twice in a row, the remaining beastmen were itching to move. However, they still had no intention of approaching. This time, it wasn't because they were still on guard, but because they were waiting for Li Chen to speak, or rather, they were anticipating a possible third thank you from him. Li Chen was already prepared. This will be the last time. The next one will be the final thank you for this transaction. Xiao Qing glared fiercely at Li Chen. You've already thanked Dina and Anna. Who else can you thank this time? Li Chen grinned and continued, this time, to thank His Highness Dina and Her Highness Anna for their broad-mindedness. I have decided that the 4th to the 10th person to come to me for a trade can exchange one level 1 magic core for 2 bags of salt. Shameless, Xiao Qing gritted her teeth and said, she knew that once Li Chen made the first thank you, she had already lost. Even though she was unwilling, she had to admire Li Chen. Such a scheme was too effective against the current orc tribe. Sure enough, the orcs on the hill were already getting restless. They had just learned the weight of each bag of salt, and according to the price given by those who came from the gathering place, the value of one bag of salt had already exceeded that of a level 1 magic core. Now it was 2 bags, and they were of such high quality. The orcs who were already tempted immediately started running, fearing they would fall behind, and the remaining orcs quickly followed suit. In the end, Li Chen sold the price of one level 1 magic core for 2 bags of salt to the first 7 orcs. Although the remaining orcs were somewhat reluctant, seeing the substantial bags of salt in front of Li Chen, they ultimately satisfied themselves by buying 1 bag for 1 level 1 magic core. In just a few minutes, the 70 bags of salt in front of Li Chen were sold out. From the initial wariness of all the orcs unwilling to approach to now having sold out, Li Chen took less than 10 minutes. In these 10 minutes, not only did he sell all the salt, but the orcs' wariness towards Li Chen also crumbled in this short time. By now, quite a few orcs dared to stay close to Li Chen, curiously watching him. The ones who observed this change most clearly were the 3 beside Li Chen, Xiao Qing, Dina, and Anna. Xiao Qing was shocked, her silver teeth nearly biting through, but it still couldn't change the fact that she had lost. Her face was filled with conflict. Do I really have to take on a nickname like Ago? No way. I would rather die. On the other side, Dina and Anna, while marveling at Li Chen's intelligence, were also looking at him with strange expressions, time and again mentioning broad-mindedness. Did they, as princesses of the Silver Wolf clan, not care about their dignity? Of course, such complaints could not be voiced, so Dina and Anna could only wait alongside Xiao Qing for Li Chen. Meanwhile, Li Chen, the person involved, was completely oblivious to the actions of the 3 beside him, as he was now entirely captivated by the system's notification sounds. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the friendship of the fox people, bond value plus 13. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the friendship of the rabbit people, bond value plus 22. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the friendship of the cat people, bond value plus 19. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the friendship of the snake people, bond value plus 9. The orc tribe's talent has increased to 6.5%, and the beast transformation skill has been enhanced. Beast transformation, transform into a half-orc, doubling all attributes for a short time. Host, Li Chen realm, none. Strength, 2 constitution, 1 agility, 1 spirit, 2 talent, elf tribe talent 0.1%, orc tribe talent 6.5%. Talent skills, nature affinity, beast transformation bond. Value, 88 points. A total of 70 bags of salt increased Li Chen's bond value by 63 points, meaning each person who bought salt added 1 point to his bond value. In addition, his orc tribe talent had also been enhanced, and the beast transformation skill had changed from increasing by 1 time to increasing by 2 times. This skill may not seem very effective now, but once Li Chen began to cultivate, its terror would gradually manifest. The only regret was that the base values had indeed not increased. It was still 6 points, just as it had been before. It was unclear whether it was because the number of orc friends was still insufficient or if new friendships with other races were required for an increase. Regardless of all these trivial matters, with 88 points of bond value plus the earnings from selling salt, 40 first-level magic cores, and over 40 pieces of beast skins from orcs who didn't have magic cores, this was undoubtedly a great harvest. He just needed to find a suitable place, and he could finally exchange for fighting techniques and truly begin his cultivation. This time's gains exceeded Li Chen's expectations, but unfortunately, the next time would likely not yield such a large harvest. Based on Li Chen's experience, it was easiest for a foreign race to gain bond value the first time, as long as there was a slight goodwill. One could obtain 1 point of bond value from the other party. After that, it became very difficult to gain more bond value. Only when the other party's goodwill reached 1 star, roughly the level of friendship, could one gain bond value again. The orcs involved in this transaction had already received their bond value, so if it were the same group of orcs next time, it was likely there would be no bond value left. However, this place gathered hundreds of orcs, so Li Chen could at least harvest once more. Next time he needed to bring more salt. Even if all the orcs had been harvested for bond value once, Li Chen would still insist on coming to sell salt. If one day he could raise all these orcs' goodwill to the same 1 star as Dina and Anna, wouldn't he be able to easily gain hundreds of bond value every day? Life in this other world had finally gotten on track, and his future was full of hope. At this moment, Li Chen was in a great mood. Just as he was about to find Dina and Anna, he suddenly froze. He sensed a certain gaze. Li Chen scanned the surroundings and finally spotted a pair of long white ears and a pair of red eyes behind a hill. It was a rabbit person, about the same age as Xiao Qing, looking around 13 or 14 years old. However, unlike the ever-sly Xiao Qing, those eyes were filled only with curiosity, lacking even fear or vigilance. This was the first orc he encountered who was so unguarded, and he became interested, especially since the other party had white fur and red eyes. It is said that most Chinese people have a thing for white fur and red eyes. Whether this is true or not, Li Chen indeed liked this setting, especially since this rabbit person was a potential troublemaker not inferior to Xiao Qing. Li Chen tried waving at the rabbit girl. To his surprise, the little rabbit girl actually bounced over. Li Chen stared blankly at the curious rabbit girl looking up at him, momentarily unsure of what to do. He really just waved out of impulse, but this little rabbit was too unguarded, wasn't she? Facing the rabbit girl before him, Li Chen felt that if he were on Earth he would probably be called in for a chat by the police. But for heaven's sake, he really just waved his hand out of impulse, and she actually came over, looking at him with a silly expression, as if asking, "You called me, I'm here, what do you want?" Li Chen opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Xiao Qing noticed the situation. Initially, Xiao Qing didn't pay much attention, but when she saw the appearance of the rabbit girl, she suddenly slid forward. It was hard to explain how a girl with a human upper body and a snake tail could slide, but Xiao Qing managed it, and her movements were fluid. Xiao Qing slid in front of the rabbit girl and suddenly spread her arms to block Li Chen's view. With a wary look at Li Chen, she spoke to the rabbit girl behind her. "Ah, Xiao Bai, weren't you sleeping? Why are you here? Be careful, stay away from this human. This cunning human is rotten to the core. His despicable nature is enough to make even the beast gods shake their heads. You can't let this human infect you." Li Chen was filled with black lines, extremely dissatisfied as he said, "Who are you calling despicable? Ago, you've grown some skills, come on, Ago. Introduce this lovely little friend to Uncle Li. Ba, who is a dog? You are a dog, your whole family is a dog. Willing to gamble but not willing to lose? A dog, you are. Such an untrustworthy guy, how dare you call me despicable and shameless? I'm not being unreasonable. Our bet was that if I lost, my nickname would be a dog. But I never said anyone had to call me by that nickname, so I don't have to respond. I just won't. Ha ha ha, what can you do about it?" Li Chen was almost left speechless. By Xiao Qing, the little girl was already adept at arguing at such a young age. Li Chen felt that if this continued, he would be driven mad by her, but he couldn't beat her, so he could only swallow his anger and wait for a chance to get back at her in the future. Just as Li Chen was thinking of distancing himself from Xiao Qing, the rabbit girl named Xiao Bai circled around her, tugging at Li Chen's sleeve and asking, "Big brother, did you call me for something?" Xiao Bai's voice matched her appearance, exuding a cute and naive charm. Li Chen couldn't just admit that he was being impulsive, especially since the little girl had come over. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen checked the system store. It was rare for him to have some extra points, so he boldly spent 1 point of bond value to buy a pound of carrots. He then reached into his bosom, There was no other way. All items purchased from the system store were stored in the system space, and if he didn't conceal it, it would expose the existence of the system space. Just so happens I brought some carrots this time. Saying this, Li Chen pulled out a fresh carrot from his bosom. However, this ordinary carrot instantly caught the attention of Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, and the Dina sisters. Xiao Qing was the first to blurt out, "What is this? Why have I never seen it before?" Not just Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, and Dina Anna also looked puzzled. It seemed that carrots did not exist in this other world. Li Chen casually explained, "This is called a carrot, a very rare crop. Carrots are not only nutritious but also crunchy, and they have a sweet aftertaste that is particularly good for the eyes. It's a great thing." Listening to Li Chen, the four of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Li Chen wasn't very confident about the taste of carrots, but surely the rabbit people would like it, right? Holding the carrot, Li Chen handed it to Xiao Bai and said, "Big brother loves honest and trustworthy kids the most. Xiao Bai, you look like a good honest child, unlike some wishy-washy dog. Here, this carrot is for you." As he spoke, Li Chen seemed to seize every opportunity to provoke Xiao Qing, casting a pointed glance her way. Xiao Qing was instantly furious, but her gaze couldn't help but drift towards the carrot in Xiao Bai's hand. Sure enough, Xiao Bai had no defenses at all. She picked up the carrot and started munching on it without any suspicion. With the crisp sound of crunch, crunch, Xiao Bai was eating with such gusto that juice was splattering everywhere, her big red eyes squinting happily like crescent moons. Even Li Chen, who knew the taste of carrots, felt hungry watching. Horror. If he felt this way, how much more so for Xiao Chang and Dina Anna? Seeing the three girls staring at him with wide eyes, Li Chen could only helplessly reach into his bosom again. Fortunately, a pound of carrots was enough for 5, so Li Chen pulled out 2 more and handed one to Dina and one to Anna. He thought that as werewolves, Dina and Anna wouldn't like the taste of carrots, but to his surprise, they also enjoyed them immensely. It was then that Li Chen realized that edible crops were scarce in this world. The staple foods in Sinful Town were only bread, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, none of which he had ever seen before. Therefore, fresh vegetables were considered rare delicacies in their eyes, even surpassing meat. This gave Li Chen an idea. Perhaps in the future he could make some money from crops. Watching Xiao Bai, Dina, and Anna enjoying their carrots, Xiao Qing suddenly felt disheartened and swallowed hard. She stole a few glances at Li Chen, wanting to speak but unable to lower her pride. Li Chen naturally noticed, and with a teasing tone, he said, "What's wrong, a dog? Do you want to eat? You're the a dog, your whole family is a dog's." Well, such a tough mouth. Li Chen had no intention of indulging Xiao Qing, so he pulled back the hand that was reaching for the carrot in his embrace. Xiao Qing didn't say anything, but for some reason, as she looked at Xiao Bai and the others munching on their carrots, a wave of grievance suddenly surged in her heart. The more Xiao Qing thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and she immediately said to Li Chen, "If you don't eat, then don't eat. What's so great about it? Don't think that just because you gave Xiao Bai that carrot, she'll be close to you. I'm Xiao Bai's best friend. No matter how hard you try, as long as I'm here, Xiao Bai won't pay attention to you." Ha! To dare provoke him at this point truly made Li Chen laugh in anger. He hadn't intended to go to extremes, but now it seemed he really had to play the villain today, letting Xiao Qing know that if he, Li Chen, wanted to, he could easily crush a girl's heart. At that moment, Li Chen said to Xiao Qing, "Let's make a bet then. Let's bet on who Xiao Bai likes more. Same old rules. If I lose, I'll bring you 3 pounds of salt for free next time I come. If you lose, I'll call you a dog from now on, and you'll have to respond honestly. Do you dare? Who's afraid of you?" Good, she took the bait. Li Chen smirked slyly and walked over to Xiao Bai. He squatted in front of her and asked, "Xiao Bai, between me and Xiao Qing, who do you like more?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing burst out laughing. There was no question about it. If she lost, she would really change her name to a dog from today. Just as Xiao Bai finished her carrot and was about to answer, Li Chen pulled out another carrot from his pocket. He waved the carrot in front of Xiao Bai. Xiao Qing was taken aback, about to call it despicable. At that moment, after a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Bai spoke up, "I like Big Brother just a tiny bit more." A thunderclap. In that instant, Xiao Qing froze in place. Her originally cunning eyes seemed to die at that moment. From then on, the Beastman tribe lost a snake girl lowly named Xiao Qing and gained a defeated dog named a dog. It wasn't just Xiao Qing who was stunned by Xiao Bai's response. Li Chen was also momentarily dazed, but for a different reason. It was because of the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining friendship with the rabbit tribe, bond value +1. Ding! Xiao Bai from the rabbit tribe has reached 1-star favorability towards you. Daily interaction with her can earn 1 bond value. Ding! Gain 1 bond value from interacting with Xiao Bai. Li Chen didn't expect that when Xiao Bai said she liked him, she really meant it. The favorability had directly reached 1 star. Li Chen didn't even know whether to say that Xiao Bai was truly a good child who matched her words with actions, or to say that a foodie was like this. Regardless of which, it was a good thing, but unfortunately he couldn't stay here forever, so he wouldn't be able to earn that 1 bond value every day. Xiao Bai puffed her cheeks and finished her carrot. It seemed that 2 carrots had filled her up. Truly a foodie, she felt sleepy as soon as she was full. Big brother, Xiao Bai is sleepy and wants to go back to sleep. Goodbye, big brother. Li Chen said goodbye to Xiao Bai and then she returned to the cave at the foot of the hill. The beastmen living here had dug a series of interconnected tunnels underground, crafted by the rabbit tribe who were skilled at digging to guard against the ambushes of magical beasts. The tunnels were complex and connected to multiple exits, resembling a maze capable of blocking most enemies. Many powerful magical beasts had been trapped and died in the maze. Unfortunately, these orcs did not yet trust Li Chen enough, so he had no opportunity to witness the wonders underground. Li Chen turned back to look. Dina and Anna had not yet returned. Dina and Anna's goal was to unite the orcs here, forming a force to prepare for the future revenge and revival of the Silver Wolf clan. Therefore, the two were currently in the underground cave, negotiating with those orcs. With nothing to do, Li Chen could only obediently stay in place and wait. Fortunately, there was a little snake girl beside him. Seeing her defeated expression kept him from getting too bored. After a while, Xiao Qing seemed to finally recover from the earlier blow. She glanced around and found that Xiao Bai had long since disappeared, leaving only that annoying human, that damned human who was actually still mocking her. Xiao Qing didn't give Li Chen a good look at all. Xiao Bai was her best friend, and she naturally understood Xiao Bai. In Xiao Bai's eyes, there was only sleeping and eating. If it weren't for the strange carrot that this human had pulled out, Xiao Bai would never have betrayed her. Everything was to blame on this human named Li Chen. From the very beginning, Li Chen had targeted her, and now everyone had carrots to eat except her. Indeed, humans were all bad people. The more Xiao Qing thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and the unfamiliar sensation made her eyes red. After all, she was just a child, and being treated differently inevitably made her feel wronged. Seeing this, Li Chen also felt he shouldn't be angry with a child. He sighed, stood up, and turned to walk away, as if he couldn't bear the sight of Xiao Qing about to cry. However, he accidentally left a leather bag behind. Xiao Qing watched Li Chen's figure slowly walk away, then glanced at the leather bag not far away. Just as she was about to remind Li Chen, she suddenly remembered something and pouted, turning her head away. After a moment, Xiao Qing thought Li Chen would come back to retrieve the leather bag, but she never saw him again. Thus, she looked at the abandoned leather bag again, and then walked up to it. Careless human, serves you right for losing it. These things are now mine. Xiao Qing rarely showed a smile as she opened the leather bag, and the next moment, her eyes were filled with surprise. Inside the leather bag were 2 small bags of salt and a fresh, juicy carrot. Orcs who couldn't enter the gathering place were all lacking salt, and Xiao Qing was no exception. She had wanted to buy some, but due to her previous actions, she felt embarrassed to ask Li Chen for salt. She had been unsure of what to do. Fortunately, now she had salt. Looking at the 2 small bags of salt, a hint of amazement appeared in her eyes. How magical! The salt was snow white. A smile spread across Xiao Qing's face as she carefully stored the salt, then picked up the carrot, hesitating before trying a small bite. It's not that great, huh? Even as she said this, she still held onto the carrot, taking bite after bite, enjoying it immensely. If Li Chen saw this scene, he would probably have to comment, a snake is actually gnawing on a carrot, my goodness. Unknowingly, Xiao Qing had eaten more than half of the carrot, and the grievance in her eyes had vanished. As she continued to munch, Xiao Qing suddenly huffed loudly. Stinky human, do you think I don't know you dropped these things on purpose? Forget it, I'll just take it as your apology for your rudeness. I'll reluctantly accept it. This carrot is indeed quite tasty. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Chen heard the system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining friendship with the Serpent People, bond value +1, ding! Xiao Qing of the Serpent People has reached 1-star affinity with you, daily interaction with her can earn 1 bond value, ding! Gained 1 bond value from interacting with Xiao Qing. Looking at the system prompt, Li Chen revealed a wicked smile, murmuring to himself, little girl, trying to compete with me? You're already in my grasp, aren't you? Ha ha ha. That laugh was so evil that it truly did a disservice to the word human. Over an hour later, Dina and Anna finally emerged from the underground cave. Li Chen didn't know what the two had discussed with the orcs here, but their expressions were not too good. Li Chen, being perceptive, didn't ask. The 3 then began their return. After nearly half a day's journey, they finally returned to the cave before it was completely dark. Naturally, Li Chen couldn't stay in the cave overnight. Before leaving, he looked at his spoils with some distress. 40 level 1 magic cores and 43 pieces of level 1 beast fur. The magic cores were manageable, as he could just hide them on his person, but even tightly bound, 43 pieces of beast fur were quite a burden. At that moment, Li Chen also realized that the system space could only store items from the system shop. To have a storage space for the beast fur, he needed bond value to unlock it. Li Chen glanced at the price. Good grief, 100 bond value for just 1 cubic meter. He gave up immediately, and ultimately chose to leave most of the fur in the cave of the Dina sisters. He took all the magic cores and 5 pieces of level 1 beast fur back to Sin Town. That night, Li Chen sold the fur at the Mercenary Guild. Although Li Chen hadn't cultivated fighting energy, these furs came from the lowest level of level 1 beasts, so it didn't raise any suspicions. Each piece of fur sold for 50 copper coins, and Li Chen successfully received 250 copper coins. Thus, Li Chen finally moved out of the stable today and into the only inn in Sin Town. Damn it, this shabby inn actually charges 5 copper coins a day, and that doesn't even include meals. Li Chen looked at the room, which had only a bed and a table, less than 10 square meters, and shook his head helplessly. Well, it's better than the stable, but I only have 2 silver coins and 56 copper coins on me now. I can't stay in a place like this for long. It seems I need to sell more beast fur. With that thought, Li Chen didn't rush to find Dina and Anna. He hadn't forgotten that his bond value was finally enough to buy a fighting energy technique. Starting today, he would become a fighting energy apprentice. The human fighting energy techniques are divided into 6 levels, increasing from level 1 to level 6. Each level up increases your basic attributes by tenfold. A level 1 fighting energy apprentice has basic attributes 10 times that of an ordinary person, while a level 2 fighter has basic attributes 10 times that of a level 1 fighting energy apprentice. Therefore, while basic attributes are important, the realm is equally crucial. With a significant gap in realms, even if you have the qualifications of a chosen one, it's hard to fight beyond your level. Li Chen's basic attributes were not low. He even possessed the powerful skill of beast transformation, but right now, he could never defeat a level 1 fighting energy apprentice or a level 1 beast. Thus, he had long wanted to cultivate fighting energy. Li Chen eagerly found the yellow tier fighting energy technique in the system shop and unhesitatingly spent 50 bond value to buy it. In an instant, the method for cultivating yellow tier fighting energy appeared in his mind. Following the technique, Li Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, then formed hand seals and began his first cultivation. After purchasing books from the system shop, Li Chen discovered a significant benefit when buying knowledge-related items. That is, when you purchase a technique, the system integrates all the knowledge of the technique into your mind, as if you had learned it from scratch over several years. Relying on this method to master knowledge, even without anyone teaching Li Chen, he found no difficulty in learning. Before long, under the correct cultivation method, Li Chen had cultivated his first strand of fighting energy. In his first attempt, he produced the first strand of fighting energy in just a few minutes. Anyone who heard about it would surely call him a fraud. Yet Li Chen had truly accomplished it. He did not become complacent. He knew this was merely the beginning, and what followed was crucial. Li Chen changed his cultivation method and began to form another set of hand seals. The strand of fighting energy he had just cultivated entered his dantian. The fighting energy continuously rotated within the dantian, eventually transforming into a cyclone. Then the cyclone began to operate, and Li Chen could distinctly feel a pulling force emanating from his dantian. Under this pulling force, a special energy from the surrounding air was continuously absorbed by him, merging into the cyclone after entering the dantian. The cyclone kept growing larger and stronger. 1 inch, 2 inches, 9 inches. Until the sky darkened. After a full day of cultivation, the fighting cyclone finally reached 10 inches. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, and in an instant, a golden light burst forth from his eyes, slowly dissipating after a moment. Huff! Is this the power of a level 1 fighting energy apprentice? Li Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, looking at his hands, feeling an indescribable powerful force surging within him, a stark contrast to before his cultivation. Feeling the fighting energy in his dantian, although it was his first encounter with it, Li Chen felt he could already manipulate it with ease. With just a thought, the fighting energy would surge from his dantian, appearing in any part of his body. Then he could feel that part of his body being reinforced, endowed with boundless strength. The fighting energy was like a child to him, allowing him to command it as he wished. Li Chen could say that if his fighting energy were not still too weak to leave his body, he felt he could easily transform it into the form of a horse, which is known as fighting energy transformation into a horse. Li Chen then glanced at the system panel. Host, Li Chen Realm, Level 1 Fighting Energy Apprentice Strength, 2*10 Physique, 1*10 Agility, 1*10 Spirit, 2*10 Talent. Elf Race Talent 0.1%, Orc Race Talent 6.7% Talent Skills, Nature Affinity *0.1, Beast Transformation *3 Bond Value 40 points. Indeed, all basic attributes were multiplied by 10, and at this moment he already possessed the strength to completely overpower that unicorn wolf from before. Coupled with his 2 talent skills, it was likely that very few level 1 magical beasts could defeat him. I am truly terrifying now. In the outer area of the sinful forest, Li Chen held a machete, his eyes fixed intently on the unicorn wolf ahead, not daring to relax for a moment. The increase in strength did not make Li Chen arrogant. The first thing that came to his mind was to quickly familiarize himself with his current power. Combat was undoubtedly the most effective and efficient method. Li Chen always remembered how he had been chased like a dog by the unicorn wolf. Now, facing it, they could be considered sworn enemies, glaring at each other. Roar! The unicorn wolf's blood-red eyes locked onto Li Chen, continuously emitting low growls. It sensed a threat. The beast's instinct told it that the human before it was very dangerous. It hesitated between fleeing and attacking. Soon, it made a decision. Roar! With a roar, the unicorn wolf moved its limbs swiftly towards Li Chen, then opened its massive jaws to bite down. The unicorn wolf's speed was still incredibly fast. Li Chen hurriedly circulated the fighting energy within his body, and in an instant, power filled him completely. Even though Li Chen was now a level 1 fighting energy apprentice with his attribute points enhanced tenfold plus the talent of natural affinity, his agility had reached an impressive 11 points. However, compared to the unicorn wolf with agility close to 20 points, he still fell short. Fortunately, Li Chen's mental strength was exceptionally high, reaching 22 points. The level of mental strength is extremely important, even for humans who cannot use magic. After all, the higher the mental value, the more resolute a person's will becomes, and their reaction speed also increases. With a mental value of 22, Li Chen possessed reaction capabilities far surpassing that of the unicorn wolf. Although the unicorn wolf was fast, Li Chen managed to dodge it by sidestepping just in time. Seizing the moment when the unicorn wolf couldn't turn around, Li Chen swung his axe fiercely at the wolf's waist. Clang! A crisp sound of breaking echoed as Li Chen's axe injured the unicorn wolf's waist, but it snapped the moment it hit the bone, leaving him with only half of the axe in hand. Damn, this ordinary weapon really won't do. I must get a good weapon next time I have the chance. Li Chen had no time to curse, as the unicorn wolf had already turned to attack. The injury had driven the unicorn wolf nearly mad, and it lunged at Li Chen recklessly. Li Chen's exceptional reaction speed came into play once again. This time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he charged forward, then rolled to the ground, ending up beneath the unicorn wolf. Gripping the half-axe tightly, Li Chen used it like a dagger and stabbed at the unicorn wolf's abdomen. With a thud, the axe plunged into the soft belly of the unicorn wolf. No bones here, right? Li Chen sneered, yanking the axe back with force. With a tearing sound, the unicorn wolf's abdomen was ripped open, creating a gaping wound, nearly a meter long, and its innards spilled out onto the ground. Before long, the unicorn wolf took its last breath. Seeing that he had easily taken down a unicorn wolf, though it was expected, still filled Li Chen with pride. Roar! 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 Before he could bask in his triumph for too long, 3 unicorn wolves suddenly sprang out from the forest behind him. Li Chen was startled. It turned out that unicorn wolves were pack animals. It seemed that his previous escape was thanks to running far enough away. Li Chen remained calm. The current situation was neither too good nor too bad. He could handle 1 unicorn wolf easily thanks to his superior reaction speed. However, facing 3 unicorn wolves that were faster than him posed a significant risk even for him. Forget it, this is a good opportunity to test how strong I am now with the Beast Transformation skill. The Beast Transformation skill was Li Chen's trump card. He had originally planned not to use it to hone his combat skills. But now that he realized unicorn wolves were pack animals, he worried that if he took too long, he might attract a whole pack and be surrounded, which would be disastrous. Therefore, he needed to end this quickly. At this moment, the 3 unicorn wolves coordinated perfectly, spreading out and slowly closing in on Li Chen from 3 directions. In such a situation, it was easy to become overly focused on one side and neglect the other. Beast Transformation. Li Chen wasted no time and immediately activated the Beast Transformation skill. In an instant, his entire body, except for his face, sprouted dense black fur. In the blink of an eye, Li Chen seemed to transform into a primitive man, his body bulging with exaggerated muscles. It was at this moment that a force, as if it wanted to burst Li Chen's entire body apart, surged within him. This force was extremely violent, rampaging through his body, completely unresponsive to his commands like fighting energy would be. The Beast Transformation truly lives up to its reputation as a skill of the orc race. Without the powerful physique of the orc race, one simply cannot withstand it. At this moment, Li Chen could feel that if he didn't release the power within him, he might really explode. Li Chen no longer hesitated and, in an instant, exerted all his strength. His entire body turned into an afterimage, moving so fast that even the agile level 20 unicorn wolves couldn't see him clearly. In a flash, a cold light flickered across the 3 unicorn wolves. Before the 3 unicorn wolves could figure out what had happened, the next moment, a large gash suddenly opened in their abdomens, and their innards fell to the ground. The 3 unicorn wolves could only let out weak cries of anguish before slowly losing their breath. After retracting his machete, Li Chen glanced at his current system panel. Host, Li Chen. Beast Transformation State, Realm, Level 1 Fighter Apprentice Strength, 66 Constitution, 33 Agility, 33 Spirit, 66 Talent, Elf Race Talent 0.1%, Orc Race Talent 6.7% Talent Skills, Nature Affinity *0.1, Beast Transformation. *3 Bond Value, 40 points. The current values were the result of the dual enhancement of Nature Affinity and Beast Transformation. Under such monstrous values, the deaths of the 3 unicorn wolves were completely justified. After roughly understanding his limits, Li Chen hurriedly his Beast Transformation state. Even though only a few seconds had passed from use to completion, Li Chen still felt a stinging pain all over his body. Although the Beast Transformation skill is powerful, it exceeds the limits of my body. If my Orc Race talent continues to increase and the Beast Transformation skill further improves, I might not even dare to use it. Li Chen didn't expect to have a headache because the skill's effect was too strong. However, this problem was actually easy to solve. As long as he continued to improve his strength and reach level 2 as a fighter, his constitution would break through the value of 100. Then, using the Beast Transformation skill would naturally be fine. Thinking of this, Li Chen immediately felt motivated. After returning, he would continue to practice his fighting energy. However, before that, he needed to clean up the scene in front of him. Li Chen glanced at the 4 unicorn wolf corpses. Each magical beast corpse had significant value, and Li Chen was currently short on money, so he immediately took the broken machete to start collecting the unicorn wolf bodies. But just a few minutes later, he gave up. The machete not only couldn't cut off the horns from the unicorn wolves, but even their fur was difficult to slice through. In just these few minutes, the remaining blade of the machete had become pitted and was clearly unusable. Li Chen couldn't stay here any longer. Who knows if he would be surrounded by a pack of unicorn wolves if he waited too long. Do I have to take these 4 unicorn wolves to Dina and Anna? No, I can't trouble Dina and Anna with everything, otherwise, in their eyes, I would become someone who likes to rely on others, which is fatal in the orc race where strength is respected. To enhance friendship and goodwill, this must be avoided. It seems I can only carry them all back, but that would be quite conspicuous. I hope it won't expose the fact that I've suddenly learned fighting energy. At this moment, Li Chen was grateful that he had no acquaintances in Sin Town. I should also consider the weapon issue. No amount of machetes can deal with magical beasts. I need to get a good weapon. I've heard that dwarves are best at forging and building. If I have the chance to establish friendship with the dwarves, I must get them to help me forge a good weapon. Thinking of this, Li Chen tied the 4 unicorn wolves together with a rope. Up! With a light shout, the nearly 1,000-pound weight of the 4 unicorn wolves was lifted onto Li Chen's back, and he only felt a bit strained. Not long after, Li Chen returned to Sin Town, carrying the unicorn wolves straight towards the Mercenary Guild. At this time, he naturally attracted the attention of many people, but when those people saw that Li Chen was carrying the lowest level 1 unicorn wolves, they quickly averted their gazes. Li Chen smoothly entered the Mercenary Guild and called for a staff member. Coincidentally, it was the middle-aged man who had registered his mercenary license last time. He seemed not to remember Li Chen and simply followed the procedure, asking him to show his mercenary license. The middle-aged man suddenly froze upon seeing the license and instinctively asked Li Chen, "Haven't you cultivated Do Chi yet? How did you kill those unicorn wolves?" When Li Chen registered his mercenary license last time, he indeed had not cultivated Do Chi, and this information was recorded on the license, which puzzled the middle-aged man. Li Chen did not explain. Instead, he extended his right hand, and Do Chi surged into it before he clenched his fist tightly. With a loud bang, it was as if the air had exploded in his grasp. Just this action was enough to prove that Li Chen was now a powerful individual with Do Chi. Seeing this, although the middle-aged man understood why Li Chen could kill the unicorn wolves, his curiosity only grew stronger. There weren't many people in Sin Town, so the middle-aged man didn't receive many visitors each day. At first, he didn't recognize Li Chen, but now, looking at the mercenary license, he slowly recalled that Li Chen was the ordinary person who had just registered a few days ago. He remembered that Li Chen had bribed him with a hefty sum of 1 copper coin, making him talk a lot about Do Chi, nearly leaving his throat smoking. At that time, this young man was clearly just an ordinary person. Why had he suddenly become a Do Chi apprentice? The middle-aged man maintained a calm exterior, but his eyes slowly narrowed at that moment. Although the middle-aged staff member was puzzled, he ultimately didn't ask any further questions, knowing that Li Chen wouldn't say anything even if he did, so he simply noted it down. Li Chen's unicorn wolves were then successfully bought by the Mercenary Guild. The magic cores of the unicorn wolves were worth 1 silver coin each, the horns 50 copper coins, the pelts 50 copper coins, and the wolf meat was worthless, totaling 1 silver coin for several hundred pounds of it. In the end, Li Chen received a total of 9 silver coins, which could be considered a windfall. With a total of 11 silver coins and 56 copper coins, he wouldn't have to worry about lodging expenses for a long time. Indeed, hunting magical beasts was one of the most profitable ventures in the Sin Forest. The reason it was said to be one of the most profitable was that there was an even more violent trade in slaves. Compared to buying slaves for some shameful activities, Li Chen was more eager to continue his cultivation. Although his strength had multiplied countless times in an instant, being a level 1 Do Chi apprentice was clearly not Li Chen's endpoint. He was determined to become even stronger. Upon returning to the inn, Li Chen began to cultivate Do Chi again. However, not long after, he suddenly frowned. It wasn't that there was a problem with his cultivation, but rather that the speed was too slow. He had just cultivated for nearly an hour, yet the Do Chi vortex showed almost no change. The process of advancing from a level 1 Do Chi apprentice to a level 2 Do fighter relied on the Do Chi vortex in the Dantian continuously absorbing Do Chi, ultimately condensing it into a liquid form. As long as he condensed a full 10 drops of liquid Do Chi, he could break through to a level 2 Do fighter. However, after an hour of cultivation, the Do Chi vortex showed no signs of condensing liquid Do Chi at all. Am I being too impatient? That's right, I just broke through and I'm already thinking about the next breakthrough. It can't happen that quickly. Li Chen began to calm himself and continued to cultivate. For 3 consecutive days, aside from eating and sleeping to address physiological needs, Li Chen didn't leave his room. After 3 days of day and night cultivation, on the night of the 3rd day, Li Chen suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with extreme confusion. No, the Dochi vortex shows no signs of condensing liquid Dochi at all. I can feel that the Dochi vortex is slowly condensing Dochi, but the speed is just too slow. It might take a month to condense even a single drop of liquid Dochi. If that's the case, I might not be able to advance to a level 2 fighter in a year, Li Chen thought, furrowing his brow. After just experiencing a day of breaking through to a level 1 Chi apprentice, being told that it would take over a year to break through to level 2 would make anyone doubt if something was wrong. Li Chen suspected that he had misunderstood the Chi techniques. But after studying for half a day, he was quite certain that the system's knowledge transfer was perfect and there was no issue with his understanding of the Chi techniques. After searching for a long time without finding a reason, Li Chen had no choice but to temporarily give up. He decided to visit Dina and Anna the next day. It was time for a new round of salt trading, and he hadn't harvested the bond points from Dina, Anna, and even Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing for a long time. He also hoped to indirectly inquire about the reasons for the slowed breakthroughs from Dina and Anna. Although the techniques practiced by the beastmen and humans were different, some things ultimately led to the same destination, and perhaps they could provide him with answers. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Li Chen left the sinful town early in the morning, and after confirming that no one was following him, he slowly made his way to the cave where Dina and Anna were. In the human empire, the most valuable slaves, aside from the elves, were the beastmen. The elves, due to their natural beauty, either being handsome men or beautiful women, were highly favored by the wealthy. The beastmen were similar. Although male beastmen might not be handsome, they were certainly fierce and strong, making them the best slaves in the arena. Female beastmen, while cute, often possessed a wild beauty that was different from that of elven beauties, making them highly coveted by humans. Besides this, the sea tribes also attracted significant attention from slave traders, but unfortunately, they lived in the ocean, making capture too difficult and costly, thus not being the optimal choice for slave traders. Therefore, as the most valuable, both elves and beastmen were the primary targets for slave traders. Once their whereabouts were discovered, slave traders would go to great lengths to capture them. Li Chen was already well aware of this and naturally had to be cautious. With some distance still from the cave, Li Chen took out a bone flute from his pocket, the same one Anna had used as a signal last time. He blew into the bone flute, although no sound came out. Soon after, Dina emerged from the shadows of the trees. Li Chen, you're here? Seeing Li Chen, Dina looked very happy. Since they had received Li Chen's salt, her previously weak body had recovered, and she appeared youthful and full of vitality. Li Chen was naturally pleased to see the lovely Dina and replied, I've brought some more salt. I came to see if you and your kin need any. We need it, of course we do. At this moment, Anna also walked out of the cave. Unlike Dina's exuberance, the older Anna was more composed. While not cold, she had an ice queen-like aura, and combined with her devilish figure, she could definitely be called a mature woman. Li Chen dared not focus too much on her ample generosity and continued the conversation. How much do you need? Without hesitation, Anna replied, whatever you have, we'll take it all. Li Chen was slightly surprised. As far as he knew, counting the beastmen on the prairie, there were only about 100 people on Anna's side. Based on a daily requirement of 6 grams of salt per person, they would need at most over 30 pounds of salt in a month. Li Chen knew that Anna was not the type to boast, so when she said they would take whatever he had, she truly meant it. Even if it was hundreds or thousands of pounds of salt, she would take it. But what did Anna need so much salt for? Did she know other beastmen who needed salt? This was related to Li Chen's bond points, so he naturally had to ask. The result was beyond Li Chen's expectations. Anna said, in 2 months, winter will arrive, and we must start preparing. Subsequently, Li Chen learned that the winter in the magical continent is quite different from that on Earth. On Earth, the temperature might drop a bit and it may snow, but as long as you wear a few more layers, you can still go out for a stroll every day. However, in the magical continent, once winter comes, the temperature gradually drops to a terrifying level, and if heavy snow falls, it could freeze an adult to death within an hour. Moreover, most wild beasts and magical creatures will hibernate, and all crops will die from the frost, leading to extreme food scarcity. If the situation becomes severe, the 4 great nations in the gathering place of the sinful forest might even evacuate everyone and wait until spring to return. During this time, no salt will enter the sinful forest at all. To ensure they can survive the winter, they must prepare enough salt in advance. That's why Anna dared to say they could take as much as they wanted. After all, it was for the salt needed for the next 3 to 4 months. Even if it was 1,000 pounds, Anna wouldn't think it was too much. 1,000 pounds of salt would require 1,000 points of bond value to exchange. Due to the price difference, 1 point of bond value can sell for 1.4 points of salt value. It seems profitable, but there is a significant problem. Even if the trading partner is an orc who lives by hunting, the number of magic cores they possess is limited. And for some of the salt, they can only exchange it for magical beast pelts and materials. For instance, in the last transaction, Li Chen exchanged a total of 5 pounds of salt, which equated to 5 points of bond value. However, in the end, by selling the salt, he only obtained 41st level magic cores, with the rest being magical beast pelts. The 41st level magic cores absorbed by the system would only yield 4 points of bond value. As a result, while the money he had might increase, the bond value would soon become insufficient. This was not the outcome Li Chen wanted. If he continued trading like this, he would quickly find himself unable to provide salt due to insufficient bond value, subsequently unable to obtain magic cores, and severing the connection with the orcs through salt, rendering all his efforts futile. Li Chen couldn't think of a solution at the moment. However, he couldn't tell Dina and Anna about this. Li Chen only replied that he would find a way to get more salt. With Li Chen's assurance, Anna seemed to feel a lot more at ease. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen asked Anna about the sudden slowdown in his cultivation speed. What? You've already learned fighting energy and even broken through to the first level fighting apprentice realm? Anna lost her composure for the first time, her voice betraying her surprise. Li Chen nodded. Was this really that strange? What? Li Chen, you've learned fighting energy and even broken through to the first level fighting apprentice realm? Immediately, Dina also exclaimed in shock. Li Chen scratched his head, not expecting such a strong reaction from both Dina and Anna, as if they had seen a ghost. Seeing this, Dina and Anna seemed to understand that Li Chen was once again lacking common sense. This situation had occurred many times before, so the sisters were not surprised and explained. The fighting energy of humans, the blood energy of orcs, the magic of elves, and the body refining of dwarves, although they are different powers, the difficulty of cultivation is quite similar. When I and Dina comprehended the first trace of blood energy, it took us nearly 10 days. From comprehending blood energy to cultivating to the first level orc warrior, it took us about half a year. Thus, Dina and I are among the best in terms of talent among the orcs. It's quite normal for those with poorer talent to take a few years to break through to the first level orc warrior. And you actually took only a few days to go from an ordinary person to a first level fighter, and you still wonder what's strange about it? As she spoke, Anna seemed to be both amused and exasperated by Li Chen's ignorance. Dina beside him directly called Li Chen 2 words, pervert. Li Chen was stunned after hearing this. Was it really that difficult to cultivate from level 0 to level 1 fighter? If he were to tell Dina and Anna that he had only cultivated for a total of 1 day, no, it should be said that he had only cultivated for an entire day and then broke through to level 1 fighter, wouldn't they explode on the spot? Li Chen didn't mention this, as it was simply too shocking. However, a new question arose. The fact that he had managed to cultivate from 0 to level 1 fighter in such a short time indicated that his cultivation aptitude was excellent. But why did it take him a whole year to progress? From level 1 to level 2? If he needed a year, how long would it take others to advance from level 1 to level 2? I took 5 years, and Dina took 4.5 years to successfully break through to level 2. Of course, our speed is still among the fastest of the orcs. Li Chen understood immediately after hearing this. His cultivation speed was indeed extraordinary. He was 4 to 5 times faster than the fastest cultivators, Dina and Anna. With such a cultivation speed, it was likely that even the so-called chosen ones couldn't compare. Li Chen pondered for a moment and felt that his rapid cultivation speed was likely related to his awakening of the talents of both the elf and orc races. The bond system had many hidden functions, such as the incredible ability to change basic attributes. It wouldn't be surprising if it could also accelerate cultivation speed. It was indeed quite powerful. However, having said that, he still couldn't figure out why his cultivation speed had slowed down. From 0 to 1, it took an entire day. From 1 to 2, it took a whole year. Could it be that his extraordinary cultivation speed was only effective from 0 to 1? Li Chen didn't think so he indirectly asked Anna about the factors that could affect cultivation speed. Anna thought for a moment and quickly replied, there are quite a few factors that influence it. 1. Aptitude, which is the most significant factor. It even determines your future limits. Ordinary people may never be able to advance beyond level 3 due to aptitude restrictions. 2. Resources, having external help can naturally speed up cultivation. For example, we orcs can significantly enhance our cultivation speed with herbs that strengthen the body. It doesn't even have to be herbs. Eating the meat of powerful magical beasts can also aid our cultivation. Then there's the magic core, which contains the essence of the magical beast, but unfortunately, it can't be absorbed directly. It needs to be purified with a purification potion before it can be absorbed as pure energy by everyone. 3. The level of the cultivation technique is also extremely crucial. Techniques are divided into 4 categories: ordinary, fine, legendary, and mythical. The lower the quality of the technique, the slower the cultivation speed will be in the later stages. Higher quality techniques not only allow for faster cultivation but also grant stronger power after cultivation. An ordinary level technique can enhance a person's body by 10 times after reaching level 1. The fine level blood techniques that Dina and I cultivate also enhance the body by 10 times, but due to the difference in blood purity, 1 portion of fine level blood can equal 3 portions of ordinary level blood. Therefore, after reaching level 1, the actual enhancement can reach 10 by 3 times. As for the more powerful legendary and mythical techniques, I've hardly heard of them. Perhaps they truly only exist in legends. Every time Anna mentioned these so-called common knowledge points, Li Chen would gain significant insights. This time was no different. It turned out there were so many intricacies in cultivation. Based on the three influencing factors Anna mentioned, Li Chen recalled the technique he was cultivating, which was displayed as a yellow level technique in the system shop. Was there a better technique above the yellow level? Thinking this, Li Chen secretly opened the system shop to take a look. To his surprise, he actually found something. Mysterious level fighting technique, 500 bond points. Indeed, there are better cultivation methods, and as soon as Li Chen saw the name, he knew these methods must be arranged according to the principles of heaven and earth, corresponding exactly to what Anna referred to as myths, legends, premium, and ordinary. However, this insidious system actually hid the last three levels of cultivation methods, making it impossible to search for earth and heaven level fighting techniques in the system shop at this moment. Li Chen reluctantly clicked on the Xian level fighting technique. Ding, cultivating the Xian level fighting technique requires first mastering the Huang level fighting technique. Ding, detected that the host has already cultivated the Huang level fighting technique meeting the conditions. Ding, hosts bond value is insufficient, unable to purchase the Xian level fighting technique. Goodness, it turns out that the cultivation methods of heaven and earth need to be practiced step by step. Does that mean he has to master the earth, Xian, and Huang level techniques before he can cultivate the heaven level technique? But the Huang level requires 50 bond points, the Xian level requires 500 bond points, and one can imagine that the earth level would require 5,000 bond points, while the heaven level would be a staggering 50,000 bond points. Looking at this string of numbers, Li Chen at that moment truly understood the meaning of the phrase a long wait. He finally figured out why his cultivation speed had suddenly slowed down. The Huang level fighting technique was too low in rank, affecting his cultivation speed. However, he also found a solution. Using rare materials and magic cores to assist in cultivation could speed up the process. Unfortunately, he had no rare materials, and the magic core needed to be purified by an alchemist, which he couldn't use at the moment. So, the only remaining option was a rather difficult one: to purchase the Xian level fighting technique. Alright, everything had returned to the initial starting point, no bond points. No matter how much time passed, the system seemed to always make Li Chen understand that bond points were everything. They were the stepping stones for him to establish himself and embrace a beautiful future that was otherwise unattainable. And to gain bonds, he had to continuously make friends with different races, establishing a world where multiple races could coexist peacefully. This was precisely the future the system desired when Li Chen first bound to it. Thinking this way, Li Chen felt as if he had been constrained by the system all along, constantly striving for the future that the system wanted. Of course, Li Chen could resist. The system had yet to reveal any intelligence, seeming only to act like a machine, following a preset program. Therefore, if Li Chen wanted, he could instantly give up, dismissing the bond points as worthless, choosing instead to chop wood and eat black bread every day, living in a stable. Li Chen could absolutely do this, and the system wouldn't punish him for it. But if Li Chen wanted to survive in this forest of sin and achieve the beautiful life of his dreams, he had to work hard to gain bond points. And this seemed to fall right into the system's trap. Everything was too coincidental, as if it had been designed. From this, Li Chen speculated that his crossing over might not have been an accident, but rather that someone or some existence had analyzed his personality and desires, selecting him, who had just happened to die unexpectedly, to cross over and become the master of the system. As for who did this, what was the ultimate goal? Li Chen felt that as long as he kept getting stronger, he would eventually find out. For now, he could only persuade himself that this damn system was ultimately just a convenient tool serving him alone. Only by thinking this way could the frustration in his heart lessen a bit. Even so, Li Chen secretly vowed that if he ever met the person who designed all of this, regardless of whether they had good or evil intentions, he would use his fist, as big as a sandbag, to kiss their face, and at least do it twice, once on the left eye and once on the right. How much salt did you bring this time? After Anna explained the matter of cultivation speed, she quickly asked about the salt. Li Chen took out the salt he had prepared long ago. This time he exchanged for a total of 10 pounds of salt, leaving him with only 32 points of bond value, of which 2 points came from his interaction with Dina and Anna today. Anna's eyes lit up at the sight of the 10 bags of salt. So much? Li Chen didn't respond. He was worried that if too many people traded with furs this time, he would soon run out of bond value to exchange for salt. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to get salt, and before long, he wouldn't be able to earn bond value. If the orcs couldn't survive the winter because of this, it would all be over. Dina and Anna didn't notice Li Chen's worries and immediately set off for the grassland where the orcs were. This time, Li Chen also became a fighter, and the three of them no longer had to walk slowly for half a day. With the support of fighting spirit and vitality, it took just over an hour for the three of them to reach the grassland again. As Anna blew the silent bone flute, the orcs soon appeared. This time, apart from being cautious at first, they no longer guarded against Li Chen and instead eagerly came to him for trade. Li Chen immediately took out all 10 pounds of salt, with the price still the same as last time, 14 first level magic cores for 1 pound of salt. The trade went smoothly, and during the process, Li Chen earned another 30 points of bond value, indicating that 30 orcs who hadn't traded with him before completed the transaction, granting him new friendships and bond value. Li Chen's bond value suddenly rose to 62 points, and at the same time, the orc race's talent reached 9.7%. The last time the beastification skill strengthened was when the orc race's talent jumped from 0.2% to 6.7%. Li Chen felt that if the orc race's talent reached over 10%, there would be new changes. But he didn't know whether the beastification skill would continue to strengthen or if new orc race talent skills would emerge. Naturally, Li Chen hoped for the latter, otherwise, not only would he gain nothing, but the beastification skill would become too domineering to use. The trade quickly concluded. Besides the invisible gains of bond value, Li Chen also received 5 second-level magic cores and 36 first-level magic cores, with the rest being monster furs and materials. The value of a second-level magic core is 10 times that of a first-level magic core. Li Chen tried to have the system absorb a second-level magic core, and the bond value gained was also 1 point, exactly 10 times that of a first-level magic core. Thus, he spent 10 points of bond value in this trade but only earned back 8.6 points of bond value, with the rest turning into wealth. Indeed, if this continued, his bond value would only decrease. The more Li Chen thought about it, the more of a headache it became. Hey, stinky Li Chen, you clearly made money, so why do you still have that face? Did something bad not go as planned? A crisp and pleasant voice rang out beside Li Chen. He turned to see that it was none other than the snake girl Loli, Xiao Qing. Li Chen grinned and said to Xiao Qing, "It's a go. I haven't seen you in days, I've missed you. And what bad intentions could I have? I'm just trying to see if I can help you all get more salt before winter." Upon hearing the name A Go, Xiao Qing's lower half of her scales almost exploded. She glared fiercely at Li Chen, wishing she could bite that annoying tongue off and let it rot. Li Chen had never been afraid of a glare. He wasn't bragging when he said his motto for a while was, "My glare can extinguish gods." Li Chen immediately glared back at Xiao Qing and said, "What, are you going to play tricks again? A go." Hearing this, Xiao Qing suddenly remembered the bet she lost to Li Chen the second time, and her fair face changed from sunny to cloudy. However, it was clear that Xiao Qing was a girl of spirit. After a long while, she finally said with a face full of grievance, "All right, a go, I'm here." What the heck? She clearly saw the bad human with a face full of sorrow, and out of kindness came over to ask. But this bad human only thought about bullying her. Xiao Qing felt that sense of grievance again and turned her head away from Li Chen. Li Chen found it amusing. He had somewhat guessed Xiao Qing's thoughts. It wasn't that he genuinely wanted to bully this tsundere loli, but teasing the little one was a rare pleasure he couldn't resist, and before he knew it, he had done just that. Seeing the little girl getting angry, Li Chen reached into his pocket and, at the same time, exchanged 1 point of bond value for 5 carrots in the system shop. He took one out and handed it to Xiao Qing, saying, "Why are you angry, a dog? Come on, Uncle Li will give you a carrot to eat, don't be mad." Xiao Qing glanced at the carrot but didn't make a move. Li Chen was surprised that this girl could resist the temptation of a carrot, as fresh vegetables were a rarity in the entire sinful forest. Especially for the beastmen who ate meat all day. How could this little girl resist the temptation? Just as Li Chen was thinking this, the next moment Xiao Qing suddenly reached out, snatching the carrot with lightning speed and biting into it. Li Chen rolled his eyes and asked, "Where's Xiao Bai? I prepared a carrot for her too." The carrots Li Chen had were not exchanged for free, they were meant as an excuse to talk to Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. This way, daily interactions would give him 2 points of bond value, and he could also increase Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai's favorability, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiao Qing didn't answer but stuffed her mouth full of carrot, watching Li Chen warily, her green snake-like eyes holding a look that said, "Don't even think about getting close to Xiao Bai." Seeing this, Li Chen had his own way. He pulled out another carrot from his pocket, broke it in half, and the fresh carrot almost oozed juice. Seizing the opportunity, he shouted, "What delicious carrots! I wonder if anyone wants to eat." This voice attracted the attention of several beastmen present, but since they had never seen a carrot, they didn't dare to approach blindly. At that moment, a white rabbit head suddenly popped out from a hill on the prairie. The next moment, Li Chen saw the drowsy Xiao Bai swaying left and right as she stumbled in front of him. Seeing that the little girl seemed not fully awake, Li Chen placed the broken carrot under Xiao Bai's nose. Xiao Bai's nose twitched a few times, and the next moment, before her eyes even opened, she bit down on the carrot in Li Chen's hand. As she chewed, Xiao Bai finally managed to open her ruby-like eyes, and while munching on the carrot, she said, "Ah, it's Big Brother. Long time no see, ha, has it been a long time?" Xiao Bai doesn't remember. "It feels like I just took a nap, but it also feels like I've slept for a long time." Truly, aside from sleeping, all she thought about was eating. Li Chen helplessly flicked Xiao Bai's forehead. Ding, congratulations to the host for interacting with Xiao Bai, bond value +1. Alright, all the wool from the 4 favorability levels reaching 1 star has been harvested. Xiao Bai, who had been flicked on the forehead, looked a bit wronged. But as soon as Li Chen handed her the other half of the carrot, her grievance disappeared instantly and she immediately sat next to Li Chen, munching on the carrot. The transaction was complete and the wool had been harvested. At this point, Li Chen was free again. Dina and Anna, just like last time, went to the cave to communicate. With the beastmen here, Li Chen could only wait patiently. Gulyalu, after an unknown amount of time, a sound came from beside Li Chen, and when he turned his head, he found it was the drowsy Xiaobai's stomach making noise. She had just eaten a carrot and now she was hungry again? Li Chen looked up at the position of the sun and realized that it had unknowingly become noon. At that moment, Xiao Qing had somehow brought back a pile of roasted meat. The beastmen lacked everything, except for the meat of magical beasts, which they had in abundance. Every day, the magical beasts hunted bring valuable magic cores and pelts that are properly processed and preserved, but the lack of salt makes it impossible for them to store the beast meat for long periods. Therefore, they hunt only as much as they can eat each time. However, to trade salt with Li Chen, the orcs have been hunting frequently lately. Although their individual strength is not strong, they have achieved considerable gains through team hunting. As a result, the orcs currently have a massive amount of beast meat in hand, and if they can't finish it soon, it will likely go to waste. Li Chen, upon hearing this, was not polite and decisively took some to taste. Sure enough, as he had thought, with high-quality salt, the flavor of the roasted meat improved somewhat, but it still couldn't escape the label of being unappetizing. Of course, this was also related to Li Chen's palate being spoiled by the refined cuisine of the 21st century. On Earth, food is not only refined but also seasoned with various spices, resulting in dishes that may not be healthy but are undoubtedly delicious. Next time, maybe I can try to exchange for some seasonings, make some braised pork, hot pot, fried chicken, and let Dina and the others have a taste of Earth's delicacies. In fact, it was Li Chen himself who was craving these foods, but the bond value was too precious, and he had always been reluctant to exchange it. Unlike the picky Li Chen, Xiao Qing and Xiaobai were enjoying their meal. Ever since they used Li Chen's high-quality salt, they found all the food extremely delicious. Even the food from the Orc Empire couldn't compare to what they had now. Seeing that Li Chen had only taken a couple of bites before stopping, Xiao Qing curiously asked, "Stinky Li Chen, why aren't you eating anymore? Is it enough for you humans to eat so little?" Li Chen couldn't just say he found it unappetizing, so he casually replied that he had eaten on the way. However, the clever little spirit Xiao Qing seemed to see through Li Chen's true thoughts and snorted coldly, You humans only like to fuss over what you eat. No wonder you have the largest population but are still the weakest among the 4 great nations." As she spoke, Xiao Qing glanced at Li Chen, and seeing no reaction from him, she thought he was angry. So she hurriedly added, "Of course, you're not like those humans. It's good to have your salt, otherwise we would have wanted to eat the poisonous salt." Poisonous salt? Li Chen was intrigued by the new term. Does this other world really produce such strange salt? Without much thought, Xiao Qing replied, "There's a cliff to the east, and below that cliff there's poisonous salt. That poisonous salt is strange, like black-brown crystals. Many animals go to lick it when they want salt. Animals can lick it without any issues, but for us orcs, as well as humans, dwarves, and elves, if we lick it, we get diarrhea, and if we lick too much, we get poisoned." As she spoke, Xiao Qing showed a look of lingering fear, and even Xiao Bai on the other side couldn't help but shiver. It was clear that this so-called poisonous salt had left a deep impression on the two of them. Perhaps recalling the terrible experience of eating poisonous salt, Xiao Qing lost her appetite and put down the roasted meat in her hand. Every winter, if we haven't prepared salt in advance, we can only rely on that poisonous salt to get through the winter, but that salt is toxic. There was a sinner dwarf who couldn't buy salt and ended up eating that poisonous salt all day. When he was discovered later, he was already dead, and I heard that he was completely purple at the time. It was terrifying. Li Chen fell into thought as he listened. For anyone who couldn't enter the gathering place, surviving in the sinful forest was a very difficult task. Even if you were a child, there was no luck involved. Xiao Qing and Xiaobai had clearly gotten used to it. In the blink of an eye, they forgot about the poisonous salt and, with the salt, their appetites opened wide as they continued to attack the roasted meat. After an unknown amount of time, Li Chen suddenly stood up, his eyes bursting with disbelief. "It's a salt mine. Yes, it must be a salt mine. What else could it be?" As Li Chen spoke, an exaggerated smile of excessive excitement appeared on his face. It made Xiao Qing and Xiaobai, who were nearby, wonder if Li Chen had suddenly fallen ill, prompting them to take a few steps back. The salt mine was formed after ancient seawater and lake water dried up. Generally, salt mines are buried hundreds of meters underground, but some can also be exposed on the surface. This type of salt mine, besides containing salt, also includes many impurities and cannot be consumed directly. Otherwise, as Dina said, the mild consequence would be diarrhea, while the severe could lead to poisoning and death. However, Li Chen vaguely remembered that, after steps like dilution and filtration, edible salt could be extracted from the salt mine. He didn't quite recall the specific steps, but he could exchange various books in his system shop, and any random book would contain the extraction process. Doesn't this mean I can easily obtain a large amount of edible salt? Li Che, after exchanging 10 pieces of beast skins for 5 silver coins, he finally headed towards the location mentioned by Xiao Chang. The salt mine was not close to the town of Sin, which was good news for Li Chen as it significantly reduced the risk of being discovered. However, this also greatly increased the chances of encountering magical beasts. Fortunately, the salt mine was still located on the outskirts of the Sin forest, and even if he did encounter a magical beast, it would only be a level 1 beast. With Li Chen's current strength, dealing with a level 1 beast was still quite simple. After shaking off a level 1 beast, the red-toothed wild boar, Li Chen finally arrived at the cliff that Xiao Qing had mentioned. Below the cliff, there were indeed dark brown crystalline stones. Li Chen touched these stones and finally licked one with his tongue. Phew, phew, phew. It was extremely salty, bitter, and astringent, but without a doubt, it was a salt mine. It was a mine from which table salt could be extracted. There were at least a dozen of these crystalline stones, each the size of a small mountain. They must weigh several hundred tons, and at the very least, they could yield several tens of thousands of tons of table salt. Tens of thousands of tons of table salt. Li Chen was stunned. That was enough table salt for several tens of thousands of people for an entire year, considering that one person only needed about 4 pounds of salt annually. Could there really be several tens of thousands of people in the Sin forest? This was an indescribably immense fortune, and Li Chen had a premonition that if he utilized it well, this would be his opportunity to rise. Not getting lost in the joy of sudden wealth, Li Chen picked up a stone nearby and smashed off a few pieces of the dark brown crystals from the salt mine. These crystals weighed about 10 pounds, which was enough for practice. Li Chen quickly left the area with the salt and headed towards a small river he knew. Upon reaching the riverbank, Li Chen first checked his surroundings. After confirming that no one was around, he exchanged 1 bond value in the system shop for a book on filtering salt mines. Knowledge flooded into his mind, and in the next moment, Li Chen already knew what to do. The reason salt from the salt mine couldn't be eaten directly was that, besides salt, it also contained many impurities, such as nitrate and phosphate. Eating salt was fine, but consuming those impurities could lead to severe diarrhea, and if one ate too much, it was normal to die with a body turning purple, just like that dwarf. Therefore, the most important step in extracting salt from the salt mine was to filter out the harmful substances. The first step was to dissolve the salt mine in water. Li Chen didn't hesitate and directly exchanged 4 bond values from the system for 2 large stainless steel buckets. He first smashed the salt mine into powder using stones by the river, then transferred the dark brown powder into the buckets. He added water to the buckets and stirred continuously until the new powder could no longer dissolve in the water, completing that step. The second step was filtering. Li Chen exchanged a large amount of cotton cloth from the system shop. He used the 2 buckets and cotton cloth to filter the solution back and forth. The impurities in the solution were visibly filtered out little by little, and the color of the solution gradually lightened. When the solution in the bucket turned a light color, Li Chen knew that further filtering with the cotton cloth would not be very effective. The cotton cloth could only filter out larger particles of impurities. To truly filter out harmful substances, he needed charcoal, just as charcoal could filter clean water resources. Li Chen continued to spend 1 bond value in the system shop to exchange for a pile of charcoal. He had already spent 7 bond values for this filtering, but it was all worth it. As long as he successfully filtered out table salt, he would receive thousands of bond values in return. Not shying away from the trouble, Li Chen filtered the solution in the bucket several more times with the charcoal, and finally, what remained in the bucket was a light blue liquid. Li Chen dipped his hand into the liquid in the bucket and tasted it. It was good, salty, but without any bitterness. He succeeded. By boiling down these light blue solutions, he could obtain table salt. Of course, the salt obtained this way still contained some impurities and could only be considered coarse salt. To get the fine salt that Li Chen exchanged from the system, he would need to further purify the coarse salt. Li Chen already knew the process of coarse salt purification from the book he exchanged in the system, but the process was too complicated and he lacked the necessary tools, so he decided to put it off for now. After all, coarse salt was still edible. The salt produced in the magical continent was even inferior to the coarse salt extracted by Li Chen. At least Li Chen's coarse salt had no bitter taste. Li Chen extracted all the remaining salt ore into coarse salt, ending up with 3 pounds of coarse salt from 10 pounds of salt ore. This was about what he expected. He returned to the salt mine at the cliff and knocked down nearly 100 pounds of dark brown salt ore. With his fighting spirit, this weight was nothing to him. Carrying 100 pounds of salt ore, he returned to the riverbank. He repeated the process and extracted all the salt ore into coarse salt. Before nightfall, Li Chen had obtained a total of 33 pounds of coarse salt. 33 pounds of coarse salt filled a small bag to the brim. Li Chen wrapped it tightly in beast skin and then took the coarse salt back to Sin Town. Early the next morning, he set out to find the Dina sisters with the coarse salt. He blew the bone flute, and moments later, Dina emerged from the shadows of the trees. Upon seeing Li Chen, she asked in surprise, "Li Chen, what brings you here today?" Li Chen lifted the bundle in his hand. "I just got a batch of salt." "More salt?" Dina was even more surprised now, and judging by the size of the bundle, the amount of table salt this time was quite large. Last time, Li Chen had taken 3 days to come back for a salt trade, and both Dina and Anna thought that Li Chen needed time to bring salt into Sin Town. But this time, he had managed to acquire a large amount of table salt in just 1 day. Could it be that she and her sister had guessed wrong? Having salt was a good thing, so Dina didn't think much of it and led Li Chen towards the cave. Inside the cave, Anna was resting. According to Dina, during this time, Anna was not only preparing for the winter for the two of them but also helping the orcs in the grasslands hunt magical beasts to ensure that these weaker orcs could survive through the winter. In addition, Anna would occasionally go out to see if there were any other weaker orcs nearby. The arrival of winter was a very serious matter for the orc tribe. Many weaker orcs would not survive until the spring of the following year. Anna had probably been quite exhausted these days. After hearing this, Li Chen felt embarrassed to wake Anna and quietly waited with Dina at the side. At that moment, Li Chen noticed a massive magical beast corpse inside the cave. He stared for a long time before realizing that it seemed to be the corpse of a cow. The reason he was unsure was that this cow was enormous, probably weighing several thousand pounds, with exaggerated muscle lines all over its body, and it had 2 straight horns on its head. There was no doubt that this was a magical beast. Dina noticed Li Chen's gaze and said, "This is a level 2 thunder bull, capable of releasing lightning attacks. It is one of the most powerful among level 2 magical beasts. My sister put in quite a bit of effort to kill it. It will be our food supply for the next few days." Beef. Li Chen looked at the thunder bull and immediately thought of various beef dishes back on Earth. Unfortunately, the most ordinary beef on Earth cost dozens of dollars per pound. At that time, shortly after graduating, Li Chen could only afford beef noodles, specifically braised beef noodles, the kind that sold hundreds of millions of servings a year but didn't even use up one cow. After that, he vowed that once he had money, he would eat the finest beef to his heart's content. Unfortunately, not long after, he got into a car accident and crossed over. Thinking about it, he had died, and his money had yet to be spent. Li Chen quickly shook his head to dismiss this unpleasant memory and continued to look at the thunder bull, wondering if the beef in this other world would be just as good, especially since this is the meat of a beast, rich in energy and protein, at least 10 times that of ordinary beef, making it perfect for a steak. Li Chen couldn't help but swallow. This embarrassing scene was caught by Dina, who covered her mouth and chuckled while pointing at the thunder bull. "If you want to eat, feel free to take some. Anyway, my sister and I can't eat much and it will just go to waste in a few days." Orcs have no real way to preserve meat. They usually eat as much as they hunt. This is also why they need to hunt frequently. When food is scarce in winter, they hunt in large quantities before winter arrives, so that when winter comes, they have natural freezers everywhere. Just throw it on the ground, and it will freeze solid by the next day. As long as they prepare enough food, they can sustain themselves until spring of the following year. Eating has always been the most concerning matter in people's lives. After all, you have to eat for a lifetime, and how can you not care about something you do every day? For the orc tribe, eating is obviously very important, because they have a particularly large appetite. Unfortunately, they do not know how to cook delicately, so when it comes to meat, they either roast it or boil it in water, and sometimes, when they are too hungry, they even eat it raw. Li Chen would definitely not do that. The country he was born in emphasized this the most, not only needing to eat enough but also to eat well. How can beef be cooked to taste good? The simple and delicious method is, of course, to pan-fry it, which is to fry a steak. Li Chen first went outside the cave to find a flat stone, washed it clean, and placed it over the campfire. While the stone was preheating, Li Chen borrowed a dagger from Dina and cut 2 axe-shaped steaks with a rib from the rib section of the thunderbull, which is famously known as the tomahawk steak. If you want to talk about deliciousness, it has to be this tomahawk steak. Seeing that the stone was preheated, Li Chen first placed some fatty meat on the stone to fry, and once the fat started to render, he coated the entire stone with the grease. At this moment, Li Chen reached into his pocket and took out a bottle of black pepper he had just exchanged from the system shop. Black pepper and beef are a perfect match. Good beef can become a top delicacy with just some black pepper and salt. Li Chen evenly sprinkled black pepper on both sides of the tomahawk steak, then took out some salt from his leather pouch. This time, he specifically took out his homemade coarse salt. He sprinkled the coarse salt on both sides of the tomahawk steak and finally rubbed it in evenly with the black pepper. Then, Li Chen placed the tomahawk steak on the steaming stone. Sizzle. The sound of fat bubbling at high temperature instantly filled the air, followed by an enticing aroma wafting out. Dina, who had initially been indifferent, was immediately drawn in. She twitched her nose, her silver eyes brightening as she stared intently at the steak. The meat of the thunder bull was indeed tastier than ordinary beast meat, but to Dina, it was merely a bit less gamey and slightly more tender, not much different from regular beast meat. However, what was going on with the steak in front of her? Dina stared, swallowing hard. Although she had once been a princess of the Silver Wolf tribe, she still only knew how to roast and boil when it came to food. The orc tribe's rough cooking methods always made the taste monotonous. Yet, why did Li Chen's special method make the beast meat emit such an enticing aroma? What was that black powder he had just used? Dina could swear she had never smelled such a fragrance even from high-level beast meats. This was undoubtedly the result of this special cooking method and the black powder. Moments later, 2 medium-rare tomahawk steaks were ready. At this point, the beef was the most tender and juicy. After several days, seeing the delicious food from Earth again, Li Chen couldn't hold back. Relying on his body strengthened by fighting energy, he took a big bite without fear of the heat. The bite burst with juice, the light red liquid splattering everywhere, making Dina's eyes widen in surprise, her mouth watering uncontrollably. At that moment, the steak was still red, so tender it could practically melt in the mouth. Li Chen almost couldn't help but swallow his own tongue. In less than a minute, he had devoured both palm-sized tomahawk steaks. He immediately picked up the second one, and Dina, seeing this, slightly opened her mouth, her hand reaching out only to shyly retract, looking adorably bashful. Li Chen found it amusing and decided not to tease her further, handing over the tomahawk steak in his hand. At first, Dina pretended to be reserved, but after taking a bite, she transformed into a hungry wolf, likely finishing the tomahawk steak in under a minute. Li Chen then picked up a dagger and walked towards the massive bull. This bull weighed several thousand pounds and could yield at least a dozen tomahawk steaks, more than enough for them. Just as Dina finished her tomahawk steak, Li Chen had already prepared several more. The next moment, the steak sizzled again on the stone. Perhaps attracted by the aroma of the steak, Anna also woke up at this time, watching Li Chen cook the steak. Her calm demeanor kept her composed, but the enticing smell still piqued her interest. After tasting a bite, the elegant Anna succumbed as well, joining Li Chen and Dina in their feast. It wasn't until they had devoured all the tomahawk steaks that the three of them slumped down beside each other, clutching their stomachs in exhaustion. Ding! Congratulations host, Dina's affection level for you has reached 2 stars. Daily interaction with her grants 10 bond points. Ding! Congratulations host, Anna's affection level for you has reached 2 stars. Daily interaction with her grants 10 bond points. Ding! The host has interacted with Dina and Anna, bond points plus 20. Li Chen was taken aback, not expecting Dina and Anna's affection levels to reach 2 stars at this moment. Was it due to the transactions over the past few days? No, it was likely that this meal of steak played a significant role. In this place lacking in gourmet food, what could possibly excite the beastmen more than delicious cuisine? This had been proven before. When he had given Little White a carrot, her affection level had shot up to 1 star. Little Green had a similar experience. On Earth, it was common for beautiful ladies to succumb to the temptation of good food, only to be wooed by pigs, right? To win a person's heart, one only needed to capture their stomach. If he had known it was this simple, Li Chen would have prepared a feast long ago, fattening up the Dina sisters, and their affection levels would have soared. But it wasn't too late now. The bond points given for a 2-star affection level were quite generous, providing 10 points per person per day. With both Dina and Anna around, Li Chen could accumulate 500 bond points in no more than 25 days, at which point he could exchange for a profound-level fighting technique. With this stable influx of bond points, Li Chen had no intention of letting go of the beastmen on the grassland. Although the bond points gained from trading salt were not substantial, continuing to trade salt could enhance the beastmen's affection levels. Once the affection levels of over 100 beastmen increased, the daily bond points would become significant. Li Chen understood the importance of having a long-term vision. After digesting the food in his stomach, Li Chen took out the coarse salt and handed it to Anna. Anna looked at the coarse salt in the leather pouch and could immediately tell that it was inferior to the fine salt Li Chen had given her before. Dipping her finger in, she tasted it. There was a difference in flavor, but it wasn't substantial. So, you plan to use this kind of salt for trading in the future? Facing Anna's question, Li Chen nodded without hesitation, even claiming that he had already thought it through in advance. Yes, from now on we will use this type of salt for trading. I can also provide fine salt, but it takes more time to obtain it, and right now you need a large quantity of salt, so I switched to this coarse salt. The biggest difference between coarse salt and fine salt is simply that the former is not refined. The taste difference is minimal. The coarse salt we used on the tomahawk steak we just had is this kind. Remembering the deliciousness of the steak, Anna couldn't help but swallow hard and said, "You're right, this coarse salt is also a rare, good salt, much better than the salt sold in the gathering place. I think they would agree to continue trading, so let's keep the price the same as before, 14 level 1 magic cores for 1 pound of salt, is that okay?" No, Li Chen immediately denied. Anna was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, "That's true. The fine salt sold to the Orc Empire could probably fetch 50 level 1 magic cores for 1 pound. We really took advantage of you. This coarse salt is indeed much better than other salts, so the price should naturally go up. However, you know the current situation of the Orc tribe. Most of the orcs on the grassland are called weaklings, and the vast majority don't even have the combat power of a level 1 warrior, making it hard to obtain more magic cores. If possible, at least let us owe you some debt. I promise that by next spring we will definitely repay you double." Li Chen understood that Anna had misunderstood. For him, coarse salt was a no-cost business, just a bit time-consuming. Selling this kind of salt at 14 level 1 magic cores for £1 made him feel like a vampire, a feeling he didn't like. Of course, he couldn't provide it for free, otherwise, Anna would suspect he had ulterior motives. After thinking for a moment, he said, I don't intend to raise the price. Coarse salt is not as good as fine salt, so I decided to sell it to you at the price of 10 level 1 magic cores for £1. This price had been considered by Li Chen for a long time. 10 silver coins for £1 is the normal salt price on the magical continent. The orcs wouldn't lose out, and Li Chen would still make a profit. Only with this mutually beneficial model can the trade last, and the friendship between the two parties can deepen with each transaction. However, this answer clearly surprised Anna, and she opened her mouth in astonishment. Whether it was the previous fine salt or the current coarse salt, Anna thought that if Li Chen wanted, he could easily sell it at a high price to the nobles among humans. Yet, he was willing to sell it at a low price to them, the foreign orcs. If Li Chen had ulterior motives, it would make sense, but he had always appeared sincere. Perhaps his only motive was what he had mentioned before. He liked beautiful women from other races. Thinking of this, Anna couldn't help but feel her face flush slightly, and an involuntary thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Li Chen is doing this because of me? As soon as this thought emerged, Anna felt her ears burning. She quickly shook her head to dispel the strange idea from her mind. Then, Anna solemnly said to Li Chen, Thank you, Li Chen. From now on, you will be a forever friend to us orcs. Li Chen looked at Anna's reddened face and didn't think much of it, smiling in response, I am very willing to be friends with the orc tribe forever. With these words, Li Chen could feel that Anna was starting to trust him more and more. As for Dina, to be honest, this little girl was still too naive. She probably hadn't doubted Li Chen's character since he saved Anna. The reason her favorability only rose to 2 stars at this time was still influenced by Anna. Otherwise, her favorability might have already reached 3 stars. On the hills of the grassland, Li Chen's reappearance after a day sparked discussions among the orcs. However, as soon as the orcs heard that Li Chen was here to trade salt again, they immediately rushed out with enthusiasm. When Li Chen took out the coarse salt and informed the orcs of the price, their enthusiasm for him reached its peak. For these weaker orcs, while fine salt was certainly delicious, it was the low price that they truly pursued. Living day to day was better with this coarse salt, and besides, in their eyes, coarse salt was also quite tasty. The transaction proceeded smoothly. This time, 35 orcs who had not traded with Li Chen before appeared, bringing him 35 points of bond value. By now, almost all the orcs here had traded with Li Chen, and aside from increasing their favorability, there was no way to continue gaining bond value. In addition, the 35 orcs provided Li Chen with 3.5% orc talent. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. Orc talent has reached over 10%, activating the orc talent. Quick recovery. Host, Li Chen realm, level 1 Chi apprentice strength, 2*10 constitution, 1*10 agility, 1*10 spirit, 2*10 talent, elf talent 0.1%, orc talent 13.2%, talent skills, nature affinity *0.1, beast transformation *3, quick recovery, various. Injury recovery speed *5, bond value, 112 points. It was clear that quick recovery was an enhancement to the body's self-healing ability. Li Chen still remembered that Anna was able to move normally the day after she had the snake venom removed. If it had been an ordinary person, they would probably have to lie down for a week. This was undoubtedly the work of quick recovery. The effect of quick recovery was certainly not as good as the emergency pills Li Chen used to save the elf, but the emergency pills were a one-time item, while quick recovery was a passive talent. In Li Chen's view, the value of quick recovery far exceeded that of the emergency pills, worth 1,000 bond value. If that elf had the talent of quick recovery, she could probably heal secretly without the emergency pills and find an opportunity to escape. Li Chen understood the value of this talent skill very well, so he was quite satisfied. After the transaction was completed, Li Chen specifically called over Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. He asked the orcs for some beef and immediately grilled a few steaks. The taste of the steaks unsurprisingly shocked Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, especially Xiao Qing, whose big eyes widened in disbelief, unable to understand why the monster meat she had long grown tired of could suddenly become so delicious in Li Chen's hands. Xiao Bai, however, didn't care about any of that. She just buried her head and ate, as every extra word meant one less big bite. In the end, the 2 little girls managed to eat nearly 10 pounds of steak. After eating, they lay on the ground unable to move. Although their favorability did not increase to 2 stars, Li Chen felt that they were not far from it. He estimated that after a dozen more times, these 2 little lambs could grow into big lambs, and then it would definitely be a thrilling experience to fleece them. After that, Li Chen left the orc grassland with Dina and Anna. When he came, he had only carried a bag of salt. On the way back, however, he had a package on his back that resembled a small mountain. After completing the trade of 33 pounds of coarse salt, Li Chen had obtained a total of 100 level 1 magic cores and nearly 500 pieces of monster pelts. At this point, Li Chen had over 200 magic cores and 640 pieces of monster pelts. With such a large quantity of monster pelts, not only was it a problem to sell them, but even where to put them became an issue. Although the cave where Dina and Anna lived could still accommodate them, the pelts had a smell. If such a quantity of monster pelts continued to be kept there, could they still live comfortably? Li Chen ultimately decided to take all the monster pelts with him. However, he did not directly enter the Sin Town with the monster pelts. Instead, he stopped a few hundred meters away from Sin Town. At this moment, Li Chen glanced at the system panel. His bond value had now reached 112 points. Li Chen gritted his teeth. He had enough to exchange for a storage space. The so-called storage space was actually a space ring. Space rings could store and release everything except for life, making them extremely convenient tools, something every mercenary dreams of. These space rings were not exclusive to the system, but they were rare. According to Anna, only noble members of the orc tribe possessed them. Anna was supposed to have one after reaching adulthood, but unfortunately, the Silver Wolf tribe encountered trouble before that. Such a precious item could be exchanged in the system mall for just 100 bond points, with an internal space of a full cubic meter. Li Chen didn't have many bond points, and he shouldn't have exchanged for it if he wanted to obtain the Shen-level fighting technique as soon as possible. The problem was that whether it was the large amount of monster fur or the coarse salt extracted from the salt mine, these were secrets Li Chen didn't want anyone to discover. If he had a space ring, he could greatly avoid being found out. Although he felt pain to spend 100 bond points, Li Chen ultimately chose to exchange for it. Holding the space ring, Li Chen waved at the pile of monster fur in front of him. In the next moment, all 640 pieces of monster fur disappeared. Fortunately, most of these furs came from small monsters, and after a lot of effort, Li Chen finally managed to stuff them all into the space ring. Li Chen was overjoyed. There were often desperate outsiders around the salt mine who would eat the toxic salt, so he had to repeatedly check if anyone was nearby. With a magical item like the space ring, his next trip to the salt mine to mine salt would be much safer. Normally, this space would be incredibly secure for storing monster fur. Thinking of this, Li Chen took out 10 pieces of monster fur from the space ring, then stored the space ring back in the system space and returned to Sin Town with the 10 pieces of monster fur. After arriving at the Mercenary Guild, he exchanged the 10 pieces of monster fur for 5 silver coins. Li Chen had to do this every few days. There was no helping it, his monster fur was just too abundant, and there were no fur buyers in Sin Town. The only trading partner he could think of was the Mercenary Guild. Despite being so careful, Li Chen knew that taking out 10 pieces of monster fur every few days would still attract some attention. However, he was also quite lucky. Recently, it had always been the middle-aged man who processed his mercenary certificate that attended to him. The man seemed to notice that Li Chen didn't want to draw too much attention and would always quickly complete the transaction, saving Li Chen a lot of trouble. For this, Li Chen even bribed him with a hefty sum of 1 copper coin. 10 days passed by unknowingly. During these 10 days, Li Chen's life revolved around a few things: extracting coarse salt, trading with the orcs, increasing the bond values of Dina, Anna, Xiao Chang, and Xiao Bai while cooking for them to improve their favorability, and trading fur with the Mercenary Guild, as well as practicing fighting techniques. In 10 days, Li Chen provided the orcs with nearly 500 pounds of coarse salt, which was still limited because he didn't dare to frequently enter the salt mine. Otherwise, the amount could have been even larger. As a result, the orcs would not be short of salt for a long time. Li Chen also obtained over 1,000 level 1 magic cores and nearly 1,000 pieces of monster fur. The magic cores were fine, they were small and didn't take up space, but the monster fur was different. Each piece was a large bundle, weighing several pounds, and with over 1,000 pieces, Li Chen simply had no place to put them. During this time, Li Chen also worked hard to trade monster fur with the Mercenary Guild, but if he took out hundreds or thousands of pieces of monster fur at once, it was easy to imagine that he would be targeted by all the mercenaries in Sin Town. If things went as expected, he would find his corpse in the forest the next day. To save his own life, Li Chen could only trade 10 pieces of monster fur with the Mercenary Guild every 1 or 2 days. His money was increasing, and now he owned more than 40 silver coins. If he saved a bit more, he could even buy a dwarf slave. However, the quantity of monster pelts was not decreasing but rather increasing, filling up a cubic meter space in his ring to the brim. There should have been even more, considering that over these 10 days, Li Chen had given the orcs an excessive amount of salt, and the orcs had already handed over all their magic cores to him, leaving only the monster pelts they had accumulated before. Seeing this, Li Chen was too lazy to ask for more monster pelts and proposed a method of credit. The orcs were naturally happy to oblige. As a result, he gained the gratitude of the orcs, even earning 10 orcs whose favorability towards him reached 1 star. In contrast, the 2 ungrateful wolves, Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai, had consumed countless delicacies from Li Chen over the past 10 days, yet their favorability remained below 2 stars, which made Li Chen grit his teeth. Ines the slave trader. Charlie waved his hand and hurriedly left the inn. Li Chen felt something was off. Just as he had said before, there were plenty of high-quality villains in Evil Town, but very few quality clients. Why would a slave trader think to come to a place like Evil Town to sell slaves? Before Li Chen could figure out why Charlie was here, a burly man who looked like a butcher approached him. Guest, you haven't paid for today's room yet? The man, resembling a butcher, was the owner of the inn. It was said that he was once a notorious mercenary in his youth, but after being injured, he retired. However, his reputation remained, and only someone like him would dare to run an inn in Evil Town. The room fee could be paid for several days or even a month in advance, or it could be paid daily. However, if one chose to pay daily and forgot to pay one day, their room would be immediately cleared and their belongings would be thrown out. Li Chen opted for the daily payment as all his belongings were in his space ring, so he wasn't worried about his room being cleared. He promptly paid the room fee for today, 5 copper coins. The owner seemed to appreciate Li Chen's straightforwardness and offered him a piece of information, which was about the slave trader Charlie. Generally, slave traders wouldn't come to Evil Town to sell slaves, but that fat pig Charlie was invited this time. The nephew of the Lord of Winter City, Howard, was sent to Evil Town due to a family trial. Howard is short on manpower, so he called for a slave trader, intending to buy some slaves as subordinates. Right now, Charlie is on his way to meet Howard. This also indicates that Charlie indeed has a batch of slaves, and they might even be of decent quality. If you're interested in buying slaves, you can check with Charlie. After saying this, the owner patted Li Chen on the shoulder and left with a smile. Li Chen looked at the sly smile on the owner's face and felt that he might be in cahoots with that guy Charlie. Otherwise, why would he specifically tell him all this? Li Chen was somewhat tempted by the idea of buying a slave, but he currently had only a little over 40 silver coins and he couldn't dare to sell all his beast skins at once. With his wealth, he could at most buy a dwarf, and that price would likely only get him a laborer dwarf who couldn't even forge. Thinking of this, Li Chen lost all interest and returned to his room. The Mercenary Guild boasted the most luxurious building in all of Evil Town, while the second most luxurious building was located next to the guild, a vast estate. The estate was named Carton Manor, owned by the renowned Lord of Winter City, Lanny Carton. Of course, currently residing there was Lanny Carton's nephew, Howard Carton. At this moment, inside Carton Manor, Howard, with silver hair, sat on the sofa with a sullen face, his triangular eyes glinting with malice as he quietly stared at the slave trader Charlie in front of him. Charlie felt as if he were being stared at by a venomous snake. His gaze darted around and his clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. Howard silently watched Charlie for 5 minutes, and just as Charlie's legs began to tremble and he was on the verge of fainting, Howard finally spoke. "Speak, Charlie, what happened?" Charlie stammered for a long time before finally whispering, "Young Master Howard, it was all an accident." "An accident?" Howard's face darkened even further, as if he could squeeze water from it. "Dozens of elven slaves, goods worth thousands of gold coins, all gone, and you only caught a half-dead dark elf. You call that an accident? Charlie, do you know? Right now, I really want to chop you up and feed you to my dogs." Charlie trembled all over, nearly kneeling on the spot. He knew very well that the man before him, when he said he would chop someone up to feed the dogs, truly meant it, for Howard had done such things many times before. Charlie did not want to end up as dog food, so he hurriedly explained, "Young Master Howard, you can't blame me for this. For your plan, we disguised ourselves as robbers and successfully attacked the gathering place of the elves. We had already captured quite a few elves, and as soon as we transported them to the Empire, we could quickly exchange them for a fortune in gold. But I don't know who leaked the information. Over 10 days ago, a severely injured wood elf was rescued by her companions, and some of the elves learned the truth. Just as the elven slaves were about to enter the Empire's territory, all the elven slaves were snatched away. If it weren't for the fact that dark elves are despised by the elven race, that dark elf would have been rescued long ago. No one expected that Charlie, this slave trader, had come to Sin Town not to sell slaves but to team up with Howard, the Lord's nephew, to implement a plan to abduct the elven race. Although they were in a cooperative relationship, it was clear at a glance that Charlie's status could not be compared to Howard's. At that moment, Charlie cautiously glanced at Howard's expression and, seeing no signs of an outburst, he continued to stammer, "So you can't blame me. It's all the fault of the person who leaked the information." Upon hearing this, Howard frowned. Although there were constant frictions between elves and humans, the fact that the border lord's nephew disguised himself as a robber to abduct their population would still cause considerable trouble if discovered, even leading to war. The more Howard thought about it, the angrier he became. This time, it was a case of losing the chicken and the rice. So who exactly leaked the information? Charlie looked troubled but dared not evade or conceal the truth. I don't know. We are still investigating with all our might." This response stunned Howard for a moment, but the next second, his triangular eyes revealed a chilling malice. Howard laughed in anger. So what you just said was actually all your speculation. It's also possible that no one leaked the information at all, and it's even more likely that your carelessness led to the wood elf's escape, which, in turn prompted the elves to rescue their captive, right? By this point, Charlie's face had turned pale, and he hurriedly explained, "That's impossible, young Master Howard. That wood elf was just a level 2 warrior. She was the one who resisted the most fiercely and was almost killed by us on the spot. Such injuries couldn't heal immediately. It must have been her companions who rescued her. So someone must have leaked the information to her companions beforehand. Fortunately, Li Chen was not present. If he had been, he might have realized that in his attempt to activate the system, he had inadvertently disrupted a human trafficking case involving elves. Howard did not care about Charlie's explanations. He only knew that his plan had failed, and the reason for that failure was related to Charlie. In the end, it's still your greed that caused this trouble. If you hadn't wanted to sell even a dying wood elf, you wouldn't have been used, and we wouldn't have lost the wood elf and had our plans exposed. Charlie, have I been too merciful lately, making you think my tasks are unimportant? Howard, merciful? Charlie felt as if he had heard the funniest joke of his life, though he dared not voice this thought in front of Howard. Charlie could only desperately assure him that he would find out the identity of the leaker as soon as possible. Seeing the murderous intent rising in Howard's eyes, Charlie could no longer hold on and fell to the ground, pleading desperately. After several fluctuations in Howard's expression, he seemed to endure it in the end and barked, "I'll give you 3 days to find out who the leaker is. I want to personally torture him to death. Now get out." Upon hearing this, Charlie felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly fled. After Charlie left, a burly middle-aged man emerged from the room next to Howard's. The man glanced at the gloomy Howard and then spoke, "Young master, are you really going to let Charlie go like this? He probably won't be able to find the informant and will end up randomly picking a scapegoat to kill and hand over to you." Howard pressed his hand against the corner of his eye, his head throbbing as he said, "I can't kill him for now. Uncle Cardon has given me a test to earn 1,000 gold coins within this month before winter arrives. If I succeed, Uncle Cardon will agree to let me manage the merchant guild in Winter City. The requirement isn't high, which is why Uncle Cardon won't allow me to bring too many family members. Otherwise, why would I need these useless slave merchants?" As he spoke, Howard became increasingly agitated. "I had already captured 30 elves, but I didn't expect that Charlie would mess it up, and almost all the elves escaped, leaving only a dying dark elf. If it weren't for the fact that I still need him later and considering the slave family behind him, I would have skinned him alive today." As he spoke, Howard's once handsome face twisted into a hideous grimace. "No matter what, I cannot fail this test. The elven race must have taken precautions after this ambush. The chances of successfully raiding their gathering place again are too low. Even the orc and dwarf settlements have received word and heightened their vigilance. Right now, my greatest hope lies with those weak orcs and sinners dwarves. Kai, you are the only one I can trust right now. You must help me find information on those weak orcs and sinners dwarves." The middle-aged man named Kai nodded and then left the room. Only Howard remained in the room, his expression dark as he revealed his gradually reddening eyes, murmuring to himself, "No one can stop me from completing this test, even if it means resorting to any means necessary." Inside Cardon Manor, Charlie did not leave immediately. Although he was likely to do as Kai suggested, randomly find someone to act as the informant, kill them, and hand them over to Howard, he felt that if he was going to act, he should do it thoroughly. Therefore, he planned to take the captured dark elf and interrogate them to see if they knew the informant. If he could find the informant this way, that would be best. Even if he couldn't, he could kill the dark elf along with the unfortunate soul, which would at least provide an explanation to Howard. Entering the underground prison of Cardon Manor, it was divided into 3 levels, with the first 2 levels holding those who had offended Howard. The 3rd level was where the slaves were kept. Charlie headed straight for the 3rd level, and the further down he went, the darker and more humid it became, accompanied by an indescribable stench, a mix of mold, feces, and rotting flesh. The mold was natural, while the feces and rotting flesh belonged to the slaves. This was the fate and treatment of most slaves. As he stepped on the muddy ground, relying on the light of the oil lamp, Charlie barely caught sight of a woman in the corner of a cell, with dark skin and white hair. This was the dark elf, her weak-colored skin and white hair being the hallmark of her kind. Charlie had heard from his subordinates that this dark elf had come to save other elves but was ultimately abandoned at a critical moment simply because the leader of the rescued elven group was a light elf. Charlie was unclear about how irreconcilable the conflict between light and dark was, but the fact that she was abandoned by her own kind who came to save her made him sneer. Those elves seemed so pure, yet in the end, they were no different from humans, or even from him as a slave merchant. With this thought, Charlie held the oil lamp and peered into the cell, finally getting a clear look at the dark elf's appearance. Tsk tisk. Even though Charlie was a slave trader who had witnessed countless horrors inflicted upon slaves, he couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the dark elf. Since her capture, she had been subjected to relentless torture day and night. Her left eye was blind, and the tendons in her right hand had been severed. Whips, knife wounds, branding, various scars covered her entire body. The extent of her injuries even surpassed those of the wood elf he had encountered before. How on earth is she still alive? Charlie marveled at the miracle of life. The dark elf was not a particularly resilient race, and with such injuries, she should have died several times over, yet she was still clinging to life. He could faintly hear her weak breaths. No wonder Howard was willing to hand the dark elf over to me for questioning. Charlie now understood that a dark elf tortured to this extent could not possibly survive, which was why Howard didn't care about her fate. But how can I continue to interrogate a dark elf in this condition? Charlie felt a surge of anger, but after a moment's thought he instructed his subordinate to take the dark elf away. The subordinate entered the cell, yanked the dark elf by her collar and lifted her up. The dark elf didn't even stir from her unconsciousness despite the commotion. It's just an excuse anyway, if she dies, it doesn't matter. With that, Charlie dismissed any concern for the dark elf's life and had his subordinate carry her out of the dungeon. After leaving Cardon Manor, Charlie, along with his subordinate and the dark elf, arrived at a small estate located to the west of Sin Town. This small estate was one he had recently rented, intended to house the remaining slaves under his command. Originally, he was supposed to live here, but after the incident with the rescue of the wood elf, he had been worried that one day the wood elf's calm, the middle-aged man named Bart had an excited expression on his face as he said, "Is Master Howard in? I have something to discuss with him." "Bart, what could you possibly want with the master?" "Our master is very busy. He doesn't have time to meet with a useless person like you." "I really do have something important. Yesterday, I heard that Lord Kai is looking for information about the weak orcs and the sinners dwarves." "Is that true? What? Do you, a lowly member of the Mercenary Guild, actually have information on that?" "Yes, I know some information about the orcs. Please go and inform Master Howard for me." "What? Bart, you're not trying to cause trouble, are you? If even you know this information, then the higher-ups in the Mercenary Guild must know it too. How could the Mercenary Guild not have any movement?" "I advise you to think carefully. Daring to toy with Master Howard. Do you know what that means? Be careful, or he might skin you alive." "I wouldn't dare. How could I toy with Master Howard? I really do know some information, and I believe I'm the only one in the entire Mercenary Guild who knows this. But I will only discuss this matter with the master." "Fine, wait here." This was a serious matter, and the young man didn't dare to act on his own. He ultimately decided to report this to Howard first. In the study of the manor, Howard was examining Bart before him. Bart, a former resident of Winter City, was a low-level employee of the Mercenary Guild who had offended a baron from Winter City 3 years ago and was forced to transfer to Sin Town. Sin Town was a paradise for those looking to make a fortune, whether hunting rare magical beasts or accidentally capturing exotic races. Either could lead to a significant windfall, but these two things were clearly unrelated to the staff of the Mercenary Guild. Here, employees like Bart had no benefits other than bearing risks for nothing. Therefore, Bart was undoubtedly yearning for two things: to return to Winter City and to resolve his grievances with the Baron. This was the general information Howard had just had someone investigate about Bart. Howard didn't think someone like Bart would have the guts to deceive him, and since Bart was seeking something from him, it meant that the information he held was likely to be true. Thinking of this, Howard felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected that just yesterday he had sent Kai to search, and today someone would come to him with news. Howard suddenly felt that perhaps his luck lately wasn't so bad after all. He took a deep breath to calm himself so he wouldn't appear too eager. Once he had settled down, Howard finally asked, "So, Bart, what information do you have about the orc race?" Bart stood before Howard, carefully lowering his head. It was the first time he had met such a prominent figure, and amidst his fear, he seemed to see an opportunity to return to Winter City. This made him feel a rush of excitement, and he hurriedly replied, "Master, I think I have a way to find the orc race, and it's likely those weak orcs who can't enter the orc gathering places." "What? Are you serious?" It just so happened to be the weak orcs he was looking for, and at that moment, Howard couldn't bother to maintain his composure. He jumped up from the sofa, his triangular eyes fixed intently on Bart, as if he would tear Bart apart the moment he dared to lie to him. Bart trembled all over, swallowed hard, and cautiously said, "How could I dare to deceive the master?" "It's just that, master." Howard already knew Bart's purpose for coming, and immediately said, "I know what you want. As long as your information is true, I will have someone take you back to Winter City. Not only will I help you resolve your grievances with the Baron, but you might even receive a substantial reward from me." Bart was instantly overjoyed and exclaimed, "Thank you, master." "Thank you, master." Howard waved his hand impatiently. He had no mood to listen to such nonsense at that moment. "Stop the chit-chat. Now, what information do you have?" Seeing this, Bart took a deep breath and shared his discoveries from the past 10 days. "It's like this, young master. Recently, a stranger came to Sin Town. At first, this man was just an ordinary person, but just a few days later, he became a level 1 Chi apprentice." Howard's eyes widened immediately, and then he glared at Bart, scolding, "How is that possible? To go from an ordinary person to a level 1 Chi apprentice in just a few days? Do you think I'm a fool?" "No, it must be that he hid his strength and you didn't notice. Otherwise, if someone could really advance from level 0 to level 1 Chi apprentice in just a few days, the entire human empire would be buzzing about it, and those old geezers in the Imperial Academy would be alarmed." Bart also thought it might be the case, so he didn't refute it. Seeing this, Howard's expression turned sinister. "Your intel can't just be this, right? What the hell? Does this have to do with the orc race?" Bart hurriedly shook his head. "No, young master. This matter only made me pay attention to that man. The information about the orc race came later from my observations of him." Howard grew impatient and snapped, "Hurry up and clarify, or I'll skin you alive." Bart felt the malice emanating from Howard and quickly revealed his findings. That man is named Li Chen. Because of his sudden promotion to level 1 Chi apprentice, I kept an eye on him, and indeed, there's something off about that man. Every few days he would bring a batch of monster furs to trade at the Mercenary Guild, and the quantity was quite substantial each time, so I paid more attention to him, and one day, I found something suspicious about the monster furs he was trading. Howard showed a puzzled expression upon hearing this. What suspicion? Bart's face revealed shock as he said, I found that several pieces of monster fur had unusual claw marks on them. Those claw marks weren't made by monsters, they looked like wounds made by 5 human-like fingers. I've worked at the Mercenary Guild for many years, and I can tell at a glance that those aren't ordinary human claw marks. Unless someone's Chi cultivation reaches level 3 or above, only a level 4 Grandmaster could produce such claw marks with Chi projection. But why would a level 4 Grandmaster attack a level 1 monster and use Chi projection? Bart felt a bit proud of his analytical skills at this point. So there's only one other possibility, those claw marks were made by the orc race. Young Master knows that the fingers of orcs are identical to those of humans, and they cultivate a power called Chi blood, which allows their teeth and nails to be as sharp as blades, achieving effects similar to Chi projection. So, the one who could leave such claw marks must be an orc. Among the furs sold by Li Chen, I found a total of 5 pieces with claw marks, so I'm certain that this Li Chen has a high likelihood of contact with the orc race. He must have obtained so many monster furs from them. As Howard listened, his eyes gradually sparkled with interest. Bart's analysis was spot on, and the fact that the orc race was willing to trade with a human like Li Chen indicated that these orcs couldn't trade in their gathering place, which was precisely the choice that weaker orcs would make. The more Howard thought about it, the more it made sense. Suddenly, Howard's expression changed. Oh no, if you've discovered this, then the Mercenary Guild must have noticed too. Bart, feeling smug again, said, Young Master, don't worry. Every time, I was the one who took the initiative to host Li Chen, and I've secretly hidden all the monster furs with claw marks. Only you and I know about this. Good job, Bart. You've done very well this time. If I really find a large number of orcs, you can definitely count on a reward. Howard rarely showed a smile, patting Bart on the shoulder in appreciation. Barton was momentarily taken aback. Thank you, young master. Howard nodded, then instructed, next, I will send someone to follow that Li Chen to see if we can find any traces of the orcs. You should go back first and pretend nothing has happened. Do not show any signs of abnormality. Understood, young master. All right, you may leave. Yes. As soon as Barton left, Howard quickly called for Kai, instructing him to withdraw the request to search for the weak orcs and the sinners dwarves to avoid alerting Li Chen and making him cautious. When the sun was high in the sky, Li Chen finally crawled out of bed. With no lack of money and no longer engaging in salt trading, his daily activities had become quite limited. Besides cultivating his fighting spirit, he could only regularly go to shear the wool of Dina and Anna and occasionally cook a meal for the two sisters to boost their favorability. As noon approached, Li Chen tidied himself up and, as usual, left the town of Sin, heading towards the cave where Dina and the others were. However, as he walked, Li Chen suddenly furrowed his brows. The elven talent, Natural Affinity, was not only an enhancement talent that increased all attributes. True to its name, its essence was to bring one closer to nature, making one akin to a child of nature like the elves. This was why Natural Affinity allowed one to increase all attributes by 0.1 times in a forest environment, which included perception. Of course, Li Chen's level of Natural Affinity was still too low, so both the enhancement he received and his affinity with nature were minimal. Even so, at this moment, Natural Affinity was enough for him to sense some abnormalities around him. Moreover, the sixth sense brought by the orc talent was also sending him a hint of warning. There was something unusual about his surroundings today. Li Chen pondered for a long time before suddenly realizing what was strange. It was that today, the area around him was quieter than usual. Li Chen easily guessed that something was following him. As for whether it was a magical beast or a human, undoubtedly the possibility of it being a human was greater. Moreover, it was likely a very skilled and powerful human at tracking. After all, Li Chen was always extremely cautious when visiting Dina and Anna, and this time he was no exception. Yet, he was still being silently followed. If it weren't for the unexpected effects of the elven and orc talents, Li Chen might still be oblivious to the danger. Li Chen's mind was racing with strategies, but his footsteps never faltered. As he neared the cave, he suddenly stopped. He pulled out a bone flute from his pocket and began to blow into it urgently, but the flute emitted no sound, as if it were broken. Li Chen remained calm, finishing his attempt with the flute and standing still, waiting. Time passed slowly, yet there was still no sound around him. After about 10 minutes, Li Chen shook his head in disappointment and turned to head back. After walking back for about 5 minutes, a fist suddenly struck from the shadow at his side. Li Chen was startled and quickly retreated. However, the speed of that fist was astonishing. Just as he was about to be hit, Li Chen hurriedly activated his beast transformation talent, and in an instant, black fur sprouted all over his body. At the same time, all his attributes were boosted threefold. Host, Li Chen, Beast Transformation State, Realm, Level 1 Fighting Spirit Apprentice, Strength, 66. Constitution, 33, Agility, 33, Mentality, 66, Talent, Elven Talent 0.1%, Orc Talent 13.2%, Talent Skills, Natural Affinity *0.1, Beast Transformation *3, Rapid Recovery *5, Bond Value 312 points. With his current 4 basic attribute points, it was hard for anyone at the level of a Fighting Spirit Apprentice to compare with him. But the speed of that fist was still faster than Li Chen at that moment. Li Chen's expression changed. He realized he was facing a level 2 fighter. In the next moment, Li Chen could not avoid being struck in the chest by a punch. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and it felt as if his heart stopped beating for that brief moment. Then, Li Chen was sent flying, crashing into a large tree, and he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his chest, Li Chen got back up, his eyes warily scanning the area ahead. Not bad, a level 1 Chi apprentice actually managed to take my punch. That's enough to make you proud. A man in leather armor stepped out from the shadows between the trees. He was about to say something more, but upon seeing Li Chen's current state, he froze in shock, and the next moment he pointed at Li Chen in disbelief, saying, "Why do you suddenly have hair on your face? No, you have hair all over your body. So that's it, you're a lowly half-orc hybrid. No wonder you have ties to the orc race." Clearly, the man misunderstood, but it conveniently provided Li Chen with an excuse. Li Chen did not refute him. Instead, he looked at the man with a cold smile. The man, seeing this, said with a puzzled expression, "Why can this lowly half-orc still smile at this point? Whatever, I'll find out soon enough. Now, come with me obediently and tell me everything you know, especially about the orc race. Don't think about hiding anything, or I'll make you understand what pain really is." As soon as the man finished speaking, an arrow sliced through the air with a sharp sound, quickly shooting towards the man's chest. The man was startled and instinctively dodged to the side, but in the next moment, a lithe orc appeared beside him at several times the speed, a dagger pressed directly against the man's neck. The man's face showed disbelief. He had been subdued in an instant. Was this orc a level 3 powerhouse? No, a level 3 powerhouse would be much more terrifying. This orc must be a level 2 fighter, but one who practiced an elite level technique. Elite level techniques could only be possessed by nobles among both humans and orcs. How could a noble orc appear in the sinful forest? The man couldn't make sense of it, but at that moment he didn't dare to make any moves. It seemed there was no way to capture that kid now. He needed to find a way to escape. The man thought to himself, and before Li Chen and the others could speak, he said, "Who are you? Why did you attack me? I only acted against that man over there because of a grudge. This has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to interfere. I'm not afraid to tell you, I'm from the Winter City Lord's mansion. If you harm me, the Lord will definitely not let you go. At that time, a great army will sweep through the sinful forest and no one will escape. I suggest you let me go now." Slap. Before the man could finish, Li Chen immediately slapped him across the face, cursing, "Fuck you, you talk too much. Do you think I didn't hear what you just said? You're here for the orc race, and you're still pretending?" The man was slapped and was about to explode with anger, but the dagger at his neck kept him from moving. He could only glare at Li Chen with resentment. A lowly half-orc dared to slap his face. If he managed to escape, he would make sure the other would wish he were dead. Li Chen was taken aback for a moment, then grinned. What a foolish person. Captured yet still daring to show a desire for revenge. He must have been given confidence by the Winter City Lord's mansion. However, Li Chen would soon make him understand that the Lord's mansion was not omnipotent. The man's purpose in following Li Chen was clearly related to the orc race, but how he discovered Li Chen's connection to the orcs remained a mystery. This was crucial, as it largely determined the safety of the orc race and whether Li Chen could return to Sinful Town in the future. Li Chen did not rush to ask questions but first helped Dina and Anna tie the man up tightly. After all, the opponent was a level 2 fighter, and to prevent him from breaking free from the ropes, Li Chen instructed Anna to dislocate the joints in his hands and feet. Anna didn't know how to dislocate joints, but she had brute strength. As the saying goes, great strength brings miracles, and after a painful scream of awe, the man completely lost his ability to resist. After that, the three of them took the man away from the sinful town, searching for a place far from human activity. Next came the interrogation. Li Chen, too lazy to play charades with the man, directly asked, "Tell me, why were you following me?" At this point, the man still seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Enduring the pain in his limbs, he stubbornly replied, "I wasn't following you, you dared to attack someone from the Lord's mansion." Slap. Li Chen delivered a merciless slap, using all his strength. Even though the man was a level 2 fighter, without the ability to defend himself, his left cheek instantly swelled up. Such decisiveness startled both Dina and Anna. In their eyes, Li Chen had always been a relatively peaceful person, but today he seemed somewhat different. Dina even felt a bit intimidated by Li Chen at that moment. In contrast, Anna quickly accepted Li Chen's current demeanor as she remembered how he had shown a fierce determination to bite off a piece of flesh from his enemies when cornered by the unicorn wolf. Therefore, she understood early on that Li Chen was not as gentle as he usually appeared. He harbored a hidden ruthlessness deep within. The orc tribe, which respected strength, had no aversion to such people. Instead, they appreciated them. Anna said nothing, simply pulling Dina to her side, allowing Li Chen to act without interference. Li Chen continued to question the man. "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, why were you following me?" The man seemed to realize his predicament. The resentment in his eyes finally subsided. He suddenly said, "I wasn't specifically following you, I just thought you might be an easy target, so I followed you to see if I could make a quick profit." This excuse was more convincing than the previous two, but unfortunately, the man had already revealed that his target was an orc from the start, so saying this now was just a feeble defense. This time, Li Chen did not hit the man or interrupt him. After all, he had already stated that he would give the other party one more chance, and now that the man was not cherishing it, it was time for him to get serious. With that thought, Li Chen suddenly turned to Anna and said, "Lend me your dagger for a moment. By the way, you and Dina should go rest somewhere else for a while." Anna instantly understood Li Chen's intention. After hesitating for a moment, she handed her dagger to Li Chen and then walked away with a somewhat puzzled Dina. As for Li Chen's safety, there was no need to worry. The man's joints had all been dislocated, and no matter what Li Chen did, the man could not threaten him. Watching Dina and Anna walk away, Li Chen then approached the man with the dagger in hand. Li Chen considered himself not a bloodthirsty person, nor someone particularly cold-hearted. He had hardly killed any chickens or ducks, so he naturally could not kill without expression. However, all of this was based on one premise: others could not threaten his life. Once someone violated this premise, Li Chen would use real actions to show that the fearful Li Chen could be extremely cruel to survive. Just like now. Li Chen squatted in front of the man, the dagger in his hand glinting coldly, his expression emotionless as he stared at the man. Faced with such a Li Chen, the man finally felt a bit scared. Just as he was about to speak, the dagger in Li Chen's hand had already swung out. A cold light flashed past his little finger, and in the next moment, the tip of the man's little finger was sliced off. The man's expression changed instantly, but this level of pain was nothing for a warrior of his caliber. He managed to hold back a sound. Li Chen didn't care about this and asked again, "Are you going to talk now?" The man squinted at Li Chen, and at one moment he suddenly sneered. He had already realized that Li Chen had never killed anyone, nor had he seen much blood. Otherwise, how could he only cut off the tip of his finger? Such a level of injury could only scare children. What could someone who had never seen blood do? Did he really dare to kill? The man felt certain that Li Chen would ultimately not dare to kill him. Besides, the man had another source of confidence: the Lord's mansion of Winter City, which he had always prided himself on. Winter City was the only point of contact between the town of Sin and the outside world. If he offended Winter City, when winter came, Li Chen would have nowhere to go and would ultimately freeze to death in the Sin forest. With these 2 points in mind, the man slowly regained his confidence and directly ignored Li Chen's question. Li Chen waited for a moment but saw no response from the man. Looking at the other's expression, he probably already knew the man's choice. Li Chen seemed to have anticipated this and calmly said, "Very well, then let's continue." In the next moment, the dagger in Li Chen's hand glinted coldly, and the man, unable to dodge due to his dislocated joints, had the tip of his ring finger sliced off as well. Although he knew he wouldn't die, watching his flesh being cut away piece by piece still made the man feel quite displeased. The man glared at Li Chen, just about to speak, when Li Chen suddenly grabbed the man's clothing and yanked it hard, tearing off a large piece of fabric. In the man's confused gaze, Li Chen stuffed the fabric into his mouth. Li Chen smiled again, as if explaining to the man, "Didn't I say I was interrogating you? So, unless I ask a question, you're not allowed to answer." The man froze all over, making muffled sounds, wanting to say something. Unfortunately, Li Chen didn't give him the chance. Since he hadn't asked a question, the man was not allowed to confess even if he wanted to. "Ah, right." Li Chen seemed to suddenly remember something interesting and said to the man, "If it's just this kind of interrogation, it's a bit boring. How about we play a game? I won't explain how to play, I'll just demonstrate it for you on the spot." Hearing Li Chen's nonsensical words, the man felt something was off, but with his mouth blocked, he couldn't say anything. Li Chen then began his game. 1 2 3. Li Chen read out a number every second, at a steady pace. When he reached 3, Li Chen swung the dagger in his hand. In the next moment, the tip of the man's middle finger was sliced off. By this time, the man had already lost the tips of 3 fingers, and drops of blood flowed from his fingers. Li Chen did not stop and continued counting. 1 2 3. Again, he read a number every second, still at a steady pace. And again, when he reached 3, Li Chen swung the dagger in his hand. The only difference this time was that the man lost the tip of his index finger. This time, the man finally felt fear, making muffled sounds in his mouth, wanting to speak. Unfortunately, the opportunity he had previously taken for granted was no longer available. Li Chen ignored him because he had not permitted the other to answer. Thus, the other could not respond. The game would continue. Li Chen was fortunate to be born in a peaceful era, so he had never interrogated anyone. He should not have known how to conduct an interrogation. However, he was an old bookworm. As an old bookworm, he inevitably came across some strange knowledge from various authors' books that he would never use in his life. He had once seen some scenes about how to interrogate enemies, and at that time he pondered what methods he would use if it were up to him to question an enemy. As he thought and thought, he actually came up with some techniques, which he had assumed he would never use in his lifetime. Unexpectedly, he found himself using them today. The methods were somewhat cruel, and the process made Li Chen feel a bit uncomfortable, but he wouldn't stop. After all, he understood very well that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. 1, 2, 3. 1 number per second, neither hurried nor slow. After 3 seconds, a cold glint would inevitably flash, followed by a fingertip being sliced off. A person has 10 fingers, so this process could go back and forth 10 times. During this time, although the man could endure the pain in his hands, the sight of his own flesh being cut away piece by piece was still somewhat overwhelming for him. It felt as if he were being executed by slicing. Especially throughout the entire process, he was acutely aware of when the dagger would strike and when his flesh would be severed. Li Chen, 1. The man, there are still 2 seconds left. Li Chen, 2. The man, only 1 second left. What to do? Li Chen, 3. The man, no, he's coming. Swish, another fingertip was sliced off. In just half a minute, Li Chen had cut off the tips of the man's 10 fingers. Half a minute is not long, it should have passed quickly, but for the man, every second of that half minute felt as long as a year. The pain was not hard to bear, it was the mental torment that drove him to the brink of collapse. During this time, the man struggled, shouted, and even thought about confessing, but with his mouth gagged, he could only make muffled sounds. This was because Li Chen had said, "I haven't asked a question, you're not even allowed to think about confessing. This guy is a madman." The man was completely terrified, no longer possessing the confidence he had before, even his proud lord's mansion seemed irrelevant. At this moment, he just wanted to speak. After cutting off the tips of the man's fingers, Li Chen felt it was about time, so he reached out and pulled the cloth from the man's mouth. The man froze at this, immediately cursing, "You madman, you're just a madman." However, what the man never expected was that the next moment the cloth was stuffed back into his mouth again. The man was stunned. Li Chen, however, just grinned, smiling like a demon, and said, "What a pity, you wasted a rare opportunity to speak, so let's start the next round." The man's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. He shouted desperately, making muffled sounds, as if to say he was wrong, that he was willing to confess, willing to answer all of Li Chen's questions. However, Li Chen still wouldn't allow the man to respond. In Li Chen's view, the man's earlier reaction indicated that he was not scared enough. Under such circumstances, the man was very likely to fabricate some other lies to brush him off. Some lies Li Chen could discern, while others he could not. Anyway, it was still a long time until dark, and Li Chen had plenty of time, so he was not in a hurry to know the reason. He wanted to make this man even more afraid, to ensure that the information he extracted would definitely be true. All the fingertips are gone, so next it's time for the toes. Let's begin. 1, 2, 3, A person has 10 toes as well, and at a rate of 1 every 3 seconds, it could last half a minute. Even if the tips of the toes were cut off, there was still plenty of flesh on the man's body, so Li Chen didn't have not long after. Li Chen clearly understood that the man before him was named Bab, a level 2 fighter who had practiced ordinary level fighting techniques. He also grasped all the details, including those involving Howard, Charlie, Kai, Bart, and others. The wood elf that was rescued, it wouldn't be the one I saved with the emergency pill, would it? I didn't expect to have accidentally saved dozens of elves, but it's a pity I didn't get any bond points. Li Chen muttered discontentedly, then swiftly thrust his dagger into Bab's chest. Bab, who had just confessed, was instantly filled with disbelief and fear. He had told everything, so why did this man named Li Chen still kill him? Bab naturally didn't know that from the moment he was caught, Li Chen had never considered letting him go. Anyone involved in slave trading had more than enough reasons to be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Moreover, from Bab's confession, Li Chen was also very clear that Howard would not let him off the hook. If he were captured by Howard after extracting information about the orc tribe from him, he would either be killed on the spot or turned into a slave. Therefore, Li Chen would never allow himself to show even a hint of mercy towards these people. Although he said this, it was still his first time killing someone. Feeling the warm blood on his hands, Li Chen found himself trembling uncontrollably. But it was fine, he would gradually get used to it. This was a world where the strong were respected, filled with countless villains like slave traders who treated life as mere goods. He would have many opportunities to adapt. Half an hour later, Li Chen took out a bone flute from his pocket and began to play it steadily. Soon after, he saw the figures of Dina and Anna. The bone flute could not only summon the sisters but also convey some information. After realizing he was being followed, Li Chen had used the bone flute to notify the 2 sisters. A steady tune represented safety, while a hurried one indicated danger. Because of this, the sisters were able to arrive promptly after Li Chen lured away the pursuers. Hearing the sound of the bone flute, Anna returned, looking somewhat surprised. She had expected to face an extremely bloody scene upon her return and even hesitated about whether to let Dina go back to the cave. First, considering Dina was still underage. But when Anna saw Bab's condition, she realized that the situation was infinitely better than she had imagined. Bab had only bled a little from his hands and feet, and the only fatal wound was a single stab to his heart. Curiously, despite not having suffered much abuse, Bab's stiff face was filled with fear and disbelief, as if he had experienced unimaginable horrors before. Dying. What exactly did Li Chen do? Did he find out this man's purpose? Anna asked with some concern, then turned to Li Chen for answers. Li Chen recounted the results of the interrogation. When she learned that the root of everything was merely a few scratches on some beast skins, Dina immediately exclaimed, "Sister always said humans are cunning, but I didn't expect you to be this clever, even catching such a small trace. It seems I need to be more careful in the future." Saying this, the little girl shot a glance at Li Chen. Li Chen did not refute. It was a good thing for the little girl to be more vigilant because of this. Compared to that, the most important thing now was how to deal with Howard and the others. "Are you saying you want to go back to Sin Town?" Anna asked in shock. Li Chen nodded. After some thought, he realized that although Sin Town had become a den of danger because of Howard, he seemed to have no choice but to return. Of course, he could choose not to go back. He could survive in the Sin Forest alongside Dina and Anna. But with this, as long as Howard is alive, he can no longer enter human settlements. So the next time he wants to trade for salt, he won't have any excuse to explain the salt that appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, Dina and Anna are ultimately orcs, while he is human. If one day Dina and Anna want to return to the orc tribe to uncover the truth behind the betrayal of the Silver Wolf clan, where will Li Chen go then? Should he follow Dina and Anna back to the orc tribe? He would probably be torn apart by countless orcs who harbor hatred for humans. Therefore, even though Li Chen can move freely in the sinful forest, straddling the line between humans and orcs, he cannot escape the human settlement of Sinful Town. Dina, on the other hand, did not consider so much. As soon as she heard that Li Chen wanted to go back to his death, she quickly advised, "You just killed Barb. If you go back now, won't that bad guy named Howard immediately catch you?" Li Chen shook his head and said, "No, Howard won't send someone to catch me. After all, if he captures me, it might alert the orcs connected to me. To achieve his goal of capturing the orcs, he naturally cannot act against me." Anna was somewhat puzzled. "You killed Barb, doesn't that mean you've already alerted him? At this point, why would Howard still be afraid of alarming you?" A sly smile appeared on Li Chen's lips as he pointed to Barb's corpse on the ground and said, "Who said I killed this man?" Faced with the confused looks from Dina and Anna, Li Chen explained, "When I was interrogating Barb, I deliberately avoided injuring his bones with the dagger. Now, all I need is for you, Anna, to take his corpse to an area where level 2 and 3 magical beasts often appear. After that, what will happen?" Anna thought for a moment and immediately understood. The blood on the corpse will quickly attract magical beasts, and they will eat Barb's body clean, leaving only the remains. This way, as long as you guide them a little, Howard and the others will eventually luckily find the remains and then identify them as Barb's based on his clothing. At that point, Howard will discover that there are no weapon-inflicted wounds on Barb's remains, only bite marks from magical beasts. Therefore, he can only conclude that this unfortunate guy was accidentally caught by magical beasts while tracking you and ultimately died in their jaws. Besides, Howard will also find that Barb died in an area where level 2 and 3 magical beasts are active, and instinctively think that the orcs are hiding in that inner area. Exactly, Li Chen nodded. For this plan, he even had to give up the spoils on Barb's body. Moreover, based on the interrogation results of Barb, Howard only has 5 level 1 Chi apprentices, 2 level 2 fighters, and 1 level 3 fighter, Kai, by his side. One of the level 2 fighters, Barb, is already dead. Howard's remaining subordinates are indeed strong in Sinful Town, but they are completely insufficient for exploring the inner area filled with level 2 and 3 magical beasts. Therefore, Howard cannot alert me. He can only follow me and rely on me to lead the way to find the orc tribe in the vast inner area, ensuring my safety. After hearing this, Anna was stunned. This plan was intricately connected, as if Li Chen had calculated everything after realizing he was being followed. From using the different rhythms of the bone flute to warn her and her sister, to using himself as bait to lure the pursuer Barb, coordinating with her sisters to capture Barb without triggering a fight. Then, successfully interrogating Barb without harming his bones, and using magical beasts to disguise Barb's death while laying down clouds of suspicion to mislead Howard into thinking the orc tribe was hiding in the inner area, making Howard dare not act against him easily. Next, the initiative was in Li Chen's hands. He could use this opportunity to lure Howard into continuing to follow him, then set a trap to eliminate Howard and his group in one fell swoop. Dina, beside him, clearly hadn't figured it out. Her white eyes widened, showing a face full of innocence. But Anna had already understood Li Chen's series of plans. At this moment, Anna even felt a bit terrified. The man before her seemed even more astonishing than she had imagined. The phrase "humans are cunning" was most fitting for this man. In that moment, Anna silently vowed that even if she were to part ways with Li Chen in the future, she must never become his enemy. The plan was already set, and it was time to execute it. Li Chen slung Bab's corpse over his back and, along with Dina and Anna, headed towards the inner area of the Sinful Forest. On the way to the inner area, the likelihood of encountering magical beasts unsurprisingly increased significantly. Within half an hour, they encountered 3 of them, but fortunately, the highest level among them was only level 2. In front of Dina and Anna, who had cultivated high-quality blood techniques, even though they were also level 2, their high-quality techniques could amplify their attributes by 30 times, 3 times that of ordinary techniques. Generally, level 2 magical beasts were no match for the 2 sisters. A few hours later, the 3 arrived at the inner area of the sinful forest. Li Chen casually tossed Bab's corpse onto a patch of open ground, then rolled around in the surrounding grass a few times to get some of the weeds and flowers that only grew in the inner area stuck to him. Finally, all he needed to do was walk back to Sinful Town from there. Afterward, when Howard discovered Bab was missing, he would follow the footprints and clues left by Li Chen to find Bab's remains, thus walking right into Li Chen's trap. After thinking it over several times and confirming that the plan was sound, Li Chen led Dina and Anna back. More than half an hour later, Li Chen and the sisters had walked over 1,000 meters away from Sinful Town. Naturally, the 2 sisters could not enter Sinful Town. Just as Li Chen was about to bid farewell to them, Anna suddenly spoke up. "So you are a half-orc?" Li Chen was taken aback, realizing that Anna had seen him using his beast transformation against Bab. Although it was a misunderstanding, it posed no harm to Li Chen. In fact, it was beneficial as it could explain the origin of his beast transformation skill. Just as Li Chen was about to admit it, he suddenly thought that he might unlock unique racial talents from the elves in the future, or even from dwarves, dragons, giants, vampires, and so on. How would he explain that then? Li Chen's eyes turned, and he quickly came up with an idea, saying to Anna, "Yes, I do possess the bloodlines of both humans and orcs." Anna had already suspected something and simply nodded calmly upon hearing this. Although humans and orcs were at odds, love that transcended racial conflicts did exist. Otherwise, how could the half-orc race exist? Although both humans and orcs looked down on mixed-blood half-orcs, Anna valued strength above all. Li Chen's rapid rise in power and cunning nature meant he would surely become a strong individual, so Anna naturally wouldn't look down on him just because he was a half-orc. Anna was still contemplating whether to comfort Li Chen, telling him not to mind his bloodline. Little did she know, Li Chen's next words would leave her stunned. Li Chen continued, "Not only do I possess the bloodlines of humans and orcs, but I also have the bloodlines of elves, dwarves, dragons, so many that I myself am not even clear about them." Dina and Anna were taken aback, completely astonished. Li Chen didn't care about any of this. For the sake of convenience in the future, he decided to lie as much as necessary. "Because my family has always passed down a strange quirk, which is that any man from our family will definitely be attracted to beautiful women from other races, whether they are elves, dwarves, or even dragons and sea folk. As long as they are beautiful women from other races, we like them. Thus, through generations of intermarriage with other races, this has been passed down to my generation, and my body contains countless bloodlines from different races." This statement struck Dina and Anna like a bolt from the blue, leaving them stunned and speechless. Is it really like this? The 2 sisters gaped, their eyes wide as they stared at Li Chen. Even the tail that had been swaying like a perpetual motion machine had come to a halt. At that moment, Li Chen's family seemed to them to be shrouded in an indescribable mystery. Li Chen had just crossed the mouth of the valley and stepped into Sin Town when he suddenly noticed someone hastily leaving not far away. If it had been before, Li Chen wouldn't have cared at all. He wouldn't have thought that this person's departure had anything to do with him. After all, not long ago, he was absolutely a nobody in Sin Town. However, now that he knew about Howard's situation, Li Chen speculated that this person was most likely Howard's spy. Li Chen's guess was correct. The spy, upon seeing Li Chen's figure, immediately returned to Cardon Manor to report the news to Howard. "So, you only saw that Li Chen return alone and didn't see Barb?" "Yes, sir." Howard frowned upon hearing this. At this moment, Kai, who was standing beside him, spoke up, "Sir, could it be that Barb was discovered by that Li Chen, or even killed?" Howard pondered for a moment and shook his head. Barb should not have been discovered. If that Li Chen really found out about Barb's tracking, how could he be so bold as to return to Sin Town now? Kai thought for a moment and realized this was indeed the case, then continued, "If Barb hasn't been discovered, then why hasn't that guy returned?" Howard was also thinking about this. He felt that something was off with the plan. At this point, Kai suggested, "Sir, should we capture the Li Chen and interrogate him directly?" Howard hesitated upon hearing this. While it was the most effective method, it was also prone to mistakes. If Li Chen had regular contact with the orcs, suddenly capturing him would surely alert the orcs. The matter concerned orc intelligence, leaving no room for error. Once the orcs were alarmed and fled, his plan would be ruined. Howard felt that before taking action against Li Chen, he must first ascertain Barb's current whereabouts. With this in mind, Howard immediately ordered Kai, "Don't alert Li Chen for now. Kai, have Huck follow Li Chen secretly and find out Barb's whereabouts." Huck was another level 2 fighter under Howard, even stronger than Barb, and at this moment he was Howard's most trusted subordinate aside from Kai. Kai immediately went to find Huck. Soon after, an ordinary-looking man left Cardon Manor and headed towards Li Chen's location. Before long, Huck found Li Chen At this time, Li Chen, in order to avoid arousing Howard's suspicion, went to the Mercenary Guild to sell 10 pieces of monster pelts as usual after returning to Sin Town. What was different this time was that as Li Chen looked at Bart, who was still warmly welcoming him, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Li Chen had previously failed to realize that Bart's constant enthusiasm was due to discovering the secret he held. It was a shame that Li Chen had previously bribed Bart with a huge sum of 2 copper coins. If it weren't for Bart, Li Chen wouldn't be in so much trouble right now. Once he dealt with Howard, he would definitely settle the score with Bart. Li Chen didn't linger too long at the Mercenary Guild. After completing the transaction for the monster pelts, he turned and returned to the inn. 2, 1, 1, 2. Now, Li Chen had less than 50 silver coins on him, making it somewhat difficult to buy a dwarf slave. Therefore, he needed to prepare in advance. If all went well, he might also be able to deal with the unsold monster pelts. Outside the inn, Hark couldn't help but smirk at the sight. It was undoubtedly an extremely interesting scene. He hadn't expected the target he was tracking to be trading with the slave merchant under young Master Howard. If this information was used well, young Master Howard could completely control Li Chen's movements. Hark felt it necessary to report this matter, but before that he needed to investigate the reason for Bab's disappearance. Howard had come to Sinful Town to complete the test set by the Lord of Winter City, so the number of subordinates he could bring was limited. To pass the test, Howard had specifically spent a large sum of money to hire several experienced old mercenaries, and Hark was one of them. An experienced old mercenary could play an important role in many situations. For instance, right now, Hark knew that the simplest way to find Bab was to follow Li Chen's actions today, and determining Li Chen's actions today was precisely what he excelled at. Hark observed Li Chen from a distance, soon spotting some rare plant remnants on Li Chen's clothes, some of which seemed to only grow in the inner area of the Sinful Forest. Hark then looked at Li Chen's shoes, noticing some dirt stuck to the side. After Li Chen left, Hark stepped forward to pick up the clump of dirt that had fallen from Li Chen's shoe. Hark first rubbed it with his fingers, then brought it to his nose to smell. After that, he closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Soon, he opened his eyes and muttered, "I didn't expect this kid to have been to the inner area of the Sinful Forest. Could it be that the orc tribe young Master Howard is looking for is hidden in the inner area? There are level 3 monsters in the inner area, and Bab hasn't shown up yet. Could he have run into trouble?" Hark glanced in the direction of the inn. Seeing that Li Chen had no intention of leaving the inn today, he headed towards the outskirts of Sinful Town. Outside Sinful Town, Hark followed the clues on Li Chen's body and, after a short search, found the traces of Li Chen's return. He then followed these traces all the way toward the inner area of the Sinful Forest. After more than an hour, he finally entered the inner area. After another 10 minutes, he finally discovered the mangled remains that had been gnawed by monsters. Hark's expression changed, and he hurriedly searched through the bloodstained clothes on the remains. Soon after, Hark confirmed from the belongings on the corpse that this remains belonged to Bab, who was also a level 2 fighter like him. Seeing this, Hark's expression kept changing. Finally, he took off his coat and wrapped the remains in it, quickly heading back towards Sinful Town. Howard looked at the remains before him, his expression extremely dark, his triangular eyes reddening, as if he might explode at any moment. He was not upset because Bab was dead, but rather angry that his already limited manpower had decreased further, and it was his third strongest fighter, Bab. Howard took a deep breath, slowly suppressing his anger, and said, "So according to your judgments, this guy Bab died at the hands of a monster?" Kai and Hark nodded in agreement. Kai immediately said, "There shouldn't be any mistake. I just carefully examined Bab's remains and found no weapon wounds, nor any traces of a struggle with a person. All the marks were left by monsters. Babu is, after all, a level 2 fighter. Even if Li Chen, a level 1 Chi apprentice, were to launch a sneak attack, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Moreover, the weaker orcs would never have a level 3 powerhouse among them. All the evidence points to the fact that Babu was killed by a magical beast. Perhaps he was careless and was ambushed from behind by a magical beast while tracking Li Chen. Fool!" Howard cursed angrily upon seeing this, but there was nothing he could do. Then he remembered the key point and immediately asked Hark, "Have any traces of the orcs been found near Babu?" Hark shook his head. "No, but Babu died in the inner area of the Sinful Forest. I believe the orcs are likely hiding in that inner area." "Inner area?" Howard asked, puzzled. "But the inner area is home to level 3 magical beasts. How can these weaker orcs, who cannot enter the orc gathering place, survive in the inner area?" Hark's extensive experience came into play again as he replied, "Young master, the orc tribe survives by hunting. They have mastered the habits of many magical beasts and know how to drive away the surrounding magical beasts. Even the weaker orcs have ways to survive in the inner area. However, this makes it very difficult for us to track these orcs. With our numbers, we simply cannot move freely in the inner area of the Sinful Forest." After hearing this, Howard nodded and said with a headache, "So, we can only wait for Li Chen to lead us to the orcs." "Yes, young master. During this time, we should avoid letting Li Chen discover our presence." "When will we have to wait?" "In another month and a half, winter will arrive. This year is the once-in-a-decade year of divine punishment. Winter will last more than 5 months and the temperatures will be lower than in previous years, possibly even causing a magical beast riot. If we can't capture the orcs before winter arrives, we will have to retreat to Winter City and my trial will fail as a result. Therefore, we must capture those orcs as soon as possible. As Howard spoke, his expression darkened as usual, and his tone became unequivocal. Seeing this, Kai said, "Young master, there's no need to worry. Just because winter is approaching, those orcs must be looking for ways to gather supplies like salt. I estimate that Li Chen will soon head to the orcs' hiding place again. If Li Chen hasn't gone to the orcs' hiding place before winter arrives, we can just capture him and interrogate him. Although this might alert the orcs, we won't have to worry about that at that time." After hearing this, Howard's expression improved slightly. At that moment, Hark suddenly spoke up. "Young master, I just discovered an interesting piece of information that might induce Li Chen to hurry to the orcs' hiding place." Howard immediately perked up and asked, "What information?" Hark quickly recounted the conversation between Li Chen and Charlie. "As long as we wait for Li Chen to buy Charlie's slave, we can have Charlie secretly feed that slave the frenzied blood potion. Once the frenzied blood potion erupts, only the orc tribe can resolve it. Since Li Chen has connections with the orc tribe, he will surely know this. To save his slave, he will definitely seek the orc tribe's help. At that time, won't we be able to follow him to find the orcs' hiding place?" As Howard listened to Hark's words, his slanted eyes widened. A cold smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Good idea. The frenzied blood potion is precious, but as long as we capture the orcs, it will all be worth it." Saying this, Howard hurriedly sent someone to call Charlie. The next day, Li Chen got up unusually early. In order to enhance his strength, he didn't dare to be as lax as before. As soon as Li Chen stepped out of his room, he saw that Charlie was already waiting for him at the door. What's strange is that today Charlie seems to lack the urgency he had yesterday. Yesterday he was practically itching to carry Li Chen off to buy his slave. Li Chen didn't mind following Charlie as they headed towards the manor he had rented. Once inside the manor, Li Chen followed Charlie directly to the dungeon. The pungent smell in the dungeon made Li Chen frown, but he said nothing, simply following Charlie and listening as he continuously introduced the slaves in their cages. "Guest, look at this human slave. He is in his prime, the best labor force. You only need to feed him 2 meals a day, the cheapest black bread and clean water, and he can bring you returns dozens or even hundreds of times over. Such a bargain of a slave can be yours for just 50 silver coins. And over here is this young female slave. She has just come of age this year. After our training, she is very skilled at serving people. If you like her, you can take her for just 80 silver coins. Don't think it's too expensive. We put in a lot of effort to train her. I'll let you in on a secret, she's still a virgin, definitely a top quality item." Seeing that Charlie seemed eager to introduce all his slaves, Li Chen directly interrupted him, saying, "I'm only interested in exotic slaves today." Upon hearing this, Charlie was even more pleased, as exotic slaves are priced much higher than human slaves, meaning greater profits for him. Charlie quickly led Li Chen deeper into the dungeon. "Would the guest like to see this orc slave? This male orc from the bull tribe is the second strongest among all my slaves, boasting the strength of a level 2 warrior. But don't worry, we've fitted him with the latest restraining collar. As long as you control the collar, you can manage him perfectly. And his price isn't high. If you want to buy him, it's only 20 gold coins." Goodness, compared to human slaves, the price of this bull orc skyrocketed by dozens of times. No wonder the slave traders and Howard were racking their brains to capture orcs. However, the high price of this bull orc is undoubtedly related to his own strength. After all, he is a level 2 warrior, easily capable of defeating several level 1 fighting apprentices like Li Chen, so the higher price is understandable. Li Chen felt a bit tempted looking at the bull orc in the cage. A level 2 strength would be a huge boost for him right now, and since this slave happened to be an orc, if Li Chen brought this bull orc to Dina and Anna, the bull orc would surely be willing to repay Li Chen wholeheartedly, with the cost being that Li Chen would have to return the bull orc's freedom. The bull orc was undoubtedly a good choice, but the price of 20 gold coins deterred Li Chen. Even if he emptied his entire fortune, he might not be able to gather that much. Moreover, he had already established a friendship with the orc tribe. Adding another orc friendship wouldn't significantly enhance his personal strength. It was indeed better to prioritize other exotic races. Li Chen directly said to Charlie, "I don't want the orc. Do you have any other exotic slaves?" Charlie showed a hint of surprise, wanting exotic slaves. Aside from elves, the best option was orcs. Given that Li Chen had connections with the orc tribe, it was puzzling that he would refuse the orc slave before him. Charlie couldn't understand, but it was a good thing that Li Chen didn't want the bull orc slave. The blood frenzy potion, due to its unique formulation, could only be resolved by the orc tribe. If Li Chen had bought the bull orc, it would have been difficult for him to administer the potion. Thinking this, Charlie brought Li Chen to the dwarf slave. Dwarves are very similar to humans, but they are generally not tall. Among adult dwarves, none exceed 1.5 meters, resembling little people. Although they are not tall, their appearances do not cease to mature, often resulting in a small stature paired with an overly mature face. Male dwarves tend to sport large beards, giving them a distinctly old man vibe. Female dwarves, on the other hand, are much more normal in this regard. While they may not be tall, certain aspects of their development do not shrink, leading to a high proportion of youthful faces and ample bosoms among dwarf women. Despite this, it is still quite difficult for female dwarves to win the favor of human buyers. After all, dwarves are a race that focuses on physical training, and they enjoy forging and building, so every dwarf is as robust as a calf. Most female dwarves cannot escape this either, despite their significant advantages of youthful looks and ample bosoms. They also come with a set of Barbie features that do not attract many buyers. This is also why the prices of dwarves are lower than those of elves and beastmen. Charlie has a total of 9 dwarf slaves, most of whom are male, with 5 at level 0 and 4 at level 1, and none at level 2. Level 0 dwarves generally cost 80 silver coins each, while level 1 dwarves are priced at 4 gold coins each. Li Chen thought for a moment. In fact, any dwarf could help him unlock the dwarf race bond, so he could simply buy the cheapest level 0 dwarf. However, once he bought a level 0 dwarf, it would be of no use after unlocking the bond, and it might even become a burden later on. Li Chen did not want to abandon a dwarf he had just purchased. If he bought a level 1 warrior dwarf, at least the dwarf wouldn't become a burden during a potential escape. As he contemplated this, Li Chen was about to select a level 1 dwarf when he suddenly recalled what Charlie had just said. The level 2 warrior bull beastman is only the second strongest among all of Charlie's slaves, and the strongest is not among th3. However, every time he pressed his ear close to the dark elf, he could always hear that faint, almost imperceptible breath. This guy is still alive. Why is he still alive? How is it even possible? Although he had experienced this several times, Charlie couldn't help but marvel at the dark elf's resilience each time. While he was marveling, his hand mercilessly pried open the dark elf's mouth, then poured the poison from the metal bottle into the dark elf's mouth. The dark elf was forced to drink the poison, coughed a few times, and then fell silent again. But Charlie knew that the dark elf was now mute. After that, Charlie took out a collar from his bosom. This was the restraining collar used to bind slaves, rumored to have an astonishing origin, with some saying it was a technology bestowed by the gods. No one has yet grasped the principle of the restraining collar. Everyone could only make it according to the methods taught by the gods. Even collars made in this way could still exert miraculous power. As long as a slave wore this collar, they would be suppressed by it, and the master who controlled the collar could manipulate the slave at will. When the slave resisted, the master could control the collar to fully suppress the slave. Under this suppression, the weak slave couldn't even stand up, and to avoid punishment, the slave could only obediently submit to the master under the collar's tyranny. The restraining collar is simply something that exists to control slaves. Is this really a technology bestowed by the gods? Charlie said casually, then placed the restraining collar around the dark elf's neck. He hadn't put it on the dark elf before for fear that the collar's inherent suppression would kill her. Now he was about to make the dark elf drink the frenzied blood potion, and soon the dark elf would temporarily recover like a flash of light, so he naturally had to put the restraining collar on her in advance. With that thought, Charlie pulled out the so-called frenzied blood potion from his bosom. It was a bottle of bright red liquid, which, despite not being heated, continuously emitted a scorching aura. The liquid inside the glass bottle seemed to be boiling, as if it were a bottle of freshly boiled blood. Charlie uncorked the glass bottle, and a wave of bloody scent rushed towards him. He accidentally inhaled a breath and immediately felt his heart racing, the blood in his body flowing rapidly. Under such stimulation, Charlie felt a power surging within him, but he didn't feel comfortable. Instead, a tearing pain coursed through his entire body. Just inhaling a breath has such a strong reaction. Damn it, this is still diluted. If it weren't diluted, one breath would probably take my life. Yet, ironically, this is also a technology bestowed by the gods. Charlie looked at the frenzied blood potion in his hand with terror, while mercilessly prying open the dark elf's mouth and pouring all the frenzied blood potion into her. Just after the dark elf drank the frenzied blood potion, her body suddenly began to convulse. She seemed to be screaming, but having just been poisoned into silence, she couldn't make much noise, only faint moans could be heard. Soon after, a hot, bloody aura emanated from her body. It felt as if a vast mist of blood was erupting from every pore of the dark elf's body. Charlie couldn't help but take a few steps back, and then he saw the dark elf's entire body taking on a strange dark red hue, her injuries rapidly healing at that moment. This healing speed couldn't compare to that of the wood elf taking emergency pills, but it was still enough to make some small wounds on the dark elf heal instantly. This continued for about a minute, and finally, the dark elf stopped struggling. For several minutes, the dark elf remained completely still, and just when Charlie thought she might not have survived, she suddenly twitched and slowly crawled up from the ground. Seeing this, Charlie finally let out a sigh of relief. Follow me, the elven slave is just ahead. Charlie led Li Chen towards the cage where the dark elf was held. In the dim dungeon, only the oil lamp in Charlie's hand barely illuminated the surroundings. The two walked along the light until they reached the end of the dungeon, where the cage holding the dark elf stood before them. In the faint light, they could see an extremely mature woman inside the cell. Her figure and demeanor could only be described as mature. She sat quietly against the wall, seemingly resting with her eyes closed. Li Chen had learned from Babu that this dark elf had been severely interrogated, and he expected to see a rather brutal scene. However, the reality was beyond Li Chen's expectations. The dark elf's condition was not bad at all. Through the scant clothing that covered her, Li Chen noticed she had few wounds, and she did not exude the dying aura that Babu had described. She was merely a bit emaciated. If it weren't for her wheat-colored skin and white hair proving she was a dark elf, Li Chen might have thought she was another unrelated elf. As Charlie brought the oil lamp closer, the light caught the dark elf's attention. She opened her right eye and tilted her head to look over. It was a rare black eye, just like Li Chen's. The three black eyes met each other. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, but in that right eye, Li Chen saw no emotion at all, as if it were a calm lake without a ripple. Clearly betrayed, clearly captured, clearly interrogated. And now about to be sold, yet the dark elf's right eye remained calm. There was no anger, no hatred, nor any desire for life. It was as if she possessed the eyes of a monk who had seen through the world, devoid of desires. As for her left eye, it could not open, a wound crossed over it, leaving that eye completely blind. Similarly, her right hand hung limply, the tendons severed without timely treatment, rendering it useless. Soon, the dark elf withdrew her gaze and leaned back against the wall, closing her eyes again, completely indifferent to Li Chen and Charlie outside the cage. However, Li Chen stared at the dark elf for a long time, so long that Charlie couldn't help but remind him, "Guest, it seems you are quite satisfied with this dark elf. What do you think? Do you want to buy her? I can give you the best deal. You can get her for just 30 gold coins. This is a rare opportunity." The dark elf race is scarce and roams the entire magical continent. Many people go their whole lives without encountering one. Their value is evident. Moreover, the dark elf in front of you is also extremely powerful. At her peak, she was a level 3 expert, and there are hardly a few opponents in the entire Sin town. Although she has sustained some injuries, she still possesses level 2 strength. With her around, you would be much safer in a place like Sin town, Charlie boasted incessantly. Li Chen immediately retorted, "Some injuries? Whether it's her blind left eye or her useless right hand, which can be considered minor injuries, I doubt she can even defeat that bull-headed orc now." Upon hearing this, Charlie immediately realized that Li Chen was trying to haggle. In fact, Li Chen did have such thoughts. Initially, he had learned from Babu that the dark elf was gravely injured and on the brink of death, and under that premise he was curious but had no intention of buying her. However, now the dark elf's condition was infinitely better than Li Chen had imagined, and her own strength was formidable enough that acquiring her would undoubtedly become an asset. The most important point is that the dark elf could never team up with Howard. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. After considering various aspects, Li Chen decided to buy the dark elf. Since he was going to buy, the first priority was to find a way to lower the price. He certainly couldn't afford 30 gold coins. However, Charlie was not a novice merchant and would not let Li Chen have his way easily. "You can't say that, dear guest. Although this dark elf is seriously injured, as a natural assassin, she can push her body to the limit. Losing one eye may have some impact, but with her proficiency in both hands, her left hand is just as agile as her right. If you buy her, you won't need to treat her. She can immediately become a force to protect you. Selling her for 30 gold coins is truly not expensive." It turned out that dark elves had such a talent. This was the first time Li Chen had heard of it. Although he was curious, he couldn't show it now, lest it affect the bargaining. He immediately began to refute Charlie. "What good is combat power? If it's just about combat power, I might as well buy the orc from earlier, at least he has no defects. The reason I specifically want to buy this dark elf, don't you understand? Just look at the scars on her face, it's almost disfigured, and her body is covered in scars as if she rolled around in a mountain of knives. Even if dark elves are rare, a dark elf like this, you wouldn't be able to sell for a high price even in the human empire, would you? As long as it is used well, many flaws can become advantages, such as being lecherous." At this moment, Li Chen was hinting to Charlie under the guise of lechery. He intended to buy the dark elf for her body, and with this reason, he could significantly weaken the importance of her combat power, while the scars and defects on the dark elf could become conditions for bargaining. Sure enough, the servant was startled to see the two and repeated, "Lord Charlie, Lord Kai is looking for you. He wants to inquire about the slaves." Upon hearing Kai's name, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had heard the name from Barb, who mentioned that Kai was Howard's personal guard and a level 3 powerhouse, capable of killing him in an instant. Why would this guy come here? Could it be that Howard already knows he intends to buy slaves from Charlie? Since Howard has personally intervened, there must be something wrong with this slave transaction. In an instant, Li Chen thought of many things, but he dared not show it on his face. After all, in the eyes of Howard and the others, Li Chen was completely unaware of their existence. Perhaps this was also the reason why Kai dared to have the servant announce his name directly. The reason Kai wanted the servant to come in and report was not that he genuinely needed to find Charlie, but rather that Howard was using this to remind Charlie not to forget what he had instructed. At this moment, Charlie finally recalled Howard's previous instructions. Right, his main purpose today was to sell the dark elf to Li Chen, but his usual habit made him unable to resist haggling with Li Chen. He probably took too long, and young Master Howard guessed this, which is why he had the servant use Kai's name to remind him. He almost jeopardized young Master Howard's plans. Again. Charlie secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then put on a calm demeanor and replied to the servant, "Got it, tell Lord Kai I'll be there shortly. The slaves he requested have arrived, let him wait for me a moment." After saying that, Charlie turned to Li Chen and said, "Never mind, your luck is good. As you can see, I have another big client coming soon to trade with me, and I can't be bothered to haggle with you. I'll sell you this dark elf for 10 gold coins. Li Chen was not grateful for this. There was indeed something wrong. He was well aware of the relationship between Kai and Charlie's words were undoubtedly just an excuse to sell the dark elf to him at a low price. Charlie, no, it should be Howard who seems very eager for me to buy the dark elf. This thought flashed through Li Chen's mind, and he sensed a hint of conspiracy. Is Howard trying to play a double game? Li Chen quickly dismissed this idea. One thing he was certain of was that the dark elf could never be in cahoots with Howard. Given this, Li Chen decided to go ahead and buy the dark elf. First, the dark elf was indeed a good asset. A natural assassin would also make a natural bodyguard. After all, an assassin knows an assassin best. With such a dark elf around, Li Chen's safety would be significantly enhanced. Second, since this was Howard's scheme, if Li Chen chose not to buy at this moment, who could say for sure whether Howard would, in a fit of desperation due to a failed plan, take direct action against him. Additionally, there was one more point in Li Chen's favor. Now that he knew Howard wanted to sell the dark elf to him, could the price of the dark elf be lowered a bit more? Li Chen grinned and said to Charlie, who had quoted 10 gold coins, No, the condition of the dark elf is too poor. I think I can only offer 5 gold coins at most." As soon as these words were spoken, Charlie's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe that someone would quote such a price for a dark elf slave. Charlie was furious and wanted to refuse immediately. He desperately wanted to reject it, but he couldn't because young Master Howard had instructed him to sell the dark elf to Li Chen at all costs. In the end, Charlie could only comfort himself. After all, it was young Master Howard's dark elf. The lower the price, it was none of his business. With this thought, Charlie suddenly felt enlightened. All right. Before Charlie could utter the word, Li Chen had already sensed Charlie's desire to compromise. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen continued before Charlie could agree, "You need to give me a level 1 dwarf in addition to the dark elf for 5 gold coins." Yes, the 5 gold coins weren't solely for the dark elf. Charlie had to give him a level 1 dwarf as well. Since there was a chance to squeeze the other party, Li Chen would feel guilty if he didn't take full advantage of it. At that moment, Charlie felt as if he was about to explode with anger. He had never encountered someone so shameless. The dark elf wasn't Charlie's, but the dwarf was. A level 1 dwarf could sell for 4 gold coins. What was this? The remaining 1 gold coin was the price for the dark elf. Charlie was infuriated by Li Chen's audacity. Impossible. Just as Charlie's words left his mouth, a servant nearby happened to speak up. "My lord, it's not good to keep Lord Kai waiting too long." Charlie's boiling anger was instantly suppressed by the servant's words. Even so, Charlie stubbornly replied, "Impossible. I can only give you a level 0 dwarf at most." Li Chen could almost hear Charlie's suppressed roar as he said this. Li Chen smirked inwardly and finally put on a reluctant expression, nodding in agreement to the deal. Soon, Charlie opened the cage of the dark elf. The dark elf was still sitting in the corner, with her eyes closed, showing no reaction to the earlier bargaining between Li Chen and Charlie. "Come out," Charlie commanded the dark elf in the cage. After waiting several seconds with no response, Charlie's pent-up anger was about to erupt. At that moment, Li Chen stopped Charlie, hesitated for a moment, and walked into the dungeon. Li Chen squatted down in front of the dark elf, and she finally opened her right eye. The 3 black eyes met once again. The dark elf's right eye remained as calm as ever. "What is your name?" Li Chen asked the dark elf. Unsurprisingly, he received no response. Seeing this, Li Chen nodded, seemingly understanding the dark elf's thoughts at that moment. Suddenly, Li Chen reached out his right hand and grabbed the dark elf's left hand. The touch was cold and soft. Li Chen tightened his grip on that icy hand, then stood up and pulled the dark elf up with force. During this time, the dark elf offered no resistance. Seeing this, Li Chen said nothing and directly led the compliant dark elf out of the cage. Silent, disillusioned, despairing of the world. Regardless of which, Li Chen was not worried. He was confident that he would find a way to earn the dark elf's trust. If words couldn't do it, he would take his time. With the dark elf in tow, Li Chen and Charlie went to select a level 0 dwarf. Li Chen's requirements for the dwarf were simple: physically sound, preferably strong. Thus, he ultimately chose a particularly robust middle-aged male dwarf. Next came the payment. Charlie let out a sigh of relief. He could finally send away this damned bandit. Buying a dark elf and a dwarf for 5 gold coins, wasn't that what a bandit would do? As Li Chen reached into his pocket, Charlie waited for him to hand over the money so he could send this bandit away immediately. However, Li Chen then said something. "Well, actually, I don't have that much money." No money? What did that mean? Charlie was stunned for a long time after hearing this, and by the time he reacted, veins were already bulging on his forehead. As Charlie was about to completely explode, Li Chen quickly reassured him, "Although I don't have enough money on me, I can offer something in exchange." Charlie felt this was the most frustrating deal he had ever made in his life, but thinking of Howard's demands, he could only grit his teeth, suppress his anger, and ask, I wonder what you plan to offer as compensation? Fur, the fur of magical beasts, Li Chen replied without hesitation. After hearing this, Charlie hesitated for a moment, then sneered, Sir, I'm not one of those ordinary merchants, I have no interest in buying furs. Not buying? No, you will buy, Li Chen grinned, interrupting Charlie before he could retort, if the profit I offer is high enough, why wouldn't you accept it? Charlie was taken aback. The word profit struck a chord with his merchant's heart. He hesitated again for a moment before finally asking, what kind of profit can you offer? Merchants are all about profit. As long as the profit is sufficient, they don't care whether they are fur traders or slave traders. After all, those who can make money are good merchants. Seeing that Charlie was slowly taking the bait, Li Chen continued, you know the market price for magical beast furs outside, right? Charlie nodded. Of course, the fur of a level 1 magical beast is worth 60 copper coins, and the fur of a level 2 magical beast is worth 6 silver coins. This was the price in the human empire, and the Mercenary Guild would not buy furs at that price. In the Mercenary Guild of Sinful Town, the fur of a level 1 magical beast was only worth 50 copper coins. After hearing this, Li Chen narrowed his eyes, secretly pleased. He naturally didn't know the price of magical beast furs in the human empire, so he had intentionally said that to extract the market price from Charlie. With the market price in hand, Li Chen felt more confident and said, in that case, what if I sell you a level 1 magical beast fur for 40 copper coins? Selling to the Mercenary Guild is also an option, but Li Chen didn't want to attract another Howard who coveted the orc race due to a large batch of magical beast furs. Therefore, he set his sights on Charlie. After all, Howard and the others had already guessed that Li Chen had connections with the orcs, so Li Chen decided not to hide his batch of magical beast furs anymore and would take the opportunity to dispose of them through Charlie. Upon hearing the price Li Chen offered, Charlie's heart skipped a beat. Buying at 40 copper coins and selling at 60 copper coins meant a 50% profit, a return rate sufficient to tempt any merchant to take risks. In fact, there was no risk for Li Chen in this transaction. As Charlie thought about it, he gradually felt tempted. Seeing this, Li Chen threw out another bombshell. I have nearly 900 pieces of level 1 magical beast fur and 50 pieces of level 2 magical beast fur. If you're willing, we can trade all of them at the price I just mentioned. What? So many? Upon hearing this, Charlie could no longer contain himself. With such a quantity of magical beast furs, he could make nearly 3 gold coins in profit just by flipping them in the human empire. With that money, even if he suffered losses with the batch of slaves he had, he would still have a chance to make a comeback. Thinking of this, Charlie finally couldn't help but agree to Li Chen's deal. Li Chen had taken the magical beast furs out of his spatial ring before setting off in the morning and placed them in the hotel room. After Charlie's people arrived at the hotel and took all the magical beast furs away, the two had successfully completed their transaction. Both Li Chen and Charlie were very satisfied with this deal. Charlie gained enough profit, while Li Chen only lost a batch of magical beast furs that were useless to him. But he not only acquired a dark elf and a dwarf for free but also received 60 silver coins from Charlie. In a way, it could also be said that buying slaves was like giving away silver coins. For a moment, Li Chen's total assets finally broke through to 1 gold coin, reaching an astonishing 1 gold coin and 10 silver coins. After purchasing 2 slaves, the first thing Li Chen had them do was take a bath. As they washed away the filth from their bodies, there was a sense of purification for the soul, and Li Chen thought this was a good way to help the slaves relieve their tension. The dwarf, after bathing, was cleaner but still looked like a little old man. He did not give Li Chen a good face because he had been captured by a human slave trader from the dwarf gathering place, which was why he became a slave, and naturally, he wouldn't show any good face to the human Li Chen. The dark elf, however, had no such prejudice. Her expression had never changed, and she wouldn't give Li Chen any attitude at all. After her bath, it was as if she had broken a seal. The scars on her face could not hinder her mature aura, and combined with her indifferent nature, she was undoubtedly an ice-cold beauty. With her curvy figure and long, shapely legs, Li Chen couldn't help but be mesmerized the first time he saw her. She was simply more charming than any beauty pageant winner on earth. Li Chen swallowed hard, and some inappropriate thoughts almost popped into his mind, prompting him to quickly recite, "A gentleman appreciates beauty, but only through proper means, otherwise he will rot." Suppressing the evil thoughts in his mind, Li Chen was now going to decide the future of the 2 slaves. He looked at the dwarf slave. Faced with the dwarf slave's sour expression, Li Chen stunned him with his first words. "I've decided to set you free." The dwarf slave was dumbfounded for a long time, and only after a while did he come to his senses, staring at Li Chen in disbelief and asking, "Human, what did you just say?" Li Chen spoke again. "I said I've decided to set you free, which means I'm giving you your freedom." This time, the dwarf slave confirmed. He hadn't misheard, and he looked at Li Chen with even more disbelief. Even the dark elf, who had seen through the world, couldn't help but look at Li Chen. Li Chen really intended to let the dwarf slave go. To prove this, he immediately began to unlock the restraining collar around the dwarf slave's neck. The restraining collar had the characteristic of blood binding to its master. After buying the dark elf and the dwarf, Li Chen had gained control over their collars. At that moment, Li Chen reached out and touched the dwarf slave's neck, and the collar instantly loosened. The dwarf stared blankly at the collar that had fallen to the ground, still unable to believe what was happening. Li Chen was too lazy to explain further. The next morning, Li Chen took the dark elf and the dwarf and left the inn. After exiting the inn, Li Chen felt, as expected, that someone was watching him. However, he didn't care, pretending not to notice as he continued forward with the dark elf and the dwarf. Even though the dwarf was about to leave, Li Chen felt he should first build some goodwill. So, he kindly took the dark elf and the dwarf to a bakery to buy a few white loaves of bread for 5 copper coins each, and then bought some juice and roasted meat. Spending a total of 50 copper coins, Li Chen prepared a hearty breakfast for the dwarf. The dwarf ate the breakfast in a daze. The whole time, after eating his fill, they were naturally ready to set off. Li Chen immediately led the dwarf toward the valley entrance. At this moment, Li Chen could clearly feel that the number of people following him was increasing. He still didn't care. After all, he had no intention of leaving the sinful town today, and those who were following him were destined to return disappointed. Arriving at the valley entrance, Li Chen threw some dry food and water to the dwarf. The next moment, he turned back with the dark elf, leaving the dwarf looking completely at a loss. Wait a minute. Just as Li Chen's figure was about to disappear, the dwarf behind him suddenly spoke up. At this point, the dwarf seemed to finally confirm that Li Chen really intended to let him go, although he did not understand why the other party would do so. Perhaps it was because dwarves were often looked down upon by other races, which is why the dwarf clan had always been the most united race on the magical continent, and also the one that valued friendship the most. Such dwarves also placed great importance on gratitude. At this moment, the dwarf stared at the turning Li Chen, his expression complex, and after a moment, he suddenly shouted, "Human Li Chen, my name is Duoj. If I truly gain my freedom, I swear by the name of the dwarf god, Duoj will never forget your kindness." Li Chen smiled upon hearing this, then casually waved his hand and left gracefully. The dwarf quietly watched Li Chen depart, and after he could no longer see Li Chen's figure, he first confirmed that no one was around before running with all his might towards the southern gathering place of the dwarves. After sending off the dwarf, Li Chen returned the way he came. He could feel the watchful eyes around him slowly diminishing, probably because they realized that Li Chen did not intend to seek out the orcs, and these eyes, fearing to disturb him, hid away. Therefore, Howard, who had originally looked forward to this, was naturally furious upon learning this news. Charlie was equally angry. Charlie could not understand why Li Chen would let the dwarf go. If it were another slave, it would be one thing, but this dwarf slave was one that Li Chen had taken from him. In the end, Li Chen tricked him out of a slave just to let this slave go? Charlie was so angry that he seemed to become even rounder. Unlike the irritable Howard and Charlie, Li Chen returned to the inn with a contented expression, waiting. What he was waiting for was, of course, the system's notification sound. Li Chen purchased this level 0 ordinary dwarf to unlock the dwarf race's talent. So, how could he gain the dwarf's friendship as quickly as possible? This was a question Li Chen had encountered before when he sought the friendship of the elf race. The same problem could be solved with the same method. Although Li Chen was a human, he had gone to great lengths to buy you and grant you freedom, yet he asked for nothing in return. Was that not enough to earn your friendship? The fact proved that a good method is one that can be reused. By evening, it seemed the dwarf had escaped to a sufficiently safe place. The dwarf's gratitude and the system's notification sound arrived simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 bond point with the dwarf race. Detected bond with the dwarf race. Activating dwarf race talent. Host's basic physique. +1. Li Chen quickly opened his attribute panel. Host, Li Chen Realm, Level 1 Chi Apprentice Strength, 2*10 Physique, 2*10 Agility, 1*10 Spirit, 2*10 Talent, Elf. Race Talent 0.1%, Orc Race Talent 13.2%, Dwarf Race Talent 0.1%. Talent Skills, Nature Affinity *0.1, Beast Transformation *3, Rapid Recovery *5, Poison Resistance. Dwarves who have reached the limit of body refinement possess a strong resistance to toxins, immune to level 1 toxins, and have a certain resistance to level 2 to 3 toxins. Bond points. 312 points. Li Chen looked at the panel, and just like when he first unlocked the system, it was another result that left him unsure whether to be satisfied or dissatisfied. What pleased him was that the basic attribute points had indeed increased by 1, now his total basic attribute points had reached 7. If he could gain 1 more, he would officially step into the realm of genius. However, he found it somewhat difficult to obtain the next attribute point, estimating that he would have to seek it from races like the Sea Race, Vampire Race, or Dragon Race. What disappointed him was that the talent skill he obtained this time was actually poison resistance. The poison pit is indeed very important at many times, but it is not what Li Chen needs right now. What he needs is a talent skill that can immediately enhance his combat power, like beastification. Complaining is useless, so Li Chen decided to stop thinking about it. Since the system is unreliable, he has no choice but to find a way to deal with Howard on his own. Now, he at least has the support of a dark elf. As long as he plans well, there's no reason he can't rely on himself to wipe out Howard and his gang in one fell swoop. Just as Li Chen was contemplating his plan, he suddenly noticed that the dark elf's condition was not good. Although Li Chen couldn't tell the dark elf's complexion due to her skin color, he noticed that since morning, her walking posture seemed a bit strange. By now, this strangeness had become increasingly apparent, as if the dark elf was enduring something. Her steps filled with awkwardness. Could it be that her dark injury has relapsed? It's very possible. After being captured by Howard, she must have undergone severe interrogation. Seeing this, Li Chen hurriedly told the dark elf to rest on the bed. For this reason, he temporarily halted his plan to deal with Howard. Otherwise, if the plan started and the dark elf suddenly collapsed, it would lead to a fatal failure. Li Chen thought that after resting, the dark elf would gradually feel better. However, on the third day, he found that the dark elf's condition had worsened instead. At this point, the dark elf could hardly even stand. Her body was trembling constantly, as if she had been soaked in water, completely drenched in cold sweat. Even so, the dark elf did not let out a single cry of pain. It's not that she doesn't want to scream, she can't scream. Seeing that the dark elf had lost consciousness yet still made no sound, Li Chen finally realized that this dark elf had been poisoned into silence. Moreover, the dark elf's current state was definitely not just a relapse of some dark ailment. It was highly likely that she had been poisoned. Why would Howard and the others do such a thing? The answer was not hard to guess. Howard and his group had always aimed for the orcs. The reason for going to such lengths to do this was undoubtedly to force Li Chen to seek out the orc tribe. From this point, Li Chen continued to deduce. Although I don't know what tricks have been played on the dark elf, the orc tribe must have a way to solve this problem. Otherwise, how could they force me to find the orc tribe? Li Chen instantly understood everything. Looking at the curled up, trembling dark elf, he gritted his teeth in anger. Howard, just you wait. Li Chen growled lowly, hesitated for a moment, then picked up the dark elf and tied her securely to his back with a rope. To save the dark elf, he had to find the orc tribe. Even if Li Chen was ruthless enough not to save the dark elf, Howard, whose plan had failed, would come on him hard, and he would still be forced to seek out the orc tribe. At this moment, Li Chen understood that he had no choice. Right now, Li Chen's only advantage was that, while it seemed the enemy was in the dark and he was in the light, he had already clearly understood all of Howard's thoughts. As long as he made good use of this advantage, he still had a chance. Before leaving the inn, Li Chen put on a large hooded cloak for himself and the dark elf, wrapping their figures within it. However, the moment Li Chen stepped out of the inn, Healy sensed some vague gazes. Anticipating this, Li Chen did not back down. He had never expected a cloak to fool those spies. Carrying the dark elf, Li Chen walked straight towards the valley entrance. Soon after, at Cardon Manor, the spies had already reported Li Chen's whereabouts to Howard. Finally, he's taken the bait. This time, we can't let him escape. Beside him, Hark immediately said, "Young master, let me go this time. I will definitely be able to find the orc tribe's trail." In the eyes of an ordinary person, a level 2 fighter tracking a level 1 Chi apprentice would be more than sufficient. However, after the incident with Babu last time, Howard could not afford to be careless. He shook his head on the spot and said, "No, this time I want to be absolutely certain. Kai, you go with Huck." A level 2 fighter and a level 3 warrior tracking the level 1 Chi apprentice. Li Chen, who also had a burden of a dark elf with him, surely there couldn't be any more problems, right? If anything went wrong again, Howard would eat the sofa he was sitting on. With Howard's unwavering determination, Kai and Huck couldn't help but put aside their disdain for Li Chen and immediately set off in his direction. Navigating through the sinful forest, Li Chen moved straight towards the inner area of the forest. He had no idea who Howard had sent to track him this time, but to be fair, if he were Howard, he would definitely send the strongest, Kai, to handle it personally. Li Chen could only assume that Kai was following closely behind him. A level 3 warrior, 1,000-fold enhancement of all attributes, just hit him with your head. For the first time, Li Chen felt such helplessness. He didn't dare seek help from Dina and Anna. Even though the sisters practiced high-quality blood techniques and had genius-level talent, they were still only level 2 and could not cross the boundary to deal with Kai. The only outcome would be total annihilation. Therefore, Li Chen had to rely on himself to shake off the pursuers behind him. This was undoubtedly an extremely difficult task in the face of absolute power. Most struggles were laughable. It was no exaggeration to say that at this moment, even if Kai stood still, Li Chen wouldn't be able to defeat him. Faced with this deadlock where he couldn't escape or fight back, Li Chen could only continue moving towards the inner area of the sinful forest while contemplating countermeasures. Seeing that he was not far from the inner area, Li Chen had been lucky so far, not encountering any magical beasts. However, once he truly reached the inner area, the probability of encountering magical beasts would greatly increase, and once he did, they would at least be level 2 or higher. It could be said that if he encountered even one, it would be the end for Li Chen. Thus, he stopped in his tracks. Kai and Hawk, who were following him, also halted upon seeing this. They hadn't spotted any traces of the beasts yet, so they couldn't reveal themselves. at this moment and kept a distant watch on Li Chen. In their eyes, they saw Li Chen suddenly reach into his bosom and pull out a large number of strange bottles. He took a few of them and sprinkled their contents on himself, then held the rest tightly in his hands, scattering them to the sides as he moved forward. Kai sniffed the air and caught a whiff of a pungent, strange smell, then turned to Huck and asked, "What a strange smell. Do you know what he's throwing around?" Huck shook his head. Although he was an experienced mercenary, it was his first time encountering such a peculiar scent. After thinking for a moment, Huck speculated, could this be the secret potion used by the orc tribe to repel magical beasts? Li Chen is only a level 1 Chi apprentice. How could he pass through the inner area to find the orc tribe without such a potion? Kai found this reasoning plausible. The orc tribe possessed mysterious methods to repel magical beasts, and they had previously been unaware of what those methods were. Now it seemed very likely that it was this kind of potion. The two did not let their guard down because of this. They continued to cautiously follow Li Chen. Little did they know, after Li Chen sprinkled the secret potion, his pace suddenly slowed down, and he would sometimes deliberately stop, as if waiting for something. Just as Kai and Huck were growing impatient waiting, roar! A roar from a magical beast suddenly echoed from the surroundings, filled with rage and a peculiar emotion. Kai and Hack frowned after hearing this, but the roars of the beasts were still some distance away, so they didn't pay much attention. Roar, roar, roar. However, after a while, the roars of these beasts grew more numerous and closer to their location. Hack's expression changed. It seems these beasts are approaching us. What's going on? Didn't that kid use the secret potion to drive the beasts away? Kai was also pondering the reason, and then he realized something, suddenly exclaiming, "Wait, who said that kid definitely used a potion to drive the beasts away?" Hack's expression changed again. "Are you saying these beasts were attracted by that kid? No way, that kid shouldn't know we are following him, so why would he do something so reckless?" At this point, Kai finally guessed the truth and immediately yelled at Hack, "Idiot, Babu must have been killed by that kid. He has known about our existence from the start. We've been played. Now, come with me to catch that kid." However, while Kai was saying this, Li Chen suddenly took a step forward and ran towards the direction where the roars of the beasts were the loudest. It was impossible for Li Chen to shake off Kai on his own, especially since he was still carrying a dark elf with him. Therefore, Li Chen needed some help. In the sinful forest, apart from the orcs like Dina and Anna, the only ones who could help Li Chen were those beasts with low intelligence. However, how to create chaos among the beasts to give Li Chen a chance to escape was a dilemma. The simplest method was actually to use the scent of blood. As long as the scent was strong enough, it would definitely attract a group of bloodthirsty beasts. However, the scent of blood would not go unnoticed by Kai and Hack. By the time the beasts were attracted, they would likely catch Li Chen in the act. Therefore, Li Chen needed a potion that Kai wouldn't detect but could still attract the beasts. Of course, Li Chen didn't have such a potion on him, but the system store did. This potion had another common name, Beast Aphrodisiac. To this end, Li Chen directly invested over 100 bond points, buying up all the aphrodisiacs he could find, even purchasing a dozen bottles of animal aphrodisiac used for breeding animals on Earth. Just now, Li Chen opened dozens of bottles of aphrodisiac and scattered them around. Although most beasts were active at night, they couldn't remain indifferent to such a large quantity of aphrodisiac. Sleep my ass, get up and party. Damn it, beasts, drink this bowl of aphrodisiac and go wild. Li Chen grinned as he listened to the increasingly numerous and agitated roars of the beasts around him, turning and charging towards the direction where the roars were densest. Upon realizing the situation, Kai and Hack immediately chased after him, but initially they had kept their distance to avoid being discovered by Li Chen, so they couldn't stop him instantly. However, Kai and Hack weren't worried. They didn't believe Li Chen would dare to charge into a group of beasts. After all, rushing towards countless frenzied beasts would only result in being torn apart. However, Kai and Hack eventually realized they were wrong. Li Chen really dared to do it. Seeing a dozen frenzied beasts with bloodshot eyes blocking the way, Li Chen not only didn't hesitate but instead accelerated towards those beasts. Is he insane? This time, Kai and Hack hesitated. Among the beasts ahead, although most were level 2 beasts, facing a dozen frenzied level 2 beasts together, even Kai might not be able to escape unscathed, let alone Hack. Kai noticed Huck's desire to retreat and quickly spoke up. "Huck, if retreating now causes Master Howard's plan to fail, can you bear the consequences?" Huck's face showed a struggle. After all, Howard's plan couldn't be more important than his life. Seeing this, Kai continued, "We don't have to fight to the death. That kid is heading straight for the magical beasts, and they definitely won't let him go. You and I will chase after him with all our might, and once we catch him, we'll retreat immediately. It won't be too risky." Hearing this, Huck finally made up his mind, and the two of them charged forward with all their strength. The distance between both sides quickly closed. At this moment, the distance between Li Chen and the group of magical beasts was less than 10 meters. Li Chen still did not stop. Kai and Huck's eyes widened. They felt that in the next moment, Li Chen would either be knocked away by the magical beasts or torn to shreds. However, the scene they expected, where Li Chen was blocked by the magical beasts, did not occur. Instead, Li Chen charged headlong into the group of over a dozen magical beasts, and those beasts, with their eyes glowing red, rushed towards him without hesitation. However, as soon as they got close to Li Chen, those magical beasts suddenly retreated in a frenzy, as if there was something on Li Chen that terrified them. Thus, under the incredulous gazes of Kai and Hawk, Li Chen passed through the group of magical beasts without any obstruction. Even more astonishing was that although those magical beasts let Li Chen go, they were extremely angry and naturally turned their attention to Kai and Hawk, who were not far away. In the next moment, over a dozen magical beasts pounced towards Kai and Hawk. Both sides were immediately thrown into chaos. Up ahead, upon hearing the sounds of fighting, roaring, and cursing behind him, Li Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. However, he still did not dare to linger too long in this area filled with magical beasts. After all, he had only used a few tricks to make the magical beasts retreat. As everyone knows, magical beasts, like wild animals, have a keen sense of smell. Just now, in addition to scattering countless aphrodisiacs, Li Chen had also doused himself with an entire bottle of industrial alcohol and several bottles of different foul-smelling agents. One can imagine how stimulating the smell on Li Chen was at that moment. Therefore, when those magical beasts approached Li Chen, they were immediately choked by the stimulating scent emanating from him, causing them to sneeze and retreat frantically from the overwhelmingly pungent odor. Relying on this small trick, Li Chen finally escaped the pursuit of Kai and Hawk. However, this was ultimately just a small trick. If he encountered a magical beast that was not afraid of smells, Li Chen would have no way to deal with it. Not daring to stay in place, Li Chen immediately ran towards the outskirts of the sinful forest. Until night fell, Li Chen finally made a large detour and arrived near the cave where the Dina sisters were. During this time, to avoid leaving traces of the smell on him, Li Chen had stripped off and discarded both his and the dark elf's clothes. Fortunately, there were spare clothes in his space ring, otherwise, Li Chen would have had to meet the two sisters completely naked. Li Chen did not enter the cave directly but stopped to catch his breath. Although he had the strength of a level 1 fighting apprentice, carrying a tall dark elf for most of the day would have exhausted him if it weren't for his natural affinity, recovery ability. After calming his breath, Li Chen took out a bone flute and played a steady melody that signified safety. Soon after, he saw the surprised faces of Dina and Anna coming out to greet him. The reason for Dina and Anna's surprise was simple. It was almost dark, and this was the first time Li Chen had come to find them at this hour. At this point, it was clear that Li Chen had no time to return. Was he planning to stay with them tonight? As Dina and Anna thought of this, they exchanged strange glances with Li Chen. Li Chen didn't have the energy to worry about so much. He tore off the cloak from his body, revealing the unconscious dark elf behind him. The two sisters immediately realized something was wrong. Without saying much, they quickly led Li Chen and the dark elf into the cave. Li Chen quickly told Dina and Anna everything that had happened, and his speculations about the dark elf's condition. Then he immediately asked, "Can you tell what kind of poison she has been affected by?" Upon hearing this, Anna furrowed her brows and walked towards the dark elf. Looking at the dark elf's trembling body, Anna couldn't immediately discern what poison had afflicted her. After hesitating for a moment, Anna reached out her palm and gently placed it on the dark elf's abdomen. In the next moment, an extremely violent red energy surged from the dark elf's abdomen into Anna's hand. This red energy not only did not harm Anna but was quickly absorbed by her. This scene stunned Anna. It seemed she had discovered something. Not only Anna, but Dina, who was watching from the side, also changed her expression in an instant. The silver-white pupils of both women stood upright like beasts, surrounded by countless blood vessels. This was the first time Li Chen had seen the two sisters so angry. Then Li Chen heard the furious Dina and Anna growling together. "Howard, we swear in the name of the god of orcs, we will not let you go. The frenzy blood potion is a type of stimulant. Those who consume it will, for a certain period, unleash their inner potential, enhancing their state while minimizing the negative effects on their bodies. Even a dying dark elf, as long as they took the frenzy blood potion, could still move normally for a time. However, the potion's effects are too domineering. The user goes from unleashing potential to ultimately overextending. If not resolved in time, it will cause irreversible damage to the user's body, with severe cases leading to death." However, what made Dina and Anna so furious was not the side effects of the frenzy blood potion, but rather the method of its concoction. According to Dina and Anna, this potion was actually made using living orcs who had cultivated their blood energy. Moreover, it could not be made from dead orcs. This even involved a past war between orcs and humans. Many years ago, some humans mastered several techniques granted by the gods, and using this divine art, they found a way to concoct the frenzy blood potion from living orcs. The blood of the orcs used as materials would gradually condense in their hearts over several days, ultimately leading to their death in excruciating pain. At that point, if the orc's heart was cut open, a liquid formed from the essence of the orc's body could be obtained. This liquid, containing the power of violent blood energy, is what is known as the frenzy blood potion. The frenzy blood potion acts as a stimulant for humans and is also a kind of tonic for orcs, who can even directly absorb and refine it. This is why only orcs can resolve the effects of the frenzy blood potion. When this divine art first appeared, countless orcs were captured and turned into the frenzy blood potion by humans, directly leading to a full-scale war between the Orc Empire and the Human Empire. The outcome was that the Human Empire nearly faced destruction, while the Orc Empire was severely weakened. Faced with the looming threat of the Elven Empire and the Dwarven Empire, the Orc Empire ultimately refrained from delivering a fatal blow to the Human Empire. Instead, both sides agreed to destroy all matters and people related to the frenzy blood potion, or else war would resume. In fact, the Human Empire did not fulfill this agreement well, as the higher-ups knew very well that once the war between nations stopped, it would not be so easy to restart. Therefore, the frenzy blood potion merely disappeared from the surface, but it continued to circulate secretly. The Orc Empire, resting and recuperating, was helpless. In this situation, after all, even if they held someone accountable, the cunning Human Empire would never admit to it. However, one thing was very clear. All orcs had only one attitude towards the frenzy blood potion. Anyone associated with it would be the sworn enemy of the orc race. Although Anna and Dina were furious at this moment, they did not forget to save the person first. Anna pressed her hand once again on the dark elf's abdomen, guiding streams of bright red energy out, but she did not absorb this energy. While absorbing the energy from the frenzy blood potion could quickly strengthen an orc, in some ways, the potion could be considered the blood and flesh of an orc. Absorbing such power felt like devouring the flesh and blood of her own kin. Anna would rather die than absorb this energy to enhance her strength. As Anna guided the bright red energy from the dark elf's abdomen, she dispersed it into the surroundings. In an instant, the entire cave was filled with a mist of blood. Li Chen accidentally inhaled a breath and felt his entire body become excited, yet his muscles screamed in pain as if they were being torn apart. Hiss, Li Chen gasped. In pain, unable to help but glance at the dark elf, thinking, has this guy been silently enduring this kind of pain multiple times over these past few days? As he thought about it, a surge of agitation welled up inside Li Chen, not because of the blood mist he absorbed, but because he was feeling angry. As Anna guided out the bright red energy, the dark elf's body began to change. Her body was visibly becoming emaciated at an alarming rate. In just a moment, her once curvaceous figure had become nothing but skin and bones. Whether on her face or other parts of her body, Li Chen could even clearly see the shape of her bones. At this moment, he would believe that the dark elf was a mummy sealed for 1,000 years. Just when Li Chen was worried that the dark elf might waste away and die, Anna's hand, which was pressed against the dark elf's abdomen, finally stopped releasing bright red energy. Anna withdrew her hand, but there was no sign of relaxation on her face. Instead, she sighed. Seeing this, Li Chen had an ominous premonition and quickly asked, how is she? Anna glanced at Li Chen, hesitated for a moment, and then said, the remaining effects of the frenzy blood potion have all been drawn out, but before that, the potion had already completely exhausted her potential. Coupled with her already severe injuries, her body is now in such a state that it is even worse than a torn sack, especially her internal organs. I am powerless to help her, unless we have the legendary elven holy medicine. She won't last much longer. Li Chen was stunned after hearing this, his gaze blankly fixed on the dark elf. He realized, the dark elf before me is going to die. Although Li Chen had killed someone before, that was an enemy. He would feel fear after killing an enemy, but he would never hesitate. However, now, a dark elf he had known for just a few days was about to vanish before his eyes. Life is truly fragile. Just a couple of days ago, she was fine. Li Chen understood the fragility of life, but he could not accept it. Is the real fairy tale that good people get no reward? She was captured while trying to save her former kin, and even when captured, she refused to reveal their whereabouts. She is a good person. How can a good person just die like this? Li Chen clenched his fists tightly, his nails piercing his skin without him noticing. No, she can't die. I refuse to believe that good people get no reward. Moreover, she is my slave. I haven't even had a proper conversation with her, nor have I seen a single expression on her face. She can't just die like this. In the next moment, Li Chen muttered somewhat dazedly, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes, prompting him to walk unhesitatingly towards the emaciated dark elf. Li Chen crouched in front of the dark elf, his gaze already shifted to the system panel. I remember seeing something called a healing potion in the system shop when I activated the system. With that thought, Li Chen began searching the system shop and soon found his target. Low-grade healing potion, 10 bond points. Without hesitation, Li Chen exchanged for a bottle. At this moment, he couldn't care less about exposing himself and directly pulled out the low-grade healing potion in front of Anna and Dina. It was a bright red liquid, somewhat resembling a health potion from a game, and also a bit like a frenzy potion. Therefore, when Dina and Anna saw it, they were taken aback. However, when Li Chen opened the low-grade healing potion, the two sisters fell silent as they did not detect the violent aura of the frenzy potion from this vial. Li Chen supported the dark elf with one hand while holding the low-grade healing potion up to her lips with the other. Unsurprisingly, the dark elf couldn't open her mouth at this moment, not even instinctively swallowing. Li Chen was never one to be sentimental at such times. Without hesitation, he poured the low-grade healing potion into his own mouth and pressed his lips against the dark elf's mouth. In the cave, Dina and Anna widened their eyes as they watched Li Chen kiss the dark elf. Both of their silver eyes couldn't help but widen, unable to blink. As Anna watched, she suddenly realized what was happening and, disregarding Dina's protests, covered her sister's eyes while she herself couldn't look away. In fact, the situation was far from the romantic scene the sisters imagined. The dark elf's poor physical condition left her lips dry and cracked, and they were tightly shut like a gate. Li Chen could only pry her jaws open. With a glug-glug sound, the potion was finally swallowed down with great difficulty by the dark elf. Li Chen raised his head, ignoring his numb tongue, and looked at the dark elf. The effects of the low-grade healing potion took effect quickly, and soon a hint of color returned to the dark elf's face. However, after observing for a while, Li Chen found that the dark elf's condition had not improved much. Instead, her breathing continued to weaken, and her body seemed to be growing colder. Can't the low-grade healing potion save her? Li Chen, not willing to give up, bought 3 more bottles of low-grade healing potion from the system shop and fed them all to the dark elf in the same manner. The final effect was merely a drop in the bucket. The dark elf was still inching closer to death. Li Chen fell silent for a moment just as Dina and Anna thought he was about to give up. Li Chen had already shifted his gaze back to the system shop. Since there's a low-grade healing potion, there should also be a medium-grade healing potion. He had searched for it before but hadn't found it, yet this time he found it immediately. Medium-grade healing potion, 100 bond points. Could it be that the medium-grade healing potion only shows up after purchasing the low-grade one? The damn system loves to pull these tricks. Li Chen grumbled as he glanced at his bond points. Originally over 300 bond points, he had spent 100 on an aphrodisiac, gained 20 from interacting with Dina and Anna, and used 40 to buy 4 bottles of low-grade healing potion, leaving him with 192 points. Just enough to buy 1 medium-grade healing potion. It has to work, Li Chen muttered as he exchanged for the medium-grade healing potion. It was a bottle of deep red liquid, only slightly darker in color compared to the low-grade healing potion. Although the system liked to play tricks, the quality of the items sold was completely reliable. Li Chen took the potion into his mouth and leaned in to kiss the dark elf. Glug glug, as the entire bottle of potion was swallowed by the dark elf, Li Chen held his breath, waiting for her reaction. Not long after, the dark elf's face gradually regained some color and her breathing seemed to calm down. Li Chen placed his hand on the dark elf's chest. Although her heartbeat was not strong, it was stable enough. Does this count as saving her? Li Chen wasn't sure, but he had done all he could. He didn't have enough bond points to purchase another mid-grade healing potion, so it was up to the dark elf's willpower now. With the dark elf's condition temporarily stable, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief while already considering his next course of action. Although he had discarded his clothes before seeking out the Dina sisters, he had still left traces behind. If Howard had subordinates skilled in tracking, discovering this cave would only be a matter of time. Li Chen shared this concern with Dina and Anna. Anna was extremely decisive. Instead of blaming Li Chen, she immediately said, "We should retreat to the grasslands for now." Li Chen naturally agreed. Early the next morning, Li Chen first checked on the dark elf. Her condition was still not good. After collecting the 20 bond points from the Dina sisters today, he saw that his bond points had reached 112 again, so he purchased another mid-grade healing potion from the system shop. After feeding it to the dark elf, her condition showed significant improvement and finally stabilized completely. Now her life should be safe. To save the dark elf's life, Li Chen had nearly exhausted all his bond points. Although he felt a pang in his heart, he vowed he would never regret it. Seeing that the dark elf couldn't eat anything to replenish her strength, Li Chen didn't hesitate to spend 2 bond points to buy some liquid nutrition meals to feed her. After that, he picked up the dark elf and, along with Dina and Anna, headed towards the grasslands. With the experienced hunters Dina and Anna around, Li Chen no longer had to worry about leaving too many traces while moving, thus being discovered by Howard. The grasslands still held the same scenery, but with winter approaching, the once lush green grasslands had taken on a hint of withering yellow. Anna blew into a bone flute, and soon after, the orc tribe hiding underground began to pop their heads out. Li Chen immediately spotted the clever little girl, Xiao Cheng. As soon as she emerged, she looked over at Anna, and when she saw Li Chen, her green snake-like eyes seemed to brighten suddenly. In the next moment, she slithered over like a real snake, twisting her body left and right. "Hey, stinky Li Chen, I thought you wouldn't come anymore since we stopped buying your salt." Such a snobbish guy. "What, did you come up with another way to trick us orcs into giving you our magic cores?" During their previous transactions, Li Chen had always cooked a good meal for Xiao Cheng and Xiao Bai to boost his favorability. During that time, the little girl's snake tail had noticeably rounded out and she was living quite well. But later, when the orcs no longer needed salt, Li Chen lost his excuse to visit, and as a result, this girl thought he had turned his back on them once he lost his benefits. That's why she greeted him with such sarcasm. Li Chen grinned and said, "Isn't it because I missed you that I came to see you right away?" "Ah, go." When Li Chen said the First half of the sentence, Xiaoqing was still quite happy, but as soon as he uttered the last 2 words, her face fell instantly, and she opened her mouth to reveal her glistening, translucent fangs, lunging at Li Chen. Ouch, biting people as soon as we meet? Ago, you still say you're not a dog? Ah, I'm going to bite you to death. The snake venom of the snake people was proportional to their innate talent and strength. Although Xiaoqing only appeared to be a level 1 warrior, Li Chen felt that she didn't seem like someone with low potential, so he didn't dare to test her venom with his own level 1 poison resistance. He quickly stepped back. Seeing the little girl relentless, Li Chen also got angry. Li Chen immediately reached into his arms and pulled out a carrot, stuffing it into Xiaoqing's mouth. In the next moment, Xiaoqing quieted down, holding the carrot and munching on it with a look of enjoyment, though she didn't forget to glare at Li Chen from time to time. Li Chen couldn't help but laugh at the girl's antics. Ding! Congratulations to the host for interacting with the snake person Xiaoqing. Bond value +1 is the system notification. Sounded. Xiaobai seemed to catch a whiff of the carrot and suddenly appeared from nowhere. Xiaobai first drooled as she looked at the carrot in Xiaoqing's hand. Then she quickly turned her head, her ruby-like eyes instantly moistening, looking at Li Chen with a pitiful expression. Big brother. Alright, here you go. Li Chen didn't wait for Xiaobai to say more and took out another carrot to hand over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for interacting with the rabbit person Xiaobai. Bond value +1 at this moment. Li Chen remembered that there were still 10 beastmen in this area whose favorability had reached 1 star with him. This is all free stuff. Li Chen naturally wouldn't miss out. Just then, these beastmen, having reached 1 star in favorability with Li Chen, came forward to greet him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for interacting with bond value +1. Another 10 notification sounds rang out. Li Chen's bond value rose again to 22 points. Originally, I could only gain 20 bond points daily from Dina and Anna, but now I can gain an extra 12 points, making it 32 points a day. At this rate, I'll probably save up 500 bond points soon. I'm not losing out on this escape. On this point, Li Chen even had to thank Howard for giving him an excuse to come to the grassland to reap benefits. On the grassland, Anna was recounting the events to the 2 elders among the beastmen. This place gathered multiple types of beastmen, and it was usually thanks to these 2 elders coordinating that everything was as orderly as it was now. One could say these 2 elders were the leaders of this area. Whether Li Chen, who was not a beastman, and the dark elf could stay here depended on the attitudes of these 2 elders. As the 2 elders listened to Anna, they glanced in Li Chen's direction. At this moment, Dina, Xiaoqing, and Xiaobai were following closely beside Li Chen, the 3 girls curiously watching the dark elf. Dark elves were indeed rare, especially in the sinful forest. Including Anna and Dina, it was their first time seeing a dark elf, and they couldn't help but want to see what a dark elf looked like. However, the current state of the dark elf was very poor, and the 3 little girls were sensible enough not to disturb the dark elf, who was either unconscious or asleep. Xiao Chang watched for a while, and seeing no signs of the dark elf waking up, she immediately lost her patience. When she looked up, she happened to see the 2 elders scrutinizing Li Chen. Xiao Chang blinked her big eyes and instantly understood what the 2 elders were looking at. She immediately swayed her snake tail, approached Anna and the 2 elders, and said to one of the snake elders, "Old man, hasn't that human traded with us so many times? What's the hold up? Hurry up and agree to let them stay." The snake elder, hearing Xiaoqing's words, was so furious that his beard almost flew off, shouting, "What did you call me? I am your grandfather." Xiaoqing, undeterred, immediately retorted, "All right, old man grandpa, is that better? Hurry up." The snake elder was so angry he nearly pulled out his own beard. The rabbit elder, Bai Qi, saw this and glanced at Xiaobai beside Li Chen, then at Cheng Mu, who was fuming and glaring because of Xiaoqing, and felt relieved. Fortunately, his Xiaobai was obedient enough not to say such things. Of course, Cheng Mu's Xiaoqing was also obedient, well, also mischievous, fierce, and obedient. In the end, whether it was out of consideration for the Dina sisters or for Xiaoqing's obedience, Li Chen and the dark elf were allowed to stay in this place. However, this does not mean that Li Chen has smoothly integrated into this orc community. On the contrary, if he cannot gain the recognition of the orcs here, his future life will inevitably be fraught with obstacles. Li Chen carried the dark elf on his back and walked with the orcs towards the entrance of the cave. This was Li Chen's first time entering a cave, and he was like a curious child all the way. The underground caves, where the orc tribe hid, were all dug by the rabbit tribe, who excelled at excavation. This cave also inherited the characteristics of a rabbit burrow. The entrance was concealed, the cave was long and winding, and it had multiple hidden exits. Not only was it suitable for hiding, but it was also extremely advantageous for defense in case of danger, even capable of trapping and killing invading enemies. The interior of the cave was much larger than Li Chen had imagined, with several independent rooms, each equipped with ventilation openings. The only inconvenience was probably the lack of privacy when it came to personal matters. That night, the orc tribe held a welcome party for Li Chen and the Dina sisters. The location was still underground, but the banquet was held in a specially excavated large hall. The orc tribe had no alcohol. Food brewed liquor was a luxury among luxuries here. However, the orc tribe had plenty of meat, with piles of meat chunks that instantly whetted one's appetite. But Li Chen was well aware that this meat was likely seasoned only with the coarse salt he sold to the orcs, and the taste could only be described as edible. Li Chen was not disdainful of the orcs' food. He understood that this apparent welcome party was actually organized by Baichi and Xingmu to help him integrate into the orc community. Naturally, Li Chen would not miss this opportunity. With a quick thought, he came up with an idea. Li Chen immediately spent 10 bond points to purchase several pounds of barbecue seasoning from the system store. Just as he was about to find a grill to perform a Chinese-style barbecue for the orcs, Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai, as if they had anticipated this, had already brought over a grill-like device. Looking at the two girls who were almost drooling, Li Chen had his doubts. Could this so-called welcome be a trap set by these two greedy girls? Li Chen's mouth twitched, but in the end he still got to work. Beef and lamb skewers, cumin pork belly, oil-soaked kidneys, spicy chicken wings, meat on the bone. One by one, the meticulously prepared skewers sizzled on the charcoal, and the aroma of the barbecue began to waft around, as if a fragrant bomb had exploded, instantly filling the entire hall. The orcs, who were engrossed in their meal, all raised their heads, sniffing the air before turning their gazes towards Li Chen. Looking at the skewers dripping with red oil in Li Chen's hands and then at the rough meat chunks in their own hands, the orcs suddenly felt that their barbecue was no longer appealing. Gulp, 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 gulp. The next moment, the sound of swallowing saliva filled the entire hall. At this point, the first batch of skewers in Li Chen's hands was finally ready. Xiao Chang, unable to contain herself, reached out to grab one. With a smack, Li Chen swatted her hand away. Xiao Chang immediately glared at Li Chen. Li Chen simply ignored her and slowly walked towards Baichi and Xingmu with the first batch of skewers in hand. Gentlemen, this is the barbecue I made. You should try it and see how it tastes. As he spoke, Li Chen divided the barbecue into 2 portions and handed them to the 2 elders. It was a joke. Since he knew who was in charge here, he naturally had to bribe them a bit. Li Chen was still aware of such social niceties. Although these barbecues were not worth much, the orcs couldn't make them, so using them as a bribe was undoubtedly the best choice. Xingmu seemed to recall that Xiao Qing had called him an old man because of Li Chen and immediately put on a stern face, seemingly unwilling to accept it. Baichi, on the other hand, had no such concerns and cheerfully took the skewer from Li Chen's hand, taking a big bite of the original flavored kidney. Baichi had a good set of teeth. Taking a big bite, the oil from the crude oil kidney burst out. Baichi squinted as he chewed, and the next moment his eyes widened, finishing off the large crude oil kidney in just a few bites. Then came the cumin pork belly, fruitwood beef and lamb skewers, spicy chicken wings. The flavors of cumin, fruitwood, spiciness, and freshness. Each skewer was a taste Baichi had never experienced before, making him doubt what he had eaten in the past. Before he knew it, he had cleaned off a whole bunch of skewers. Baichi immediately turned his gaze to the skewer in Li Chen's other hand. Seeing this, Changmu, who had been watching, suddenly felt a jolt and hurriedly snatched the skewer from Li Chen's hand before Baichi could act. Changmu didn't care about Baichi's disdainful look and took a bite of the crude oil kidney, swallowing hard. The next moment, it confirmed the saying, one bite of Chinese barbecue, even the gods would shudder. Changmu ultimately couldn't escape that saying, claiming he didn't want it, but his body was very honest, and he finished the skewer with a satisfied expression. After bribing Baichi and Changmu, Li Chen didn't forget about the others. First, he arranged for Dina and Anna, then for Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai. However, Li Chen didn't give these 4 girls the crude oil kidney. They probably wouldn't need it yet. Finally, Li Chen used up all the remaining barbecue ingredients, making a large pile of skewers. Although he couldn't fill every orc's stomach, at least all the orcs got to taste something. After this, Li Chen could clearly feel that the entire orc tribe's attitude towards him had improved quite a bit. Besides that, another surprise appeared. Ding, congratulations, the Ironhead of the Bullman tribe has reached 1 star in favorability towards you. Daily interactions can earn 1 bond point. Ding, congratulations, the Foxman tribe. 5 notification sounds rang out, and 5 more. Orc tribes reached 1 star in favorability towards Li Chen. Now Li Chen could earn 37 bond points every day. After integrating into the orc tribe, Li Chen's daily life became more regular. Besides taking care of the dark elf, it was daily interactions to gain favor in making delicious food. 3 days later, Li Chen had saved up 105 bond points again. Seeing that the dark elf still showed no signs of waking up, Li Chen purchased a mid-grade healing potion for the 3rd time. After feeding the potion to the dark elf, her condition only slightly improved, but she still did not wake up. How serious is this injury? The effect of the mid-grade healing potion seems to have weakened. Could repeated use lead to resistance? That's true, healing potions aren't omnipotent. In cases of fundamental injuries like this, it really requires slow recovery. Li Chen no longer forced the dark elf to recover quickly, and besides, he needed to accumulate bond points. To deal with Howard, he also needed to improve his realm, and to do that quickly he couldn't do without the Shen level fighting techniques. Another 2 days passed, and on this day, After making a delicious breakfast for Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, and the Dina sisters, the system notification suddenly rang. Ding, congratulations. Host, Xiaoqing's favorability towards you has reached 2 stars. Daily interactions with her can earn 10 bond points. Ding, congratulations. Host, Xiaobai's favorability towards you has reached 2 stars. Daily interactions with her can earn 10 bond points. Ding, the host interacted with Xiaoqiang and Xiaobai. Bond points plus 20. Goodness, these two ingrates had eaten most of his food for over half a month, and they finally raised their favorability to level 2. Now, Li Chen could earn 55 bond points in a day. Looking at his remaining bond points, 97 points, which meant that in just 8 more days, Li Chen would finally be able to exchange for Xin-level fighting techniques. In a cheerful mood, Li Chen randomly stuffed a few bites into his mouth before, as usual, taking a look at the dark elf. After these few days, Li Chen had come to fully understand how difficult it was to be a caregiver. After all, the dark elf was the one he was trying to save, so he naturally had to take on the responsibility of caring for her. Thus, everything related to the dark elf's eating, drinking, and other needs fell to him. He took on all the dirty and tiring work, even washing the dark elf's clothes. In addition, to help the dark elf recover as soon as possible, Li Chen would regularly exchange 6 points of bond value for 3 servings of liquid nutrition meals every day. Under his care, the dark elf's body finally no longer looked so emaciated, and there was a noticeable increase in the color on her face. Everyone around noticed this, and even Dina, Anna, and Xiaoqing came to ask him, why go to such lengths for a dark elf you've only known for a few days? For this question, Li Chen had always struggled to answer. Was it, as he had thought before, a hope that good deeds would be rewarded? Li Chen couldn't be sure. Until that day, he finally knew the answer. Back in the cave room, when Li Chen looked at the dark elf as usual, he expected to see her sleeping, but this time he found a pair of black eyes quietly watching him. The dark elf had finally awakened. At that moment, an extremely strange emotion surged in Li Chen's heart. He couldn't quite tell if it was satisfaction, vanity, or something else, though it could simply be joy at having saved a life. In any case, it felt good. Perhaps this was why he could go to such lengths for the dark elf. Indeed, the fact that good people can eventually be rewarded is enough to make one happy. The awakened dark elf remained silent. Quite normal, after all, she had been rendered mute by poison. Li Chen didn't know what to say to this dark elf, who was neither familiar nor unfamiliar to him. Their relationship was somewhat delicate. Although Li Chen had never spoken a word to the dark elf, he had seen every part of her body. Unfortunately, at that time, the dark elf could hardly be called beautiful. Her skin clung tightly to her bones, and her body was rough with scars. How different she was now. She was almost plump and healthy from his care. Shaking his head, Li Chen dismissed the strange thoughts in his mind. Seeing that the dark elf had no intention of communicating with paper and pen, Li Chen decided to remain silent as well. As usual, he exchanged a serving of liquid nutrition meal from the system shop and fed it to the dark elf bite by bite. The liquid food was naturally not very tasty, bland, and lacking any flavor. However, the dark elf showed no complaints and cooperated fully. She opened her mouth to eat each bite he offered, like a compliant puppet. After finishing the meal, Li Chen thought for a moment and then took the dark elf out of the cave. The surrounding orcs, seeing that the dark elf had awakened, were all curious, but since the dark elf was a different race, the orcs remained cautious around unfamiliar beings, so no one approached except for Xiaoqiang and Xiaobai. Li Chen led the dark elf to the back of a hill where the sun was rising, casting a warm light on Li Chen and the dark elf's faces in this autumn day. Li Chen stretched lazily and then spent 2 points of bond value to exchange for a large bathtub from the system shop. He took out the stainless steel bucket he had bought for filtering salt, filled it with water, and started a campfire nearby to heat the water. It took an hour to fill the entire tub with hot water. Li Chen found a set of his own change of clothes from his spatial ring and handed them to the dark elf, without caring whether they fit. You should take a bath first. After saying this, Li Chen left with Xiaoqiang and Xiaobai, who were very interested in the bathtub. The dark elf silently clutched the clothes Li Chen had given her, watching as he disappeared behind the hill. In the next moment, Li Chen realized that the healing potion could even heal internal organs, let alone the throat. This meant that the dark elf must have been able to speak for a while. Li Chen rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. However, he didn't mind. Compared to her previous attitude, the fact that the dark elf could now speak was a good sign. Seeing that Li Chen did not answer her question, the dark elf spoke again. I thought I was done for. In that state, even the priests of the elf clan would have found it hard to save me, yet you managed to bring me back to life. You must have paid quite a price. Indeed, in the past, Li Chen had been stingy with his bond points, using them one by one, unlike this time when he had spent hundreds in just a few days. So, why did you save me? The elf asked for the second time. It wasn't as if she expected good people to be rewarded, was it? Li Chen thought for a moment and replied, I need a reliable companion. Companion? You're the dark elf picked up a fork and started eating. It was just like a scene from a gourmet comic. As she ate, she began to cry. Li Chen was not surprised at all. How could she not cry? The culinary delights of the 21st century, with their industrial flavors and food additives, were right there. Not to mention that the food in this world was already unappetizing, but the dark elf had just spent a full 10 days on liquid food. In such a situation, even Li Chen himself would have cried after taking a bite. Unelegant. Life is about poetry and distant horizons, but before that, isn't it all about eating, drinking, and having fun? Eating, as a fundamental human desire, is an indispensable part of life. Li Chen believed in the magic of delicious food, which was enough to give someone the courage to keep living. Soon after, the dark elf finished an entire bucket of instant noodles, leaving not even a drop of soup. Li Chen looked at the dark elf, who had stopped crying, and said, "Since you don't have anything you want to do for now, why not stay and help me? I need your strength. Of course, as compensation, I will provide you with a place to stay, clothes to wear, and I'll make sure you have 3 meals a day, or even more. I won't hit you, scold you, sell you, or kill you. After all, I'm not a slave owner and you're not a slave. As long as you're willing, we can be companions." Under the night sky, the dark elf didn't respond, but Li Chen seemed to see her nod slightly. Li Chen felt he must not have been mistaken. And the system's prompt sounded. "Congratulations, host. The dark elf's affection for you has reached 2 stars. Daily interaction with her will earn you 10 bond points. The next day, Li Chen was jolted awake from his dreams, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the dark elf shadow. Just yesterday, she seemed like a monk, and after waking Li Chen, her first words were, "What's for breakfast?" Li Chen sat up abruptly, staring at the ceiling in disbelief, unable to understand how a person could change so much in just one day. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to give up on reasoning and casually said, "How about soy milk and fried dough sticks?" 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the early morning, Li Chen reluctantly crawled out of bed, having been woken up by the urge to relieve himself. Stumbling out of the cave, he was about to unbutton his pants. At that moment, he seemed to remember something, so he glanced at his shadow and said, "Shouldn't you step aside at this time?" Shadows typically don't speak, but from Li Chen's shadow came a response. "I don't mind." "I do," Li Chen replied without hesitation. After hearing Li Chen's words, the surroundings fell silent for a moment. The next moment, Li Chen's shadow rippled like the surface of a lake, and a figure made of black substance emerged from his shadow. The black substance finally transformed into a dark elf, and it was Shadow who appeared. Shadow glanced at Li Chen and turned her head disdainfully. Seeing this, Li Chen's mouth twitched, but he could only find a spot with good feng shui and let loose, releasing a stream of water. However, the place he chose was a bit against the wind, and he almost got his shoes wet. Although it was due to the wind, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. "Ah, I used to be the kind of person who could pee 10 feet against the wind." He only dared to say this because there was no one around to hear. After putting on his pants, Li Chen immediately headed toward the cave. He had an important task waiting for him today. That's right, he had finally accumulated 500 bond points, and it was time to exchange them for a profound level fighting technique. Hearing Li Chen's footsteps, the dark elf shadow immediately turned around and, after catching up to him, tried to merge back into his shadow. Li Chen hurriedly stopped her. "What are you doing staying in my shadow all day?" After the dark elf woke up after a few days of rest, not only had her injuries nearly healed, but her strength had also greatly recovered. It was estimated that after a while, she would be able to return to the strength of a level 3 warrior. However, her left eye and right hand had not recovered under the medium-grade healing potion, and Li Chen felt that at least a high-grade healing potion would be needed for it to take effect. Although her left eye and right hand had not healed, Ying's strength remained formidable, especially the dark attribute magic possessed by the dark elf, which could be described as monstrous. Dark attribute magic has 3 abilities. 1. Stealth, a skill that Ying can use as needed. When using stealth, it is very difficult for others to detect Ying's presence, especially when sneaking in the dark, unless there is a significant difference in strength. Others simply cannot notice Ying in stealth. 2. Shadow melding, which is the ability Ying just used. She can merge into the shadows of people and objects, making it hard for outsiders to detect her within the shadows. 3. Devour. Dark attribute magic can consume most things, not just objects, but even human flesh and fighting spirit. Each ability made Li Chen drool with envy. No wonder people say that dark elves are born assassins. With stealth and shadow melding, whether for assassination or tracking, it becomes as easy as taking candy from a baby. Of course, the devour skill is also extremely useful. For example, Ying can use dark attribute magic to devour magic cores. Ying can control the dark attribute magic to only consume the impurities in the magic core, leaving behind pure energy that can be directly absorbed. This was something that originally required a potion master's purification potion to achieve. Now with Ying, Li Chen could finally use magic cores to speed up his cultivation, and combined with the mysterious level fighting techniques, he believed he would soon break through to level 2 fighter. For Li Chen, Ying was undoubtedly a huge treasure. The only thing that gave Li Chen a headache was that this treasure liked to stay in his shadow. Yes, ever since that day, Ying had been staying in his shadow all day long. She had also met with Dina, Anna, and other beastmen. However, when facing these People, Ying always wore that expressionless face, reluctant to say much, even to the point that if you didn't mention her, she would completely remain silent. Only when alone with Li Chen would she say a few more words, but it was really just a couple of sentences. Although Li Chen had tried to persuade her, it was like talking to a wall. Li Chen felt helpless. He was not only worried about Ying's future but also about another matter. If Ying continued to stay in his shadow like this, what would he do if one day he felt like doing some handiwork? Does she not understand what privacy rights are? Oh, but this is another world, so it's fine. In the room, Li Chen eagerly exchanged for the mysterious level fighting technique. Looking at the bond value that had suddenly dropped to 2 digits, he felt a pang of heartache, but he couldn't resist the excitement of becoming stronger immediately. The entire content of the mysterious level fighting technique merged into his mind. At that moment, Li Chen silently absorbed and digested it. Ying, watching from the side, was curious. She naturally did not know that Li Chen had learned a fighting technique that only nobles could study in that instant. With this level of technique, although he still couldn't fight across realms, at least he would have the ability to resist when encountering stronger enemies. Especially since Li Chen also had the talents of natural affinity and beast transformation. Once activated, even if he couldn't defeat a level 3 fighter, he would have a great chance of escaping. The knowledge of the mysterious level fighting technique was quickly fully absorbed by Li Chen. Without hesitation, he began to cultivate. Since Li Chen's previous fighting spirit was cultivated using a yellow level technique, he needed to start over. However, having already cultivated once, the speed of recultivation was very fast. In Li Chen's perception, the fighting energy vortex in his dantian was visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. 1 inch, 2 inches. Meanwhile, the shadow in the room suddenly noticed a pulling force emanating from Li Chen's body, and then a surge of energy from the air was continuously drawn into him. Li Chen's absorption speed was so rapid that it could be described as terrifying, affecting the surrounding air. A massive vortex formed around Li Chen, and in an instant, not just his room, but all the tunnels connected to the exit were swept by a fierce wind. The commotion was loud enough to attract the attention of all the beastmen in the cave. Bai Qi and Shang Mu, seeing this, exchanged serious glances and then looked over at Anna and Dina, who were not far away. Anna and Dina practiced a high-quality blood energy technique on par with the mysterious level fighting techniques, and with only Li Chen being human in this place, they quickly guessed the reason. The result of their speculation left them extremely shocked. After all, only nobles could learn high-quality fighting techniques. Could it be that Li Chen, who possessed countless alien bloodlines, was actually a human noble? The sisters felt increasingly unable to see through Li Chen and were even more curious about where he truly came from. Meanwhile, Li Chen in the room was still diligently recultivating. In the end, he only took 1 hour to reach the first level of the fighting apprentice realm using the mysterious level fighting technique. Next, he was about to make a push for the second level of fighter realm. The gap between the mysterious and yellow levels was now evident. Previously, Li Chen needed nearly a year of cultivation to step into the second level of fighter. But now, after practicing the mysterious level fighting technique, Li Chen felt that with a bit of effort, he could leap into the second level of fighter realm this time. Li Chen's cultivation lasted a full 3 days and nights. After 3 days and nights, when he opened his eyes, he had already condensed 10 drops of liquid fighting energy in his dantian. This was the hallmark of a second-level fighter. Seeing this, Li Chen habitually opened the system panel. Host, Li Chen, Realm, second-level fighter, Strength. 2*10*10*3, Constitution, 2*10*10*3, Agility, 1*10*10*3, Mentality, 2*10*10*3, Talent, Elf race talent 0.2%, Orc race talent 13.2%, Dwarf race talent 0.1%, Talent. Skills, Nature Affinity *0.1, Beast Transformation *3, Rapid Recovery *5, Level 1 Poison Resistance, Bond Value, 10 points. The breakthrough in level combined with the change in technique allowed Li Chen's attributes to increase from a 10-fold boost to a current 300-fold boost. The sudden surge in power even made it difficult for Li Chen to control his own body for a moment. When he pressed his palm against the wall with a bit of force, a clear handprint was left behind with a poof. Then, as he stood up and lightly stepped on the ground, it cracked beneath him. Your strength is increasing too quickly. You should adapt first, or else. Ying emerged from Li Chen's shadow. It seemed she had been guarding him tirelessly for the past 3 days, so when Li Chen woke up, she noticed immediately. Although there wouldn't be any danger in the orcs' territory, Ying's actions still deeply moved Li Chen. Perhaps this was also the reason Li Chen sought companions. Li Chen withdrew his hand from the wall and asked Ying, or else what will happen? Ying showed a serious expression and replied, or else you won't be able to cook for me. Li Chen's expression stiffened, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. Fine, he would definitely give this dark elf a couple of punches if he had the chance in the future to adapt to his newfound strength. Li Chen had many ideas. After all, he was an old bookworm and could always think of some clever maneuvers. Like right now, Li Chen found a river near the grassland, the deepest part of which was only 1.5 meters, but the current was quite fast. He stripped down to just his underwear and jumped into the river. Although the temperature had dropped significantly with the approach of winter, Li Chen's enhanced strength had made his body much stronger. He had developed a resistance to the cold, and at that moment he couldn't even feel how icy the river water was. Li Chen immediately began his training. The training was simple: practicing Tai Chi in the river. Modern Tai Chi is not suitable for combat but is excellent for self-cultivation. As a national treasure, the benefits of practicing Tai Chi are well known. But he had to mention that achieving the standard form of Tai Chi is truly difficult. If he could successfully perform Tai Chi amidst the river's disturbances, it would mean he had fully adapted to his newfound strength. To perfect his Tai Chi, even though he had learned a bit before, Li Chen exchanged 10 points of bond value for a Tai Chi manual from the system's shop. Ordinary books could be exchanged for just 1 point of bond value, but this Tai Chi manual required 10 points. Although Li Chen was puzzled, he didn't dwell on the bond value and closed his eyes to absorb the knowledge of Tai Chi flooding into his mind. As he absorbed and digested the knowledge, Li Chen realized that this Tai Chi was somewhat different from what he had learned before. Simply put, the Tai Chi purchased from the system was extremely complex, reminding him that modern Tai Chi had been simplified. Could it be that the system's version was the original, unrefined Tai Chi? If so, perhaps this was not just a practice for self-cultivation, which explained the need for 10 points of bond value. Li Chen immediately began practicing. Tai Chi is inherently difficult to master, and now Li Chen was in the turbulent river, struggling to familiarize himself with his surging strength. Under these three factors, he was far from embodying the essence of Tai Chi. He resembled a drowning person flailing in the water. This scene left Ying, who was watching from the side, stunned, and after much internal conflict, she couldn't decide whether to rescue Li Chen. However, the situation improved not long after. After practicing for most of the day, Li Chen finally made some progress before nightfall. At this point, the Tai Chi he performed began to show some recognizable forms. It must be mentioned that Tai Chi is truly beautiful, with each movement resonating with the principles of heaven and earth. Although Li Chen perfectly showcased this beauty, the charm of Tai Chi still piqued Ying's curiosity, making the dark elf unable to look away. As night was about to fall, Li Chen returned to the cave with Ying. Of course, he didn't forget to take advantage of the situation. He casually chatted with all the beastmen whose favorability had reached over 1 star. Another 55 points of bond value were added to his account. Plus, Ying's favorability suddenly skyrocketed from 0 to 2 stars. Thinking about how he could earn 65 points of bond value daily, Li Chen realized that in less than 100 days he could exchange for a ground-level fighting technique. However, he wasn't in a hurry to exchange for a ground-level fighting technique just yet. The mysterious level fighting technique was sufficient for him at the moment, and he had previously attempted to cultivate to a 3rd-level fighter. He discovered that to become a 3rd-level fighter, he only needed to condense 100 drops of liquid fighting energy within his body. Using the mysterious level fighting technique, he could break through again in a month at most. This speed was not slow at all. According to Anna, it normally takes about 10 years for an average person to progress from 2nd to 3rd level. Even Anna, who had a genius aptitude and had been cultivating her blood energy since childhood, was still a bit short of breaking through to 3rd level at 18 years old. With this comparison, Li Chen had no reason to be dissatisfied with his current training speed. Moreover, the sudden increase in strength is not without its drawbacks. Otherwise, why would he be practicing Tai Chi to acclimate his body to its newfound power? He understands the principle that haste makes waste. Furthermore, compared to exchanging for an earth-level fighting technique, Li Chen would rather accumulate 1,000 bond points to exchange for a superior healing potion. With that superior healing potion, his left eye and right hand should be able to recover, and at that time, his strength would surely return to level 3. Only then would he be adequately prepared to deal with Howard. Stability is a good thing. Throughout history, reckless individuals have often met untimely ends, while only the steady can endure for 1,000 years. Therefore, Li Chen aims to be a steady person. And so, 3 more days passed. In the river, Li Chen continuously practiced Tai Chi. The Tai Chi produced by the system was detailed to the finest degree, as if someone were performing Tai Chi in his mind. Thus, even without anyone to teach him, Li Chen was able to make some progress each day by following the images in his mind. After 3 days of practice, the Tai Chi he demonstrated finally exhibited a hint of its essence. The core of Tai Chi lies in the application of force. When learned deeply, it embodies the principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. In the river, Li Chen stood with his feet apart in a horse stance, as if his feet were rooted to the riverbed. Even though the water was rushing violently, it could not cause the slightest tremor in his form. In the next moment, Li Chen struck out. As his hands moved, it seemed he exerted little force, yet the entire surface of the river was affected. The once rapidly flowing water began to reverse, forming a massive circle centered around Li Chen. At that moment, all the water within a 6-meter diameter was influenced. Tens of thousands of pounds of river water spun and rolled under the guidance of Li Chen's hands, transforming into a Tai Chi pattern. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending a layer of Tai Chi's true meaning, and acquiring the skill 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. When using Tai Chi to confront an enemy, one can borrow strength to counter strength, reducing the enemy's force by 10%, with the effect amplifying on the host. Host, Li Chen Realm, Level 2 Fighter Strength 2 *10 *10 3. Constitution, 2 *10 3 Agility, 1 *10 3 Spirit, 2 *10 3 Talent, Elf Race Talent 0.2%, Orc Race Talent 13.2%, Dwarf Race Talent 0.1% Talent Skills, Nature. Affinity *0.1 Beast Transformation *3 Rapid Recovery *5 Level 1 Poison Resistance Comprehended Skill 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds 10% bond points 190 points. He actually comprehended a skill, which Li Chen never expected. He had thought that all skills could only be acquired through talent, but it seems that is not the case. In light of this, Li Chen could only draw one conclusion: his ancestors were impressive. This raises the question, could he learn other comprehension skills? Li Chen did not rush to experiment. For now, mastering Tai Chi was sufficient for him. Based on the effects of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds, this skill would grow in power with his understanding. Now, just by grasping a layer of Tai Chi's true meaning, he could neutralize 10% of an enemy's force and convert it into his own strength. This back and forth effectively weakened the enemy's force by 20% in an instant. With such power from just one layer of Tai Chi's true meaning, if he were to cultivate it to perfection, wouldn't he be invincible? Of course, Li Chen was merely contemplating. He knew well how difficult it is to master Tai Chi to perfection, just by thinking about it. In the park, the elderly men practicing Tai Chi every day. How long have they been practicing? Yet, who among them would dare claim their Tai Chi has reached perfection? At this moment, Li Chen slowly retracted his hands, and the Tai Chi pattern on the river's surface gradually dissipated after a few seconds. As the previously still water resumed its swift flow downstream, Li Chen then walked towards the shore. As soon as he got on land, he noticed Ying's round right eye staring at him. What did you just do? How did a circle suddenly appear on the river surface? A technique passed down from my ancestors? A skill? You can think of it as a skill that anyone can learn. Anyone can learn it? Ying seemed extremely surprised upon hearing this. In the magical continent, all races could only learn their own innate skills. Humans had combat techniques matched with their fighting spirit, orcs had blood-based combat skills, elves had magic, and dwarves had enhancements applied to their physical bodies. But she had never heard of a skill that all races could learn. Naturally, Ying found it hard to believe, but she also didn't think Li Chen would lie to her, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing Ying's astonished expression, Li Chen couldn't help but tease. What, do you want to learn? I can teach you. This made Ying even more surprised. The ability to easily stir up tens of thousands of pounds of river water with a level 2 strength was enough to prove the power of this skill, and the fact that anyone could learn it demonstrated its rarity. Li Chen was actually willing to teach it to her without hesitation. Ying opened her mouth but ultimately didn't say anything. Li Chen seemed to sense Ying's concerns and said, "The reason I'm eager to become stronger now is to defeat Howard. And for that, I need your help." "I will definitely help you," Ying said almost without hesitation. "So, not only do I need to become powerful, but you also need to grow stronger. After all, the stronger you are, the greater our chances of winning, and I will be safer. From this perspective, I'm teaching you this skill for my own sake." This time, Ying no longer hesitated and nodded seriously. Seeing this, Li Chen smiled, but the next moment, his expression suddenly turned serious as he said, "Once I avenge myself against Howard, the next time, it will be my turn to help you seek revenge." This completely caught Ying off guard. She opened her mouth but didn't speak. After a while, she forced a smile and said, "What revenge do I have to take? Stop pretending, do you think I didn't notice?" A few days ago, Li Chen hadn't thought of this, but over the past few days he had slowly come to understand. The dark elf in front of him clearly wanted revenge. Li Chen was not shooting in the dark. He had come to this conclusion through careful reasoning. Dark elves were never known for their vitality. Yet, facing injuries that could have killed him multiple times, how was it that Ying could still persist? Li Chen couldn't imagine what kind of tenacious will it would take for Ying to hold on. Previously, Ying had displayed a world-weary attitude. One must ask, how could a disillusioned person possess such willpower? So what exactly was supporting Ying to keep living? Li Chen thought for a long time and finally concluded that it could only be the anger and hatred towards the betrayers. It turned out that Li Chen's guess was not wrong. After a moment of silence, Ying seemed to give up on arguing. She glanced at Li Chen and slowly began to tell him a story about herself. A long time ago, the Dark Elves separated from the elven race, and we Dark Elves began to wander throughout the magical continent. My father passed away when I was very young while protecting my mother and me, and since then, my mother has always dreamed of returning to the elven race. Perhaps because of this, my mother constantly told me about the pride of the elven race since I was little. She often told me that the elven race loved each other, and even though the dark elves separated from the elven race because of the light elves, it still couldn't change the fact that all elves are family. I have heard my mother say such things countless times, and I always believed that what she said was true. Until the day my mother passed away, she still told me that dark elves are also a part of the elven race and that the bond of kinship should not be forgotten, urging me to return to the elven community. It was precisely because of this that when I encountered that wood elf and she asked for my help, I immediately agreed. However, just as we were about to escape, that light elf pushed me towards the enemy. I still remember his last words: "If a royal light elf is saved by a dark elf, there will surely be those in the clan who will clamor for you despicable creatures to return." Ha! In fact, I had long known that light elves despise us dark elves. But Ing suddenly clenched her teeth at this point, revealing an expression of extreme unwillingness. But how could he stab me in the back at that moment? Why did he choose that exact moment to betray me? In that case, what do my mother's words mean? Interrogation is hard to endure, but compared to a betrayal, compared to the trampling of my mother's words, it is simply not worth mentioning. Li Chen seemed to understand why Ing had shown a look of disillusionment when he first met her. It wasn't disillusionment, it was the betrayal of the light elf that made her begin to doubt whether her mother's teachings over the years were indeed correct. The beliefs she had held since childhood were completely overturned by a betrayal, and thus everything seemed to lose its significance. However, it was precisely because of this that Li Chen felt this matter could not be left unresolved. Just as he hoped that good people would be rewarded, he naturally would not tolerate evil people going unpunished, especially when that evil person was connected to those around him. At this moment, Li Chen grinned, a somewhat terrifying smile revealing 2 rows of stark white teeth, and said, "So, you actually want revenge, right?" The dark elf's expression showed hesitation at this point. She hesitated for a long time before saying, I don't know." "No, you do know," Li Chen was very certain, because he was the kind of person who would repay any grudge, and he was the type who felt that a day without revenge felt like 3 years. So he could see it clearly. "You want revenge." At this moment, Li Chen resembled a tempting demon constantly trying to stir up Ying's desire for revenge. Yet Ying still wore a helpless smile. "But how can I take revenge? Kill those elves who betrayed me?" "Yes," Li Chen answered without any hesitation. Ying fell into confusion once again. "I risked my life to save them back then, now if I go and kill them, what does that make of my previous efforts? So, do you still think I should kill them? They deserve to die." "Why?" At this moment, Li Chen seemed unaware of the meaning of hesitation. Every word was spoken with the most resolute intent. "You were in that situation, yet you still held on to life, unwilling to die. Wasn't it all for revenge? Don't deny it. What could motivate someone to live more than a nemesis? So you want revenge, you want those who trampled on your mother's beliefs to pay the price, you want revenge so much that even death cannot take you away. Then go take your revenge. We are not saints. Saving them is out of kinship, killing them is for personal grievances. I can save them, and I can also kill them. If it were me, the next time I encounter such a situation, I would still save my kin. And the next time I am betrayed, I would still kill back. I have no regrets in killing, I have no complaints in saving. Betrayers cannot make me give up saving lives, and kinship cannot make me spare betrayers. I live for myself, for my thoughts, for my sense of justice, for my selfish interests, and for my clear grievances. Since you desire revenge deep down, you must seek it. If you don't take action, it will be hard to find peace." Li Chen expressed everything he had in mind all at once. Just as he had said before, he hoped that good people would be rewarded, and he would never allow evil people to go unpunished. To repay kindness with kindness, how can one repay kindness in the future? Li Chen didn't know if Shadow had taken his words to heart, but Shadow's face had certainly lost some of its confusion. When a person lacks a goal, they become lost, stuck in place. Just like Shadow these past few days, appearing normal yet having nothing they wanted to do, spending all day just wanting to stay in Li Chen's shadow. This was not right. Li Chen didn't know if he could return to Earth, but he knew he would stay in this world for a long time. This meant that his companions must continue to progress alongside him. Otherwise, whether Li Chen wanted it or not, there would come a day when he would leave them behind. Therefore, Li Chen hoped that Shadow could find a goal, even if it was revenge. At least then, Shadow would start moving forward again. "Anna, can I have a spar with you?" Early in the morning, Li Chen found Anna and made this request. Although Li Chen had learned to control his physical strength, his combat experience was still too limited. At this moment he had brute strength, but in a real fight he might not even be able to unleash half of it. Anna happened to be a level 2 warrior as well, practicing techniques of the same level as his. Although Anna's base attributes were slightly higher, Li Chen also had the enhancement of natural affinity, so the gap between them wasn't too large. Compared to Shadow, Anna was more suitable to be Li Chen's opponent. Thus, Li Chen approached Anna. She readily agreed. On the flat grassland, Dina, Xiao Chang, and Xiaobai also came over. The 3 girls stood at a distance, watching with great interest as Li Chen and Anna faced off in the center. They were very curious about Li Chen's spar with Anna. They all knew Anna's strength well. As for Li Chen, although they knew he was also a level 2 warrior, there could be a significant difference between level 2 warriors. Just how far could Li Chen go? The three girls stared intently at the two in the arena, afraid to miss a single moment. Especially Xiao Chang, whose green snake-like eyes stood on end with excitement. Fixated on Li Chen, constantly urging, hurry up and make a move, hurry up and make a move. Soon, the human and the orc began to fight. Then, with a whoosh, Li Chen was sent flying, landing with a thud on the ground. Ha 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 ha, I knew it, stinky Li Chen, you dare to spar with Sister Anna? Sister Anna almost took down a wild boar when she was 3, how could you possibly compare? Ha ha ha. Almost the moment Li Chen was knocked away, Xiao Qing's impatient laughter rang out. Li Chen knew there was a gap between him and Anna, but he didn't expect it to be this large, and now Xiao Qing's laughter made his forehead throb with anger. Again, Li Chen was unwilling to admit defeat and charged at Anna once more. The result, of course, was that he was sent flying again. In the distance, Xiao Qing's laughter echoed once more. The fight continued until nightfall. Li Chen wasn't sure how much he had improved, but that day, Xiao Qing was carried back to the cave, and the reason was, of course, because she was laughing. Li Chen couldn't forget how she clutched her stomach in pain, her tail twitching uncontrollably. Li Chen found it hard to understand. What kind of grudge did this girl have against him? And how much did she enjoy seeing him suffer? Combat experience certainly couldn't be improved in just a day or two. 5 days later, when Li Chen faced Anna again, he was no longer powerless. Over the past 10 days, Li Chen's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Not only had his realm improved, but he had also mastered the power of his body and gained rich practical experience. Li Chen could confidently say that at the same level he could easily take on 3 of his former selves. Today was the moment to witness his growth. Li Chen stood with his legs apart, firmly rooted in a horse stance, watching Anna warily, as if he were a rock anchored to the ground. Anna had fought against human warriors before, but it was the first time she had seen Li Chen adopt such a strange fighting posture. Seeing that Li Chen had no intention of attacking, Anna took the initiative. She slightly bent her body, lowering her center of gravity, and in the next moment, she launched herself at Li Chen like a wild beast, her legs propelling her forward with great force. In midair, Anna's fingers spread wide, resembling 5 sharp claws reaching for Li Chen's face. Li Chen had not endured the blows of the past few days in vain. He was exceptionally calm at this moment. Just as Anna's fingers were about to grasp his face, he suddenly raised his left hand and caught her wrist. Anna smirked disdainfully, thinking it was too late for him to block her hand now. With a sudden burst of strength, Anna clawed at Li Chen's face with even greater force, while her right hand transformed into a claw and reached out as well. Just as Li Chen seemed unable to defend against both sides, Anna thought she would win this match again. At that moment, the left hand that had grasped her wrist erupted with a strange power. In the next instant, Anna felt the strength in her hand diminish sharply, while the force in Li Chen's grip intensified. The same phenomenon occurred with Anna's other hand. At this point, Li Chen began to rotate his hands in circles, a bizarre force starting to draw Anna's hands. Anna's hand, which had originally been aimed at Li Chen's face, suddenly veered off its intended path, grazing past his face and grabbing nothing but air. At the same time, Anna's body was uncontrollably thrown into the air by that force, landing awkwardly on the ground. Anna was extremely surprised. What is this? This is not human combat skill at all. Li Chen smiled proudly. What he had just used was the technique of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds, and its effect was better than he had imagined. This was the first time Anna had suffered a setback in front of him. Li Chen believed that with the Tai Chi technique of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds, if he practiced for a while longer, he would be able to match Anna in combat or even defeat her. Seeing the triumphant expression on Li Chen's face, Anna finally put away her contempt. Li Chen's progress made her realize that she needed to take him seriously. With that thought, Anna took a dagger from her waist, holding it in reverse and placing it in front of her. Li Chen's eyes widened, and he quickly shouted, "Wait, you're not following the rules of martial arts. We were fighting just fine, why bring out a weapon?" Anna looked puzzled and replied, "I'm naturally better at attacking with weapons." "What? Are we only allowed to fight barehanded?" Li Chen was taken aback for a moment, then realized she was right. If he wanted to enrich his practical experience, he couldn't avoid weapons. In fact, it could be said that this world revolved around weapons. Fighting without them was the oddity. But Li Chen had no weapon. The only weapon he had was the machete that had accompanied him through his toughest times, and that machete had long been broken by the unicorn wolf meeting its end. It seems I should also get a suitable weapon. Not only did Li Chen need a weapon, but the dark elf Shadow did too, and even Anna and Dina were in the same situation. Weapons in the magical continent were divided into 4 levels: ordinary, fine, legendary, and mythical. The weapons in Anna and Dina's hands could only be classified as ordinary. As for Li Chen's previous machete, it didn't even qualify as an ordinary weapon. The importance of weapons is self-evident. Under the same force, the difference between taking a punch and taking a stab is also clear. Therefore, a good weapon is the fastest way for Li Chen to become stronger. Moreover, if Li Chen wants to enrich his combat experience, not having a weapon would greatly diminish the effectiveness of his sparring. Li Chen immediately decided that he needed to get himself a good weapon. Although there are blacksmiths of various races on the magical continent, when it comes to the quality of weapons, no race dares to compare with the dwarves. It can be said that 90% of the good weapons on the magical continent are forged by dwarves. The best way for Li Chen to obtain a good weapon is to find the dwarves. However, everyone knows that those short-statured fellows have the most difficult personalities to deal with. It's not because they are proud, but because they have long been looked down upon for their height and appearance, leading to a significant prejudice against other races. Even if you want to persuade them, how can you convince someone who is unwilling to even talk to you? Although Li Chen learned about this from Anna, he still wanted to give it a try. Seeing this, Anna stopped persuading him and even volunteered to be his guide. There was a reason for Anna's actions. She was very curious to see if Li Chen could manage to deal with those stubborn dwarves. After all, Li Chen had successfully integrated into the orc community and had established a deep friendship with a dark elf. Now, if he could also manage a group of dwarves, it wouldn't be too strange. If Li Chen really succeeded in dealing with those dwarves, perhaps she could also benefit from it and no longer worry about weapons in the future. In the end, the team heading to find the dwarves consisted of 4 members: Li Chen, Shadow, Anna, and Dina, who insisted on going. In fact, there were also Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai, who was dragged along by Xiao Qing, but the 2 girls were ultimately pulled back by Bai Qi and Shangmu before they set off. Seeing this, Li Chen felt a bit more at ease. To be honest, this search for the dwarves might not be safe at all. If those 2 level 1 little ones had gone along and something went wrong, wouldn't Bai Qi and Shangmu have to fight him? For safety reasons, Li Chen did not consider approaching the dwarven gathering place immediately. Their target this time was the Sinner dwarves. Anna and Dina were also unclear about the exact location of the Sinner dwarves. However, based on Dina and Anna's experience, the Sinner dwarves would likely appear near their respective gathering places, just like the weak orcs. However, they were currently located to the north of the Sinful Forest, while the dwarven gathering place was to the south, separated by the central area of the Sinful Forest. The inner area of the Sinful Forest had level 3 magical beasts roaming, and no one knew how terrifying the central area was. The 4 of them could only carefully bypass the human gathering place located to the east and finally head south. During this time, they were greatly aided by Shadow's presence. With the stealth skill activated, Shadow could be described as appearing and disappearing like a ghost, moving back and forth through the densely vegetated forest without making a sound. They were not something those level 1 or 2 mercenaries could detect at all. Under Shadow's guidance, Li Chen and the others avoided all human mercenaries and safely reached the southern part of the Sinful Forest. The climate in the southern part of the Sinful Forest was much warmer than in the north, but it was also considerably less lush. According to Anna, this was because the south had a massive mineral vein, which resulted in the surrounding vegetation being sparse. The dwarven gathering place was established on this mineral vein. Since the location of the dwarven gathering place had been confirmed, Li Chen felt that as long as they searched around the gathering place, there was a high probability of discovering the presence of the Sinner dwarves. At this point, the 4 of them split into 2 groups. Dina and Anna were natural hunters, so the 2 of them together posed no cause for concern. Li Chen may only be a novice in this regard, but he could cling tightly to Ying's thigh, so there was nothing to fear. The 2 sides agreed to meet at the same spot after 3 hours, and then they parted ways. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed, and Li Chen and Ying had searched the vicinity thoroughly without any results. When the 2 returned to the meeting point, they found that Dina and Anna had already come back. However, the expressions on the sisters' faces were not good. "Did you not find anything either?" Li Chen asked curiously. Even without any findings, the sisters shouldn't be this dejected, right? But at that moment, Dina and Anna both shook their heads in unison, and then Dina quickly explained, "We found the Sinner dwarves." But what? Anna took over the conversation, continuing, "But they seem to be extremely wary of us. Isn't that normal?" Li Chen was puzzled. The dwarves' prejudice against outsiders was something Anna had told him, so it was only natural for them to be on guard. But Anna shook her head and replied, "This time it's different. Those Sinner dwarves were clearly overly cautious. When we just wanted to approach and ask a question, they even launched an attack directly." Li Chen was taken aback by this and hurriedly looked over the 2 sisters from head to toe. Seeing that they were unharmed, he continued to ask Anna what happened. Anna showed a thoughtful expression and said, "I don't know the specifics, but I found quite a bit of blood around those Sinner dwarves. They probably had a battle just a few days ago, which is why they are so aggressive now." This was indeed not good news. Just when such a thing happened, Li Chen could imagine that it would be super difficult to get the dwarves to help forge weapons next. Li Chen curiously asked, "Who would attack these Sinner dwarves? You said that the dwarves are one of the most united races, so the dwarves in the settlement shouldn't attack these Sinner dwarves, right?" Anna shook her head again. She couldn't figure out who would provoke these dwarves either. Seeing this, Li Chen thought for a moment and decided to go see those Sinner dwarves himself. After all, there was a saying in the country he was born in that held magical power, since you're here, you might as well. Half an hour later, Li Chen arrived at his destination. In front of him were several desolate low mountains, with bizarre rocks scattered among them, and he could see quite a few caves. The Sinner dwarves seemed to reside in these caves. Just as Li Chen was about to approach and take a look, Ing suddenly stepped in front of him and delivered a handsome sidekick. With a clang, a huge iron axe flying towards Li Chen's head was kicked away by Ing. Li Chen looked at the iron axe on the ground, which was bigger than his head, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat, shouting towards the front, "What the hell? Did you throw an iron axe, or a silver axe and a golden axe? None of those, it was your damn sense of public morality." As Li Chen cursed angrily, a group of short but extremely muscular dwarves, resembling green giants under 1.5 meters tall, appeared on the stone pile in front of him. Li Chen felt that describing the dwarves as mini green giants was quite fitting. After all, these guys had big faces, thick necks, and were filled with exaggerated muscles. Yes, both men and women looked like that. Of course, their skin color was not green but similar to ordinary humans. However, due to years of forging, most dwarves had a sun-kissed bronze complexion. At this moment, a group of muscular men and women stood in front of Li Chen and the others. They stared at Li Chen with unwavering anger in their eyes. "You damned human slave trader, how dare you bring your slave-catching team here? This time, we will not let you escape again." The leader among the dwarves was a male dwarf wearing a horned hat. His eyes were a fiery red, and he held an iron axe in his left hand. Li Chen immediately noticed that the iron axe in his hand was a pair with the one that had attacked him. He quickly confirmed that this was the old six who had ambushed him. Although Li Chen was furious, he knew this was not the time to act on impulse. He had to suppress his dissatisfaction and began to explain to the dwarf across from him. "You misunderstand, we are not slave traders, nor are we part of a slave-catching group. My name is Li Chen, and I am here to trade salt with you. I am a salt merchant." Li Chen had planned from the beginning how to approach these dwarves. The sinners among the dwarves could not enter the gathering place, and Li Chen did not believe they were lacking in salt. Therefore, he intended to use the same trick again, to open the door to the dwarven clan with salt. However, the outcome this time was beyond Li Chen's expectations. Although the dwarves showed a hint of hesitation upon hearing about the salt, the next moment their eyes were immediately clouded with bloodshot veins. "Indeed, despicable humans, do you think we would fall for the same trick again?" Li Chen looked puzzled at these words, and before he could explain, the dwarf in the horned hat suddenly raised his iron axe and shouted, "Brothers and sisters, there's no need to waste words with this cunning human. Let us defend our kin with the weapons in our hands." As he spoke, a dozen dwarves charged forward. Li Chen and his three companions were startled and quickly took up a defensive stance. Realizing the situation was dire, Li Chen immediately signaled for the three beside him to retreat together. "Stop." At that moment, a deep voice suddenly came from behind the dwarves. Li Chen felt that this voice sounded somewhat familiar. Just as he was puzzled, a bare-chested dwarf emerged from a cave at the foot of the low mountain. He anxiously glanced in the direction of Li Chen and his companions, and the next moment, he joyfully ran towards them. "Human Li Chen, it really is you. I just heard the name Li Chen and thought I misheard." As he spoke, the bare-chested dwarf had already bypassed the dozen armed dwarves and stood in front of Li Chen. Li Chen looked at the dwarf in confusion for a moment before finally remembering. Wasn't this the dwarf Dorg who he had asked for as a gift from the slave trader Charlie when he bought the dark elf shadow a few days ago? Li Chen had granted Dorg his freedom the next day, and he still remembered how Dorg had sworn to repay his kindness. At that time, Li Chen had not taken it seriously, as the two were unlikely to meet again in their lifetimes. Unexpectedly, just over 10 days later, Li Chen encountered Dorg again. Seeing that Li Chen remembered him, Dorg's excited face turned red. "Dorg, do you know this human?" At that moment, the dwarf in the horned hat suddenly asked. Dorg then recalled that the misunderstanding between the two sides had not yet been resolved, and quickly replied to the horned hat dwarf, "Guli, you misunderstand. They are definitely not slave traders, nor are they part of a slave-catching group. I was saved by this human Li Chen, otherwise, I would still be locked in the slave trader's cage." Upon hearing this, Guli, the dwarf in the horned hat, became furious and scolded Dorg. "Dorg, you fool. Have you forgotten how those slave traders found us? They pretended to release the dwarf slaves and then secretly followed us to our dwelling. Do you want to fall for that trick twice?" Dorg retorted loudly. "Guli, what do you mean? When I escaped, did I bring back a human slave-catching group? Besides, can't you see the three beside Li Chen? They are from the Beastman clan and the Dark Elves. They have binding collars around their necks. If even the Beastmen and Dark Elves trust him, isn't that enough to prove he is definitely not a scoundrel like a slave trader?" Guli fell silent after hearing this. Even now, he couldn't understand why a human could associate with orcs and dark elves. It was simply more incomprehensible than dwarves not loving to drink. However, Duoj was right. The fact that neither of the orcs nor the dark elf wore restraining collars indicated that the three of them had willingly chosen to be companions of this human. The orcs despised slave traders the most, so it was impossible for this Li Chen to be a slave trader. Seeing that Gully seemed to be swayed, Duoj quickly pressed on, saying, Gully, I understand your concerns. But we dwarves have always been clear about our grudges and kindness. Are you really going to let suspicion tarnish the reputation of dwarves as indistinguishable between black and white? Besides, this Li Chen is my benefactor. Although I, Duoj, may not have much strength, I will not allow you to insult my benefactor. Gully looked at Duoj's serious face, his expression fluctuating between anger and indecision. He wanted to lash out, but thinking of that terrifying girl from Duoj's family, he couldn't help but swallow hard and said reluctantly, Duoj, you may be right, but this concerns the safety of all dwarves here. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Let's go. With that, Gully turned away in dissatisfaction, and the remaining dozen dwarves followed suit, dispersing. However, before they left, their expressions towards Li Chen were still not very friendly. Li Chen could imagine that trying to get these dwarves to help forge weapons would only result in a noseful of dust. Li Chen, come with me, I must treat you well, ha. Duoj laughed heartily as he pulled Li Chen towards a cave at the foot of the dwarf mountain. Along the way, more and more dwarves surrounded them, most of whom looked at Li Chen with suspicion. To be honest, being watched by a group of sturdy dwarves felt like a chill running down Li Chen's spine. He feared that these guys might rush at him all at once, and he estimated he wouldn't even have the chance to shout no. Seeing this, Li Chen thought to try to ease the atmosphere with these dwarves. So he attempted to speak to them. Hello, I am a salt merchant selling salt, if you... Before Li Chen could finish his sentence, he saw the dwarves turning away one after another. Li Chen was left puzzled. Duoj sighed and explained at that moment, sorry, Li Chen, it seems that Gully just had a talk with them, so they are particularly wary of you, but I assure you, it's not intentional. Then, Duoj began to explain why the dwarves were so cautious now. Just 2 days ago, a dwarf escaped from a slave trader. This should have been a joyous occasion, and we immediately took in that dwarf. However, no one expected this to actually be a trap set by the slave trader. That dwarf was deliberately let go by the slave trader, and while letting the dwarf go, the slave trader's capture team was already following him, thus finding this place. They approached us under the guise of salt merchants and then suddenly launched an attack. On that day, we lost 9 brothers in battle and had over 50 compatriots captured. Among them 5 were children, including Gully's child, which is why he harbors such deep prejudice against humans like you. Because of this incident, we have temporarily lost the ability to trust any human. To be honest, if you hadn't saved me, I would never have approached you. Gully briefly recounted the reason for the dwarves' vigilance. As soon as Li Chen heard this, he felt something was off. Dwarves had never been ideal slaves for humans. To put it bluntly, humans indeed looked down on these muscular beings, especially those dwarves who were even below level 1. Such dwarven slaves, whether male or female, could only become the lowest of laborers. So slave traders generally do not waste manpower capturing ordinary dwarves in the sinful forest. As for capturing dwarves above level 1, facing those madmen who train their bodies, casualties are the norm, and the final gains might not even cover the costs incurred. This has effectively extinguished most slave traders' interest in the dwarf race. However, this time, there was a slave trader who undertook this thankless task. There must be something strange about it. Moreover, when it comes to the slave traders and slave-catching groups in the sinful forest, Li Chen's first thought is of Charlie, that gluttonous fellow. If it involves Charlie, then Howard is definitely also connected to this matter. Li Chen was not mistaken, it was indeed Howard who orchestrated all of this. In the Cardon manor of Sinful Town, Charlie cautiously reported to Howard in front of him, young Master Howard, this operation to capture dwarves went relatively smoothly. After suffering 39 casualties among the slave-catching group members, we successfully captured 50 dwarf slaves. Howard didn't even glance at Charlie, emotionlessly asking, were there any high-level blacksmiths among the captured dwarves? What Li Chen didn't know was that ordinary dwarves might not hold much value, but there is one type of dwarf that is different. That is the dwarf blacksmiths who possess forging skills. Mercenaries are rarely stingy when it comes to weapons and armor, as these are closely related to their life safety. 2. Ensure they can return alive from every mission. They are even willing to take loans to purchase fine weapons and armor. One can imagine how valuable a dwarf with forging skills would be. Whether sold as a slave at auction or employed to forge equipment for profit, it could bring an enormous income. Clearly, Howard's current target is the dwarf blacksmiths. In response to Howard's question, Charlie's expression stiffened, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. And no waste. Howard suddenly grabbed the cup in front of him and hurled it at Charlie. The cup struck Charlie's head, instantly creating a gash, and blood gushed out immediately. Charlie, terrified, collapsed to the ground, looking at Howard in horror. At that moment, Howard walked up to Charlie, looking down at him with his slanted eyes, revealing a sinister expression as he said, Charlie, you have disappointed me greatly. From letting the elven slave escape to being toyed with by that Li Chen, not only did you fail to capture any orcs but also lost a dark elf. Now you can't even handle a group of dwarves. Do you know how much I paid to get the information on high-level blacksmiths? I really don't see what use it is to keep you around. Young Master Howard, the sinner dwarves are different from the weak orcs. After all, the Sinner dwarves are all criminals, their strength is not something the weak orcs can compare to. Among those Sinner dwarves, there are several level 2 warriors. With the strength of my slave catching group, capturing 50 dwarves is already the limit. In the face of Charlie's rebuttal, Howard was not convinced. However, he also knew that Charlie was speaking the truth. The members of the slave catching group were all temporary hired mercenaries, almost all at the level of first-tier fighting apprentices, and naturally could not handle those level 2 dwarves. Moreover, this time, a total of 39 mercenaries had died, and the value of 50 dwarves was not even enough to offset the compensation. Worse still, after this round of casualties, there were hardly any mercenaries willing to stay in the slave-catching group. The more Howard thought about it, the darker his expression became. Was even the plan to capture dwarves going to fail? After the elven slave escaped, the operation to capture orcs also failed, due to Li Chen's escape, leaving Howard with no choice but to place all his hopes on the dwarves. Just then, he received an important piece of information. A dwarf blacksmith with advanced forging skills had left the dwarf settlement and become a Sinner dwarf. This was almost impossible under normal circumstances. After all, this was not just any ordinary dwarf blacksmith, but a master blacksmith. A dwarf with advanced forging skills is a valuable talent even in the dwarf empire. Even if they break the law, they can still receive some degree of clemency. Although Charlie did not know why that master blacksmith had become a Sinner dwarf and was thus expelled, this incident undoubtedly gave him a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. A dwarf master blacksmith is worth more than 1,000 gold coins. As long as I can capture him, Uncle Cardon's test will be a piece of cake. Moreover, this master blacksmith could become my future cash cow, bringing me endless wealth. As Howard thought of this, his heart raced with excitement. No, I must find a way to capture that master blacksmith dwarf, even if it means resorting to any means necessary, regardless of the consequences. A newfound determination flashed in Howard's eyes as he suddenly sat at the table and took out a piece of paper to write a letter. Howard was well aware of the consequences of sending this letter, but he could no longer care. Kai. With Howard's call, Kai walked into the room. Howard handed the written note to Kai and said, "Deliver this to Winter City immediately." Kai nodded and walked to the window. With a whistle from Kai, a bird of prey resembling a falcon flew down from the sky and landed on Kai's hand. Kai tied the note to the falcon's leg and then tossed it into the air. The falcon circled the estate before flying east, the direction of Winter City. Under Dorj's lead, Li Chen and the others entered a spacious cave. The cave was shallow, and beyond the entrance was a large hall, which contained 2 simple living quarters and a massive forge. At that moment, the charcoal in the furnace was burning fiercely, and a woman in her early 20s was vigorously working the bellows beside the furnace. Dorj walked over to the woman and proudly introduced her to Li Chen and the others. "Allow me to introduce my daughter, Dorjina." Li Chen glanced at Dorjina and was instantly captivated. His admiration was not because Dorjina was exceptionally beautiful, but because it was the first time he had seen a dwarf woman who was not a typical Barbie doll. Of course, Dorjina was not lacking in looks. Beneath her bronze skin, her face had a bit more angularity and less softness than the average woman, complemented by somewhat handsome features. Clearly, Dorjina was not the type to stun someone at first glance, but the more you looked, the more appealing she became, possessing a charm that was quite enduring. She did not have exaggerated muscles, but she was stronger than human women. The muscle lines were clearly visible on her arms, and her 8-pack abs were also quite prominent. She resembled a military flower who had served for many years. However, she was slightly shorter, standing at just under 1.5 meters, which was already considered top tier among dwarves. If Li Chen were to evaluate Dorjina, he would say one thing: what a stunning girl. As Dorj continued to introduce Dorjina, she herself seemed indifferent to his words. She appeared to have just had a drink, her face slightly flushed, and she exuded a strong smell of alcohol. Despite this, she worked with remarkable efficiency. Dorjina's arm muscles were taut as she pulled the massive bellows, creating a whooshing sound. The charcoal in the furnace glowed with a golden flame, and a metal strip in the center of the charcoal visibly changed from red to yellow at a rapid pace. At that moment, Dorjina stood up and grabbed the iron tongs used for blacksmithing to pick up the metal strip. She walked up to the forge and swung the hammer, striking it repeatedly. The metal bar continuously changed shape under her hammer, while impurities like iron filings were constantly removed. After a dozen minutes, the metal bar transformed into a machete less than a meter long. After quenching the machete, Dokina examined it carefully for a moment. In Li Chen's eyes, the machete was made quite well, the blade bright and flawless, with an elegant shape that would surely outshine his previous chopping knife once unveiled. TSK. However, after looking at the machete, Dokina's face only showed disdain. In the next moment, she tossed the machete, and it landed in the corner of the cave with a ding. In that corner, there were dozens of identical machetes, clearly indicating that this was not the first time such a situation had occurred. Only then did Dokina glance at Li Chen and the others, and it was truly just a glance. The next moment, she walked over to the table beside the forge, grabbed a bottle of liquor from the table. With the sound of glug glug, she drank the entire bottle of unknown pale yellow liquid. Afterwards, Dokina headed towards her. quarters, and judging by the situation, it was no surprise that she intended to sleep. This scene made Duoj a bit awkward. He hurriedly grabbed Dokina and said, "My dear daughter, you should at least give your old man some face in front of outsiders." Dokina still did not respond. Seeing this, Duoj said again, "After all, they are your old man's saviors. You are being quite rude." Upon hearing this, Dokina suddenly stopped in her tracks, looked up to properly observe Li Chen and the others, and then staggered over. Dokina approached. Li Chen extended her right hand towards him and said, "So you are the human my old man was talking about. No matter what, you saved my old man's life, and if I have the chance in the future, I will help you forge a weapon." The words sounded a bit arrogant, as if her willingness to help Li Chen craft a weapon was a huge favor to him. Although it was presumptuous, Li Chen had to admit that this dwarf woman was quite interesting. At first, she probably ignored him because he was human, based on the relationship between humans and dwarves. However, upon hearing that he was indeed her old man's savior, Dokina immediately set aside her prejudice. Although Dokina spoke casually, Li Chen could sense the sincerity in her words. Clearly, this woman was genuinely grateful to him and truly willing to forge a weapon for him. From this, it was evident that this woman was clear about her grievances and could be befriended. Li Chen couldn't help but secretly sigh for the second time. Her looks are not wasted. She's a charming girl inside and out. Thinking this, Li Chen also extended his right hand to grasp Dokina's. In the next moment, Li Chen's expression suddenly changed, turning a shade of liver color. The shadow beside him instantly tensed up, black magic energy enveloping her, and even Dina and Anna showed wary expressions at that moment. Dokina across from them was momentarily stunned, then quickly came to her senses, hurriedly releasing her hand and saying, "Sorry, I forgot you're not a dwarf. I didn't control my strength." Li Chen gritted his teeth and glanced at his right hand, which was now bruised and painful, causing his eyes to twitch. However, he still forced himself to reassure the three women beside him, saying, "I'm fine, don't be nervous." If Dokina had done it on purpose, Li Chen certainly wouldn't let it go so easily, but he knew very well that Dokina did not mean it. She had simply given a normal handshake. The only explanation for the current situation was the dwarves' body refining techniques. The body refining techniques resulted in dwarves having strength and defense far superior to other races. Perhaps it was because Duokina was also dealing with humans for the first time that she forgot to restrain her terrifying strength when she shook hands with Li Chen. Thinking of this, Li Chen was immediately alarmed. This was just her usual strength. If Duokina were to unleash her full power, how terrifying would that be? No wonder the dwarf clan was known for their focus on body refinement. Li Chen's right hand did not cause any trouble. At most, it only earned a few secret glares from Ying. However, Ying remained as usual, never speaking in front of others and always wearing a cold expression, so Duokina didn't even notice. In fact, Li Chen's hand wasn't worth causing a stir over. With the recovery ability of natural affinity and the fivefold recovery rate of rapid recovery, it was estimated that by tomorrow his hand would be completely healed. Seeing that Duokina had gone back to rest, Li Chen began to explain their purpose to Duoj. "We came here to ask you dwarves to help me forge 4 weapons. Of course, I will pay for the service." Faced with Li Chen's request, Duoj hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but Guli had just communicated with the other dwarves, and since Guli was the leader of this group, his words were not something Duoj could easily sway. Li Chen immediately understood Duoj's predicament and confidently said, "I have a way to persuade every dwarf here. You just need to tell me which dwarf has the best forging skills, and I will personally negotiate with them." Li Chen spoke with such arrogance, as if convincing a dwarf was as easy as reaching into his pocket. But if it were truly that simple, dwarves wouldn't be famous for their bad tempers. Duoj didn't want to discourage Li Chen. After all, he thought it was good for the young man to face some obstacles. With that in mind, Duoj smirked and said, "The best blacksmith here, you've already met." Upon hearing this, Li Chen immediately understood Duoj's meaning and looked unexpectedly towards Duokina's residence. Seeing this, Duoj once again wore a proud smile and said, "Let me introduce my daughter, Duokina, who is hailed as a genius in forging and the youngest senior blacksmith in the Dwarf Empire." As soon as he finished speaking, the other three, except for Li Chen, widened their eyes in surprise. Only Li Chen looked confused and asked, "Is this senior blacksmith you're talking about impressive?" Sure enough, it was Anna, who knew Li Chen best, who rolled her eyes at him and explained, "Although I don't know what you mean by impressive, I can guess what you're trying to say. Regarding your question, you can completely remove the is dot." Li Chen instantly understood. This was indeed quite impressive. A senior blacksmith, there wouldn't be more than 100 across the entire magical continent. The equipment they forged always possessed the best quality. However, what truly elevated the status of a senior blacksmith was that only they could possibly forge legendary grade equipment. Just this alone was enough to drive all warriors in the world mad. After Anna's explanation, Li Chen realized how precious a talent Duokina was. But why would such a valuable talent appear in the sinful forest? Had Duokina also violated the laws of the dwarves? After thinking it over, Li Chen felt it was quite possible. Judging from Duokina's earlier actions, this woman was also a drunkard, and in the eyes of a drunkard, there was no such thing as law. The only strange thing might be how the Dwarf Empire could bear to expel such a valuable talent. Had the laws of the dwarves become that strict? This was not only Li Chen's doubt at that moment but also the confusion of Dina, Anna, and Ing. Facing the four of them's questions, Duoj suddenly sighed. This is all my fault. Speaking of which, Dorj pulled out a bottle of pale yellow liquor from somewhere and took a hearty swig. Li Chen now knew that it was low-quality wheat beer traded for at a cheap price in exchange for the hard-earned equipment forged by the dwarves. Li Chen had just tasted it. It was low in alcohol and hard to describe in flavor. Although he had never drunk horse urine, he felt it must taste something like that. Yet, this inferior wheat beer was an indispensable part of every dwarf's life here. Dwarves could even forego salt. They would rather lick those poisonous salts than go without their beer. Li Chen's earlier strategy had gone awry. He shouldn't have mentioned his salt merchant but should have claimed to be a wine merchant. If he had done so, his current situation would surely have improved significantly. Li Chen could only comment, "These damned crazy drunks." After downing an entire bottle of low-quality wheat beer, Dorj began to explain the reason. I originally lived in the imperial capital of the Dwarf Empire with Duokina. Duokina was obsessed with forging from a young age and earned the title of senior forger at a young age, becoming quite a celebrity in the capital. Later, Duokina heard that precious ores were often produced in the dwarf gathering place's mines, and after discussing it with me, we moved to the gathering place a year ago. When we first arrived, everything went smoothly. Thanks to Duokina's superb forging skills, our life in the gathering place was not much different from that in the capital. Duokina was able to obtain more precious ores and forge more advanced equipment. The only trouble was that the gathering place leader's son, Light, kept pestering Duokina. This situation continued until a month ago when I happened to leave the gathering place for a matter. I never expected that shortly after stepping out, I would be captured by a few human slave traders. Duokina believed that this incident was entirely the leader's fault. That day, she happened to have been drinking and caused a scene at the leader's residence, even injuring the leader's son. This incident became quite a big deal, and many people knew about it. In the end, Duokina not only refused to admit her mistake but, in a fit of anger, left the dwarf gathering place, intending to rescue me on her own. Ha ha ha. As Dorj was recounting this, a burst of hearty laughter interrupted him. Everyone turned to look at the source of the laughter, the recently awakened Duokina. Seeing this, Duokina couldn't help but smile, saying, "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, I just remembered something funny." A twist? Li Chen's keen intuition immediately sensed something, and since he already knew that Duokina was the best forger in the area, he naturally wanted to learn more about her. With this thought in mind, Li Chen smiled and said to Duokina, "Since it's so funny, why not share it? So everyone can enjoy a laugh together?" However, Duokina shook her head, seemingly lacking the desire to share. Li Chen wouldn't give her the chance to refuse and immediately glanced at the spot where Dorj had just pulled out the liquor. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Li Chen grabbed a bottle of low-quality wheat beer and tossed it to Duokina. Duokina instinctively reached out to catch it. She glanced at the low-quality wheat beer and then at Li Chen. Ha ha! Duokina burst into hearty laughter. The next moment, she opened the bottle and took several gulps, and with the alcohol, her words began to flow. "Interesting human, alright, I'll tell you a story. Actually, the biggest reason I left the dwarf gathering place wasn't because I was angry but because I injured the leader's son." Upon hearing this, Dorj became somewhat annoyed and asked Duokina, "What? Did that old fool Linus really kick you out of the dwarf gathering place over something like this?" Duokina seemed to recall a funny scene and nodded with a smile. Doja's face turned completely red with anger as he said through gritted teeth, "That old fool Linus, who gave him the courage to dare to expel a high-level blacksmith? I will not let him off." But Dozina laughed again, this time seemingly unable to contain herself, and she shared the reason for her amusement. "After my old man was captured by the slave traders, I was indeed furious and went to the Lord's mansion to cause a scene about the task given to my father. Linus wouldn't even see me, but that useless Wright came looking for me instead. That useless piece of work actually planned to make me submit to him in exchange for rescuing my father. He even tried to force himself on me right then and there." Doj seemed to learn of this hidden detail for the first time. Upon hearing it, his face changed from red to black to purple, making Li Chen worry that his head might explode from the pressure. However, before Doj could speak, Dozina took a few more swigs of her drink, suddenly grinning widely, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth, and amidst her uncontrollable laughter, she said, "Ha ha ha, I could tolerate that useless fool, but I kicked him right then and there, and that kick instantly crushed his balls, and it was two balls that exploded at once." At this point, Dozina was laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. From her laughter, it was clear that her mood at that moment was at its peak. Li Chen's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Goodness." Although he had once said, "A gentleman enjoys beauty, but only through proper means, otherwise it's a disaster," this sister was really going all out. Truly impressive. Although he felt a bit of pain down below, hearing such an ending still brought him a rush of exhilaration. Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim for the third time, "She really is a stunning girl." As for what happened next, Li Chen already knew without Dozina needing to say it. After incapacitating the chief's son, even though Dozina was a high-level blacksmith, she was of no use against the irrational chief. Dozina quickly fled the dwarven gathering place and joined a nearby group of sinner dwarves. Shortly after, Doge returned, and before he could enter the dwarven gathering place, he ran into Dozina. Naturally, Doge had no choice but to stay there. I already know your intentions. Since you saved my father and I agreed to help you, I will naturally forge a weapon for you. Dozina recovered from her laughter. She didn't like beating around the bush and got straight to the point. Seeing the beautiful girl so direct, Li Chen also replied straightforwardly, "No, I want you to help me forge 4 weapons." Dozina glanced at Li Chen and said seriously, "I said 1, so it can only be 1. Doge seemed to notice the unusual tone between them and hurriedly explained to Li Chen, "I'm not bragging about my daughter. Even a duke from the imperial capital of the Dwarven Kingdom came to ask Dozina to forge equipment, and she might not even pay attention to him. In the year since she arrived at the gathering place, Dozina hasn't actively helped anyone forge equipment even once. Now that she's willing to help you forge one, you should be grateful. Of course, the favor you owe me is definitely not something that one piece of equipment can offset. Consider this piece of equipment as Dozina's unilateral gratitude to you. I will still remember your kindness." At this moment, Anna also secretly reminded Li Chen, most blacksmiths have their own temper, especially high-level blacksmiths like Dozina. Li Chen didn't respond to Doge. He had never intended for Doge to repay him when he granted him freedom, and that hadn't changed even now. He also didn't plan to use gratitude to coerce Dozina. However, since Li Chen had gone to such lengths to seek equipment from the dwarves, he certainly wouldn't leave with only half of his goal accomplished. Having planned for 4 pieces of equipment, he was determined to acquire all 4. With this mysterious confidence, Li Chen said to Duokina, "I said 4 pieces, so we must forge 4 pieces." At this moment, Li Chen's attitude was undoubtedly a bit too strong. Even Dina Anna wanted to persuade him to give up. As for Ing, she didn't care about any of this and had unknowingly returned to Li Chen's shadow. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Duokina frowned. She wouldn't let Li Chen do as he pleased, just because he was her father's benefactor. In fact, if he dared to pester her, she had already shown restraint by not kicking him right away. Seeing Duokina frown, ready to explode, Li Chen, who was well prepared, took out a space ring, and the next moment, bottles of white liquor with a black pentagram on them appeared in his hands. The bottles were not too large, only 500 milliliters. Such a small bottle probably wouldn't be enough for a dwarf to down in one go, yet it cost Li Chen 5 points of bond value. This was the well-known Chinese liquor, Heishin Erguotu. Duokina had never seen this kind of liquor, or rather, she had never seen liquor that was as pure as water, so she looked at Li Chen with curiosity. Li Chen didn't keep her in suspense and immediately opened the cap of the Heishin Erguotu. The next moment, an intense aroma of liquor, incomparable to beer, wafted out. Sniff sniff. Before Duokina could react, Duoj was already twitching his nose, staring in shock at the bottle of Heishin Erguotu. It seemed that the dwarves' bodies were cursed by alcohol. Almost every dwarf would develop a drinking habit. Dwarves often say that alcohol is their blood, and without it, they would wither and die. Duoj was undoubtedly a seasoned drunkard. He had consumed a fair amount of alcohol and always thought that as long as it was liquor, it wouldn't make much difference. However, this time he felt he was wrong. Even from a distance, he could smell the aroma in the air. So pure and free of any off flavors, the fragrance lingered and wouldn't dissipate. If he held it in his mouth, it might just make him dizzy. As the aroma spread, Duokina gradually lost her composure. She had lived in the imperial capital with her father and had naturally tasted quite a bit of fine wine. From the noble's favorite grape wine to the commoner's beer, the rare honey brew, and the elves' unique flower wine, she had tried them all at different levels and qualities. But none of them could compare to the liquor in Li Chen's hands. The rich aroma was like an exploding furnace, stimulating every inch of her skin. Duokina felt as if countless ants were crawling on her body, forcing her to crave the bottle of liquor before her. Li Chen clearly observed the reactions of the father and daughter, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. In this world, nothing is unnegotiable as long as you have enough leverage. When negotiating with merchants, profit is the best leverage. When arguing with diners, delicious food is the best leverage, and when dealing with dwarves, who are natural drunks, the best leverage is, of course, fine liquor. Providing merchants with enough profit can make them do anything for you. Offering diners good food can make them obediently quiet down and concede. Giving dwarves fine liquor means that if Li Chen said he wanted to forge 4 weapons, not to mention 4 pieces of equipment, even 10 pieces would be possible. This was the confidence Li Chen had in persuading the dwarves. Seeing Duokina's eager and impatient expression, Li Chen decided to give her a heavy dose. With that thought, Li Chen picked up the Heishin Erguotu and waved it towards the cave entrance. More than half a bottle of Erguotu was poured out towards the outside of the cave. No! Duoj let out a pathetic scream almost immediately. Duokina's eyes widened in anger, glaring at Li Chen as if he had committed some heinous act. Li Chen ignored her and quietly waited. Moments later, a dwarf happened to pass by the cave entrance. The next moment, That dwarf suddenly stopped, his face filled with uncertainty as he twitched his alcohol-soaked nose, as if searching for something. With the first one, soon there came a second. And a third, and as more and more dwarves gathered, the cave entrance was quickly blocked by them. At that moment, Li Chen felt confident, as long as he was willing to part with the half bottle of liquor he had left, he could instantly win the friendship of any dwarf present. Seeing that the number of dwarves outside was increasing, nearly reaching 50, Li Chen stood up and walked in front of them, saying, "Dear dwarf friends, besides being a salt merchant, I am also a wine merchant, and this bottle of Black Star Erguotu is what I sell. I know that you dwarves may have a poor impression of me as a human, but there is a saying in my hometown, when away from home, we are all friends. I wish to befriend you all, so I would like to invite you to try this bottle of wine I have. I wonder if any of my dwarf friends would be willing to give it a try." Upon hearing this, the dwarves present hesitated, but only for a moment. This group of dwarves would dare to drink even toxic salt for the sake of alcohol. How could they fear drinking a stranger's wine? Especially when the aroma was simply overwhelming? One dwarf could no longer resist and shouted, "Step aside, let me try." As he spoke, the dwarf squeezed his way to the front, reaching for the bottle in Li Chen's hand. Li Chen quickly hid the erguotu behind his back. The dwarf's eyes widened, his gaze as round as copper bells, angrily asking Li Chen, "Human, what do you mean? Human, what do you mean?" Li Chen rolled his eyes in response. "What a joke, with that big mouth of yours, this half bottle of erguotu would probably be just enough for you to gulp down in one go." This was a half bottle worth 2.5 bond points. Dreaming of drinking it all in one go? Li Chen ignored the dwarf's anger and calmly said to the dwarf in front of him, "Friend, extend your hand, palm up." The dwarf frowned at Li Chen's words. He didn't want to comply, but that wine, it smelled too good. Gritting his teeth, the dwarf reluctantly extended his right hand, palm facing up. "Be careful, don't spill it." As Li Chen spoke, he lifted the erguotu and began to pour it into the dwarf's palm. In the end, he only poured about the amount of a bottle cap, roughly 10 milliliters, and then quickly pulled back the bottle with a reluctant expression. Hiss. The dwarves present, including Dina Anna, all gasped in unison at that moment. None of them expected that a living being could be so stingy. Especially the dwarf in front of Li Chen, who stared blankly at the meager amount of liquid in his palm, then looked back at Li Chen in disbelief. The next moment, it seemed as if fire was burning in his eyes. "Be careful not to spill it. If you do, I won't give you any more." Just as the dwarf was about to explode with anger, Li Chen suddenly said this. The dwarf looked at Li Chen, then at the liquid in his palm. He wanted to throw the liquid in Li Chen's face and take a swig of his own aged phlegm, but the aroma from his palm made him hesitate. It was as if a scale was constantly swaying in the dwarf's mind. How could a dwarf warrior endure such humiliation? If he really drank it, the dignity of the dwarven race would surely weep. But it smelled so good. In the end, the dwarf transformed his anger into a taste for alcohol, painfully sucking the liquid from his palm into his mouth. The erguotu was spicy upon entry, but had a hint of sweetness as it slid down his throat, and it felt like a burning flame in his belly. What a marvelous wine! The dwarf's face turned red all of a sudden, and he furrowed his brows fiercely. This made the surrounding dwarves think he had been poisoned. Only Li Chen knew that this was a normal reaction to the fact that these dwarves had been drinking low-alcohol beer for years and now suddenly consuming distilled high-proof liquor. As the surrounding dwarves began to stir restlessly, the dwarf suddenly exhaled a hot breath, and the next moment his brows relaxed. Good wine. As he spoke, the dwarf didn't forget to lick his palm, giving Li Chen a thumbs up. At first, he thought Li Chen was stingy, but after truly tasting it, he understood that such delicious wine could not be casually consumed. The dwarf laughed heartily as he left, feeling that after drinking this, his life was not lived in vain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of bond value with the Dwarf Clan. Dwarf Clan talent increased by 0.1%. Li Chen watched the dwarf leave with a carefree demeanor, glanced at the system prompt, and smiled broadly, thinking to himself, as expected, it works. If Li Chen really just wanted to prove that the liquor was good, he could have simply given it to Duokina to drink. So why go through all this trouble to do what he was doing now? Naturally, it was for the bond value. As the saying goes, a thief doesn't leave empty-handed. Since Li Chen had come to the dwarves' dwelling, how could he not take advantage of the situation? That's right, none of the dwarves present today could escape. Not to mention dwarves, as long as he could take advantage. Even a god would be fair game for Li Chen. Thinking of this, Li Chen immediately broke into a brilliant smile and said, "Who wants to try next?" I. Alright, one at a time, everyone gets a chance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of bond value with the Dwarf Clan. Dwarf Clan talent increased by 0.1%. Ding! Congratulations. When there was still more than half a bottle of liquor left, all the dwarves outside the cave left satisfied. Li Chen successfully obtained 45 points of bond value, and the Dwarf Clan talent reached 4.6%. As long as a few more dwarves came to raise the Dwarf Clan talent to 5%, he would have another chance to obtain a Dwarf Clan talent skill. Seeing this, Li Chen returned to the cave contentedly. What awaited him were 4 pairs of eyes looking at him as if he were a monster. Li Chen didn't care at all, holding up the half-full bottle of liquor. He asked Duoj and Duokina, "Do you two want to try?" "Yes." Before Duoj and Duokina could respond, Dina, who was beside them, spoke up first, her tail behind her wildly wagging, revealing her uncontrollable curiosity at that moment. However, with Anna beside her, Dina naturally had no chance. Anna grabbed Dina and said, "Dina, you're still young, this liquor is a bit too early for minors." However, what Li Chen didn't expect was that after scolding Dina, this usually composed girl suddenly turned to him and said, "But for me, as an adult, it's just right." Li Chen had never seen this pair of sisters drink before, and their reactions at this moment were undoubtedly sparked by the dwarves' earlier performance. Li Chen naturally wouldn't give alcohol to a minor and a newly adult girl, especially such strong liquor. He looked at the two sisters speechlessly and ultimately chose to ignore the extremely reluctant expressions on their faces. Li Chen turned to Duoj and Duokina. If even the non-drinking Dina and Anna looked like that, how about the alcohol-loving Duoj and Duokina? This father and daughter pair nodded without any hesitation this time. Li Chen also didn't act stingy like before. He took 2 wooden bowls from the table, poured a small amount into each, and handed them to Duoj and Duokina. The two of them seemed to have received a sacred object, holding the wooden bowl with both hands. They first took a sniff, revealing expressions of ecstasy, and then carefully drank from it. Their reactions were very similar to those of the dwarf from earlier, first pain, then pain mixed with joy, and finally all transformed into satisfaction. In this satisfaction, the father and daughter fell into silence. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 bond point with the dwarves. Dwarven talent increased by 0.1%. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in Li Chen's mind, and among everyone present, only Dakina had not given Li Chen any bond points before, so this prompt must have been triggered by her. Li Chen knew that the matter of forging weapons was settled. Sure enough, Dakina made a decision. As expected of the woman whom Li Chen had dubbed the beautiful girl, once she made up her mind, she was extremely straightforward. She immediately said to Li Chen, "Alright, I will help you forge 4 weapons, but you have to give me 2 bottles, no, 3 bottles of this liquor." Dakina's request truly stunned Li Chen. This woman was satisfied with just 3 bottles of ergwotu? However, after thinking it over, Li Chen understood the reason. Although this black-hearted ergwotu was just an ordinary distilled liquor on Earth, readily available everywhere, in this other world, it was unique. Perhaps in Dakina's eyes, this black-hearted ergwotu even surpassed the tribute wines offered to the royal family, which is why she dared not ask for more. Li Chen thought for a moment and said to Dakina, "I will give you 10 bottles of this liquor, but I want you to forge the best equipment you can." The reason Li Chen proactively raised the offer was simple. With Dakina's status as a senior forger, he believed this would not be their last transaction, so there was no need to jeopardize their friendship over a trivial profit. Instead, he should take the initiative to offer benefits to win her favor. This favor might repay him dozens or even hundreds of times in the future. Moreover, 10 bottles of black-hearted ergwotu only amounted to 50 bond points. No matter how he looked at it, Li Chen was still profiting immensely. Dakina looked at the 11 bottles of black-hearted ergwotu in front of her, her face filled with satisfaction, with 1 bottle only half full being the one Li Chen had given her. Dakina was extremely pleased with this and couldn't help but take a few small sips. Although ergwotu was not a strong liquor, it still made Dakina, who was used to wheat beer, blush instantly. Refreshing, Dakina exhaled heavily, and the next moment she reluctantly put away the half bottle of ergwotu. She walked up to Li Chen, her expression serious, and said, "Since I promised you, I will do it. Now, tell me what equipment you want to forge." This daughter had principles. In order to fulfill the agreement, she was currently suppressing her craving for alcohol, planning to forge the equipment Li Chen wanted first. Li Chen was already prepared for this. Before setting off from the grassland, he had considered the weapons they each wanted to forge. To that end, he had even made model trials, and ultimately drew up draft sketches. Li Chen took out the 4 draft sketches on the spot. Dakina's eyes lit up as she looked at the 4 sketches in her hands, simply because they were so detailed. From the requirements to the dimensions, everything was included. If she followed these sketches to forge, she might be able to finish quickly. Of course, even without the sketches, Dakina could still forge them, but it would take more time. After looking over the sketches a few times, Dakina felt she had a good understanding. She nodded and said to Li Chen, "Alright, next you can give me the raw materials, and I will help you forge them as soon as possible." As soon as Dakina finished speaking, Dina and Anna beside her suddenly turned their faces away, looking quite embarrassed. At that moment, Li Chen also scratched his head, revealing a simple smile. Dakina was taken aback and asked in horror, "You can't be serious about having me help you forge equipment without even preparing the forging materials, right?" At this, Li Chen could only show an even more honest smile. There was no way for him to get the materials. The system space could exchange some stainless steel, but the materials needed for forging equipment in this world were all special ores. Forging equipment with stainless steel would definitely not even reach the ordinary level in the end. Simply put, Li Chen had planned from the very beginning to pull off a trick with empty hands. Seeing this, Dakina roughly understood the current situation. She was almost amused to the point of anger by Li Chen. It was her first time encountering such a shameless person. Should she say, "No wonder you're human"? Dakina held her head in frustration, unsure of what to do for a moment. At that moment, Li Chen leaned in with a grin and said, "I heard that you dwarves have a hobby of collecting ores. You must have quite a few good ores on hand, right? You can use your ores to help me forge weapons and consider it selling the ores to me. I will pay for the ores." Collecting precious ores could be said to be the only hobby of dwarves besides drinking. For a dwarf, the happiest moment is undoubtedly lying next to ores while sipping fine wine. Li Chen would bet that the ores Dakina treasured were kept right next to her residence. Dakina shot Li Chen a disdainful glance and said, "Since you know that dwarves like to collect ores, you should also know that we can't sell our treasured ores to you." Li Chen was quite dismissive of this. "What do you mean impossible? Just a moment ago, she said it was impossible to help him forge 4 pieces of equipment?" There was no such thing as impossible in front of him, Li Chen. He immediately said to Dakina, "What's the point of collecting ores? If you're going to collect, you might as well collect wine." As he spoke, Li Chen began to exchange for fine wine from the system. Baijiu, beer, wine, huangjiu, even medicinal wine. For each type of wine, Li Chen found 3 to 4 different varieties. After using a full 100 points to exchange for a total of 20 bottles of wine, Dakina ultimately succumbed to the allure of these fine wines. She found it hard to understand how this man managed to acquire so many types of fine wine she had never even heard of. Mother iron ore, this was the ore Dakina treasured. It was said that a single iron vein could produce at most 100 pounds. Yet Dakina had a full 500 pounds in her possession. According to Dakina, when she had taken down the son of the leader of the gathering place, Light, she had brought nothing but a few bottles of wine in this mother iron ore. She never expected it would ultimately benefit Li Chen. As Dakina spoke, she had already begun the forging process. However, what Li Chen did not expect was that this forging would take a full 5 days. In the Cardun manner, Howard wore a gloomy expression, his fingers tapping incessantly on the table, the frequency increasing as if venting his inner anxiety. It had been 6 days since he sent out the message, and he had waited a full 6 days. This time was a torment for Howard. Every moment he worried whether the high-level dwarf blacksmith would escape back to the gathering place. But he could only wait patiently. After all, the distance from Sin Town to Winter City was a fact. The Falcon could fly back, but people could not fly over. However, it was fortunate that Howard calculated the time, and the person he was waiting for should be arriving today. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and Howard immediately perked up, hurriedly saying, "Come in." Entering the room was Kai. "Young Master Howard, they have arrived. Have they finally come?" Howard's expression brightened, excitedly saying to Kai, "Let them in." "Yes." Soon after, Kai brought 6 people into the room. After seeing Howard, the 6 men respectfully shouted in unison, "Young Master." Upon witnessing this, a sinister smile involuntarily appeared on Howard's face. These 6 were all the manpower he could mobilize, and they were all his personal subordinates. Originally, under Uncle Carton's test, he was not allowed to use this group of people. However, now, for the sake of that high-level blacksmith dwarf, Howard could no longer care about that. Howard was well aware that the appearance of these men in Sinful Town represented Uncle Carton's failure in testing him, and it was highly likely that he would not be able to take over the Merchant Guild in Winter City. But as long as he captured that dwarf, he could create endless wealth with the high-level blacksmith's abilities. With enough wealth, he could even establish his own merchant guild. That high-level blacksmith must be captured. Therefore, after Charlie's failure, Howard unhesitatingly chose to abandon the test and summoned all his trusted subordinates to Sinful Town. Just to be absolutely certain. If it weren't for the fear that someone might compete with him for the ownership of this high-level blacksmith dwarf, Howard would have even wanted to send all his relatives, including Uncle Carton, to participate in this capture. But Howard also knew very well that there was not much familial affection among nobles. In the face of sufficient interests, noble kinship was as fragile as a merchant's persistence. If he really invited Uncle Carton, then this high-level blacksmith would ultimately fall into the hands of the most powerful Uncle Carton. For this reason, Howard had to keep the news under wraps and could only call upon his 6 trusted aides. But that was enough. Howard displayed a confident expression. With these 6 trusted aides plus Kai and Hot, as long as these 8 subordinates were present, Howard did not believe that any force in this sinful forest could withstand all 8 of them. On the 5th night after Dozina began forging, Dozina, with 2 panda eyes, finally forged the last long sword after 5 days of intense work. Taking a careful look at the long sword in her hand, even Dozina, with years of forging experience, couldn't help but nod. For weapons, each one a style I've never seen before, yet each combines power and beauty. Where on earth did that guy find the design blueprints? Dozina was filled with curiosity. If she had previously been forced to forge these 4 weapons under Li Chen's pressure, then when she started forging the first one, she was doing it willingly, following the blueprints provided by Li Chen. Every time a weapon was completed, her eyes would light up. The innovative and interesting designs on these blueprints completely overturned her forging career up to that point. In the past, which blacksmith didn't repeatedly copy equipment according to old styles and formulas? However, after seeing the 4 weapons designed by Li Chen, Dozina felt that perhaps she could also incorporate some of her own ideas into her future forges. Maybe she could create some interesting equipment as a result. Early the next morning, just 100 meters from the dwarven settlement, Li Chen was sparring with Anna. For the past few days, Li Chen and the others had been living in the dwarves' cave. With nothing to do, Li Chen spent his days either gathering the 30 bond points from the 3 women or practicing with Anna to improve his combat skills. After waiting for 6 days, this morning, Dozina finally arrived with the 4 forged pieces of equipment. The 4 of them eagerly took their respective weapons. Dina's was a recurve bow. There was no such thing as a recurve bow in the magical continent, so when Dina first saw the blueprint for the recurve bow, she was filled with doubt. However, after Dina had shot a few arrows with the recurve bow, she immediately hugged the bow tightly, as if she were a child holding a smartphone for the first time. No wonder Dina was so excited. Compared to the longbow she originally used, the recurve bow was smaller and required less effort to draw, yet the power of the arrow shot was not diminished in the slightest. The smaller size was just right for her, who often hunted in the forest, and the more efficient design allowed her to shoot more arrows. It could be said that this recurve bow was a perfect fit for Dina. Anna's weapon was even more interesting, a design that Li Chen had thought about for a long time before coming up with it. Anna originally used a dagger, but her true strength lay not in daggers. She was adept at using any close combat equipment. Li Chen designed a claw sheath for Anna, inspired by the claws of Wolverine, taking into account the werewolf clan's preference for claw attacks. This design was also a first in the magical continent, and Anna immediately fell in love with the claw sheath at first sight. With the claw sheath on, Anna waved her hands continuously, and countless gleams of cold light seemed ready to tear apart the air in front of her. Li Chen could imagine that if she were to swipe at him, she could easily turn him into minced meat in an instant. Next was Ying's equipment. Ying excelled in dark attribute magic, but elves could use magic without a wand. Besides dark attribute magic, dark elves were also skilled in assassination and close combat. The most suitable weapon for Ying was naturally a dagger. However, Li Chen also offered a suggestion. At that moment, Ying held 2 daggers, one large and one small, connected by an almost invisible transparent thread. This was precisely Li Chen's suggestion: mother and child daggers. Ying could use both hands flexibly, although her right hand couldn't exert force yet. Once Li Chen obtained high-quality healing potions, Ying would undoubtedly see a significant increase in combat power when using the mother and child daggers simultaneously. Moreover, the thread connecting the daggers was made of extremely tough material, allowing her to approach enemies silently and ensnare their necks in an instant for a perfect assassination. The mother and child daggers could also be thrown and quickly retrieved using the thread. Ying was very fond of this design, but unfortunately, her right hand issue prevented her from trying it out fully. Finally, there was Li Chen's own weapon. What Li Chen wanted most was undoubtedly a sword that could cut through 30,000 miles, a sword that could shine coldly across 19 continents, a sword that could kill a man in 10 steps, a sword that could leave no trace over 1,000 miles. Being a carefree sword immortal had always been Li Chen's dream. However, he also understood that mastering a sword was incredibly difficult. With his ability to grow basic attribute points and various attribute-enhancing talents, he was more suited to a simple and brutal knife. So, in the end, Li Chen chose a compromise, having Duokina forge a Tang broadsword. The Tang broadsword had a straight blade that perfectly matched Li Chen's aesthetic, and the single-edged design made it less likely to break. The Tang broadsword in Li Chen's hand was 105 centimeters long, with a blade length of 73 centimeters, a blade width of 3 centimeters, and a blade thickness of 1 centimeter. He swung it a few times. The length was just right for chopping. Whether with one hand or two, it felt extremely comfortable to use. From every angle, this Tang broadsword perfectly met his requirements. At that moment, Li Chen seemed to understand Dina's feelings as he treasured the Tang broadsword in his hand, touching it repeatedly. Seeing the 4 of them engrossed in playing with their weapons without anyone asking about their quality, Duokina could only speak up, somewhat speechless. All 4 of your weapons are forged from Mother Ironstone. I have exhausted my 500 pounds of Mother Ironstone for this, but ultimately, I have fulfilled my promise by raising the quality of these 4 weapons to the boutique level. How is it only boutique level? Li Chen naturally asked. Didn't you say that you high-level blacksmiths can forge legendary equipment? Upon hearing this, not only was Duokina speechless, but Dina and Anna also helplessly covered their heads. Even Ying, who usually stood firmly by Li Chen's side, couldn't bear to look at him at this moment. In the end, it was the considerate Anna who explained. Do you think legendary equipment is something you can find everywhere? The term legendary means that once this level of equipment appears, it will be classified as legendary. It's not that easy to forge. In the current 4 great nations, an entire country can't even produce 10 pieces of legendary equipment. Duokina added, even for high-level blacksmiths, forging legendary equipment requires countless precious materials. Mother iron ore, for instance, can at most only serve as a supplementary material. Even if you gather various precious materials, the success rate of forging remains below 1%. Do you think these 4 pieces of equipment could possibly be legendary? It was. Then that Li Chen realized the rarity of legendary equipment. Nodding, he asked Dakina, so, does that mean high-quality equipment is also rare? What's the difference between high-quality equipment and ordinary equipment? Of course it's rare. The worst high-quality equipment is worth at least several hundred gold coins. Dakina looked at Li Chen with a gaze that suggested he was making a great deal, pointing at the Tang horizontal knife in his hand. The biggest characteristic of high-quality equipment is its sturdiness and great power. For example, an ordinary weapon can only clash with a high-quality weapon about 10 times before it is completely destroyed, while a high-quality weapon may not even show much wear. Moreover, only high-quality weapons can inflict damage on monsters above level 4. This means that if you want to hunt monsters above level 4, you either need to have overwhelming strength or carry high-quality weapons. This is also the main reason why high-quality weapons are so expensive. Listening to Dakina's explanation, Li Chen looked at the stylish Tang horizontal knife in his hand and became more and more satisfied. Without hesitation, he strapped it to his left waist, ready to draw it with a quick grab of his right hand when needed. Seeing that the purpose of this trip had been achieved, Li Chen, after discussing with Dina, Anna, and Ing, decided to return to the grassland. After all, they had already stayed with the dwarves for a full 6 days for weapons, and they hadn't anticipated it would take so long before setting out. Now that so many days had passed, the uninformed orcs like Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai were probably getting anxious. Before parting, Li Chen even prepared a small barbecue for Dakina and Dorj. Unfortunately, although the father and daughter devoured it hungrily, they ultimately did not fall for Li Chen's trick to raise their favorability to 1 star. Li Chen had no choice but to bid farewell with reluctance. On the way back, they still had to pass through the human settlement, so they naturally relied on Ying's stealth skill. However, strangely, the 4 of them hardly encountered any human mercenaries along the way. Although he didn't know the reason, as long as it didn't concern him, Li Chen was too lazy to investigate. Bored, Li Chen casually glanced at his current system panel to see how many bond points he still needed to purchase high-quality healing potions. Host, Li Chen Realm, Level 2 Fighter Strength, 2*300 Constitution, 2*300 Agility, 1*300 Spirit, 2*300 Talent, Elf Race Talent 0.2%, Orc Race Talent 13.2%, Dwarf Race Talent 4.6%, Talent Skills, Nature Affinity *0.1, Beast Transformation *3, Rapid Recovery *5, Level 1 Poison Resistance Comprehension Skills. 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds 10% bond points, 656 points on this trip, thanks to interactions with the 3 women, all of whom had a bond level of 2 stars. Li Chen's bond points not only did not decrease but actually increased. In addition, the Dwarven talent has increased to 4.6%. Unfortunately, it still fell short by a few points. Otherwise, if the Dwarven talent had reached 5%, he would have gained a new Dwarven talent. This made Li Chen secretly decide that he must visit the dwarves again whenever he gets the chance. If he could acquire skills related to body refinement from the dwarves, just think about the terrifying strength of Duokina. It would surely boost his power immensely. As he pondered this, Li Chen was about to close the system panel. At that moment, he suddenly froze, sensing something was off. He hurriedly took a closer look at the system panel. Dwarven talent 4.6%. Wait, that's not right. How could it be 4.6%? I clearly remember that after gaining Duokina's friendship, the Dwarven talent had already reached 4.7%. Li Chen was stunned. He was sure he hadn't misremembered. Could it be a system error? But such a thing had never happened before. It can't be that once a friendship is established, if someone changes their mind, it would cause the talent percentage to drop, right? Li Chen thought it shouldn't be like that. Not to mention, Anna had previously mentioned that dwarves are quite united and value their emotions greatly. Since they had established a friendship with him, the dwarves wouldn't suddenly distort that friendship just because he left for a moment. So what exactly is going on? Li Chen thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Reluctantly, he glanced at the system panel again. What? This time, Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim, drawing the attention of the 3 women beside him. However, at that moment, Li Chen couldn't care less about that. He was just shocked as he stared at his system panel. It displayed Dwarven talent 4.5%. In less than a minute, the Dwarven talent percentage had dropped by another 0.1%. Li Chen felt a sense of foreboding. Just as he hesitated, he saw the Dwarven talent drop by another 0.2%. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. This rate of decrease was not slow at all. What would happen if it dropped to 0? Li Chen didn't know what would happen, but he knew he had to stop this situation. Ignoring the questioning gazes of the 3 women, Li Chen closed his eyes and began to think. The talent percentage has never decreased before. This time, it has dropped consecutively, which must be due to something that happened during this period. I haven't encountered any accidents on my way, so I can temporarily rule out my own fault. Then it's more likely that something went wrong with the dwarves. Each 0.1% in the Dwarven talent represents a dwarf with whom I have formed a friendship. Under what circumstances would my friendship with the Dwarves disappear? Do they resent me? Impossible. The percentage drop occurred after I left the dwarven settlement, and before that, I hadn't done anything to make the dwarves resent me. Wait, what if a dwarf who had formed a friendship with me died? In that instant, Li Chen's eyes widened. He felt as if he had found the answer. Yes, each 0.1% of the dwarven talent corresponds to a dwarf with whom he had established a friendship. If that dwarf died, his dwarven talent would naturally decrease by 0.1%. So, just now, 4 dwarves who had formed a friendship with him were killed consecutively. Li Chen was immediately alarmed. He understood what this meant. Someone is attacking the dwarven group where Duokina is. What? The 3 women beside him were startled upon hearing Li Chen's murmured words. How do you know this? Anna quickly asked Li Chen. If Li Chen were a habitual liar, Anna wouldn't care, but she knew Li Chen. He wasn't someone who would joke about such matters, so this news was likely true. The only question was how Li Chen knew this news. Li Chen shook his head. He couldn't reveal anything about the system, so he had no way to explain the source of the information. Fortunately, Anna and the others were not the type to press for answers relentlessly. Seeing that Li Chen was unwilling to speak, they shifted the topic instead. Anna looked at Li Chen and asked, if Dokina and the others were really attacked, what do you plan to do? At that moment, Li Chen was indeed troubled by this matter. Who would attack dwarves? Just by recalling the previous experience of the dwarves being ambushed by the slave-catching group, it was easy to guess that it was likely the work of the slave catchers again. And this slave-catching group was probably under the command of Charlie and Howard. Thinking of this, Li Chen couldn't help but lament Howard's madness. First elves, then orcs, and now dwarves. Howard was willing to offend all 3 of the remaining major races for the sake of money. Faced with such a crazy guy, Li Chen thought it would be best to strike decisively, otherwise, leaving behind a hidden danger could lead to backlash in the future. However, with Dokina and the others in danger, Li Chen couldn't remain completely indifferent. The only good news was that Li Chen remembered that Howard's strongest subordinates were only level 3 Kai and level 2 Hark. If that hadn't changed, with Ing around, they wouldn't face too much risk in rescuing them. However, this matter couldn't be decided by Li Chen alone. He immediately shared his speculation with the 3 women and then said, let's vote together. The voting results will decide whether we go to rescue them. I choose to go. The first to speak was Dina, the youngest and most tender-hearted among them. She had spent several days with Dokina and naturally had feelings for her. Moreover, considering that the recurve bow in her hand was forged by Dokina, she decisively chose to save her. Then there was Anna, who clearly thought more than Dina. Burdened with the mission of clearing the Silver Wolf clan's grievances, she hesitated for a long time. But after hearing Dina's choice, she glanced at Dina with a mix of helplessness and affection before ultimately choosing to save her as well. At this point, Li Chen turned his gaze to Ying. I'll choose whatever you choose. Ying's response was not surprising to anyone. Li Chen, however, felt a headache coming on. The final decision was in his hands. He could only calm himself down and analyze the current situation carefully. Ying had already regained her level 3 strength. Although her left eye and right hand prevented her from exerting her full power, holding back Kai was not a problem. Meanwhile, he, Dina, and Anna were all level 2, practicing high-quality techniques, making it incredibly easy to deal with Hark together. Even if they ultimately found the situation untenable, it would be easy for the 4 of them to escape. After analyzing the risks, Li Chen still couldn't bear to abandon that beautiful girl. So he said, then let's go save her. Although they had decided to rescue her, they couldn't forget to be cautious. Li Chen handed the bone flute used for communication to Ying. Ying then activated her stealth skill to scout ahead, while Li Chen and the other 2 followed behind. As long as Ying spotted an enemy, she would blow the silent bone flute to signal a warning. The journey went relatively smoothly, with no unusual encounters, until 2 hours later, when they were just a few kilometers away from where Dokina and the others lived. Anna and Dina suddenly twitched their beast ears and then reached out to stop Li Chen. Ying blew the bone flute, Anna said, and together with Dina, they looked around warily. Li Chen also placed his hand on the hilt of his Tang-hung knife. Not long after, Shadow returned, speaking in the usual cold tone. I've seen the dwarves. They are currently being chased by 50 humans fleeing towards the center of the sinful forest. Most of those humans are at level 1, but there are 3 level 2 warriors and 1 level 3 warrior among them. The dwarves only have 4 level 2 warriors, so they can only keep running. Mokina is among them. Shadow's dark attribute magic was indeed powerful. With the combination of stealth and shadow meld, it took only a short while to clearly investigate the situation ahead. Although the strength of these slave-catching groups was somewhat different from what he had guessed, it was still within Li Chen's expectations. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen decided to attempt a sneak attack, aiming to take out one of the level 2 humans first. At that point, the 4 of them, along with the dwarves, would have a total of 7 level 2 warriors and 1 level 3 warrior shadow, which would be more than enough to crush the slave-catching group. With that thought, Li Chen quickly moved forward towards the center of the sinful forest with the 3 women. They needed to prepare ahead of the slave-catching group for a one-hit kill. Whoosh! However, what Li Chen did not expect was that they had barely advanced for less than 5 minutes when a cold light suddenly struck from ahead. The cold light was incredibly fast, reaching Li Chen in an instant, leaving him no time to react. Fortunately, Shadow beside him sensed it immediately, and the dagger in his left hand swiftly blocked the cold light. At that moment, a figure was also forced back by Shadow, who, facing Shadow's reprimand, the figure slowly raised its head. It was a small, wiry old human man, with a particularly lewd appearance and a notably large mouth. I never expected that there would be someone in this sinful forest who could block my attack, the old man said, grinning widely as he licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, resembling a hunter spotting its prey. He's Li Chen. Before Li Chen could speak, a voice came from behind the old man. 3 figures then appeared behind him. The 4 were clearly a group. Among them, a plain-looking man on the left suddenly changed his expression upon seeing Shadow's appearance. The dark elf is still alive and has almost fully recovered. How is that possible? Li Chen, how did you manage to bring the dark elf back to life? Li Chen frowned, certain that he did not recognize the plain-looking man in front of him, yet the other party seemed to know him. Li Chen recalled what Babu had described about Kai, and Hark glanced at the plain-looking man and tentatively said, "You are that Hark? Who is Kai?" Hark seemed a bit surprised that Li Chen recognized him but did not dwell on it, saying, "So Babu was indeed killed by you." "That's right, I am Hark, and as for Lord Kai, he is over there driving the dwarves away." Driving away? Upon hearing this word, Li Chen instantly understood everything. It turned out that the slave-catching group surrounding the dwarves was not hunting them down but driving them away, likely to push the dwarves far from their gathering place. The real experts of the slave-catching group were lying in ambush here, waiting for the dwarves to walk right into their trap. However, they did not expect that before the dwarves arrived, it was Li Chen and his companions who had fallen into this trap. Realizing this, Li Chen's expression suddenly changed. If that were the case, then the 3 level 2 and 1 level 3 members of the slave-catching group were not the main force. The real main force was the 4 people in front of him. How strong could these 4 be? Hark, seeing Li Chen's change in expression, immediately grinned and said, "Did you guess it? No wonder you were able to deceive both me and Lord Kai, you're quite clever. Unfortunately, this time, no matter how smart you are, you cannot escape, because this time, young Master Howard has dispatched a total of 4 level 3 warriors and 4 level 2 warriors," Hack said, revealing an extremely proud smile, and continued, "In this forest of evil, no one can stop the 8 of us. If it weren't for the fear of alarming the dwarves in their gathering place and provoking a war, we would have captured those dozens of dwarves long ago. But this is good too, unexpectedly, it has drawn out a big fish. Like you. Young Master Howard has been thinking about you day and night. He will definitely be looking forward to the moment he meets you." As he spoke, Hack suddenly addressed the other 3 with respect. "Masters Ai, Air, and Old Boo, please do not kill that Li Chen. This kid once tricked young Master Howard, and since then, young Master Howard has been thinking about him for a long time. As long as we capture him alive, young Master Howard's reward will surely be substantial." Old Boo was the lecherous old man, while Ai and Air were the other 2 level 3 warriors in the area, and they were actually rare twin brothers. Upon hearing Hack's words, the 3 nodded indifferently. After all, in front of them were just a group of level 2 warriors, not worth their concern. Capturing them alive was not difficult. "Then let's make our move. The dwarves are almost here. We need to deal with these 4 before they arrive, so we don't ruin young Master Howard's big plans," the lecherous old man Abu said, charging forward towards Li Chen with the twins Ai and Air closely following. Abu seemed particularly interested in Li Chen, grinning with a lecherous expression as he lunged at Li Chen with a dagger. Ing was about to block in front of Li Chen when Ai, who was on Abu's right, rushed up and stood in front of Ing. Air, on the other hand, charged towards Dina and Anna. With 4 level 2 warriors facing 3 level 3 strongmen, the situation could be described as desperate. At this moment, Li Chen could no longer care about China. His mind was filled with only one thought: find a way to escape with Dina and the others. However, in the face of absolute power, the tricks he could use were extremely limited. For the first time, Li Chen felt completely at a loss for any countermeasures. Anxiety filled his heart as he saw Abu's dagger about to strike. In anger, Li Chen drew his Tang Hangdao and fiercely swung it at the dagger. The lecherous old man glanced disdainfully at the Tang Hangdao, casually waving his dagger towards it. With a ding, Abu's expression suddenly changed. Although his ordinary dagger deflected the Tang Hangdao, a small notch the size of a fingernail appeared on the blade. "It's actually a premium-grade weapon," Abu thought, glancing warily at Li Chen's Tang Hangdao. If he were struck by this premium weapon, even with his level 3 warrior strength, he would be severely injured in an instant. However, this wariness didn't last long. The next moment, greed filled Abu's eyes. This was a premium-grade weapon, and if he could get his hands on it, his actual combat power would increase by at least half. "No, I must get this strange knife," Abu thought, narrowing his eyes and fixating on Li Chen. In the forest of evil, the moment the two sides clashed, Li Chen and his companions fell into an absolute disadvantage. Ing gripped the mother dagger of the dual daggers tightly in his left hand and slashed at Ai in front of him. Ai wielded a slender sword, and under his lean frame the sword created chaotic afterimages continuously attacking Ing. Ultimately, Ing had suffered losses from his left eye and right hand and could only passively defend against Ai's attacks. Meanwhile, Dina and Anna faced Air. Ai and Air, being twins, used the same slender sword, and their swordsmanship was equally fierce. Air raised his hand, launching a storm of attacks towards Anna. Facing the rain-like sword shadows, Anna swung her hands, wearing claw sleeves that created afterimages, producing a series of ding-ding-dang-dang metallic clashing sounds in the air. Although the claw armor had blocked countless attacks for Anna, some sword shadows still pierced through the defense net formed by it under the pressure of the realm. At some point, Anna's arms had been cut open by the fine swords, and bright red blood flowed out instantly. Fortunately, Dina, who was a dozen meters away, shot arrow after arrow to support Anna. In order to dodge these arrows, Aer had to pause his assault. This gave Anna a brief moment to catch her breath, otherwise, she would soon fall under Aer's sword. At this moment, the one in the worst situation was Li Chen. That lecherous old man, Abu, had set his sights on Li Chen's Tang broadsword and immediately lunged at him without hesitation. The two clashed for the first time in an instant, and the next moment, a cut appeared on Li Chen's face. The cut was close to Li Chen's left eye. If it had been off by just a bit, he might have lost his left eye. TSK. What a pity, so close, Abu said, his hands never stopping. In the next moment, he lunged again, his figure moving as if he had used space jumping, appearing right in front of Li Chen in an instant. He thrust a dagger at Li Chen, seemingly casual, but the speed was already ghostly fast. Beast transformation. At this moment, Li Chen dared not hesitate and instantly used the beast transformation skill, black fur covering his entire body in an instant. Li Chen's attributes surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing 900 times increase, only 100 times less than Abu, a level 3 warrior. In that moment, Li Chen was no longer defenseless. He raised his Tang broadsword and slashed at Abu. You're a half-breed orc? Abu was shocked by the change in Li Chen, never expecting such a situation. He hurriedly raised his dagger to block in front of him. With a crisp sound, Abu's dagger took the full force of Li Chen's slash and was directly severed into 2 pieces. At that moment, Abu was terrified, quickly retreating to maintain a distance of over 30 meters from Li Chen. He glanced at Li Chen, not expecting that he was facing a half-breed orc this time. The orc's beast transformation skill was undoubtedly a very difficult skill to deal with, capable of instantly amplifying all attribute points by several times. In the same realm, this skill could even change the course of battle in an instant. Fortunately, Li Chen was only a level 2 warrior. Even with the beast transformation skill, he was still not Abu's opponent. However, Li Chen was still holding a high-quality weapon, and combined with the beast transformation skill, it could pose a life-threatening danger to him, so he had to be cautious. Although Abu thought this way, there was not much worry on his face. After all, he knew very well that the beast transformation skill had its limitations. As long as he consumed Li Chen's stamina, once the beast transformation skill was lifted, the opponent would still be at his mercy. At this moment, Abu glanced at his destroyed dagger. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes. Ordinary weapons were not cheap, and at least a few gold coins were needed to buy one, yet it had been destroyed just like that. Fortunately, a warrior like him would definitely have prepared spare weapons. Abu discarded the half-dagger left in his hand and reached to his waist, pulling out a new dagger. Gripping the dagger, Abu had no intention of giving Li Chen any time to rest and charged at him again. The situation on Li Chen's side was also seen by Ae and Aer. The twin brothers finally noticed that both the Dark Elves and the Orc sisters were using high-quality weapons. Meanwhile, Ae and Aer's weapons had been battered during this time. Due to the size of the fine swords, the twin brothers had not brought spare fine swords, so they hurriedly reined in their assault, trying to avoid direct collisions between their fine swords and the opponent's weapons. This is precisely the advantage of high-quality weapons. When you possess a high-quality weapon and your opponent does not, they are bound to be hesitant. Otherwise, if their weapon is destroyed, their combat power will inevitably suffer, and defeat will not be far off. At this moment, the only one who had not taken action was Hack. Hack initially thought that with 3 level 3 warriors involved, he would have no chance to intervene. Little did he know that all 3 battlefields had fallen into a stalemate. Of course, this stalemate was only temporary. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it wouldn't be long before Li Chen and the others would surely be defeated. However, the cautious Hack still planned to take action. He wanted to deal with Li Chen first, then the Orc sisters, and finally the Dark Elf, to avoid any interference with the important task of capturing the high-level blacksmith. Just as Hack stealthily approached Li Chen, a sudden sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the nearby forest. Hack's expression changed. Could it be that the dwarves had arrived? Hack's guess was correct. A few seconds later, 40 dwarves suddenly burst out from the dense forest behind. Leading the charge were 4 dwarves, Guli and Dokina, who were also the first to spot Li Chen and Abu. In an instant, Guli and Dokina were stunned. They never expected to encounter Li Chen and the others while fleeing, and it seemed that Li Chen and his group were also engaged in a fight. What's going on? Dokina asked as she led the dwarves closer to Li Chen. Seeing so many dwarves, Abu, A1, and A2 had no choice but to retreat, allowing Dina, Anna, and Shadow to escape as well, all retreating to Li Chen's side. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to deactivate the beast transformation skill. To conserve energy, he briefly explained the current situation to Dokina. What? Are these people here to capture us too? Guli exclaimed in shock, equally astonished that Li Chen and his group had come to rescue them, which had led them into such a dire situation. For a moment, the leader of the Sinner dwarves looked at Li Chen with a complex expression. Dokina remained calm and focused. On the key point, she noticed the disparity in strength between the two sides and quickly said to Li Chen and the dwarves, while the slave capturing group hasn't caught up yet, we need to charge out immediately. It's too late, none of you will escape today. At that moment, Kai appeared with 3 level 2 warriors and over 40 members of the slave capturing group. Abu and the others quickly moved forward to join him. The two sides had now officially divided into 2 factions. One was the human slave capturing group, consisting of 4 level 3 warriors, 4 level 2 warriors, and over 40 level 1 human warriors. The other was the alliance of dwarves and Li Chen, which included 1 level 3 warrior, Shadow, 7 level 2 warriors, and fewer than 40 level 1 dwarf warriors. The disparity in strength was evident. Faced with the overwhelming advantage of high-end combat power on the opposite side, neither Li Chen's group nor Dokina's dwarves saw any hope of victory. At this moment, Kai did not immediately order an attack on Li Chen and the others. Instead, he instructed the slave capturing group and Abu, A1, and A2 to slowly spread out, encircling the area to prevent anyone from escaping. Of course, the main concern was to prevent Dokina from fleeing. A struggle flashed in Dokina's eyes, and finally, she approached Li Chen and said, Li Chen, you should escape. They are here for us dwarves. I'm already very happy that you thought to come and save us. Since there's no hope now, don't waste your lives here with us. It's just a pity. If I had known, I would have drunk all the wine you gave me earlier. As she spoke, there was genuine regret in Dokina's eyes, but no fear at all. Dokina's words were heard by the dwarves, including Guli, but even Guli had nothing more to say at that moment. The fact that dwarves value emotions has never been in doubt. At this moment, some of these dwarves might be afraid, some might be at a loss, but none would ask Li Chen and the others to stay and help them. After hearing this, Li Chen glanced at the beautiful girl in front of him and sighed helplessly. If he could really leave, Li Chen felt he would most likely do so. However, he also knew very well that at this moment, if Dorjina, as a high-level blacksmith, was the primary target for Kai and the others, then he, Li Chen, was their secondary target. Kai and the others might let Dina, Anna, and Ing go, even sparing all the dwarves except for Dorjina, but they would never let Li Chen go. There was no way around it. After all, their young master Howard was still obsessively thinking about Li Chen. The thought filled Li Chen with despair, and in the next moment, he felt a struggle flash through his eyes, just like Dorjina had moments before. In the end, Li Chen walked over to Dina and Anna, saying, why don't you two escape? It would be best if you could take Ing with you. I won't leave, Ing said almost without hesitation. The remaining right eye sparkled with undeniable determination. Although he had anticipated this, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh again upon seeing it. He then looked at Dina and Anna. At that moment, Anna happened to look over as well. She gazed deeply at Li Chen, her eyes also filled with struggle. Anna was usually a rational person. She always prioritized finding evidence of the Silver Wolf clan's framing, and for that, she needed to survive by any means necessary. Whether for Dina or for the Silver Wolf clan, she should have left with Dina without hesitation at this moment. Yet, at this moment, Anna found herself hesitating. She looked at Li Chen again and suddenly asked a question. If Dina and I escape, Li Chen, what about you? Are you going to stay here and wait to die? Wait to die? How could that be? Then I might not be able to run away, but I can't just die for nothing, right? I at least have to find a way to take a piece of them with me. As Li Chen spoke, he grinned, and a rare glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Anna was momentarily taken aback by Li Chen's response. It reminded her that she had chosen to be friends with him precisely because she admired that hidden fierceness within him. Yes, she still had Dina as Li Chen's friend, and Ing and Dorjina were too. How could friends run away alone at a time like this? In that instant, Anna seemed to find her answer. Her expression became extremely resolute as she said to Li Chen, I'm not leaving either. Li Chen frowned. Just as Anna believed Li Chen was her friend, he genuinely felt that Anna and Dina were his friends. He didn't want his friends to stay and wait for death with him. However, before Li Chen could persuade her, Anna suddenly spoke up softly. Listen to me, Li Chen, we might still have a chance. I just tested that heir's strength, perhaps I can kill him. This statement surprised those around them. No one expected Anna's strength to truly rival that of a level 3 warrior. But I need time, and if there are other level 3 warriors nearby, they definitely won't. Just sit back and watch me succeed, Anna added at that moment. No one doubted the truth of Anna's words. Li Chen began to think of a plan. While pondering, he said, Ing can hold off one level 3 warrior, and I can barely distract that Abu with my beast transformation skill. That leaves one more. There were too many high-end combatants on the opposite side. Even if Li Chen and the others fought desperately, they could only hold off two, yet there was still one level 3 warrior that no one could deal with. At that moment, Dokina suddenly stepped forward and said, "I'll draw away the last one." Everyone turned their gaze to Dokina, some hesitating to speak, especially Dorj not far away, who opened his mouth but ultimately lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. Dokina looked at the worried expressions on everyone's faces and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not going to my death. You have to believe in the bodies forged by our dwarven body refinement techniques, and I have other preparations as well. I may not be able to kill the opponent, but holding out for a while is definitely not a problem." After hearing this, no one said much more. After all, who wasn't fighting desperately these days? No one was special. Since Dokina had said so, there was no need for further discussion. At that moment, Kai had already surrounded Li Chen and the others in the center. Li Chen exchanged a glance with Anna, who silently nodded. The next moment, Anna charged fiercely towards Aer. Dina followed closely behind, but this time she set her sights on a level 2 warrior not far from Aer. Aer looked at Anna's rapidly approaching figure, momentarily stunned, then revealed a cold smile. Looking for death, Aer immediately drew his slender sword and charged at Anna. Not far away, Kai saw the scene and, seeing Aer overwhelming Anna in terms of realm, naturally had nothing to worry about. The next moment, Aer was less than 10 meters away from Anna. Aer decided not to hold back this time. He wanted a quick resolution. So, Aer gathered his fighting spirit and unleashed all his strength. Aer was not a genius, but he was particularly skilled in speed. The human race was inherently agile, and his base agility attribute reached a rare 3 points. With a 1,000-fold increase at level 3, that meant 3,000 points. This speed, when fully exerted, was no longer visible to the naked eye of an ordinary person. Even Anna could only vaguely see a series of afterimages. Anna's speed was not slow. After all, she was a genius with a total base attribute of 9 points. Although the orc race focused on strength, Anna's base agility value also reached 3 points. With the enhancement of level 2 strength and premium blood techniques, her final agility value reached 900 points. If she were facing an ordinary level 3 warrior, Anna would only have a slight disadvantage. However, unfortunately, Aer was not an ordinary level 3 warrior, and compared to Aer's agility value, there was a huge gap between the two. At that moment, Aer flashed behind Anna, and his slender sword ruthlessly stabbed towards the back of Anna's heart. Just when Aer thought Anna was doomed this time, Anna suddenly bent down and let out a low growl. Beast transformation. The next moment, silvery fur began to grow rapidly from Anna's skin. Beast transformation. With Anna's growl, Aer was immediately frightened and quickly retreated from the sudden burst of momentum emanating from Anna. At that moment, Anna's entire body sprouted long white fur, and her arms and legs seemed to undergo some changes, as if they had the curves of a beast's limbs. Soon after, Anna, on all fours, resembled a true silver white wolf. Li Chen was taken aback, then realized, that's right. The beast transformation skill comes from the orc race's innate abilities. As a true orc, Anna can naturally transform. And her transformation is even more complete than mine. Its power is probably greater than when I use it. Li Chen's guess was not wrong. Anna's beast transformation was enough to quadruple her attributes in a short time, combined with her level 2 strength and premium blood techniques. At this moment, Anna's total attribute enhancement reached an astonishing 1,200 times, even surpassing the 1,000 times of a level 3 warrior practicing ordinary techniques. Since Anna can do it, can Dina do it too? This time, Li Chen was disappointed. At that moment, Dina was entangled with a level 2 human warrior, who was also wielding a rapier, intent on closing in on Dina, who excelled in archery. Dina kept dodging, occasionally shooting an arrow that forced her opponent to awkwardly evade. The struggle between them was exceptionally intense. Even so, Dina showed no intention of using the beast transformation skill. It was clear that it wasn't that she didn't want to, but rather that she was unable to use it. Li Chen was unaware that the beast transformation skill could only be used after an orc reached adulthood, which Dina had not yet done. Otherwise, she would have been capable of challenging a level 3 warrior. Oh whoa! The beast transformed Anna let out a long howl at that moment, and the next second, her silver eyes turned towards Aer, before she lunged at him. Aer was startled and tightened his grip on the rapier. Little did he know, this time he couldn't keep up with Anna's speed. With the enhancement from her transformation, Anna's agility had reached an astonishing 3,600 points, surpassing Aer by 600 points. So when Anna pounced, Aer was a moment too late to block her. 4 glints of cold light flashed, and in an instant, half of Aer's face along with one ear was torn to shreds. If Aer hadn't managed to deflect with his rapier at the last moment, that blow would have likely been enough to make his head explode. Ah! Aer let out a scream, retreating continuously. It was at this moment that he noticed, even in her beast form, Anna still wore those 2 exquisite claw covers on her front paws, which had just shredded his face. As fear gripped him, a surge of intense killing intent rose in his heart. Kai was also paying attention to Aer's situation, and upon seeing the scene, he immediately wanted to rush over to help. However, Li Chen and the others would not allow Kai and the others to disturb Anna's battle and quickly set their own plans in motion. Get away, I want to kill her. Myself. At that moment, Aer's furious shout filled with killing intent halted Kai's steps, and Li Chen and the others temporarily ceased their actions. Aer cautiously touched the wound on his face, just a slight touch twisted his features in pain, which only aggravated the injury, causing even greater agony. Aer felt like he was about to explode with rage, although he didn't care about his appearance, believing that with great power, he could obtain anything he desired. He knew that with his face so mangled and one ear gone, even if he healed, he would surely end up looking like a monster. He would likely have to live under the strange gazes of countless people from now on. Thinking of this, Aer's killing intent towards Anna could no longer be contained. He would not allow anyone to interfere. He wanted to kill this orc woman with his own hands, and he had the ability to do so. Aer fixed his gaze on Anna, suddenly taking a deep breath, then sharply pulled his right hand back, gripping the rapier. Kai and the others seemed to realize what Aer intended to do and no longer insisted on helping. This scene made Li Chen uneasy, but unfortunately, he had no idea what Aer was planning. At the same time, Anna felt uneasy as well, perhaps because she was facing Aer directly. Her feelings were even more intense. She could sense that what was coming next would be very dangerous. However, Anna would not back down. The beast transformation skill had a time limit, and she had to kill Aer as quickly as possible. With a low growl, Anna charged at Aer once more. At this moment, Aer stood still, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Anna. The distance between them was now less than 10 meters. Dueling technique, piercing, strike. A sudden roar erupted from Aer's mouth, and the next moment Anna saw the slender sword in Aer's hand burst forth with a blinding white light. The white light flashed fiercely, and as Aer thrust the sword forward, it appeared before Anna in an instant. Startled, Anna swung her clawed forelimbs to grab at the white light. However, the white light was too fast, even with Anna's 600-point agility advantage over Aer. She couldn't compensate. In the end, Anna only managed to catch the tail end of the white light with her claws, causing the originally aimed strike at her forehead to veer off course and shoot towards her left side. The next moment, a sharp pain shot through Anna's left shoulder. She quickly leaped back, turning to glance at her shoulder, which seemed to have a circular blood hole gouged out of it, bright red blood gushing forth. Fear spread across Anna's face. If that strike had hit her head, it would have likely carved a hole straight through. This is the dueling technique cultivated by human fighting spirit. Its power is indeed terrifying, Anna thought, feeling a lingering dread as she watched Aer more cautiously. However, Anna was not in despair. Having witnessed this move, she was now prepared and would not be easily hit again. Aer was naturally aware of this as well, but he was not in a hurry, knowing the weakness of the beast transformation skill. Even if he couldn't kill Anna immediately, as long as he could stall for time with his dueling techniques, once the beast transformation skill expired, it would be Anna's time to die. Both sides stared at each other with their own thoughts, neither daring to relax even slightly. At that moment, Anna suddenly gave Li Chen a look. Li Chen immediately recognized it as Anna signaling him to execute their earlier plan, but he hesitated, worried about the duration of Anna's beast transformation skill. Oh whoa! Seeing this, Anna suddenly let out a low howl towards the sky, then looked at Li Chen again, her silver eyes filled with determination, as if conveying a message. Trust me. Li Chen was taken aback, and the next moment he took a deep breath and turned to look at Duokina. Next, you run south, and I'll run north. Duokina nodded firmly and then grinned. Li Chen, you better not die. Of course, you too. Bli. Shen and Duokina exchanged a glance, and the next moment they both ran in opposite directions. Ing also moved, but this time Ing did not follow Li Chen. Instead, he trailed behind Duokina. As the core figure of this hunt, Li Chen and Duokina's every move was naturally of great importance to Kai. Seeing Duokina and Li Chen trying to escape, Kai hesitated for a moment before deciding to chase after Duokina. Only Abu, greedily eyeing the Tanghong knife in Li Chen's hand, grinned widely and almost immediately rushed after Li Chen. While chasing, he shouted to Kai and the others. I'm going after that Li Chen. He's the one who ruined young Master Howard's plan. How can I let him go easily? Kai and Ae frowned in unison, both knowing that the old man was coveting the knife in Li Chen's hand, but they ultimately did not stop Abu. With the two of them as level 3 warriors, they were more than capable of capturing that high-level blacksmith dwarf. Based on that, capturing Li Chen as well would naturally be a good thing. After all, Howard truly hated Li Chen, and it would be a surprise for the young master. However, recalling Abu's strange habits, Kai felt a bit worried about whether Li Chen could be captured alive. Kai shook his head, too lazy to concern himself with Abu, and waved his hand to lead Ae and the remaining slave-catching team to intercept Duokina. Upon seeing this, the dwarves immediately charged towards Kai and the others under Guli's lead. Both sides were on the verge of collision, plunging into a chaotic battle. Guli swung his dual axes, toppling the nearby human slave capturing group, while leading the remaining 2 level 2 dwarf warriors to intercept the last 3 level 2 warriors under Kai. The remaining level 1 dwarf warrior was doing his utmost to block the members of the slave capturing group. This was part of their plan. As for Kai and Ai, the two level 3 warriors, Guli and the others had no way to stop them. They could only watch as they charged towards Duokina and Ing. Facing the pursuing Kai and Ai, Duokina never looked back, continuously running south without pause. Kai and Ai could not allow Duokina to escape any further and immediately moved to block her. At that moment, Ing tightened her grip on the mother dagger and violently flung the subdagger towards Kai and Ai. With a swish, the subdagger, pulled by the thread, traced a huge arc in the air, slashing towards the two. A flash of disdain crossed Kai's eyes as he drew his slender sword, ready to sever the dagger. This dagger is also a premium weapon, we can't take it head-on, Ai reminded him, pulling Kai back just in time to dodge the subdagger. Hearing this, Kai couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Had he not dodged, his slender sword would have been severed, and the next moment it would likely have been his body. Dark Elf. Kai glared fiercely at Ing, then exchanged a glance with Ai, and together they charged at Ing. Ing was already struggling against one level 3 warrior, let alone two. However, she did not retreat at this moment. She needed to buy some time for Duokina to get far enough away. This way, even if Duokina was eventually caught, Kai and the others would not be able to rush back in time, giving Anna the opportunity to kill Ai. Watching Kai and Ai draw closer, Ing retracted the subdagger and black energy flowed over her left hand, gripping the mother dagger. The black energy enveloped the entire mother dagger at that moment. Ing tightened her grip on the mother dagger, and as Kai and Ai approached, she swung it fiercely at them. Naturally, Kai and Ai would not clash directly with a premium weapon. They dodged backward and immediately planned to move forward to slay Ing. However, at that moment, the black energy on the mother dagger flowed like liquid, shooting towards the retreating Kai and Ai. As Ing swung the dagger, not good. Kai and Ai were instantly alarmed, and both rolled to the side, barely avoiding the black energy. Tisk, ultimately, they couldn't dodge completely. Kai's left wrist was still struck by the black energy. At that moment, not only was a large hole in his wrist's clothing dissolved, but a chunk of skin the size of a fist was also directly dissolved, exposing the bright red flesh beneath. Trouble, the dark attribute magic of the Dark Elf has the ability to devour. We can only avoid it, but we can't waste time. Let's use our combat skills together to deal with her. With Kai's words, he and Ai split up, flashing to either side of Ing. Then, both tightened their grips on their slender swords, slowly drawing them to their waists, where white light began to gather on the blades. The rarity of combat skills was even above that of fighting techniques. Most combat skills, like fighting techniques, were firmly held by the nobility, and only granted to the most loyal subordinates for study. The combat skill mastered by the Lord of Winter City, Cardon, was combat skill, Piercing Strike. Therefore, Howard's subordinates all knew this fighting technique. Combat skill, Piercing Strike, could be considered a relatively powerful combat skill, possessing not only terrifying speed but also a penetrating power that even the dwarves' bodies could not withstand. The biggest issue was perhaps its high consumption of fighting energy. Even level 3 warriors could not use it without limits. However, Kai and Ai did not believe that a Dark Elf could withstand their combined Piercing Strike. Ing naturally would not choose to clash head-on with Kai and Ai. She immediately took a step back and activated the skill, Shadow Merge, blending into the shadows of a nearby tree. Kai and Ai were not in a hurry. They were well aware of the Dark Elf's most famous ability, Shadow Merge. They also knew that this move was not invincible. Even if the Dark Elf merged into the shadows, she could still be injured if hit. Combat skill, Piercing Strike, Combat skill, Piercing Strike, the two shouted simultaneously as their slender swords began to move. The shadow had already prepared. In an instant, she darted out from behind the tree's shadow and hid behind a large tree. Seeing this, Kai and Ai had no choice but to aim their slender swords at the tree. The next moment, a burst of white light erupted, and the tree was instantly pierced with two fist-sized holes. At that moment, the shadow hung on the trunk, glancing down at the circular hole just a few centimeters from her feet, unable to suppress a cold sweat. If it weren't for the tree obstructing Kai and Ai's line of sight, she might not have escaped the combat skill that was so fast. Although Kai and Ai regretted not being able to kill the shadow, they successfully forced her to clear the way. The two immediately disregarded the shadow's presence and chased after Mozina. Whoosh! At that moment, the shadow threw another dagger towards Kai. He had to turn back to block the dagger. Seeing that the Dark Elf had no intention of letting him go, he immediately said to Ai, "I'll hold off the Dark Elf, you must catch the Dwarf Master Blacksmith." As he spoke, Kai charged towards the shadow, his slender sword continuously stabbing at her vital points. The shadow, meanwhile, no longer thought about stopping Ai. She had delayed long enough, and now all she needed to do was hold off Kai. Although the shadow had bought a lot of time for Mozina due to the gap in strength, it took only a few minutes for Ai to catch up with her. Facing Ai, Mozina remained calm. They were far enough from Anna that Ai would need several minutes to return. At least she had already accomplished half of her goal of stalling Ai. Now, all she had to do was drag it out for as long as possible. The dwarves' strength came from the blessings they received after honing their bodies, which were similar to enhancements. Mozina's blessings included level 2 Strength Blessing, level 3 Defense Blessing, and level 2 Fatigue Resistance Blessing. Therefore, although Mozina was also at level 2, she possessed strength and defense far exceeding that of a typical level 2 warrior, and her endurance was several times better than that of an average level 2 fighter. Her mental stamina was also more enduring, which was one reason she could forge 4 high-quality weapons in 5 days. Unfortunately, because she focused on forging, she had not received an agility blessing, otherwise, she could have run even farther. Give up resistance. Don't worry, since you are a master blacksmith, we won't kill you. As long as you honestly help young Master Howard forge equipment, you will not only gain some freedom, but your status may even rise above ours in the future. Surrendering may not be a bad thing. As Ai persuaded her, she walked towards Mozina. Mozina would not be deceived by such words. If she really fell into their hands, she could already imagine that her only fate would be to be locked away in some dark place, endlessly helping them forge equipment. Mozina lazily ignored Ai's words and gently touched a black ring on her left thumb. Suddenly, a large iron hammer appeared in her hand. Spatial ring. Ai was extremely surprised, then thought that it was not strange for a master blacksmith to possess a spatial ring. If she captured this dwarf, perhaps she could secretly keep the spatial ring for herself. Mozina disdainfully glanced at Ai, whose greedy eyes were showing, and tightened her grip on the large iron hammer. This battle would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. She did not know if there would be another chance to drink the wine left in the spatial ring. Indeed, fine wine should be consumed as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Dokina charged directly at Ai. Ai, seeing this, disdainfully thrust his sword towards Dokina's abdomen. However, Dokina ignored the sword and swung a hammer towards Ai's head. Ai frowned, dodging with a quick shake of his head, but his thrust towards Dokina did not stop. A crisp ding rang out at the tip of the sword. Ai was taken aback through the tear in his clothing made by the sword tip. He discovered that Dokina was wearing chainmail. Moreover, it appeared to be of high quality, otherwise, with his level 3 strength, how could his sword have left the chainmail unscathed? No wonder she's a high-level blacksmith. Good things are abundant, and I bet that big iron hammer is too. Ai's eyes glinted with greed as he saw Dokina swing another hammer towards his head. Annoyed, he raised his thin sword and aimed for Dokina's arm. Dokina's arm, however, was unprotected by chainmail. Yet, Dokina still recklessly swung the big iron hammer at Ai's head. Just as Ai was about to sever Dokina's arm, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly retracted his thin sword, barely dodging Dokina's hammer. Haha, human, weren't you asking me to forge equipment? If you cut off my arm, let's see if I can still help you forge. Don't even think about cutting it off. Even if you injure it, if there's a lingering effect, just look at whether your master behind you will let you off. Dokina seemed to have Ai figured out, arrogantly disregarding the possibility of injuring her own arms as she continued to swing the hammer at Ai's head. Faced with such shameless tactics, Ai felt a surge of anger. If I can't hurt your arms, then I'll cut your legs. Then came a ding sound, and Ai discovered that Dokina's lower body was also protected by chainmail. Ha ha ha, followed by Dokina's mocking laughter. Ai's brow twitched, seeing Dokina becoming increasingly arrogant. He suddenly grinned maliciously. Then let's see if your chain can withstand my combat skill. In the next moment, Ai's right hand, holding the thin sword, slowly retracted to his waist. Dokina immediately recognized that Ai was about to use combat skill, piercing strike. Taking a deep breath, Dokina remained calm, gripping the big iron hammer in front of her chest. Ai grinned again at this combat skill, piercing strike. A flash of white light surged, piercing into Dokina's abdomen in an instant. This strike was deliberately aimed to avoid vital points, but it was enough to incapacitate the dwarf before him. However, with a ding, the white light successfully pierced the chainmail but suddenly stopped after penetrating Dokina's abdomen slightly. In the next moment, Dokina, as if anticipating this, swung a hammer at Ai. Ai was startled, not understanding why he pierced the chainmail yet still failed to injure the dwarf in front of him. Fortunately, he was fast enough to dodge Dokina's hammer just in time. Stepping back, Ai looked uncertainly at Dokina's abdomen, where a small amount of blood was oozing out, but it was not much. Clearly, his thin sword had only broken the skin. After thinking for a moment, Ai understood what had happened. It turned out that although the piercing strike had penetrated the chainmail, it had also expended most of its force, and when it entered Dokina's abdomen, it was blocked by the dwarf's astonishing defensive power. Thus, unless Ai disregarded Dokina's life and death and attacked her head or neck, there was simply no way to capture Dokina alive in a short time. Realizing this, Ai's expression darkened. This was the first time he had encountered such a frustrating battle. Seeing Ai's defeated expression, Dokina couldn't help but laugh. The combination of high-quality chainmail and the dwarf's incredible defensive power, along with Ai's reluctance to kill her, was precisely the source of her confidence in holding Ai back. In this way, her goal was truly achieved. Next, Dokina only hoped that Anna and Li Chen would be able to manage smoothly. To the north of Dokina, Li Chen had been using the beast transformation skill since he started running. After his strength increased to level 2, his physical condition improved significantly, and his stamina was no longer comparable to what it had been before. At this moment, even after running in beast form for several minutes, he had not yet reached his physical limit. Unfortunately, Abu's base agility was also 2 points, which, after enhancement, became 2000 agility points. In contrast, Li Chen's enhanced agility was only 990 points, and it wasn't long before Abu caught up with him. In fact, by now, Li Chen had also achieved his goal of holding Abu back. However, Li Chen was thinking further ahead than Dokina. He was well aware that even if Anna had a trump card, after killing Aer, she probably wouldn't have much strength left. After that, whether Anna could help in the Shadow City was uncertain. Even if Anna still had the strength to help Shadow kill a second level 3 warrior, could she then come to assist Dokina and him? Killing 4 level 3 warriors was not something that could be easily accomplished. Therefore, Li Chen knew from the very beginning that, likely until the last moment, no one would come to help him deal with Abu in front of him. He not only had to hold back this level 3 warrior Abu but also find a way to kill him. Otherwise, he would naturally die. Thinking of this, Li Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's either you die or I die. Interesting. It's really fucking interesting. You little brat, do you think you can escape? The lecherous old man Abu stared at Li Chen in front of him, his wide mouth revealing an unpleasant smile. Li Chen did not respond, his eyes fixed on Abu, pondering what other methods he could use against him. Seeing that Li Chen was silent, Abu suddenly broke into an exaggerated grin. Are you thinking of a way to escape? Ha ha ha, I like people like you who are hard to give up because... Before Abu could finish his sentence, he suddenly lunged forward a few steps, appearing right in front of Li Chen. In that moment, his lecherous face revealed a terrifyingly sinister smile. Because it's more interesting to torture and kill like this. As he spoke, Abu slashed a dagger towards Li Chen's abdomen. Li Chen hurriedly gripped the Tang Hung knife and swung it forward. Abu casually stepped back to avoid the strike, then raised the bloodied dagger with a beaming smile, his murky eyes gazing at the dagger as if admiring a piece of art. It was obvious whose blood was on that dagger. Li Chen had long felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and he saw a cut about 10 centimeters long above his navel. However, whether it was intentional or if Li Chen's previous strike had just barely forced Abu back, the wound was not deep, it had only cut through the skin. Li Chen gritted his teeth and glared at Abu. At that moment, Abu placed the dagger horizontally in front of him, and then, under Li Chen's puzzled gaze, he opened his mouth wide and licked the blood off the dagger. TSK, as expected of young people's blood, it tastes good. Ha ha ha. Abu laughed while showing an expression of enjoyment. Is this old man still a dead pervert? Just when Li Chen thought Abu would continue laughing for a while, Abu suddenly changed his expression, his figure darting forward like a ghost. By the time Li Chen tried to block him, it was already too late. In the next moment, a cut appeared on Li Chen's left arm. As Li Chen swung the Tang Hung knife, Abu had already retreated 10 meters away. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen glanced at his left arm, where there was another cut of about 10 centimeters, still not deep, merely a superficial slice. When Li Chen looked back at Abu, he had already started licking the blood off the dagger again. He noticed Li Chen's gaze and mockingly said, "Fresh blood is the most delicious. I once drank the blood of 3 young girls in one go, and that feeling is unforgettable to this day. No, just thinking about it makes my throat itch. I'm so thirsty. I wonder if the blood in you is enough to quench my thirst." As he spoke, Abu crouched and lunged forward again, pouncing on Li Chen for the 3rd time. This time, he swung his dagger and cut into Li Chen's leg, leaving a gash of several centimeters, still only slicing through a bit of skin and flesh. Once again, Abu retreated to a distance before Li Chen could swing his tang sword. He seemed to thoroughly enjoy this cat-and-mouse game, never striking more than necessary, and once he succeeded, he would retreat to savor his spoils. For the 3rd time, Abu licked the blood off his dagger, and perhaps due to excitement, his eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins, making his gaze at Li Chen increasingly dangerous. Just as Li Chen felt a bone-chilling coldness, Abu suddenly shook his head vigorously. No, Kai has already said he wants you alive, can't kill you, but Abu moved in for the 4th time, this time cutting into Li Chen's back, the wound still the same as before, and still retreating before Li Chen could swing his knife. Abu tasted the blood on his dagger for the 4th time. But just to toy with you, to quench my thirst, I think Master Howard would be pleased. As he spoke, Abu revealed that unpleasant expression again, mockingly looking at Li Chen, as if he were gazing at a lonely, helpless fawn. Ha, Howard would indeed be pleased. What Abu didn't expect was that Li Chen actually laughed at that moment. While laughing, he said, he was thoroughly toyed with by me back then, and doesn't he have a subordinate named Bab? As Li Chen said this, Abu seemed somewhat displeased. He wasn't interested in the expression Li Chen was wearing now. Li Chen didn't care what expression Abu wanted to see. He continued, speaking of which, your name also has a boo in it. What a coincidence. I once sliced off that Bab's fingertip bit by bit. He was terrified at the time, answering everything I asked, far more skillful than your current methods. Is that so? Abu's figure flashed and appeared behind Li Chen. This time, his dagger landed on Li Chen's shoulder, directly slicing off a palm-sized piece of flesh from Li Chen's right shoulder. The next moment, Abu retreated several meters away, holding the piece of flesh in his left hand. Suddenly, Abu opened his mouth wide, squeezing the piece of flesh as if it were a sponge. catching every drop of blood with his large mouth. Ha! He exhaled contentedly before turning to Li Chen and saying, "Is it like this? But I'm not as petty as you," slicing off people's fingertips. Li Chen's face twisted in pain, the agony making him want to scream, but he held it back. The contorted expression from the pain forced a strained smile as he said to Abu, "Indeed, yours is larger. But I sliced off all 10 of Bab's fingers and 10 toes. Why have you only taken a piece of my shoulder?" Saying this, Li Chen suddenly raised his left hand and pointed to his left shoulder. Continuing, "Come on, isn't there another shoulder here?" Hearing this, Abu grinned wickedly. "Then I'll grant you that." He had already seen that Li Chen was just putting on a show, but did this brat think that such bravado would scare someone like him? Abu swiftly moved to Li Chen's left side, and without hesitation, his dagger aimed straight for Li Chen's left shoulder. Just as the dagger had already sliced through the skin on Li Chen's left shoulder, his body suddenly leaned to the left, instantly bringing his neck under Abu's dagger. In the next moment, Abu's dagger was about to cut open Li Chen's neck, and blood would surely splatter. Without any means of treatment, Li Chen would undoubtedly die. Capture Li Chen alive. This command from Kai flashed in his mind, and Abu instinctively withdrew the dagger in his hand. At that moment, a flash of blade light appeared. Abu then noticed that almost at the instant Li Chen leaned his neck forward, the Tang broadsword in Li Chen's right hand had swung towards him. As Abu watched the approaching Tang broadsword, his eyes widened in horror, and he desperately retreated. Although he managed to avoid a fatal blow, a large chunk of flesh was still sliced off his left shoulder, and he could even see part of the bone that had been severed. Ah, ah, ah. The wails echoed continuously through the dense forest. It was unclear how long it took, but Abu finally managed to suppress his cries of agony. However, the relentless pain surging from his shoulder continued to twist his lecherous face. Looking at the wound on his shoulder, which had reached the bone, he was uncertain if it would heal. If it couldn't heal, it would undoubtedly affect his future strength. The more he thought about it, the more a raging anger burned in his chest. Just then, Li Chen's voice came through. "You only cut a layer of my skin, while I took a large chunk of your flesh along with skin and bone. It seems I'm a bit harsher, old man. You're seeking death." Abu's response to Li Chen's provocation was a torrent of fury. Li Chen grinned, looking quite pleased, but inwardly he had raised his vigilance to the highest level. He knew very well that the trick he just pulled could only be used once. If he dared to do it again, Abu would undoubtedly chop off his head without hesitation. However, Li Chen did not stop mocking. Instead, he intensified his taunts towards Abu, saying, "In a life and death struggle, you still dare to hold back? Even someone like me, who hasn't fought for my life many times, knows that's not how it works. You old fossil, if it weren't for the fact that you've been cultivating longer than me, I could crush you with just one finger." Abu naturally understood this principle, but he had previously underestimated Li Chen, which led to his carelessness. Now, being mocked by Li Chen, he could hardly bear it. "You little brat, it seems you're really seeking death. I'm looking for you, you piece of shit. Alright, you've got guts. You and your M***Thurf** King Club." Poof. Li Chen's words finally ignited Abu's fury completely. At that moment, Abu's eyes were almost stained red with blood. He spun the dagger in his hand, firmly gripping it. Then, Abu's right hand slowly retracted along his waist and the dagger emitted a blinding white light. That was the starting stance of the skill, combat technique, piercing strike. Li Chen's breathing became heavy at that moment, but he still wore a disdainful expression. He tilted his face up at a 45-degree angle, looking down at Abu, and then slowly uttered 2 words. "Trash, waste." Abu's eyes widened suddenly, and in the next moment he charged at Li Chen. At a distance of 2 meters from Li Chen, Abu shouted, "Combat technique, piercing strike." Li Chen hurriedly raised his hand to block the Tang broadsword in front of his chest. However, at that moment, the white light flickered, aiming straight for Li Chen's unguarded abdomen. In an instant, the white light pierced through Li Chen's abdomen, exiting from his back, and as it passed through a large tree, it instantly penetrated the tree, before the white light slowly dissipated. Meanwhile, Li Chen's abdomen was left with a blood hole the size of a fist, going straight through like the tree. Abu grinned savagely and disdainfully spoke to Li Chen in front of him. "You reckless little brat, how dare you anger smack." Before Abu could finish his sentence, a hand suddenly grabbed his injured left arm. Abu looked up and saw Li Chen, bloodied and grinning with a sinister smile. Abu seemed to have guessed something. "Let go." As Abu roared, he exerted force in his left arm, trying to break free from Li Chen's grip. However, his left arm had just been injured, and he couldn't muster much strength. Abu could only push off with his feet, intending to use brute force to pull his left arm back, using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Little did he know, a strange force suddenly surged from Li Chen's hand, causing Abu's body to come to a sudden halt. In that instant, Li Chen bared his blood-stained teeth and, with his last ounce of strength, swung the Tang Hung knife in his right hand fiercely forward. A cold glint flashed past Abu's neck. The next moment, the expression on Abu's face froze, leaving only a final moment of disbelief. "The CO no, I can definitely survive. I can definitely survive. Definitely. It was as if he wanted to engrave these two words deep into his mind, or perhaps he just wanted to trick his brain into believing it. In any case, he kept muttering these two words. At some point, Li Chen no longer had the strength to open his eyes, and in that instant, his consciousness snapped. Yet, in the moment of his disappearance, a few words still echoed in his mind. I definitely can survive. Damn slave catching team, what have you done to my son? I will kill you all. Gully roared as he charged at the level 2 warrior of the slave catching team, his dual axes roaring with power, each swing imbued with the blessing of dwarven strength. One level 2 warrior of the slave catching team raised his shield to block, but it felt as if he was stopping a mountain. The moment the shield collided with the axe, his inside shook, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Gully swung his axes even harder, embodying the very essence of a brute. The level 2 warrior of the slave catching team silently lamented, unsure how much longer he could hold on. Such scenes were everywhere in the chaotic battle. Every dwarf above level 1 had the blessing from their body refinement, while human combat skills were only possessed by trusted individuals like Kai. Thus, although the numbers of the slave-catching team exceeded those of the dwarves, they were currently being overwhelmed by the dwarves. Without the intervention of high-end combat power, defeat was merely a matter of time. Not far from the chaotic battle between the dwarves and the slave-catching team, Dina held her recurve bow, shooting an arrow at the rapidly approaching level 2 warrior of the slave-catching team. As the level 2 warrior dodged the arrow, Dina created distance between herself and him, then prepared her next arrow. Dina had been entangled with him for quite some time. They had hardly engaged in close combat, and the fight was not intense, with neither of them even sustaining injuries. They could be said to be the two most relaxed individuals in this battle. At that moment, Dina glanced at Anna's situation, and seeing that Anna was not in danger, she withdrew her gaze and focused on her enemy. Oh whoa! Anna threw her head back and let out a roar, her limbs exerting force as she lunged at Aer. Her speed was so fast that even a level 3 warrior could not compare. Aer fixed his gaze on Anna's white figure, retracting his right hand holding the slender sword to his side. Combat skill, piercing strike. Seeing this, Anna had no choice but to sidestep. With preparation and her terrifying agility, Anna could now dodge this combat skill without injury. However, this was under the condition that they maintained their distance. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for Anna to attack Aer. The two had been exchanging blows for a long time, neither of them eager to determine a victor immediately, but rather waiting to see who could endure longer. The orc race's beast transformation would consume a large amount of stamina and vitality, while combat skill, piercing strike, would also deplete stamina and fighting spirit significantly. Both had nearly reached their limits by now. However, Anna's true strength was only level 2, and ultimately, she could not hold on any longer. Suddenly, Anna, transformed into a white wolf, stumbled, and her white fur quickly retracted into her body, soon returning to her orc form. Anna knelt on one knee, her face pale as she gasped for breath, seemingly lacking even the strength to stand. Aer, seeing this, was overjoyed. He had indeed endured longer, and he would thus become the final victor. Aer grinned wickedly as he approached Anna, raising his slender sword, ready to stab her. With a whoosh, the sound of air being sliced through reached him. Aer sensed danger and turned around, only to see a sharp arrow flying straight towards his head. He hurriedly raised his slender sword and slashed at the arrow, finally deflecting it. At that moment, Aer directed his gaze towards the archer, Dina. The next instant, Aer suddenly smirked coldly. Behind Dina, a level 2 warrior from the slave-catching group who had been entangled with her was furious to see that she dared to sneak attack Aer while engaged in battle with him. The level 2 warrior from the slave-catching group was instantly enraged and took the opportunity to close in on Dina, grinning maliciously as he prepared to strike her down with his sword. However, Dina suddenly turned around, her silver pupils narrowing like a beast's slit, her whole being resembling a silver wolf ready to hunt. In the next moment, instead of fleeing, Dina charged towards the level 2 warrior of the slave-catching group. As they drew near, Dina suddenly opened her right hand wide, transforming it into a claw, and swiped at the level 2 warrior. The warrior was taken aback and raised his sword to block. With a clang, the sound echoed, proving that the orc's hands and nails were indeed formidable, producing a metallic clash against the slender sword. Yet, this was not the end. After swiping with one claw, Dina swung her left hand, wielding a recurve bow, and smashed it towards the level 2 warrior. Just as the warrior was about to raise his sword to defend again, Dina's right hand swiftly reached to her waist, pulling out a dagger, and she slashed it towards the warrior's neck. No! The level 2 warrior of the slave-catching group couldn't comprehend why Dina, who had been fleeing from him, suddenly exhibited such powerful close combat abilities. If she had this kind of strength, he should have been dead at her hands long ago. Could it be that this orc girl has been hiding her strength from the very beginning? As this thought crossed his mind, Dina's dagger sliced through his throat. Blood splattered, but Dina didn't even glance back, turning to charge towards Aer, decisively like a hunter who had experienced countless hunts. Aer watched the scene clearly, and a sense of foreboding suddenly washed over him. However, after all, she was just a level 2 orc warrior. As long as she didn't use the beast transformation skill, there was nothing to fear. With this thought, Air relaxed slightly, but he remained vigilant, sword raised against the approaching Dina. Just as Dina was about to reach him, she suddenly stopped and whispered, "Blood Chi combat technique." Blood Chi combat technique. Air was taken aback, wondering why. There were two voices. The next moment he realized the other voice belonged to Anna behind him. However, before Air could turn around, two more phrases rang out. "Blood and life are one. Blood and life are one." At that moment, a surge of bright red energy erupted from Dina, the very essence of orc power, Blood Chi. As the Blood Chi appeared, it surged towards Air like crimson lightning. Just as Air was filled with terror, he found that the Blood Chi merely passed by him. Not far away, Kai seemed to remember something and shouted in panic towards Air, "That's the orcs, Blood Chi combat technique. Blood and life are one." While shouting, Kai intended to rush forward to support Air, but he was immediately blocked by a shadow in front of him. Upon hearing Kai's voice, Air was stunned, suddenly realizing that from the very beginning, these orc sisters had been preparing for this moment. He had been set up. Air turned in horror towards Anna's direction, only to see Anna, who had just been immobilized, now transformed into a white wolf again, and then the wolf's claws swung towards his head. Puff! It was as if a watermelon had been smashed open, red mixed with white splattering everywhere. In the next moment, Air's headless corpse slowly toppled backward. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Kai could only stare blankly at all of this, and then he suddenly had an extremely bad premonition. His premonition was soon validated. Anna, who had killed Air, did not stop. After connecting with Dina's blood, she seemed to have regained her strength, each movement radiating incredible power. Instead, Dina was gradually becoming a bit listless at that moment. Seeing this, Anna leaped and landed beside Dina, who immediately climbed onto Anna's back. The two of them were now even more tightly connected in terms of vitality. Anna no longer hesitated and rushed towards Kai at breakneck speed. She wanted to kill Kai before exhausting Dina's vitality. Seeing Anna charging at him, Kai instinctively wanted to retreat without a second thought. He couldn't understand how they, who had overwhelming strength, could now possibly lose. Kai just wanted to quickly gather AE and Abu, only then could he stabilize the situation again. The shadow beside him would not give Kai this opportunity and stepped forward to block him again. "Get out of the way," combat skill, piercing strike. Kai unhesitatingly used his combat skill to push back the shadow, intending to head towards AE's position to regroup. Whoosh! At that moment, Dina, who was behind Anna, shot an arrow. No one dared to ignore the arrow shot from a high-quality bow. Kai raised his sword, intending to deflect the arrow. Swish! A transparent thread quickly wrapped around his hands, pulled by a dagger. It was the thread from the mother-daughter dagger. In an instant, Kai was immobilized, and the next moment, the arrow pierced into his shoulder. Ah! Kai's scream had just escaped his lips when Anna leaped into the air, looking down at Kai from above, then slashed down with her clawed paw. No! With the death of Kai and Air, the slave-catching team immediately lost their will to fight. Under the cooperation of Anna and the Shadow, all the Level 2 warriors of the slave-catching team, including Hart, were slaughtered cleanly within minutes. The remaining members of the slave-catching team would soon be torn apart by the dwarves. They were no longer a threat, and it wasn't worth the two of them continuing to waste time. Anna and the Shadow exchanged a glance. The two had an extraordinary tacit understanding. Without saying a word, Anna took Dina and headed south. Meanwhile, the Shadow went north alone. The reason for this was simple. The Shadow possessed level 3 strength, and with the dark attribute magic skill, stealth, even if she couldn't defeat Abu, she could still manage to take Li Chen away. Anna and Dina were the same. Even if they couldn't win against AE, saving Duchino would suffice. However, the final outcome was beyond their expectations. The next day at dusk, Li Chen's eyelids fluttered, and then he slowly opened them. What came into view was a stone ceiling. Li Chen moved his hands and then slowly sat up. His body felt a bit uncomfortable, but the extreme weakness he had imagined did not appear. He couldn't help but lift his shirt to look at his abdomen. There was a fist-sized scar there, the skin tender, clearly just recently scabbed over. "I survived," Li Chen exclaimed, then looked around. At that moment he was in a cave, and both the covering and the bedding were thick monster furs. Li Chen lifted the monster furs and slowly stood up. He first moved his body a bit, and after confirming that there were no significant abnormalities, he let out a sigh of relief. It seems the effect of the intermediate healing potion is quite good. Li Chen glanced at the system panel. Host, Li Chen, Realm, Level 2 Fighter, Strength 2/300, Constitution 2/300, Agility 1/300, Spirit 2/300, Talent, Elf Race Talent 0.2%, Orc Race Talent 13.2%, Dwarf Race Talent 3.4%, Talent Skills, Nature Affinity *0.1, Beast Transformation *3, Rapid Recovery *5, Level 1 Poison Resistance, Comprehension Skill, 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds 10%, Bond Value, 99 points. The Dwarf Race Talent is down to 3.4%. It seems that a dozen or so dwarves have perished since then. Originally at 656 points, the Bond Value now stands at only 99 points. After killing Abu, in a state of blurred consciousness, Li Chen exchanged all his bond value for intermediate healing potions, not realizing at the time that he had exchanged for a total of 6 bottles. In fact, the effectiveness of intermediate healing potions diminishes significantly after taking them 3 times in a row, but at that moment, Li Chen couldn't care less and drank all 6 bottles. It's uncertain whether he was saved because of this or if he wasted several bottles of intermediate healing potions for nothing. However, compared to being alive, these seemed trivial. Li Chen also understood why the remaining bond value was 99 points instead of 56. The answer lay in the system's prompt page. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 1-star affinity with the dwarves, gaining 1 bond value from interactions with them. Ding! It seems that after that battle, almost all the dwarves' affinity for him rose to 1 star. Among them, Duokina's affinity directly reached 2 stars. So, it seems that the outcome of that battle should be good. I just wonder if Dina, Anna, and Ing got hurt? Li Chen suddenly remembered this and hurriedly walked towards the cave entrance. Just then, a figure suddenly walked into the cave. Li Chen almost bumped into the person, and both quickly took a step back. It was then that Li Chen realized the person was the beautiful Duokina. Upon seeing Li Chen awake, Duokina's previously expressionless face broke into a radiant smile. She suddenly flipped her hand and took out a bottle of ergwotu from her space ring, handing it to Li Chen with a smile, saying, "Hey friend, want a drink? It's on me, drink as much as you want." It's not uncommon for dwarves to invite others for drinks, but to hear the words "drink as much as you want" from a dwarf is indeed rare. Li Chen, who had been somewhat anxious, immediately relaxed upon seeing Duokina's bright smile. The fact that Duokina could show such a smile indicated that Dina and the others were safe. Li Chen pushed the dwarf woman and said helplessly, "How can you invite someone who just got seriously injured to drink?" Duokina was taken aback and replied in confusion, "Really? For us dwarves, if we get sick, there's an 80% chance of recovery just by drinking, but fine, since you're human, I'll keep this drink. Don't worry, I'll hold on to it until you come to drink." Whether it was Li Chen's illusion or not, Duokina seemed extremely serious when she said this. At the same time, hearing the conversation in the cave, Dina, Anna, and Ing also walked in. "Li Chen, you finally woke up," Dina exclaimed, almost leaping into Li Chen's arms, rubbing her head against his chest. The little girl was probably scared by Li Chen's earlier appearance, now clinging to him like a koala. Anna, standing nearby, was also unsettled. However, as she approached Li Chen, a hesitant expression suddenly appeared on her face, and she stopped, nodding at Li Chen. Ing was the most unique. She walked directly to Li Chen's side and then merged into Li Chen's shadow with a shadow merge, not saying a word. Seeing that everyone was safe and sound, although he had anticipated it, Li Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Anna and the others then briefly recounted to Li Chen what had happened afterward. After killing Kai and Aer, Anna took Dina and rushed to the location where Duokina was. Anna's original plan was to take Duokina away, but Ae lost his sanity upon learning that Aer was dead. Anna didn't expect that these guys could also go mad for their loved ones. Both sides had to fight to the death, and in the end, it was only when Duokina desperately held onto Ae for a moment that Anna got the chance to kill Ae. By the time Anna returned with Duokina, the dwarves had already slaughtered all the members of the slave-catching group at the cost of over a dozen lives. After that, Ing returned with Li Chen, who had a small hole in his stomach. Originally, everyone was anxious, as there was no one skilled in medicine here. Dina almost fainted from crying, Anna remained silent with a dark expression, and Ing was filled with killing intent but had no outlet for it. However, not long after, everyone noticed that the wound on Li Chen's stomach was healing rapidly. Dina, Anna, and Ing immediately understood that Li Chen must have used that miraculous intermediate healing potion before losing consciousness. The 3 women had witnessed the wonders of the intermediate healing potion. Seeing that the wound on Li Chen's stomach was healing quickly, everyone finally felt relieved and found a cave to rest with him. What was astonishing was that Li Chen had almost completely recovered in just a day and a night. Li Chen was also surprised to hear that he had only been unconscious for a day and a night. The injuries that penetrated his body had healed in just one day. This was what they called a medical miracle. Li Chen thought for a moment and realized that the reason he could recover so quickly, aside from the intermediate healing potion, was likely due to the 0.1 times recovery speed of natural affinity and the 5 times recovery speed of rapid recovery. In fact, the reason he survived such injuries might also be attributed to these 2 talent skills. Of course, there was definitely also the factor of his survival instinct that had erupted at the last moment. Wait a minute, Li Chen suddenly changed his expression as if he thought of something. Wait a minute. While everyone was still immersed in the joy of Li Chen waking up, he suddenly spoke up. It seemed he remembered something and couldn't help but ask again. "You mean to say I was only unconscious for a day and a night, right?" "Yes, is there a problem?" The few people in the cave felt it was strange and didn't understand why Li Chen was asking this. "This question is too important, let me confirm. Again, all the members of the slave-catching group, including all those at levels 2 and 3, are all dead, right?" "Yes, at least I didn't see a single survivor." "Li Chen, why are you asking this?" Dina asked curiously. Li Chen didn't answer immediately but asked again for confirmation. Are you sure there are no fish that got away? None. This time it was Anna who answered. She seemed to sense the seriousness on Li Chen's face, so after recalling a few times, she said again, I am sure there are no omissions. Good, good, good. Li Chen was overjoyed, unable to hide the excitement on his face. Li Chen called out, and Ing popped her head out from his shadow. How's the recovery? Aside from my magic power not being fully restored, everything else is perfectly fine. Good, next, come with me to a place. Everyone listened to this series of dialogues from Li Chen, all looking confused as they watched him prepare to leave with Ing. Duokina finally couldn't hold back and grabbed Li Chen, asking, Hey, where? Are you going now? Was there anything more important than resting your body after such a serious injury? Of course there is. What is it? After cutting the grass, one must naturally remove the roots. Li Chen had never forgotten the source of this series of events, Howard. From the beginning with the elves, to the later orcs, and now the dwarves, everything stemmed from Howard's ambition. After this battle, it seemed the crisis had been averted, but the true mastermind, Howard, was still alive and well. As long as Howard was alive, everything was far from over. Anna was the first to understand Li Chen's meaning, and she was immediately shocked. You want to go kill Howard now? Li Chen nodded. We have to. Anna, somewhat confused, asked, why? Li Chen quickly replied, think about it. After we killed Barb, Howard only had Kai and Huck left, 2 capable subordinates. But what did we see afterward? Howard sent a total of 4 level 3 warriors, 4 level 2 warriors, and over 50 level 1 warriors. Listening to Li Chen, Anna, familiar with the local power dynamics, could better grasp how terrifying this force was. It was no exaggeration to say that this power could sweep through any gathering of tribes. If it weren't for Howard's concern about provoking the dwarves' wrath and igniting a war, he would have likely sent his subordinates to wipe out the entire dwarven settlement by now. Li Chen continued, clearly, the force behind Howard is formidable. If Howard finds out that all his subordinates have been killed, what do you think he will do? That's right, next time he will definitely bring several times, or even a dozen times, the manpower. By then, we will be in a real deadlock, with no chance of turning the tables. The reality was not far from Li Chen's speculation. If Howard learned that all his subordinates had perished, he would undoubtedly leave the sinful forest at the first opportunity, return to Winter City, and inform his uncle Cardon about the high-level blacksmith seeking to gain benefits. Even a lord could not ignore the existence of a high-level blacksmith, and by that time, what Li Chen and the others would face would be the full might of a lord. Based on his assumptions, knowing that only a day had passed since the battle and that the slave-catching group had left no survivors, Li Chen's first reaction was to find Howard and eliminate the threat completely. If handled well, perhaps this matter could be resolved once and for all. Li Chen wasted no more time and immediately set off with Shadow. Dina, Anna, and Dorsina also expressed their desire to go alone. However, Sinful Town was ultimately human territory, and if Anna and the others went together, being discovered would likely lead to huge trouble. Shadow, skilled in stealth, not only avoided this problem but could also quietly lead Li Chen to find Howard, making him the best choice. Outside Sinful Town, Li Chen stood before the familiar valley entrance. It had to be said that Sinful Town was indeed built in a good location, surrounded on 3 sides by towering mountains forming a natural wall. The only valley entrance was barely a dozen meters wide. Building a city gate here could almost be considered a natural fortress. However, there were no guards at the city gate at this time. This was strange. Although Sinful Town was merely a gathering place for those blinded by profit, there would still be people assigned to keep watch at night to ensure they could open their eyes alive the next day. Yet today, not a single soul was in sight. It was the same before, not a single mercenary hunting beasts could be seen. I wonder what happened. I hope Howard hasn't run away, Li Chen said, signaling Shadow to scout ahead as he followed closely into Sinful Town. As expected, there were hardly any figures in the town, only a few scattered drunks. Seeing this, Li Chen walked straight towards the Cardon Manor with Shadow. What relieved Li Chen was that there were still many people inside the manor. Although it was late at night, the entire estate was lit up with countless lights, resembling daylight. This scene was not suitable for sneaking in, but it was still not a challenge for Shadow. Shadow activated her stealth and with a running start, easily vaulted over the outer wall of the manor, quickly blending into the shadows of the nearby trees. 5 minutes later, Shadow emerged again, having thoroughly investigated the situation inside the manor. So, most of the people in the manor are ordinary, and the strongest are just a few level 1 guards, Shadow confirmed with a nod. Li Chen continued to ask, is Howard in the manor? Shadow nodded again. Li Chen was overjoyed and immediately asked Shadow to lead the way. The two of them bypassed several guards and soon stopped in front of a study. There was light seeping through the crack of the door, indicating that Howard had not yet gone to sleep. Shadow was about to push open the door and barge in. Li Chen quickly stopped her. If they rushed in, Howard would likely call for the guards immediately. Although the guards were not a significant threat, it would alert those still lingering in Sin Town. Li Chen still had some questions for Howard and did not want to kill him right away. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen walked to the door of the study, took a deep breath, and gently knocked, saying, "Young Master Howard, Lord Kai and the others have news." "What?" A shocked voice from inside the room responded, and the next moment, the study door was opened eagerly. However, before Howard could even ask a question, a cold dagger was pressed against his neck. Then Li Chen stood in front of Howard, extending his right hand and placing his index finger on his lips, whispering, "Dear young Master Howard, please do not raise your voice, or we might instantly shred your tongue." As he spoke, Li Chen revealed a friendly smile. It had been 2 full days and nights, yet the slave-catching team had not returned with any news. Howard had a foreboding feeling, but he was well aware of Kai and their strength. There should be no one in the Sin Forest who could match them. Howard felt like an ant on a hot stove. Without the talent for cultivating fighting energy, his only way out was through business. He had already given up on the Winter City Trading Company, and if he couldn't even capture that high-level blacksmith dwarf, his future would be bleak. At that moment, Howard was like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. To this end, he had already killed 2 servants in a fit of rage, causing even Charlie to flee. And just tonight, when Howard was anxiously unable to sleep, someone suddenly reported that there was news from Kai. Howard almost stumbled as he rushed to open the study door. But he never expected that what he was about to face was a cold dagger in the face of Li Chen, which he hated to the core. Shadow controlled Howard to enter the study, while Li Chen slowly closed the door behind them. This action immediately filled Howard with terror, and he opened his mouth to shout, "You!" Before Howard could finish his sentence, Li Chen clamped his mouth shut, fixing him with a cold stare. "Oh, dear young Master Howard, I must reiterate, for the sake of your tongue, please do not speak loudly, or I guarantee that will be the last time you ever speak loudly in your life, understand?" Li Chen's right hand, which was gripping Howard's mouth, showed no mercy, causing Howard to nearly shed tears from the pain. In that moment, he realized his current predicament and quickly nodded. "Very good." Li Chen smiled and released his grip, then immediately got to the point. "Now, tell me, how did you set your sights on the high-level blacksmith dwarf?" Li Chen had always found this matter strange. If this problem wasn't resolved, even without the current Howard, there would be countless new Howards in the future. Therefore, it was essential to clarify this issue, otherwise, Mokina and the others would never find peace. Howard cautiously glanced at the dagger around his neck, not daring to conceal anything. More than 10 days ago, a dwarf sold information to a slave trader, and a few days ago, that slave trader sold the information to me. Li Chen and Ing were both extremely surprised, never expecting that Mokina had been betrayed by a dwarf of the same clan. Li Chen's first reaction was that it was the dwarf leader from the gathering place who had a disabled son. He had ample motive. It seemed that because of Mokina's status as a high-ranking blacksmith, he didn't dare to take revenge personally and instead thought of using a human slave trader. Knowing this, although there was no way to solve the problem, at least they had a warning, which was a kind of gain. Just as Li Chen was about to ask the second question, he suddenly paused. After thinking for a moment, he leaned closer to Howard, reached out to move the dagger from Howard's neck, and then placed his right hand on Howard's neck. In this strange posture, Li Chen stared into Howard's eyes and asked the second question. "Who else knows about your attempt to capture the dwarves?" He wanted to find out everyone who was in the know. After silencing them, he could kill me. Howard sensed the implication in Li Chen's words, and his mind raced. He hurriedly said, "There's also my uncle, Lord Cardon of Winter City." Li Chen's eyes remained fixed on Howard, and at that moment, he suddenly smiled and said, "In my hometown, there is a special method to determine if someone is lying. For example, a liar's heartbeat quickens and their pupils constrict." Li Chen pointed to his own eyes, then to his hand on Howard's neck, and suddenly his expression turned cold, his face filled with murderous intent as he looked at Howard and said, "You were just lying." In fact, Li Chen didn't understand any of this, he just wanted to bluff Howard. The result was unexpectedly good. Howard was taken aback by Li Chen's words. He never imagined there was such a magical method to discern lies in this world. He hurriedly stammered, I didn't. However, after stuttering for a long time, Howard lacked the courage to finish the words "didn't lie." Seeing this, Li Chen smiled again. "Good, just a moment ago he wasn't sure if Howard was lying, but now he was certain that Howard was indeed lying. After all, he was a native of this other world, unaccustomed to so many tricks. A gentle bluff had exposed his flaws. The next steps were simple. After being exposed, and under Li Chen's coercion, Howard ultimately clarified the matter. When Li Chen learned that this guy had concealed the information to monopolize the high-ranking blacksmith, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since he had asked everything he needed to, Li Chen didn't plan to keep Howard alive. At this moment, Howard seemed to understand his fate, but strangely, he was much calmer than Li Chen had imagined. Just then, Howard suddenly spoke. "You can't kill me. I guarantee that if you kill me, you won't survive either." Li Chen wouldn't care about such threats. He took the mother-daughter daggers from Ying's hand. He wanted to take action himself. Since he wanted to eradicate the roots of the problem, such dirty work should naturally be done by him personally. It would also help him familiarize himself with this cannibalistic otherworld, so he wouldn't hesitate at a critical moment. Howard remained calm and said again, "You absolutely cannot kill Me, otherwise, you will die in this year's winter because this year is the year of divine punishment. When it comes to the words year of divine punishment, Howard seemed to gain courage, his triangular eyes filled with confidence as he looked at Li Chen. What? Shadow couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This was the first time Li Chen had seen Shadow react so strongly to a stranger's words. Li Chen then asked Shadow, what is the year of divine punishment? At that moment, Shadow's face was filled with worry, and before she could speak, Howard eagerly explained, you don't know about the year of divine punishment? Are you really from the magical continent? On the magical continent, every so often, a year of divine punishment will occur, and there is no pattern to its appearance. Only the Pope of the Church in the human empire can foresee it from divine revelation. When the year of divine punishment arrives, this winter will plunge into unprecedented low temperatures, the duration of winter will be extended. Heavy snow will inevitably come, and even the sinful town, surrounded by peaks, cannot completely withstand the cold winds and heavy snow at that time. No one can survive the winter of the year of divine punishment in a place like the sinful forest. As he spoke, Howard seemed to feel it wasn't enough and continued, at that time, not only the sinful town, but all the various peoples in the 4 great nations, gathering places will retreat to the borders. The sinful forest will be thoroughly cleansed by the harsh winter, and no one will survive. You are not a magical beast, you cannot rely on hibernation to get through the winter. You can only go to Winter City to survive the season. If you kill me, Uncle Cardon will not let you go, and you won't be able to set foot in Winter City. The final result will be death. In the sinful forest. This was precisely where Howard felt his confidence lay in Li Chen's reluctance to kill him. Li Chen listened, greatly surprised, not expecting such a thing as the year of divine punishment to exist in this world. Then he suddenly sneered at Howard and said, but your Uncle Cardon doesn't even know I killed you. In response, Howard sneered coldly. Li Chen, it seems you are not a noble. So you don't understand nobles. If you kill me now, tomorrow someone will spread the news of my murder or disappearance to Winter City. Uncle Cardon may not find out who the murderer is, but as long as he treats everyone in the sinful town as suspects, isn't that finding the murderer? You can only let me go. Only with me alive can you survive the entire winter in Winter City. After hearing this, Li Chen's expression darkened as he stared intently at Howard. Seeing this, a hint of pride appeared on Howard's face. He felt his life was saved. What a noble demeanor. As he spoke, Li Chen gripped the mother dagger, and without hesitation thrust it into Howard's chest. Howard's eyes widened, not understanding why Li Chen would still dare to act. Just as consciousness faded, he seemed to hear Li Chen's last words. What a pity, I said I would kill you, and I will definitely kill you. The damn year of divine punishment won't stop me. Li Chen would never regret killing Howard. A person like Howard, even if spared, would surely seek revenge at any opportunity. How could Li Chen trust someone like him? Moreover, could he escape to Winter City while Dina and the others, even the weak beasts and sinners dwarves, also escape? The urgent matter was to quickly inform everyone of this news, so at least they could prepare. However, before that, Li Chen had a few things to take care of first. In the underground prison of Cardon Manor, under the flickering firelight, the prison was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. A guard was yawning when a shadow suddenly appeared, striking down towards the guard's neck. The guard's body went limp and he fainted. This is all the guards. Now let's see if the captured dwarves are here. Li Chen and Shadow quickly searched through the 3 levels of the prison. There were quite a few slaves in the cell, and when they saw Li Chen and Shadow appear, they merely glanced at them with numb eyes before returning to their sleep or daze. Most of these slaves were human, and it was unclear how long they had been locked up here. They all looked disheveled and emaciated. Li Chen and Shadow exchanged a few glances before continuing to the next level. It wasn't until the 3rd level that they finally discovered the dwarves. The moment the dwarves saw Li Chen, their eyes ignited with hatred, gritting their teeth in anger. However, upon seeing Shadow, their faces turned to shock, clearly not expecting to see a dark elf without a restraining collar. Li Chen glanced at Shadow, having Shadow explain the current situation would undoubtedly be more persuasive. Unfortunately, Shadow rarely spoke in front of outsiders, and always wore a cold expression. Li Chen had no choice but to step up himself. Facing the wary dwarf slaves, Li Chen directly asked, who is Guli's son? As he spoke, his eyes scanned the dwarves quickly, spotting 5 small dwarves protected in the center by the others. The dwarves were extremely surprised upon hearing the name Guli, and as Li Chen's gaze fell on the small dwarves, an elder dwarf with a long white beard stepped forward. Human, how do you know Guli? This white-bearded dwarf was much calmer than the others, unlike the rest who seemed ready to carve the word hatred into their faces upon seeing a human. Li Chen looked at the white-bearded dwarf, thought for a moment, and said, you must be Nifeng. Allow me to introduce myself formally. My name is Li Chen. I have been entrusted by Guli and the others to rescue the dwarves captured by slave traders. This is what Guli gave me. It's a birthday gift from when his son was 5 years old, and it can serve as his token. Li Chen reached to his waist, took out a wooden short sword, and handed it to the white-bearded dwarf. The dwarves all widened their eyes, some looking at Li Chen in disbelief. Nifeng was also taken aback, but as he looked at the dark elf, Beside Li Chen, he gradually began to believe, after all, they were just a group of slaves at the mercy of others, and the human before them had no need to go to such lengths to deceive them. At that moment, among the 5 dwarf children, the most robust one suddenly stepped forward and took the wooden short sword from Li Chen's hand. He looked about 10 years old, his build resembling that of a small calf, and, as he held the wooden short sword, he excitedly said, "That's right, this is the birthday gift my dad gave me a few years ago. What this human says is true." Hearing these words, the dwarves finally believed. Li Chen. Seeing things go so smoothly, Li Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had prepared in advance with Guli and the others before setting out. The next moment, Li Chen took out the keys he had found on the guard and unlocked all the cages holding the dwarves. However, after counting, he discovered that there were now fewer than 30 dwarves left. Mi Feng explained, "The strongest dwarves have already been taken away by the slave traders sent by Howard. They are likely already in the human empire, and it may be impossible to rescue them now." The remaining dwarves lowered their heads, their eyes filled with bloodshot anger and hatred. One could imagine that those dwarves they once knew might never be seen again in their lifetime. Li Chen sighed, feeling helpless. Just as all the dwarves were ready to escape, Li Chen spoke up. "After this, Shadow and I will deal with the guards in the manor, but you must not flee immediately. There is another place in Sin Town where a group of slaves is held. Once we rescue the slaves there, we will leave together." The dwarves had no objections to this. Seeing this, Li Chen immediately took action with Shadow. There weren't many guards in the Cardon manor, instead, there were dozens of servants. Li Chen had no intention of indiscriminately killing innocents. For these ordinary servants, both he and Shadow focused on knocking them out. However, they were less courteous, with the few level 1 guards in the manor. As soon as Shadow made a move, several level 1 guards quietly breathed their last. With all the people in the manor dealt with, Li Chen was ready to head to the second manor. The second manor belonged to Charlie, the slave trader, and in fact, aside from rescuing the slaves under Charlie's command, Li Chen's second goal was to deal with Charlie himself. At this moment, in the town of Sin, only Charlie was aware of the enmity between Li Chen and Howard. As long as Charlie was taken care of, the Lord of Winter City might never know that it was Li Chen who killed Howard. To Li Chen's disappointment, he did not find Charlie in the manor. After capturing a guard and inquiring, he learned that Charlie had actually fled out of fear after Howard killed a servant. This result left Li Chen speechless for a long time. This guy really has a charmed life, managing to escape a disaster just because he was cowardly. Li Chen couldn't just abandon everything to chase after Charlie, so in the end, he had to let this lucky slave trader go. After knocking out all the servants in Charlie's manor as usual, Li Chen released all the slaves from the dungeon and announced on the spot that as long as they obeyed, they would all gain their freedom. Few of the slaves believed Li Chen, especially some hot-tempered dwarves who dared to provoke him. Li Chen couldn't tolerate that and promptly dealt with them. After experiencing the harshness of society, all the slaves became obedient. The rest was simple. Under Shadow's lead, Li Chen first took this group of slaves out of Sin Town. Then the two hurried back to Cardon Manor to take the dwarf slaves, and before leaving, Li Chen casually tossed the keys to the human slaves still locked in cages. As for whether they could escape in the end and where they would go, Li Chen didn't care anymore. However, to his surprise, there were a few clever individuals among this group of slaves. Upon receiving the keys, they quickly reacted, opened the cages, and quietly followed behind Li Chen and Shadow without making a sound. The remaining human slaves saw this and followed suit. As a result, when leaving Cardon Manor, Li Chen had over 100 people trailing behind him. This large scale finally caught the attention of the drunks on the street. At this moment, Li Chen and Shadow coordinated with each other, knocking out one person at a time until they finally caused a commotion when they reached the mouth of the valley. The remaining mercenaries in the town popped their heads out, their eyes seemingly glowing at the sight of the slaves. Unfortunately for them, Li Chen and the others had just passed through the valley's mouth and left Sin Town without looking back. Although they had escaped, how to deal with this group of slaves had been a headache for Li Chen for a long time. After a rough count, he found there were 86 human slaves, 38 dwarf slaves, and 1 orc slave in front of him. This orc slave was a familiar face, the level 2 bull-type orc that Charlie had recommended to him back then. The dwarf slaves would undoubtedly be taken back to the dwarven clan to be handed over to Dokina and the others, while the orc slave, being few in number, would be taken back for Anna to handle. But the human slaves in front of him were not only numerous but also ordinary people who had not trained in fighting energy, making them the most troublesome to deal with. After thinking for a long time, Li Chen concluded that he couldn't take these people with him. He knew very well that neither the dwarves nor the orcs would accept these humans. The reason the dwarves and orcs could accommodate Li Chen was due to his past actions. However, for humans, the most prevalent feelings towards dwarves and orcs are wariness. The long-standing racial conflicts and the harm inflicted by slave traders over the years are not something that can be easily set aside. Li Chen is not a saint. Knowing that he cannot help these human slaves, he no longer dwells on it. He took out all the food he had on him and in his spatial ring and placed it in front of the human slaves. After that, he said nothing more and left with the dwarves and orcs, leaving a group of human slaves staring blankly at the retreating figures of Li Chen and the others. It's was ultimately an unpleasant scene, and Li Chen wore a heavy expression all the way. It is said that when humans become slaves, they bear an indelible mark on their necks, just like the weaker orcs and sinners dwarves. With this mark, the identity of a slave will accompany that person for life. If a slave escapes and someone encounters the runaway slave, as long as they capture them, they can claim ownership of that slave, including the right to control their life and death. Thus, those human slaves now have only two choices: either return to the town of sin and continue being slaves, or live a life of exile in the forest of sin. Whichever option they choose, it seems that a grim fate awaits these slaves. The next morning, Bart arrived early at the Mercenary Guild. The year of divine punishment meant that winter could descend at any moment, so the guild decided to move to Winter City in the coming days until winter passed. Bart felt both happy and worried ever since he had sought an audience with young Master Howard. At the cost of Li Chen's information, he had thought he would finally be able to leave this cursed place and return to the Winter City he longed for. However, he never expected that young Master Howard would let that Li Chen escape. Consequently, the reward promised to him by young Master Howard was also dashed. Sigh. Thinking about having to face the damned Baron soon, Bart felt at a loss. Troubled, he stepped into the Mercenary Guild. This morning, the guild was unusually noisy, bustling with activity. Bart leaned in among the crowd discussing the news to listen closely. What? Young Master Howard is dead? Bart was shocked to hear this news, and soon learned that someone had seen a young man accompanied by a dark elf rescuing a large number of slaves last night, and shortly thereafter, young Master Howard was found dead in his own estate. Everyone speculated that someone had killed Howard to take the slaves. Bart, who understood some of the situation, immediately thought of Li Chen. Could it be that Li Chen killed young Master Howard? Does he already know that I sold him out? No, I must leave the town of sin immediately. Bart broke out in a cold sweat. Even if I might be killed by that Baron's men, I have to return to Winter City right away. The next moment, Bart quickly found a group of mercenaries who were about to return to Winter City, and after paying the fee, he set off with them towards Winter City. As the town of sin grew farther away, Bart's tense mood finally relaxed a bit. Once he calmed down, some thoughts began to surface in Bart's mind. Perhaps I can report to Lord Cardon that young Master Howard was murdered and that the killer was Li Chen. Yes, that's what I'll do. This way, Lord Cardon will surely help me resolve my conflict with the Baron. As Bart thought of this, a gleam of triumph flashed in his eyes. At that moment, he even felt that Howard's death was a blessing. Meanwhile, on another road, Charlie was sitting in a carriage heading towards the imperial capital. The scene of Howard going mad and killing the servant terrified him to the core. He simply couldn't bear to stay by Howard's side any longer. For this reason, he painfully abandoned everything in Sinful Town and immediately took a carriage back to the imperial capital. As for Howard, he decided never to collaborate with such a madman again. In fact, Li Chen had not forgotten about Bart. There were two reasons he hadn't gone to kill Bart. 1. The situation last night was critical and he couldn't waste time looking for Bart, whose whereabouts were unknown. 2. Since Charlie, who knew more, had run away, blocking Bart's mouth seemed of little use. However, Li Chen probably never expected that Charlie had not revealed his grievances with Howard. Instead, it was Bart, whom he had almost forgotten, who brought this matter to Winter City. What kind of storm this would trigger in the future was beyond his knowledge. At this moment, Li Chen was back with the dwarves beside Dokina. Naturally, the most excited was Guli, who gave his son Gutu a bear hug. That sturdy kid, as strong as a calf, was nearly knocked out of his senses, probably getting a good taste of what paternal love felt like. Guli then expressed his gratitude to Li Chen. Li Chen, I apologize for my previous rudeness, and I thank you for not only saving us but also bringing my son back. This kindness I will never forget. From now on, just say the word, and I, Guli, will do anything for you. As Guli spoke, he pounded his chest loudly and then intended to give Li Chen another bear hug. Li Chen hurriedly jumped back. Sorry, but he, Li Chen, had no interest in big muscle men. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 bond point with the Dwarven race. Dwarven talent increased by 0.1%. Ding! Congratulations to the host. As the rescued dwarves were taken away by Dokina and the others, the system's notification sound kept ringing. In the end, all 38 dwarves formed a friendship with Li Chen, and his Dwarven talent reached 7.2%. Li Chen quickly glanced at the host panel. Host, Li Chen. Realm, level 2 fighter strength, 2*300 constitution, 2*300 agility, 1*300 spirit, 2*300 talent, elven talent 0.2%, orc talent 13.2%, dwarven talent 7.2%, talent skills, nature affinity *0.1, beast. Transformation *3, rapid recovery *5, level 1 poison resistance, level 1 magic resistance, immune to level 1 magic, strong resistance to level 2 and 3 magic, comprehension skills 4 ounces to move a. £1,000 10% bond points, 200 points exceeding 5% in Dwarven talent allowed Li Chen to comprehend another talent skill, but this time the Dwarven talent skill he obtained was yet another unsatisfactory result. It turned out to be a magic resistance skill. In the magical continent, not only the elven race used magic, the dragon race and even the vampire and giant races also had some magical abilities. Having a talent skill that could immunize against magic was a decent reward in the long run. Unfortunately, Li Chen had yet to encounter any enemies using magic, so this magic resistance would likely remain a useless skill for a long time. What? This year is the year of divine punishment? In the cave, both the Dina sisters and Dokina and Gully were shocked, their mouths agape at the news. The next moment, despair appeared in the eyes of all four. The heaviness of the atmosphere left Li Chen, who was not very familiar with the year of divine punishment, somewhat bewildered. Seeing this, Anna, unusually, did not provide Li Chen with a lesson on common knowledge. She furrowed her brows and suddenly revealed a serious expression as she spoke. This matter is too significant. I must inform Baichi and Xingmu immediately. However, this issue concerns not only the survival of our orc race but also that of the dwarves. Duokina, Guli, I now officially represent the orc tribe to invite you to return with me to the orc tribe to discuss countermeasures. If necessary, perhaps our two races need to unite to overcome this crisis together. When life and death are at stake, the gaps between races become less important. In orc terms, it might be said that only by living can one eat meat. In dwarven terms, it is that only by living can one drink ale. If one cannot even survive, who would care about so-called racial conflicts? Duokina and Gully exchanged glances and quickly nodded in agreement. Anna and the others were almost racing against time, immediately taking Duokina and Gully towards the direction of the grasslands. With all their might, the group returned to the orcs' grasslands in half a day. Li Chen had just stepped onto the grasslands when a crisp yet angry voice suddenly rang out, "Take this." Then, a blue figure dashed over. In the next moment, Li Chen felt the world spin and fell to the ground. The little blue who had just given him a sliding tackle was now sitting on him, her blue snake-like eyes glaring at him as she scolded. "Li Chen, you actually know how to come back." As she spoke, the little girl revealed her translucent poisonous fangs, opening her mouth to bite at Li Chen's shoulder. It was clear that the little girl was genuinely angry. However, no matter how angry she was, Li Chen did not want to test how strong her venom was. He quickly cupped the little blue's cheeks with his hands, avoiding being bitten. Then, with a mischievous smile, he said, "What's wrong, a dog? Have you missed me so much after not seeing me for so long?" "Who missed you?" The little blue quickly denied, then realized something and retorted, "You're the dog." "Humph. What I'm worried about is Dina and Sister Anna. How dare you take them away for so long? Tell me, did you take them to do bad things?" Bad things? What bad things? Where did you hear that? How did this girl suddenly come up with such a term? Li Chen felt completely bewildered. The little blue frowned and replied, "I'm not sure. Grandpa told me not long ago to be careful of you, especially to avoid being alone with you, or else you would do bad things to me in Xiaobai." Li Chen's forehead immediately sprouted several large question marks, and then he seriously said to the little blue in front of him, "Xiao Chang, is it possible that your grandpa isn't very smart?" The little blue's eyes widened, although she didn't know why. She felt that what Li Chen said seemed somewhat reasonable. Dina and Anna nearby shook their heads. They thought that if it were Xiaobai facing this issue, he definitely wouldn't suspect Baichi like this. In the cave, Duokina and Guli sat on one side, Baichi and Xingmu on another, and Dina and Anna on yet another, while Li Chen and Ing sat on the last side. Anna recounted the news of the year of divine punishment once more. As expected, Baichi and Xingmu looked shocked and desperate upon hearing it. Anna, being the princess of the Silver Wolf clan and having seen the world, had already recovered from her previous shock and despair, and immediately proposed the two primary issues that needed to be addressed. "We need to quickly decide on a place to spend the winter and find a way to preserve enough food for the winter. The choice of residence is extremely important. Under the winter of the year of divine punishment, the cave where the orcs currently reside would likely be completely sealed off by snow and wind in just a few days, making it unsuitable for wintering. The dwarves' caves were not much better. The best place to spend the winter is undoubtedly a large city like Winterfell, with its tall walls that can block the wind and snow. However, as weak orcs and sinners dwarves, they have no right to enter the cities of their respective races. Therefore, they can only seek out a place that can withstand the harsh weather on their own." After discussing for half a day, they still couldn't find a good location. At this moment, Li Chen suddenly spoke up. "What about Sin Town?" He then recounted the geographical features of Sin Town. A valley surrounded by sheer cliffs, this was undoubtedly the best choice so far, yet everyone still hesitated. Especially Baichi and Xingmu, who had experienced a year of divine punishment. They shared their experiences at this time. "When we were young, we once experienced a winter during a year of divine punishment. At that time, Xingmu and I were still living in a city of the Orc Empire. We thought the dozens of meters high walls would be enough to block the cold, but soon we realized we were wrong. You can't imagine the feeling of having just your arm exposed to the air for a few breaths and that arm becoming completely useless. The wind felt like knives, and the snowflakes were like arrows. No one dared to go outside, wrapping themselves in every piece of fur they could find, struggling to hold on. When winter passed, a full million orcs died that year in the Orc Empire, and countless orcs lost fingers, toes, and ears. Baichi sighed as he spoke, not intending to undermine everyone's confidence, but rather to make them understand the terror of a year of divine punishment. Even cities with tall walls and solid buildings could not withstand the cold of that year. Sin Town's sheer cliffs would be no different. Seeing this, Li Chen suddenly said, while the sheer cliffs surround Sin Town may not block the winter. If we build warm houses in Sin Town, won't we have a chance to survive the winter? Duchina shook her head at this point and said, it's not that easy. Even for dwarves. It takes several of us about 3 days to build a house, and we don't know when winter will arrive. There simply won't be enough time to construct houses for hundreds of people. Whether wood or stone, both require a lot of time to process before they can be used for building, so the 3 days Duchina mentioned was based on the assumption that the dwarves had building skills. However, Li Chen smiled confidently. It's not impossible. As long as we have cement and build not individual houses but collective dormitories like large bunkhouses, we can construct enough housing for hundreds of people in a short time. Cement? Collective dormitory? Faced with the novel terms from Li Chen, the other 7 looked bewildered. It was the first time they had heard these words. Li Chen immediately explained the meanings of these two terms. There's actually such a good thing as cement. As long as we have this, we dwarves can guarantee to build enough houses for everyone to live in within 10 days, Guli said, confidently thumping his chest. The only problem was how to produce the cement. Li Chen immediately exchanged for books on cement from the system. Absorbing the knowledge transmitted into his mind by the system, he frowned slightly. The best cement is undoubtedly modern cement and Roman cement, especially Roman cement, which, in some respects, is even better than modern cement. Ports built with Roman cement, after being battered by wind and waves for 2,000 years, remained as solid as new by the time Li Chen crossed over, which could be considered a miracle. Whether choosing modern cement or Roman cement, both could build the sturdiest houses. However, making modern cement and Roman cement both requires one condition: the presence of volcanic ash. In the evil forest, there exists a volcano, an active one, located within the inner region of the evil forest. Not only does finding this volcano take time, but extracting volcanic ash from the inner area filled with level 2 and 3 magical beasts is also a problem that requires a significant amount of time to resolve. Unfortunately, what Li Chen and his group lack the most right now is time. Fortunately, Li Chen remembered that he had once seen a method to create ash cement from plant ash. After searching through the books in the system shop several times, Li Chen finally obtained the method for making cement from plant ash. The cement produced by this method is naturally inferior to modern cement and Roman cement, but Li Chen only needs the houses made from this plant ash cement to last through the winter. How long such houses can stand is not within his consideration. With a lead on obtaining the cement, the group immediately began their actions. Every minute and second now is incredibly precious. Howard had said that when the year of divine punishment arrives, all the people in the 4 major clans gathering places would evacuate. Li Chen planned to move to Evil Town as soon as the human race evacuated. Therefore, he sent Shadow to scout Evil Town, instructing him to return immediately to report once the people had left. Meanwhile, he began working with the dwarves to try to produce plant ash cement. To make plant ash cement, plant ash is essential. Obtaining plant ash is quite simple. The evil forest has plenty of trees. Collecting fallen bark and leaves, after burning them completely, what remains is the plant ash. This plant ash is then placed into a bucket filled with water and stirred thoroughly, allowing the potassium alkali in the ash to dissolve into the water. The water, now containing dissolved potassium alkali, is poured out, leaving behind the slurry, which is the main material for making cement. At this point, the slurry can already be considered cement, but this type of cement cannot withstand rain. It dissolves as soon as it rains. Therefore, a second calcination is necessary. Li Chen scooped up the settled slurry, which was still a bit hot to the touch, but not severely so. He shaped the slurry into balls and then placed them in the fire to calcine until the slurry balls emitted an orange-yellow glow, after which he took them out and set them aside to cool. Once the slurry balls cooled, they were placed back into the water for maturation. The maturation process would produce an exothermic reaction, as the calcium oxide in the slurry reacts with water to form calcium hydroxide. For people on Earth, this is just a normal chemical reaction. However, for Dina and the others, it was undoubtedly an extremely magical scene that immediately captured everyone's attention. As the reaction concluded under the amazed gazes of the crowd, Li Chen knew that the plant ash cement had been successfully made. He then gathered sand and gravel, mixing them with the plant ash cement. The mixture was shaped into bricks, and about 5 hours later, the cement bricks had initially solidified. At this point, the hardness of the cement bricks was already comparable to that of wood, and as time passed, their strength would continue to increase, reaching maximum hardness in about 10 to 20 days. During this time, the dwarves could completely build all the houses and then wait for the cement to solidify on its own. Looking at the unremarkable cement brick, after a simple test of its hardness, both the dwarves and the orcs were extremely satisfied. With the existence of this magical cement, they had no problem building enough houses for hundreds of people before winter arrived. The next day at noon, Shadow finally returned. The humans of Evil Town had completely evacuated today. Immediately, Baichi and Xingmu gathered all the orcs and informed them about the year of divine punishment and other related news. As expected, the orcs stirred in unrest, but with the presence of the respected Baichi and Xingmu, the unrest quickly subsided. Perhaps it was because most of them were weaker orcs who lacked the typical temper of ordinary orcs and did not harbor disdain for the dwarves. Upon hearing that they would soon be living alongside the dwarves, they quickly accepted the situation. Under the arrangements of Baichi and Xingmu, the orcs packed their belongings and set off towards Sin Town. It was at this time that Dokina and Guli returned to the dwarves' dwelling. Unlike the weaker orcs, these Sinner dwarves were not so easy to deal with. As soon as they heard they would be living with another race, several of them became agitated. Seeing this, Guli knew it was time to speak with his fists. After a good beating, the dwarves finally agreed to listen to them. Dokina then spent quite some time persuading these dwarves. The dwarves were not unreasonable. They understood that surviving the year of divine punishment was the most important thing. In the end, they finally compromised under the persuasion of Dokina and Guli. Soon after, nearly 100 dwarves packed their various belongings and headed towards Sin Town. The migration of the orcs went smoothly. The large procession scared away the surrounding magical beasts, and there were no incidents of anyone being attacked. Just when Li Chen thought everything was going well, bad news suddenly came from the front of the orc line. When Li Chen and the others arrived at the scene, they found the orcs all stopped at the entrance of Sin Town, watching the direction of the valley with vigilance. Subsequently, a group of orcs seemed to have the tendency to turn back. Li Chen and the others hurried forward, only to discover that there were dozens of humans inside the valley, armed with sticks, confronting the orcs outside the valley. Because of this, the orcs thought they had fallen into a human trap and wanted to escape back to the grasslands immediately. Seeing this, Li Chen couldn't help but frown and asked the shadow beside him, "What's going on? Didn't they say all the humans in Sin Town had left?" The shadow emerged from Li Chen's shadow and quickly went to check for a while. Soon, the shadow returned, looking somewhat complicated. As she said, "It's those slave humans." Li Chen immediately understood that these humans were the ones he had released from the dungeon before. In order to avoid becoming someone else's slaves, they chose not to go to Winter City but instead occupied this place after Sin Town was deserted. When they saw hundreds of orcs suddenly appear, they thought the orcs were there to take revenge on humans, which was why they raised their sticks. Li Chen knew he needed to step in to resolve this misunderstanding. While Baichi and Xingmu calmed the orcs, Li Chen walked alone towards the group of human slaves. At first, the human slaves were nervous about Li Chen approaching, but when they saw he was also human and alone, they did not react excessively. As Li Chen got within 20 meters of them, he stopped and called out to the people in front of him, "Some of you should remember me, right?" The group in front looked at Li Chen seriously, and soon someone recognized him. "It's him, he was the one who released us from the dungeon yesterday. I remember now, it was him, he gave us our freedom. But he abandoned us, didn't he?" "Yes, he left with the orcs yesterday without looking back. If he could have taken us with him, Ali wouldn't have died. My brother was also bitten to death by a magical beast because of this." Listening to their words, Li Chen realized that the number of people in front of him was about 10 fewer than yesterday, leaving only around 70. The missing 10 or so had perished in the forest during the night when they encountered magical beasts. After all, the evil forest at night is no place for ordinary people. The fact that the remaining 70 can survive is already a stroke of luck. Li Chen sighed. Of course, he didn't think it was his fault. If someone could help him, they would, and if they couldn't, he would never feel guilty towards the people in front of him. On the contrary, if these people planned to stop him from entering Evil Town with the orc dwarves, Li Chen wouldn't mind becoming a true villain for the sake of survival. Just as Li Chen was about to speak, a somewhat immature and clear voice suddenly erupted from the crowd across from him. "Isn't it shameful for you to act this way? This person right here has truly rescued us from the dungeon. What wrong has he done? Is it wrong not to continue protecting us? Do you want him to keep providing us with delicious food, fine clothes, and warm shelter? Don't be so greedy, feel ashamed of your actions." Although the voice was still somewhat immature, the tone was extremely assertive. After the speech, those around her lowered their heads in shame. At that moment, Li Chen also saw the owner of the voice, a girl of about 17 or 18 with flaxen long hair. The girl had a fair complexion and a delicate appearance. Although her clothes were somewhat tattered, she still wore them neatly, and there was a special aura about her. She was the type that could easily draw attention just by standing in the middle of the crowd. Li Chen stared at her for a few moments. He seemed to have an impression of this girl. Then he remembered that this girl was the one Charlie had wanted to sell to him for 80 silver coins. The reason Li Chen had such a deep impression of her was that Charlie had specifically emphasized that this girl was not only a virgin but had also been specially trained to serve people. Well, Li Chen admitted that this statement left quite an impression on Alicia. Was at a loss for words. As ordinary people, what could they do? Staying in the sinful town would at least help them survive this winter. If they left, the beasts would devour them in just a few nights. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly spoke up, saying, "I know why those people suddenly left Sinful Town, because this year is the year of divine punishment." Alicia was stunned for a long time after hearing this, and Everyone behind her was also in shock. Impossible, how could that be? Why is it that this year is the year of divine punishment? So that's why those people left Sinful Town, because of the year of divine punishment. We're all going to die. Should we go to Winter City? As long as we get to Winter City, we might at least have a chance to survive? No way, I'd rather die than continue being a slave. The shocking revelation threw the group into disarray. On their faces there was only deep despair. It was as if they had all agreed, for everyone wore the same expression upon hearing the words year of divine punishment. Even the bolder Alicia was not much better off. She was so shocked that it felt as if all her strength had left her, swaying dangerously close to falling. At that moment, no one had the heart to care for her. She steadied herself and, after a long time, looked up at the sky and said, "No matter what, can we not escape this tragic fate?" Li Chen had always scoffed at the notion of fate. If everything was predetermined, then why bother to exist and strive? He looked at the group of fellow humans before him and said earnestly, "We decided to migrate to Sinful Town precisely to withstand the winter of the year of divine punishment." Impossible, Sinful Town has no shelter, no warmth, no food, and there are no signs of the winter of the year of divine punishment. It could appear at any moment. How can we withstand it? Alicia appeared very despondent. If we don't act, we will definitely be unable to withstand it. Only by taking action do we have a chance of success. Now we need to act quickly and do what we can. You all. Li Chen wanted to tell Alicia and the others not to hinder him, but then he thought about it. They were ultimately his kin, so he said, "If you also want to fight for it, you can come help us. Perhaps we can all survive together. If you don't want to join us, then don't hinder us, otherwise, we won't be polite." After saying this, Li Chen greeted Anna and the others behind him. Baichi Qingmu then led the orc tribe into the valley. This time, no one stopped the orcs. Alicia watched the orc tribe advance in an orderly manner and glanced at Li Chen, who was walking alongside them. She suddenly jogged over to Li Chen's side and asked, "Why are you with the orc tribe?" The rift between humans and orcs stemmed largely from human greed. The blood potion and the reckless slave traders were the greatest conflicts between the two races. However, the several wars between the human empire and the orc empire had led humans to view the orcs' brutality on the battlefield as common knowledge. The average person's impression of an orc was almost always that of a savage and irrational enemy. Similarly, the orcs' understanding of humans also came from their enemies on the battlefield and the slave traders. In the eyes of the orcs, humans were synonymous with cunning, greed, and unscrupulousness. The misunderstandings between the two races had existed for a long time, so it was not surprising that Alicia cared about Li Chen's companionship with the orc tribe. Faced with Alicia's question, Li Chen could have explained a multitude of reasons to slowly persuade her. Unfortunately, time was too precious now. Li Chen pointed at the orc and then at Alicia, saying, "As long as they are alive, they are orcs, and you are human. If we die, we are all just a pile of decaying flesh, indistinguishable from one another. Don't think too much, girl. Right now, just consider whether you want to plant a flower with your own hands in the spring of next year, or if you prefer to nourish a flower with your own corpse in the spring of next year." After saying this, Li Chen glanced around but didn't find any flowers, so he casually plucked a blade of grass and tucked it into the girl's brown hair, then continued walking into the valley. Alicia stared at Li Chen's back, dazed for a long time, before she smiled and firmly said, "If I'm going to plant, I'd rather grow a field of wheat that can feed people." With that, Alicia jogged after Li Chen. The people behind Alicia looked on with a mix of surprise and hesitation. They had heard Li Chen's words. No one wanted to die, especially not these slaves. While most were still hesitating, a woman with long, silver-gray hair stepped out of the crowd first. She wore a long dress, and her lush hair was so abundant that it could make countless balding individuals envious, cascading down to completely obscure her face, making it hard to see her features. When this somewhat strange woman stepped forward, none of the surrounding slaves seemed familiar with her. They merely looked at her coldly. The strange woman showed no reaction, saying nothing as she lifted her foot to follow Alicia. With someone leading the way, a portion of the others quickly followed suit. Those left behind were mostly indecisive individuals, and seeing no other choice, they also began to follow. Regarding Li Chen's decision, Anna and the others had no objections, but they clearly stated that these humans must also work. Those who do not contribute do not deserve to reap rewards at this time. Li Chen thought the same and had already made plans. Although these humans were all ordinary people, they still had tasks they could perform. The grass ash cement required a massive amount of tree bark and leaves. It would be a waste to have orcs and dwarves collect tree bark and leaves. Li Chen immediately arranged for all the humans to go outside the valley to gather tree bark and leaves. While collecting, they were also to burn the grass to produce ash. Then, Li Chen demonstrated the steps to make grass ash cement, instructing them to follow along. As for the orcs, their task was to collect sand and gravel. It was difficult to find these two items in the tree-filled forest, but a little further away, near the salt mine, there was a stony area. By transporting the gravel from there and crushing the larger stones, they could obtain gravel similar to sand. Soon after, the dwarves also arrived in Sinful Town. The dwarves did not immediately start building houses but instead discussed some details of the construction with Li Chen. At this time, Li Chen also offered his suggestions. According to what you said, during the winter of the year of divine punishment, the greatest threats, aside from low temperatures and cold winds, are heavy snow. The accumulated snow could pile up to several meters high, even over 10 meters, so the construction site for the houses must be elevated, preferably on a hilltop to facilitate snow drainage. The houses shouldn't be built too high either. The strength of grass ash cement is limited, so it's best to construct only one story. The roofs should primarily be triangular to prevent snow accumulation. In fact, what Li Chen was describing was a design similar to the bungalows found in northeast China. Thinking of the northeast, Li Chen recalled another insulation method involving double-layered exterior walls. The outer walls of the house can be designed as double-layered, filled with soil in between. Such double-layered walls can provide excellent insulation. Under Li Chen's series of suggestions, the dwarves were left in a daze, at one point even doubting whether they were the true masters of construction or if Li Chen was the real master, as he seemed to understand even more than they did. With Li Chen's advice, the dwarves quickly selected a location on a hillside near a sheer cliff. The next moment, the grand construction plan officially began. In the town of Sin, 3 races gathered together for the first time in a millennium, working with clear divisions of labor. 70 humans were divided into 2 groups, with most responsible for collecting bark and leaves, while a smaller group used plant ash to make plant ash cement. 134 orcs were also split into 2 parts, one group responsible for transporting sand and gravel, and the other gathering block-shaped stones as substitutes for bricks. 72 dwarves were similarly divided into 2 groups, with most constructing houses, while a smaller group returned to the dwarven gathering place. The main reason for returning to the dwarven gathering place was for iron ore. According to Bai Qi and Shang Mu, the winter snows during the year of divine punishment were extremely exaggerated, often causing houses to collapse under the weight of accumulated snow. If such a situation occurred, there would be no chance for remedy in the blizzard. After following Li Chen's advice, the dwarves decided to add a load-bearing iron column to the center of each roof. It was indeed a bit late to start smelting iron from iron ore, but the dwarves had completely evacuated their gathering place, where there were surely many forged iron blocks left behind, and even some other precious metals. The departing dwarves likely never imagined that during the year of divine punishment, someone would set their sights on these non-edible metals, so no precautions were taken. As a result, this naturally benefited Li Chen and his group. Upon hearing that there were ready-made materials, Li Chen unhesitatingly used the remaining 200 bond points to upgrade his spatial ring to 3 cubic meters, then lent the spatial ring to the dwarves. Duo Kina was shocked upon seeing this and also lent out her own 5 cubic meter spatial ring. This amounted to a total of 8 cubic meters of space. According to the conversion, 1 cubic meter of iron weighs approximately 7.8 tons, so 8 cubic meters equated to a total of 124,800 gen of iron. If they made several trips back and forth, it would be no problem to build all the houses entirely out of iron. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, and even Li Chen was helping the dwarves. It must be said that the speed at which the dwarves built houses was indeed terrifying. 5 dwarves took less than half a day to initially complete a 30 square meter house. The house was not large, designed for better insulation, and this area was completely sufficient for living. Li Chen remembered back in middle school, his room was less than 15 square meters, yet it accommodated 6 iron bunk beds, sleeping 12 people. Compared to that, these houses were already spacious, not only large enough for everyone to live in but also with a bit of room to move around. Thinking of the iron bunk beds, Li Chen had another good idea and immediately contributed a design for a 3-tier iron bunk bed. This design left the dwarves in awe. With such beds, a room could fit 6 iron bunk beds, accommodating 18 people. Currently, there were a total of 277 people in Sin Town, meaning that including public toilets and kitchen woodhouses, only 20 rooms needed to be built to suffice for living. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and during these 5 days, everyone worked in perfect harmony, making the progress extremely smooth. The dwarves had transported back an unimaginable amount of iron blocks, piled up like a mountain. Li Chen also made sure to occasionally buy some seasonings to reward the hard-working people present. At this point, one person must be mentioned: Grey Feather, the woman with long gray hair that thickly covered her face. Grey Feather had an extraordinary talent for cooking. After just one demonstration from Li Chen, she could perfectly replicate the dish. It wasn't just about replication, though. For some reason, any dish completed by her hands was exceptionally delicious. Li Chen felt it was countless times better than the dishes from those so-called century-old restaurants. It was delicious to an unreasonable extent. Li Chen could only attribute this to her so-called talent. As a result, from that point on, Grey Feather's main task became cooking. Thanks to the meals prepared by Grey Feather, all 3 races displayed astonishing potential. Each person worked with all their might, hoping to eat a few more bowls of the food she made during mealtime. Consequently, in just 5 days, over 30 houses were completed. More than 30 large bungalows were orderly situated on the hillside, connected one after another, resembling a coiled snake expanding layer by layer outward. Stepping into one of the houses, the first thing one would notice was the 6 three-tiered iron bunk beds filled with warmth, followed by the black load-bearing column standing tall in the center of the house. Each house also had 2 doors leading to adjacent rooms, allowing people to traverse all the rooms without stepping outside. This design was intended to facilitate access to the public restroom and dining hall. Additionally, there was a hollow iron pipe connecting all the rooms through these doors. The source of the iron pipe was the dining hall. Whenever the dining hall started a fire, hot air would travel through these pipes to every room. Simply put, it was a heating pipe. One could say that to survive this winter, Li Chen had utilized everything he could think of. Of course, he also considered the firewood situation. Out of the more than 30 rooms, only 20 were for living, while the rest were all firewood storage. Without coal, cooking and heating during winter relied heavily on firewood and charcoal. Therefore, he built over a dozen firewood storage rooms, all located on the outermost perimeter, which could also help block some wind and snow. Li Chen and the others walked through all the rooms, and everyone was very satisfied with the houses. They were increasingly confident about getting through this winter. Although the houses were built, there was still much to do. At this moment, the firewood storage was still empty. Firewood burned quickly, and what was needed was a large amount of charcoal. Here, Li Chen had to thank the dwarves for their strong support. As a race that thrived on forging, the dwarves were certainly not lacking in metals and the charcoal needed for forging. Without further ado, Guli immediately brought his spatial ring and 2 other level 2 dwarf warriors to shuttle back and forth between Sinful Town and the dwarven gathering place. By the way, Li Chen could now rely on his affinity interactions to gain a full 108 bond points every day. In 5 days, he had saved up 540 bond points. To make Guli and the others work more efficient, Li Chen grudgingly upgraded his spatial ring to 8 cubic meters. Along with Mozina's spatial ring, they could transport about 5 tons of charcoal in one round trip. Guli and the 3 moved back and forth between the 2 locations at the fastest speed, managing to make 5 or 6 trips in a single day. It was estimated that in a few days they could fill up all the firewood storage rooms. As long as heavy snow didn't arrive the next day, the charcoal situation could be considered settled. Now, the only remaining issue was food. In the city of Winter, a border stronghold inhabited by hundreds of thousands, it stands as the junction between the sinful forest and the human empire, as well as a crucial threshold defending against the orc empire. With towering walls reaching 30 meters high, the citizens of the city should have been living peaceful and prosperous lives. However, ever since the news of the year of divine punishment spread throughout the human empire, the entire city has plunged into panic. The powerful and wealthy families are faring better. They can prepare adequately with their power and money to smoothly endure the long winter ahead. Yet, most of the common folk in the city are not so fortunate. In the midst of panic, prices have skyrocketed. The black bread that used to cost 1 copper coin has now risen to 2 copper coins, and wheat that was 2 copper coins per pound has surged to 5 copper coins. The essential charcoal for winter is also in short supply, and the vast majority of commoners know deep down that they might not survive this winter. They cannot understand why the so-called divine punishment is targeting them, the honest and hard-working lower-class citizens who have lived their lives in integrity. Bart paid no attention to the desperate faces of the commoners on the street as he hurried towards the Lord's mansion, his heart filled with anxiety. He had returned to Winter City 2 days ago, but despite several attempts to meet Lord Carton, he had yet to secure an audience. Bart was uncertain when the Baron, who held a grudge against him, would discover that he had returned to Winter City. All he hoped for now was to see Lord Carton as soon as possible. Finally, today, the Lord was willing to see him. Bart felt a mix of excitement and trepidation as he followed the servant into the Lord's mansion. Lord, Bart has been brought in. Bring him in. As the door to the study slowly opened, Bart finally met the master of Winter City, Lanny Carton. With silver short hair, a dignified square face, and eyes that pierced like swords, just one glance made Bart unable to resist kneeling at the feet of the man before him. Carton seemed accustomed to this and did not ask Bart to stand, casually saying, "I heard about Howard's death 2 days ago. However, those who returned from Sinful Town, including the Mercenary Guild, do not know who the murderer is, yet you claim to know?" "Yes, my lord, I happen to know some details," Bart said without any concealment, recounting everything he knew. Carton nodded. "So it was a high-level blacksmith. No wonder Howard abandoned my test. I have a general understanding of the situation now. I will help you with your request, provided that what you said is true. You may leave for now." Bart's face lit up with joy, and he quickly got up, respectfully bowing before exiting the study with the servant. At that moment, a man who bore an 8-point resemblance to Carton approached from the other side of the study. "Father, do you want me to take people to kill that Li Chen right away? And bring back that high-level blacksmith dwarf for you?" Carton looked up at his son and shook his head. "Yuland, I have told you many times, think carefully before acting. Even the dead Howard did better than you in this regard. No one can predict when the snow will fall in the year of divine punishment. Acting now is gambling with your own life and that of the knights, it is not worth it. Yulan Carton pounded the sofa in frustration. So Howard died for nothing? Of course not, Lanny Carton said with a cold smile. If that Lichin dares to come to Winter City, he won't be able to escape. If he doesn't come to Winter City, he won't survive this winter. Even if. Lanny Carton glanced at the distant mountains as if she could see the ferocious beasts within. Even if he finds shelter in the heavy snow of winter, he won't escape the beast tide that follows. It's a pity about the high-level blacksmith, but we should be better prepared to deal with the beast tide that could appear at any moment. The house was finally completed, and charcoal was being transported back continuously. Just when Li Chen thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, Anna found him. Anna had her reasons for seeking out Li Chen. As mentioned before, aside from keeping warm, there were two issues to resolve in order to survive the year of divine punishment. One was housing. The other was food. The importance of food was no less than that of housing. How could a body without fat endure the winter? Once the house was finished, hunting and storing food became the top priority. Anna was now troubled about how to store the game they hunted, and without any ideas, she instinctively turned to Li Chen. After all, this person always seemed to find a way to solve any problem he encountered. Anna herself didn't realize that she had developed a strong sense of dependence on Li Chen without even noticing it. Li Chen listened quietly to Anna's troubles and understood the situation after she finished. The terror of the year of divine punishment was not just the snow and low temperatures, but the suddenness of it all. Perhaps yesterday was clear and sunny, with temperatures soaring as if it were midsummer, and yet, once the snow fell, the next day it could freeze into ice. In just a few short hours, the temperature difference could reach dozens of degrees. Such occurrences only happen in disaster movies on Earth, but they were a reality during the winter of the year of divine punishment. Originally, the orc tribe's method of storing food for winter was to make some jerky during the usual days, and when winter approached, they would hunt extensively while the temperature was neither too high nor too low. They would then place the game deep in cold caves, where the meat wouldn't spoil easily. When winter officially arrived and the heavy snow fell, they could put the game in the snow to preserve it for the entire winter. However, during the year of divine punishment, it was impossible to predict when it would snow. Hunting too early would lead to spoiled game, while hunting too late would result in food shortages, especially since this winter was destined to be even longer, making food scarcity even more severe. After hearing this, Li Chen immediately thought of making jerky and salting the meat, but making jerky was troublesome, and even with all hands on deck, they couldn't produce enough to last the entire winter. Salting was even less feasible, as orcs primarily consumed meat. They couldn't survive on salted meat for 4 to 5 months. Moreover, while meat could be salted, could wild vegetables and fruits also be salted? Humans, unlike orcs and dwarves, couldn't do without these two things. Aside from these two methods of preserving food, the first thing that came to Li Chen's mind was freezing. Freezing could preserve meat perfectly and also ensure that vegetables and fruits wouldn't spoil. However, while freezing was great, it wasn't something that could be done easily. Li Chen could exchange for a freezer, but unfortunately, a freezer couldn't store much food, and it required dozens of bond points and even needed electricity. Li Chen couldn't just exchange for a few generators for the sake of these freezers, could he? With that thought, creating a cold storage facility seemed to be the best option. The biggest problem with creating a cold storage facility was how to obtain ice. Mastering physics and chemistry means you can travel the world without fear. Li Chen deeply felt the truth of this saying. To create ice by hand, one couldn't do without chemistry. Of course, if you had a sprite nearby who could use ice attribute magic, you could just assume it was Li Chen farting. But there was no such sprite beside Li Chen, so he had to find a way himself. Almost in an instant, the words niter ice making appeared in his mind. This method of making ice, which has been passed down since ancient times, is considered one of the simplest. The only difficulty is obtaining niter. The system shop sells niter, but the price is not cheap. 1 pound of niter costs 3 points of bond value. The amount of niter required for ice making is not small. Without hundreds of pounds of niter, one can only make a few small ice cubes to play with. Li Chen, who had just upgraded his space ring, simply did not have that much bond value to squander. Fortunately, niter is not hard to find. It can be found in the corners of houses, pigsties, next to toilets, and in the corners of stables. This is because niter in nature is often formed from nitrogenous organic matter in the soil that decomposes and oxidizes into nitric acid under bacterial action, then combines with potassium in the soil. Places like pigsties and stables are the easiest to produce niter. However, this time, Li Chen managed to obtain niter in the streets and alleys of Sin Town. After all, this is a magical continent without public toilets, and everyone is already used to relieving themselves anywhere. Li Chen exchanged 1 point of bond value for a book on extracting niter from the system shop. He had some free people help him collect niter, and after a simple extraction process, he managed to gather hundreds of pounds of niter in just 1 day. Next, it was time to make ice with this niter. The history of niter ice making can be traced back to the late Tang dynasty. If even the ancients could do it, there was no reason Li Chen couldn't make ice. He had the dwarves help him cast 2 copper rectangular containers, one large and one small. The large copper container needed to be thicker, while the small one should be as thin as possible. First, he poured drinkable clean water into the small copper container, then sealed it. He placed the small copper container inside the large one. He added half water to the large copper container, then half niter, and stirred thoroughly. The reaction between niter and water absorbed heat, causing the temperature inside the large copper container to drop sharply, quickly falling below 0 degrees. At this point, Li Chen had someone seal the large copper container as well and wrapped it in several layers of animal skin to maintain the low temperature. After 1 or 2 hours, when he opened the small copper container, the water inside had frozen into rectangular ice blocks. The few little girls, including Dina, who had come to join the fun, watched in disbelief as the clean water turned into ice blocks, looking at Li Chen with astonishment. Li Chen, I didn't expect you, a human with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to actually be a sprite. Otherwise, how could you use ice magic? Xiao Cheng stared wide-eyed at Li Chen, her expression one of disbelief. Li Chen was too lazy to explain the principles to these little ones, so he first gave Xiao Cheng a light tap on the head, then knocked off a few pieces from the ice block and handed them to the dissatisfied Xiao Cheng and the other girls, hoping to send them away. However, seeing Anna nearby, who looked like a curious baby, Li Chen ultimately had to briefly explain the principle. He had only gotten halfway through when the little girls ran off with the ice blocks. Only Anna stayed behind to listen attentively. When she heard that in Li Chen's hometown, everyone knew that niter could make ice, her eyes widened in surprise, revealing a very cute expression. It was as if her expression was saying, everyone knows? Why didn't I know? The ratio for niter ice making is about 1 to 1. This means that 100 pounds of niter can produce 100 pounds of ice blocks. Moreover, niter can be reused. As long as the cooling crystallization method or evaporation crystallization method is used, niter can be extracted again for reuse. In this way, thousands of pounds of ice can be produced in a day, and soon enough, there will be enough ice to support a cold storage facility. Seeing this, Li Chen began to have the rabbit people dig tunnels, and then had the dwarves use straw and animal skins to insulate the tunnels before moving the ice inside. As soon as a large amount of ice entered the tunnel, the temperature inside dropped at a rate that could be felt on the skin. After that, as long as some ice was added from time to time, this cold storage could always maintain a low temperature. Looking at the cold storage before them, both Li Chen and Anna knew that as long as they hunted enough prey, they might really survive this winter of divine punishment that had left countless people in despair. According to the original hunting methods of the orc tribe, it could be summed up in 3 words: head-on confrontation. The specific process was to find the prey, draw weapons, and if you win, you eat them; if you lose, they eat you. In Li Chen's view, this hunting method was too low in both safety and efficiency. As expected, he came up with a good suggestion. Anna was already used to this. She felt that this man before her seemed to understand a little about everything. In fact, the surfing expert Li Chen did know a little about everything, and although it was only a little, it was enough to be useful. This time, all level 1 and above individuals in the town of Sin set out. First, Ing searched for hunting targets. After 2 hours, Ing discovered a herd of level 1 wild bulls, numbering around 50. These hefty creatures weighed about 5,000 pounds each. Although they were only level 1, if they charged together, they could instantly trample a level 2 warrior into pulp. Even a level 3 warrior would likely have to temporarily retreat when faced with 100 charging wild bulls. Although Li Chen's group had 150 level 1 warriors, 99 of the weaker orcs would struggle to take on these wild bulls even 2 to 1. The remaining 51 dwarves could each hold off 1 wild bull, but when faced with the charge of the herd, the casualties would certainly be greater among the dwarves. To avoid unnecessary losses, Li Chen did not plan to confront this herd of wild bulls head-on. I found the cliff you mentioned, just a few hundred meters away. Ying's voice suddenly came from behind. Upon hearing this, Li Chen immediately instructed all the orcs and dwarves to start cutting down trees to create obstacles. This barrier extended from the wild bulls to the cliff that Ying mentioned. Once the barriers were completed, Li Chen had people light a large number of torches, and the next moment, the orcs and dwarves raised their torches and advanced toward the herd of wild bulls. They waved their torches to drive the wild bulls away. Although the wild bulls were magical beasts, they still feared fire, and seeing a way out ahead, they began to run in groups. The orcs and dwarves chased closely behind. Guided by the obstacles, the wild bulls unknowingly ran to the edge of the cliff. Looking at the cliff face before them, the wild bulls all stopped, and only a few unfortunate ones at the front were pushed off the cliff, falling to their deaths. The orcs and dwarves continued to wave their torches to drive the wild bulls ahead, but the remaining wild bulls, seeing the dead end in front of them, actually turned back, seemingly wanting to fight the orcs and dwarves. Seeing this, Li Chen immediately exchanged for some firecrackers and fireworks. With a thunderous bang of firecrackers, the fireworks shot out like rockets, and then exploded in front of the wild bulls. This scene, resembling a natural disaster, even frightened the orcs and dwarves into retreating, let alone the wild bulls. During the wild bulls' terrified retreat, one after another fell off the cliff, either dead or injured. When only a few wild bulls were left, they stubbornly refused to retreat any further. However, at this point, it no longer mattered whether they retreated or not. In the next moment, the beastmen and dwarves had already surrounded them. A wild bull weighs 5,000 pounds, and with a 50% meat yield, it can produce 2,500 pounds of meat. 50 wild bulls would amount to 125,000 pounds. When Li Chen heard this number, he initially thought they had gathered enough meat for a group of people to eat for 4 to 5 months. However, the reality was that it was far from enough. Why? Of course, it was because the beastmen had an exceptionally large appetite. Don't be fooled by the term leak in the beastman's name, they certainly wouldn't skimp on their food. As Li Chen put it, even though they were small in strength, their food consumption was enormous. Besides that, the dwarves also had a considerable appetite. This group of guys, who spent all day honing their bodies, were half the size of the beastmen but consumed nearly the same amount of food. It was estimated that each beastman and dwarf needed to eat about 30 pounds of meat daily. On the other hand, the human race was the easiest to feed, requiring at most 10 pounds of meat a day, along with some wild vegetables and fruits to suffice. With this calculation, Li Chen realized the staggering truth. Their group of fewer than 300 people consumed nearly 7,000 pounds of meat each day. If calculated over 5 months, they would need to prepare over 1 million pounds of meat to be sufficient. When Li Chen figured out this number, his head buzzed. For a moment, he even doubted that to survive this winter, they might need to exterminate all the magical beasts in the sinful forest. In response, Anna assured him not to worry. The 4 major clans had occupied the sinful forest for countless years, hunting an unknown number of magical beasts, and even now, there was no sign of a decrease in the magical beasts in the forest. Li Chen's concerns were completely unnecessary. Hearing this, Li Chen felt relieved and shifted his focus back to how to hunt enough prey. To quickly hunt a large amount of prey, they had to venture into the inner areas of the sinful forest, where there were enough magical beasts for them to hunt. However, there were level 3 magical beasts in the inner areas, and after Anna's beastification, she indeed had the strength to fight a level 3 magical beast, while Shadow could hold one off. But if they encountered more than 3 level 3 magical beasts, casualties would likely be unavoidable. As for Li Chen, he still needed about 10 to 20 days to officially reach the level 3 realm, and by then, the heavy winter snow would probably have already begun to fall. Li Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly looked at Anna, asking, "Anna, you mentioned before that you are close to advancing to a level 3 warrior. How much longer do you think it will take?" Anna guessed Li Chen's intentions and shook her head. "I am indeed not far from becoming a level 3 warrior, but I'm not sure when I will break through. It could be tomorrow or it could be months from now. So, as long as there is external support, you have a good chance of breaking through immediately?" Li Chen said as he took out a magic core. This item was something he had exchanged for salt from the beastmen and had kept unused until now, and it might finally come in handy. Anna frowned at the magic core. Without purification agents, the magic core cannot be absorbed directly. Li Chen had clearly anticipated this and replied, "Shadow's dark attribute magic can devour the impurities in the magic core, leaving only the pure energy." Anna still frowned. Although dark attribute magic can consume impurities, it also takes a toll on Shadow. "I'm afraid Shadow won't be able to purify too many magic cores." Li Chen naturally considered Anna's concerns, so he exchanged a bottle of low-grade energy potion from the system space. Low-grade energy potion instantly restores a portion of energy within the body and accelerates energy recovery speed for the next hour, with a usage interval of 1 day, 10 bond value. This was Li Chen's first time exchanging for a low-grade energy potion. When he described the effects of the potion, not only Anna but everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. This kind of potion was unheard of, and it was likely that even a witch might not be able to concoct it, yet Li Chen could pull it out effortlessly. However, recalling the equally incredible healing potion, Anna and the others quickly accepted it. With the low-grade energy potion in hand, Anna no longer hesitated. She had been stuck at level 2 for nearly 10 years and had long wanted to break through to level 3 to see what it was like. Now that she had the opportunity, she felt a deep sense of anticipation. At this time, the group dissected the wild bull at the bottom of the cliff, bringing back the hide and meat. At Li Chen's repeated request, the orc, though somewhat puzzled, also brought back some of the bull's internal organs. Li Chen did not waste the remaining odds and ends, storing some in his spatial ring, which might be useful as bait later. The group then returned the way they came. By evening, the group returned to Sin Town, where Ing immediately began purifying the magic core. Dark attribute magic power, black like liquid, surged from her body, surrounding a level 2 magic core. About 10 minutes later, the dark attribute magic power vanished, leaving behind a transparent sphere with a white energy swirling at its center. 2 hours later, Ing had purified a total of 12 level 2 magic cores. At this point, sweat trickled down Ying's forehead and her complexion. It was hard to tell if it had turned pale, but Li Chen could see that her magic power was nearly exhausted. Li Chen hurriedly handed her the low-grade energy potion. Ing gulped it down. The people present saw Ing instantly perk up, and the next moment, dark attribute magic power surged from her body again. An hour passed, during which Ying's magic power should have been depleted long ago, but the terrifying recovery effect of The low-grade energy potion allowed her to purify another 6 level 2 magic cores before finally running out of magic power and stopping. At this point, Ying had purified a total of 18 level 2 magic cores. Li Chen picked up one of them and tried to absorb the energy within. All the energy in the magic core was instantly drained, but Li Chen found that the liquid fighting spirit he had condensed within his body had not increased much. This result was within Li Chen's expectations. After all, it took others over 10 years to advance from level 2 to level 3, and even Anna had struggled for nearly 10 years and was still a bit short. Yet Li Chen only needed a month, which was clearly related to the multiracial talents brought by the system. Under the dual influence of multiracial talents and high-quality fighting spirit, his speed of absorbing and condensing liquid fighting spirit was already terrifying, reaching the limit of his body. This was akin to Li Chen almost constantly using magic cores for cultivation. At this point, absorbing energy from another magic core would naturally not bring him much improvement. It was because of this assumption that Li Chen planned to let Anna break through to level 3 first. Anna was different from him. Having struggled for nearly 10 years without a breakthrough, her speed of absorbing and condensing vital energy was certainly not at its limit. With the external force of the magic core and the support of a large amount of energy, she would surely be able to break through her bottleneck and join the ranks of level 3 warriors. However, Li Chen was uncertain about how many magic cores Anna would need to advance. Ying could purify a maximum of 18 level 2 magic cores each day, and based on that, Li Chen hoped Anna could break through quickly. Otherwise, if it started snowing, it would be too late. Anna began to absorb the magic cores. After the white energy in the magic cores was absorbed by her, this attributeless energy transformed into her source of power, vital energy. One by one, the level 2 magic cores were drained of energy by her, their empty shells turning to ash in her hands. However, even after the 18th level 2 magic core had turned to ash, Anna still had not broken through to the realm of a level 3 warrior. Anna opened her eyes, and there was not much disappointment in them. Instead, there was a surge of excitement. I feel close. I estimate that just a few more level 2 magic cores will be enough to break through to level 3. Li Chen was naturally happy for Anna upon hearing this, but he had only exchanged a total of 20 level 2 magic cores from the orcs using salt, and the rest were all level 1 magic cores. He wondered if absorbing level 1 magic cores would also be effective for Anna. As for the fact that Anna had no magic cores in her hands, she had long ago exchanged them for table salt with the weak orcs at their gathering place. The situation with the Sinner dwarves was similar, except that the magic cores in the hands of the Sinner dwarves were mostly exchanged for inferior beer. The next morning, Li Chen and his group hunted while waiting for Shadow's magic to recover. This time, they had a plan to clear the area around the town of Sin. After thoroughly sweeping the surrounding magical beasts, ordinary human beings appeared at that moment. They spread out, searching for any edible wild vegetables and fruits. As for how to identify which wild vegetables and fruits were edible, Li Chen had explained it to them using relevant books exchanged from the system shop, while some dwarves and orcs also shared their experiences. At that time, after half a day's time, the 70 people had gathered several hundred pounds of harvest. The taste of these wild vegetables and fruits was not very good. After trying some, Dina and the other girls lost interest. However, Li Chen believed that when winter came and everyone grew tired of meat, these wild vegetables and fruits would surely become the most popular food. He immediately decided to collect more. To this end, the hunting team, primarily composed of dwarves and supported by orcs, continued to clear the magical beasts around the town of Sin, collecting meat while ensuring the safety of the human team. Thus, by evening, Li Chen and the others had hunted another 50,000 pounds of game, and Shadow's magic had finally recovered significantly. Seeing that night was about to fall, Li Chen led the team back to the town of Sin. In the town of Sin, Shadow began to purify the magic cores again. First, the remaining 2 level 2 magic cores were purified, and 20 minutes later, the purification of the level 2 magic cores was completed, after which Shadow began to purify the level 1 magic cores. Almost every minute, Shadow could purify 1 level 1 magic core. After replenishing with a low-grade energy potion, Shadow ultimately purified a total of 2 level 2 magic cores and 150 level 1 magic cores. Anna held these magic cores, took a deep breath, and then began to absorb the energy within them. At that moment, not only was Dina standing by Anna's side, but even Baichi, Xingmu, and the little ones, as well as all the weak orcs, were anxiously waiting nearby. The reason the weak orcs were given the title of weak was that their basic attribute points were too low. Most of the weak orcs had all 4 basic attributes at just 1 point, with a total of only 4 points. This not only meant that weak orcs were the weakest existence within the same realm, but such qualifications also limited their upper strength potential. It could be said that among the weak orcs, it was impossible for any to become level 3 or above. In this perilous forest of Sin, it was very difficult for such weak orcs to survive. Therefore, for these weak orcs, they desperately needed a strong protector. And the one most likely to become that strong protector was Anna. Anna was not a weak orc. She left the orc empire because the Silver Wolf clan was framed, forcing her to flee with Dina to the sinful forest. Before meeting Li Chen, she had already interacted multiple times with the weak orcs in the Sinful Forest, trying to unite those orcs who had been expelled due to their low qualifications. The weak orcs did not resent Anna's desire to become their leader. What mattered to them was her strength. Anna was undoubtedly powerful, her true combat ability sufficient to allow her to kill enemies across a realm. As long as Anna broke through to level 3, she could fight against level 4 strong opponents during the period of beastification, without being defeated, and even counterattack. Level 4 combat power was the pinnacle in the Sinful Forest. If Anna could successfully break through, she would possess the power to protect the weak orcs in the Sinful Forest, at which point they would likely truly regard her as their leader. Therefore, the current situation was not only crucial for Anna but also for the weak orcs present. Anna slowly absorbed 2 level 2 magic cores, and, as the last trace of energy was completely absorbed, she did not advance to level 3. Seeing this, Anna immediately grabbed a handful of level 1 magic cores to continue absorbing the energy within a level 1 magic core was only 1/10 that of a level 2 magic core, and its purity was inferior, but with the sheer number of level 1 magic cores, Anna still felt her internal vitality continuously growing, until the last level 1 magic core turned to ash in her hand. While Li Chen was contemplating whether to exchange for a mid-grade energy potion, Anna's entire body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. She had finally succeeded in advancing to a level 3 warrior. Dina jumped up in excitement, hugging Anna, while Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai happily grabbed Li Chen's hands, shaking them up and down. Bai Chi Qingmu and all the orc tribes were cheering. The dwarves and humans, who had originally gathered to join the fun, seemed to be influenced as well, joining in the cheers. Let's celebrate properly. We'll have extra food tonight, Li Chen shouted, waving his hand. Behind him, the already prepared Grey Feather immediately brought out exquisite dishes that were not only beautiful in appearance but also astonishing in flavor. This time, there was plenty of food, and many new dishes were added, such as various kinds of offal dishes. The beings from other worlds did not eat offal at all. They could not appreciate its deliciousness and would only eat some when absolutely necessary in the wild. In the wild, how could offal be prepared? It could only be placed by the fire and roasted, with a bit of salt added if conditions allowed. How could such offal possibly taste good? So when Li Chen had them keep the barbarian cow offal, neither the orcs, dwarves, nor humans could understand. However, at this moment, when bowls of braised offal, covered in red oil, stir-fried lung slices, and marinated liver slices were placed before them, they were all stunned, especially as they inhaled the enticing aroma that made everyone present unable to resist swallowing. No one in Sinful Town doubted Greyfeather's culinary skills, so they had no hesitation and immediately dug into the dishes. With each bite, almost everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. So offal can be this delicious. It's 1,000 times better than meat. I'll only eat offal from now on. At that moment, a group of people seemed like starving ghosts, their mouths never stopping. Thanks to the ample offal left over, they could barely keep up with their appetite. Seeing the lively scene, Emochina's eyes flashed with a hint of pain, and then she gritted her teeth and took out all the wine that Li Chen had given her earlier. Since that's the case, how can we not have some wine? The other dwarves, seeing this, also contributed a portion of their own hidden wine. The entire scene was instantly ignited as a group of people ate dishes and drank wine together. At some point, the three races began to mingle, with each other linking arms, toasting, and sharing meat. In that moment, there were no barriers between races, not even distinctions. They were just a group of ordinary companions celebrating together. Li Chen, watching this scene, couldn't help but smile. A banquet is always the best place to enhance friendship. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the system's so-called world of peaceful coexistence among various races truly existed. Today, we will head to the inner area of the Sinful Forest for hunting. Unlike the past 2 days, this time we will encounter not only level 3 magical beasts but also a large number of level 2 magical beasts, so we need to be more cautious and our battle plan must change accordingly. Perhaps because Li Chen had been involved in most of the decisions during this time, and whenever they faced difficulties, he would propose various useful suggestions, ultimately solving one problem after another with those suggestions. Unknowingly, everyone in Sinful Town had begun to habitually follow Li Chen's orders. Li Chen did not disappoint this expectation, organizing most matters in an orderly manner. Thus, at this moment, Li Chen had surprisingly become the center of this wonderful mixed team of 3 races. Of course, his status did not make him aloof. For important matters, he still needed to discuss with Anna, the orcs' white flag Qingmu, Duzina Gully of the dwarves, and Alicia Greyfeather of the humans. The matter to be discussed today was about hunting in the inner area of the Sinful Forest. Since Anna had advanced to a level 3 warrior, they had the capital to operate in the inner area. However, for their core group, which consisted of only level 1 members, hunting in the inner area was still somewhat difficult. After discussion, they decided to primarily use traps as their hunting method. When it came to traps, the dwarves became key. Although dwarves were not particularly skilled in traps, they could forge various weapons which, when combined with traps, could yield remarkable results. Early this morning, Li Chen had asked the dwarves to forge hundreds of iron short spears, iron shields, over 100 recurve bows, and nearly 1,000 sharp arrows, along with nearly 100 modern engineering shovels. The raw materials were made from iron blocks contributed by the dwarves, and the tendons of magical beasts. With a ready supply of high-quality iron blocks, 72 dwarves worked simultaneously, and in just one morning they produced all the equipment Li Chen wanted. Li Chen equipped each Level 1 orc with 3 iron short spears, a recurve bow, a quiver of arrows, and an engineering shovel. Each Level 1 dwarf took a large iron shield. At this point, there were still 30 orcs, 17 dwarves, and 70 humans left, all of whom were below Level 1. Li Chen arranged for these people to continue gathering wild vegetables and fruits in the surrounding area. After all, the magical beasts around had already been thoroughly cleared by them, so Li Chen was not worried that these Level 0 individuals would encounter danger. Let's go! The next moment, with Li Chen's command, the group moved towards the inner area of the sinful forest. After 2 hours of travel, Li Chen and the others finally arrived at the inner area. The number of magical beasts around had noticeably increased, and the howls of beasts could be heard from time to time. As usual, Li Chen sent Ying to scout for suitable groups of magical beasts to hunt. With Ying's departure, the remaining people did not remain idle. It was not always possible to encounter suitable cliffs. So this time, Li Chen decided to set traps in advance. The simplest and most effective trap was, of course, to dig a deep pit, insert iron short spears upside down in the pit, and then cover the surface with soil. However, when faced with a large number of magical beasts, such traps might be able to take down the ones at the front, but once the trap is triggered and the deep pit revealed, the beasts behind will no longer jump into the pit. Especially when dealing with those beasts that have strong jumping abilities, a single leap can cover dozens of meters. To stop them, one would probably need to dig a pit over 100 meters deep. Digging such pits is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also ineffective. Li Chen thought for a moment and instructed the dwarves to chop down trees on both sides to create obstacles, just like last time. Then he had the orcs start digging pits, but Li Chen instructed them to dig small pits, about half a meter in diameter and 1 meter deep, cylindrical holes. They dug one every 2 meters. In this way, the orcs dug nearly 1,000 of these pits along the road spanning hundreds of meters. This was thanks to the engineering shovel design blueprint contributed by Li Chen. This tool could dig, saw, chop, stab, cut, clamp, hook, pry, hammer, and measure. When encountering tree roots, a few shovels would cut through them, and especially when digging holes, it was incredibly easy. Even the weaker orcs could dig a pit that met Li Chen's requirements in just a few minutes. The entire process took less than half an hour to complete. At this point, the orcs showed no signs of fatigue, their faces calm and their hearts steady. Soon after, Ying returned. She had finally found a suitable target. On a hillside 3 kilometers away, there was a den of unicorn wolves. Ying roughly estimated that there were probably over 200 unicorn wolves in this den. Li Chen was delighted to hear that it was the familiar unicorn wolves. However, the ones he encountered previously were solitary, so he had no real experience. This time, he would be facing an entire pack of unicorn wolves, and according to Ying, there was even a level 3 wolf king among them. It is well known that a pack of wolves and a solitary wolf are fundamentally 2 different species, and a pack with a wolf king is yet another distinct species from one without. Although most of these unicorn wolves were of level 1 strength, Li Chen still dared not be the slightest bit careless. He called Guli, Duochi, Na Anna, and Di Na to discuss, and soon everyone had a plan. In the inner area of the sinful forest, at the foot of a hillside, a giant black wolf with spiral-shaped horns on its head was basking in the sun leisurely. It was indeed a very large unicorn wolf, measuring a full 10 meters long including its tail, its massive body resembling a small mountain. It was the wolf king of the unicorn wolf pack. Beside the wolf king, a group of female wolves were playfully biting each other. In addition, there were over 100 adult wolves surrounding them. These unicorn wolves were evenly spread around the hillside, centered on the wolf king, as if guarding something. Besides protecting the wolf king, they were also guarding the den of wolves at the foot of the hillside. In the den, built of hay, there were dozens of unicorn wolf pups. Each of these little pups was the future of the pack, and all the unicorn wolves would do their utmost to protect and raise them. What should have been a peaceful day suddenly changed when a shadow darted towards the wolf den. The wolf king was extremely perceptive and immediately sensed something was off. It raised its head warily to look, but aside from a few large trees and their shadows, there was nothing else in the area. A hint of human-like confusion appeared in the wolf king's eyes. After a moment, it seemed to think it had misseen and shook its large head, lying back down to rest. Just then, the shadow of the large tree suddenly moved, and then it flashed again, silently appearing in the den at the foot of the hillside. Ying did not deactivate her shadow merge skill. The black shadow hid in the corner, quietly watching the little wolf pups before her. There were as many as 30 pups. The little wolf cubs had been born for a while now, and they were already playfully learning to control their strength. Ying did not rush to act. If she startled the cubs, it would surely alert the wolf king, making it very troublesome for her to escape from this wolf den. She needed to wait for the right moment. Release the arrow. At that moment, a powerful voice came from afar, followed by an arrow shooting in from the distance, landing with a thud right on the neck of a unicorn wolf. The unicorn wolf let out a few agonizing cries before collapsing to the ground, convulsing and dying. This scene instantly startled the Wolf King, who sprang up and let out a howl, a wolf. The entire wolf pack became alert at the sound. In the next moment, a flicker of anger flashed in the Wolf King's eyes. It left a few female wolves behind and led the surrounding pack in pursuit of the direction from which the arrow had come. Seeing this, Ing finally emerged from the shadows. The bizarre scene frightened the little wolf cubs, making them howl loudly. Ing didn't care whether the female wolves could hear her. She lunged forward and grabbed 2 cubs. Feeling it wasn't enough, she stuffed the 2 cubs into her arms and glanced at the remaining cubs. At that moment, she spotted a little cub, entirely black as ink, with a single horn that looked as beautiful as black crystal. Ing liked what she saw and, without hesitation, grabbed this cub along with another sturdier cub. In the next moment, Ing took off running towards the outside of the den. The female wolf that had just heard the commotion was instantly knocked aside by Ing, unable to stop her. In that moment, a woof. As Ing ran far away, the female wolf didn't even have time to get up and raised her head to howl for help towards the distant Wolf King. Upon hearing the female wolf's howl, the Wolf King immediately understood that it had been robbed. Its eyes burned with fury. A woof! With a command, the Wolf King rallied the pack and ran towards the den. When the Wolf King returned to the den, it immediately caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent. In the next moment, it realized that several of its cubs seemed to be missing, especially the black cub it loved the most, which had also been stolen away. In an instant, the Wolf King's eyes turned blood red. A woof! Another howl erupted, and the pack, led by the Wolf King, crazily chased after the scent left by Ing. However, this time the Wolf King was cautious. It left over 30 male wolves outside the den to guard the remaining cubs. A few kilometers away, Li Chen listened to the Wolf King's furious howls, knowing that Ing had succeeded. At that moment, Dina, holding a recurved bow, nimbly weaved through the branches and returned to Li Chen's side. The Wolf King has been enraged and is leading about 150 adult unicorn wolves in pursuit of Ing, just 1,000 meters away from us. Everything is going according to plan. As Dina spoke, she looked at Li Chen with admiration. Clearly, the current situation was all within Li Chen's expectations. Li Chen's idea was simple. To deal with such a large number of wolves, he had to lure them into a trap. However, enticing the wolf pack into the trap was not easy. Wolves are clever, especially a pack led by a Wolf King, which would not easily fall for tricks. Nevertheless, Li Chen had his methods. After hearing Ing mention that there were cubs in the den, he immediately devised this plan. The plan was straightforward: steal the Wolf King's cubs. I stole your cubs, so what will you do, Wolf King? Will you come after me? If you don't come, I'll steal your cubs again next time, leaving not a single one behind. The Wolf King indeed couldn't stand it. Upon seeing its young stolen, it immediately led the pack in pursuit. Now, all Li Chen had to do was wait for these wolves to step into the trap. Li Chen waved his hand, and at that moment, all the dwarves and orcs retreated to the sides of the trap, using branches and leaves to conceal their figures. Not long after, the shadow of the figure gradually appeared in their line of sight, followed by the tall Wolf King and a pack of unicorn wolves. The wolf pack was now less than 200 meters away from the trap. A woof! At that moment, the Wolf King suddenly stopped on all fours, and with a howl, the entire pack came to a halt. The Wolf King sniffed the air, then looked towards the hidden position of Li Chen and the others with a disdainful expression, much like a human would. Li Chen felt a sense of foreboding. The Wolf King's sense of smell was sharper than he had imagined. Could it really smell them from this distance? Li Chen hesitated for a moment, then stood up alone and shouted at the shadow. Shadow, make that wolf cub in your hands squirm. Shadow understood Li Chen's words immediately and gently pinched the wolf cub in his hands. The wolf cub yelped in pain, letting out a series of cries. The sound reached the Wolf King's ears and it immediately became furious, but after glancing at Li Chen, a hint of mockery still lingered in its eyes. This damn creature has indeed discovered us, so it refuses to advance. Li Chen felt a headache coming on and decided to shout to the beastmen and dwarves on either side. We retreat. The beastmen and dwarves unhesitatingly pushed aside their cover and ran past the trap. When they set the trap, they had deliberately placed stones in front of each pit to mark their presence. Now, relying on this marker, the group successfully crossed the trap. At this moment, Li Chen also reunited with Shadow. Li Chen took the 2 wolf cubs from Shadow's hands, with each of them holding one. They then crossed the trap, running while occasionally pinching the wolf cubs to make them scream in agony. Listening to the wolf cubs' cries and watching as Li Chen and the others ran further away, the Wolf King fell into a struggle. A woof! At a certain moment, it could no longer hold back and let out a howl. Chasing after Li Chen and the others, the Wolf King finally led the pack in pursuit. As expected, just a few seconds later, the first unicorn wolf stepped into one of the deep pits they had dug. In an instant of full-speed running, its foot sank into the pit, and the inertia of its body propelled it forward until its forelimb broke. Crack, crack, crack. Oof, oof, oof. In just a moment, dozens of bone-breaking sounds echoed, followed by the cries of the unicorn wolves. The leading wolf king also stepped into a deep pit at that moment. Its right forelimb sank sharply, causing the entire wolf to lose balance and tumble forward. However, unlike ordinary unicorn wolves, the wolf king's body was too powerful. The pit could not break its forelimb, only causing it to slide a considerable distance after falling. A whoa! Just as the wolf king got back up, it let out a roar, halting the pack's advance. It had clearly discovered the vile trap. Watching over 40 unicorn wolves with broken forelimbs unable to stand, the wolf king cast a deep, hateful glance at Li Chen and the others ahead. Li Chen seemed to notice this and turned to look at the wolf king, seeing it about to give up the chase. But Li Chen was unwilling to let it go. If a wolf turns back, it is either to repay a favor or seek revenge. How could Li Chen let such a vengeful creature off the hook? Anna! Li Chen suddenly shouted towards the wolf king. The wolf king was the source of wisdom for the pack. As long as the wolf king was eliminated, the pack would instantly become a scattered mass and there would naturally be a way to eliminate them all. So now, a decapitation action was necessary. Anna emerged from the grass pile beside the wolf king without hesitation, using her beast transformation skill. In the next moment, a silver-white wolf appeared before the wolf king. Before the unicorn wolf pack could react, Anna sprinted towards the wolf king with all her might. The size difference between them was nearly tenfold, resembling a child charging at a giant. Yet, the wolf king was not careless in the slightest. After all, Anna's speed was remarkable, even surpassing its own. The wolf king couldn't help but emit a series of threatening growls from its throat. However, Anna paid no heed to such threats and charged straight at the wolf king. Seeing this, the wolf king finally couldn't hold back and lunged at Anna, raising its front paw to swipe at her head, its sharp claws glinting like blades. In response, Anna raised her own front paw to strike back at the wolf king. The large and small claws collided. Thud! To everyone's surprise, Anna's paw instantly severed the wolf king's metallic-like claws, leaving 4 deep, bone-revealing wounds on its foreleg. Roar! The wolf king let out an angry roar and quickly jumped back. It couldn't understand why, despite their similar strength, its claws were no match for Anna's. At that moment, Anna glanced at the claw covers on her paws and couldn't help but exclaim, truly a top-quality weapon. In the next moment, Anna no longer held back and lunged at the wolf king again. She didn't attempt to bite with her teeth but instead used her claw-covered forelimbs to continuously swipe at the wolf king. Under the incredibly sharp claw covers, the wolf king had no ability to resist, and in just a moment, the scarred wolf king collapsed weakly. In less than a minute, the level 3 wolf king was easily slain by Anna. This was the true power of Anna after reaching level 3 and using the beast transformation skill. The unicorn wolf pack stared blankly at the wolf king's corpse, momentarily unable to comprehend what had happened. A whoa! Anna stood atop the wolf king's body and let out a roar. She aimed to intimidate the wolves before her. This was also Li Chen's suggestion. The wolves chose their new king based on who defeated the previous one. If Anna was selected as the new wolf king, wouldn't this pack be at their mercy? However, to Anna and Li Chen's surprise, this howl not only failed to intimidate the unicorn wolf pack but seemed to enrage them instead. In the next moment, the pack charged wildly towards Anna. Li Chen was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the unicorn wolves know Anna isn't a true wolf and thus hold a grudge against her for disrupting their king selection ceremony? At this point, Anna also realized that Li Chen's suggestion had backfired. Looking at the approaching wolf pack, she broke out in a cold sweat. Over 100 unicorn wolves were charging at her, with more than a dozen reaching level 2 strength. Even with her current abilities, Anna would need considerable effort to break through the encirclement. If her stamina and vitality were exhausted during this time, causing the beast transformation skill to end, she would likely be torn apart by the pack in an instant. Come back! Suddenly, Li Chen's voice rang out ahead. Seeing this, Anna charged towards the unicorn wolf pack without hesitation. Even relying on her speed, after weaving through the dense pack, she still bore 8 gruesome claw marks on her body. Fortunately, the wounds were not severe. Anna paid no mind to them and quickly dashed through the trap zone towards Li Chen and the others. At this point, the wolf pack seemed to have lost their rationality, relentlessly pursuing Anna. As the trap zone caused several unicorn wolves to get injured, a portion of them suddenly leaped up, jumping dozens of meters. As long as they didn't trigger any traps upon landing, they would continue to leap after Anna. The pack behind them would follow their trajectory, avoiding the traps. Is this the difference between magical beasts and wild animals? These wolves are practically like spirits. Li Chen complained while waving his hand upward, shouting, "Prepare!" At this moment, the orcs behind Li Chen simultaneously picked up their bows, knocked their arrows, and in the next instant, the recurved bows were drawn to their limits. Seeing that it was almost time, Li Chen shouted, "Watch out for Anna's position, 1, 2, 3, fire!" The orcs were still not able to perfectly follow Li Chen's command, and over 100 arrows shot towards the wolf pack, both forward and backward. Although they hadn't practiced archery for long, relying on their sheer numbers, these arrows ultimately struck down 20 or 30 unicorn wolves. Especially some of the unicorn wolves in the air, unable to evade the arrows, were hit and fell into the pits on the ground, causing the unicorn wolf pack to howl in agony. "Prepare, shoot!" Seizing the opportunity, Li Chen ordered the orcs to launch another attack. Again, a dozen or so unicorn wolves were hit, and at this moment, Anna successfully returned. Unfortunately, the power of the bows and arrows was limited. Without hitting vital spots, the unicorn wolves could quickly rise again. At this point, there were still over 60 unicorn wolves remaining, and these unicorn wolves were less than 50 meters away from Li Chen and the others. Given the speed of the unicorn wolves, it was no longer feasible for Li Chen and the others to launch another attack. Seeing this, Li Chen abandoned the idea of having the orcs draw their bows again. As both sides were about to fall into a chaotic battle facing the frenzied unicorn wolf pack, casualties seemed inevitable. However, Li Chen calmly turned to the dwarves in front of him and said, "Form shields." Accompanying Li Chen's words, the dwarves standing in several rows before him suddenly raised a large shield, blocking the front. The area in front of the unicorn wolves was instantly filled with dark iron shields. The unicorn wolves, seeing this, were not deterred. They exerted their limbs and jumped, attempting to leap over the numerous iron shields in front of them. Facing the wolf pack charging from the air, Li Chen remained unflustered. Instead, he shouted to the orcs behind him, "Throw your spears, bring them down." The orcs, hearing Li Chen's words, although he had explained the plan to them from the beginning, still felt a bit intimidated when faced with the ferocious wolf pack at close range. For a moment, a few of the unicorn wolves landed safely. As soon as these unicorn wolves touched the ground, they eagerly lunged at the surrounding orcs. Both sides were mostly at level 1 strength, but unfortunately, the orcs were weaker orcs, and a dozen or so orcs were actually being overwhelmed by these few unicorn wolves. Seeing this, the orcs became even more panicked, and their originally orderly formation turned chaotic. Not good, I should have thought of this. Among these orcs, there are quite a few fox and rabbit tribes with no combat power, and some haven't even been on a few hunts. They panicked when it was time to fight. I need to stop these unicorn wolves quickly. If I don't, the entire pack will follow, and many will likely die. Li Chen felt a surge of urgency and hurriedly called for Anna, Xena, and Gully to come forward and help. Ha! Just then, amidst the chaos of the orcs, a particularly robust figure suddenly let out a loud roar. Li Chen then saw him wielding a spear in each hand, effortlessly tossing aside the surrounding unicorn wolves. Anna and the others also sprang into action, quickly clearing the unicorn wolves among the orcs and knocking away a few that were leaping in from the air. However, at this moment, another dozen unicorn wolves jumped over the shield area and pounced forward. Seeing this, Li Chen shouted urgently, "Everyone, raise your spears." In the midst of the panic, the orcs still managed to raise their spears as Li Chen requested. Throw! In the next moment, before the unicorn wolves landed, the iron spears were hurled by the orcs. The damage caused by these spears was incomparable to that of arrows, especially at short distances, where the explosive power was enough to pierce through the bodies of the unicorn wolves. Over 100 spears were thrown, and the dozen or so unicorn wolves in the air became like corks, while the falling spears continued to kill nearly 10 more unicorn wolves. The short spears were very effective, and seeing this, Li Chen quickly shouted, "Prepare the short spears." Under Li Chen's command, the orcs raised their short spears again. With the experience from the previous encounter, the orcs were no longer flustered and steadily held up their short spears. As one unicorn wolf after another leaped over the large iron shield in front of them, Li Chen calculated the height of the unicorn wolves and shouted at a certain moment, "Throw!" Over 100 short spears were hurled simultaneously. Faced with the rain of short spears, the unicorn wolves in midair became like live targets, easily pierced by the spears, while the remaining spears continued to stab at the unicorn wolves behind them. In just a moment, 20 unicorn wolves had fallen. At this point, there were fewer than 50 unicorn wolves still able to move. By now, these unicorn wolves finally knew fear, letting out threatening low growls while instinctively retreating. How could Li Chen let them off? He ordered the orcs to throw the last short spear together. After the short spears killed more than 10 unicorn wolves, the remaining 30 unicorn wolves turned and fled. However, they forgot that there were traps beneath them. These 30 or so unicorn wolves stumbled into the traps after just a few steps, struggling for over 10 seconds but barely managing to run a few meters. Seeing this, Li Chen knew that this hunt had been successful. Everything that followed was without suspense. Under the leadership of Anna and Shadow, all those above level 2 chased after the unicorn wolves, leaving all 30 or so behind. One particularly brave bull orc left a deep impression on Li Chen. It was the same guy who had single-handedly knocked away several unicorn wolves during the chaos among the orcs. This guy was extremely brave, mooing as he charged to the front, picking up a short spear and stabbing wildly. In the end, 7 or 8 unicorn wolves were killed by him alone. Li Chen could tell at a glance that this guy was definitely not a weak orc, and he looked quite unfamiliar. Li Chen was sure he had never seen him before, at least not more than a few times. Although a bit reckless, he's quite a talent. Li Chen couldn't help but take note of the guy's appearance, planning to find out later who this hero really was. The wolf pack was annihilated, and it was time to collect the spoils. At this moment, Shadow approached Li Chen and reminded him there are still dozens of female wolves and over 20 wolf pups in the den. Should we kill them all? Kill the female wolves. As for the pups, Li Chen glanced at the pitch-black wolf pup in Shadow's hand. This little guy didn't understand what sadness was. Its entire pack had been wiped out, yet it only looked at Li Chen in shadow and fear. I wonder if these wolf pups can be tamed. If so, it would definitely help with future hunts, but soon it will be the winter of the year of divine punishment and these pups might not survive. Li Chen hesitated for a long time. Wow, what a cute little wolf. Just then, Dina suddenly jumped out, her big eyes fixed on the little wolf pup in Shadow's hand. Then, Dina blinked her big eyes at Shadow and said, "Sister Shadow, can I pet the little wolf?" Goodness, this was the first time Li Chen heard Dina call Shadow sister. Although the issue of their races hadn't created a barrier between them, the influence had always been there. The old Dina would never have taken the initiative to get close to Shadow. Who would have thought that now, for a little wolf, Dina would compromise like this? Hearing Dina call her sister, Shadow couldn't help but feel a strange emotion. Although she felt a bit reluctant, she ultimately handed the pitch-black wolf pup to Dina. "Thank you, Sister Shadow," Dina said, as she continuously petted the wolf's head, her face seemingly about to burst into a smile. It was clear how happy she was at that moment. In fact, Li Chen underestimated the charm of such cute little animals on women. Even Anna, who had just killed someone's father, couldn't help but show an envious expression as she looked at the little wolf cubs and Dina. However, her unwarranted maturity made her feel that she couldn't be as childish as Dina, so she didn't approach. In fact, even Dokina couldn't resist the cuteness of the little wolf cubs and joined in. Li Chen estimated that if Xiao Cheng, Xiao Bai, and Alicia along with Grey Feather weren't around, they would definitely have a similar reaction. If even orcs liked these small animals, what other species could refuse them? Seeing this, Li Chen already knew what to do. Raising a few wolf cubs wouldn't be too much trouble. At most, it would consume a few hundred pounds of fresh meat daily. Compared to the original daily consumption of 7,000 pounds of fresh meat, this was just a drop in the bucket. So why not raise them? Eliminating 200 unicorn wolves wasn't difficult, but killing 200 unicorn wolves without any casualties was something that ordinary people couldn't achieve. When Li Chen accomplished this with the dwarves and orcs, especially with more than half of the team being weaker orcs who had hardly participated in any hunts, he could feel the visible trust from those around him. At this moment, even Anna and the others were waiting for him to give orders. Li Chen instructed Anna and Ing to take all the level 2 fighters to the wolf den to kill the remaining wolf pack and bring back the wolf cubs. The remaining people, the dwarves, were responsible for guarding the surroundings to prevent the smell of blood from attracting other magical beasts, while the orcs were tasked with collecting the bodies of the unicorn wolves. Allowing the orcs, who often hunted, to handle the bodies would enable them to quickly take away the valuable parts. The bodies of the unicorn wolves weren't many, even with just the orcs handling them. Each orc only needed to take care of 2 to 3 unicorn wolves. Half an hour passed, and seeing that about half of the unicorn wolves had been processed, Li Chen sent 30 orcs towards the wolf den to assist Anna and the others in dismantling the unicorn wolves there. Another half an hour went by. Just as Li Chen finished processing, Anna and the others returned with their spoils. At this point, the sounds of many magical beasts roaring could be heard around, all attracted by the smell of blood. Li Chen hurriedly ordered a complete withdrawal. 2 hours later, they finally returned to Sin Town before dark. The people left in the valley widened their eyes at the mountain of spoils. Not only them, but even everyone who participated in the hunt couldn't help but show expressions of joy. This time, it's truly a bountiful harvest, Alicia exclaimed while recording data on paper. After nearly 300 people lived together, the amount of stored supplies, daily consumption, and missing parts became particularly important. Li Chen prepared to select someone to be responsible for recording this. When he proposed this idea in front of everyone, Alicia stood up on the spot, expressing her desire to take on this task. No one expected it would be Alicia who stood up. The education level in this world was appallingly low, with over 90% of people, whether human, orc, or dwarf, being illiterate, and only the nobility received a good education from a young age. Yet, Alicia, who had once been a slave, could read. Li Chen actually had high hopes for Alicia. The young girl was both bold and brave, just like when she dared to speak up in front of a group of slaves. Li Chen felt that if she were born on Earth with her personality, she would either be beaten down by society or rise very high. Thus, Li Chen decisively assigned this task to Alicia. At this moment, Alicia had just finished recording the results of the hunt on a blank sheet of paper. Li Chen took the paper and glanced at it. First came the wolf meat. The size of the unicorn wolves couldn't compare to that of the barbarian bulls, but these unicorn wolves were still 3 meters long, with each weighing nearly 750 kilograms, ultimately yielding about 350 to 400 kilograms of meat per wolf. Among them, the level 2 unicorn wolves were even larger and produced more meat. Especially the level 3 unicorn wolf, the Wolf King, which weighed a staggering 10,000 kilograms, heavier than an elephant. In total, Li Chen and his group obtained 170,000 kilograms of unicorn wolf meat, making a significant leap towards their small target of 1 million. Then there were the magic cores, 1 level 3 magic core, 10 level 2 magic cores, and 173 level 1 magic cores. Adding to this were the 50 level 1 magic cores from the previous barbarian. Bulls, if all these magic cores were purified, perhaps they could promote another level 2 warrior to level 3. The 200 unicorn wolf horns were also valuable. After the dwarves examined them, they said they could be used to forge decent short spears, which, while not reaching the quality of premium goods, were still above average among the 200 ordinary ones. Additionally, there were 200 wolf pelts. As winter approached, these pelts, which usually seemed bothersome, became the most precious items. Finally, there were 30 wolf cubs. The popularity of these little creatures was just as Li Chen had expected. Ying rarely spoke in front of others but immediately claimed the little black wolf. Anna, Dina, Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, Duokina, and Alicia all wanted one as well. As for the rough men like Baichi, Qingmu, and Guli, they showed little interest in raising wolf cubs. Goodness, Li Chen had originally planned to train them as hunting dogs, but in the blink of an eye, they had turned into pets. Fortunately, there were still 22 left, so Li Chen let 22 orcs with rich hunting experience try to tame them. Later, Li Chen purchased books on training hunting dogs from the system shop and shared some training tips with these orcs whenever he had the time. That was all the gains from this trip. As Li Chen finished reading the records on the paper, Alicia couldn't wait to snatch the crumpled white paper from his hands. She frowned at the corner that Li Chen had crumpled and carefully smoothed it out. How can you treat such a magical piece of paper so rudely? Alicia complained to Li Chen. Li Chen could understand why Alicia was making a fuss. After all, there was no such thing as white paper in this world. Few people in the magical continent could read, and there weren't many places where paper was needed. Grabbing a handful of leaves was enough for the restroom. Therefore, most nobles used parchment and leather. So, when Li Chen exchanged one bond value for a stack of paper and handed it to Alicia, she seemed to have discovered a treasure when she learned that this paper could be used for writing. Especially after writing on it, seeing the clear characters on the paper, Alicia treated these sheets as treasures, and she couldn't bear to see any wrinkles on them. In response, Li Chen couldn't help but mischievously tell Alicia about the paper's clever use after going to the restroom. Upon hearing this, Alicia's face turned red and her expression fluctuated, but Li Chen remembered that afterward she held the white paper even tighter. By the way, not long after, Anna and the others suddenly ran over, asking Li Chen for a lot of paper. They said they also wanted to record data. Li Chen, of course, believed them, and he kindly helped them exchange the white paper for more suitable writing toilet paper. The girls blushed and expressed their satisfaction. Benefactor, are you looking for me? After organizing their gains, Li Chen remembered the particularly brave orc from today and had someone call him over, but unexpectedly, the guy's first words left Li Chen stunned. Big guy, what did you call me? Benefactor? The robust bull-type orc nodded, his face full of gratitude. Yeah, you saved me, so of course, you're my benefactor. Upon hearing this, Li Chen guessed that this bull-type orc was indeed one he had rescued from Charlie and Howard's men. The only orc he had saved seemed to be the level 2 orc that Charlie had wanted to sell to him for 20 gold coins. So it was this guy. Li Chen recalled that he had barely over 1 gold coin to his name and couldn't help but pat the shoulder of the hefty fellow in front of him. Just looking at those solid arms, they were at least more than double his entire fortune. Big guy, you're quite brave. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet? Li Chen sized up the bull-type orc, who was as sturdy as a calf, so robust he resembled an iron tower. His body covered in well-defined muscles. Although he wasn't as handsome as Li Chen, his silly appearance was endearing. Li Chen couldn't help but nod. With such a physique and level 2 strength, wealthy human women would surely be fond of him. No wonder Charlie dared to sell him for 20 gold coins. He could probably flip it for double in the human empire. The bull-type orc, of course, couldn't guess what Li Chen was thinking. He scratched his head in a silly manner and replied, Benefactor. My name is Ironhead. Ironhead? Hard-headed? He certainly didn't seem very bright. Li Chen thought the name was fitting, but the way this guy kept calling him Benefactor felt a bit strange, so he quickly said, Alright, stop calling me Benefactor all the time, just call me Li Chen. That won't do. My dad said that I can't treat my benefactor casually, or else he'll beat me to death. Ironhead still wore a silly expression, but he was dead serious when he said this, clearly stubborn and unyielding. Li Chen was somewhat speechless. You can't call me benefactor for the rest of your life, can you? Ironhead paused for a moment after hearing this, then nodded. What you said makes sense. Once I repay your kindness, I won't call you benefactor anymore. Li Chen was curious about what this big guy meant by repaying kindness, so he asked, How do you plan to repay me? Benefactor, how about I be your bodyguard? I will definitely protect you with my life. With me around. Before Ironhead could finish his sentence, Li Chen's shadow suddenly rippled like the surface of water. In the next moment, a dark figure flashed out, and with a swift sidekick, Li Chen saw Ironhead fly away with a whoosh. The usually expressionless face of Shadow showed an unusual displeasure as she watched Ironhead fly off, and she made a rare reaction. Poof. In the end, Ironhead did not become Li Chen's bodyguard, as Li Chen already had the best bodyguard, Shadow. As for Ironhead's path, he was qualified to return to the Orc Empire, but he had stated that he wouldn't leave until he repaid Li Chen's kindness. Seeing this, Li Chen, considering his level 2 strength, decided to let him lead the Orc tribe during hunts as a form of repayment. Ironhead was extremely happy upon hearing this, but he didn't feel like he was repaying a debt. Instead, he felt even more grateful to Li Chen because Li Chen had elevated him from an ordinary orc to the orc leader. Now, Ironhead called him benefactor even more enthusiastically. Finally, under Li Chen's strong insistence, Ironhead stopped calling him benefactor, but he still refused to call Li Chen by his name directly, instead opting for young master. Although it sounded a bit strange to Li Chen, since he wasn't a child from a wealthy family, he had to admit that being called that felt quite nice. So, Li Chen accepted the title. The following days were filled with continuous hunting. With Shadow's scouting abilities, they were always able to find suitable prey. With Anna's combat power, any threats to them were swiftly eliminated. In the repeated hunts, not only was their stored meat constantly increasing, but the hunting team composed of dwarves and orcs was also rapidly growing. Their combat experience was becoming richer, and their mutual understanding was continuously improving. Especially with Ironhead leading, the orcs no longer made the same mistakes as before. Although they still couldn't follow orders perfectly, their visible growth was reassuring. What pleased Li Chen even more was that during this time, Ironhead showed no dissatisfaction with the poor strength of his orc subordinates. It was clear that Ironhead was not the type to discriminate against weaker orcs. In fact, when the weaker orcs were in danger, Ironhead was the first to step up. For this reason, both Li Chen and the weaker orcs fully accepted this goofy guy. 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today we harvested 50,000 pounds of bloodfawn pig meat and 20,000 pounds of black deer meat. Now our stored meat has exceeded 1 million pounds, and the wild vegetables and fruits within a radius of 10 kilometers have also been mostly picked, totaling over 14,000 pounds, which is more than enough for us to live for 5 months. In addition, Guli used the space ring to bring back nearly 400,000 pounds of charcoal from the dwarves, along with 1 million pounds of iron blocks. For this, we forged a coal stove designed by Li Chen for each room. Listening to Alicia's report, everyone present couldn't help but cheer. With well-prepared houses, excess food storage, and various warming measures, under these preparations, everyone had strong confidence in surviving this winter. Perhaps they would become the first group to survive the year of divine punishment in the sinful forest. In the human empire, at the border stronghold, Winter City. As the days passed, the atmosphere in Winter City grew increasingly strange. Everyone in the city was making the utmost effort to survive this winter, selling everything they could and converting all the money they had just obtained into supplies. Faced with black bread that had risen to 5 copper coins each, they hesitated not at all, and the price of wheat had skyrocketed 5-fold, leading to frantic competition. Ironically, while the year of divine punishment was a disaster for the common people, it was a carnival for grain merchants. As one of the first groups to learn about the year of divine punishment from the church, the grain merchants hoarded more food than anyone except the nobles. The phrase, overnight wealth, perfectly described every grain merchant today, and it was a daily occurrence. Every day was an overnight fortune. Unfortunately, this winter was destined to be food scarce everywhere. Even when the price of food surged to 5 or even 10 times its original value, grain merchants could not find more food. When grain merchants couldn't find food, Winter City was completely out of food. Thus, the residents of Winter City found themselves in a very strange situation. They now hoped that heavy snow would not fall, yet also wished for it to fall immediately. The reason for hoping the snow wouldn't fall was easy to understand, while the reason for wanting it to fall soon was simple as well. After all, if the heavy snow fell a day earlier, it might stop a day earlier. Chini tugged at Chishi's sleeve, gazing blankly out the window. At one moment, Chini anxiously asked Chishi, "Brother, why hasn't Mother come back yet?" "Mother went to look for food, she'll be back before dark. We need to stay quietly at home and not cause her any trouble," Chishi reassured Chini. The 8-year-old was easily comforted, and the 12-year-old knew how to soothe his little sister. After hearing Chishi's words, Chini indeed felt a bit more at ease. However, Chini didn't notice that Chishi's eyes were filled with deep concern. Chishi knew very well that food could no longer be found in the city. Their mother must have gone outside the city to search for it. Although magical beasts would stay away from large cities like Lindong City, every year there were incidents of people being attacked by magical beasts outside the city. Chishi could only hope that their mother would not encounter any trouble. This was something Chishi couldn't share with Chini. As the older brother, he couldn't help their mother, and at the very least, he had to take good care of his sister Chini. The sky gradually darkened, and for some reason, today the sky seemed particularly gloomy. This gloom seemed to make Chini extremely uneasy, and she asked Chishi again, "Brother, it's almost dark, why hasn't Mother come back yet?" Chishi didn't answer. He looked at the overcast sky, his heart filled with worry. Suddenly, Chishi squatted down and said to Chini in front of him, "Chini, you stay at home, I will go find Mother." Chini immediately shook her head. "I want to go too." Looking at Chini's determined eyes, Chishi hesitated for a moment before saying, "Alright, but we can only wait at the city gate for Mother." "We can't leave the city gate, understand?" "Understood." The siblings held hands and left home, heading towards the city gate. There weren't many pedestrians on the road, and everyone looked worried. At that moment, Chimi noticed an old man dressed as a beggar staring at her from not far away. Chimi felt a bit scared looking at the beggar's shining eyes and tugged at Chishi's hand. Shishi turned around and quickly noticed the beggar's presence. Seeing the beggar's intense gaze fixed on him and his sister, Shishi's expression changed, and the next moment he hurriedly grabbed Chimi's hand and ran quickly towards a more crowded area. The beggar watched as Chimi and Shishi disappeared into the crowd, his face showing hesitation. Only when the siblings blended into the throng did he reluctantly turn and leave. Shishi glanced back and, not seeing the beggar chasing after them, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Recalling the beggar's gaze, Shishi felt as if the beggar wanted to eat them. Their mother had also said that these beggars seemed to secretly take children away, and once taken, those children would never return. Shishi felt that if they hadn't run fast just now, he and his sister might have been dragged away by that beggar. And then on some foodless morning in winter. The more Shishi thought about it, the more afraid he became, hesitating whether to return home. In the end, he still held Chimi's hand and walked to the city gate. Just as the sky was about to turn completely dark, their mother's figure finally appeared at the city gate. Shishi let out a heavy sigh of relief, while Chimi had already dashed forward and thrown herself into their mother's arms. Their mother was surprised to see the siblings waiting for her there, but she didn't blame Shishi. She picked up the basket and led the two of them back home. Shishi glanced at the basket, which contained very few wild vegetables and a lot of tree bark. In recent days, their mother had collected a lot of tree bark. Shishi knew that this bark was not for burning but for eating. He had seen his mother eat it, and out of curiosity, he had tried some himself. The bark was indeed edible, though not tasty, and after eating it once, he wouldn't want to eat anything for several days. However, there was no choice. The only food left at home was 200 jin of wheat. Shishi took the basket from their mother's hands, and under her comforting smile, the three of them walked towards home. Just as they were nearing their doorstep, their mother suddenly stopped. Shishi and Chimi seemed to sense something, and they stopped as well, looking up at their mother. The three of them stood there, gazing up, letting the snowflakes fall upon them. Meanwhile, Li, Chen and the others, who had just returned from hunting, were also watching the snowflakes falling from the sky. Then someone in the hunting team said, "It's snowing, winter has finally arrived." The winter of the year of divine punishment was indeed no joke. The next morning, Li Chen woke up frozen in his bed, hurriedly throwing off the 5 layers of beast fur covering him. He first put on 4 or 5 pieces of clothing, then added 2 more layers of fur on top before making his way to the coal stove to reignite the fire that had long since gone out. As the flames brightened, the temperature in the room slowly began to rise, and it was only then that Li Chen stopped shivering. He glanced back at Guli and Taitu, marveling at how thick-skinned these guys were, able to sleep soundly in such cold. By now, Li Chen finally understood the terror of the year of divine punishment. Just yesterday, the weather had been neither hot nor cold, making one wonder whether to wear short sleeves or long sleeves. After a night of heavy snow, Li Chen felt that the temperature outside was now at least below -50 degrees. In less than a day, the temperature had dropped by about 70 degrees. If it weren't for the double-walled insulation of their house and the support of the coal fire, Li Chen felt he wouldn't have survived the night. Outside, the heavy snow had already buried half the house, and it was likely that by tomorrow, their home would be completely covered in snow, leaving him to wonder just how cold it would be then. Dina and the others should be fine, but I wonder if that little Ching guy won't hibernate? As Li Chen pondered these thoughts, a faint warmth suddenly emanated from the heating pipes in the room. With the coal stove now in use, the heating pipes had become much less significant, but at least they served as a reminder that it was time to eat. At that moment, Guli and Taitu, who had been sound asleep, suddenly opened their eyes wide and quickly got up. Time to eat, time to eat. The two of them barely dressed before they couldn't resist opening the door to the next room. The neighboring beastmen and dwarves were also startled awake, and upon hearing it was time to eat, they all got up and rushed towards the dining hall. Li Chen shook his head in disbelief, taking his time to warm himself by the fire for a bit longer before heading towards the bathroom. The dining hall and bathroom were actually located in the middle of all the houses, with the 2 rooms built back to back, but at Li Chen's strong insistence, several walls had been added in between. Following the door that Taitu had opened, Li Chen made his way to the bathroom, which was divided into male and female sections. He first entered the men's room to relieve himself of the water he had stored overnight, then walked over to the washing area to brush his teeth and wash his face. The beastmen and dwarves did not have the habit of washing up every day, which was more beneficial for their survival in winter. Although Li Chen understood the reason, he still couldn't stand the idea of not washing at all. He began to educate the beastmen and dwarves on the harm of not washing for their teeth and skin. In the end, aside from a few beauty-conscious girls, the rest scoffed at what Li Chen said, and seeing this, he lost the motivation to persuade them further. After drying his face, Li Chen finally walked towards the dining hall, shouting out loud, "Time to eat!" It turned out that compared to snakes, snake people were more like humans. Little Chang had not hibernated at all. She was in high spirits, biting into a chicken leg while holding roasted meat in her hands, her eyes fixed on a steak. Li Chen shook his head in disbelief. Eating such greasy food so early in the morning was truly a hallmark of beastmen. However, after surveying all the food in the dining hall, he realized that there was only meat available for breakfast. After all, they didn't have many vegetables or wild fruits, and most of the time, their diet had to be meat-based. This lifestyle, which would make over 90% of the people in the magical continent envious, left Li Chen somewhat dissatisfied. He stubbornly believed that breakfast should be light, so he finally asked Huayu to help him boil a portion of chicken breast in salt water, which he then began to eat. The chicken breast came from a level 1 wild chicken beast. Despite being merely boiled in salt water, it was surprisingly tender and juicy and not greasy at all. After finishing, Li Chen felt a bit unsatisfied. Once breakfast was over, he began to search for Ying's figure. After starting dorm life, it was natural for the boys and girls to be separated, and Ying was no exception. At this time, she lived with Dina and the others. If Li Chen wanted to find her, he would need to pass through several female dormitories. It wasn't that he couldn't go. The boisterous dwarf women didn't mind being seen by Li Chen, and although the orc and human women were more concerned, as long as Li Chen knocked on the door in advance, he could still get through with his current credibility. Li Chen found that troublesome, so he decided to wait for Ying in the cafeteria during mealtime. Soon after, he saw Ying and Dina enter the cafeteria together. After they finished breakfast, Li Chen walked over and took Ying to a nearby empty room. He closed the door and, facing Ying's puzzled expression, slowly reached for his jacket and then pulled out a bottle of bright red potion. It was the high-quality healing potion he had just exchanged from the system shop. After 10 days of shearing sheep, accumulating 108 bond points each day and deducting the consumption in between, Li Chen had finally accumulated a total of 1,090 bond points today, allowing him to exchange for a high-quality healing potion worth 1,000 bond points. He could have exchanged for a first aid pill, but Li Chen believed that the term first aid might not be effective for Ying's left eye and right hand, which had been delayed for so long, so he chose the high-quality healing potion instead. However, he wasn't sure if the high-quality healing potion would actually work. He could only find out the result after Ying tried it. Ying looked at the potion in front of her expression suddenly becoming a bit complicated. There were many suspicious aspects about Li Chen. Not only Ying, but even Dina and the others had long noticed this. For example, the healing potion in front of her and the previous energy potion. If these things had always existed in Li Chen's space ring, why hadn't he taken them out before, and why was he only willing to show them now? Li Chen was not the kind of stingy person, otherwise he wouldn't have brought out such unheard of potions at all. So, how did Li Chen produce the potion out of thin air in such a closed space? Also, Li Chen's space ring, which originally had a volume of only 3 cubic meters, suddenly became 8 cubic meters. Ying had never seen his second space ring on Li Chen, which meant that Li Chen's space ring had actually expanded. Such a thing was impossible, at least in Ying's understanding. Besides that, there were too many signs indicating that Li Chen had a significant secret. Those who were close to Li Chen had more or less sensed something. However, since Li Chen didn't say anything, everyone tacitly decided not to ask. Until today, when Ying saw Li Chen pull out the high-quality healing potion, she immediately understood that this potion might be able to heal her left eye and right hand. Originally, Ying had no hope for her left eye and right hand because she understood that such long-delayed injuries could not be completely healed even by the elven holy medicine. If the potion in Li Chen's hand could really heal her injuries, Ying didn't know how precious this potion must be. She hesitated. Such a precious potion must have cost Li Chen a significant price to obtain, right? How high was the price? Ying didn't know, but upon reflection, whether it was the previous medium-quality healing potion or the current high-quality healing potion, both were priceless to her, a debt she could never repay. It seemed she owed this man in front of her too much. However, Ying didn't feel too much pressure. At this moment, she seemed to understand the meaning of the saying that too much debt doesn't weigh one down. Thinking of this, Ying couldn't help but smile. At worst, I can just repay him with all my future days. Ying suddenly closed her eyes, recalling her mother's face, murmuring softly, "I'm sorry, mother, I won't go to the elf clan." In the next moment, Ying opened her eyes and took the high-grade healing potion from Li Chen's hand, drinking it down without hesitation. The high-grade healing potion quickly took effect. Ying's left eye, which had been tightly shut, twitched and then slowly opened with difficulty. After a moment of stiffness, the black pupil began to move lively within its socket. In an instant, her vision became broad and clear, as if the fog that had long obscured her sight had suddenly been dispelled. Then, her right hand, which had been weak, showed visible veins, as if worms were crawling and swelling up her entire right arm. A sharp pain from the burning sensation coursed through her right arm, yet it was oddly pleasurable, causing her to involuntarily hum. 5 minutes later, Ying finally stopped gasping for breath, and at that moment, her right hand began to recover slowly. Ying could feel the changes in her right hand. With a thought, it opened and closed at an astonishing speed, as if it could crush the air itself. Finally, her entire body began to heal, the visible scars and invisible ailments gradually mending, as if a tattered doll was being miraculously restored to its original form by a divine being. When everything came to an end, Ying felt an endless surge of power coursing through her body. At that moment, she returned to her peak state. She felt that if given the chance, she could easily take down the Wolf King, the lone wolf she had faced before, though not as cleanly as Anna would. After all, Anna had not only top-tier techniques but also the perverse skill of beast transformation, and Ying had to admit her respect for Anna, who had advanced to level 3. However, dark elves naturally had their own advantages. As long as the environment and timing were right, a dark elf could potentially slay any opponent of the same level in one strike. Even Anna would not be an exception. Thus, Ying believed that in many situations she could be of more use than Anna and better protect Li Chen. Li Chen, on the other hand, did not think as much as Ying did. He exchanged his bond points for the high-grade healing potion not for Ying's repayment, but to fulfill the promise of companionship he had made. Since they were partners, he naturally had to do his best to help her. Watching the dark elf before him seemingly reborn, with a newfound confidence on her face, Li Chen felt relieved, and, after much hesitation, finally spoke up. "Do you want to take a shower?" As the high-grade healing potion took effect, Ying's body began to secrete a lot of black stains, just like a scene from a TV drama. To be honest, the smell was quite overwhelming. Li Chen felt he could hardly hold back and had to remind Ying. Ying slowly began to notice the strange odor on herself. She froze. Ah! In the next moment, she let out a scream and quickly opened the door. To her surprise, the moment the door opened, there were a dozen heads stuck to the door. Li Chen looked annoyed. These eavesdroppers were sneaking around. Fortunately, he hadn't planned anything bad today, or his reputation would have been ruined. Xiao Chang and the others widened their eyes, staring intently at the two, having clearly heard the sounds of gasping just moments ago. Why were they still dressed? Seeing that it seemed to be a misunderstanding, the crowd, disappointed at missing the show, scattered like birds and beasts under Ying's murderous gaze. Taking a shower during the year of divine punishment in winter was an extremely luxurious affair. However, this luxury was not a big deal for Li Chen and the others. The bathtub they had bought earlier had already been discarded, so Li Chen spent 2 bond points to buy another one from the system shop. Now, he had no urgent need to use bond points, so he didn't feel the need to be overly frugal with them. After placing the bathtub in the girls' dormitory, he and Gully carefully brought back a pile of snow from outside. After heating it in the pot, they poured it into the bathtub. Li Chen thought for a moment, then exchanged a bottle of shampoo and body wash, handing them to Ying while explaining how to use them before leaving the room to her. Ying took a long bath, and when she finished, she looked completely refreshed, with a faint fragrance lingering around her. At that moment, Ying was truly stunning. Her tan skin did not hide her beauty. On the contrary, her healthy complexion paired with her white hair was both her characteristic and her charm. At least Li Chen thought she looked great. And that S-shaped figure made the other girls, like Xiaoqing and Dina, envious, with only the broad-minded Anna being able to compete. Ying also had a pair of long, straight legs. Looking at her rounded thighs, Li Chen felt it was a shame not to wear white stockings. Wait a minute. Li Chen was taken aback. Then, his eyes lit up. Right, stockings. This is a good thing. The next day, the snow still hadn't stopped, and the heavy snowfall covered all areas below the roof, with the temperature dropping significantly. Because of this, Li Chen and the others had to keep the charcoal fire burning all night, both to keep warm and to prevent the chimney from being buried in snow, while also using the chimney's heat to melt the accumulated snow near the ventilation openings. Early that morning, Li Chen woke up, and unlike yesterday, he wasn't awakened by the cold. Besides the benefit of the coal stove, there was another reason. Li Chen lifted the beast's skin and looked down at his lower body. After rolling up his pant leg, he saw that his legs were wrapped in a layer of white stockings. That's right, he was wearing stockings. He had heard that stockings were very warm, and now that he tried them, the effect was indeed good. Most importantly, the stockings were thin enough that wearing several layers wouldn't make him look bulky like pants would. Even if he wore several layers of stockings, the thickness would be about the same as one pair of pants, but the warmth would be equivalent to several pairs. With these stockings, Li Chen could even go out wearing just one pair of pants. As for the embarrassment of wearing stockings, that was not something Li Chen considered at all. When he was younger, he was all about style over warmth. But since graduating, he finally understood the importance of warmth in the face of cold. Style was worthless. Besides, stockings were originally made for men, so what was the problem with him wearing them? If there was a problem, it was that he was wearing something too flashy, white stockings. Next time, he decided to get a more understated color like black. Having something good naturally meant sharing. Stockings required 2 points of bond value to exchange for 1. Women's items were indeed expensive. Fortunately, after gathering today's resources, Li Chen had 196 points of bond value. He generously exchanged for 2 pairs for all the women. It cost him over 100 points of bond value in total. As for the men, he decided to skip that. Thinking about Gully and those tough guys, Li Chen was sure that if they discovered the warmth of stockings, they would probably wear 2 pairs and not bother with pants at all. Muscular men in stockings? The thought of that scene was something Li Chen didn't even dare to imagine. So in the end, he only exchanged stockings for the women. However, Li Chen seemed to forget that not all dwarf women looked like Duzina. Duzina was slightly more masculine and could be considered a handsome girl, but in terms of looks and figure, she still resembled a woman. Most dwarf women, however, were somewhat unfortunate in appearance, and when they wore stockings, Li Chen's eyes were ultimately stung. Despite paying such a high price, Li Chen did not get to see Dina and the others wearing stockings, as it was too cold, and they still wore thick beastskin pants outside. It was evident that they seemed to quite like stockings. Several young girls would almost every little while lift their pant legs to touch the stockings on their legs. The powerful warmth and the magical silky feel were unmatched by any fabric in the magical continent, instantly captivating them with this peculiar pants. Although they liked them, ever since Li Chen presented the stockings, the way these girls looked at him had turned unfriendly, as if they were gazing at a pervert. Li Chen was very angry. He had merely exchanged some lace, fishnet, suspenders, bows, Lolita, JK, and other types of stockings for them according to his own preferences. What was wrong with that? The third day soon arrived, and the heavy snow continued to fall, this time covering the roof of Li Chen's house as well. Li Chen couldn't help but start to worry about ventilation. Initially, in order to keep warm, he had designed the room to be a bit smaller. With 18 people in one room, the oxygen consumption was considerable, and coupled with the burning coal stove, poor ventilation could lead to serious problems. On the fourth day, the snow showed no signs of stopping. The roof was completely covered in snow, and Li Chen was awakened in the morning by the suffocating atmosphere. This won't do, we can't keep this up. We need to find a way to ventilate. At this moment, Dina and the others also realized the issue and came to find him. After some discussion, they reached no conclusion. Ventilating at this time was not simple. To be honest, they had underestimated the heavy snow of the year of divine punishment, never imagining the accumulation would be so exaggerated. Under the blizzard, the ventilation opening on the roof had already been buried by snow by the third day. They had tried to clear it a few times, but each time it was quickly covered again by the falling snow, and as the snow thickened, the situation became increasingly dire. It was easy to imagine that soon their house would be buried under several meters of snow, and they would suffocate to death. Indeed, surviving the year of divine punishment was not so easy. With no ideas left, everyone looked at Li Chen with hopeful eyes. Li Chen, feeling irritated, took a few deep breaths. Solutions were not so easy to come by. He stared at the house for a long time, and at one moment, he noticed the heating pipes. In the next instant, Li Chen's eyes lit up. Okay, the solution was indeed easy to think of. He had an idea. He hurriedly had the dwarves craft 2 detachable iron pipes, each 15 meters long and about a dozen centimeters in diameter, not too big, not too small, but sufficient for ventilation. Li Chen had the iron pipes inserted diagonally into the snow, pushing them all the way to the outside. After using an iron rod to clear the snow blocking the pipes, they could hear the howling wind and snow outside. With an inlet pipe but no outlet, the wind couldn't come in yet. Li Chen assessed the direction of the wind before instructing them to insert the other iron pipe into the snow as well. Li Chen's idea was simple. He planned to use the 2 iron pipes to achieve ventilation. In simple terms, one pipe would follow the direction of the wind, while the other would go against it. The cold wind in the heavy snow was strong. The cold wind would push fresh air into the pipe facing against the wind while taking away the stale air from the pipe facing with the wind, completing the air circulation. The only problem was that this would significantly lower the temperature inside the house. However, in order not to suffocate, Li Chen and the others couldn't care too much about that. At worst, they could have the dwarves build a few more coal stoves. After all, they had a full 400,000 pounds of charcoal, enough to squander. Once the ventilation issue was resolved, Li Chen and the others returned to their calm and boring days. Just like that, nearly 10 days passed, and one morning, Li Chen suddenly felt that the room was much warmer. He searched for the reason and discovered, through the ventilation pipe, that the wind and snow outside had stopped. Wasn't it said that the winter of the year of divine punishment would last for 4 to 5 months? How could it stop after just over 10 days? Li Chen excitedly woke everyone up. It was only later that he realized he had made a blunder, as the experienced Baichi and Xingmu informed him. It turned out that the heavy snow during the year of divine punishment did not fall continuously. Each month, the snow would miraculously stop twice. It was precisely because of these 2 opportunities to catch their breath that most people on the magical continent were able to survive the winter of the year of divine punishment. It was as if the gods could not bear to see the life on the magical continent perish completely, so they used their divine power to pause the wind and snow twice each month, leading people to refer to these 2 days as the days of divine love. Divine punishment on one hand, and divine love on the other? Li Chen couldn't understand how the people of this world thought, but he was very clear that he couldn't waste this opportunity and needed to clear the accumulated snow outside the house on this day of divine love. Others clearly thought of this as well. Soon, everyone gathered together. Although the wind and snow had stopped, it was still extremely cold outside, unbearable for ordinary people. After testing, they found that only those with a strength level of 2 or above could venture outside for a while after dressing properly. Anna and Ing, both at level 3, could stay outside for a long time as long as they took proper cold protection measures. Besides them, only dwarves above level 1 could endure the cold. The bodies of dwarves, having been tempered, were more resilient than those of ordinary people. In fact, some level 1 dwarves with the extreme cold resistance blessing could stay out longer than level 2 orcs, comparable to Anna and Ing at level 3. After assessing the situation, Li Chen began to arrange for everyone to dress warmly. At that moment, he couldn't care less about the discomfort. He equipped Guli and the others with the miraculous item known as stockings. As the saying goes, whether black or white, as long as it keeps you warm, it's good silk. With the stockings, Ghoulie and the others' agility significantly improved, no longer looking so bulky that they couldn't even run. Seeing that the snow-clearing team had already donned their cold protection gear, Li Chen finally opened the door leading outside. What greeted his eyes was a wall of white snow. Moo! Ironhead, the stubborn guy, charged straight into the snow wall without a second thought, then struggled to create a path to the ground through the snow. Everyone crawled out after him, but since the surrounding snow was soft, they could only stand on the roof of the house. Even on this day of divine love, when the wind and snow had paused, the sun was nowhere to be seen in the sky, which was overcast as if it could snow again at any moment. Li Chen glanced around, and all he saw was endless white. He looked down the slope and couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. Fortunately, they had built their house on the slope. As the snow accumulated, a lot of it had slid down the slope, and now the evil town at the bottom was completely buried in snow, with the accumulation there likely reaching nearly 10 meters deep. If their house had been built at the bottom of the slope, it would have met the same fate. But even on the slope, the snow had piled up to a depth of at least 5 meters, more than a meter higher than the roof of their house. This world is simply insane, Li Chen thought, unable to comprehend how the snow could be this deep. Now, it was exceptionally difficult for them to clear the snow. After all, the snow was soft, whether orc or dwarf, anyone stepping onto the snow would sink into it, making it impossible to shovel. Li Chen pondered for a moment and thought of a miraculous item: snowshoes. Snowshoes are large wooden boards strapped to the soles of shoes on both sides. The principle is to distribute the body's weight over a larger area. With snowshoes, one could walk on the snow. He shared this design idea with the dwarves, and they immediately began searching for wood to make the snowshoes. Soon after, every member of the snow-clearing team was equipped with a pair of snowshoes and began to clear the surrounding snow. The benefits of building the house on the hillside were once again evident. They didn't have to shovel slowly, one scoop at a time, but could simply find a way to push the accumulated snow down the slope. This was incredibly easy for brutes like Ghoulie and Tai Tu. With everyone's combined efforts, the snow on the hillside disappeared at a visible speed. By around 1 or 2 p.m., they had cleared away most of the snow. At the same time, in the central area of the sinful forest, a place almost unreachable by anyone, it was shrouded in darkness. A pair of ice-blue eyes slowly opened in the dark, and as they widened, their owner moved slightly, a majestic figure gradually walking out from the center area. In Winter City, Shishi and his mother were diligently shoveling snow, while his younger sister Chimi held a wooden board, eager to help. Due to their poverty, their home was far from the city center and could only be built close to the city wall. Ironically, because of this, the wall blocked most of the wind and snow, and now the snow around their house was less than 3 meters high. Shishi worked hard to push the snow in front of him onto the street outside, but there was also snow on the street, so his efforts were in vain. Frowning, Shishi thought that at this time of year, there would usually be knights leading the city guards to clear the street snow, yet this year, during the year of divine punishment, neither knights nor city guards had appeared. The residents of the city had no choice but to call for everyone to help clear the snow from the streets and push it outside the city. Unfortunately, they couldn't even manage the snow around their own houses, let alone have the time to clear the streets. In this vicious cycle, the already difficult winter seemed to be becoming even harder to endure. Shishi glanced worriedly at his mother beside him. His mother had recently lost a lot of weight, and the reason was simple. To save food, she made him and Chimi eat wheat porridge while often subsisting on tree bark herself. Tree bark was hard to digest, and she often wouldn't eat a second meal all day. Shishi knew very well that this couldn't go on, but his usually gentle mother seemed particularly stubborn at this moment. When did this stubbornness appear? Perhaps it had existed since the day their father had the accident a few years ago, only now revealing itself. Shishi didn't know what to do and could only look sorrowfully towards the center of Winter City. There stood a magnificent stone castle. The lord of the city, Cardun, resided within. Shishi couldn't understand what the lord was doing. Why wasn't he sending knights and city guards to help clear the snow during this difficult time? Was there anything more important than the lives of the residents? Lord, are you really going to ignore the snow on the streets? If the snow isn't cleared today, another heavy snowfall will soon come, and most of the residents' houses will be completely buried. I'm afraid that before the next day of divine love arrives, many residents will freeze to death. Facing the doubts of the great knight Wood, Cardun showed no expression. He toyed with a red stone in his hand and asked Wood, "Do you know what this is?" Wood glanced at the red stone in Cardun's hand. It was clearly not an ordinary stone, as the space around it twisted continuously, as if being scorched by invisible flames. In fact, the stone did emit waves of scorching heat. Wood then realized that the room he was in was extremely warm, but due to his level 4 strength, he hadn't noticed it immediately. Wood suddenly understood and exclaimed, "This is fire stone. The imperial capital actually dared to send such a precious stone to Winter City?" Cardun looked at the firestone in his hand and calmly said, "There's nothing impossible, Sir Wood. Long before the heavy snow fell, I had already set up several firestones throughout Winterhold. Therefore, the temperature inside Winterhold is much higher than outside. In such circumstances, as long as it's a day of divine love, the residents can go out and clear the snow themselves, and their chances of survival are already quite high, at least much higher than those in other cities." As Cadden spoke, a hint of ruthlessness suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he continued, moreover, even without firestones, I wouldn't waste knights and city guards on something as trivial as snow clearing. Why? Clearing the snow is not a trivial matter. If we're not careful, it could lead to more than half of the city's civilians not surviving this winter, Wood said, his eyes wide with dissatisfaction as he clenched his fists unconsciously. Cadden did not feel displeased by Wood's rudeness, he simply replied coldly, because there are things more important than protecting civilians. Sir Wood, you may not know what the year of divine punishment is like. Besides the terrifying blizzards, it also causes a strange phenomenon, one that only occurs in towns near the Sinful Forest and the Beast Mountain Range. What phenomenon? The beast tide. During the winter of the year of divine punishment, didn't all the magical beasts fall into hibernation? That's why it's called a strange phenomenon. During the winter of the year of divine punishment, most magical beasts do indeed hibernate, but that's only for most of them. A portion of magical beasts can still move, such as ice attribute beasts and those with extreme cold resistance. These two types of beasts can even act during the blizzards of the year of divine punishment. When they cannot find food in the snowstorm, it triggers the beast tide, attacking the surrounding towns. Currently, the primary task of the knights and city guards in Winterhold is to guard against these magical beasts. As he spoke, Cadden stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the city streets, focusing on the residents desperately clearing the snow. Not clearing the snow may lead to many residents losing their lives, but if we don't survive the beast tide, then everyone in Winterhold will lose their lives. Wood fell silent for a moment, then hesitantly said, but the beast tide hasn't come yet, right? We could clear the snow first. Cadden glanced at Wood, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. However, since Wood was his only knight, Cadden could only patiently explain. Will the beast tide appear? When will it appear? No one knows. The only certainty is that from the first day of divine love onward, a beast tide could happen any day, so we must remain vigilant at all times. How can we waste the strength of knights and city guards for a few civilians? Wood was left speechless. It was as if he was making a final stand when he said, this will cause many deaths. Their food is already scarce, and now they have to clear the snow. Even if we fend off the beast tide, there won't be many survivors left in Winterhold. Population? Just a bunch of numbers. Cadden knew Wood's temperament, so he did not voice this thought. In fact, the population of Winterhold was merely a number to him. What he feared the least was a shortage of people, or rather, what the human race feared the least was a shortage of people. Orcs are known for their immense strength. They are born warriors, with abilities like beast transformation, blood pact, life and death together, rapid recovery. Their racial talents exist almost entirely for combat. Elves are known for their mental prowess. They can use magic, and all their racial talents align with the existence of nature. Although this has led to their prideful and aloof nature, it has also granted them longevity. As long as they live long enough, strong individuals will naturally emerge, which is the reason for the elves' strength. Dwarves are known for their physical prowess, each blessed with the gifts earned through the honing of their bodies, with their racial talents concentrated in resistance, making them the most resilient of all races. In contrast, we humans are renowned for our agility. Aside from combat skills, our racial talent is, indeed, rapid growth and reproduction. With rapid growth coupled with reproduction, humans have the highest number of newborns among all races and are one of the fastest growing in strength. Losing a few individuals is inconsequential. As long as there is ample food and safe shelter, it doesn't take long for the population to be replenished. It is precisely because of this that humanity was able to recover swiftly after nearly being exterminated by the orcs, regaining its position among the four great races. Now, as the Lord of Winter City, what Cardan should do most is to protect the safe haven, not just for Winter City, but for the surrounding towns, and indeed for the entire human empire. Seeing that Cardan had no intention of changing his mind, Wood gritted his teeth and had no choice but to leave. Watching the back of the night Wood, Cardan quickly shifted his gaze back to the firestone in his hand. To protect Winter City from the beast tide during the year of divine punishment, it all depended on this firestone. The firestone, one of the alchemical products of the witch, allows anyone carrying it to move even in the winter storms of the year of divine punishment, as long as they possess fighting spirit. I must say, the witch really knows how to create some impressive items, like that frenzy potion. It's a pity that the foolish king back then, blinded by the witch's beauty, forced her, and he happened to choose a madwoman, which nearly led to the entire royal family being poisoned. After that failure, the terrified royal family almost exterminated all witches and conveniently made them scapegoats for the war between humans and orcs. What a ridiculously foolish king. Otherwise, today's witches wouldn't have fled the human empire right after awakening. Cardan muttered, recalling the witch he had almost captured not long ago. What a shame, to have encountered a witch only to let her escape. With that thought, Cardan unconsciously cast his gaze toward the direction of the Sinful Forest. The Sinful Forest lies in the valley where Sinful Town is located. As the sky gradually darkened, after a whole day of effort, Li Chen and the others had cleared most of the accumulated snow around the house and on the roof, with only a few snow piles left to shovel. A few dwarves were vigorously wielding their shovels, dealing with the remaining snow piles, and it was believed they would resolve it soon. Seeing everyone working so hard, Li Chen shouted, "Tonight we'll have a good meal. I'll have Greyfeather prepare a hot pot for you all to enjoy." Although the others didn't know what hot pot was, they had never tasted anything bad from the recipes Li Chen brought out, especially since it was Greyfeather's cooking, which doubled the deliciousness. Just thinking about it made them salivate, and they immediately cheered, "Long live the young master." Li Chen shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. These guys had recently started calling him young master like Ironhead. He could tell they were teasing him, but he didn't mind, and let them call him whatever they liked. As the sky grew darker, Li Chen reminded the dwarves still clearing the snow to hurry back before leading the way back into the house. He exchanged for 40 large portions of hot pot base in the system shop, spending 80 bond points. With nearly 1,500 bond points now, spending 80 didn't hurt at all. In the cafeteria, he found Greyfeather preparing dinner, and he handed over the hot pot base to her, explaining how to make the hot pot. Greyfeather indeed had a talent for cooking. Upon hearing it, she immediately understood, quickly slicing the meat into thin slices and starting to thaw the frozen animal organs while scoring them. In addition, she thought that those unpleasant-tasting wild vegetables would surely be popular in a hot pot, so she began washing the wild vegetables again, and even prepared some fruit for dessert. Soon, the unique fragrant and spicy aroma of hot pot wafted through the cafeteria. "Sniff sniff, brother, what are we having for dinner tonight? It smells so good." The first to appear was Xiao Bai. This girl finally looked like she was waking up, as she spent most of her time sleeping, only popping out during mealtimes. Normally, everyone in their mixed group of 3 races was expected to work, but Xiao Bai was still a child, so no one required her to work every day. Besides Xiao Bai, Xiao Chang, that mischievous girl, was similar. However, the beastmen had no complaints about this. In fact, all the weaker beastmen, including Chang Mu and Bai Qi, had expressed to Li Chen that they could take on Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai's workload. It was clear that children were an extremely important part of the beastmen tribe. The dwarves and humans could understand this sentiment and had no intention of making the 2 little girls work. So, these 2 little girls could be said to be the most carefree among everyone. Li Chen glanced at Xiao Bai. Such a sincere child was hard not to like, and of course, Xiao Chang, with her little tsundere attitude, was also quite charming. Li Chen couldn't help but tug at Xiao Bai's uneven rabbit ears before answering her question. "We're having hot pot today, a special delicacy from my hometown. Hee, you better not think about walking back today." Xiao Bai wrinkled her nose, tilted her head to escape Li Chen's grasp on her rabbit ears, and asked, "Is hot pot delicious? It's not a matter of whether it's good or not, it's more like, boom." Before Li Chen could finish his sentence, the cafeteria door was suddenly pushed open with a bang, and a dwarf covered in blood shouted at Li Chen in terror. "The earring was attacked by a magical beast, hurry and save him." "What?" Li Chen instantly stood up from his chair, not bothering to ask why there was a magical beast at this time, and quickly ran towards the door. When he reached the entrance, Anna and Ing had also arrived. A few individuals with level 2 or higher strength immediately pushed open the door, braving the cold, and ran outside. Beside a pile of snow that had not yet been cleared, a dwarf's body lay quietly, its throat bitten through, with large patches of snow stained red around it. The dead dwarf looked somewhat strange. A thin layer of blue ice had formed all over its body. Although the temperature outside was low, it shouldn't have frozen so quickly, and it was an eerie blue ice. Li Chen did not see the magical beast, so he carefully examined the dwarf's body. Besides the severed throat, one of the dwarf's arms was also mangled, clearly indicating that the magical beast had hidden after being startled by their noise while devouring the dwarf's body. Looking at the dwarf's unblinking eyes, Li Chen shouted angrily, "Where is the magical beast?" After Ying's left eye recovered, her vision returned to its peak state, and being skilled at hiding, she was the first to notice the concealed magical beast, pointing to the snow beside the dwarf and saying, "It's behind the snow." Li Chen and the others all looked over. The magical beast seemed to realize it had been discovered and jumped out immediately. It was a magical beast very similar to a serrated beast, but its pupils were blue, and even its 2 extremely exaggerated large teeth on the upper jaw were a watery blue, resembling 2 large blue crystals. "It's an ice-tooth beast." Anna seemed to have seen this type of magical beast before, and after naming it, her expression turned somewhat grim. Li Chen noticed this and asked, "What's going on? Is it hard to deal with?" Anna nodded, then shook her head again. "If a magical beast possesses elemental attributes, it means that this beast can at least grow to level 4 and will have special abilities. The uniqueness of the ice-tooth beast lies in its teeth. If someone is bitten by its 2 serrated teeth, those weaker will be instantly frozen, and those of equal strength will have the cold invade their bodies, causing sluggishness." No wonder there were strange blue ice blocks on the dwarf's corpse. Li Chen frowned. "So you're saying this magical beast is actually a level 4 beast? Based on its speed just now, it should not have reached its peak yet. It currently only has the strength of level 3. This was precisely why Anna had nodded and then shaken her head earlier. Although the ice-tooth beast's abilities were difficult to deal with, this one was only at level 3, and with her and Shadow around, it wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. After hearing this, Li Chen narrowed his eyes, staring at the ice tooth beast, and in the next moment he revealed a murderous intent. Since it's only level 3, let's kill it. Li Chen was furious. Ever since he heard the news about the Year of Divine Punishment, under his leadership this mixed group of 3 races had often suffered injuries but no one had ever died. Now, everything was back on track, and as winter passed day by day, they were about to become the first batch to survive the Year of Divine Punishment in the sinful forest. Yet unexpectedly, a magical beast that had come from who knows where had killed one of his companions. He had just reminded them to return early to enjoy hot pot together. Li Chen gritted his teeth. No one could kill his people and leave unscathed. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he wouldn't be able to save this ice-tooth beast. The ice-tooth beast crouched on all fours, its upper body slightly lowered, ready to spring into action at any moment. Looking at Anna and Shadow, the beast's instincts told it that these two were very dangerous. The ice-tooth beast couldn't help but let out a series of threatening growls. Li Chen was determined to take it down, instructing Anna and Shadow to flank him on either side. The 3 formed a triangular formation, surrounding the ice-tooth beast. Although the ice-tooth beast was afraid of Anna and Shadow, it did not sense any danger from Li Chen, who dared to step closer to it. Roar! The ice-tooth beast let out a loud roar and lunged at Li Chen. A fierce look flashed across Li Chen's face. Beast transformation. He activated the beast transformation skill, and as fur sprouted from his body, his attributes surged to nearly that of a level 3 warrior. This sudden change startled the ice-tooth beast, causing it to halt. However, Li Chen had no intention of giving it any time. He charged back at it. The ice-tooth beast, furious, let out another roar and swiped a claw at Li Chen's head. Li Chen sidestepped, avoiding the attack, while wrapping his arms around the ice-tooth beast's claw. A tremendous force came from the beast's claw, nearly buckling Li Chen's knees. Gritting his teeth, Li Chen tightened his grip on the ice-tooth beast's claw and executed a shoulder throw. Using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, he combined his own strength with the technique, using both forces to throw the ice-tooth beast sideways. The beast's body became unsteady, almost thrown off balance by Li Chen. However, it was still a level 3 magical beast and its strength was greater than Li Chen's, allowing it to barely stabilize itself. Seeing that Li Chen still clung to it, the ice-tooth beast opened its massive jaws wide and aimed to bite Li Chen's head, the icy serrated teeth exuding waves of cold air. If bitten, it would surely leave 2 bloody holes. Unfortunately, the ice-tooth beast seemed to forget that its enemy was not alone. At the moment Li Chen held onto the ice-tooth beast, Anna, transformed into her beast form, swiped a claw at the beast's neck, while Shadow, always carrying a mother-son dagger, slashed at the ice-tooth beast's throat. Puff, puff. 2 sounds echoed, one after the other. In the next moment, the entire neck of the ice-toothed beast was bleeding, and the blood was actually blue. It staggered 2 steps, opened its massive mouth but couldn't even let out a roar, then collapsed weakly to the ground, slowly losing its heartbeat. Li Chen and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't expected to slay the ice-toothed beast so smoothly. After confirming that the beast had completely breathed its last, the 3 of them first carried back the body of the slain dwarf, Earring. Inside the room, both dwarves and humans, as well as orcs, looked sorrowfully at Earring's body. Since arriving in this valley, everyone had spent nearly a month together, and their bonds had deepened with each hunt. Earring even had quite a few friends among the orcs and humans, yet now he had died so suddenly. At this moment, even those who weren't very familiar with Earring felt a mix of emotions. The hot pot dinner planned for the evening was cancelled. Everyone simply took a few bites before returning to their own rooms, except for Li Chen and his companions. In the cafeteria, besides Li Chen and the Dina sisters, there were also Aoki and Haki representing the orcs, Dokina Gully representing the dwarves, and Alicia and Grey Feather from the human race, along with Ironhead and other level 2 warriors. Li Chen pointed to the ice-toothed beast's corpse in the center of the cafeteria and recounted the situation to those who weren't present. He directly asked the key question: why are magical beasts hunting during the winter of the Year of Divine Punishment? At that moment, everyone turned their gaze to Aoki and Haki, because they were the only 2 present who had experienced the winter of the Year of Divine Punishment, and being the oldest, they would know more about it. Aoki and Haki did not disappoint, stating, the ice-toothed beast belongs to the ice attribute and is extremely cold resistant. Today just happens to be the day of divine love, which is the warmest time of winter, leading to the ice-toothed beast coming out to hunt. After hearing this, Li Chen asked with some concern, doesn't that mean that as long as a magical beast has extreme cold resistance, it can hunt on the day of divine love? Currently, they were the only living beings in the entire evil forest. Other wild animals and magical beasts were either frozen to death or hibernating. It could be said that they were the only prey in the entire evil forest. However, at that moment, Haki shook his head and revealed an even worse outcome. Not just on the day of divine love, if a magical beast has high enough cold resistance, or if it is a level 4 magical beast with cold resistance, it can move freely in the snowstorm even if it's not the day of divine love. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned in unison. This was not good news, it was even catastrophic news. In the mixed group of the 3 races in the valley, no one could move in the snowstorm of the Year of Divine Punishment. If a magical beast capable of moving in the snowstorm entered the valley to hunt, they would become sitting ducks. There would be no need for that beast to attack as long as it destroyed their houses. They would soon all be killed by the low temperatures. Li Chen quickly thought of a countermeasure. He had an idea, but unfortunately, it was too late now. As the sky completely darkened, the howling wind could once again be heard from outside, indicating that a strong wind had picked up again and heavy snow had begun to fall. At this point, they could no longer go outside. After discussing for a while, everyone ultimately reached one conclusion. They could only wait for the next day of divine love to arrive, hoping that no magical beasts would enter the valley to hunt during this time. The next morning, when Li Chen woke up, he saw Ironhead, who had kept watch all night. To prevent any incidents during the night, every room was now assigned someone to keep watch. The effectiveness of this measure was not great, but it still had some impact. In the following days, everyone lived in vigilance. For days had passed, and today, finally, something good happened. Li Chen was about to advance to a level 3 warrior. It had been more than a month since he exchanged for the premium level fighting technique, and on the day of the exchange, he had advanced from level 1 to level 2. After a month of accumulation, he had now advanced from level 2 to level 3. The process of leveling up went smoothly without any surprises. After the breakthrough, Li Chen felt a powerful force surging within him. This advancement was very timely. After reaching level 3, as long as he activated the beast transformation skill, although he couldn't fight above his level like Anna, he could at least hold off a level 4 enemy for a short time. However, just like the ordinary level fighting techniques before, the cultivation speed of the premium level technique slowed down after reaching level 3. Li Chen sensed that to cultivate the premium level technique to level 4 would take at least 10 more years. Although he had suspected this long ago, confirming it now still left him feeling somewhat regretful. At this moment, breaking through to level 4 was the best way to resolve his current predicament. Although the premium level fighting technique couldn't help him level up quickly, Li Chen wasn't worried. If the premium level wouldn't work, then he would turn to the legendary level. He immediately opened the system store and navigated to the page for exchanging fighting techniques. Soon, he found his target. Legendary fighting technique, 5,000 bond points. Currently, Li Chen had a total of 1960 bond points, and with an increase of 108 bond points per day, he only needed to wait another 29 days to make the exchange. As long as there were no monster attacks on their house during this month, they would have resolved this crisis. Just as Li Chen was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly froze, and the next moment, he widened his eyes, staring intently at the system interface. Wait, what's with those 4 words at the end? He saw that on the system store interface, after legendary fighting technique, 5,000 bond points, there were actually 4 small words. The text was so small that he hadn't noticed it before, but now he saw those 4 words, insufficient permissions. What does insufficient permissions mean? Isn't this damn system supposed to sell anything as long as you have enough bond points? Why does it need permissions now? Li Chen was bewildered and, not believing in evil, clicked on the legendary fighting technique to exchange it. Ding, insufficient bond points, unable to exchange. Ding, insufficient permissions, unable to exchange. Please upgrade the system to increase permissions. Upgrade the system? The system can be upgraded? Then why don't you tell me how to upgrade the system? If you don't say, how would I know? The system was not intelligent and could not answer Li Chen's questions. Li Chen sat there with a twitching mouth, and at one moment he roared in frustration. Damn system, I curse you to the ends of the earth. Hearing this, Ironhead couldn't help but look at Li Chen and ask, damn system? Young master, can a dog wash a bucket? Also, what does cursing you to the ends of the earth mean? What's wrong with a dog washing a bucket? Did it eat your rice? Why do you care if it washes the bucket or not? Li Chen replied irritably to Ironhead, then gritted his teeth and continued, as for cursing you, cursing its ancestors to the ends of the earth. Heck, just think about it, cursing the ancestors of the damn system on a coffin board. How magnificent that would be. Ha 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 ha. This sentence certainly wasn't translated that way, it was just how Li Chen felt like translating it at that moment. With that, Li Chen seemed to have found an outlet, and couldn't help but burst into a series of hearty laughs, leaving Ironhead scratching his head in confusion, still not understanding what Li Chen was talking about. With no hope of leveling up for the time being, Li Chen could only continue waiting for the next divine day to arrive. As the days passed, ever since the incident of the earrings being stolen and the subsequent death, everyone's emotions remained tense, and even the 30 young unicorn wolves went unnoticed. These little wolf cubs were quite the eaters, changing in appearance daily, and within just over 10 days, they had grown to weigh over 20 pounds, looking quite appetizing. Another 7 days went by, and with just 3 days left until the day of divine love, everyone finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. That night, as usual, one person was assigned to keep watch in each room. Soon, a group of people fell into a deep sleep. Boom! Just as everyone was sleeping soundly, a sudden roar echoed, and Li Chen and the others almost immediately opened their eyes. Without time to put on his clothes, he opened the door to the adjacent room and rushed towards the source of the sound. As one room after another was opened, more and more people gathered together, all looking bewildered. Li Chen instructed Alicia and Grey Feather to count the number of people. In total, there were 276, not one less. This meant that the sound just now did not come from the dormitory they were staying in. Realizing this, Li Chen asked the crowd, "Does anyone know what just happened?" As soon as Li Chen's question left his lips, a dwarf immediately stepped forward. Li Chen recognized him. He was one of the 4 level 2 warriors among the dwarves, Big Eye. The other 3 were Dokina, Guli, and a dwarf named Big Ear. Big Eye said at that moment, "It should be the firewood shed that collapsed. I happen to be on watch tonight and my place is the closest to the firewood shed. If I heard correctly, it was the firewood shed built on the outermost edge that suddenly collapsed." Hearing Big Eye's words, Li Chen and the others exchanged glances, seeing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. When the houses were built, all of them were constructed to the same standard, so there was no way the firewood shed was of particularly poor quality. This meant that the firewood shed should not have collapsed under the wind and snow. Li Chen knew that continuing to speculate would yield no results, so he immediately led the way towards the firewood shed. Moments later, they passed through the last dormitory and several intact firewood sheds, and the temperature ahead suddenly dropped by at least 10 degrees. The collapsed firewood shed should be just ahead. The temperature in the house ahead will definitely be lower, and there may even be unknown magical beasts, Li Chen said, looking at Anna and Shadow. Continuing, "Next, the 3 of us will go check it out. Everyone else fall back and stay alert for any beast attacks." At this moment, only the 3 of them possessed level 3 strength, allowing them to barely move around in the wind and snow. The remaining people would be of no help before the day of divine love arrived. After hearing this, the others followed Li Chen's instructions and retreated to the distant rooms. "Get your weapons ready." Li Chen took out his Tang Hung knife from his spatial ring, and Anna and Shadow also drew their exquisite weapons. Shadow stepped forward first, slowly opening the door. However, the wind and snow were too strong, and the door was flung open in an instant, followed by a blade-like gale and arrow-like snowflakes pouring into the room. The 3 instantly felt the chill, the temperature around them dropping rapidly. "We can't delay, let's confirm quickly." Li Chen exchanged glances with the 2 women, and then the 3 of them rushed outside. Outside was still a firewood shed which had not collapsed, but the roof had been torn open, creating a large hole. Li Chen stared at the hole for a moment, then turned to the 2 women beside him with a grim expression, saying, "There are scratch marks. This hole was definitely made by a magical beast. We should go back." Roar! Before Li Chen could finish his sentence, a shadow flashed in from the hole in the roof, lunging directly at him. Beast transformation. Li Chen and Anna did not hesitate to use the beast transformation skill. In the next moment, Li Chen swung his knife towards the shadow, while Ling and Anna leaped to either side of the shadow, their mother and son daggers and claw covers striking at the shadow without mercy. The shadow remained unfazed, extending a claw to grab Li Chen's Tang Hung knife. The Tang Hung knife clashed with the claw, surprisingly not severing it, but instead creating a large spark. This was the first time the Tang Hung knife faced a direct confrontation without gaining the upper hand. Li Chen immediately understood that the opponent's claw was even harder than an ordinary weapon. While Li Chen was astonished, the shadow was even more surprised. Seeing its claw blocked, the shadow paused slightly, then swiftly dodged Ying's dagger, but it seemed to underestimate Anna's speed and ultimately did not completely evade Anna's claw cover. With a sizzle sound, the shadow was scratched by Anna's claw cover, leaving 4 shallow wounds. The shadow seemed startled by this, and before Li Chen could clearly see its appearance, it instantly burrowed out through a hole in the roof, disappearing into the wind and snow. Li Chen asked in confusion, "It left?" Anna nodded, then glanced at the claw cover, which had traces of blue blood on it. "Another ice-tooth beast?" Looking at the blue blood on the claw cover, Li Chen instantly understood the true identity of the shadow. However, this ice-tooth beast was significantly stronger than the previous one, having even reached level 4. The wind and snow continued to pour into the firewood room, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. In just a few minutes, Li Chen felt his feet had gone numb from the cold, and he hurriedly urged Anna and Ing to leave the snow-filled room. At this moment, everyone who had heard the sounds of battle in the firewood room was anxiously waiting for Li Chen and the others. As soon as they saw Li Chen and the others return, they rushed forward to inquire about the situation. Li Chen briefly recounted what had just happened. Upon hearing it was a level 4 magical beast, everyone's faces turned pale. Level 4 magical beasts were not invincible, Anna could handle them. After advancing to level 3, Anna activated the beast transformation skill, and with her premium level blood technique, her enhancement reached 12,000 times, surpassing the 10,000 times of an ordinary level 4 warrior. Additionally, Anna had a premium level claw cover. As long as the ice-tooth beast did not flee, she had a good chance of defeating the level 4 ice-tooth beast. Besides that, Li Chen also counted as a decent fighting force. Li Chen's beast transformation skill was slightly inferior to Anna's, only enhancing by 3 times, but with the premium level fighting technique, the enhancement could also reach 9,000 times. During the beast transformation, he could still hold off a level 4 magical beast, as long as Li Chen and Anna coordinated, with Li Chen restraining the ice-tooth beast and Anna looking for an opportunity, the two had a great chance of killing the ice-tooth beast. However, all of this was based on the absence of wind and snow. Neither Li Chen nor Anna had resistance to extreme cold. and facing the wind and snow and low temperatures would severely affect their performance. Moreover, the wind and snow and low temperatures would significantly increase their physical consumption, leading to an exceptionally short duration for their beast transformation skills. It was likely that before they could kill the magical beast, they would exhaust their stamina. It could be said that the low temperature was just the right counter to the beast transformation skill. This time we were lucky. The ice-tooth beast destroyed the outermost firewood room. I doubt we'll be so fortunate next time. The Snake Man elder, Chang Mu, coldly pointed out this harsh reality. This time, with the firewood room destroyed, as long as everyone blocked the room leading to the firewood room, they could still ensure the temperature of the other rooms. But if the ice-tooth beast attacked the dormitory next time, even if they eventually repelled the ice-tooth beast, many dormitories would be temporarily unusable, cutting off the routes between other dormitories and the cafeteria. The situation was more serious than they had imagined. At this moment, Aoki seemed to recall something else, but after glancing at the sorrowful faces of everyone present, he hesitated and ultimately chose not to speak further. With no conclusions reached, everyone could only return to their own quarters to sleep. After all, not sleeping wouldn't solve the problem, so they might as well maintain the best mental state to face the upcoming challenges. Fortunately, in this world, no one would mock you, saying, "How can you sleep at your age?" Of course, if there were, the only response would be Li Chen's fist, as big as a sandbag. "Master, wake up quickly." A worried voice from Ironhead suddenly broke the morning silence, and Li Chen thought they were under attack by a beast again, immediately springing up in alarm. "Are we being attacked by beasts? Again? Is anyone hurt?" Ironhead looked at Li Chen, who was only wearing stockings on his lower half, his face showing no sign of surprise, as he too had been sleeping like this at night, and even Guli, with his big eyes and ears, was dressed similarly. There was no helping it, the stockings were just too warm, almost as if they had magical properties. No, this wasn't the time to think about that. Ironhead quickly shook his head and explained, "It's not a beast attack, but Sai, I can't explain it well. Just hurry to the cafeteria and see for yourself. Princess Anna and the others are already waiting for you there." At some point, the cafeteria had become their assembly hall. Upon hearing that they were waiting for him there, Li Chen knew something was amiss and didn't dare to delay. He quickly threw on a pair of pants to cover his stockings and rushed to the cafeteria. As soon as he entered, before he could even ask what was happening, his attention was drawn to an object in the center of the room. It was a red stone, about the size of a fingernail, glowing as if it had been heated by charcoal, radiating a red and golden light, accompanied by waves of scorching heat that seemed to warp the air around it. "What is this thing?" Li Chen pointed at the red stone. Most of the people present wore expressions of confusion similar to his. Only Dina and Anna were different. After a moment of hesitation, Anna said, "When the Silver Wolf tribe was still around, Dina and I once saw a similar stone in our father's possession. That stone is called Firestone, a unique stone of the human empire, said to have been developed by the church. Therefore, only the church knows how to manufacture firestones, and they have always tightly controlled every single one. My father obtained one by chance during the war with the human race." Firestone? Li Chen felt the scorching heat emanating from the firestone. Since it was an unfamiliar object, he didn't dare to touch it recklessly and instead asked, "Does anyone know how this firestone ended up in the cafeteria?" Everyone present shook their heads, and at that moment, Grey Feather and another human female spoke up together. "This morning, when we got up to prepare breakfast, we opened the cafeteria door and found this firestone, then notified Anna and the others. The firestone couldn't have appeared out of nowhere, so someone must have secretly placed it there last night. The question was, who was it? Since only the church can manufacture firestones, could it be someone from the church?" Li Chen knew nothing about the Church of the Human Empire. The only thing he was aware of was that the Pope could foresee the year of divine punishment, based on divine revelation. The church, being the first to know about the existence of the year of divine punishment, certainly wouldn't remain in the sinful forest. How could someone from the church suddenly appear among them? Did the church also have its sights set on the orcs and the high-level blacksmith dwarves? Li Chen felt it was unlikely. Since they could receive divine revelation, it was likely that this church was not just a small force in the human empire. Such a force wouldn't be interested in the benefits brought by a few orcs and dwarves. So among all of them, there was a lucky one who had once obtained the church's firestone, and now, in this critical moment, the lucky one had no choice but to contribute the firestone for survival? This was the most reasonable explanation that Li Chen could think of. The others had no clue about the source of the firestone, so they could only give up. However, Li Chen kept a watchful eye. He found Anna and Dorsina and instructed them to have the beastmen and dwarves pay attention to the situation on the human side. Whether the firestone was left by someone from the church or simply a lucky individual, the most likely race behind this existence was the humans. Therefore, he couldn't let Alicia and Greywing get involved. He could only have Anna and Dorsina, whom he trusted more, send someone to investigate secretly. In other words, as long as someone carries this firestone closely, they can be unafraid of the low temperatures outside? Li Chen curiously touched the firestone, and the moment he made contact, he felt a surge of warmth flowing into his body from the stone. As the warmth surged in, a cozy feeling enveloped every corner of Li Chen's body. He even felt a bit hot, almost wanting to strip off all his clothes right there. Good stuff. The effect of the firestone exceeded Li Chen's expectations. With this thing, perhaps they could indeed face the low temperatures in the snowstorm without fear. Li Chen immediately thought, with this, we can deal with that level 4 icefang beast. Seeing this, Anna reminded Li Chen, the energy in the firestone is limited. The larger the firestone, the more energy it contains. This firestone's energy will probably run out soon, and one firestone can only be used by one person. It can't support us both against the icefang beast. This made Li Chen realize, right, to kill that icefang beast they needed to cooperate, and at least 2 firestones would be necessary. Otherwise, if the icefang beast was determined to escape, even Anna wouldn't be able to hold it back. Li Chen thought for a long time, and it wasn't until that night that he came up with an idea that might not be useful. After dinner, Li Chen gathered everyone in the cafeteria. Once everyone was present, Li Chen finally spoke up. As you all know, yesterday a level 4 magical beast, the icefang beast, attacked our house. This beast came to hunt, although we drove it back. Now the entire sinful forest has only us prey left. It's obvious that the icefang beast will continue to hunt us tonight. No one can deal with that beast in the snowstorm, not even Anna and I. Although the appearance of the firestone allows us to be unafraid of the low temperatures, 1 firestone is not enough to support both Anna and me in battle against the cold. Yes, at least we need 2 firestones to have a chance to defeat that beast, but even then, it's just a chance. If we don't have more firestones, once the icefang beast gets a hold of us and destroys the house, none of us will survive. We can only have hope of survival if we get another firestone, and if we get 2 more firestones, our chances of survival will be much greater. As long as we get 1 more firestone. Li Chen spoke passionately, but the crowd looked on in confusion. Everyone could understand that Li Chen needed firestones. If they had enough firestones, even if the house was destroyed, they could survive in the snowstorm. But they didn't have firestones. No matter how much Li Chen needed them, it was useless to tell them. They couldn't just conjure firestones out of thin air, could they? It wasn't until a little while later that some people gradually began to understand. Li Chen was asking the owner of that firestone for more firestones. However, since they didn't know who the owner of the firestone was, he gathered everyone together, as the owner must be among the crowd. And Li Chen's entire speech could be condensed into a few words: give me another firestone. The crowd, having come to their senses, looked at Li Chen with a speechless expression. If you want to say something, just say it directly. Why waste so many words? Soon after, everyone finally escaped from Li Chen's rambling. A group of people hurriedly slipped away, fearing that Li Chen might suddenly say something again. Let me say a couple more things. As the dim sky turned completely dark, night fell, and Li Chen and the others became vigilant. Most magical beasts were accustomed to moving at night, and if the icefang beast planned to hunt today, it certainly wouldn't keep them waiting for long. Li Chen gave the only firestone to Anna, who had the strongest combat power. He instructed someone to check the cafeteria from time to time to see if the owner of the firestone would bring a new one. Li Chen was quite confident about obtaining a second firestone. After all, everyone in the room was in the same boat. Even if the owner of the firestone could use it to move through the wind and snow, encountering a magical beast like the icefang beast in such conditions would surely lead to disaster. If they were to die, they would die together. For the sake of survival, no matter how precious the firestone was, the owner had to produce a new one. What he feared most was that the owner didn't have a second firestone. Li Chen could only pray that the other party did, otherwise they would have almost no hope of defeating the level 4 icefang beast. However, half the night passed, and the outcomes on both sides were beyond Li Chen's expectations. The icefang beast did not appear. Perhaps it had been injured by Anna the previous night, making it cautious and unwilling to attack recklessly. In any case, it left no trace. There was also no second firestone in the cafeteria. Li Chen felt that the absence of the icefang beast was related. If it had shown up, the owner of the firestone might have handed it over for safety. Now that the icefang beast had not attacked again, the owner naturally wouldn't easily part with the precious firestone. As the night wore on and the icefang beast still showed no signs of appearing, it seemed it wouldn't show up today. While this was a good thing, Li Chen was unwilling to accept it. The icefang beast might not come now, but it would definitely come later, and he was determined to trick the second firestone into his hands today. Gritting his teeth, Li Chen secretly sought out Shadow, then whispered something in Shadow's ear. The next moment, he saw Shadow looking at Li Chen with a strange expression. However, Shadow ultimately chose to trust Li Chen, activating the skills of stealth and merge with Shadow, and his figure silently disappeared. Seeing this, Li Chen couldn't help but grin. I appeal to your emotions and reason with you, yet you dare to ignore my request. Then don't blame me, Li, for not following the rules. With that, Li Chen went back to sleep. As dawn approached, a loud boom suddenly erupted, causing Li Chen to jump up instantly. He quickly rushed toward the source of the noise. The magical beast is attacking again, someone shouted, causing a bit of panic among the crowd. Don't panic, everyone stay where you are and don't make a sound. Anna and I will deal with the magical beast, Li Chen shouted to the crowd before continuing toward the source of the roar. Along the way, he encountered a serious-looking Anna, and the two quickly reached their destination. It turned out to be a woodshed, and the roof had been broken open, with wind and snow pouring into the room, causing the temperature in the surrounding rooms to drop sharply. Anna was extremely confused as to why this magical beast had targeted the woodshed. However, she didn't think too much about it and put on her claw covers, ready to face the ice-fawn beast at any moment. At that moment, Anna suddenly noticed that Li Chen's expression showed no signs of tension. She was taken aback, and then she saw Shadow slowly emerging from the shadows in the corner. So, it was Shadow who destroyed the roof, and all of this was a play you staged to force the owner of the Firestone? Anna looked at Li Chen in disbelief. Li Chen smiled awkwardly, not letting the owner of the Firestone know that they could be wiped out at any moment. How could the other party willingly hand over the Firestone? To sum it up in one sentence, when I get ruthless, I'll even smash my own house. I don't believe you'll still dare not give me the Firestone. Anna supported her head. The man in front of her was reliable most of the time, but only most of the time, not all the time. To deceive the owner of the Firestone, he had deceived everyone, and she was only just finding out now. The others were probably like ants on a hot pan, anxiously waiting for the outcome of their battle. At that moment, Anna remembered an important question and looked at Li Chen. The woodshed you destroyed is the one closest to the dormitory. Now that the wind and snow have blown in, Greyfeather and the others can't get charcoal from here. How are we going to cook in the future? Are we supposed to carry charcoal every time we cook? I'm not doing that. You caused this mess, so you should do all the carrying. Don't worry, Li Chen had already thought it through and said, the day after tomorrow is the day of divine love. We'll have the dwarves hurry to repair the house by then, and it'll be fine. Well, Anna understood. Li Chen had planned everything out, and he probably chose this woodshed to destroy specifically to create pressure on the owner of the Firestone. Anna couldn't be bothered to care and continued to ask Li Chen, what do we do next? Li Chen shrugged, we don't do anything. It's come to this point, and if the owner of the Firestone still won't hand over more Firestones, there's nothing I can do. After that, the three pretended to have driven off the ice-fawn beast and returned to let everyone rest easy and go back to sleep. But after such an incident, who could still sleep? Aside from Li Chen and the other two, a group of people lay in bed, terrified, tossing and turning for half the night until dawn broke. The next day, as soon as Li Chen got up, he saw a bunch of panda eyes. Looking at the haggard faces of Alicia and the others, Li Chen felt a bit guilty, but he still thought it was all worth it because in the cafeteria, the second Firestone was quietly lying on the ground. Not far away, Anna and Shadow exchanged glances, both shaking their heads helplessly. He really had managed to trick them. Li Chen picked up the Firestone with a hint of pride. At that moment, he suddenly froze, then picked up a piece of white paper from under the Firestone. On the white paper, a line was written. That's enough, don't be greedy. At the end of the sentence, there was a drawing of a cat baring its teeth. After reading the message on the paper, Li Chen was stunned again, then couldn't help but grin and mutter, interesting. 2 Firestones were enough for Li Chen and Anna to move around in the low temperatures. However, these 2 Firestones were quite small, not even the size of a fingernail, and it was unclear how long they would last. The 2 of them didn't dare to use them recklessly. Li Chen's plan was to have Shadow monitor outside the house with the Firestone at night while he and Anna stood by at all times. Shadow's combat power was insufficient compared to them in their beast form, but Shadow was good at hiding and could detect the ice-fawn beast without a sound. Once Shadow spotted the ice-fawn beast, Li Chen and Anna could catch it before it destroyed the house. Everything was ready, just waiting for nightfall. However, at that moment, Qingmu and Baichi suddenly came to the door and, with serious expressions, told Li Chen something. Inside the room, the door was tightly shut. All those with a strength of level 2 or above gathered inside. Qingmu looked at everyone and said gravely, last winter during the year of divine punishment, Baichi and I were still in the Orc Empire, so I don't remember clearly what happened. It wasn't until yesterday that I recalled something. During the winter of the year of divine punishment, places like the sinful forest can experience beast tides. At this moment, Li Chen also remembered that yesterday, Aoki had indeed shown a hesitant expression, and it turned out to be because of this matter. At that time, Aoki was afraid of causing panic among everyone, so he didn't mention it in front of everyone. However, the matter was of great importance, and he couldn't keep it from Li Chen and the others. Otherwise, if the beast tide really occurred, they might not even know how they died without any preparation. Therefore, Aoki specially gathered all the level 2 and above experts today to discuss the beast tide. After hearing this, Li Chen and the others felt a bit troubled. They hadn't dealt with the level 4 ice tooth beast yet, and now more magical beasts were going to attack? Perhaps sensing that Li Chen and the others' reaction was too bland, Aoki frowned and continued, the beasts that trigger the beast tide are all magical beasts with extreme cold resistance. In theory, their numbers shouldn't be too many, but in fact, that's not the case at all. As he spoke, a deep sorrow appeared on Aoki's face. I heard from a clansman of Iron Blood City that on the 4th day of the winter's divine love, a group of black dots suddenly appeared on the horizon, quickly approaching across the vast white snow. In the end, they discovered that those black dots were actually endless magical beasts, with numbers exceeding 10,000. 10,000 magical beasts? In an instant, everyone present widened their eyes, incredulously uttering that number. Even Dina and Anna seemed to be hearing this for the first time. Both widened their eyes and looked at Aoki with some skepticism. Hearing the number 10,000, anyone would have doubts. Li Chan once thought that all the magical beasts in the entire sinful forest might not even total 10,000. How could there be 10,000 magical beasts attacking the Iron Blood City of the Orc Empire at once? At this moment, everyone began to take this so-called beast tide seriously. Li Chen twitched his mouth and asked, surely not all the magical beasts in the sinful forest have extreme cold resistance, right? Otherwise, where would 10,000 magical beasts come from? Aoki shook his head. But before Li Chen could feel relieved, Aoki continued, I don't know if all the magical beasts in the sinful forest have extreme cold resistance, but at that time, there were not just 10,000 magical beasts with extreme cold resistance. Don't forget, the sinful forest connects not only to the Orc Empire but also to the 4 great nations. Everyone was stunned. Aoki's words were clear. There were actually a total of 40,000 magical beasts with extreme cold resistance at that time. This number was unrealistically high, but the question was, where did these magical beasts come from? If the sinful forest really had that many magical beasts, then Li Chen and the others would probably only need 1 day to hunt 1,000,000 pounds of meat. No. It should be that in just 1 day, they would be devoured by the magical beasts until not even bones were left. Of the 40,000 magical beasts, at least 10,000 will charge towards the human empire's winter city, and during this time, 10,000 magical beasts will pass through the valley where we are. Li Chen didn't know how many times he had been stunned by this. Facing 10,000 magical beasts, let alone him at level 3, even if he broke through to level 5, he can only flee in disgrace. 10,000 magical beasts standing there without moving would exhaust him to death even if they let him kill them. Li Chen had no idea how their mixed group of less than 300 people from 3 tribes would withstand these 10,000 magical beasts. At this moment, Li Chen once again felt the terror of the Year of Divine Punishment. No wonder no one had ever survived the winter of the Year of Divine Punishment in the sinful forest. The matter of the beast tide indeed brought a great shock to Li Chen and the others. However, things needed to be resolved one by one, and the primary issue now was the Ice Tooth Beast. If they couldn't protect their home from the claws of the Ice Tooth Beast, they wouldn't even need to worry about the beast tide. After all, by then, they would have already frozen solid. Nevertheless, the issue of the beast tide still made Li Chen realize that their team's strength was still too weak, at least in terms of high-end combat power. He and Anna could handle level 4 monsters, while Ing could deal with level 3 monsters. If relying on ambush, Ing could be even stronger. However, apart from the 3 of them, the others could at most handle level 2 monsters. If they had a few more level 3 warriors, their chances of surviving this winter would at least increase. As it stands, the only way to quickly enhance their strength was through magic cores. Unfortunately, magic cores could only be purified using Ying's dark attribute magic, and it was uncertain how long it would take to purify enough for a level 2 warrior to advance to level 3. In the blink of an eye, night fell. A metal box appeared on the roof of the cafeteria. The metal box had openings on all 4 sides, sealed with glass. At that moment, Ing was inside the metal box, monitoring the surroundings through the glass. This metal box was designed to withstand the knife-like fierce winds, while the heavy snow and low temperatures were blocked by the firestone on Ying's body. Ing vigilantly watched everything around, ready to report to Li Chen and Anna inside the building at any moment. Meanwhile, Li Chen and Anna had already adjusted their states to the best condition. Both of them speculated that the Ice Fang Beast would definitely appear tonight. The Ice Fang Beast had originally come to this valley in search of food. It had been in a state of hunger from the start, and after being hungry for another 2 days, Li Chen didn't think it could hold out any longer today. A few hours later, Ing suddenly focused on the direction of the west. Through the wind and snow, a beast the size of an elephant was skillfully weaving through the snow. Its appearance resembled that of a tiger, but its body was covered in long fur, and its upper jaw had 2 blue crystal serrated teeth that were a full meter long. Despite its massive size, it moved quickly, leaping several meters at a time, and in just a few seconds, it had run from the mouth of the valley to the foot of the slope. Seeing this, Ing hurriedly pulled on a rope below, and the spot where she stood instantly opened up, causing her to drop into the building. As soon as Li Chen and Anna saw Ing, they quickly asked, "It's here?" Ing nodded. "To the west, it's already at the foot of the slope." Li Chen and Anna exchanged glances, and after Li Chen took the firestone from Ying's hand, both sides opened the door and ran towards the west. They positioned themselves halfway up the mountain to intercept the Ice Fang Beast, preventing it from damaging the building. At that moment, the Ice Fang Beast had just reached the mountainside. When the 2 humans and the beast met, they exchanged glances. Li Chen and Anna saw 4 scars on the side of the Ice Fang Beast, clearly indicating that this was the same beast that had previously destroyed the firewood shed. The Ice Fang Beast seemed to recognize Li Chen and Anna as well, its eyes flashing with wariness and hatred. Roar! With a beastly roar, a surge of blue energy erupted around the Ice Fang Beast, compressing the ground that should have been covered in soft snow by more than a meter. When stepping down, it no longer created deep holes. The next moment, the ice fang beast lunged forward. Beast transformation, Li Chen and Anna instantly activated their beast transformation skills and lunged forward as well. Li Chen planned to use the same trick again, facing the ice fang beast's claw swipe. He spread his arms to embrace the claw. A terrifying force struck, causing the compressed snow surface to sink nearly another meter under Li Chen's weight. Now, he couldn't use the shoulder throw. However, just as the ice fang beast attempted to retract its claw 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, Li Chen executed this infallible move, which indeed caused the ice fang beast's body to momentarily pause. Waiting for this moment, Anna instantly pounced, her clawed front paw aimed at the ice fang beast's neck. Roar! Just as the 4 blades on the claw were about to slice into the ice fang beast's neck, it suddenly let out a loud roar, and in the next moment, a blue ice spike rapidly formed in its mouth, shooting towards Anna's face. Watch out! Li Chen, alarmed, quickly warned Anna. If Anna did not dodge, it would surely result in mutual destruction. In Li Chen's view, how could an ice-toothed beast compare to Anna? He was just about to tell Anna to move aside when she had already reacted. From the earlier scene, Anna had realized that the ice-toothed beast could use magic, so she was naturally on guard. In the end, she tilted her head just in time to avoid the ice spike. However, because of this, the ice-toothed beast took the opportunity to fling Li Chen away, evading the 4 sharp blades of its claw. Li Chen, who had been thrown aside, got back up and returned to Anna's side. The two exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they saw helplessness. A magic-using ice-toothed beast was much harder to deal with. They didn't even know how many types of magic it could use. It seemed that tonight would be a tough battle. Just as the two were feeling troubled, the ice-toothed beast seemed to realize that they were not easy opponents. It suddenly opened its massive mouth, and strange blue lights began to gather around it. This scene instantly gave Li Chen and Anna a bad premonition. Without thinking, they turned to run. Although the ice-toothed beast's magic had not yet been unleashed, both felt a prickling sensation on their backs, knowing that this move was not simple. If they didn't run fast, they would die. However, Anna was already faster than Li Chen, and with 4 legs, she quickly pulled away from him. Li Chen immediately felt a large danger word hovering over his head. As long as I can outrun my companion, it doesn't matter if I can't outrun the bear. This story suddenly appeared in his mind. Seeing Anna running faster and faster, Li Chen couldn't care less. He suddenly lunged forward and climbed onto Anna's back. Ugh! Anna's eyes widened in shock, and she stumbled, nearly falling. Even in her silver wolf form, Li Chen seemed to sense Anna's embarrassment. However, life was at stake, and instead of letting go, Li Chen wrapped his arms tightly around Anna's waist. Anna's teeth clicked together. Although she had transformed into a silver wolf, it didn't mean she was devoid of feelings. At that moment, her sensations were exactly the same as in her human form. Li Chen held her waist tightly, causing her to shiver all over, while a strange feeling surged within her. This was the first time someone other than Dina had ridden on her back, and the first time a male had held her like this. Li Chen's feet even squeezed her tail, though Anna knew this was an unconscious action on his part. If they weren't fleeing for their lives, Anna would have loved to bite Li Chen. Ultimately, life was more important, and Anna could only endure and continue running forward. In the next moment, over 100 ice spikes gathered around the ice-toothed beast. Roar! With a furious roar from the ice-toothed beast, the ice spikes shot towards Li Chen and Anna. Fortunately, Li Chen and Anna ran decisively, and Anna was fast enough. They created enough distance from the ice-toothed beast. Most of the ice spikes lost their aim and shot past them, and the few remaining ones were narrowly dodged by Anna at the last moment. Seeing that there were no more ice spikes, Li Chen hurriedly climbed down from Anna. He felt that if he had been any later, Anna would probably have slapped him. Fortunately, Anna had always been someone who considered the bigger picture and wouldn't throw a tantrum in a crisis, so she didn't plan to hold it against Li Chen, at least not for now. Seeing this, Li Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking back to the earlier scene, he still felt a bit scared. If he hadn't climbed onto Anna, he would have likely been turned into a sieve by the ice spikes. Yes, he had acted out of desperation just now, probably. Although they had escaped a disaster, both were now troubled, as they seemed to have no way to deal with the ice-toothed beast's wide-ranging attack. At this moment, the ice-toothed beast had already caught up with them in its furious roar, clearly not intending to let the two escape. Li Chen and Anna exchanged glances, knowing they could no longer run. If they did, they would reach the top of the slope, and if the ice fang beast unleashed that move in front of the house, the building would surely not withstand it. Li Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's give it a shot. This time we'll flank it from both sides, just like before. I'll draw its attention in front, and you get ready to strike from behind." Anna nodded and began to circle around to the back of the ice fang beast. The ice fang beast could sense who was stronger and instantly focused its attention on Anna. Li Chen immediately grabbed a handful of snow, compacted it, and hurled it at the ice fang beast. The ice fang beast was extremely cautious and quickly leaped aside, but upon seeing that it was just snow, it let out an angry roar at Li Chen. Li Chen didn't care about that. He raised his Tang Hung knife and charged at the ice fang beast. However, the next moment, he turned and ran, as the beast was gathering a large number of ice spikes again. Seeing Li Chen flee, the ice fong beast slowly turned around, aiming hundreds of ice spikes in Anna's direction. Li Chen noticed this and hurriedly turned back, charging at the ice fong beast while grabbing another handful of snow to throw. The ice fong beast heard the commotion, and this time it did not dodge, allowing the snowball to hit it. Then, it suddenly aimed all the ice spikes at Li Chen. You bastard! Li Chen realized he had been outsmarted by the ice fong beast and it was probably too late to run now. Clenching the snowball in his hand, he threw it directly at the beast's eyes. Just as the ice fong beast was about to shoot all the ice spikes at Li Chen, the snowball exploded right in front of it, sending some snowflakes into its eyes. The ice fong beast shook its head to dislodge the snow, but at that moment, a sharp pain suddenly shot through its eyes. Roar! The pain made it impossible for the ice fong beast to open its eyes, and in its panic it began to roar angrily. Now's the time! Li Chen shouted towards Anna, and then he threw a salt ball at the ice fong beast's head. That's right, the first two he threw were snowballs, but the third was a salt ball. After the two snowballs had stunned the ice fong beast, the third salt ball did the trick. This little trick was often used, and it had never failed. Now that the ice fong beast's eyes were irritated and unable to open, it was the perfect opportunity for Anna to strike. Seizing the moment, Anna leaped to the back of the ice fong beast and slashed at its neck with her claw. Although the ice fong beast couldn't see, it could hear the sound and sensed danger, causing it to jump around in a panic. This move was indeed effective. Anna had originally aimed for its neck, but in the end, she only left 4 deep bone exposing wounds on its back. Blue blood gushed out instantly. Feeling the pain in its back, the ice fong beast let out a roar, and the next moment, hundreds of ice spikes suddenly shot out around it. Li Chen was alarmed. These ice spikes were aimed directly at him. He quickly threw himself to the ground and felt countless ice spikes whizzing past him. That was close. Li Chen, nearly turned into a sieve, broke out in a cold sweat. The next moment, Li Chen and Anna pressed their advantage, planning to take down the beast while it couldn't open its eyes. Unfortunately, the ice fong beast's strength was evident. Within a few seconds, it could barely manage to open its eyes. With its bloodshot eyes wide open, the ice fong beast glared at Li Chen. At that moment, it seemed more wary of this despicable guy than of Anna. Seeing this, Li Chen silently withdrew the salt ball in his hand. It appeared the ice fong beast would not give him the same opportunity again. Roar! Indeed, feeling the pain in its back, the ice fong beast no longer underestimated Li Chen and Anna. The next moment, hundreds of blue lights began to gather around the ice fong beast. Li Chen and Anna had experience, so they immediately turned around and ran. The ice-tooth beast, seeing this, actually revealed a cold smile that seemed almost human. Then Li Chen and Anna saw that the ice-tooth beast did not chase after either of them, but instead ran towards the top of the slope while gathering ice spikes. Both Li Chen and Anna were taken aback, and the next moment, their expressions changed simultaneously. They realized that this creature was quite clever. It intended to destroy the houses on the slope to force them into a corner. Although Li Chen and Anna knew this was a trap set by the ice-tooth beast, they had no choice but to pursue it. Just as the ice-tooth beast was about to climb to the top of the slope, Anna let out a furious roar and leaped towards the ice-tooth beast. The ice-tooth beast seemed to have anticipated this. It suddenly turned around, and a cunning glint flashed in its bloodshot eyes, followed by hundreds of ice spikes shooting towards Anna. At that moment, Anna was suspended in midair and had no way to dodge, and it seemed she was about to perish under the ice spikes. Seeing this, Li Chen hurriedly jumped up, turned his back to the spikes, lowered his head, and hugged Anna's head while trying to shield her with his body. Anna was stunned. If she couldn't withstand the ice spikes, how could Li Chen? Just as Anna was worried about Li Chen, she suddenly heard a strange sound. Ding ding ding. Anna was taken aback. The scene she had imagined of Li Chen being turned into a sieve by the ice spikes did not occur. Those ice spikes, after piercing through Li Chen's outer clothing, were all blocked by a layer of black chainmail. It's the exquisite chainmail. From Duokina, Anna instantly understood. Li Chen had actually borrowed this piece of equipment. No wonder he dared to stand in front of her. However, Anna was still somewhat worried. Besides being able to injure people, the ice spikes, as a type of magic, also carried ice attribute magic power that could easily frostbite a person or even freeze them to death. The chainmail could not defend against this ice attribute magic power, and at that moment, Li Chen's back was already covered with a thick layer of blue ice from the magic power of the ice spikes, sending waves of bone-chilling cold. If it were an ordinary person, their internal organs would probably have frozen solid by now. Anna was concerned about whether Li Chen could hold on. Damn, it's so cold. However, after all the ice spikes were blocked, Li Chen suddenly shook off the blue ice on his body and then shivered while complaining. It felt as if the ice attribute magic power had not harmed him at all. Anna, filled with questions, couldn't help but ask Li Chen, "Are you okay?" Upon realizing Anna's concern, Li Chen almost instantly recalled the magic resistance he had once deemed useless. Level 1 magic resistance, immunity to level 1 magic, strong resistance to level 2 and 3 magic. Although the ice-tooth beast was a level 4 magical beast, the ice spikes it used clearly did not reach the level of level 4 magic. With the chainmail and level 1 magic, resistance, and even some effects from the Firestone. The combination of these three defenses resulted in the ice spikes from the Ice Tooth Beast having no effect at all. As Li Chen slowly pieced everything together, his eyes lit up and he grinned as he looked towards the Ice Tooth Beast not far away. When the ice spikes could no longer cause harm, the level 4 Ice Tooth Beast seemed not so difficult to deal with after all. Li Chen chuckled as he walked towards the Ice Tooth Beast, which took a few uncertain steps back. The Ice Tooth Beast did not understand why the ice spikes could not harm this human in front of it, and as Li Chen got closer, the Ice Tooth Beast, not believing in evil, gathered an ice spike in front of it. With a whoosh, the ice spike shot towards Li Chen at terrifying speed. "Come on!" Li Chen shouted, then spread his arms wide, exposing his chest to the ice spike. Boom! The moment the ice spike collided with Li Chen's chest, his shirt shattered, and then the ice spike shattered against the chainmail. The shattered ice spikes still retained a blue ice attribute magic, but as soon as this magic approached Li Chen's skin, it seemed to be weakened by an invisible force, leaving less than half of it. And this half of the ice attribute magic had just entered Li Chen's body when it was directly countered by the heat flow generated by the Firestone. At that moment, Li Chen shook his body, causing the remaining blue ice on his chainmail to fall off. The ice-toothed beast's attack was thus easily neutralized. Seeing this, the ice-toothed beast couldn't help but take a step back, feeling a bit flustered. The ice spikes were its greatest reliance, and now that they had lost their effect, facing two opponents of similar strength, it felt a strong sense of danger. Li Chen noticed that the ice-toothed beast seemed to want to flee and couldn't help but chuckle. This guy was no longer so arrogant. How could Li Chen give it a chance to escape? He charged straight at the ice-toothed beast, with Anna closely following behind. Roar! The ice-toothed beast let out a threatening low growl, once again conjuring hundreds of ice spikes. "Stay close behind me," Li Chen said to Anna, who was behind him, and then raised his hands to protect his head. His head had no chainmail protection, and if he got hit by an ice spike, it would mean instant death. Roar! Accompanied by another roar from the ice-toothed beast, hundreds of ice spikes shot towards them. Clang, clang, clang. Although the ice spikes shattered, the tremendous force still pushed Li Chen back slightly. Fortunately, Anna was there to brace against his waist. A few seconds later, all the ice spikes had been shot, and a thick layer of blue ice had formed on Li Chen's body. He performed a chest expansion exercise, causing the ice to fall off. In the next moment, he and Anna charged towards the ice-toothed beast again. Roar! The ice-toothed beast was still thinking of conjuring ice spikes again, but Li Chen wouldn't give it the chance. Drawing his tang horizontal knife, he slashed upwards diagonally towards the ice-toothed beast's neck with both hands gripping the blade. The ice-toothed beast hurriedly retreated. At that moment, Anna, who had been hiding behind Li Chen, suddenly leaped up. Her claw covers slashed through the air, creating 4 arcs of cold light aimed at the ice-toothed beast's head. The ice-toothed beast quickly conjured an ice spike in front of it, just about to shoot it at Anna. Damn it, is this ever going to end? Li Chen slightly retracted his tang horizontal knife, then mimicked the style of combat skill, piercing strike, thrusting the knife straight at the ice spike. Although Li Chen's imitation was superficial, his stance was correct, and this thrust reached his peak speed. With a loud boom, the ice spike exploded right in front of the ice-toothed beast, obstructing its line of sight. In the next moment, Anna's slash landed on the ice-toothed beast's face. Puff! Anna's strike was exceptionally beautiful, directly blinding the ice-toothed beast. The ice-toothed beast let out continuous wails, crashing around in all directions. The two seized the opportunity to pursue, with Li Chen stabbing towards the ice-toothed beast's throat while Anna's claw covers reached for its head again. Now blind, the ice-toothed beast became the target for both of them. Under their repeated ambushes, it quickly fell. Finally won. The two exchanged glances, and after releasing the beast transformation skill, they couldn't help but gasp for breath together. Although the beast transformation skill was powerful, its terrifying consumption was also a headache. Fortunately, this battle didn't last long, and it was also fortunate to have the Firestone's presence, and even more fortunate that Li Chen had borrowed the chainmail along with his level 1 magic resistance talent. Without these factors, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the ice-toothed beast so quickly. Seeing that the crisis was temporarily averted, the two didn't rush to return. Anna quietly stared at Li Chen, her silver pupils narrowing like an angry cat. Li Chen naturally knew the reason. Wasn't it just because he had ridden her once to escape? Was she planning to settle the score now? Well, Li Chen had been in this world for 2 or 3 months, and he had come to understand some things. The orcs took the matter of being ridden much more seriously than he had imagined. Proud orcs would never allow themselves to be ridden like mounts. It was probably a humiliation on par with being treated as a slave. Seeing Anna's angry expression, Li Chen made a decision in his heart. He was someone who dared to take responsibility. Since he had done it, he was willing to pay the price. Li Chen stepped forward to Anna. In the next moment, Li Chen suddenly squatted down, and, under Anna's shocked gaze, he supported himself on all fours and then turned to face Anna, saying, "Come on, let me ride you for once, just to make it even." A vein popped out on Anna's forehead, and the next moment, she kicked Li Chen in the butt. "Go to hell!" With Anna's furious shout, Li Chen immediately rolled several times. Then Anna, fuming, walked towards the house. Li Chen, who had gotten back up, rubbed his soon-to-be swollen butt and grinned. This woman really kicks hard, she must be a mother tiger. This remark did not escape Anna's keen ears, and a snowball promptly hit Li Chen on the head. As he fell again, Li Chen stared blankly at the pitch-black sky and said, "Well, that's right, she's clearly a vicious little she-wolf." When Li Chen returned alone with the corpse of the ice-toothed beast, everyone inside the house couldn't help but cheer. This threat to everyone's safety had finally been eliminated. Thus, the long-awaited peace allowed everyone to sleep soundly. The next day, the day of divine love arrived as scheduled. Early in the morning, the wind and snow had just stopped, and those capable of going outside couldn't wait to clear the accumulated snow. Some dwarves prioritized repairing the damaged woodshed. In just 2 hours, several dwarves had patched up the holes in 2 roofs. By this time, most of the snow had been cleared. With the experience from the last time, everyone worked faster this time. It was estimated that within half a day, they would be able to clear all the snow around the house and on the roof. Seeing this, Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully relax, he saw Gully rushing over in a panic. Seeing Gully's grim expression, Li Chen had a bad premonition. It hadn't even been a day of peace, and something else had happened? What's wrong? In response to Li Chen's inquiry, Gully took a breath and said seriously, "Someone just found traces of magical beasts while clearing the snow in the valley." Another ice-toothed beast? Li Chen began to feel a headache, hoping that there wouldn't be another level 4 ice-toothed beast. Gully shook his head and said, "Not one magical beast, but a group." Li Chen was taken aback and blurted out, "Beast-tide?" Gully shook his head again. "It shouldn't be, this group only has a dozen or so beasts." Li Chen sighed in relief. "That's good, or not, isn't this just a sign that a beast-tide is coming?" Li Chen couldn't help but sigh again. It really was one wave after another. To deal with the unknown group of magical beasts, Anna and Ying's assistance was naturally indispensable. Ying nodded in agreement without surprise, but Li Chen encountered a small problem when he found Anna outside in the snow. Li Chen glanced at Anna, who was clearing the snow, but Anna did not give him a good look. She huffed and turned her head away. Dina watched this rare scene, curiously, glancing at Anna and then at Li Chen. At that moment, it felt like a cat was scratching at her heart, making her particularly curious about what had happened yesterday. Unfortunately, when she asked Anna, Anna wouldn't say, and when she asked Li Chen, he also refused to tell. Dina felt very sad. She felt isolated. Li Chen could only pat her head and comfortingly say, "People's joys and sorrows are not the same. She just thinks we are noisy." Anna, who was nearby, felt her anger flare up again. She couldn't help but clench her fists, feeling her knuckles harden. The valley where Sinful Town was located was a quadrilateral, with 3 sides being sheer cliffs, and the only exit was merely a gorge less than 10 meters wide. However, the entire valley was surprisingly spacious. Li Chen estimated it to be several dozen square kilometers, roughly the size of 2 large cities. Sinful Town and the hillside where Li Chen and the others were located were just a very small area within it. Currently, a group of magical beasts had entered this large valley, making them difficult to track down. Fortunately, this group of magical beasts seemed to have come for food, so they actively sought out Li Chen and the others. In the end, Anna still followed along. Even when she was throwing a little tantrum, her character of considering the bigger picture was something Li Chen greatly admired. Leading them, Li Chen quickly found the group of magical beasts at the foot of the hillside. The 3 assessed the magical beasts and found that they were all level 1 and level 2 strays, but these strays had very high resistance to extreme cold, moving in the heavy snow without any signs of discomfort. Seeing that they were just strays, the 3 did not hold back and quickly dealt with the group of magical beasts in just a few moves. Just as they were about to return to continue clearing the snow, around noon, Gully found Li Chen again because someone had discovered traces of magical beasts. The 3 of them had to step in once more to clear these magical beasts. However, they found that this time it was still a group of strays. Such strays could be dealt with by the weaker orcs using bows and short spears, but in the low temperatures, the weaker orcs could hardly step out of their houses. The capable ones were busy with the snow, leaving only the fastest, Li Chen and his companions, to resolve the situation quickly. Just as they finished clearing the second group of magical beasts, they noticed a few more magical beasts sneaking in from the direction of the gorge. Li Chen frowned and said, "This isn't good. Magical beasts are appearing more frequently. There are so many that have wandered into the valley, and we don't know how many are outside. More importantly, what if a level 4 ice-fawn beast were to invade the valley? They couldn't always rely on encountering magical beasts that he could counter, and the energy of the firestones had already been significantly depleted, especially his own, which might not be enough to sustain another battle. Without firestones, they would lose their means to fight in the snowstorm. Even if no level 4 magical beasts appeared, given the current frequency of their appearances, a small-scale beast tide would likely emerge by the next Divine Love Day. Regardless of which scenario, there was a possibility of annihilation for all of them. Thinking about the real beast tide that awaited them afterward, both Ying and Anna were filled with pessimism. The winter of the year of divine punishment still has at least 3 or 4 months to go. We definitely can't hold out that long. We need to find a way to completely resolve these issues, Li Chen muttered as he looked towards the direction of the valley entrance. In fact, Li Chen already had a plan, and this plan was likely to provide a permanent solution, allowing them to safely survive until the end of winter. Seeing that magical beasts were appearing more frequently, although time was a bit tight, Li Chen felt it was time to implement this plan. I have a solution. Let's go back and regroup with everyone. Li Chen waved to Ying and Anna. Ying and Anna immediately showed expressions of surprise. After quickly dealing with those few magical beasts, the three returned to the house together. Looking at everyone gathered, Li Chen slowly said, I plan to turn this valley into a city. Suddenly, 3 big question marks appeared above everyone's heads, and they looked at Li Chen with expressions that seemed to say, are you out of your mind? Although building a city could indeed help them survive the beast tide and protect them from powerful magical beasts, was it really that easy to construct a city? Li Chen knew that this idea was too bold, but he wasn't speaking recklessly. Dakina couldn't hold back any longer and asked on the spot, do you know how long it takes to forge a city? In half a day, heavy snow will start falling. Again, how are we supposed to build a city? Li Chen grinned and said, coincidentally, according to my method, we only need half a day to complete the construction of this city. Impossible, Guli stood up immediately. As dwarves, they were well versed in forging and construction. Although Li Chen had indeed accomplished many incredible feats during this time, Guli still didn't believe that Li Chen could build a city in half a day. Dakina thought the same and continued to question Li Chen. Let's not even talk about anything else. What about the building materials? In this situation, where are you going to find enough materials to build a city? We've long run out of grass ash cement. Li Chen didn't answer directly but suddenly walked outside. He quickly returned, holding some snowflakes in his hands. Li Chen extended his palm filled with snowflakes towards everyone and said, I don't need grass ash cement, the material to build the city is right here in my hand. Snowflakes? Anna looked at Li Chen's hand in confusion. Li Chen shook his head, and just then, the snowflakes in his hand melted. He pointed to the water accumulating in his palm and said, it's water. I plan to use water to build a city. Everyone looked at the clear water in Li Chen's hand with blank expressions, questioning, water? Are you sure you're not joking? Li Chen grinned and waved for everyone to follow him outside. Although there was no wind or snow at the moment, the temperature outside was still terrifyingly low, and some who lacked strength could only hide inside, peering out from the windows. At that moment, everyone's curiosity piqued, as using water to build a city seemed utterly unbelievable to them. Outside, Li Chen took out his spatial ring. He rubbed the ring, and in the next moment, a mass of clear water suddenly appeared out of thin air. The clear water fell instantly, but before it hit the ground, it quickly solidified in mid-air. When it landed, the clear water had already transformed into an oval-shaped ice block. Li Chen waited a few seconds until the low temperature had frozen the ice block hard enough before picking it up. He threw the ice block towards Dakina. After catching it, Dakina looked at Li Chen in confusion. Li Chen pointed at the ice block in Dakina's hand and said, a mass of water can turn into a block of ice. So if we have a large mass of water, it can turn into a large mass of ice. If we have enough water to form a city wall, then Dakina instantly understood, then it can turn into an ice wall like a city wall, and there is plenty of water in this valley. All this accumulated snow can be turned into water. As long as we collect the snow and melt it into water, we might really be able to build a city in half a day. As she spoke, Dakina couldn't help but feel excited. At that moment, she felt that what Li Chen said was entirely feasible. Although the city they ultimately built would be a winter-limited city, it didn't diminish the shock this brilliant idea brought her. After a moment of excitement, Dakina suddenly remembered a very important question. She asked Li Chen, although building a city with water can be completed quickly, can a city made of ice really withstand the attacks of magical beasts? The ultimate purpose of building the city is to defend against the beasts. If we cannot withstand their attacks, it makes no sense to build the city, no matter how quickly we do it. Seeing this, Li Chen felt compelled to give these otherworldly natives a proper lesson in physics. When water freezes into ice, the hardness of the ice is closely related to its temperature. The lower the temperature, the harder the ice becomes. This is in stark contrast to metals, which become more brittle at lower temperatures. Therefore, when Li Chen had a large amount of iron blocks, he never considered using them to build houses. Given the properties of ice, now is undoubtedly the best time. During the year of divine punishment, the temperature around the world is terrifyingly low. Even though today is the day of divine love, Li Chen felt that the temperature outside had already dropped below -50 degrees. At this temperature, the hardness of the ice has reached Mohs hardness 6, which simply means it is harder than steel. Additionally, there is another benefit to building a city with ice. Once the day of divine love passes and the snowstorm arrives, the walls made of ice will not only remain intact but will also become thicker and stronger. Under the snow and wind, it can be said that there is no better wall than ice at this moment. After Li Chen explained this to everyone, although Some of them didn't fully understand. They finally stopped doubting the defensive power of ice. The crowd became unusually excited. What had seemed like a desperate situation suddenly had a solution. With this thought, everyone looked at Li Chen with admiration. Then, they eagerly wanted to start building an ice city around the house. Seeing their excitement, Li Chen hurriedly stopped them. Wait, are you planning to build the ice city here? The crowd looked at Li Chen with confusion. The simple-minded Ironhead then asked, Young master, if we don't build it here, where else can we build it? It was then that Li Chen realized his earlier words had caused a misunderstanding. He countered, if we really build the ice city here, what will we do if the beasts discover our presence and surround the ice city? This made everyone pause, as they seemed to realize the implications. Right. The target of the ice city is too large. Once discovered by the beasts, it would quickly attract a large number of them, and sooner or later, it would be breached by an increasing number of beasts. Not to mention, once the beast tide arrives, the ice city would definitely not hold. As the excitement on everyone's faces slowly began to turn back into despair, Li Chen quickly continued, so the city we build must not only protect us but also conceal our presence, preventing the beasts from discovering us. Oh come on, stop teasing us and just tell us how to do it. We're used to it, just say what we should do, and we'll do it, right? Guli said somewhat impatiently. Li Chen looked at this big guy speechlessly. He had come up with a good plan, and now he wasn't even allowed to show off a little? Seeing everyone so anxious and with little time left on the day of divine love, Li Chen sighed and had no choice but to reveal his plan. I'm not going to build an ice city on the hillside. Instead, I plan to turn the entire valley into a city. He then explained, the valley we are in has sheer cliffs on 3 sides, with only one exit. As long as we seal the exit with an ice wall and check the 3 sheer cliffs for any gaps, if there are any, we can fill them. Wouldn't the entire valley then become a natural city? This city can not only protect us, but due to the cliffs, the beasts outside the valley won't even be able to detect our presence. Even if a beast tide occurs, we won't be attacked at all. The crowd was once again taken aback. Right. This approach is not only safer but also reduces the difficulty by countless times. All we need to do is seal the valley entrance with ice. Not to mention half a day, 3 or 4 hours would be enough to complete it. How did they not think of this? Everyone quickly began to take action after hearing this. Currently, Li Chen and his group had a total of 276 people, among whom there were 8 level 2 or higher experts who could operate outside on the day of divine love, as well as 51 level 1 dwarves. The rest had to stay indoors. Li Chen briefly assigned tasks, and the 59 people outside started collecting the accumulated snow. Fortunately, the snow that had been cleared earlier was all pushed down the slope, so it could be collected easily at the halfway point, and soon a large amount of snow was brought into the house. Inside, the remaining 217 people were all busy setting up pots and lighting fires to melt the snow into water. Just as the first batch of melted snow was being poured into barrels, ready to be transported to the valley entrance, Li Chen and the others discovered that as soon as they stepped outside, the water in the barrels had already frozen. Suddenly, everyone realized a problem. They simply couldn't deliver the water to the valley entrance. It would freeze into ice blocks before they could get it there. The idea of melting the snow directly at the valley entrance was quickly dismissed as well, since the temperature outside was too low and they couldn't even start a fire outside the house. Li Chen even tried to build a snow hut, but without double walls, it was still quite difficult to keep a fire going inside the snow hut. Moreover, although the valley entrance was only 10 meters wide, sealing it completely would require at least 50 tons of water. It was impossible for just the 59 people outside to produce that much water in the snow hut. Ultimately, the question of how to transport the water did not stump Li Chen. After all, he had a treasure in hand, a space ring. Whatever was placed inside, the space ring remained the same when taken out. Even if you prepared a whole table of dishes and stored them in the space ring, years later, when you took them out, they would still be freshly made dishes. It was simply a lazy person's artifact, allowing you to easily achieve the goal of cooking once and eating for a year. However, the space rings they had were not very large. Mochina's was only 5 cubic meters, while Li Chen's was 8 cubic meters. 13 cubic meters seemed considerable, but to completely seal the valley entrance, they would need to make many trips back and forth, and it was uncertain whether they could accomplish their goal before dark. Seeing this, Li Chen glanced at the system panel. Bond value 30-40 points. The space ring would be useful in the future, and since Li Chen had no other use for the bond value at the moment, he spent 1700 points to upgrade his space ring to 25 cubic meters. With such a large space ring, both melting the snow and transporting the snow water became extremely quick. Li Chen first went to the halfway point, filled the space ring with snow, and after returning indoors, distributed the snow into different large pots to melt. They needed to boil the snow until it was bubbling, otherwise, when pouring the snow water to build the ice wall, they wouldn't have enough time to operate before the water solidified. Once the snow water was boiling, Li Chen poured the hot water into the space ring and took it to the valley entrance. After that, it was up to Guli and the other experienced dwarves to get to work. After measuring the data, they built a combination mold similar to those used for pouring cement at the valley entrance. Then they began pouring the boiling water from the space ring into the combination mold. The boiling water cooled rapidly in the low temperature, filling the mold before it completely solidified. Once the boiling water had completely frozen into ice blocks, Guli dismantled the combination mold, installed it on top, and continued pouring in boiling water. Layer by layer, the ice blocks quickly formed an ice wall. By the time the ice wall reached a height of 1 meter, the hot water in Li Chen's space ring had been exhausted. Li Chen then returned to the slope with the space ring. During Li Chen's trips back and forth, Mochina had already used her space ring to bring a large amount of snow into the house. When Li Chen returned, the new snow water was already boiling. Without pausing, he took the hot water and ran towards the valley entrance. Thus, with everyone's smooth cooperation, every hour, the ice wall at the valley entrance would rise by 4 meters, until night fell, and a massive ice wall measuring 20 meters high and 2 meters wide appeared at the valley's mouth. The surface of the ice wall was specially poured over with hot water by Guli, making it exceptionally smooth. Looking at this ice wall, Li Chen felt that even a level 4 magical beast would find it difficult to break through. And as long as this ice wall remained unbroken, which magical beast would think that behind it was a group of delectable prey? In fact, there was indeed a type of magical beast that could discover it, and that was the flying magical beast. Fortunately, Li Chen and the others spent most of their time indoors so they wouldn't attract the attention of flying magical beasts. After nightfall, the wind and snow arrived as expected. The strong wind carried the heavy snow towards the ice wall, which not only did not damage the ice wall but instead made it even more solid. A hungry ice-fang beast emerged from the sinful forest, and its ability to move freely in the snowstorm proved it was a level 4 magical beast. The ice-fang beast sniffed the air, its sensitive nose seemingly detecting the faint scent left by prey. If it weren't for the snowstorm just beginning to fall, such a scent would likely have been covered up long ago. The ice-fang beast hurriedly chased after the direction of the scent. Just as it felt the scent growing stronger, a massive ice wall blocked its path. On either side of the ice wall were sheer cliffs. The ice-fang beast was taken aback, unable to understand why there was no path, yet a faint scent still wafted from in front of it. However, faced with such cliffs and an ice wall, it seemed there was nothing it could do. Reluctantly, the ice-fang beast scratched at the ice wall, only to find that the ice was nearly as hard as its claws, causing its paws to hurt. After glancing at the towering ice wall, it could only leave unwillingly. Meanwhile, inside the valley's house, the crowd was not in a hurry to sleep tonight. Everyone cheered and celebrated, believing they could safely survive until the end of winter. The hot pot feast that had been cancelled due to the death of the earring finally made a reappearance today. The bubbling red oil base continuously emitted a spicy aroma as everyone poured in plate after plate of thinly sliced meat, which was quickly devoured amidst fierce competition. The occasional wild vegetables, at this moment, swept away past. Shaman became the target of everyone snatching. Guli and a few short dwarves with big eyes and ears even got into a fight over it, ultimately choosing to call a truce just to have another bite. This was their first time tasting such a special delicacy, especially with the presence of chili. The spicy broth made everyone stick out their tongues and gasp for air, feeling their bodies heat up. This was the first time they had sweated in such a cold winter, and it was simply exhilarating. For a moment, everyone was immersed in joy and delicious food. At this time, Li Chen was secretly hiding in the kitchen, tinkering with something, while the gray feather was assisting him. Why does this egg mixture turn fluffy like snow when constantly stirred? Gray feather looked incredulously at the whipped egg mixture in Li Chen's hands. Li Chen continued to add sugar in portions to the egg mixture while explaining, "It's about incorporating air into the eggs. If you whip it long enough, it will turn out like this." After hearing this, Gray Feather nodded, somewhat understanding. She hadn't expected Li Chen not only to be quick-witted but also to know how to cook and to create such a special dish right off the bat. According to Li Chen, what he was making today was a delicacy called cake, and he exaggeratedly claimed that this kind of food had a magical effect on girls. Gray Feather was somewhat skeptical but still curious, wondering what this so-called cake was really like. Not long after, Li Chen had completed his preparations. He opened the oven, moved the charcoal in the center to the sides, and then placed the container filled with cake batter in the middle of the oven. Li Chen closed the oven door and then just had to wait patiently. Huiyu really loved cooking. At that moment, she stood in front of the oven, constantly peering through the gaps to observe the cake. Inside, she watched as the batter gradually changed from yellow to golden yellow, and the air began to fill with a rich, sweet aroma. Sweetness seemed to have an innate attraction to people, especially combined with the milky and eggy sense of the cake. Guliolu, Huiyu shyly stole a glance at Li Chen. She was so tempted by the fragrance that she swallowed her saliva. This cake seemed to have real magic. As the cake was about to come out, the aroma reached its peak. Soon, a girl with rabbit ears suddenly poked her head through the door of the cafeteria, her ruby-red eyes fixed on the oven, and it seemed like a transparent liquid was secreting from the corner of her mouth. Following her was another girl who looked ordinary but had snake-like eyes and a forked tongue. Then, more and more heads began to appear. All the heads were staring intently at the oven, their eyes filled with desire. Li Chen was making the simplest sponge cake and there was no cream added on top, but for the natives of this other world who were used to eating dark bread, this was a significant downgrade. Seeing that the time was almost up, Li Chen opened the oven and took out the golden brown sponge cake. Ignoring the eager looks from the crowd, he picked up a knife and cut 2 pieces from the sponge cake. He handed 1 piece to Huiyu, as a helper in the kitchen had the right to taste it first. Li Chen took the second piece for himself. Compared to a specialized cake shop, his cake was still slightly inferior, but it was definitely delicious. After all, with so much sugar added, the dopamine released in the brain after consuming sugar would make one feel happy. However, Li Chen also wanted to see how the natives would react to it. So he turned his gaze to Huiyu beside him. Huiyu didn't expect that Li Chen would let her be the first to try it. Looking at the soft cake in her hand, still steaming from the oven, it was the most tempting moment. Without hesitation, Huiyu took a big bite. It was soft and elastic, sweet with a special milky flavor. Huiyu had always thought her cooking skills were top-notch, yet she still found it hard to imagine how such delicious cake could be made from just eggs and wheat flour. She swallowed the remaining small piece of sponge cake and then revealed a happy smile. Li Chen, watching from the side, felt a bit regretful. He saw the corners of Huiyu's mouth lift, but her smile was hidden beneath her thick hair. Speaking of which, Li Chen still didn't know what Huiyu looked like, but since she didn't intend to show her face, he had no interest in forcing her. The sponge cake was undoubtedly a success. Outside the door, those who had just finished eating hot pot were all holding their big bellies, yet they couldn't resist the temptation of the aroma and wanted to rush in. Indeed, the saying that desserts go into another stomach was true. Seeing this, Li Chen quickly cut 2 perfect square pieces from the cake and placed them into his space ring. As for the rest, it was bound to be snatched up by the crowd. It was pitiful that a sponge cake less than 10 inches was being fought over by more than 200 people. Who would end up getting a bite in the end was anyone's guess. Taking advantage of the chaos, Li Chen ran away. Just before he left, he happened to see Anna and waved at her. Anna seemed to still be tangled up in the matter of Li Chen riding her, but when she thought of the 2 pieces of cake that Li Chen had just hidden in the space ring, a hesitant expression appeared on her face. Finally, gritting her teeth, she walked towards Li Chen. Dina, who was nearby, saw this and her curiosity surged again, following suit without hesitation. After resolving all the worries of survival, Li Chen could finally enjoy a rare moment of leisure. He then remembered the cake he hadn't eaten in a long time. Once it came to mind, it was hard to resist the urge to eat it. At this moment, Anna caught up with him, and the two found an empty room. For some reason, Anna appeared a bit shy. Not long after, as if she had mustered her courage, Anna suddenly asked, Li Chen, did you make that so-called cake to apologize to me? Apologize? Apologize for what? Li Chen soon realized she was referring to the incident of riding her. How could that be? He simply wanted to eat it. The reason he didn't buy it with bond points was that he hoped Grey Feather could learn, so in the future he could achieve cake freedom. As for apologizing, when had he ever been that considerate? Thinking of this, Li Chen replied without hesitation, yes, I specifically made this sponge cake to apologize to you. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with undeniable sincerity, leaving Anna momentarily stunned. Is that so? In that case, the magnanimous Beastman warrior will forgive your previous rudeness. As she spoke, Anna's eyes were fixed on Li Chen's space ring. After a while, seeing that Li Chen had not moved, Anna's silver pupils narrowed, glaring at him as if blaming him for being oblivious. Is this it? A magnanimous Beastman warrior? More like a gluttonous Beastman warrior. Li Chen almost laughed out loud but quickly stifled his amusement. If he laughed now, even the rational Anna would probably explode. Noticing the look of confusion on Anna's face, Li Chen stopped teasing her and immediately took out a piece of sponge cake. However, instead of handing the cake to Anna, he exchanged it for a bottle of whipped cream. Li Chen shook the whipped cream and then pressed the switch on top. Under Anna's incredulous gaze, a continuous stream of white cream sprayed out, landing on the sponge cake. What? What is this? It actually, Anna was at a loss for words. Li Chen, too lazy to explain, covered the surfaces of both cakes with cream, and then, for a touch of flair, exchanged for some strawberries to decorate the cream. Look, this is the complete cake. Give it a try, it's definitely several times better than what they just ate. Listening to Li Chen, Anna hesitantly took the plate. Seeing this, Li Chen picked up another plate with a cream cake. Just as Li Chen was about to take a bite, a silver figure suddenly darted out, followed by a blue figure and a white figure. Unbeknownst to him, Dina, Xiao Chang, and Xiao Bai had all run into the room. Dina had clearly followed Anna over, while Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai had come looking for Li Chen because they hadn't managed to grab any cake. The clever little girl, Xiao Chang, immediately guessed that Li Chen would find a way to hoard the cake, so she dragged Xiao Bai over. However, she didn't expect that Li Chen not only hoarded it but was doing so in an upgraded version. This was simply too much. At this moment, the three little girls had tears of emotion streaming from the corners of their mouths, staring at the cake in Li Chen's hand. Then, in perfect unison, they looked up at him, silently gazing with wide eyes. Li Chen felt a sudden, invisible pressure. Facing the three little girls with tears of emotion, he realized that this piece of cake felt incredibly heavy. All right. Li Chen gave up, trembling as he set down the plate. Watching Li Chen listlessly hand over his cake, Anna couldn't help but chuckle softly. She then glanced at the cream cake in her hand, carefully scooped a spoonful, and after a moment's hesitation, put it into her mouth. With that first bite, she seemed to understand why Li Chen said, cakes have a magical power for girls. This cake was truly delicious to the point of being magical. In that moment, Anna let go of all her worries and immersed herself in the cake's exquisite taste. By the way, she gave the red fruit on top a perfect score. Ha! On the other side, the three little girls who had viciously devoured the cake remnants wore blissful expressions. It was just too little, leaving them all with a look of longing. Xiao Cheng glanced at the now empty plate and couldn't help but look at the cake in Anna's hand. Anna instantly perked up, her ears alert. Seeing her usually generous sister Anna suddenly hide the cake behind her back, Xiao Cheng had no choice but to give up. However, soon Xiao Cheng seemed to have thought of something and suddenly turned her gaze to Li Chen. With her green, snake-like eyes fixed on him, Xiao Cheng flicked her tongue and spoke. Li Chen, marry me. With a thud, Li Chen responded with a light smack to her head. 14 days passed in the blink of an eye. In Winter City, Sir Wood stepped out of the castle. Today marked the third day of divine love since the snowfall, and unknowingly, winter had already lasted a month and a half. Unfortunately, such days would last at least another 3 to 4 months. Wood walked down the street, actually unable to distinguish between the street and the residents' houses. Everything was buried under a thick layer of snow. Without the city guards clearing the snow from the streets, the efficiency of the residents clearing it on their own was far too low. Along the way, Wood saw many houses collapsed under the weight of the snow, and as for the people living inside, he didn't need to guess to know the outcome. Sigh. Wood sighed, feeling powerless. This situation wasn't unique to Winter City. Other cities' guards might help clear the snow, but Winter City had its own advantages, having set up many firestones, which was a significant improvement over other cities. With firestones, not only would the temperature in the city rise, but the snow would also greatly decrease. Wood thought that perhaps this time, Winter City would suffer the least damage among all the human empires. With these thoughts, Wood continued to trudge through the thick snow, patrolling the city to see where he, as a knight, could lend a hand. In the end, Wood helped many people clear the snow from their roofs and brought some food to others. However, would this really help these people survive until the end of winter? Faced with this question, Wood understood deep down that it probably wouldn't. Puff. Just as Wood was pondering these things, a clump of snow suddenly flew out from beneath the snow, landing at his feet. Wood looked over and discovered a wooden cabin buried in the snow, in front of which a small boy was struggling to shovel the snow away, with an even smaller cute girl helping him. Shishi was panting, his delicate face flushed red. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and then grabbed the shovel, forcefully plunging it into the snow. With all his might, he finally managed to pry the shovel loose with the help of Chini. The snow on the shovel was heavy, and Shishi tried several times but couldn't lift it. Chini wanted to help but didn't know where to start. Just then, Wood's broad hand grasped the shovel, and with a gentle lift, he raised it and casually tossed the snow off the shovel. Seeing someone take his shovel, Shishi panicked and tried to reclaim it, but upon seeing the person's attire, he exclaimed in surprise, "Sir Knight, no, it should be Sir Great Knight." As he spoke, Shishi quickly pulled Kimula behind him, stepping back several paces, looking somewhat at a loss as he gazed at Wood. Wood glanced at Shishi and Kimula, then began to swiftly shovel the snow piled in front of the wooden house onto the street. While shoveling, Wood asked, "Shishi and Kimula, children, why are you the ones clearing the snow? Where are the adults in your family?" Shishi watched the snow around the house disappear rapidly under Wood's efforts, and gradually relaxed his guard before speaking. "Father was bitten to death by a beast long ago, and mother, she's sick." Wood was taken aback, unable to help but glance again at Shishi and Kimula. He understood very well what fate awaited this pair of siblings, around 10 years old, in such circumstances. In silence, Wood cleared the snow in front of the wooden house completely. He returned the shovel to Shishi, who immediately politely said, "Thank you." Wood nodded, and just as he was about to leave, he noticed Kimula peeking at him from behind Shishi, her head half visible. The little girl had big, adorable eyes. Wood couldn't help but think that if he had children in the future, they would probably be as cute as these two. He paused, and after a moment of silence, he said to Shishi and Kimula, "Take me to see your mother." Wood entered the wooden house, which was extremely simple. Apart from a bed, there was no other furniture. Clearly, most of the furniture had been chopped up for firewood to keep warm. The food in this home was also scarce, with only 2 small bags of wheat and a pile of tree bark. This was an extremely poor family, one that was most likely unable to survive the winter of divine punishment. At this moment, Wood's gaze fell upon the only wooden bed. The bed was covered with straw, with just a layer of burlap sheet and a not-so-thick blanket. At that time, A pale, emaciated woman was dozing, struggling to breathe even in her sleep. She was indeed very thin, with only her belly swollen. Thinking of the tree bark in the corner, Wood could guess what was happening. Shishi and Kimala stood by, watching the great night with bright eyes filled with panic, but more so with expectation. Wood naturally knew what the children were hoping for. After hesitating for a moment, he left behind a glowing red stone from his body. He then told Shishi and Kimala, "This is a firestone. If you hold it, you can move even in the wind and snow, but don't hold it. Put it under the bed, so you won't be cold while you sleep." After saying this, Wood searched his entire body, leaving behind all the food he had, before turning to leave. This time, he still didn't know if his actions would allow the poor mother and her 2 children to survive the winter. But this time, Wood hoped they would. Just as Wood was about to head back, a sudden sound of metal knocking echoed. Wood was startled. It was the alarm from the city guards. Was there an enemy attacking Winter City? Wood instantly recalled what Lord Cardon had said about the beast tide. He also remembered another thing Cardon had said: if we don't survive the beast tide, then everyone in Winter City will lose their lives. Wood could no longer think of anything else. He activated his fighting spirit, and with a powerful stomp of his right foot on the ground, boom! The surrounding snow flew away as if hit by cannon fire, leaving behind a huge pit. At that moment, Wood had already leaped into the air, and a surge of azure energy suddenly erupted from behind him, transforming into a pair of wings. This energy was Wood's fighting spirit. The Knights of Level 4 have already acquired the ability to release their fighting spirit externally, allowing them to condense it into various shapes and perform some miraculous feats. Just like Wood now, condensing his fighting spirit into wings. Of course, his level 4 strength is still insufficient for him to fly with these wings, but it is enough to let him jump higher, and even glide briefly. At this moment, with the power of the fighting spirit wings, Wood leaped onto the city wall, reaching a height of 15 meters. "What's going on?" Wood shouted loudly to the panicked city guards around him. As soon as the guards saw Wood, they immediately felt as if they had found their backbone, and they all shouted, "Great! It's Lord Wood!" Seeing that these guards had no discipline whatsoever, Wood frowned and asked again, "What exactly is happening? Why was the alarm sounded?" Under Wood's serious expression, the crowd finally calmed down a bit and replied, "On the west city wall, someone discovered a group of magical beasts appearing in the forest, and there are many of them, so the alarm was sounded." Wood breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thankfully, it should not be a beast tide, otherwise the magical beasts would not be resting in the forest and would have attacked Winter City at the first opportunity. Wood then continued to ask, "Do you know how many magical beasts there are?" "At least over 100, most of them are hiding in the forest, so we cannot determine the exact number." After hearing the guard's response, Wood nodded, and then ordered, "Do not leave the city to attack for now. Have all the guards concentrate and be ready to face the magical beast's attack, and send someone to notify the Lord's mansion." After giving his orders, Wood ran towards the West District. He wanted to see for himself what kind of magical beast group even the Lord feared. The magical beasts have started attacking. Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? Fortunately, they can't jump onto the city wall. From a distance, Wood heard the guards shouting. He initially thought the battle was extremely fierce, but upon getting closer, he discovered that only a dozen magical beasts were roaring and trying to jump onto the wall. Yet, these mere dozen beasts had frightened over 20 guards into shouting and panicking. Wood felt veins popping on his forehead. He took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Shut up, everyone! Line up properly!" His voice roared like a lion, causing all the guards to instinctively cover their ears, showing expressions of pain. It's Lord Wood." At that moment, the guards finally noticed Wood's presence, and the next second, they hurriedly lined up as he instructed, though no matter how one looked at it, their formation was far from neat. Wood felt his anger rising again. These guys usually slacked off and played tricks, and when it came to a critical moment, they indeed dropped the ball. They probably only looked impressive when oppressing civilians. If it weren't for the fact that these guys were under the Lord's mansion, Wood would have loved to throw them down to feed the magical beasts. Wood sighed, too lazy to argue with these useless people, and looked outside the city. Upon confirming, he found that there were only a dozen level 1 and level 2 magical beasts. As for those hiding in the forest, they were also low-level magical beasts that posed no threat to Winter City. Wood was too lazy to take action against magical beasts of this level, so he ordered the 20 or so guards. "Now, everyone, prepare your bows and arrows. Ready, shoot." With Wood's command, a chaotic volley of arrows shot towards the magical beasts, and in the end, only 3 unfortunate beasts were hit. Is this how we defend against a beast tide? At that moment, Wood deeply worried about the future of Winter City. "Li Chen, can you tell me where I went wrong?" You're not wrong, you should say you're doing quite well." "Is that so?" Xiao Qing's face lit up with joy. "Then do you want to?" "Sure," Li Chen nodded without hesitation. "Ah." Xiao Qing was taken aback, not expecting Li Chen to agree so readily this time. Previously, no matter how much she begged, he had never consented. "Does this mean that I will be this guy's As she thought of this, her fair face turned visibly red, and at that moment, she looked less like a snake person and more like a steamed shrimp. Just then, Li Chen suddenly said, I happen to need someone to pour me foot bath water, so I'll reluctantly accept you. From now on, you'll be my servant. Let's change your name, how about a go? That name really suits you, ha? In the next moment, Xiao Qing finally realized she had been played. Her little face changed from red to white to green at a visible speed, and she truly became a green snake. Now, Li Chen couldn't help but applaud. He would call her the strongest face changer, Xiao Qing. Ah! Enraged and embarrassed, Xiao Qing roared and lunged at Li Chen, baring her glistening, poisonous fangs as she aimed to bite him. Back when Li Chen hadn't cultivated his fighting spirit, he had been entangled by this little girl's tail to the point of wanting to live or die. But now, Li Chen was no longer the same. He was a proper level 3 warrior, while Xiao Qing was just a weakling barely at level 2. The gap in their strengths was enormous, and Li Chen quickly subdued her. He grabbed both of Xiao Qing's wrists with one hand and lifted her up. Teasingly, he asked, so, are you convinced? Let me go. I want to bite you, you bad person. Xiao Qing struggled, swaying back and forth, then swung her big tail, planning to sneak attack Li Chen. Li Chen was quick and caught her tail, looking at the unyielding Xiao Qing with a helpless sigh. Ever since the day he made a cake, this girl had been pestering him about marrying her. As a result, Chang Mu had been so angry that he fell ill for several days, during which he had threatened to fight Li Chen countless times. Li Chen was speechless at this pair of grandfather and granddaughter. He knew exactly what Xiao Qing was thinking. She believed that if she married him, she could eat cake every day and enjoy countless magical foods like hot pot that had never existed in their world. Just thinking about it made Li Chen grit his teeth in anger. If it weren't for his compulsory education and his principles, he would have shown Xiao Qing a lesson through action. No matter where you bleed, it will hurt. Unfortunately, he couldn't get over the hurdle of her being underage, and besides, this girl didn't have much to offer, failing to pique his interest. However, she had been quite clingy lately, and Li Chen was growing impatient. Seeing Xiao Qing still being stubborn, Li Chen didn't hold back. He lifted her and pressed her onto his lap, then raised his right hand and swung it down hard. Smack! Before Xiao Qing could react, her expression changed dramatically, and the next moment, a wail escaped her lips. Are you still going to marry me? Do you dare to bite me again? Are you still going to be stubborn? That day, accompanied by Li Chen's questions, his room echoed with the sounds of ghostly wails. You bad person, how dare you hit me? My grandfather has never hit me, and you dare to hit me, you bad person. Xiao Qing lay on Li Chen's lap, crying and sniffling in accusation. For a moment, Li Chen even began to doubt whether he had gone too far. However, the effect was excellent. At least from that day on, Xiao Qing finally dared not shout all day about wanting to marry him anymore. The only problem was that, from that day on, the girl started calling him bad person. When Xiaobai heard this title, she immediately looked at Li Chen with a pitiful gaze. Big brother clearly gives Xiaobai delicious food every day. How could he be a bad person? Xiaobai understood that it was Xiao Qing causing trouble again. Unable to bear it, Xiaobai thought for a moment and suddenly stepped forward to Li Chen. Big brother, Xiaobai knows you are a good person. Ha! Li Chen's eye twitched. At that moment, he felt inexplicably as if he had been given a good person card. But looking at Xiaobai's innocent eyes, he couldn't get angry and could only force a smile, ruffling Xiaobai's hair. As for Xiao Qing, seeing Li Chen's defeated expression, she had already laughed herself under the table. That girl could probably eat 3 more bowls of rice today. The 4th day of divine love was approaching. In the blink of an eye, winter had passed for nearly 2 months. After the ice wall was completed, Li Chen and the others took advantage of the 3rd day of divine love to explore the 3 cliffsides again, confirming that there was no place for the magical beasts to sneak into the valley, and they finally felt at ease. Now the entire valley was isolated from the world, and before winter ended, it was all their territory. However, Li Chen and the others did not lose their vigilance because of this. For safety's sake, they planned to continuously raise and thicken the ice wall at the valley entrance during the upcoming days of divine love. Aside from that, everyone was living a rather dull life. The wind and snow prevented them from going outside, and the group spent their days counting the time, with each passing day adding a bit more hope in their hearts. The thought of having survived the winter of the year of divine punishment in the sinful forest would surely be something to boast about in the future. Unlike the others, Li Chen and Ing still had things to do. Li Chen had previously considered having Ing purify magical cores to enhance the strength of some members in the group. However, with the valley sealed off and the threat of magical beasts gone, this plan was temporarily shelved. Nevertheless, Li Chen still had Ing take the time each day to purify some magical cores, just in case. By the time the 4th day of divine love arrived, Ing had already purified all his magical cores. In total, there was 1 level 4 magical core, 6 level 3 magical cores, 70 level 2 magical cores, and 2,300 level 1 magical cores. Such a quantity of magical cores might not be enough to promote a level 3 warrior to level 4, but it was sufficient to promote at least 3 level 2 warriors to level 3. As for who to promote, Li Chen had some candidates in mind but was not in a hurry to implement it. After all, most of the level 1 magical cores belonged to him. The remaining magical cores were either from the mixed group of the 3 clans hunting or shared spoils with Anna and others, so Li Chen couldn't just distribute them carelessly. The next day, the 4th day of Divine Love, arrived as scheduled. The wind and snow had stopped. A group of individuals capable of withstanding the low temperatures eagerly rushed outside early in the morning. With the threat of magical beasts gone, going out to clear the snow had become a good opportunity for them to breathe fresh air. Staying cooped up in the small house for over 10 days was driving them crazy. As for those who were not strong enough, they could only enviously watch them through the windows. As usual, Li Chen arranged for some people to clear the snow while others went to reinforce the ice wall at the valley entrance. The cleared snow was sent directly into the house, boiled into hot water, and then sent to the valley entrance to strengthen the ice wall. Everyone had long since gotten used to this arrangement, proceeding with the process in an orderly manner, which took most of the day. After lunch, the group continued their work without pause. At this time, the dwarves, pouring the ice wall at the valley entrance, suddenly returned to the hillside together. They were running back, with Guli leading, panting heavily. Upon seeing Li Chen, he said with some fear, the beast tide is coming. Li Chen's expression changed in shock, and he hurriedly ran towards the mouth of the valley. Soon, he reached the base of the ice wall. The dwarves had left an upward passage in the ice wall for easier construction. Li Chen climbed up the passage towards the top of the ice wall. At this point, the ice wall stood a full 50 meters high and nearly 4 meters wide, towering like a mountain, unyielding. Anyone facing such an ice wall could only let out a helpless sigh. It could be called the Wall of Sighs. Despite having such protection, Guli still showed a look of terror. Li Chen was very curious about what Guli had seen. It wasn't until he stepped onto the top of the ice wall that he finally saw the scene outside the valley. Countless, endless, thousands upon thousands, innumerable. At this moment, only these words could describe the scene before Li Chen. Outside the valley, a dense mass of magical beasts occupied every corner of his vision, all heading towards the Eastern Human Empire. They varied in strength and species, yet strangely, they did not attack each other. Li Chen noticed that many of the magical beasts had sunken bellies, looking extremely hungry, yet even so, they did not engage in cannibalism, merely trudging towards the direction of Winter City. Are these magical beasts picky eaters? Only eating the people of the 4 major races? Li Chen found it hard to understand. Although magical beasts possessed intelligence, when hungry, they were most likely to hunt other magical beasts, yet the ones before him were different. Moreover, he realized that all these magical beasts had extreme cold resistance. Li Chen suddenly felt that the origins of these magical beasts were not simple. As if someone was controlling them from behind the scenes. He did not want to think further. This matter clearly exceeded his current capabilities. The more he investigated, the more dangerous it became, with no benefits to be gained. In comparison, he hoped these magical beasts would leave quickly. Among these magical beasts, there were quite a few with strong individual power. Li Chen spotted a level 4 Icefawn beast, and it wasn't the only one he saw. The racial talents of the beastmen and elves made Li Chen's perception exceptionally sharp, even surpassing that of the orc Anna. Many times, he could determine the strength of a magical beast just by sensing it. Right now, he felt that among the magical beasts before him, there were at least more than 10 level 4 magical beasts. This was just the number in front of him. Who knew how many level 4 magical beasts were hidden in the entire beast tide? The estimate could easily exceed 100. At this moment, Li Chen felt incredibly fortunate that they had sealed off the valley. Otherwise, these magical beasts would certainly not mind having a little appetizer before devouring Winter City as their main course. If that were the case, Li Chen was sure that there wouldn't be a single survivor left in the entire valley. Watching the endless magical beasts continue to advance, Li Chen suddenly shivered. At one moment. The next second, he instinctively lay flat on the ice surface. He pressed himself against the icy surface, not daring to move an inch, fearing that he might do something to attract attention. Even though he was pressed against the cold ice, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at that moment. Just a moment ago, his keen perception had sensed a presence that was several times more terrifying than a level 4 magical beast. And just that faint aura made Li Chen tremble uncontrollably. He knew very well that he was not on the same level as the owner of that aura. At that moment, Li Chen felt for the first time that this wall of size might not be able to protect their safety after all. Fortunately, the aura was quite far away and had not detected him. Or perhaps it simply looked down on him as a mere insect. It wasn't until the aura slowly faded that Li Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but look towards the direction of Winterhold. With such a terrifying presence, he wondered if Winterhold could withstand it. The 4th day of Divine Love, a very special day. The day of Divine Love itself is already a special occasion, and the number 4 makes it even more significant. According to the records of the Year of Divine Punishment, the last beast tide occurred on the 4th day of Divine Love. Dong dong dong. Early in the morning, the massive bell tolled throughout Winterhold. The Lord has decreed that all residents of Winterhold must not leave their homes today. Those who disobey will be executed by hanging. Accompanied by the bell, voices spread to every corner of Winterhold. The beast tide was approaching, and to prevent unnecessary chaos among the residents that could affect their defense against the tide, Lord Cardan decisively issued this order. Upon hearing the command, the residents were filled with despair. No one doubted the authenticity of the order. Lord Cardan's commands were always the sole truth in Winterhold. However, the residents looked at the snow pile outside their homes. If the snow was not cleared in time, how would they survive until the next day of divine love? The Lord's office was indifferent to the residents' plight. Their thoughts aligned with Cardan's. If the snow wasn't cleared, it would only lead to more deaths among the residents, but they could not withstand the beast tide, and everyone in the city would perish. Cardan took the beast tide very seriously. Today, he personally went to the western city wall. The location of Winterhold was excellent, situated between two adjacent mountain ranges. Ordinary people could only enter the human empire through Winterhold from the sinful forest. Otherwise, they would have to traverse the steep mountains, and even powerful warriors rarely survived crossing these two ranges. It was this unique position that made Winterhold an important gateway for the human empire. Because of this terrain, in the face of the beast tide, Cardan could focus on defending the western wall without worrying about the other directions. At this moment, Cardan stood on the city wall, clad in silver armor, with a red cloak billowing behind him and a silver rapier hanging at his waist, looking every bit the warrior. In the human empire, a noble who could not wield fighting spirit would be scorned, which is why Howard, the lord's nephew, had his greatest ambition focused solely on the merchant guild. As the lord of a city, Cardan naturally wielded fighting spirit, and today he would personally face the beast tide, not out of some noble reason for the residents of the city, but simply because Winterhold was his Winterhold. Cardan would not face the beast tide alone. Today, he had mobilized the entire military force of Winterhold. First were the three great knights behind him. On the left stood Knight Wood and Knight Bevis. Bevis was an old man with white hair who had served the Cardan family since childhood. Compared to Wood, who came from a noble background, Bevis was the one Cardan trusted the most. Standing on Cardan's right was Yulin Cardan, who was not only a great knight but also his own son, equally trusted. In addition, there were a total of 132 knights and 5,000 city guards. Undoubtedly, the weakest among them were the city guards. They could hardly move in the cold, so every few of them had one carrying a jar filled with firestones. This was a firestone jar, developed by the church, allowing the city guards to move around it without being affected by the cold, at the cost of quickly depleting the energy within the firestones. The strength of these city guards was not strong, all being level 1 warriors, yet they were an important part of this battle. Most of the magical beasts in the beast tide were low-level beasts. If the knights and great knights were sent to clear them, it would only waste their energy. Only by letting the city guards handle the cleanup could they best maintain the state of their high-end combat power. What Cardan regretted was that doing so would certainly lead to heavy casualties among the city guards. The city guards were the cornerstone of the Cardan family. Every so often, there would be a few talented city guards who would advance to level 2 warriors, and these city guards would be knighted by Cardan. It could be said that without these city guards, there would be no prosperity for the Cardan family. Even the great knight Bevis came from the city guards. Therefore, Cardan did not wish for too many casualties among the city guards, but in order to defend against the beast tide, he had no choice but to proceed this way. Above the city guards were the knights, who were powerful warriors of levels 2 to 3 and formed the backbone of the Cardan family. Once a knight broke through to level 4, they would be eligible to be titled as a great knight. Great knights not only possessed great strength but also held a transcendent status. In Winter City, only Cardan had the authority to command them. These more than 5,000 individuals represented the entirety of Winter City's military strength. Undoubtedly, it was an extremely powerful force. If Winter City were not a border stronghold, the king would never allow a lord to possess such formidable power. However, even with such power at his disposal, Cardan still dared not be the slightest bit careless in the face of the beast tide. Cardan wore a serious expression as he gazed toward the direction of the sinful forest, waiting for the arrival of the beast tide. At that moment, a man cloaked in a hood suddenly appeared beside Cardan and said, "Lord Cardan need not be anxious. Even if your subordinates cannot withstand the beast tide, the church will not stand idly by." Cardan glanced at the man and replied expressionlessly, "Then I shall trouble you, your excellency the bishop." "Ha ha." The man referred to as the bishop chuckled, then continued, "However, after this, please do not forget our agreement, Lord Cardan." At this, Cardan suddenly turned to the man and asked in confusion, "I have never understood why the church insists on establishing a church in Winter City. Could you provide me with a reasonable explanation, your excellency the bishop?" The man smiled broadly, "It is not about establishing a church in Winter City. The church wishes to establish churches all over the world." The man then spread his arms toward the sun and continued with fervent enthusiasm, "We simply want to bring the gospel of God to every corner of this world, and for that, we are willing to give everything." Cardan looked at the man again, nodded, and then withdrew his gaze. He had long heard that those within the church were somewhat abnormal. It seemed that this rumor might indeed be true. Not long after, a knight riding a dark wild boar came galloping toward Winter City. The wild boar was a tamed level 1 magical beast, the black-scaled pig. Taming a magical beast is extremely difficult. There were fewer than 20 tamed magical beasts within Winter City, and these beasts would not be allowed to be used except in critical moments. This time, some had been mobilized for the beast tide. Clearly, the knight riding the black-scaled pig was the one sent to scout the beast tide. The knight quickly arrived at the city wall, knelt on one knee, and reported to Cardon, "Report, Lord of the city, the beast tide is now 5,000 meters away and will soon reach Winter City." Cardon nodded, then turned to the city guards present and commanded, "Prepare bows and catapults." Bows and arrows were always precious equipment, and not many could use them. Therefore, only about 1,000 were ready with longbows and arrows at this time. The same was true for catapults. There were only 10 catapults in all of Winter City. Soon after, the first batch of magical beasts appeared in the forest, less than 300 meters from the city wall. Cardon waited quietly, watching as the magical beasts entered the range of the bows. "Prepare." With Cardon's command, all the archers drew their longbows into a crescent shape, and the catapults were loaded with stones at that moment. Release. In an instant, nearly 1,000 sharp arrows flew out together, covering the sky like locusts, followed closely by 10 massive stones. The beasts on the ground were as numerous as the locusts. Locusts against locusts. At this moment, there was no need for any archery skills. Every arrow shot out could hit at least one enemy. However, not every arrow could deal a fatal blow to a beast. In the end, after one round, fewer than 200 beasts fell under the arrows. On the contrary, the 10 stones instantly crushed nearly 400 beasts. "Prepare." Cardon continuously issued orders, launching a total of 5 rounds of arrow rain and 3 rounds of catapult stones before the beast tide reached the city wall, ultimately eliminating about 2,000 beasts. Faced with this considerable number, Cardon was not satisfied. The dead were all low-level first and second-tier beasts, and the real melee battle was about to begin. He wondered if his city guards and knights could withstand these beasts. The beast tide finally broke through to the base of the city wall, roaring as they jumped up towards it. However, the initial wave consisted of first and second-tier beasts, which could not leap up the tall city wall. But as more and more beasts piled up, they stacked higher and higher, and it was estimated that soon they would be able to jump onto the wall. This situation clearly could not be allowed to happen. When fighting beasts, they would not engage in a stubborn fight. Once they climbed the wall, these creatures would immediately surge into the city to hunt down the residents, then find a place to hide, waiting for the day of divine love to pass, when the entire population of Frostwinter City would become their buffet. Therefore, no beast could be allowed to climb the wall. "Father, it's our turn to take action." Yulin Cardon laughed heartily and arrogantly walked towards the edge of the wall. Lord Lanny Cardon did not stop his son. Yulin, the Great Knight, was a true genius, having become a great knight in his 30s, and his strength was beyond doubt, capable of protecting himself. Seeing this, Wood and Bevis also stepped forward. The next moment, all the city guards and knights watched in horror as Lord's son Yulin jumped down into the tide of beasts. "Ah, beasts, welcomed the arrival of Lord Yulin." Accompanied by his arrogant words, Yulin landed heavily in the midst of the beast tide, and in the next moment he was instantly engulfed by the beasts. Combat skill, piercing strike. Just as Yulin was submerged by the tide of beasts, his voice rang out from within. The next moment, everyone on the wall saw a white light break through the encirclement of beasts, instantly piercing through all the beasts within 10 meters ahead. At that moment, any part of the beasts' bodies that was touched by the white light would vanish without a trace. As the white light dissipated, nearly 100 beasts lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies mangled. A level 4 warrior, having mastered the external release of fighting spirit, wielded the same combat skill, piercing strike, which in their hands was completely different from that of a level 3 warrior. The destructive power of this attack would surely astonish Li Chen if he saw it. Although Yulin's strike had immense destructive power, this number of beasts was nothing compared to the entire tide. In the next moment, countless beasts charged towards Yulin again. "Young master, I'm coming." Just as Yulin was about to continue his assault, 2 figures appeared in succession. It was Wood and Bevis. Both were also level 4 great knights, their strength not inferior to Yulin's. Wood wielded a flail, swinging it around, crushing dozens of beasts into pulp. Meanwhile, Bevis used a 2-handed greatsword, sweeping forward and splitting several beasts in half. In front of the 3, the magical beasts before them could only be considered small fry, and killing them felt as easy as chopping vegetables. Just the 3 of them had forcibly cleared a space beneath the city wall. The knights on the wall, seeing this, jumped down to join Yuland and the others in battle. Soon, the area beneath the wall grew larger, and before long, the city gates opened and 5,000 city guards surged out. The battle between humans and magical beasts was officially declared to have begun at that moment. The fighting was brutal. Every minute and every second saw both magical beasts and humans falling, blood staining every inch of the accumulated snow and shattered flesh covering the ground. Life at this moment became mere numbers. Some city guards, gripped by fear, wanted to flee, but they dared not, for if they ran, they would surely die and their families would perish with them. To learn the fighting spirit, they had already become the property of the Cardon family, who had the right to kill them without any cost. Thus, despite being terrified to the point of wetting their pants, all the city guards could do was drag their damp trousers and continue charging into the tide of beasts. In this regard, the magical beasts were considerably stronger. Driven mad by the scent of blood, they lost all sense of fear and only thought of tearing apart the humans before them. Therefore, instead of being afraid, they became increasingly frenzied as the battle raged on. The fighting was fierce and back and forth. However, this evenly matched struggle did not last long. As the level 1 and level 2 magical beasts were mostly killed, level 3 and even level 4 beasts began to appear from the rear. At first, Winter City could still hold its ground under the leadership of 3 great knights and over 100 knights. But as the number of level 3 and 4 magical beasts increased, even Wood and the other 2 great knights found themselves in a tough battle. The knights were either held back by level 3 beasts or surrounded and killed by the magical beasts. The remaining city guards suddenly found themselves in a dire situation. Now, nearly 2,000 city guards had died and 20 knights were lost as well. At this cost, combined with the damage caused by arrows and catapults earlier, the beast tide had already lost nearly 5,000 magical beasts. However, Cardon shook his head in disappointment. He knew this was the limit for Winter City. The remaining magical beasts were powerful entities, the backbone of the beast tide. If the fighting continued, the city guards would soon be wiped out completely. These city guards and knights were his property, and Cardon was reluctant to let them continue to die. With a sigh, Cardon turned to the man he referred to as the bishop and said, "Bishop, it's your turn to take action now." "Ah, Lord Cardon. Don't worry, leave the next magical beasts to our church," the man replied, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his mouth beneath his cloak. Cardon was very curious about what methods the church would employ against the beast tide. As far as he knew, the number of people the church had sent to Winter City this time was not large, with only 11, including the bishop. 11 people amidst the beast tide would likely not even stir a ripple, so how would these 11 from the church deal with the remaining 5,000 magical beasts? Just as Cardon was puzzled, 10 others, also cloaked in black robes, suddenly appeared behind the bishop. The bishop pointed towards the beast tide and slowly said, "Kill all these magical beasts." As soon as the bishop's words left his mouth, the next moment, the 10 black-robed figures simultaneously kicked off and leaped down from the city wall. The wind from their descent lifted the cloaks above their heads, and Cardon then realized that these 10 were actually young men and women. Their ages seemed to be no more than 30, with some appearing barely of age. And it was these 10 who now charged fearlessly towards the beast tide, each of them not even wearing any armor but wielding a scythe taller than themselves. "Your Excellency, can these 10 really handle 5,000 magical beasts?" Cardon finally couldn't help but ask. The bishop smiled mysteriously and replied, "Lord Cardon may not know, but these 10 are preparatory members of the church's Black Cross Knights." Cardon's pupils constricted as he noticed that each of the 10 wore a black cross pendant around their necks. According to legend, the church possessed 2 forces, the White Cross Knights, who served as the church's steadfast shield, and the Black Cross Knights, who were the church's offensive sword. Remembering various legends about the church, Cardon felt a surge of curiosity about these 10, even though they were merely preparatory members of the Black Cross Knights. Meanwhile, the 10 from the church finally encountered the magical beasts. This sudden reinforcement instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Just as Wood and the others were astonished by who these people were, the 10 sprang into action. Puff, 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 puff. The moment the church's 10 met the magical beasts was filled with the sound of flesh being sliced open. The sides in their hands spun like a frenzied meat grinder, each moment echoing with the sound of flesh being cut. 10 sounds followed by another 10, the noise continuous without a moment's pause. In the next instant, swathes of magical beasts fell beneath the sides of the 10. Blood rained down like a storm, with flesh and entrails flying through the air. The already bloody world seemed to transform into the hell of legends at that moment. Strangely, the 10 from the church, responsible for all this, wore exaggerated smiles, their eyes reflecting boundless excitement. Everyone in Winter City was dumbfounded. In less than a minute, a full 500 magical beasts had perished at the hands of these 10. Among them were even several level 3 magical beasts. This was a one-sided, however. He was certain that this group of monsters was extremely dangerous, to the point that he somewhat regretted agreeing to the church's request to build a chapel. But now, he feared he could not back out. Cardon was sure that as long as he showed even the slightest intention of retracting his promise, these madmen would delightfully turn their sides towards the city guards and knights. As he watched these 10 seemingly tireless monsters prepare to slaughter all the magical beasts, a strange roar suddenly came from the end of the beast tide. Then, nearly 100 level 4 magical beasts charged towards the 10 members of the church. The 10 members showed no fear at all and immediately rushed forward. As soon as they made contact, blood splattered, both from the magical beasts and the 10. This scene left Wood and the others nearby utterly shocked. Even though the 3 of them were seasoned level 4 warriors, they had no confidence in facing 10 level 4 magical beasts alone. Yet the 10 from the church could do it. What kind of strength did they possess? If they were level 5, it felt a bit off. If they were level 4, they were terrifyingly strong. Just as Wood and the others were in shock, another strange roar came from the end of the beast tide. Then everyone saw a massive black bear towering like a small mountain, slowly approaching. The black bear seemed extremely dissatisfied that so many magical beasts could not kill the 10 members of the church, letting out an angry roar towards them. Then, the black bear stood up and began to walk step by step towards the 10 members of the church. The core of the beast tide has appeared. This is a level 5 magical beast. Lord Cardon, it seems this core will require your personal handling, the bishop said, glancing at the black bear before quickly shifting his gaze to Cardon beside him. Cardon did not respond immediately but suddenly asked, Bishop, regarding the construction of the chapel in Winter City, that is no problem, but will your men remain in Winter City? The bishop squinted at Cardon for a moment. He understood Cardon's concerns but also detected a hint of displeasure in his words. As the black bear drew closer to the 10 members of the church, the bishop finally said, Lord Cardon, rest assured. Although they are merely reserve members of the Black Cross Knights, only the cardinal has the authority to command them. Once the chapel in Winter City is completed, they will return to the chapel headquarters. Cardon felt a bit relieved. Upon hearing this, otherwise, having such a group of madmen in his city would be unsettling. That's good. Cardon no longer hesitated and slowly drew the slender sword at his side. In the next moment, a powerful fighting spirit erupted around him, and a pair of energy wings appeared behind him. Then everyone present saw Lord Cardon fly into the air, heading towards the black bear. Lonnie Cardon, level 5 warrior, the bishop observed Cardon charging towards the black bear, a strange smile creeping onto his lips. The battle between Cardon and the level 5 magical beast, the black bear, was extremely brutal, with both sides sustaining significant injuries, ultimately ending with each retreating. However, Cardon knew that the most troublesome part was yet to come, because after today, the day of divine love would end and the snowstorm would strike again. Originally, Cardon had hoped to clear all the magical beasts except for the black bear before the day of divine love concluded. Unfortunately, perhaps as revenge for Cardon's earlier threat, the bishop did not allow the 10 reserve members of the Black Cross Knights to continue fighting. With only the remaining people of Winter City, they could not contend with those magical beasts and could only watch helplessly as the beasts retreated. Everyone knew that the retreat of the magical beasts was temporary. They would inevitably strike again in the snowstorm. As night fell and the snowstorm arrived, the temperature outside began to drop. At this time, even with firestone jars, the city guards could no longer continue their activities outdoors. Nowadays, without the use of firestones, only 3 great knights can barely move in the wind and snow. The magical beasts, however, are completely different. Those magical beasts possess extreme cold resistance, and any beast above level 3 can move freely in the blizzard. Faced with hundreds of level 3 and level 4 magical beasts, the 3 great knights appear powerless. Cardon had no choice but to prepare firestones for all level 3 and above knights in Winter City. It was then that Cardon realized he didn't have enough firestones. In the previous battle, the firestone canister had consumed most of his firestones, and now he had fewer than 10 left. Cardon thought for a moment and decisively ordered the city guards to reclaim the firestones that had originally been stored within the city. When Wood learned of this, he sought out Cardon multiple times, hoping that Cardon would retract his order. Currently, Winter City, lacking the city guards to clear the snow, had already accumulated a large amount of snow, and the battle today wasted another precious opportunity for the citizens to clear the snow. It could be said that the residents of Winter City were relying on firestones to survive. Once Cardon reclaimed the firestones, Winter City would inevitably become a hellish existence. In response to Wood's concerns, Cardon's reply remained the same. Not clearing the snow may lead to more residents dying, but it won't stop the beast tide, and everyone in the city will die. Ultimately, Cardon reclaimed all the firestones. As the firestones were taken away, the temperature in Winter City plummeted, followed by rapidly accumulating snow. Almost every night, one could hear houses collapsing under the weight of the snow, and the number of people who froze to death without a sound was countless. It was foreseeable that the next 2 to 3 months would be the darkest times for Winter City. Time flew by, and 2.5 months passed. The 9th day of divine love arrived. In the valley, Li Chen and the others went out as usual to clear the snow. As for the ice wall, they stopped pouring it once it reached 50 meters high and 4 meters wide, as continuing was no longer meaningful. With no threat from magical beasts and nothing to do indoors, everyone in the valley lived extremely boring days. To combat this, Li Chen had brought out games like Go, Do Diju, and Mahjong. At first, it naturally attracted everyone's curiosity. Guli and the others were completely engrossed, and even Anna and Ing felt uncomfortable if they didn't play a couple of rounds of Mahjong each day. However, after more than a month of playing these games, everyone grew tired of them. Who wouldn't? Playing day and night, with all their time consumed by these games except for eating and sleeping, it was inevitable that they would get bored. Nowadays, every day of divine love was their salvation. On this day, they would wake up early, waiting for the moment the wind and snow stopped, and they couldn't wait to go outside for a stroll. Even clearing the snow would bring smiles to their faces. As for those who were not strong enough, they would just stare blankly at the people outside on the day of divine love. Seeing the dazed expressions of those inside, Li Chen felt they had become somewhat neurotic. However, there was nothing Li Chen could do but hope that winter would pass quickly. In just half a day, Li Chen and the others had completely cleared the snow around the houses. It feels like there's much less snow this time, Dina cheerfully fiddled with the few remaining piles of snow, and after a while, she made several cute little snowmen. Building snowmen was something Li Chen had taught her. Dina surprisingly had a talent for this, quickly creating snowmen of herself and Anna. When Li Chen saw them, he was amazed at how lifelike they looked and couldn't help but praise Dina for her nimble hands. Dina giggled and then made snowmen of Li Chen, Xiao Chang, and Xiao Bai, followed by those of Emochina, Alicia, and Grey Feather. Until night fell, outside the house, more than a dozen lifelike snowmen were neatly lined up, each with a big smiling face. Dina reluctantly returned indoors, glancing back at the snowmen 3 times. She knew that once the wind and snow came, these snowmen would be completely buried, and even if the snow was dug up, their figures would be nowhere to be found. Seeing Dina's melancholic expression, Li Chen had Grey Feather prepare a sumptuous dinner. With delicious food and the lively presence of Xiao Qing by her side, Dina's gloom was easily dispelled. After a group of people happily enjoyed their dinner, they each returned indoors to rest. Li Chen did the same. Unknowingly, he had been in this other world for half a year and he had completely adapted to life without computers and mobile phones, now living a health-conscious routine of going to bed early and rising early. Feeling drowsy, Li Chen's eyelids began to droop, but what puzzled him was that for some reason, it felt a bit stuffy today, forcing him to take off his stockings before he could finally fall into a stable sleep. The next day, Li Chen was awakened by the heat. He touched his clothes, which were already soaked with sweat, and his groggy mind couldn't figure out what was happening. Ah! At that moment, a loud scream suddenly jolted him awake. As usual, Li Chen thought another beast had intruded into the valley, quickly getting up and running towards the source of the sound. It was only when he got closer that he realized the source was at the front door. A large crowd had gathered at the door, all pressing against the windows, looking incredulously outside. What happened? Li Chen asked the crowd. Soon, someone tremblingly pointed outside and said, "It didn't snow today." No snow? Li Chen looked puzzled. Hadn't the day of divine love just passed yesterday? Why was there no snow today? The next moment, Li Chen's foggy brain seemed to finally clear. He incredulously said, Winter is over?" Saying this, Li Chen still couldn't believe it and hurriedly squeezed to the front of the window to look outside. He saw that although the sky outside was still a bit dim, the entire world was very calm, with no strong winds or blizzards as usual. And on the ground outside, the dozen or so lifelike snowmen still wore their big smiles just like yesterday. The wind and snow had truly stopped, and the winter of the year of divine punishment had really come to an end. Winter is over? Winter is really over? Great, we survived. We really survived the winter of divine punishment in the sinful forest. I can't believe it. This is a miracle. A great deity is protecting us. Nonsense, it's clearly the credit of young master Li Chen and the others. No matter what, we survived. That's great, really great. When everyone finally confirmed that winter was over, their reaction was even more intense than Li Chen had imagined. Everyone present, except for Li Chen, was crying. Even those who rushed over after hearing the news were the same, with tears streaming down their faces. Li Chen looked at Dina and the others, who were also shedding tears, and for a moment felt how out of place he was. At that moment, Li Chen's expression suddenly changed. He heard the system's notification sound, and it was a multitude of system notifications. Ding, congratulations. To the host, the Orc Clan Xingmu's favorability towards you has reached 1 star. Daily interaction with them can earn 1 bond point. Ding, congratulations to the host, the Orc Clan Baichi's favorability towards you has reached 1 star. Daily interaction with them can earn 1 bond point. Ding, congratulations to the host, the Dwarf Clan Dian's favorability towards you has reached 1 star. In an instant, the system displayed that a total of 38 dwarves and 115 orcs had reached 1 star in favorability towards him at that moment. Li Chen calculated that, combined with those who had already reached a 1-star favorability, all the dwarves and orcs had achieved a favorability of over 1 star towards him. Nowadays, just through daily interactions, he could earn a total of 261 bond points. Unfortunately, no one's favorability had increased to 2 stars, and the 6 who already had 2-star favorability had not progressed to 3 stars. Clearly, the higher the favorability star level, the more difficult it was to improve. The only thing that puzzled Li Chen was why the favorability of both the dwarves and orcs had suddenly increased at that moment. Li Chen looked curiously at the dwarves and orcs in front of him, and only after seeing the tears on their faces did he slowly begin to understand the reason. These dwarves and orcs had been tense since the winter of the year of divine punishment. This tension had persisted from the first day of winter until today, without a moment's respite. The reason was simple: they did not believe they could survive this winter. Unlike Li Chen, who believed in science as a visitor from another world, they placed their faith in the experiences of their ancestors. Even if their homes were well insulated, the snow could be cleared, and the valley entrance was sealed with ice walls. Even after doing all this, they still worried about unexpected occurrences. After All historical records told them, and the experiences of Qingmu and Baichi confirmed it. No one has ever survived the winter of the year of divine punishment in the sinful forest. This was a precedent that hadn't occurred in thousands of years. And only today, as winter truly ended, did they believe they had actually survived. It was only at this moment that their emotions were fully released. Now, Li Chen could see gratitude in each of their eyes, not just among the dwarves and orcs but also among the humans. After the snowstorm ceased, the temperature around began to warm. That day, any warrior above level 1 could step outside to move about. By the next day, even ordinary people could go out as long as they were adequately dressed. After the initial excitement wore off, everyone soon fell into silence, because they all realized that an important decision needed to be made next. That was the question of where this mixed group of 3 races should go from here. Thinking of this, everyone almost simultaneously turned their gaze towards Li Chen. Seeing this, Li Chen scratched his head, instantly feeling a headache. Due to the favorability, the 3 races had deep trust in him, which meant his words carried significant weight. Therefore, the decision he made next would greatly impact the future of the 3 races. Li Chen had to think carefully. Watching as Li Chen was about to pull his hair out, Ying and Anna stepped forward. Ying said nothing, just stood beside Li Chen to show his stance. Anna then asked Li Chen, "Shall we hold a meeting?" The term meeting was something Anna had learned from Li Chen. Whenever there was a need for everyone to decide on something together, Li Chen would call for a meeting. Anna felt that now was the perfect time for one. Li Chen nodded and said, "Let's call everyone together this time." Outside the house, on the flat ground, everyone gathered together. They seemed to instinctively know that the upcoming decision was related to their races, and thus divided themselves into 3 camps. First were the dwarves, led by Guli, Dokina, Big Eye, and Big Ear, totaling 72 people. Then came the orcs, led by Qingmu, Baichi, Anna, Dina, and a 5th member with an iron head, totaling 134 people. Next came the human race. Strictly speaking, there was no leader among them. It was just that Alicia and Greywing had a more prominent presence, so they were considered the leaders, totaling 70 people. Finally, there were Li Chen and Ying, the 2 outliers. Ying felt somewhat out of place, because she was a dark elf. As for Li Chen, it was entirely due to his own circumstances. Although he was also human, he had deeper connections with the dwarves and orcs, making him less familiar with his own kind. This made it difficult to categorize him among the humans. However, because of this, Li Chen was able to handle matters concerning the 3 races more fairly, which is why the other races were more inclined to trust most of his decisions. This led to the current situation where Li Chen was at the forefront of deciding the future for the 3 races. As everyone knows, the winter of the year of divine punishment has finally passed, and we have survived, Li Chen said, glancing at the crowd, whose excitement was still clearly visible on their faces. "Thank you, young master. Without the young master, we would have surely frozen to death in the winter. Mu, young master, I want to be your personal bodyguard." "Ah, it hurts. Mu, stop hitting me. I won't do it anymore. I won't be your bodyguard again." Li Chen was not there to hear compliments, and some strange comments had slipped in. He quickly waved his hand to interrupt everyone and got straight to the point. "Next, we need to decide our future. Where do we go from here?" This question plunged everyone into silence. Yes, where would they go next? Would the dwarves return to the mines, continuing their lives as sinners, forging equipment in exchange for inferior ale? Would the orcs go back to the grasslands, continuing their life as weaklings, hiding from slave traders while worrying about supplies like salt? The most desperate were the humans. They were all slaves, marked as such, a group of ordinary people without any power. Aside from the human settlement, they had no other way to survive in the sinful forest. Staying in the human settlement would only lead to becoming lowly slaves under the control of slave traders. Were these humans to continue living as slaves? The humans had nowhere to go, the orcs were uncertain of their destination, and the dwarves were somewhat reluctant to return. The 3 races were entangled in their thoughts, reminiscing about their difficult past, and at that moment, they even felt a bit reluctant about the days of winter. Moreover, after 4.5 months of living together, the 3 races had developed feelings for one another. They exchanged glances, thinking that after parting, they might never see each other again, and most of them showed signs of reluctance in their eyes. Li Chen knew it was time for him to speak up. He had actually had an idea, or rather an ambition, for a long time. He just hadn't brought it up until now, and perhaps this was the opportunity to voice it. "Listen to me," Li Chen couldn't help but say loudly. "Everyone knows what our past lives were like. Now, there is actually an opportunity for change. For example, we could occupy this valley and live together as 3 races." This suggestion was not only for the consideration of the 3 races but also contained a bit of Li Chen's selfishness. He had never forgotten that the system initially hoped for him to establish a peaceful world with multiple races coexisting, and a territory that mixed different races was undoubtedly the beginning of it all. Furthermore, building a territory would allow him to steadily gain bond points every day. If the 3 races separated, he couldn't possibly run back and forth among them every day, could he? Li Chen's words made everyone present hesitate. This suggestion was not bad for them. If they could gather and occupy the valley, With Li Chen and a few strong guardians leading them, their lives would surely be many times better than before. But the problem is, this valley was originally a gathering place for humans. Could it be easily occupied? Li Chen had already considered this question that everyone had. He shared what he knew with them. Unlike the dwarves' mining gathering places, the human gathering places were not built by the human empire, but were temporarily established by a group of profit-driven individuals for some illicit dealings, which eventually led to the creation of Evil Town over time. And the so-called dealings, aside from the normal hunting of magical beasts, also included high-priced trade of goods with other races and the capture of slaves from those races. It is certain that Evil Town has no overt connections with the major powers of the human empire and holds little value, so even if we occupy it, we won't attract an attack from the human empire. At most, there will be some private harassment. Moreover, the original residents of Evil Town are not something we need to worry about. At that time, Howard was able to act recklessly in Evil Town with just a few subordinates, and now our strength is definitely several times greater than Howard's back then. Furthermore, we don't necessarily have to be enemies with the humans. In the future, we could even open Evil Town to those who mean no harm. This way, we can engage in trade and ensure our survival. As Li Chen spoke, everyone gradually realized, yes, their current mixed group of 3 races was quite strong. As long as the human empire did not send a large number of soldiers to attack them, they could even be considered the strongest force in the evil forest. With nothing to fear, the most common beings in the evil forest were magical beasts, and the best commodities were merely orc and elf slaves, which were still in short supply, and their value was not enough to attract the attention of the great nobles. With this in mind, everyone felt that occupying the current valley was not that difficult. Seeing that there was no hesitation left in everyone's eyes, Li Chen continued. Since there are no other questions, let's start voting. Each person has 1 vote, and if the final count exceeds half, we will stay and occupy this valley. With Li Chen's words, everyone began to take action. Raising a hand meant agreeing to stay, while not raising a hand meant disagreeing. Alicia and the others then began to tally the votes. Soon after, Alicia handed the results to Li Chen, who glanced at them and then said loudly, "The number of votes in favor of staying is 198, while those who abstained or disagreed total 74. With that, Li Chen surveyed the crowd again and said, "The majority agrees, so we will continue to live in this valley. Those who cannot accept this can choose to leave on their own." In the end, no one chose to leave. Firstly, they knew that anyone who left alone would surely not survive in the evil forest. Secondly, once they left, they would no longer be able to enjoy the grand meals prepared by Huiyu. Later, Li Chen learned that the main reason most dwarves and orcs agreed to stay was that they couldn't bear to part with the delicious food made by Huiyu. This result left Li Chen feeling frustrated for quite a while. He had initially been smug, thinking that his kingly aura and personal charm, like that of an anime protagonist, had convinced the dwarves and orcs to stay. Yet the reality was that his personal charm was overshadowed by some food. How could that not frustrate him? Once it was confirmed that they would stay, the first thing everyone did was elect a leader. Unlike before, when they had to endure the winter, this time it was for a long-term life, so they naturally needed to choose a managing lord. They couldn't consult everyone for every little matter, nor could they each manage their own race's affairs. What would be the point of gathering together then? Unsurprisingly, Li Chen was elected to the position of leader. Firstly, it is an acknowledgement of everything Li Chen has done so far. Everyone hasn't forgotten how many useful suggestions he provided during this winter. Secondly, although Li Chen is of the human race, he does not show favoritism towards other humans, and Anna cannot claim that she wouldn't favor the orc race either. Considering these 2 points, the final choice of Li Chen as the leader was made by less than half of the people, yet it was still the most. However, aside from Li Chen as the leader, many vice leaders were also appointed, namely, Anna and Xingmu from the orc race, Guli and Duokina from the dwarf race, and Ilicia and Huiyu from the human race. These 6 served as vice leaders, which can be seen as a limitation on Li Chen. Li Chen had no objections to this. To be honest, if it weren't for the system, he had no interest in being a leader at all. He was only temporarily taking on this role, and in the future, he might just run away if given the chance. What Li Chen didn't expect was that just as he became the leader of this mixed group of 3 races, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining territory, acquiring the position of lord, and meeting the conditions for system upgrade. Would you like to start the system upgrade? After all this, the condition for upgrading the system is to establish territory and become a lord. Li Chen looked at the system notification and was about to choose to upgrade the system when a line of small text behind it suddenly made him stop. Ding! This upgrade will consume 10,000 bond points, taking 24 hours, during which system functions will be unavailable. 10,000 bond points? Damn system, don't go too far. Li Chen was about to explode. Although upgrading the system always requires some cost, 10,000 bond points was excessive. Where was he supposed to get 10,000 bond points? Thinking this, Li Chen glanced at his system panel. Host, Li Chen. Realm, Level 3 Warrior Strength 2 by 3000 Constitution, 2 by 3000 Agility, 1 by 3000 Spirit, 2 by 3000 Talent, Elf Race Talent 0.2%, Orc Race Talent 13.4%, Dwarf Race Talent 7.2%, Talent Skills, Nature Affinity *0.1, Beast. Transformation *3, Rapid Recovery *5, Level 1 Poison Resistance, Level 1 Magic Resistance Comprehension Skills 4 ounces move 1000 pounds 20% bond points 13,000 points. It was only then that Li Chen realized that after months of accumulation, minus the daily consumption, he had unknowingly amassed a total of 13,000 bond points. Looking at it this way, he could afford the 10,000 bond points after all. Moreover, he could earn 261 bond points daily through favorability, so he could make back the 10,000 bond points in just 40 days. With this in mind, although Li Chen felt a pang of pain, he ultimately clicked to upgrade the system. Upgrade. Started. This upgrade will take 24 hours, during which system functions will be unavailable. Remaining upgrade time 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. As for the inability to use system functions during the upgrade, Li Chen didn't mind at all. Now that he had become the Lord, Li Chen began to contemplate what he needed to do in the future. The first task was already very clear. He needed to focus on the infrastructure of the valley. Currently, the snowstorm had just stopped, and the surrounding ice and snow had yet to begin melting. The people from the 4 races who left the gathering place wouldn't be returning so quickly. Li Chen estimated they would be gone for at least another week or 2. This period was extremely crucial. Li Chen needed to build a real city gate at the entrance of the valley during this time, while also constructing defensive works to completely secure the valley in their hands. In addition, the houses also needed to be rebuilt. Although the houses in Sin Town and on the hillside were livable, in terms of long-term plans, these houses were destined to be demolished. All these plans required the involvement of cement. This time, Li Chen did not plan to continue using the ashlime cement, as its quality was still somewhat lacking. Now that he had the option, Li Chen naturally chose the better Roman cement. The true name of Roman cement is actually Ancient Roman Concrete, and its composition is quite simple. Ancient Roman Concrete equals quicklime plus volcanic ash plus water plus sand plus gravel. Water, sand, and gravel are not difficult to obtain. Quicklime can be acquired from limestone, which is available at the salt mines, so that's not a problem. What he was missing now was volcanic ash. Fortunately, there was a lead on how to obtain volcanic ash. Anna and the others had mentioned that there was a volcano in the inner area of the sinful forest. They had given up on it due to time constraints back then, but it seemed inevitable that they would have to make a trip now. Thinking of this, Li Chen immediately went to find Anna. He had learned about the volcano's existence from Anna, and even though she had never been there, she would still have some knowledge about it. Young master, do you need volcanic ash? After becoming the Lord, everyone started addressing Li Chen as my lord. At first, he found it quite pleasant, but when he heard Dina and the others calling him that too, he suddenly felt a sense of distance between them. This wouldn't do. Li Chen was counting on their favorability to reach 3 stars soon, so he couldn't let their relationship become distant. Therefore, under Li Chen's strong insistence, Dina and the others ultimately chose not to call him by his name directly, but rather settled on young master Li Chen. Yes, I need a large amount of volcanic ash to create ancient Roman concrete, which is better than ashlime cement. Although Anna was not clear on what ancient Roman concrete was, the magical ashlime cement had left a deep impression on her. It could construct stone houses that were several times sturdier than wooden houses in a short period. If the orc tribe could also possess such a magical thing as ashlime cement, perhaps there wouldn't be so many elderly and young orcs freezing to death every winter. The fact that ancient Roman concrete was even better than ashlime cement piqued Anna's interest. However, when she thought about the situation on the volcano, she couldn't help but furrow her brows. Seeing this, Li Chen knew that the volcano must be a troublesome place. In the end, it was as Li Chen had expected. According to Anna, the volcano was still active, and one could see magma at the summit. Therefore, the temperature around the volcano would be relatively high, even though the snow had not yet melted. Magical beasts had long been active in the area. The most troublesome among them was a magical beast called the volcanic ant. Volcanic ants are only level 1 magical beasts, and their individual strength is not strong, but their numbers are terrifying, with a single nest often containing tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of volcanic ants. Although these volcanic ants are not strong, killing them is not easy. They are not large, only about half a meter long, and their small bodies make them hard to hit. The most troublesome part is that their bodies are covered with an extremely hard shell, making it difficult for ordinary weapons to pierce through. Additionally, they have 2 massive mandibles that not only possess terrifying strength but also carry a toxin known as fire poison. Once someone with insufficient strength is infected, they can easily rot away and die. In summary, they are a hassle. Dealing with these volcanic ants is a high-risk, low-reward endeavor. To crush them, one would need to deploy a large number of level 2 warriors, or else the losses would be severe. A large number of level 2 warriors Currently, Li Chen and his group only had 7 level 2 warriors, plus himself, Ing, and Anna, who were 3 level 3 warriors. That made exactly 10 people, which was a far cry from the term large number. Although Li Chen and Anna could unleash strength comparable to level 4 warriors after using the Beast Transformation skill. However, the Beast Transformation skill cannot be maintained for long, even if it can sweep through a large area. When faced with at least tens of thousands of volcanic ants, its effect is extremely limited. The Beast Transformation skill, Li Chen thought, suddenly recalling that despite its power, he had never seen any orc other than Anna use it. Wasn't it said that any adult orc could use the Beast Transformation skill? Right now, there were as many as 99 level 1 orc warriors in the valley. Although they were all weak, if they all transformed, it would still be a formidable fighting force. If these orcs were to cooperate with the Blood Pact, life and death together technique that Anna and Dina had once used, perhaps it would be enough to deal with the volcanic ants? After Li Chen voiced his doubts, Anna responded with a sigh, "You should have guessed some of it, right? They don't want to use the Beast Transformation skill, they simply can't." With that, Anna sighed again and explained, "In fact, the base attribute points are much more important than you think. They not only represent how powerful a force you can unleash but also your potential. You humans divide the sum of base attribute points into different levels. I remember that the ordinary level is 5 points, the upper class is 6 to 7 points, 8 to 9 points are geniuses, and 10 points and above are the chosen ones, right? Orcs have the same grading system. This grading is not arbitrary. The reason for this division is that the sum of base attribute points affects not only your combat power but also the number of innate skills you can comprehend and your upper limit of strength. And orcs with a total of only 4 points in base attribute points, let alone Beast Transformation and Blood Pact, life and death together. Even the most basic rapid recovery is only mastered by a small portion of them. Moreover, no matter how hard they train, they will never be able to break through to level 3 or above in their lifetime. This is the main reason they are called weaklings. Li Chen finally understood why orcs with low attribute points were expelled. It was related to the comprehension of innate skills and the upper limit of strength. It seemed that his idea of relying on these weakling orcs to deal with the volcanic ants was hopeless. Li Chen felt a headache coming on. If he wanted to build infrastructure, cement was obviously indispensable, and without volcanic ash, he couldn't produce strong enough cement. Was he to give up on cement? Just as Li Chen was troubled, Anna hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make up her mind and said to Li Chen, "If you want to deal with the volcanic ants, there is actually another feasible method, but it requires the assistance of someone." "Who?" Li Chen asked eagerly. Anna looked at Li Chen seriously and said, "Xiao Qing." "What?" Li Chen was filled with questions. This little girl could actually help him deal with the volcanic ants? Li Chen remembered that this little girl was also a weakling orc. How could she deal with the volcanic ants? Anna clearly saw Li Chen's confusion and said solemnly, "Don't underestimate Xiao Qing. The main reason I insisted on gathering these weakling orcs was largely for her." Then Anna revealed a secret. Xiao Qing is indeed a weakling orc, but her current total base attributes are not 4 points. They are 8 points, just slightly lower than mine and Dina's. When testing attributes, the young Xiao Qing's 4 basic attributes were indeed only 1 point, which is why she was classified as a weakling and expelled from the Orc Empire, and Shangmu followed Xiao Qing to the sinful forest for this reason. However, what others don't know is that Xiao Qing is a rare mutated orc. What, a mutated orc? Li Chen's eyes widened. Anna was taken aback and shot Li Chen a fierce glare, repeating loudly, "It's a mutated beastman. Oh, it's a mutation." "You continue." Seeing this, Anna snorted in anger and continued, "The so-called mutated beastman is an extremely rare existence. They undergo some magical changes in certain aspects as they age. For example, Xiao Qing, her original for basic attributes were all 1, but as she grew older, her mental attribute increased significantly, recently reaching a terrifying 5 points. 5 points, Li Chen was equally astonished to hear this. His mental attribute was only 2 points, and Xiao Qing was actually 2.5 times that. However, Li Chen remembered that beastmen excelled in strength, and their vitality didn't rely on mental attributes. Xiao Qing's increased mental attributes seemed rather useless. To this, Anna did not disagree. If it were another beastman with a high mental attribute, it would indeed be of little use, but Xiao Qing is a mutated beastman. Besides her mental attribute, she has another mutation, which is the poison that her snake people are best at. The toxin secreted by Xiao Qing has also changed. We call the toxin she secretes mental toxin because it specifically targets mental strength. This mental toxin will become stronger as Xiao Qing's mental attribute and level increase. Now that Xiao Qing's mental strength has reached 5 points, it can be said that under the same level, apart from some chosen ones of the elf race, no one can withstand Xiao Qing's toxin. Even those at a higher level than Xiao Qing, if their mental attribute is not high, will be greatly affected after being poisoned. Li Chen couldn't help but shiver at this. He recalled that several times Xiao Qing had tried to give him a snake kiss, and fortunately, he had stopped her. Each time, If he had relied on his higher level and overlooked Xiaoqing's poison, he would have probably been in trouble. That sly little girl, it seemed he needed to find another opportunity for his right hand to have a good communication with her backside. Li Chen thought angrily, then realized the crux of the matter and quickly asked Anna, so, with the toxin secreted by Xiaoqing, we can deal with those volcanic ants? Anna nodded, then shook her head. Volcanic ants are only level 1 magical beasts, and their intelligence is low, so their mental attributes are obviously very low. Xiaoqing's toxin can naturally deal with them, and the effect will be good. But Xiaoqing is only level 1. The toxin she secretes can handle dozens or hundreds of volcanic ants, but for tens of thousands. Li Chen understood. Xiaoqing's level was still too low, and the toxicity of the secreted toxin was insufficient to deal with a large number of volcanic ants. Even if he squeezed her dry, he couldn't handle that many volcanic ants. However, this problem clearly had a solution, using magic cores to help Xiaoqing level up. Coincidentally, Li Chen had previously had Ying help purify many magic cores during the winter, and these cores were even enough to elevate Xiaoqing to level 3. Li Chen immediately found Xiaoqing and stuffed a large pile of purified magic cores into her arms. Looking at Xiaoqing, who was stunned and had no idea what was happening, Li Chen could only say one thing: suck it all in. Xiaoqing looked at Li Chen's fierce expression and couldn't help but sway her snake tail back a bit, then fearfully said, "Bad person, you shouldn't be like this, I'm scared." "I don't believe you for a second." Li Chen absolutely wouldn't believe that this little girl would be scared so easily, but now was not the time for games. He had serious matters to attend to. Li Chen hurriedly told Xiaoqing, "Stop talking nonsense, quickly absorb these magic cores and level up to level 2. Xiaoqing realized she hadn't deceived Li Chen. Initially, she felt a bit unwilling, but upon hearing that Li Chen wanted her to level up quickly, she seemed to understand his purpose this time. With a mischievous glint in her gem-like eyes, she said, "Bad guy, you must have heard about my prowess from Sister Anna, right? Ha ha ha, you bullied me before, but now unless you beg me, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Li Chen asked, raising his large hand and slowly walking towards Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing froze for a moment, instinctively touching her backside. She swallowed hard and said in fear, "Don't come any closer." "What do you want?" "I'll tell you, if you come any closer, I'll call my grandpa." He, only at this moment would you call for grandpa. "Qingmu, don't worry, I checked before coming here." Qingmu is busy clearing the ice wall at the valley entrance with someone else. "He's not available, so you might as well give up," Li Chen said, grinning to reveal his big white teeth. Xiaoqing looked at Li Chen in disbelief. This bad guy was well prepared today. However, Xiaoqing was not one to easily submit. "If you want me to help, at least give me some benefits, right?" Yes, without benefits, it would be submission, but if she received benefits, then it wouldn't be submission. This request wasn't unreasonable, and Li Chen thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Li Chen initially thought Xiaoqing wanted something like cake, but to his surprise, she wanted instant noodles. He had only let Ying eat instant noodles once, when Xiaoqing discovered the leftover cup. At that time, Li Chen couldn't bear to exchange his precious bond points for instant noodles for her, and he didn't expect she would remember it until now. Upon realizing this, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. However, since the system was upgrading, he couldn't buy any for now, so he promised to get her some tomorrow, and he would supercharge it, adding so much that it wouldn't fit in one bucket. Seeing Xiaoqing's eyes light up with anticipation, Li Chen worried that he might end up raising an instant noodle girl. With the benefits promised, it was time to get to work. Xiaoqing began absorbing magic cores, and her speed wasn't very fast. It wasn't until the next day that she finally completed her level up. After consuming 10 second-level magic cores, after reaching level 2, Xiaoqing didn't seem much different from before. Seeing this, Li Chen, worried it wasn't safe enough, decided to let Xiaoqing directly level up to level 3. He had enough magic cores on hand to elevate her to level 3. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing hurriedly waved her hands in refusal, looking as if she had overeaten. Li Chen then realized that after increasing her strength, she needed a long time for her body to adapt before she could level up again. His continuous upgrades in a short time were a complete exception. Li Chen had to give up. In fact, his worries were unnecessary. Xiaoqing at level 2 had a solid 500 points of mental strength, more than enough to deal with a level 1 volcanic ant. Understanding this, Li Chen felt reassured. Next, it was time to collect Xiaoqing's venom. Li Chen initially wanted to exchange for a snake venom collector, but Xiaoqing said it wasn't necessary to be that complicated. Xiaoqing opened her mouth and showcased her venomous fangs to Li Chen, and then he saw transparent venom continuously dripping from her hollow fangs. The venom fell into the glass test tube Li Chen had prepared in advance. After a while, the test tube was half full. At that moment, Xiaoqing stopped. Li Chen was taken aback and was about to shout for her to continue when he noticed Xiaoqing's pale face. It seemed this was the maximum amount of venom she could secrete at one time. Li Chen didn't ask for more venom. He picked up the test tube and couldn't help but pat Xiaoqing's head, saying, "Girl, if we can successfully bring back the volcanic ash this time, I'll get you a pile of delicious food." Who cares? The little girl said proudly, but her tail couldn't help but wag, making Li Chen wonder if he was facing a snake or a dog. After obtaining the venom, Li Chen naturally wanted to test its effects, and the subjects were the little unicorn wolf cubs from before. These guys had eaten well all winter, growing plump and white, yet they hadn't shown any strength at all. Now was the perfect time to test the effects of the venom on them. Of course, Li Chen had already asked Xiaoqing beforehand. Her venom was difficult to kill enemies, and its main effect was to paralyze the enemy's mental strength, which would recover after a while. With that, Li Chen had nothing to worry about. So, in the next moment, 30 little wolf cubs collapsed to the ground, all of them opening their mouths, tongues out, drooling uncontrollably. One by one, the little wolf cubs widened their eyes, showing expressions of terror, yet they couldn't make a sound or move at all. It was clear that their consciousness was very clear, and they even had physical sensations, but they simply couldn't move a muscle. After the experiment, Li Chen gradually understood. The mind is the soul. When a person's mental strength is paralyzed, even if their body is completely normal and their consciousness is awake, their body just cannot move at all. This was far more potent than anesthesia, but this mental toxin was not suitable for surgery because the poisoned person still had sensations, making it quite suitable for interrogating enemies. Moreover, Xiaoqing's mental toxin was powerful in that it didn't require the enemy to swallow or inhale the toxin. As long as any part of their body came into contact with the toxin, their mind would be paralyzed. With this in mind, Li Chen already knew how to use these mental toxins against the volcanic ants. With a method to deal with the volcanic ants in hand, Li Chen didn't rush to set off but waited for the system to complete its upgrade. This time, he needed to head to the volcano together. After all, he was now the high-end combat power of the entire group, and such missions couldn't do without his presence. However, this task would definitely not be completed in a day or two, and during this time, Li Chen naturally couldn't let everyone in the valley be idle. After all, time was precious. So he planned to have the beastmen prepare sand, gravel, and limestone during this period. The human race would immediately burn the limestone prepared by the beastmen into lime. The dwarves would prepare to refine steel. The methods for burning lime and refining steel both required the system to exchange, so Li Chen could only wait for the system to upgrade before setting off. Furthermore, he wanted to see what functions the system upgrade would bring. Perhaps there were features he could use right now. Ding, system upgrade successful. The bond system has officially upgraded to the Lord system. The purpose of the Lord system is to establish a world where multiple races coexist peacefully. Please host, strive to create a powerful and peaceful territory. Ding, the territory system has officially opened the human race bond. Ding, congratulations host, for obtaining 1 bond value with the human race Alicia. Ding, congratulations host for unlocking the human race talent, base agility +1. Ding, Alicia's favorability towards you has reached 1 star. Daily interaction with her can earn 1 bond value. Ding, congratulations host for obtaining 1 bond value with the human race Grey Feather. Grey Feather's favorability towards you has reached 1 star. Daily interaction with him can earn 1 bond value. Ding, a new one-click sign-in feature has been added. As long as the host signs in daily, they can earn interaction bond values with all citizens who have 1 star or above favorability. Ding, the system mall has been updated and a new citizen mall has been added. The host can exchange various items in the citizen mall to develop the territory and strengthen the citizens. With a series of sounds, the system finally completed its upgrade. The system's name changed from the original bonding system to the Lord system, and it also unlocked the human bonding. Li Chen eagerly opened the system panel. Host, Li Chen system, level 1 Lord system realm, level 3 warrior strength, 2*3000 constitution, 2*3000 agility, 2*3000 spirit, 2*3000 talent, elf race talent 0.2%, orc race talent 13.4%, dwarf race talent 7.2%, human race talent 5.6%, talent skills, nature affinity *0.1, beast transformation *3, rapid recovery *5, level 1. Poison resistance, level 1 magic resistance, level 2 reproduction comprehension skill, 4 ounces move 1,000 pounds 20% bonding value, 3,000 points first. There was an additional section on the panel regarding the system, now displaying as level 1 Lord system. Li Chen muttered in confusion, level 1 Lord system? Could it be that I can upgrade to level 2 Lord system in the future? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Ding, the host's guess is correct. After meeting the conditions, the level 1 Lord system can be upgraded to level 2 Lord system, at which point more permissions will be unlocked. This sudden voice startled Li Chen, and in the next moment he jumped up in fright, his face filled with uncertainty. It was no wonder he was so shocked. This was the first time the system had actively answered his question since he obtained it. After a while, Li Chen said in confusion, could it be that the system has finally gained intelligence after the upgrade? However, the system did not respond to Li Chen's question. Li Chen hesitated for a moment and asked again, why are there a total of 70 humans in the territory, yet I only received 5.6% of the human talent points? Ding, only those who develop friendship with you will provide you with racial talent. This was quite clear. Among the 70 humans, only 56 had developed friendship with him, while the remaining 14 had not. Li Chen looked at the system prompt and found that those who had not developed friendship with him were all familiar names. After pondering for a moment, he roughly understood the situation. Not everyone is hardworking and kind, especially those who have been slaves. Among the 70 human slaves, some were once nobles or descendants of nobles. They either made grave mistakes or their families went bankrupt, which led them to become slaves. These people loved to be lazy and cunning. When enduring the winter of divine punishment, almost everyone was working hard, while only these individuals were trying every means to shirk their duties. Li Chen had once taught them a lesson, and although they became much more honest afterward, it seemed that from that moment on, these guys held a grudge against him. Moreover, among those who initially opposed the three races occupying the valley and those who disagreed with him becoming the lord were also these individuals. There are pests everywhere. Li Chen didn't mind, but he would definitely pay more attention to these people in the future to avoid being stabbed in the back, and when necessary, he wouldn't show mercy to them. With that thought, Li Chen shifted his focus back to the system. Some questions are answered, while others are not. It seems the system has gained some intelligence, but it's not fully intelligent. It only answers some necessary questions simply. Li Chen roughly understood the current changes in the system and continued to look down the system panel. In the next moment, Li Chen's expression changed drastically, and he was so angry that he almost jumped up to curse the system's possibly non-existent mother. The reason was that the unlocking of human talent added a new skill to his talent skills, reproduction. Moreover, it was a level 2 reproduction, meaning that after the human talent reached 5%, he still drew the talent skill of reproduction. Li Chen's eyes widened in anger as he cursed, "Damn system, getting reproduction is one thing, but giving me a level 2 one? What is this? Am I supposed to be a nighttime Casanova?" Li Chen was so furious. That smoke seemed to be coming out of his nostrils, gritting his teeth to the point where he almost bit his own pearly whites in half. After a while, he finally calmed down. He took another look at the system panel, and the only thing that made him happy was that his base agility had increased by 1 point, bringing his total base attribute points to 8. He had officially entered the ranks of geniuses. Seeing that there was nothing else of interest on the system panel, Li Chen suddenly spoke up. "System, check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 317 bond points." This check-in feature of the system had solved a major problem for Li Chen. To be honest, he had previously been trying to chat with everyone just to earn the bond points from their goodwill every day. Day after day, it inevitably made a group of people puzzled by his strange behavior. And for the sake of bond points, Li Chen had to grit his teeth and continue to find reasons to strike up conversations. Now, he was finally free from this hassle. Moreover, with this check-in system, even if the other party wasn't by his side, he could still smoothly reap the benefits without worrying about missing out on bond points. At that moment, Li Chen couldn't help but rub his hands together. After all, the next focus was the system mall. The current system mall was divided into two parts. One was the regular system mall, and the other was called the citizen mall. Li Chen first opened the system mall, and what caught his eye was the long-awaited legendary level fighting technique. Legendary level fighting technique, 5,000 bond points. As expected, the price was high, but unfortunately, Li Chen couldn't afford it at the moment. However, with his daily income of 317 bond points, it would only take a few days to gather enough. Li Chen stopped paying attention to the techniques and looked at the system mall again, only to be somewhat disappointed to find that there were no other changes in the entire system mall besides the legendary level fighting technique. It seems the main event is still in the citizen mall. The citizen mall should give me a surprise, right? Li Chen muttered as he opened the citizen mall. The citizen mall was divided into two sections, the first of which was entirely about crops. What caught his eye was something called demonized crops. Level 1 demonized crops, crops that have been improved according to the world they are in, with a faster harvest period. Note, these crops cannot be replanted after being demonized. Next were various introductions to the demonized crops. Level 1 demonized potatoes, 20 bond points per acre of seedlings, harvest period of half a month. Level 1 demonized sweet potatoes, 10 bond points per acre of seedlings, harvest period of 1 month. Level 1 demonized corn, 10 bond points per acre of seedlings, harvest period of 20 days. Level 1 demonized peppers, 50 bond points per acre of seedlings, can be harvested after half a month, can be continuously harvested for 6 months. Seeing these crop introductions, Li Chen's eyes lit up. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, peppers. Which of these weren't good things? Moreover, after being demonized, their harvest periods were pitifully short, almost all yielding results within a month. Even if the yield of these demonized crops was the same as that of ordinary crops, the final harvest amount would still be astonishing. In this world of the magical continent, where agriculture was underdeveloped, these demonized crops could almost be called miracles. With them, Li Chen could support not just 200 people but even 20,000. The only regret was that these crops couldn't be replanted. If Li Chen wanted to plant them, he would have to purchase seedlings from the system each time he harvested. Besides the demonized seeds, the second section of the Lord's Mall is the Lord's Growth section. Lord's Growth section, the host can purchase items here that help the Lords grow. To everyone's surprise, this section only has 3 items available for purchase. Cultivation method, ordinary level 5000 bond value, premium level 50,000 bond value, legendary level 500000 bond value. Level 1 upgrade potion, 100 bond value. Section 1 alien growth gymnastics, 10,000 bond value. Although there are few items in this section, Li Chen stared blankly for a long time, unsure of where to start his complaints. The next moment, Li Chen couldn't help but grit his teeth and ask the system, why are the items in this section so expensive? Li Chen looked at the items in the entire section, each costing thousands or tens of thousands of bond value, and instantly recalled the embarrassing scenes of being dominated by bond value in the past. In response, the system provided an answer. Ding, all items produced by the Lord's Mall will be modified by the system to perfectly fit the cultivation of the Lords in the territory. Then I can directly pass my cultivation method to the Lords for them to learn. Why do I have to buy such expensive methods in the Lord's Mall? Ding, the host's body is not completely the same as that of the native inhabitants of the magical continent. The cultivation method practiced by the host is a modified version made by the system based on the host's body, which others cannot learn. Note, the reason the cultivation method practiced by the host is cheap is that the system made this concession to facilitate the host's growth. Damn, so it turns out the cultivation method I bought before was a conscience price. No wonder his ordinary level fighting technique only cost 50 bond value. Thinking back, that price was indeed too cheap. The 5,000 bond value in the Lord's Mall might be the normal price. Unwilling to give up, Li Chen continued to question the system. Can I let the Lords directly learn the cultivation methods that already exist in this world? If possible, Li Chen could save a lot of bond value. Ding, yes. This answer was unexpected for Li Chen. However, he quickly figured out what was going on. The cultivation methods in this world are extremely difficult to obtain. Even ordinary level fighting techniques are tightly controlled by the nobles, only allowing those who are willing to pledge lifelong loyalty to learn. If ordinary level methods are like this, then premium level methods are even more so, and as for legendary level methods, whether they even exist is a question. In this case, Li Chen would have to buy them in the future, whether he wanted to or not. Realizing this, Li Chen had to clarify. If I purchase it once, can I let everyone learn it? If everyone had to buy it once, Li Chen would explode on the spot. Fortunately, the system's reply was affirmative. Ding, correct. Once purchased, the Lord's cultivation method can be given to all suitable Lords for cultivation. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at it this way, he wouldn't be at a loss by purchasing from the Lord's Mall. Li Chen no longer focused on the prices of the cultivation methods but instead looked at the level 1 upgrade potion. What is the use of the level 1 upgrade potion? Ding, an ordinary person with a cultivation method can advance to a level 1 warrior in a short time after consuming the level 1 upgrade potion. Wow, a brainless direct upgrade. But what use is level 1? Before Li Chen could finish his sentence, he realized something. This was just a level 1 upgrade potion, which indeed had limited use, but what about level 2, level 3, or even level 4 upgrade potions? The thought of mass-producing level 4 powerhouses was terrifying. However, there were currently no upgrade potions above level 1 available for purchase in the Lord's Mall. Li Chen recalled the level 1 Lord system displayed on the system panel and guessed that only as the level of the Lord system continued to rise would higher level upgrade potions gradually become available. At this moment, Li Chen turned his gaze to the last item in the territory merchant's shop. Section 1, Alien Growth Gymnastics? Li Chen stared at this item for a long time, ultimately unsure how to evaluate this name full of flaws. Moreover, why was this thing so expensive? It actually required a full 10,000 bond points. Li Chen once again asked the system, what is the use of this? Section 1, Alien Growth Gymnastics? Ding, as long as the citizens perform, Section 1, Alien Growth Gymnastics, once a day, after multiple participations, all participating citizens have the potential to increase their basic attribute points by up to 1 point. Note, this enhancement is only useful for citizens. Damn, this is outrageous. Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He had heard countless times from Anna and the others about the importance of basic attribute points. The reason why the weak orcs were weak was precisely because of their basic attribute points. If the weak orcs could increase their attribute points, wouldn't they be able to learn those outrageous skills like Beast Transformation and Blood and Life Combat Technique, Life and Death? Together? When the weak orcs are no longer weak, their group's combat power would probably multiply several times in an instant. Moreover, this was just Section 1, Alien Growth Gymnastics. Did it imply that, like the leveling potions, there would be a Section 2 and Section 3 as the territory level increased? At this moment, Li Chen increasingly felt the power of the system. This system upgrade was almost entirely for the development of the territory and the growth of the citizens. It seems the system is determined to have me build a powerful territory. Li Chen actually didn't mind this matter. The stronger the territory, the more rewards he, as the lord, would receive. If he could really establish an incredibly powerful territory, his future life would undoubtedly be very prosperous. At that time, if he could bring out entertainment facilities from Earth, wouldn't that be better than being a worker on Earth? The only problem was, he didn't know if this world could connect to Earth's network. But thinking carefully, since the system could obtain various items from Earth, resolving the network issue shouldn't be a big deal, right? Li Chen shook his head, casting aside these thoughts that were still far from him. Since the system had completed its upgrade, he should continue with what he was doing before. System, help me find a method to refine steel. The slightly intelligent system could already assist Li Chen with some simple tasks. Ding, a suitable steel refining method for the host's current environment has been found. Stir-frying steel method. The magical continent did not have the technology to forge steel, mainly because they didn't need it. This world still had many special metals, and among these metals, some had strengths exceeding 10 times that of iron blocks. For example, the raw material pig iron for the Tang horizontal knife in Li Chen's hand. The pig iron ore that produces pig iron is the essence of iron ore, and the hardness and toughness of pig iron are 10 times that of ordinary iron blocks. With the existence of such pig iron, naturally, no one would want to forge exquisite weapons from ordinary iron blocks. They would only think that the material is the most important. If this were the case for Li Chen, he would think the same. With such great effects of pig iron, who would use rebar to build houses? Unfortunately, the yield of pig iron was too low. According to Emochina, a single iron mine could only produce 100 pounds of pig iron. And the amount of rebar needed to build a house was not small, so in the end, Li Chen could only honestly find a way to produce steel. The stir-frying steel method chosen by the system was quite good. The stir-frying steel method could use iron blocks to refine 3 types of steel: low-carbon steel, medium-carbon steel, and high-carbon steel, among which low-carbon steel was suitable for building houses. The only downside was that all the books exchanged from the system would directly appear in his mind. Although this saved him time and reading comprehension, it also meant that after exchanging for books like Steel Smelting Method, he could only personally explain the principles to the dwarves, clarifying how to operate each step, which was quite troublesome. Li Chen reluctantly chose to exchange for Steel Smelting Method. Ding, please choose one. The host directly absorbs the knowledge from the book. 2. Spend 10 times the bond value to materialize the book will automatically be translated into the language of the magical continent. Has this feature been updated? Li Chen was overjoyed. Although materialization required 10 times the bond value, he didn't mind the few points of consumption for these books that only cost 1 bond point each. He immediately spent 10 bond points to exchange for Steel Smelting Method, and then spent another 20 bond points to exchange for Identifying Limestone and Lime Production. Li Chen gathered everyone and handed Identifying Limestone to the orc tribe, instructing them to collect sand, gravel, and limestone. He then gave lime production to Alicia, asking her to lead a team to turn the limestone brought back by the orc tribe into lime. Finally, he handed Steel Smelting Method to the dwarves, asking them to forge rebar in advance, as there were still plenty of iron blocks brought back from the dwarven gathering place, more than enough for their use. Li Chen also reminded them that if anyone had free time, they should clear the vacant land behind Sin Town, preferably turning it into farmland. The valley they were in was large enough to build 2 big cities, so there was no need to worry about living space. Seeing this, Li Chen thought about temporarily developing farmland within the valley, which would be convenient and ensure that the farmland wouldn't be damaged by outside magical beasts. However, the weather was still too cold to plant anything, so they could only prepare the land for farming. Fortunately, they had saved quite a bit of food before, enough to sustain them for a while. After clarifying all these matters, Li Chen led the group, following Anna towards the volcano. This time, there weren't many people heading to the volcano. With a method to deal with the volcanic ants, there was no need for too many people. Therefore, those who came were all elites: Li Chen, Shadow, Anna, Dina, Dokina, Guli, and Ironhead. All were above level 2. The remaining level 2 warriors, Big Eye, Big Ear, Qingmu, and White Flag, stayed in the valley to guard against any surprise attacks from magical beasts. After all, following the beast tide incident, some precautions were necessary. However, after Li Chen and the others had set off for a while, he realized that his worries were probably unnecessary. After Shadow's reconnaissance, Li Chen found that there were no signs of magical beasts around. Those magical beasts with extreme cold resistance appeared suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly. It was unclear whether they had all stayed in Winter City or if there was another reason. In any case, there were no traces of magical beasts left in the surrounding snow. Since there were no magical beasts around, Li Chen and the others could speed up. According to Anna, the volcano was located in the northern direction of the central area of Sin Forest. Li Chen and the others proceeded in that direction. Without encountering any magical beasts, they quickly discovered the location of the volcano. After all, it was an active volcano, and they could see the rising black smoke from a distance. As they reached the foot of the volcano, everyone could clearly feel the temperature rising significantly. Next, we are likely to encounter magical beasts, but these beasts are secondary. We mainly need to be cautious of the volcanic ants that Anna mentioned, trying not to disturb them and find their nests. The volcano was located in the inner area of Sin Forest, where most of the magical beasts lived were level 2 and level 3. If a fight broke out, it would undoubtedly create a huge commotion. Everyone had to be careful. Fortunately, they had Shadow with them. Shadow activated the skill, Stealth, and walked at the forefront. With Shadow's reconnaissance, everyone successfully avoided most of the magical beasts. Perhaps only the stealthy dark elf Shadow could lead everyone forward smoothly. It wasn't until Li Chen and the others reached the halfway point of the mountain that Shadow suddenly issued a warning. Li Chen and the others slowly approached, and then they saw a group of giant red ants, each about half a meter long volcano ants, before them. The appearance of the volcano ants was similar to what Anna had described earlier, half a meter long, with huge mandibles and a red exoskeleton. They were moving in groups, transporting uneven black stones. These were volcanic rocks formed from solidified magma, and they were one of the food sources for the volcano ants. After all, this was an active volcano, and the constantly floating black smoke contained harmful substances like volcanic ash. Under the erosion of these substances, there was hardly any vegetation around, and naturally, the animals were pitifully few. If it weren't for the fact that volcanic rocks were part of the volcano ants' diet, the massive ant colony would have likely starved long ago. That said, if they could hunt prey, these volcano ants would undoubtedly choose meat without hesitation. After all, stones can't compare to the taste of meat. This active volcano hasn't erupted in a long time. There's hardly any volcanic ash around the foot of the mountain. It seems we need to go to the top, Li Chen remarked. Besides volcanic ash, he also wanted to collect some sulfur on this trip. Naturally, it was for making gunpowder. To be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in making gunpowder. It was mainly because he realized that the magical continent was a high martial world. Gunpowder might have a significant effect among ordinary people, but in a high martial world, it seemed somewhat inadequate. The explosive power of 1 kilogram of black powder was estimated to be about the same as a level 2 warrior's full strength strike using combat skills. For Li Chen at this moment, such power was somewhat disappointing. As for developing technology to the level of the 21st century on Earth, even with countless knowledge to support him, he had no idea how many years it would take. During that time, he estimated he would have long since advanced to level 5 or 6, or even stronger, transforming into a human nuclear bomb. Thinking of this, he really had little interest in making gunpowder. However, he already had charcoal and saltpeter, and he even knew that the best ratio for gunpowder was 10% sulfur, 15% charcoal, and 75% saltpeter. This meant that as long as he brought back some sulfur and processed it a bit, he could obtain a decent amount of black powder. Since it was a convenient task, he decided to go for it. Moreover, sulfur could also be used to produce sulfuric acid, and dry distillation of saltpeter could yield nitric acid, while easily obtainable lard could be separated into glycerin. Sulfur, nitric acid, glycerin. Properly handling these substances could produce powerful explosives, nitroglycerin. If he really managed to create nitroglycerin, its power could at least rival a level 3 warrior's full strength strike using combat skills. Such power could be useful in many situations. With this mindset, Li Chen planned to bring back volcanic ash and sulfur together, and the volcano ants in front of him were his obstacle. Naturally, obstacles had to be removed without mercy. Li Chen did not disturb the volcano ants but instead took out the mental toxin he had extracted from Xiao Chang. He then handed it to Dina, who was the best archer. Dina dipped the arrowhead in the toxin. The next moment, arrows flew out, striking the magical beasts wandering on the volcano. If these magical beasts were below level 2, they fell almost instantly. A few level 3 magical beasts only managed to hold on for a moment before they couldn't help but tilt and fall. Although they were still conscious, they couldn't move at all and could only watch helplessly as Li Chen and the others dragged them away. Dozens of magical beasts were left discarded not far from the volcano ants. The volcano ants looked at the food falling from the sky without any hesitation and almost immediately pounced on it. When worker ants find food, they often take a moment to taste it first. These volcano ants were no exception. After some effort, their powerful mandibles finally bit off a few pieces of fresh meat from the magical beast. After tasting, they seemed quite satisfied, and soon some volcano ants went back to call for others. Meanwhile, the remaining volcano ants were trying to find ways to bring the food back while tasting it. However, not long after, these volcano ants fell victim to the mental toxin within the magical beast and quickly collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Ants do not waste food. Those immobilized volcano ants were treated as food by other volcano ants, either eaten on the spot or dragged back to the nest to be consumed by others. Thus, the mental toxin spread through the entire volcano ant colony like a plague. This is essentially the principle behind ant medicine. A small packet of ant medicine can ultimately incapacitate all the ants in a nest. And now, Li Chen had merely replaced the ant medicine with mental toxin. Li Chen was not worried about the mental toxin being too diluted. Previously, he had only let the unicorn wolf cub smell the mental toxin, and it had incapacitated 30 of them. This time, he had injected a full half-glass vial of the toxin into those dozen magical beasts. As long as the volcano ants were not clever enough to abandon these magical beasts, the entire colony would ultimately not escape unscathed. The reality was pretty much as Li Chen had anticipated. 2 hours later, he could no longer see any active volcano ants, and the scene in the ant nest was likely similar. However, Li Chen realized he had overlooked something. He found that with just the 8 of them, they could not possibly kill all the volcano ants. An hour later, the group was nearly exhausted, and they had only managed to deal with about 1,000 volcano ants. This number was hardly significant against the tens of thousands of volcano ants. The main reason was that the shells of the volcano ants were too hard, almost like alloy. Even with their top-quality weapons, they had to painstakingly kill them one by one. In the end, they expended a lot of effort but achieved pitiful results. Seeing this, Li Chen had no choice but to abandon the idea of exterminating all the volcano ants. He planned to quickly gather volcanic ash and sulfur and leave before the volcano ants regained their mobility. However, before leaving, he used his spatial ring to collect some of the volcano ants' corpses. Their hard shells might be useful for crafting decent equipment. At the volcano's summit, thick black smoke continuously billowed from the crater, mixed with volcanic ash particles and a strong sulfur smell. Li Chen and the others easily found the yellowish-brown sulfur and the volcanic ash scattered all over the ground. Collecting the sulfur and volcanic ash was not particularly difficult. With the spatial rings, everything became quite simple. He had Tai Tu and Guli use his and Duokina's spatial rings to collect the volcanic ash and sulfur. Li Chen then walked to the edge of the crater to take a look. What caught his eye was the rolling yellow-red lava, and a wave of scorching heat surged up, almost curling his hair. Li Chen quickly stepped back, and at that moment, a black crystal at the edge of the crater caught his attention. There were quite a few of these black crystals around. Could it be a special ore? Li Chen frowned as he looked at the fist-sized black crystal. He took a deep breath, then leaned forward and quickly grabbed the black crystal in a very short time before retreating swiftly. What is this? Li Chen waved the black crystal in his hand at the others. Everyone frowned in unison, clearly not recognizing it. Seeing this, Li Chen put the black crystal into his spatial ring, planning to take it back to show Qingmu and Baichi. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. These old folks may not have much, but at least they have seen a lot. As Ironhead and Guli had already filled both spatial rings with volcanic ash and sulfur, Li Chen and the others did not linger and immediately headed towards the foot of the mountain, estimating that the volcanic ants would wake up soon. This operation had gone much smoother than expected, and they might be able to return to the valley before dark. The group successfully reached the mountainside when Ing, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. Li Chen and the others knew that Ing had discovered something. Li Chen cautiously glanced around, seeing no abnormalities, and then asked Ing, "What's wrong?" Ing frowned and said uncertainly, "It seems there are more traces around, and these traces are not left by magical beasts." Not left by magical beasts? Could there be people nearby? Li Chen was somewhat puzzled. They hadn't noticed any traces on the way here, but now they found some on the way back, which undoubtedly indicated that someone had been here in the meantime. Since the snow had not yet melted, it was unlikely that anyone would enter the sinful forest at this time, meaning that this person must have already been in the sinful forest. Li Chen speculated that the person had survived the winter of divine punishment by relying on the heat from the volcano, along with the surrounding magical beasts. However, the fact that this person had not been killed by the volcanic ash and sulfur meant they were either very powerful or very lucky, having found a good shelter. After thinking for a moment, Li Chen decided to ignore the other party. He didn't even know what kind of group they belonged to or whether they were friend or foe, so there was no need to take the risk of contact. At the very least, they should wait until they were fully prepared before making contact, rather than in their current state of having exhausted most of their energy. Let's keep going. Ing, you don't need to scout ahead anymore. Please keep an eye out behind us to see if anyone is following us. It must be said that Ing was incredibly important to Li Chen, especially in terms of scouting and counter-scouting. No one present could compare to Ing. Thanks to Ying's presence, Li Chen had already avoided countless troubles. Li Chen secretly decided that if he ever encountered that light elf who betrayed Ing, he would definitely give them a taste of the most severe punishments just to let Ing vent some anger. At the mountainside of the volcano, a few hundred meters away from Li Chen and the others, there was a large dead tree. On the first branch of the dead tree, there was a concealed tree hole. Just as Li Chen and his group were walking towards the foot of the mountain, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly opened wide in the tree hole. The eyes were as beautiful as rubies, now wide open, staring intently at Li Chen and the others. Especially when they saw Li Chen, Guli, and Ironhead, the crimson eyes immediately revealed a hint of excitement. Just as the owner of the crimson eyes was about to step out of the tree hole, they suddenly trembled all over. The next moment, the crimson eyes showed a look of fear and quickly retreated deep into the tree hole. At the same time, Li Chen, Anna, and the other three also trembled, their faces visibly paling. The three of them, with the most acute senses, almost simultaneously detected a terrifying aura. This aura was so horrifying that they couldn't even entertain the thought of resistance. Run! Li Chen urged in a low voice, and then they ran forward without daring to look back. The remaining few seemed to sense the terrifying aura at that moment as well. Fear appeared on everyone's faces, and they dared not pause for a moment, desperately following behind Li Chen as they ran. However, it was already too late. Just as they were running for their lives, a pitch-black shadow suddenly descended from the sky and crashed down right in front of them. At that moment, the ground shook and dust flew as a massive figure blocked the path of Li Chen and the others. Once the dust settled, they were horrified to see a black bear, as large as a small mountain, standing before them. This was a black bear with fur as smooth as satin, and unlike ordinary black bears, the crescent on its chest was not white, but ice blue. A level 5 magical beast? Looking at the enormous figure before them, everyone instantly guessed the identity of the black bear. They finally understood why that aura was so terrifying. Because the owner of that aura was actually a level 5 magical beast. Moreover, Li Chen had sensed this beast's aura before. It was the same terrifying presence from the beast tide. How did this level 5 magical beast end up here? Wasn't it heading towards Winter City with the beast tide? At that moment, no one could answer Li Chen's confusion, and he had no time to ponder the question further. The black bear had already opened its bloodshot eyes, fixating on them intently. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, clearly considering Li Chen and the others as prey. Faced with a level 5 magical beast, even Anna, who activated her beast transformation skill, had no means of resistance. Everyone felt a sense of despair. They never expected that in their quest for volcanic ash, they would encounter a level 5 magical beast. Are we all going to die here? Li Chen was unwilling to accept this fate. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the black bear had wounds on its body, and not just one or two, but dozens of them. These wounds were all inflicted by sharp weapons, varying in size. However, it seemed that these wounds had been there for quite some time, with most already healed. Only a few severe injuries that penetrated the black bear's body had not fully healed, perhaps due to the bear's recent movements, causing them to reopen and bleed slightly. Let's give it a shot. Everyone scatter and run. If one of us can escape, it's worth it. Li Chen shouted, and the others hesitated for just a moment before springing into action. Seeing this, the bloodshot eyes of the black bear revealed a disdainful expression. In the next moment, the black bear raised its massive paws and slammed them down onto the ground. Boom! The entire volcano trembled, and the lava in the crater splashed out due to the shockwave. Then everyone saw a large crack rapidly extend forward from where the black bear's paw struck, ultimately blocking their way down the mountain. Is this the power of a level 5 magical beast? Li Chen felt despair once more. Faced with such a vast disparity in strength, they had no chance of escape. Looks like it's time to kick the bucket. Li Chen forced a bitter smile. Who would have thought they had just miraculously survived the winter of the year of divine punishment, only to be on the verge of death at the hands of a magical beast they had unwittingly delivered themselves to? Life truly is unpredictable, a twist of fate. As the black bear slowly approached them, perhaps because Li Chen was the one who had just shouted for everyone to run, the bear made him its first target. Li Chen's mind raced. He still had 3,000 bond points. What could he buy? Regrettably, there were no devastating weapons like rocket launchers available in the system shop. If there were, he would have spent everything he had to buy one and give that black bear a taste of it. By the time the black bear stood before him, Li Chen still couldn't think of a good plan. He knew all too well that in the face of absolute power, any clever trick seemed laughable. Now, the only thing he could do was perhaps exchange a pile of Ali GS from the system shop the moment the black bear devoured him, just to annoy the giant before him. As the black bear leaned forward to bite Li Chen, the people beside him sprang into action. Among them, Ing and Tai Tu were the most impulsive. Ing immediately drew out a pair of mother and son daggers, while Tai Tu pulled a large iron hammer from his waist. The two were about to pounce on the black bear. Roar! A furious roar erupted from the black bear, its voice so loud it seemed capable of shaking the heavens. In the next moment, everyone covered their ears, revealing expressions of pain. A few individuals with only level 2 strength had blood streaming from their ears. At that moment, the black bear seemed to feel that this was not enough, and then a layer of blue ice began to form beneath its feet, quickly spreading towards the crowd, freezing everyone's feet in an instant. The ice was incredibly hard. Everyone suddenly realized their feet were firmly trapped by the ice, unable to break free. The black bear, witnessing this, revealed a sinister smile at the corner of its mouth, as if pleased that it could finally eat in peace. The black bear eagerly opened its massive mouth again, leaning its large head towards Li Chen. However, at a certain moment, the black bear suddenly froze. A hint of confusion flashed in its human-like eyes. Sniff, sniff. The black bear abruptly closed its mouth and sniffed at Li Chen several times. After a moment of silence, its human-like eyes displayed even more confusion. Li Chen was also taken aback. Why did this scene make it seem like he had a strange smell? He was not like the rude dwarves or orcs. He bathed regularly. However, to Li Chen's speechlessness, the black bear indeed paused after sniffing him. And not just once. Sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff. After that, the black bear kept sniffing at Li Chen multiple times, each time falling silent for a while. After several rounds, the bear's eyes were filled with confusion and uncertainty. Its gaze towards Li Chen and the others was also filled with hesitation. Li Chen had no idea what was happening and stared blankly at the black bear. The man and the bear stared at each other for a long time, and finally, the black bear even stood up on its hind legs, raising its paw and scratching its head. Li Chen was dumbfounded by this scene. Was this beast pretending to be human? In this bizarre situation, the black bear suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. Then Li Chen and the others saw the black bear abruptly turn and walk several dozen meters to the side. There, a level 3 magical beast, likely frightened by the black bear's presence, lay paralyzed on the ground, too scared to move, and had even lost control of itself. The black bear approached the level 3 magical beast without hesitation and slapped it with a paw. In the next moment, the level 3 magical beast died on the spot. The black bear then scooped up the level 3 magical beast completely unfazed by its recent loss of control and tossed it into its mouth, starting to chew. The scene was brutally savage, with blood splattering, chunks of flesh flying, and bones cracking with a crisp sound. Soon, a magical beast weighing several thousand pounds was completely devoured by the bear, which was the size of a small mountain. After finishing its meal, the black bear turned back and disdainfully glanced at Li Chen. The look seemed to say, "I have plenty to eat, I wouldn't even consider you." After that glance, the black bear, under the bewildered gazes of Li Chen and the others, swayed its large bare backside and walked away. It left? Just like that? In that moment, Li Chen felt an impulse. He wanted to stop the black bear and ask why. It looked at him with such disdain. Did he really have a strong odor? Or was he just unappetizing? Why was that? Why did you, a black bear, throw away the meat right at your mouth? What makes Li Chen unworthy of eating it? Li Chen felt that this was the most suffocating moment of his life. Of course, Li Chen was still rational, so he suppressed his frustration and did not act to stop the black bear in such an irrational manner. However, being rejected by a bear today still caused him immense psychological harm. Moo, young master is impressive. How long has it been since the young master took a bath that even a level 5 magical beast won't eat you? Moo, what did the young master say? Ah, I remember. Moo, the young master is awesome. Get lost, the farther you go, the better. Li Chen wished he could kick this clueless guy, Ironhead, to death, but then he remembered that his foot was still frozen in the ice. Seeing the strange looks from the people around him, he noticed that a shadow not far away seemed to peek over and sniff. Li Chen immediately snapped at them. What are you waiting for? Are you planning to stay here for that black bear to come back and eat us? Oh. The crowd finally reacted. Yes, although the black bear had inexplicably let them go, there was no guarantee it wouldn't suddenly change its mind, and then they would really be lying there with their feet up. The crowd hurriedly began to clear the ice beneath their feet. Then, a group of them ran towards the valley without daring to look back. However, on the way back, Li Chen could clearly feel that everyone was still looking at him with strange expressions. This made Li Chen unable to resist sniffing his own body. Yet no matter how many times he sniffed, he couldn't detect any strange smell. Nevertheless, Li Chen decided that he would take a good bath when he got back. After Li Chen and the others left, the crimson eyes in the tree hole far away opened again. This time, those ruby-like eyes revealed endless confusion and curiosity. After hesitating for a long time, the owner of the eyes wanted to step out of the tree hole but seemed to be afraid of something, ultimately retreating back into the depths of the tree hole. After narrowly escaping death, Li Chen and his group returned to the valley before dark. The first thing Li Chen did upon returning was to boil a large bucket of hot water for himself. He even specifically exchanged for soap and a bath towel. An hour later, when Li Chen reappeared before everyone, he looked like a giant shrimp just steamed, with every part of him turning red. The few who knew the reason, including Shadow, looked at Li Chen with strange expressions, as if they wanted to laugh but dared not. Only they knew how much psychological harm that disdainful look from the big black bear had caused Li Chen. However, everyone felt that the level 5 magical beast, the big black bear, would not have rejected Li Chen because of his smell. After all, the big black bear could unhesitatingly attack a magical beast that had just lost control of its bladder. As for why the big black bear let them go, the specific reason was unknown to everyone, but they could be sure it was related to Li Chen. Li Chen had no clue about this. In the end, everyone could only attribute it to good luck. After that, Li Chen began to tally up the gains from this trip. First, there were 8 cubic meters of sulfur. There was no rush to make black powder, so Li Chen had someone store all the sulfur in a cave. Next, there were 25 cubic meters of volcanic ash. 1 cubic meter of volcanic ash weighs about 1.2 tons, so Li Chen had collected nearly 30 tons of volcanic ash this time. It looked like a lot, but in fact, it would only make a little over 100 tons of concrete, which would only be enough to build a city gate at the entrance of the valley. Thinking about the massive amount of concrete needed for building houses later, Li Chen couldn't help but start to feel a headache. Originally, according to the plan, they intended to transport the volcanic ash back multiple times. However, the sudden appearance of the level 5 magical beast, the big black bear, completely disrupted their plans. Now, who would dare to go up the volcano to transport volcanic ash? It seems that the construction of the new house will have to be put on hold for the time being. However, Li Chen would not allow any delays in the construction of the city gate. Only by completing the city gate could this valley be considered theirs. This was the one thing that could not go wrong. To this end, Li Chen, disregarding the fact that it was already dark, immediately sought out the dwarves and had them use volcanic ash to create a batch of ancient Roman concrete. This way, at dawn tomorrow, they could just test the preliminary strength of this concrete. Besides sulfur and volcanic ash, what Li Chen also brought back were the bodies of volcanic ants and black crystals. The bodies of the volcanic ants were small, hardly weighing a few ounces of meat, and aside from a first-level magic core, they had little value. However, their shells were excellent materials. Interestingly, perhaps, because these volcanic ants often fed on stones and ores, when Dakina and the others removed the shells and attempted to forge them, they discovered that these shells could actually be shaped like metal into different forms. Dakina immediately forged a piece of armor from these shells. The result was that this armor had already reached the ordinary mid-grade level, not only boasting decent defensive power but also being extremely lightweight, making it hardly noticeable when worn. The one who reacted the most to this was Anna. Her upbringing allowed Anna to instantly understand the value of the volcanic ant shells. It should be noted that even among the powerful Silver Wolf tribe, most warriors could only wear rough leather armor. If every orc warrior could wear this armor, the overall combat strength of the Silver Wolf tribe would certainly increase significantly. Li Chen naturally also recognized the value of this armor. If this armor were used to equip their mixed group of 3 tribes, it would definitely enhance their strength as well. Unfortunately, like the volcanic ash, the volcanic ants were temporarily off limits due to that big black bear. Aside from that, the last thing Li Chen and his group had to show for their efforts was the black crystals. This was what Li Chen was most looking forward to. These black crystals looked precious, and he hoped they were some rare ore. To Li Chen's surprise, when he found Qingmu and Baichi, these 2 older fellows also did not recognize the black crystals. Just as Li Chen was about to give up, Alicia happened to pass by and suddenly said, "Isn't this a shadow stone? Where did you find this stone, young master? Shadow stone? You recognize this stone?" Li Chen handed the black crystal to Alicia. Alicia took the black crystal and examined it several times before confidently stating, "That's right, this is a shadow stone." She then explained what a shadow stone was. The shadow stone is an extremely magical stone, comparable to the alchemy of witches. It is a miraculous stone that cannot be artificially manufactured. This stone can actually retain images of events that have occurred, hence the name Shadow Stone. Once discovered, this stone became a sensation for quite some time, with prices soaring to as high as 1 gold coin per piece. However, it was soon discovered that this stone not only required a continuous supply of energy to retain images but also that the images captured were random. You might want to capture your smiling face, but after standing in front of the Shadow Stone for several hours, no image would be recorded, and then as soon as you stepped away, it would suddenly succeed in capturing an image. With these 2 flaws, the Shadow Stone quickly faded from public view. Even when given to children to play with, it was rejected for wasting magic cores to provide energy. This led to the situation where nowadays, even if a Shadow Stone were thrown by the roadside, no one would be willing to pick it up. Upon hearing this, Li Chen had a rough idea of what the Shadow Stone was. In simple terms, it was a broken camera that not only required expensive magic cores as batteries but also could not take pictures at will, only capturing random images. This stone is of no use to Li Chen, after all. If he needed something, he could simply exchange his bond value for a camera, so why bother with this junk? Just as he was about to call the memory stone trash, Li Chen suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something, and a slightly lewd smile crept onto his lips. In the next moment, he hurriedly stored the memory stone in his space ring, as if he were preserving a great treasure. The next morning, a group of people could hardly wait to test the strength of the ancient Roman concrete. The concrete made by the dwarves had mostly set by last night. After the experiment, everyone was certain that this concrete was definitely stronger than ash cement. Moreover, Li Chen knew that the greatest feature of ancient Roman concrete was that the longer it aged, the stronger it became. If it could be soaked in seawater, after a few thousand years, it would not only remain intact but would become astonishingly solid. With this concrete combined with steel reinforcement, they could definitely build the strongest city gates and towers. The reason for focusing on city gates and towers was that Li Chen intended to construct a tower-style city gate. Simply put, the lower part would serve as the gate, with a passageway, while the upper part would be a tower with arrow towers established. This classic city gate was undoubtedly one of the best choices for defending against enemies in an era without firearms. The construction of a tower-style city gate mostly required ancient Roman concrete. However, the most important part of the gate could not be made of concrete. The best choice, of course, was a steel gate forged from iron blocks. Li Chen originally planned to build a gate entirely made of steel. But when he did a simple calculation, he found that a steel gate measuring 8 meters wide, 10 meters high, and 0.5 meters thick would weigh a staggering 624,000 pounds. This number truly shocked him. Constructing such a gate would require several level 3 warriors to cooperate just to open and close it every day. Clearly, it was not suitable for them at the moment. Li Chen could only, like the ancients, use wood for the gate and cover it with a thick layer of steel on the outside. In fact, such a city gate was already quite sturdy and could not be easily destroyed by level 2 or even level 3 warriors. Ultimately, everyone agreed on this plan and began constructing the city gate. During this time, Li Chen, striving for the best, still could not shake off the thought of a fully steel-forged gate. Although they could not afford such a steel gate now, the future might be different, especially with the availability of the upgrade potion. Since that was the case, Li Chen naturally had to plan for the future. Previously, they had brought back 1 million pounds of iron blocks from the dwarven gathering place. It looked like a lot, but it was only 500 tons, and even less after being refined into steel. After constructing the tower-style city gate, there was hardly any iron left, let alone enough to forge a fully steel gate. We don't have enough iron blocks. Li Chen had thought they had plenty, but now he realized it was completely insufficient, and he couldn't help but exclaim. In the next moment, Li Chen suddenly turned his gaze to the south, where the dwarven gathering place was located. At that time, Guli had not moved all the iron blocks from the dwarven gathering place because Li Chen and Duchina's space rings combined only had 13 square meters. The back and forth transport had consumed too much time. In fact, there were still a large number of iron blocks left in the dwarven gathering place. Now that the snow had not yet melted, it was estimated that the dwarves had not returned to the gathering place either. Li Chen squinted for a moment. Then he found Guli and Duchina. We don't have enough iron blocks, Li Chen exclaimed again to Guli and Duchina. Upon hearing this, Guli and Duchina immediately showed a speechless expression. How could they not understand the meaning behind Li Chen's words? However, one of the two was a sinner dwarf, while the other was forced to escape by the leader of the dwarf gathering. Therefore, neither of them had a good impression of that dwarf gathering and naturally would not oppose what Li Chen wanted to do next. Seeing this, Li Chen smiled with satisfaction, then took out his space ring. Guli noticed this and understood that Li Chen was entrusting this task to him. After all, he had moved all the iron blocks before. Guli took both Li Chen's and Duokina's space rings. He habitually checked the space rings of Li Chen and Duokina, mainly to see if there were any miscellaneous items that hadn't been cleaned out. At that moment, Guli suddenly froze, and the next moment he looked at Li Chen with a twitching mouth, asking in disbelief, "How did your space ring get bigger again?" Li Chen coughed lightly. After the incident with the volcanic ash, he had deeply realized the importance of the space ring. He thought about how useful the space ring was everywhere. Finally, Li Chen gritted his teeth and upgraded his 25 cubic meter space ring to 50 cubic meters. For this, he lost 2,500 bond points, leaving him with only 1,100 bond points now. Although bond points were precious, they could be saved up eventually. For now, collecting resources was more important. With this 50 cubic meter space ring, plus Duokina's, they had a total of 55 cubic meters. This way, Guli could transport nearly 429 tons of iron blocks in one trip, which was a total of 858,000 pounds. As long as Guli made a few more trips, they wouldn't be short of iron blocks for a long time. Guli guessed Li Chen's thoughts, and his mouth twitched again. Even if the dwarf gathering was built on a mine, the stored iron blocks would only be about 10 million pounds at most. If he made a dozen trips back and forth, he could empty the entire gathering. Li Chen intended for him to exterminate the iron blocks of the dwarf gathering. Wouldn't the entire dwarf empire be shaken by this? Guli hesitated at this thought, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and left the valley. Damn it, those bastards in the gathering have cheated us out of so many good things, and all they gave us in return were inferior ale and pitifully little salt. Since you treated us this way back then, don't blame me for being ruthless now. With this in mind, Guli strode towards the dwarf gathering, determined to empty it out, leaving not a single iron block behind. Duokina, seeing Guli's expression, seemed to understand his thoughts. This made Duokina immediately think of how the bastard leader of the gathering would react when he returned to find the dwarf gathering completely empty. What kind of tragic wails would erupt from him? Ha ha ha. Duokina couldn't help but laugh at this thought. She felt that she must drink a bit tonight. After all, today was a good day. The orc and human races were busy making ancient Roman concrete. The dwarves were building the city gate according to the blueprints Li Chen had exchanged. The mixed group of the three races was methodically carrying out this infrastructure project. Except for a few sneaky individuals, everyone was working hard, and Li Chen naturally couldn't be idle. At this moment, he was clearing the land behind Sin Town, as the nearby land needed to be cultivated into farmland. With the existence of magically enhanced crops, the sooner the farmland was cultivated, the better. Unfortunately, they currently had fewer than 300 people, and the manpower was far from sufficient. There was nothing Li Chen could do about it. There were originally not many people in the Sin Forest, and after the winter cleanup during the year of divine punishment, almost only they remained. To supplement the manpower, unless something unexpected happened, it was impossible in the short term. Li Chen could only temporarily act as a farmer. This was the first time Li Chen had ever cultivated wasteland. But as a true rural person, he had plenty of experience with the land. Moreover, with his current strength, he could cultivate land at nearly 10 times the speed of an ordinary person. By the end of the day, he had managed to clear a full 20 acres. Looking at the vast expanse of land before him, Li Chen, though exhausted and limp, couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. A good harvest is heralded by the snow. The land, having endured the harsh winter, had completely eradicated the insect eggs within it. Additionally, the long-standing habits of the otherworldly beings had made the soil sufficiently fertile. It was the best arable land. Once the ice and snow melted and the magical crops were sown, a bountiful harvest would surely follow, bringing delightful surprises. In Winter City, after the blizzards of the Year of Divine Punishment had ceased, the city was almost completely buried under snow. The beast tide from 2.5 months ago had not only decimated the city guards and knights but had also severely injured the city Lord Cardon. After that, although most of the magical beasts retreated, some remnants would occasionally sneak into Winter City to attack humans. Initially, the Lord's mansion would try to clear out these magical beasts. However, as time passed and casualties among the city guards and knights continued to rise, the Lord's mansion decisively abandoned the civilian area of Winter City, concentrating their forces to defend the wealthy district near the castle. Without any defenses, the magical beasts rampaged through the civilian area, searching for food. If it weren't for the Great Knight Wood, who risked danger to hold the line in the civilian area, the people there would have likely been hunted down by the magical beasts long ago. However, Wood's strength was limited. In the end, he could only protect a few thousand civilians within a few streets. As for the other areas, facing snowdrifts that could crush houses and predatory magical beasts, perhaps some could survive, but certainly very few. Shishi and Shimi were somewhat fortunate in this regard, as the street they lived on was one of those protected by the Great Knight Wood. Inside a house buried under snow, Shishi held Shimi in his arms, lifting his head to stare blankly at the ceiling with his swollen, red eyes. The ceiling above occasionally creaked under the weight, and he couldn't tell when it might collapse. Shishi thought that if the roof really did fall, he would have to shield his sister Chimi with his body. After all, he had promised their mother to protect her sister for life. Lost in thought, Shishi glanced down at his sister Chimi. Chimi had fainted from crying again. Ever since their mother passed away, she would cry until she fainted whenever she thought of her. Chimi had no choice but to wrap their mother's body in a blanket on a day of divine punishment and temporarily place her outside the door. Fortunately, the snow was deep enough, and with the presence of that great knight, the magical beasts had not dug up their mother's body. Otherwise, when spring came, he wouldn't be able to bury her next to their father's grave. Thinking this, Shishi, afraid of waking Chimi, covered his mouth with one hand and wiped away the tears that threatened to fall with the other. Unfortunately, this small movement still startled Chimi. Shishi quickly bit his tongue, and the pain finally helped him hold back his tears. Then he quickly wiped away the remaining moisture with his sleeve. If his sister Chimi saw the tears on his face, she would surely start crying again. "Brother, where is mother?" Chimi weakly asked. Even though their mother had been placed outside, Chimi still often cried. The constant weeping had left Chimi exceptionally weak. She was now so frail that she couldn't even distinguish whether their mother had passed away. Shishi could only comfort her, saying, "Mother went to find food and will be back soon. You should take a nap, and when mother returns, I'll call you." Chimi nodded obediently. "I will listen to brother, but I'm so hungry and I miss mother." "Can mother come back soon?" Shishi opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer Chimi's question. Just then, a sound came from their house, and a strong arm reached through the snow into the room. The arm quickly retracted, leaving behind a piece of white bread. When Chimi turned her head, she immediately saw the white bread. "It's white bread, brother. Did mother come back? But where is mother?" Chimi kept turning her head, searching for her mother's figure. Shishi didn't answer. He just picked up the white bread and handed it to Chimi, saying, "Of course, mother has come back, but she went to find food for us for tomorrow. Otherwise, we would be hungry tomorrow. Just wait a bit longer, mother will be back soon." Perhaps too hungry, Chimi didn't doubt it and broke off a third of the white bread, eating it in big bites, and unknowingly fell asleep again. Shishi looked at the remaining 2/3 of the white bread, and his eyes turned a bit red. In the end, he only broke off a small piece, finished it in 2 bites, and carefully hid the rest of the white bread. Enduring his hunger, Shishi knew very well who had sent the white bread. If it weren't for that great knight guarding the street under the beast, if he hadn't occasionally brought them some food, if he hadn't given them a glowing stone back then, the two of them would have been dead long ago. Shishi knew all this, so he wanted to save food and try not to cause trouble for the great knight. With this thought in mind, he didn't know when sleepiness overtook him. In his drowsiness, Shishi thought of the great knight who had helped him shovel snow, murmuring to himself, "Are they all knights? Why are most of the knights in Winter City different from the great knight? But the great knight is so handsome. The great knight is the true knight. Can I also become a knight in the future? If I can also become a knight, I would definitely be able to save people like mother. At least I can protect my sister Chimi." In the castle of Winter City, Cardun sat at the desk in his study, and a man dressed as an official stood beside him. The man was a tax officer at That moment, the tax officer took out a piece of parchment and handed it to Cardon, saying, "Lord City Master, this is the tax collection order from the imperial capital. The letter states that due to the losses caused by the year of divine punishment in winter, the king has ordered the early collection of this year's household tax. In the human empire, there are 3 types of taxes on the surface. 1. Land rent tax. 2. Income tax. 3. Household tax. Land rent tax and income tax are as their names imply, while household tax is a tax that every resident in the human empire must pay. Household tax is different from land rent tax and income tax. The biggest beneficiaries of land rent tax and income tax are the local lords, while the household tax is paid directly to the imperial treasury. It can be considered a tax established by the empire to ensure the treasury's fullness. Usually, household tax would be paid after the autumn harvest along with land rent tax and income tax. However, this year, the year of divine punishment has caused heavy losses to the human empire, and with the treasury empty, the king finally ordered the early collection of household tax. In the human empire, every time household tax is submitted, the imperial capital sends out central tax officials. Ultimately, the central tax officials and local officials record the household tax paid by the commoners to ensure that the household tax is not collected repeatedly by local officials. Cardon was not very interested in such matters that had no profit at all. At that time, you will complete the household tax collection with the central tax officials, Cardon casually instructed the tax officer beside him and no longer paid attention to the matter. The tax officer, seeing this, asked uncertainly, "My lord, Winterfell has just endured the winter of the year of divine punishment, and the residents in the city have almost no savings left. Should we continue to collect the household tax?" "Continue to collect it," Cardon replied without a hint of emotion. "But they can't produce anything of value right now," the tax officer exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Cardon looked up at the tax officer, his sharp and merciless gaze sending a chill down the officer's spine. "What? The household tax is a tax that the king requires. If you don't let those commoners pay, do you want me, the lord of the city, to pay it?" "No, that's not what I meant." The tax officer nearly stumbled to the ground in fear. Seeing this, Cardon withdrew his gaze and suddenly broke into a smile that seemed capable of freezing a person into an ice block as he said, "Since the commoners can't afford the household tax, let them sell themselves into slavery." "Ha?" The tax officer was once again startled, looking at Cardon in disbelief. He was one of Cardon's trusted aides, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to sit in the position of tax officer in Winterfell. He thought he understood Cardon, but he never expected the true Cardon to be so ruthless. Those were thousands of commoners, and he intended to turn them all into slaves. The tax officer could see clearly that when Cardon made this decision, he showed not the slightest hesitation. In an instant, the tax officer's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Cardon. Cardon didn't care about the tax officer's gaze. The human empire had suffered tremendous losses during this winter. Was Winterfell not affected? On the contrary, the losses in Winterfell were staggering. Besides the damaged city, what truly pained Cardon were the countless city guards and knights who had died. These city guards and knights were the foundation of Cardon. He didn't know how much time and money it would take to replenish the lost manpower. Not only was the king short on money, but he was lacking a lot of money. Since the household tax couldn't bring him any profit, then turning those who couldn't pay the tax into slaves was the solution. This way, the profits would be substantial. With this thought, Cardon immediately revealed a pleased smile. Meanwhile, the tax officer, seeing the cold smile on Cardon's face, seemed to realize Cardon's plan, and couldn't help but remind him, "But my lord, after experiencing both the winter of the year of divine punishment and the beast tide, only about 3 out of 10 commoners in Winterfell are likely to survive. There aren't many commoners left in Winterfell now. If we let those who can't pay the tax sell themselves into slavery, Winterfell might become a deserted city." Cardon had certainly considered the tax officer's concerns. He looked out at the snow-covered commoner district and confidently said, "Don't worry, I've already received news that the neighboring city of Shamber is dealing with heavy snowfall, causing the river above the city to freeze. This winter, those ice blocks have intercepted a terrifying amount of river water. Once the ice and snow melt, a terrifying flash flood will erupt above Shamber, sweeping the entire city away with countless ice blocks. Now the Lord of Shamber, Ibi Barkston, is already thinking of ways to harvest the wealth of the rich in the city. He will likely flee overnight soon. I've had someone secretly spread the news about the flash flood within the city. It won't be long before countless wealthy individuals and commoners flee Shamber in panic, ultimately pouring into Winterfell, which is the closest city. At that time, selling land and houses will allow us to make another profit, and the remaining commoners in the city will only become our hindrance. Isn't it a good thing to turn them all into slaves?" As Cardon spoke, he suddenly clutched his chest. Cough, cough. In the end, he couldn't help but cough twice. It had been 2.5 months since the battle with the level 5 magical beast, yet the wounds on his body still throbbed faintly. "Damn magical beast," Cardon cursed, then glanced at the dazed tax officer beside him, saying irritably, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and find a way to contact the slave trader." Remember, once the slave trader arrives, only then can we announce the household tax matter. Yes, the tax officer trembled as he left the study. All the way, he kept looking towards the civilian area, knowing that the people there would soon cease to be human. Young master, the city gate has been completed. Although the concrete hasn't fully dried yet, the main gate has been installed. Dokina found Li Chen, who was cultivating farmland, and brought him good news. Really? Li Chen was overjoyed. It had only been 3 days since the construction of the city gate began, and the dwarves, with their astonishing building speed, had completed the entire gate structure. Once the city gate was finished, at least half of this valley would belong to Li Chen and his group. After that, as long as they drove away the incoming human mercenaries, this valley would be entirely their territory. Let's go take a look, Li Chen thought, immediately dropping his hoe and heading towards the city gate. On the way, Li Chen encountered Huiyu, who was preparing dinner. Today's main dish was a simple wild vegetable meat soup. After all, it wasn't a special day, so it wouldn't be particularly lavish. However, even a plain wild vegetable meat soup was extremely delicious under Huiyu's culinary skills, especially since Huiyu added the fine salt and pepper that Li Chen had given, which removed the fishy taste and added a hint of pepper flavor, making it doubly delicious. Seeing this, Li Chen exchanged for a dozen pounds of barbecue seasoning from the system shop, and said to Huiyu, let's have a feast today, make it a bit more sumptuous. Huiyu took the barbecue seasoning and curiously asked Li Chen, young master, is there something worth celebrating today? Of course, Li Chen replied without stopping, the city gate is finally completed, and I want to hold a celebration and an award ceremony. A celebration and an award ceremony? Huiyu had heard of celebrations but didn't know what an award ceremony was, showing a puzzled expression. Unfortunately, Li Chen was already eagerly heading towards the city gate, with no time to explain. Both the celebration and the award ceremony were very important. Just like a sense of ritual could constantly remind oneself that beyond the immediate struggles, there were also poetry and distant dreams. A celebration with a sense of ritual could encourage everyone while making them realize that what they had just accomplished was a great achievement, not just a simple task. The award ceremony would clearly tell them that each of their contributions and merits mattered. The completion of the city gate definitely required a celebration and an award ceremony. Without these two events, Li Chen could guarantee that this mixed team of 3 races would feel little sense of participation and achievement, merely thinking they had completed a task as usual. Especially the orc and human races who had been involved in making the ancient Roman concrete throughout. Their work was undoubtedly very important. Without the ancient Roman concrete they produced, the dwarves would not have been able to construct such a large-scale gate. However, they did not participate directly in the construction of the city gate, nor did they insert a rebar or pour a shovel of concrete for the gate, which diminished their sense of involvement. The end result was that everyone felt that the only ones deserving credit for the construction of the city gate were the dwarves. After all, every corner of the gate had been built by the dwarves themselves. When the merit is perceived differently, the mindset will change. Clearly, such a result is detrimental to the unity of the group. Since Li Chen has been chosen as the lord of this group, it is necessary for him to tell everyone who has worked hard about their importance. That evening, the celebration began, starting with an award ceremony. At the ceremony, besides Li Chen, there were also Alicia, Aoki, and Guli as representatives of the 3 clans. The 4 of them would each give a speech. Li Chen was the first to speak. Ahem, thanks to our efforts, the city gate has finally been completed. What I want to say is that the construction of the city gate is related to each and every one of us. Li Chen then began to enumerate the contributions of each clan in this endeavor. He then had Alicia, Aoki, and Guli read out the names of several outstanding individuals. After calling these people to his side, he awarded each of them a reward, 3 buckets of instant noodles. Originally, Li Chen had planned to give out medals, but without having prepared them mentally in advance, the crowd showed no interest in a piece of metal. Ultimately, at the unanimous request of Xiao Cheng and the others, it was changed to 3 buckets of instant noodles. In fact, the people from the 3 clans indeed preferred instant noodles as a reward. Even though Huiyu's cooking was delicious, it seemed that people from any world were always more interested in food outside of regular meals. Those who received the instant noodles were overjoyed, while those who did not receive them wore expressions of envy and jealousy, vowing to give their all next time there was such a task. After distributing the rewards, it was naturally time for some criticism. A few humans who had been sneaky, dwarves who secretly drank during construction affecting the project, and orcs who had stolen food. Every race had some individuals who caused problems, which seemed unavoidable. As these individuals were brought to the stage for face-to-face criticism, most of them turned red with shame, lowering their heads and not daring to look anyone in the eye. Of course, there were a few who gritted their teeth, showing a hint of anger and hatred. These individuals were undoubtedly pests within the group, and Li Chen could not simply let them leave the valley with a glance, otherwise, what would others think? However, Li Chen secretly noted all of these individuals down, and if they did something inappropriate in the future, he would not show mercy. After the awards ceremony concluded, the next event was naturally the celebration. When plate after plate of barbecue was brought to the table, the atmosphere among the crowd became lively. What Li Chen regretted was that they currently had no decent ingredients. There were many places where they needed to use the bond value and could not waste it casually. Otherwise, for such an important event, Li Chen would have long prepared a feast rather than just simple barbecue as they were having now. Fortunately, the people from the three clans did not think so. For them, the current meal was already luxurious enough. They had originally been the lowest existence among the three clans, having endured all kinds of hardships. Now, not only did they not have to worry about their living conditions and safety, but they could also enjoy such delicious barbecue. What more could they ask for? Especially since this barbecue was made by Huiyu, the most talented cook. Even ordinary barbecue in her hands always brought surprising flavors. They ate with grease dripping from their mouths. In the end, Li Chen still gritted his teeth and exchanged for a pile of cheap white wine and beer. Every gathering was a rare opportunity to enhance friendship among different races, and Li Chen really did not want to miss this chance to unite the three clans further. Sure enough, with the stimulation of alcohol, the celebration reached its peak. Many people from the three clans were dancing with their arms around each other in front of the bonfire. Unknowingly, a group of people had already made a ruckus until deep into the night. Just as everyone was making noise and unwilling to disperse, a loud bang suddenly echoed from the direction of the city gate. The sudden loud noise was truly unexpected, catching everyone present off guard for a long time. Li Chen was the first to react. Could it be that the city gate has collapsed? That shouldn't be the case. I just checked most of the gate, and its quality is definitely up to standard. There shouldn't be any problems. Just as Li Chen was puzzled, a slight tremor came from the ground. Then, the continuous rumbling sound reached their ears. The sound grew closer, as if a colossal creature was rushing towards them. At this point, the expressions on Li Chen and the others had changed. Almost everyone thought of one possibility. A gigantic beast has attacked the valley. But the city gate was already closed. The beast shouldn't be able to get in, right? Although Li Chen didn't know exactly what was happening, he immediately shouted to the crowd, "Get ready for battle. Everyone below level 1, step back." Just as Li Chen finished speaking, the rumbling sound had already reached not far in front of them. In the darkness, a pair of beastly pupils glowed blue, fixating on Li Chen and the others. A massive figure then revealed its outline. It was a rounded body that resembled a small mountain. Just as Li Chen felt that this body looked strangely familiar, the beast finally stepped into the range of the firelight. How is this possible? The moment they saw the beast's appearance, the seven who had been to the volcano almost simultaneously gasped. The beast was none other than the large black bear from the volcano. How could it appear here? The valley is not close to the volcano. It doesn't make sense for this big black bear to just happen to pass by here. Li Chen's face was filled with disbelief. But the big black bear was right in front of him. Its blue crescent on its chest and the wounds on its body were unmistakable. It was indeed the same bear that had left him with severe psychological trauma at the volcano. In the valley, the big black bear's glowing eyes stared at the crowd. Faced with a body as large as a small mountain, everyone was panting heavily, yet not one dared to move. At that moment, the big black bear fixed its gaze on Li Chen. Li Chen's expression stiffened, showing a look as if he had just eaten something foul as he looked at the big black bear. The big black bear didn't care about Li Chen's expression and slowly walked towards him. Seeing this, Ying and Tai Tu, who were not far away, were about to act. "Don't move, it's fine." Li Chen quickly stopped them. It wasn't that Li Chen was truly unafraid of the big black bear. After all, this bear was a genuine level 5 beast. For them, the highest being only level 3, a level 5 beast could easily crush all of them. Since they couldn't resist, it was better to try to observe the situation. After all, the big black bear had spared them once before. Perhaps this time would yield the same result? Eventually, the big black bear stopped in front of Li Chen. The bear, on all fours, stood about 6 or 7 meters tall. Li Chen looked up to meet the gaze of this giant. Man and bear stared at each other, just like at the volcano. In the next moment, the big black bear lowered its head. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, it leaned towards Li Chen and sniffed. Sniff, sniff. After sniffing, the big black bear fell silent, then gave Li Chen a somewhat disdainful glance. As usual, Li Chen was stunned. At that moment, an absurd thought popped into his mind. This level 5 beast, the big black bear, can't be here just to disdain me, having chased me all the way from the volcano to this valley, right? Not only was Li Chen stunned, but everyone present was also bewildered, especially Ying and the others who had gone to the volcano with him. At this moment, they all had the same thought as Li Chen. This beast had come specifically to disdain Li Chen. Is it really necessary? If you disdain me, why not just stay away from me? Li Chen really wanted to shout this at the big black bear, but he didn't dare, because the bear's fists were not only harder than his but countless times larger. Just when everyone was at a loss, at a certain moment, the big black bear suddenly moved. It twitched its nose a few times, and the next moment, it unexpectedly ran towards a table. Without hesitation, it went for the barbecue on the table, shoving skewered meat directly into its mouth. In its massive jaws, both the meat and the skewer were instantly crushed. The moment it swallowed the meat, the bear's eyes suddenly lit up. In the next moment, it transformed into a merciless eating machine. In just a few minutes, not only had all the barbecued meat and vegetable soup disappeared, but even some white wine and beer had all found their way into the bear's belly. That was enough food for over 200 people. Although it had already eaten more than half, the remaining amount was still enough to fill over 100 people. Such a massive quantity of food could only be considered a mere snack for the big black bear. For that reason, the bear patted its belly with some lingering satisfaction, but when it looked around and found no food left, a hint of regret appeared on its face. Boom! Just after finishing the barbecue, the big black bear moved again, as everyone speculated whether it was still hungry and might grab a few people to fill its belly. The bear suddenly turned around and walked towards the city gate. As the crowd watched it approach the gate step by step, they suddenly realized, is it leaving? The crowd widened their eyes, some in disbelief. A beast known for its brutal and bloody nature was surprisingly gentle this time, especially considering it had overwhelming power. Yet, that was the reality. Soon after, a loud boom echoed from the direction of the city gate. When the crowd rushed over, they discovered that the gate now bore 2 claw marks. It was clear that the big black bear had climbed in through the gate and was now climbing out. At that moment, everyone finally confirmed that the bear had truly left. So, this big black bear might have just passed through, came in to eat something, and now that it's done, it's leaving? Ghoulie said uncertainly, though even he didn't believe his own words. The crowd exchanged glances, all filled with confusion, feeling that the events of the night had been too surreal. The next day, everyone spent a night in fear, worried that the big black bear might suddenly return. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Li Chen hesitated for a moment but decided to let the dwarves repair the marks on the city gate and wall first. The next moment, everyone began discussing whether to raise the height of the wall. Their city gate was only 8 meters wide and 10 meters high, but the wall was built to 30 meters high, complete with a watchtower. Such a gate was sufficient to handle most beasts and enemies. However, it was completely inadequate against a level 5 beast. After discussion, everyone ultimately abandoned the idea of raising the gate. If a level 5 beast truly wanted to charge into the valley, raising the wall higher wouldn't help. If they angered the big black bear, it could easily smash the gate to pieces with a single blow, or even destroy the entire wall. Faced with such an unbeatable bully, compromise was the only option. Fortunately, the big black bear had a sense of measure. Even though it wasn't full, it didn't attack them. Otherwise, Li Chen and the others would either have to fight to the death or leave the valley. After the gate was built, what Li Chen and the others needed to do next was to construct houses and cultivate the land. The snow had just begun to show signs of melting. If it weren't for someone as powerful as Li Chen, cultivating the land wouldn't be easy. Moreover, even if the ice and snow completely melt, they will have to wait for the weather to warm up before they can plant the magically altered crops. So, the matter of cultivating the land is not urgent. Instead, building houses is more pressing. Li Chen has a plan for the future, a plan that aims to make the valley different from the outside world. Therefore, for him, the priority of building houses is higher. Previously, they had given up on volcanic ash due to the presence of the Great Black Bear. But now that the Great Black Bear has come knocking, what does Li Chen have to fear? He immediately decided to take people back to the volcano to collect volcanic ash and sulfur. When they returned to the volcano, everyone felt a bit uncertain. Although the Great Black Bear had already proven in the previous 2 encounters that it had little interest in them. In terms of appetite, it was still a magical beast, and there would inevitably be a few days each month when it could become irritable. At that time, no one could guarantee it wouldn't go berserk. For this reason, Li Chen decided to avoid contact with the Great Black Bear as much as possible. He led the remaining 6 people carefully up the mountain. As before, they encountered a large number of volcanic ants halfway up the mountain. Li Chen employed the same tactic, injecting the fresh venom he had extracted from Shao Chang that morning into the magical beast's body and then throwing it in front of the volcanic ants. However, this time, after tasting a bite of magical beast meat, the volcanic ants all avoided the magical beast containing the mental toxin. Li Chen immediately understood that these volcanic ants had learned from their previous experience. Most magical beasts possess intelligence, and even the level 1 volcanic ants seemed to understand the lesson of once bitten, twice shy. This was not good news for Li Chen and the others. Once the venom proved ineffective, they would have no way to deal with such a large number of volcanic ants. After discussing, they decided to let Ing lead the way, avoiding the volcanic ants, and sneak up to the top of the volcano to collect enough volcanic ash with their spatial rings before making a run for it. However, the number of volcanic ants still exceeded their expectations. Even at the top of the volcano, swarms of volcanic ants were still everywhere. Ultimately, they could not avoid being discovered by the volcanic ants. Li Chen slashed a volcanic ant with his knife and then dodged another one's attack. As the volcanic ants multiplied, their numbers had already reached hundreds. Li Chen realized that this operation was a failure and could only say to the few people beside him, "Retreat, the number of volcanic ants is increasing. We can only think of another way to get the volcanic ash later." Everyone had no choice but to rush toward the foot of the volcano. It wasn't until they reached the mountainside that they noticed something was off. The surrounding volcanic ants not only hadn't decreased but had actually increased. At this point, their field of vision was almost filled with the figures of volcanic ants, and their numbers had likely surpassed 10,000. Could it be that these guys, having learned from the last time, are specifically lying in wait for us this time? Li Chen felt something was amiss. He had heard that volcanic ants were not very intelligent, which was why he had dared to take the risk to obtain volcanic ash. Little did he expect that these volcanic ants were much smarter than he had imagined and held grudges. They had learned to ambush after just one encounter. Being left behind was not an option, as long as he and Anna activated their beast transformation together, they could still carve out a bloody path. What worried him was making too much noise. If they attracted a large number of level 3 magical beasts, it would be troublesome. Just as Li Chen and Anna were about to activate their beast transformation skill, perhaps they had made too much noise. Rumble. The familiar tremor and sound suddenly erupted. Li Chen and the others immediately changed their expressions and exchanged glances. They quickly guessed what was coming. So, except for Li Chen himself, everyone focused their gaze on him. Li Chen's eyelid twitched as he looked in the direction of the sound. As expected, a few seconds later, the rounded body that resembled a small mountain appeared. It was the level 5 magical beast, the Great Black Bear. As soon as the Great Black Bear appeared, all the volcanic ants seemed to be hit by a freezing spell, instantly lying on the ground, not daring to move. The Great Black Bear, however, did not even glance at these ants. It ran forward, crushing dozens of volcanic ants underfoot, leaving a bloody trail in its wake. At that moment, it resembled a tyrant who scorned life. Eventually, the Great Black Bear arrived before Li Chen, treading over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As expected, it sniffed at Li Chen again. Then came a double whammy of confusion and disdain. Li Chen had already grown accustomed to it, or rather, numb to it. He even raised his arms, as if signaling the Great Black Bear to sniff as much as it wanted. And if it needed more, it could lick a bit too. Seeing this, the Great Black Bear's disdain grew even more, and it immediately planned to head back home. Just as it was about to lift its foot, the Great Black Bear suddenly stopped. It stared at Li Chen for a moment and couldn't help but swallow. This startled Li Chen. Could it be that this Great Black Bear had suddenly come to its senses and finally realized that they were a bunch of delicious food? The final outcome was not what Li Chen had imagined. The Great Black Bear, not caring about the dirt, plopped down right on top of the volcanic ants. In an instant, over 100 volcanic ants perished beneath its plump backside. Yet, the Great Black Bear didn't even glance at the ants. Instead, it gestured towards Li Chen. Li Chen looked at the Great Black Bear's expression and revealed a strange look. He seemed to understand what the Great Black Bear was saying. The Great Black Bear let out a series of roars, while pointing at its gaping mouth with its paw. Clearly, it was asking Li Chen for food. Li Chen immediately recalled how the Great Black Bear's eyes had lit up after devouring the Grey Feather barbecue yesterday. Evidently, the Great Black Bear had also been conquered by Grey Feather's culinary skills. Seeing this, Li Chen helplessly took out several dozen pounds of food from his spatial ring. This was all the lunch that Grey Feather had prepared for them. It looked like a lot, but compared to the Great Black Bear's size, it was merely a mouthful. The Great Black Bear didn't care whose lunch it was. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, its eyes immediately sparkled. It scooped up the food and stuffed it into its mouth, smacking a few times before swallowing, and then a simple, honest, and happy smile appeared on its bare face. The next moment, it eagerly pointed at its gaping mouth again. Li Chen couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. They weren't Great Black Bears, and their appetite was limited. Those several dozen pounds of food were already all they had. Seeing the Great Black Bear in a state of unfulfilled desire, Li Chen could only grit his teeth and say to the Great Black Bear, "That's all." The Great Black Bear couldn't understand Li Chen's words, but after Li Chen gestured a couple of times, it understood. "That's it? What about the leftovers?" The Great Black Bear's eyes seemed to say this, and then it shot a disdainful look at Li Chen. Roar, roar, roar. The next moment, the Great Black Bear roared at Li Chen, seemingly saying, "Next time, remember to bring more, or I'll squash you." After roaring, it swayed its plump backside and leisurely walked away. Seeing this, Li Chen glanced at the surrounding volcanic ants and hurriedly called out to the Great Black Bear, "Great Black Brother Bear, wait a moment. Brother Bear, please hold on." Upon hearing Li Chen's voice, the Great Black Bear actually stopped, turning its massive bear head to look at Li Chen. Seeing this, Li Chen pointed at the volcanic ants and gestured again. The meaning was simple. He hoped the Great Black Bear could help deal with the problem of these volcanic ants. Since he already knew that the big black bear meant him no harm, Li Chen couldn't resist trying to see if he could hug the bear's leg. However, he wasn't very confident about it and was somewhat worried that he might anger the big black bear. Fortunately, the bear merely frowned like a human and gave Li Chen a look of disdain. Clearly, it found the situation troublesome and didn't want to help him. As the big black bear was about to leave, Li Chen felt a bit anxious. If he could persuade the bear to help, they could solve the problem of the volcanic ants once and for all. On the contrary, if the bear refused to help, Li Chen had no way to deal with so many volcanic ants for the time being, and without the volcanic ash, the construction of houses would be severely delayed. Thinking of this, Li Chen decided that he absolutely could not let the big black bear get away. He immediately called out to the bear again, and despite its impatient expression, he pointed at the volcanic ants while mimicking eating, saying, "If you help me with the volcanic ants, next time I'll bring you delicious food, a whole bunch of it, enough to fill you up." The big black bear naturally couldn't understand Li Chen's words, but it understood his gestures. The bear's previously disdainful gaze was instantly replaced with greed as it recalled the delicious food from yesterday, swallowing its saliva. Seeing that the bear was interested, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Fortune favors the bold. Although his previous actions were somewhat risky, the potential rewards were great. If he successfully befriended the big black bear, not only could he solve the volcanic ant problem, but he might also be able to call on the bear for help with other troubles in the future. Now it was up to the big black bear to decide how to deal with the volcanic ants. Would it kill them one by one? Even for a level 5 magical beast, it would probably take several days, or even over 10 days, to eliminate all the volcanic ants. The big black bear certainly didn't have that kind of patience. Could it be magic? This big black bear was of the ice attribute. Perhaps it would use a forbidden technique like ice seal for 1,000 miles. Could a level 5 magical beast use forbidden techniques? That seemed unlikely. Just as Li Chen pondered what method the big black bear would use against the volcanic ants, the bear suddenly walked over to him. Under Li Chen's puzzled gaze, the big black bear turned its back to him, presenting its ample backside. In the next moment, the bear lifted one of its hind legs, its entire body shaking as if it were preparing for something. Li Chen was initially confused, but the next moment he finally realized what was happening, his eyes widening in terror. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the iron head beside him and held it in front of himself. At that moment, the big black bear finished its preparation, and a stream of yellow liquid erupted from its rear, shooting towards Li Chen. Li Chen rolled away desperately to the side, leaving the still stunned iron head in front of the stream. A full minute later, the pale yellow liquid finally stopped. After fulfilling its promise, the big black bear turned back to glance at Li Chen with indifference. Roar, roar, roar. It let out a warning growl, reminding Li Chen not to forget their agreement, and after giving him one last disdainful look, it left without looking back. Meanwhile, the iron head, as if swept away by a flood, stood there in a daze, slowly coming to his senses as he stared blankly at the yellow liquid dripping from his body, his big cow-like eyes gradually losing their luster. Li Chen, having narrowly escaped disaster, was beside himself with relief as he patted his chest, though he felt a bit guilty as he glanced at the iron head. The iron head noticed Li Chen's gaze and instantly recalled the culprit behind this mess, but there was one thing he couldn't understand. Why did Li Chen, who could have easily dodged, still pull him in front to block that stream of flood? Li Chen felt the puzzled gaze of Tai Tu. Looking at Tai Tu's miserable appearance and smelling the pungent odor from afar, he felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, Li Chen cleared his throat and quickly explained to Tai Tu. Beasts usually use their urine to leave their scent, declaring this as their territory. The great black bear is a level 5 beast. As long as you carry its scent, other beasts won't dare to approach us. Everything was just as Li Chen had said. After the great black bear left, the volcanic ants around them were able to move again, but at that moment, the volcanic ants not only did not attack them but quickly retreated from their side. The reason, of course, was the scent on Tai Tu. Seeing that his guess was correct, Li Chen gradually gained some confidence and continued to speak to Tai Tu. At that time, the situation was urgent and I didn't have a bottle ready. If all the scent had fallen to the ground, there wouldn't be much left, so I could only. Tai Tu, this is for everyone. Upon hearing this, Tai Tu seemed to understand Li Chen's actions, and then said, "Moo, I get the reasoning, but why me, and not?" As he spoke, Tai Tu widened his cow-like eyes and stared at Li Chen. Li Chen's expression stiffened, and he found it hard to meet Tai Tu's gaze. After all, he felt a bit guilty. After Li Chen sincerely apologized to Tai Tu, the big guy quickly stopped caring. This guy had always been like this, completely innocent, and didn't mind Li Chen's little betrayal at all. However, the more Tai Tu acted this way, the deeper Li Chen's guilt became. Perhaps this is what they call a natural counter to cunning. When Li Chen turned around, he noticed that Anna and the others were all showing expressions as if their jaws were about to drop. They were truly stunned by the series of tricks Li Chen had just pulled. How could someone dare to flirt with a level 5 beast and actually succeed? Is there still justice? Is there still law? Li Chen could only respond, basic skills, don't overdo it. With Tai Tu as a mobile beast repeller, they no longer saw any beasts around them. Seeing this, Li Chen led the group again towards the mountaintop. As they walked, the volcanic ants they encountered seemed to sense a natural enemy from afar and quickly fled from them. It was then that Li Chen truly realized that the treasure on Tai Tu was a big deal. Thinking of this, Li Chen took out an empty bottle from his spatial ring and handed it to Tai Tu. Tai Tu, don't waste it. Twist the water from your clothes and collect it. It might come in handy in the future. With the scent of this level 5 beasts. They could even walk boldly in the inner area of the sinful forest. Wasn't that a big deal? Tai Tu looked at Li Chen, who was cautiously handing over the bottle from a distance, and his expression of fear of being touched made the innocent Tai Tu unable to help but show a resentful look towards Li Chen. In the end, Tai Tu still twisted a whole bottle of liquid from his clothes and handed it to Li Chen. Li Chen carefully received it into his spatial ring, not to mention anything else, just this one treasure made their trip worthwhile. Alright, the spatial ring is full, we should go. After several hours of busy work, Dakina's 5 cubic meter spatial ring was filled with sulfur. Meanwhile, Li Chen's 50 cubic meter ring was filled with volcanic ash. Of course, this volcanic ash was still far from enough, but now they had the scent of the Great Black Bear. No matter how much volcanic ash they lacked in the future, they could come and get it any time. As for those volcanic ants, from today onwards, they can no longer pose any threat to them. On the contrary, if one day Li Chen plans to forge a batch of armor, it will be the volcanic ant's misfortune. Finally, after Li Chen collected all the shadow stones visible on the volcano, the group headed towards the foot of the mountain. Just as Li Chen and the others were leaving, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened in the hollow of a dead tree on the mountainside. When those eyes looked at Li Chen and the others, they were filled with intense desire. With the volcanic ash, the construction of the houses naturally began immediately. Li Chen did not intend to demolish and rebuild Evil Town. Firstly, it was troublesome, the valley was large enough, and they had plenty of space to build a new town. Secondly, Li Chen still had use for Evil Town, so he decided to keep it as it was for the time being. Ultimately, the new town was located behind Evil Town, conveniently separating it from the farmland area. Thanks to the efforts of the 3 clans, several 2-story houses were completed every day. The reason they were not building 10 or even dozens of stories high was due to 2 factors. Firstly, there were too few people, so it was unnecessary. Secondly, the current residents might not be able to accept such tall buildings. They would find it hard to believe that houses several dozen or even hundreds of meters high were safe. If they built them in the end but no one was willing to move in, it would be quite awkward. Therefore, after some thought, Li Chen decided to only construct a few 2-story houses, and if needed in the future, he could build his high-rises then. These 2-story buildings were actually constructed according to the blueprints provided by Li Chen. From any perspective, the residential buildings were designed with the most reasonable planning. Each house had at least 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms. Regardless of the direction the rooms faced, they all had ample natural light and ventilation. Living in them would be completely comfortable. Li Chen even reserved water supply pipelines for each residential building, just waiting for a time when he could establish a water supply system on the hillside next door. The distribution of the houses was also planned. Li Chen designed it according to common community planning blueprints. The houses were arranged in parallel, with public facilities, green spaces, and landscapes interspersed among the residences. In summary, everything was for the sake of a comfortable life. After the houses were completed, the 3 clans looked at the exquisite residential buildings, and each one couldn't help but be dazzled. The modern-style houses might not be perfect, but compared to the haphazardly built houses on the magical continent, they were significantly better. Just take Evil Town next door as an example. Compared to this newly built town, it was like the difference between nobility and beggars. Seeing everyone coveting these houses, Li Chen immediately announced that once the houses were completed, everyone could choose one, but the right to choose would be determined by each person's performance. Once the news was announced, everyone seemed to have taken a strength-enhancing pill. In order to select their most desired house, they exerted all their strength. Seeing this, Li Chen couldn't help but consider his own house. Later, he discovered that a group of dwarves had secretly built a huge castle in the center of the town. This castle was the house they had constructed for Li Chen. Looking at the 3-story building that occupied a full 1,000 square meters, Li Chen's face darkened. He wasn't a noble. How could he live in such an outdated castle? It wasn't until Li Chen went inside and took a look around that he realized he had misunderstood. The castle only resembled one on the outside. The layout inside was of a modern architectural style. Overall, it didn't look bad, but it was just too big, feeling somewhat empty, and there were slightly too many rooms, making it unsuitable for one person to live in. Regarding this issue, the responses from the big-eyed and big-eared dwarves responsible for building the house left Li Chen feeling exasperated. Young master is our lord, and as a lord, he will understand. In the future, the young master will have servants and housekeepers, and even several lord's wives, so naturally, we need to build a larger house for him. After saying this, the big-eyed and big-eared dwarves pointed at Ying and the others, winking at Li Chen. Li Chen immediately rolled his eyes and punched each of them. His relationship with Ying and the others hadn't reached that level yet, and Li Chen was more focused on the development of his territory. In the end, he accepted the house. Having a spacious home wasn't entirely a bad thing. He could transform one room into a media room, another into a game room, and yet another into a gym, and even build an outdoor swimming pool outside. However, before he could finalize his plans for his room, his ideas were dashed. Ying moved into his house. It was strange, yet somehow normal. After all, Ing was now considered his personal bodyguard, so living together made sense. But when Alicia, Grey, Feather, and the Dina sisters, along with Dorjina, and even Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai, all wanted to move in, it became quite odd. Everyone had their own reasons for this. Alicia felt that she was now Li Chen's secretary and needed to frequently assist him with various matters. It would be very inconvenient if they didn't live together. Grey Feather believed that as the only cook, where else could she live if not beside the Lord? As for Dorjina and the Dina sisters, they suddenly decided to move in after hearing Alicia and Grey Feather's decisions. With Dorjina moving in, her father, Dorg, was hard to ignore. Dorg did not agree to live in the castle but chose a two-story house nearby. However, when Dorjina decided to move in, he had firmly patted Li Chen's shoulder with a serious expression, yet he left without saying anything. As for Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, they were, of course, taken away by Cheng Mu and Bai Qi. Li Chen still remembered the scene where Cheng Mu, furious, puffed his cheeks and glared at Xiao Chang, who was rolling on the ground, unwilling to leave. These two little girls wanted to move in entirely for Grey Feather's sake, although they were eventually taken away by Cheng Mu and Bai Qi. After that, the two girls ran to the castle at least 3 times a day, eating all their meals in the castle, making it seem like it didn't matter whether they lived there or not. The new town was continuously under construction. By the 4th day, it had taken shape. During this time, Guli had intermittently cleaned out the iron blocks from the dwarven gathering place. Looking at the mountain of iron blocks weighing millions of pounds and over 100,000 pounds of charcoal, Li Chen couldn't help but silently thank the dwarves for their second act of selfless contribution. Such a large amount of iron was more than enough for them to build houses. However, refining all these iron blocks into steel was not easy. Li Chen specifically built a forge. The forge naturally couldn't be built near residential buildings, otherwise the constant clanging would make it impossible to live peacefully. He decided to place the forge in the southern area, designating that region as their industrial zone. It was also on this day that the long-awaited sun finally came out and the ice and snow began to melt on a large scale. It wouldn't be long before farming could be arranged. Just in time, Li Chen and the others had very little food left, and if they could plant in time, they would be able to harvest the first batch of potatoes before their food ran out. This was very important, as in the current evil forest, aside from the volcano, there were hardly any magical beasts to be seen. Clearly, the vast majority of magical beasts had not survived the previous winter. It would be quite difficult for Li Chen to continue relying on hunting magical beasts to sustain their lives. The enchanted crops became extremely important at this time. Now, Li Chen only hoped that the weather would warm up quickly so he could plant the enchanted crops in time. What pleased Li Chen was that this wish should come true. As due to the year of divine punishment, last winter lasted nearly 5 months and it was now March of this year. The warming of the weather was even faster than Li Chen had expected. Just when Li Chen thought everything was going smoothly, the unexpected guest, the big black bear, suddenly arrived. This time it came during the day, so the city gate at the valley was not closed, avoiding any damage to the walls from its climbing. Upon meeting, the big black bear, as usual, used its 3-step routine of sniffing first, then showing confusion and finally expressing disdain towards Li Chen. However, the next moment, roar, roar, roar. The big black bear suddenly let out a furious roar, spewing saliva the size of a fist that nearly hit Li Chen. It looked so angry, as if accusing Li Chen of being a big liar who didn't keep his promises. Li Chen was extremely confused. He hadn't forgotten the agreement with the big black bear. It was just a small matter of letting the big black bear have a good meal. There was no need to act unreasonable. The day after leaving the volcano, he had Grey Feather prepare a full 2 tons of food, which Ironhead then delivered to the volcano. After Ironhead returned, he assured that the food was delivered to the big black bear. Why was this guy still angry now? Just as Li Chen was puzzled, the big black bear was roaring while gesturing with its paw. Everyone else was baffled, but Li Chen actually understood. Li Chen summarized that the big black bear was saying that he had promised to let it eat its fill, but the food from the day before hadn't satisfied it at all. It had even waited all day yesterday, and seeing that Li Chen had no intention of sending more food, it had come specifically today. Li Chen was taken aback. That was a full 2 tons of food. How could it not be full? This guy could really eat. Although Li Chen felt helpless, it was something he had promised, and he couldn't go back on his word, could he? He also had no right to go back on his word with the big black bear in front of him. Li Chen could only have Grey Feather and a group of people prepare food for the big black bear. However, after half a day, when Li Chen saw the big black bear's haul, his head began to buzz. A full 5 tons of food. This big guy had actually eaten 5 tons of food, which was 10,000 jin. Grey Feather and the dozens of dwarf and orc cooks had already collapsed from exhaustion. Li Chen knew that with the big black bear's massive body, it was normal to eat a bit more, but this was just excessive. The big black bear ate more in one sitting than the 200 plus of them combined. Thanks to it, the already limited food supply was now even scarcer, and he didn't know if they could last until the day they could grow enchanted crops. After eating its fill, the big black bear showed no attachment to the place and leisurely walked towards the valley exit. Just when Li Chen thought he had finally sent this troublemaker away, the big black bear suddenly turned around and roared a few times at Li Chen. This time, not only did Li Chen guess what the big black bear was saying, but the others also figured it out. This guy actually wanted Li Chen to deliver 5 tons of food to the volcano every day. Li Chen immediately exploded with anger, his fists clenched tightly, then slowly relaxed. The corners of Li Chen's mouth twitched, but he still managed to smile and said, "Brother bear, we don't have that much food. At the rate you eat, we'll be starving within a week. How about we put this on hold for now? Once we start farming, I promise to let you eat your fill." Li Chen exerted a lot of effort to make the big black bear understand that they were really short on food. However, how could this big black bear care about how short Li Chen and the others were on food? It only cared about whether it could eat something delicious. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the chaotic roars, the big black bear's meaning was very clear. There was no room for negotiation. Li Chen's fist couldn't help but clench again. The big black bear, seeing this, suddenly stretched out its paw and slammed it down on the ground with a loud bang. In the next moment, the earth shook and a crack over 10 meters long spread from the bear's paw all the way to Li Chen's feet. It was hard to imagine the terrifying force behind it. If that paw had landed on Li Chen, he would probably have been reduced to nothing but bone dust. Seeing this, Li Chen's clenched fist relaxed once more. He couldn't fight back. This was a level 5 magical beast capable of wiping out all of them with just one. As the saying goes, a true man can bend and stretch, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. As long as he was given time, there would always be a chance for revenge. For now, he had to endure this guy. However, providing 5 tons of food every day was out of the question. Alicia had already calculated that they had less than 150,000 gen of food stored, which was about 75 tons, and they themselves consumed nearly 3 to 4 tons of food daily. If they provided the big black bear with 5 tons of food every day, they wouldn't even last until the 10th day. Even the shortest harvest period for magical potatoes required 15 days. Where would they find food in the remaining 5 days? Ultimately, after Li Chen's strong insistence, the big black bear finally made some concessions, and they only needed to provide 1 ton of food each day. After that, the big black bear finally left. Watching the giant leave, Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. He never expected that what he thought was a big strong leg to hold on to would turn out to be a big food bucket. It seemed that the planting of magical crops had to be moved up a bit. In Winter City, as the ice and snow began to melt, the residents couldn't wait to step outside. Although they were shivering from the cold, their steps were firm and unwavering. The long winter had drained their food supplies, and if they didn't work, both they and their families would starve. These people were undoubtedly lucky, for they had survived the winter. Out of the hundreds of thousands of people in Winter City, only about 30,000 remained alive. Among them, aside from those in the Lord's mansion and the wealthy, only around 10,000 commoners survived. Many of these people could withstand the wind and snow and the low temperatures, but they couldn't fend off the magical beasts that entered the city. This led to an exceptionally high death rate among the commoners, far exceeding that of the wealthy by over 100 times. Almost only 1 in 10 commoners managed to survive. Thus, those who lived were fortunate. However, these survivors were also unfortunate. At the city gate, a notice was posted in the most conspicuous place. Almost all the commoners were illiterate, so the Lord's mansion had thoughtfully arranged for someone to read the notice aloud. By order of the king, this year's household tax will be collected in advance. Each person must pay a household tax of 20 silver coins within 3 days, regardless of whether they are adults or children. Failure to pay will result in the confiscation of private property, and those with insufficient property will be reduced to slavery. This notice fell upon all the commoners like a bolt from the blue. To survive the winter of divine punishment, they had all been desperately gathering supplies. Greedy merchants took advantage of this situation, drastically raising the prices of various goods. They drained the commoners of their entire fortunes. Most commoners couldn't even set aside seeds for wheat to plant in the spring. Now they were being told to pay the household tax in advance. How were they supposed to gather the 20 silver coins each for the tax? And the most terrifying part was that those who couldn't pay the household tax would be reduced to slavery. What kind of existence is a slave? Who doesn't know? In an instant, the entire city gate was filled with lost and despondent people. Shishi struggled to push the door open. The snow outside blocked the bottom of the wooden door, making it quite a challenge for him to succeed. As soon as the door opened, Shishi hurriedly ran to a corner of the eaves. After he dug through the snow there, he uncovered a body wrapped in burlap. With tears streaming down his face, Shishi knelt before the corpse. After a long while, he finally dared to lift the burlap, revealing his mother's frostbitten face covered in white frost. Shishi stared blankly for a long time, his mind involuntarily recalling his mother's gentle face, a face so tender that it had not faded even in the final moments of her life. He still remembered that day when his mother, pale and weak, forced a smile to reassure him not to worry, yet insisted that he must take good care of Chimi. He didn't know how long it had been until a ray of sunlight broke through the clouds and shone on Shishi's face, bringing him back to reality. Shishi wiped the tears from his face, a glimmer of determination appearing in his eyes. Mother, I will take good care of Chimi, I swear. Shishi knew it would be difficult to fulfill this vow. He needed a job to support both Chimi and himself, but at just 12 years old, it was nearly impossible to find work. However, before thinking about a job, he first needed to bury his mother, as the snow had already begun to melt. Shishi walked to the house next door, hesitated for a moment, and then knocked on the door. Grandpa Tucker, are you home? May I borrow your wheelbarrow? Inside was silence, and Shishi felt a bad premonition. He hesitated again but ultimately pushed the door open. The inside of the house was as cold as the outside. Shishi saw Grandpa Tucker's frozen body on the bed. He lowered his head, as he had already guessed that this kind old man had not survived the winter. Even though they had the flint given by the great knight, his mother had still passed away, let alone this elderly man living alone. Shishi quickly composed himself. He wouldn't abandon this exceptionally kind grandpa, but he needed to bury his mother next to his father first, and then he would deal with Grandpa Tucker's body. With that thought, Shishi stepped out of the house and found the wheelbarrow. Outside, Shishi wasn't very strong, but his mother was now so emaciated it seemed as if only bones remained, and he easily lifted her body onto the wheelbarrow. He had no time to waste. He needed to finish everything before his sister Chimi woke up. After grabbing a shovel from inside, Shishi immediately pushed the wheelbarrow and headed toward the city gates. As he passed the city gate, he saw a crowd gathered, each face filled with despair, as if something significant had happened. Shishi had no energy to pay attention to this. He pushed the wheelbarrow out of the city gate. There were many people like him, far too many had left this winter. Shishi followed them, making his way to the cemetery. At that moment, a gaunt old man spotted him and walked straight toward Shishi, grabbing his left hand without saying a word and trying to pull him away. Shishi was nearly knocked over by the pull, causing the wheelbarrow to tip over and his mother's body rolled to the side. Shishi stared blankly at his mother's corpse, then turned to glare at the man who had grabbed him. In the next moment, Shishi suddenly froze. The man pulling him was an extremely disheveled beggar, and then Shishi remembered that this was the same beggar who had looked at him and Chimi with ill intent before. At that moment, the beggar's eyes were wild, drool dripping from his mouth, desperately trying to drag Shishi away. The people around either wallowed in sorrow or were confused about what was happening, and for a moment, no one stepped forward to help. Shishi looked at the beggar's frenzied appearance, feeling a bit scared. But soon he suddenly remembered the great knight who had given him the flint, and then thought of his sister Chimi. I promised my mother, Shishi muttered, a resolute determination flashing in his eyes. Let go of me, Shishi shouted at the old beggar. The old beggar was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a reaction from Shishi. The next moment, a more frenzied look appeared in his eyes, and he pulled on Shishi even harder. I said, let go of me. With that angry roar, Shishi grabbed the shovel in his right hand and swung it fiercely at the old beggar. Thud! The shovel did not hit the old beggar, but it grazed his face. A wound pierced through the old beggar's left eye. The old beggar felt the sting on his face and the loss of his eye, and terror made him sit down on the ground, staring in disbelief at the small Shishi in front of him. Shishi merely tightened his grip on the bloody shovel, glaring at the old man. Ah! The next moment, the old beggar let out a scream of pure terror and turned to run for his life. Meanwhile, Shishi continued to hold tightly onto the blood-stained shovel, looking at the bright red blood on it. At that moment, Shishi knew that if he wanted to survive and protect his sister well, he had to grow up. Relying on his memory, Shishi found his father's grave, digging through the soil with the shovel. After the snow melted, the ground became muddy and difficult to dig, but it also made it possible for Shishi to dig. After much effort, he finally unearthed a somewhat decayed coffin. Commoners could not afford expensive coffins and had to have someone nail together a wooden one, which was not waterproof. Shishi easily opened the half-rotten coffin, carefully arranging his father's remains before placing his mother inside. Shishi thought he would have a lot to say, but in the end, he couldn't utter a word. He took one last look at his father and mother, and the next moment, he closed the coffin and began to cover it with soil, shoveling it in. When Shishi returned to Winter City, more people had gathered at the city gate. They were speaking loudly, their faces showing not only despair but also anger. Unable to resist, Shishi walked over and soon learned the reason from their conversation. If we can't pay the family tax, we'll become slaves. Does that mean I and Chimi will? Shishi's face suddenly turned pale, and for a moment he was completely at a loss, unsure of what to do. At that moment, a commoner shouted angrily, "The king and the lord have no intention of giving us commoners a way to live. We should protest at the lord's mansion." However, someone quickly stopped him. "Don't go." Fard and the others just did that, and a group of city guards rushed out of the lord's mansion and beat them all to death. At this, everyone was stunned. Indeed, the people in the lord's mansion were all trained fighters. How could these ordinary commoners possibly stand against them? Are we really only going to become slaves? What else can we do? Run to the wilderness? We'll be eaten by magical beasts in no time. As the crowd fell silent, someone suddenly shouted, "Sin Town." Everyone was taken aback, slowly recalling this place. Right, we can still go to Sin Town. Shishi found the name familiar as well. As the only border point between Sin Town and the human empire, countless people pass through Winter City to reach Sin Town each year, and many return from Sin Town to Winter City. As a resident of Winter City, Shishi had heard of this special place to some extent. It was considered special because Sin Town was not built by the king or any noble. Therefore, there were no taxes there, and of course, no legal protection. Sin Town was a paradise for the strong. While it wasn't hell for the weak, it was certainly not a good place for them either. It's better than being a slave, right? This sentence echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Many were already stirred at this moment. Lord City Master, the slave traders have arrived in Winter City, and the news about the household tax has also been released. As of now, not a single person has come to pay the household tax. The tax officer reported the information to Cardon. Cardon nodded. Everything was as he had anticipated. However, the tax officer then said, "But, Lord City Master, there are many commoners who cannot afford the household tax and seem to be planning to leave Winter City for Sin Town. Should we stop them all?" Sin Town? Cardon paused, then coldly laughed. "I almost forgot there was such a place." Without hesitation, Cardon instructed the tax officer, "Since the slave traders have already been summoned, we certainly cannot let them escape. Have the city guards seal the city gates and prohibit anyone from entering or leaving." Upon hearing this, the tax officer looked troubled. "Lord City Master, there are countless corpses in the city, all being handled by those commoners. If we completely prohibit anyone from entering or leaving, will the city guards have to deal with all these bodies?" Cardon had not considered this point. Since the Beast-Tide battle, the city guards had suffered heavy casualties, with many severely injured, leaving fewer than 1,000 still intact. If they had to handle tens of thousands of corpses, it would not only take time but also lead to complaints within the city guards. In fact, Cardon could hire a group of commoners to deal with the bodies, but this household tax did not yield him a single copper coin, meaning that whatever he hired would result in a loss of that much copper. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then allow those commoners handling the bodies to leave, and let the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled go as well. However, those strong young men and women must not be allowed to escape, especially those with families. They absolutely cannot be let go." Upon hearing this, the tax officer understood how to proceed and then reported one last matter. "Lord City Master, the church you asked me to keep an eye on has shown some activity. Speak. Today, the church has taken in a large number of orphans and gathered many wealthy believers. It is said that each wealthy believer contributed a significant amount of gold coins to the church." Cardon frowned upon hearing this. He could understand gathering wealthy believers, but what was the purpose of taking in so many children? Was it just for charity? Perhaps, after all, the church often engaged in such hypocritical acts. At this moment, Cardon had many matters to attend to and was too lazy to concern himself with the church's little maneuvers. "Are we going to Sin Town?" Shishi appeared very confused. However, he couldn't let Chimi become a slave. Even as a commoner, he knew that slaves could no longer be considered human. Shishi had often heard of slave owners beating their slaves to death. The empire would not intervene because slaves were the private property of their owners, who had the right to kill them. "Chimi absolutely cannot become a slave," Shishi said, firming up his resolve. "If we go to Sin Town, I will protect Chimi well." With this thought, Shishi hurriedly pushed the cart towards home. "Chimi, are you awake?" As soon as Shishi returned home, he carefully opened the door. If Chimi was not awake, he did not want to disturb him, as he needed time to deal with Grandpa Taki's body. However, when Shishi walked into the house, his expression suddenly changed. There was no sign of Chimi at all. "Chimi, where are you? Don't scare me. It's brother's fault for going out while you were sleeping. Please forgive me, come out quickly." Shishi shouted loudly but received no response. "Chimi, where are you?" At this moment, Shishi's face had turned pale. He hurriedly ran out onto the street, continuously shouting Chimi's name. However, after running the entire length of the street, he still did not see Chimi's figure. Kishi couldn't help but think of that beggar old man. Could it be that Chimi was taken away by those people? Kishi's already pale face turned completely devoid of color. If Chimi had really fallen into those people's hands, the outcome might be. Kishi dared not think further. He remembered the Great Knight, but he had no idea where the Great Knight lived, not even the knight's name. Even if he went to ask the city guards, they certainly wouldn't tell this little child the location of the Great Knight. "Chimi!" Kishi couldn't help but let out a desperate cry. Just when Kishi was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, a middle-aged man approached him from a distance. The man first glanced at the cart beside Kishi, then asked, "Kishi, what's wrong?" Upon seeing it was his neighbor Uncle Gru, Kishi hurriedly asked, "Uncle Gru, have you seen Chimi?" Kishi then recounted what had just happened. "So Tachi is also dead," Gru said, a glimmer of something unusual flashing in his eyes. He suddenly said, "I remember now, Chimi was taken away by Charity. Earlier, she saw Chimi crying outside and thought something had happened to you as well. Just as the news about the family tax spread, she took Chimi away from Winter City. Is that so?" Kishi felt a bit relieved to hear that Chimi was not taken by the beggar old man. However, although Charity was a kind aunt who often gave them candy, Kishi was still worried, torn about whether to chase after her immediately. But what about Grandpa Tachi's body? Seeing this, Gru quickly continued, if you want to catch up to Chini, you need to hurry. The city gate has already prohibited most people from leaving. Just right, we can use the cart, pretend to be taking Grandpa Tachi out for burial, and then leave the city together. Hearing this, Kishi had no doubts and immediately nodded in agreement. Once Gru moved Tachi's body onto the cart, just as Kishi was about to push the cart, Gru suddenly stopped him. Wait a minute. Kishi looked at Gru in confusion. Gru revealed a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, and the next moment, he picked up the shovel from the cart and swung it down onto his left leg. Ah! Gru let out a scream, and his leg began to twitch uncontrollably. Kishi was momentarily stunned and then asked, somewhat at a loss, Uncle Gru, what are you doing? Gru forced a smile and said to Kishi, the city guards are guarding the city gate, not allowing young men and women to leave. I'll pretend to be a cripple, you remember to help me cover for it so we can leave the city together. Kishi quickly nodded. Only then did Gru smirk, and together with Kishi, they struggled to push the cart toward the city gate. In the evil forest, within the valley, when the new town was partially built, work was temporarily halted. The lack of food forced everyone to put down their work and start clearing the land. Most people in the valley did not understand this. Even if the land was cleared, they had no seeds, and even if they had seeds, they didn't know when they would be able to harvest. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Li Chen did not provide much explanation for this. Fortunately, Anna and the others all chose to support Li Chen, and the people from the three clans no longer asked further questions. Anna and the others did not truly trust Li Chen unconditionally, rather, many of them knew of some of Li Chen's miraculous deeds in the past. For example, making the space ring larger. They believed that Li Chen was prepared this time as well, which was why he was eager for them to clear the fields. At this moment, Anna and the others were very curious about what preparations Li Chen had made, but unfortunately, Li Chen did not tell them. It wasn't that Li Chen wanted to be mysterious. It was just that the enchanted crops were all exchanged at a rate of 1 unit per acre. Li Chen couldn't waste an entire acre of seedlings just to satisfy their curiosity. Anyway, he should be able to plant the enchanted crops in the next few days, and by then, they would not only be able to see them but also personally plant them. After a day had passed, they had cultivated over 100 acres of land in total. The number wasn't large, as the area near the valley's interior had been untouched for years, with abundant vegetation and even quite a few large trees, making it extremely inconvenient to clear. Fortunately, the 100 acres of land was temporarily enough for their use. Li Chen looked at his bond value. The accumulation over these days had brought his bond value to 3,880 points. He then spent 2,000 points of bond value to exchange for 100 acres of seedlings. All the seedlings he exchanged were enchanted potato seedlings, as enchanted potatoes were the fastest maturing among all enchanted crops. When Li Chen took out these enchanted potato seedlings from his spatial ring, everyone, including Anna, was stunned. They had no idea when Li Chen had obtained these seedlings. With so many seedlings, the entire harvest could sustain them for a long time. The only problem was that the seedlings required a long time to grow, and their remaining food would not last until the seedlings matured. Li Chen still did not explain this, nor was there any need to. According to the system's introduction to enchanted potatoes, it only took half a month from planting to harvest for the enchanted potato seedlings. So in the coming days, they would witness these enchanted potatoes growing at a speed that would overturn their understanding. By then, they would naturally no longer doubt Li Chen's decisions. After spending half a day, everyone had planted all the enchanted potato seedlings. The land itself was fertile enough and did not require fertilization. A simple watering was sufficient. Watering was a bit troublesome, as there were no rivers in the valley and they usually relied on spring water left on the cliffs for their meals. This spring water was definitely not enough for watering. Li Chen used his spatial ring to fetch 50 cubic meters of river water for irrigation. Personally watering the enchanted potatoes in front of him, Li Chen couldn't help but look forward to how they would appear the next day as they swayed in the water flow. The next day, Li Chen rushed to the fields early to check on the enchanted potato seedlings. Everyone looked down on Li Chen's eager demeanor. How could crops show any changes just 1 day after being planted? Even those 30 gluttonous unicorn wolf cubs would take 10 days to half a month to show obvious changes. However, since their lord Li Chen was so enthusiastic, his subordinates couldn't be too indifferent and could only accompany him for a visit. Xing Mu and the others were also somewhat worried, but their concern was whether these seedlings had survived, as the current weather was not the best planting time, and it was quite normal for seedlings not to survive. However, when they arrived at the fields, everyone was stunned. The land that had been somewhat bare yesterday was now a lush green expanse. Overnight, not only had the potato seedlings survived well, but each seedling had also grown at least 10 centimeters taller compared to yesterday. At this point, one could believe they were already mature. Xing Mu and the others were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped. The magical continent also had potatoes, so they naturally knew how potatoes grew. Although potatoes grow quickly after sprouting, the growth rate of these potato seedlings was astonishingly fast. It was so fast that it made them feel a bit terrified. Everyone immediately turned their gaze towards Li Chen. Li Chen shrugged and quickly made up a reason. Actually, my family is a large agricultural family that has mastered a technique for plant hybridization, developing many special crops. A few days ago, I got in touch with my family and obtained these seedlings. In the future, there will be not just potatoes but many other crop seedlings, all of which are quite remarkable. Although they are remarkable, you can rest assured that these special potatoes just grow faster. In every other aspect, they are exactly the same as ordinary potatoes and can be safely consumed. Beside them, Anna and Dina exchanged glances, once again thinking of that mysterious family. The family behind Li Chen not only had a penchant for various exotic beauties but also possessed many magical crops similar to these potatoes. It was becoming more and more mysterious. On the third day after planting the enchanted potato seedlings, flower buds had already appeared among the potato plant's branches and leaves. Fortunately, potatoes do not require pollination, otherwise, Li Chen would have had no idea where to find bees and butterflies at this time. Seeing that the potatoes were growing smoothly, Li Chen left part of the people to tend to the fields while the rest continued with the construction of the houses. However, that morning, the valley, which had been calm for nearly half a year, finally welcomed its first batch of uninvited guests. Next to the half-built house, Li Chen had just mixed a batch of concrete and hadn't had the chance to sit down and rest when he saw Guli approaching him with a grim expression. Guli immediately said, "Young master, some humans have intruded into the valley and they've injured our people." What? Li Chen put down the shovel in his hand and walked towards the valley entrance while asking, "Isn't there a city gate? How did they get in?" Guli scratched his head. "We didn't expect that as soon as the snow melted, some people would return to the sinful forest, and they are all human, so we didn't immediately distinguish whether they were our people. By the time we figured it out, they had already intruded into the valley." Li Chen frowned as he glanced at Guli, who immediately showed an embarrassed expression, clearly aware that this was his mistake. Li Chen didn't say much. It was more important to deal with the intruders first. He continued to ask Guli, "How many of them are there?" At the same time, Anna and the others, who had also received the news, followed closely behind. Guli replied, "There are a total of 80 people. They don't seem very strong, but they are quite arrogant. Our people just asked them a few questions, and they immediately attacked us without any explanation. If they hadn't been hiding behind the city wall, they might have caught our people. Not a small number, but not very strong either." Li Chen immediately understood who they were. They must be the mercenaries who originally occupied Sinful Town. They have finally returned. Since planning to occupy this valley, Li Chen had anticipated this day and was not flustered. Anna and the others were also mentally prepared, each one itching for a fight. Seeing them sweating with anticipation, Li Chen quickly stopped them, saying, "Don't act impulsively. Let me talk to them first. If we can't reach an agreement, then we can take action." Guli widened his eyes and asked in confusion, "What's there to talk about? They've injured my people. We can just beat them up and drive them out." Li Chen helplessly glanced at the big guy, but he also knew that this was probably the thought of most people present, so he had to explain carefully. "Are you planning to never communicate with outsiders or trade with them?" This statement left Guli and the others stunned. Li Chen had been considering this matter for a long time. He understood all too well that isolationism was not a viable option. For a very simple example, they can grow their own crops for food, obtain salt, build houses, and make weapons. But what about clothes, furniture, and other necessities? Do they have to figure out how to make all of that themselves? Obviously, that's impossible, so trading with others is inevitable, and the premise of trading is the ability to communicate. These mercenaries are the first group of people they need to communicate with. After Li Chen's explanation, everyone gradually calmed down, at least no longer showing a murderous demeanor. Li Chen quickly arrived at the mouth of the valley, where the 80 human mercenaries were confronting the orc and dwarf races on the city wall. With the arrival of Li Chen and his dozen companions, the mercenaries immediately shifted their attention to them. "Wow! Such beautiful orcs, and that dwarf race. It's my first time seeing such a handsome dwarf, though a bit effeminate. Oh, it turns out to be a female. Nice. If we capture her, we could definitely sell her for a good price. No, look, there are even dark elves here. Damn, we're going to get rich. Don't be impulsive, something feels off. This is the first time the valley has been occupied by others, and what's going on with these people? Not only humans, but also orcs and dwarves, and even dark elves. Who cares? Let's capture them all. We'll definitely get rich, and then I'll leave this hellhole and find a place to enjoy life. Besides, didn't you see that those orcs on the wall are all weak orcs? I can take on at least 2 of them. How strong can their weak companions be?" As Li Chen and the others approached, the mercenaries on the opposite side erupted in commotion, their eyes fixed on Anna and her companions. Filled with greed, Li Chen was taken aback and couldn't help but slap his forehead. Well, his luck was bad. He had run into a bunch of greedy but brainless fools. Such fools clearly couldn't be their targets for communication and trade. However, defeating these fools wouldn't yield any benefits, and if possible, Li Chen didn't want to engage with them. Unfortunately, the mercenaries across were already impatiently drawing their weapons, looking as if they were afraid Li Chen and his group would run away. Seeing this, Li Chen's expression turned cold, and he shot a frosty gaze at the mercenaries, saying, "People in front, this valley has been occupied by us. You either leave immediately or drop your weapons and surrender, otherwise, you will bear the consequences." A very standard piece of nonsense. Naturally, it drew the mercenaries' reckless laughter. Li Chen didn't mind, after all, he was a civilized person and couldn't just act like those barbarians across and strike without a word. However, now that he had reasoned with them and they refused to listen, he couldn't be blamed for taking action, right? Li Chen drew his Tang Hung knife and, as he unsheathed it, said to the people behind him, "Don't hold back. It doesn't matter if you kill them, but if they surrender, keep them alive. We happen to need more hands. Kill." With Li Chen's final word, the 10 of them charged forward together. The mercenaries looked at the 10 people in front of them and burst into laughter. They had a full 80 people, and the other side only had 10. How could they dare to charge in mindlessly? They must be 10 fools. It wasn't until the moment of contact that the mercenaries finally realized who the real fools were. It was a one-sided massacre. Li Chen and his group charged forward like invincible cavalry, their steps never faltering, instantly cutting through the 80 mercenaries and carving a bloody path through them. The next moment, Li Chen and his group turned back and charged again, creating a second bloody path among the mercenaries. Clang, clang, clang. In the next moment, the mercenaries, nearly driven mad with fear, dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground in terror. They surrendered. Just like that, the battle ended so simply. Li Chen was not surprised at all by this outcome. The 10 people present were all above level 2, the strongest among the entire mixed group of the 3 clans, except for Tai Tu, who had gone to deliver food to the big black bear. Dealing with these mercenaries, who were almost all level 1, was naturally a one-sided massacre. After swiftly resolving the battle, aside from dozens of corpses, Li Chen and his team also captured 43 mercenaries. These captives were not particularly useful, as Li Chen did not have any restraining collars. This meant they would need someone to keep an eye on these captives. However, after questioning them, Li Chen was pleasantly surprised to learn that they actually had a logistics team. Moreover, the logistics team was located just a dozen miles from the valley, waiting for these vanguard troops to clear out any potential magical beasts in the valley before they could catch up. But they did not expect that instead of exterminating the magical beasts, they themselves would be wiped out by Li Chen and his team. Li Chen immediately led his people in the direction indicated by the mercenaries. Of course, he was cautious and sending ahead to scout the situation of the logistics team. After confirming there was no ambush, he then surrounded the so-called logistics team. True to its name, the entire team consisted of ordinary people, except for 3 level 1 warriors. After eliminating those 3 clueless level 1 warriors, Li Chen obtained 200 ordinary captives. In addition, there were large quantities of supplies. These people seemed to know that food was hard to come by in the current evil forest, so they brought a total of 100,000 pounds of wheat. This wheat was loaded onto donkey carts pulled by 150 donkeys. Li Chen noticed that the sacks containing the wheat were printed with 5 different emblems. According to one captive, each emblem represented a noble family, and this wheat was funded by 5 minor nobles together. Otherwise, how could ordinary people gather 100,000 pounds of wheat just after the winter following the year of divine punishment? Li Chen did not care whether it was noble property, they just happened to have a food shortage, and this wheat was as good as belonging to the king himself, so he would take it. The donkeys were the same, they were useful for work and, when food was scarce, they made for the best food. After all, dragon meat from the sky and donkey meat from the ground, donkey meat's deliciousness was not just talk. Additionally, among the supplies were several hundred pieces of clothing and hundreds of pounds of salt. Of all the items, the most precious seemed to be the salt. Selling a few hundred pounds could fetch dozens of gold coins. However, for Li Chen, salt was actually the least attractive. He could not possibly lack salt. Whenever he needed it, he could easily obtain hundreds of pounds from the salt mine. In fact, after becoming a lord, he had informed a few close associates about this. Anna and Shang Mubaichi, upon learning this, felt incredulous but had no dissatisfaction. Filtering edible salt from toxic salt was Li Chen's skill. Just as dwarves could forge iron into sharp weapons, could dwarven weapons only be sold for the price of iron blocks? Since Li Chen had this ability, it was perfectly normal for him to earn a reward from it. At that time, the orc tribe indeed needed salt, and the relationship was entirely mutually beneficial. At this point, even Anna and the others were too lazy to pay attention to those few hundred pounds of salt, unless they could immediately exchange the salt for gold coins. These salts were even less important than those few hundred pieces of clothing. But one should not underestimate these linen clothes. Outsiders could hardly imagine that among nearly 300 people in their mixed group of 3 clans, only a few dozen former slaves had linen clothes to wear. As for the rest, including Anna and the others, they all wore leather garments. Anyone who knows a bit about animal skins understands that if they are not professionally treated, the smell can make you question your life choices. Even after professional treatment, if they are not regularly cleaned, they will still carry a scent that makes you doubt your existence. In this regard, even Anna and the other women are no exception. It's easy to imagine how precious these linen clothes are. It is precisely because such situations occur frequently that Li Chen wants to expedite trade. With so many good things in sight, Li Chen naturally took everything back without hesitation, donkeys and carts included. With the addition of these 200 people, the population in the valley nearly doubled. However, at this moment, these 200 captives were extremely panicked. Many of them were commoners under the nobility, forced to go to Sin Town by the orders of their lords. The purpose was to facilitate transactions between the nobles and mercenaries. However, they never expected that upon arriving near Sin Town, they would be captured. The thought of possibly becoming someone else's slaves left them all looking ashen. Seeing this, Li Chen had no intention of letting these innocent people go. He needed a large workforce, and since these ordinary people were supposed to stay in Sin Town, he naturally wanted to keep them. Of course, Li Chen wouldn't actually turn them into slaves. He was just thinking of a way to make them all willingly stay. Soon, Li Chen had an idea. He first gathered these people and immediately had Huiyu prepare a large feast. He distributed various delicacies to the captives. At first, they were reluctant to eat. After all, who would feel like eating right after being captured? However, they were soon overwhelmed by the aroma of the food. After trying a bite, they couldn't stop. It wasn't until they were stuffed to the point of immobility that Li Chen approached them with a smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Lord here. Just now, your companions, those 80 mercenaries, ambushed my territory, which is why I captured you. Of course, I know you are innocent, but several of my people died in that attack and many were injured. I am facing significant losses, so I cannot easily let you go. Therefore, I have a proposal. If you stay and work for me, we will provide you with food and shelter during this time. As long as you work for us for 6 months, you can leave whenever you wish. What do you think?" Li Chen said, half seriously, trying to position himself as the reasonable party, effectively reducing the hostility of the captives. He looked at the captives before him. Those who had thought they would become slaves were suddenly overjoyed to hear they wouldn't have to be slaves after all. The thought that they could continuously enjoy the delicious injured, and on top of that, these seasoned mercenaries clearly wouldn't easily submit to Li Chen. Considering these 2 points, Li Chen was not so easy to talk to when it came to these mercenaries. Seeing that these mercenaries dared to secretly show resentful glances, Li Chen immediately had the dwarf meticulously craft a batch of handcuffs and leg irons to put on them. The next moment, these mercenaries were taken to the construction site to do the heaviest work. If they showed even a hint of laziness, Li Chen had someone whip them mercilessly. Their only food was a thin wheat porridge that resembled clear water, and they lived in a stable that reeked of filth. It was obvious to anyone that Li Chen's attitude towards these mercenary captives had become extremely harsh, almost more brutal than that of a slave owner. Li Chen deliberately showcased these scenes in front of the 200 ordinary captives. Interestingly, when the 200 ordinary captives saw the miserable state of the 43 mercenaries, they immediately felt grateful to Li Chen, and almost every day someone would develop a friendship with him. This is human nature. A person who has done good deeds all their life, if they commit a small evil one day, is said to have revealed their true colors. Conversely, a person who has committed evil for most of their life, if they suddenly do a small good deed, is said to have turned over a new leaf. The more Li Chen acted like a great villain now, the more any small act of kindness he later showed would be magnified infinitely in the eyes of the 200 ordinary captives. Thus, Li Chen easily gained the favor of the 200 ordinary captives. He felt no guilt at all for using such despicable means to gain friendship and goodwill. After purchasing the enchanted crops, he realized that the 317 points of bond value provided daily were completely insufficient for his needs. Li Chen not only needed to exchange enchanted crops for food, but he also needed bond value to enhance his own and all his subjects' strength. Not to mention, Howard's uncle, the Lord, could come looking for revenge at any time. He had too many places where he needed bond value. Therefore, Li Chen was in urgent need of subjects who would develop goodwill towards him. Under normal circumstances, it would take an unknown amount of time to make 200 ordinary captives feel goodwill towards him. Li Chen had no choice but to resort to this despicable method. Although the method was despicable, the effect was excellent. At least now, 50% of the captives had developed friendship towards him. Li Chen even felt that if he announced right now that these 200 people would no longer be captives, someone among them would immediately reach a 1-star goodwill level towards him. Ultimately, Li Chen did not do this immediately because he wanted to gain the goodwill of all 200 individuals, so this matter could not be rushed. As for the 43 mercenaries who suffered because of this, they could only be considered to have brought it upon themselves. Li Chen had lived in the sinful town for quite some time and understood what kind of bastards these mercenaries were. In the lawless, sinful town, mercenaries killing people was not a new thing, and bullying ordinary people was even more common. If Li Chen at that time had not kept his distance from the crowd and remained inconspicuous, he would likely have also fallen victim to the mercenaries' care. Therefore, he felt no guilt towards the mercenaries and had never considered letting them join his territory. 3 more days passed like this. When the first mercenary died accidentally, 80% of the 200 ordinary captives had developed friendship towards Li Chen. Consequently, the human talent on Li Chen's system panel also reached 21.6%. During this time, he had gained 3 chances to draw for human talent. Li Chen hurriedly opened the system panel. Host, Li Chen, System. Level 1 Lord System, Realm, Level 3 Warrior, Strength 2 by 3000, Constitution 2 by 3000, Agility 2 by 3000, Spirit 2 by 3000, Talent, Elf Race Talent 0.2%, Orc Race Talent 13.4%, Dwarf Race Talent 7.2%, Human Race Talent 21.6%, Talent Skills, Nature. Affinity *0.1, Beast Transformation *3, Rapid Recovery *5, Level 1 Poison Resistance, Level 1 Magic Resistance, Level 2 Reproduction, Level 3 Rapid Growth, Comprehension Skill, 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds 20%, Bond Value 3,600 points. Finally, good news had appeared. He had drawn 3 consecutive times and all of them were the talent of Rapid Growth rather than the Level 5 Reproductive ability. However, Li Chen was still unclear about the specific use of the Rapid Growth talent. Li Chen directly asked the system, what is the use of rapid growth? Ding, rapid growth can accelerate the host's growth speed. Li Chen was speechless. What kind of answer is that? The system's intelligence was low, and after asking several more times, he still couldn't get an answer. In the end, Li Chen thought for a moment and had Anna accompany him for a long-awaited sparring session. After that, Li Chen finally understood what rapid growth meant. Ding the tang. Horizontal blade and claw sheath clashed continuously. After previous sparring, Li Chen was now able to engage Anna in direct combat for a long time without being defeated. But he could only manage not to lose. He had no idea how long it would take to actually win against Anna. However, today the situation changed. From the beginning, they were evenly matched, but after each clash, Li Chen's advantage grew slightly. After 10 minutes of sparring, Anna gradually felt that she was struggling to withstand Li Chen's attacks. With each encounter, Li Chen was improving, his attacks becoming more decisive and sharper. If this continues, I will lose, Anna thought, feeling it was unacceptable. She couldn't understand how Li Chen had suddenly made such great progress. Soon, a defiant look appeared in Anna's eyes. After all, she was a genius who had been fighting for over a decade, while Li Chen had only been an ordinary person a few months ago. Anna simply could not accept that she was not Li Chen's match. Tensing her entire body, Anna lunged at Li Chen. Seeing that Anna was getting serious, Li Chen also focused all his attention. He held the Tang horizontal blade in his right hand, pulling it back along his waist. The next moment, he suddenly thrust towards Anna. It was precisely the imitated combat skill, Piercing Strike. Li Chen had imitated this move before and felt it had a good effect, so he had practiced it a few more times. Now, when he executed this move, his actions were already extremely standard. However, Li Chen was very clear that his imitation was merely superficial. It could only allow his thrust to reach its fastest speed, and it was completely incomparable to the power when Kai and the others used it. Yet, this time, when Li Chen imitated combat skill, Piercing Strike again, a barely noticeable white light appeared at the tip of the Tang horizontal blade. The next moment, the Tang horizontal blade thrust out at a speed that surpassed Li Chen's limits. Li Chen was incredibly shocked, and by the time he wanted to retract, it was already too late. Fortunately, Anna reacted quickly. Seeing that the speed of the Tang horizontal blade was abnormal, she instantly used the Beast Transformation skill and narrowly dodged at the critical moment. The 2 sparring partners both stopped, exchanging glances. Anna couldn't help but ask, was that just the Piercing Strike? When did you learn this combat skill? Li Chen shook his head. He hadn't learned it yet, at least it wasn't displayed on the system panel. However, Li Chen had a feeling that as long as he kept practicing, it seemed he could truly comprehend this move. Combat skill, Piercing Strike. In addition, his combat skills had significantly improved during the recent sparring session. Could it be? Li Chen thought, suddenly trying to cultivate using the Shen-level fighting energy technique, and discovered that what originally required 10 years to advance to a level 4 warrior could now potentially be achieved in less than 3 years. With this realization, Li Chen finally understood the full effect of rapid growth. From cultivation speed to combat skills to comprehension, all have seen significant improvements, allowing for rapid growth in strength. Is this what they call the effect of rapid growth? Li Chen was not wrong. In fact, it was precisely because of the talent skill rapid growth that humanity could rank among the 4 great races. It could be said to be the most important racial talent of humanity. The 200 human captives brought a tremendous boost to Li Chen's strength. This made Li Chen realize that only by interacting with a large number of different races and gaining friendships could he find the best way to enhance his power. Similarly, with the existence of the Lord system, this was also the best way to enhance the strength of the territory and its people. I need a large number of subjects. Only with a substantial population could Li Chen rise quickly and not fear that city lord uncle of Howard. What troubled Li Chen was that the location of their territory was too awkward. It just happened to be in the evil forest, surrounded by the four great nations, almost everyone appearing. In the evil forest were those exiled by the four great races, that is, their mixed group of 3 races. As for the others, only those remaining from the 3 major races gathering places were left. Did he have to compete with the 4 great races? 4 people? Don't joke around, occupying a human gathering place wouldn't attract the attention of an empire. But if he dared to snatch people, it would inevitably cause a stir, followed by countless soldiers arriving until he and his territory were completely annihilated. So how should I increase the population of my territory? Just as Li Chen was troubled, Guli suddenly arrived. As soon as Li Chen saw Guli's bad expression, he excitedly asked, could it be that more mercenaries have barged? Nowadays, having mercenaries causing trouble was actually a good thing for Li Chen, as captives could also potentially become his subjects. With the mindset of taking whoever came, Li Chen was indeed open to all. However, Guli shook his head and said worriedly, it's Tai Tu, he still hasn't come back. Tai Tu? Didn't he go to deliver food to the big black bear? Li Chen was somewhat puzzled. This task had always been handled by Tai Tu, and it was strange that he hadn't returned even before evening. Guli, however, said with unusual unease, something's not right. Although the valley is a distance from the volcano, Tai Tu is a level 2 warrior, moving nearly 100 times faster than an ordinary person. He usually returns before lunch to not miss the meal prepared by Huiyu, yet today he still hasn't come back. Perhaps due to the lack of brains, Tai Tu and Guli had unknowingly become good buddies, which is why Guli understood Tai Tu's habits so well. This made him feel something was off right away. Li Chen also sensed that something was wrong upon hearing this. Just as he was considering whether to go look for Tai Tu at the volcano, Diane suddenly rushed over with a panicked expression. Young master, that big black bear is back. Diane pointed towards the city gate, revealing a strange expression. With a slap, Li Chen hit his own head. Why did this troublesome creature have to come causing chaos at this moment? Wait, Tai Tu went to deliver food to it. Could its arrival be related to Tai Tu? Li Chen and Guli hurriedly ran towards the valley entrance. Soon, they spotted the big black bear's round figure on the way. At this moment, the sight of the big black bear had already attracted the attention of over 200 captives. Unlike the accustomed Li Chen and the others, all the captives looked at the big black bear with faces full of terror, as if they had seen the Grim Reaper. This was quite normal. The black bear, on all fours, stood 6 or 7 meters tall, with a massive body weighing nearly 100 tons, clearly not an ordinary magical beast. Even those mercenaries with fighting spirit were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, let alone the remaining ordinary people, some of whom fainted from fear. When the remaining captives saw Li Chen walking step by step towards the black bear, they gaped, unable to understand why this cruel lord was not afraid of death. Until they saw that not only was Li Chen not slapped to death by the black bear, but he was even communicating with it, their eyes nearly popped out. At that moment, Li Chen's system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point of human bond value. Human talent increased by 0.1%. In just that brief moment, more than a dozen people developed a friendship with Li Chen, leaving only 10% of the 200 ordinary people who had not formed a bond with him. Li Chen glanced at the system notification and realized that these people probably thought the black bear was his pet, which instilled fear in them. However, Li Chen had no time to care about that. He was more concerned about Tai Tu's safety and immediately looked towards the black bear. Just as Li Chen was pondering how to ask the black bear where Tai Tu had gone, the black bear suddenly reached behind itself with a paw and tossed something towards Li Chen. In a panic, Li Chen caught the object, only to discover that it was a person, none other than Tai Tu. The next moment, Li Chen let out a sound of disgust and unhesitatingly threw Tai Tu onto the ground. This was because Tai Tu was completely naked at that moment. This strange scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Li Chen seemed to have realized something. He widened his eyes, looking at Tai Tu and then at the black bear. Black bear equals beast, Tai Tu equals muscular man. Tai Tu was brought back completely naked by the black bear. And the black bear seemed to be a female bear. Female beast plus naked muscular man equals. What on earth happened between them? Why was Tai Tu naked and unconscious, looking quite weak? Was it coercion? Did the black bear force Tai Tu? Li Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back, distancing himself from the black bear. At that moment, he was trembling all over. That was a magical beast weighing nearly 100 tons. How could it do such a thing? Bears shouldn't, at least they shouldn't. In that moment, Li Chen suddenly wished he could return to Earth. The other world is too terrifying. Just as Li Chen was lost in thought, Guli was putting a pair of animal skin shorts on the unconscious Tai Tu and trying to wake him up. However, Tai Tu's brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes firmly shut, refusing to open, as if trapped in some nightmare. At that moment, Qing Mu and the others also heard the news and rushed over. Hearing Li Chen's terrified account, several black lines appeared on Qing Mu's forehead. He felt that it was only because the black bear didn't understand what Li Chen was saying, otherwise, it would have probably slapped Li Chen to death long ago. Qing Mu didn't continue to listen to Li Chen's speculations but walked over to Tai Tu's side, carefully examining his body. Tai Tu doesn't have any injuries. Clearly, he hasn't fought anyone and was most likely ambushed. He's very weak. I can feel that there's not much energy left in his body, but he's not in any life-threatening danger. There's a scar on his neck. This is the old saying, having an elder at home is like having a treasure, was indeed not wrong. Soon, Changmu made a discovery as he carefully examined the wound on Tai Tu's neck. Then he said with a serious expression, "It's a bite mark caused by 2 teeth. The only race that could create such a bite mark seems to be that one." Upon hearing this, Bai Chi immediately showed a strange expression and said, "You can't be talking about the vampire race, right?" At that moment, Changmu also revealed a peculiar look on his face, and after hesitating for a moment, he nodded. "It should be right, it's the vampire race." Vampire race? This was the first time Li Chen had heard the name of this race, and it felt very similar to vampires. He guessed they were probably quite alike. Li Chen immediately became interested and asked Changmu and Bai Chi, "What is the vampire race like?" The vampire race is... Just as Changmu was about to speak, he suddenly turned to look at Li Chen. Changmu scrutinized Li Chen for a while. The next moment, Changmu suddenly turned to exchange a glance with Bai Chi, and the two then nodded in tacit agreement as if they had reached some consensus. "It's better that you don't know. Also, Tai Tu was attacked on the volcano, right? So let's keep everyone away from that volcano in the future." As Changmu spoke, he turned and left with Bai Chi. Li Chen was taken aback and immediately cursed in displeasure. Why are these 2 old men being so mysterious? Since the 2 old men won't say anything, can't I just ask someone else? With that thought, Li Chen immediately turned to Guli beside him and asked, "Guli, do you know about the vampire race?" Guli shook his head, indicating that it was also his first time hearing about this race. Li Chen still didn't believe it, so he went to ask Duokina, Dayen, and Daer, but the final result was that no one knew anything. Until Li Chen found Anna. "Anna, do you know about the vampire race?" Anna was taken aback for a moment, and the next moment, a hint of pink suddenly appeared on her face. Frowning, Anna looked at Li Chen. "Why are you asking about that race?" Li Chen explained, "Tai Tu was attacked and fell into a coma. Changmu said it was done by the vampire race." "What?" Anna's voice rose several octaves. The next moment, she nervously asked Li Chen, "Where was Tai Tu attacked? On the volcano?" "Ah." Anna was startled, then patted her ample chest, seemingly relieved that she hadn't been attacked in the previous encounters. The next moment, she seriously said to Li Chen, "Don't ask about the vampire race anymore. I won't say anything. Also, never go to the volcano again." "Ha!" Another such response made Li Chen a bit annoyed. He couldn't believe he wouldn't be able to get an answer today. Li Chen immediately sought out Ing. Ing had been wandering in the magical continent and knew just as much as Changmu and Bai Chi. She should also know about the vampire race. However, to Li Chen's surprise, Ing did know about the vampire race, but her reaction was just like Anna's, even more agitated. Seeing this, Li Chen was so angry that he was about to go to the volcano to drag out this so-called vampire race and see what was so special about them. Ing seemed to guess what Li Chen was thinking and suddenly grabbed his hand, speaking to him in a slightly forceful tone, "You are not allowed to look for the vampire race. It's best if you never have any dealings with that race." This was the first time Li Chen had seen Ing treat him with such an attitude. Seeing a hint of pleading in Ying's expression, Li Chen could only nod helplessly in the end. Not long after, Tai Tu woke up, but he had no memory of why he had fallen into a coma, let alone why he was completely naked. Seeing this, Li Chen understood that the vampire race definitely had some serious issues, which was why everyone was so wary of them. Since that was the case, he decided to temporarily ignore the vampire race. After all, after this period of moving, the volcanic ash was already more than enough for their use. Now, he should think more about how to increase the population of his territory. Time passed day by day. Just as Li Chen was still troubled by the population issue, he was unaware that a large group of people was slowly making their way toward the valley, several dozen miles away. Shishi followed the crowd like a walking corpse. Uncle Gru had deceived him. Outside the city, Shishi had been searching among the crowd for Chini and Anchoriti. Yet Uncle Gru repeatedly told him that Chini was in the front of the line. Because of this, Shishi, with the injured Uncle Gru, kept chasing after the group ahead. After 5 days, the two of them finally reached the front of the line. However, it was only then that Uncle Gru finally revealed the truth to him. Chini had not been taken away by Anchoriti at all. Anchoriti had frozen to death that winter long ago. The reason for deceiving Shishi was that Gru wanted Shishi to cover his escape from Winter City. Upon learning this truth, Shishi felt as if the sky had fallen. If everything was as Uncle Gru said, it meant that Chini was still in Winter City. Shishi immediately wanted to go back, but Uncle Gru held him back, saying it was too late. They had been heading toward the sinful forest for 5 days, and it would take another 5 days to return. In 10 days, Chini would have long been taken away by slave traders. Moreover, Shishi was just a 12-year-old child. If he didn't stick with the main group, it would only take one night for beasts to carry him away 5 or 6 times. He absolutely couldn't return safely to Winter City. If Shishi died, he would truly have no chance of finding Chini again. Saying this, Uncle Gru knelt down, constantly apologizing to Shishi. In the end, Shishi did not go back alone to search for Chimi. Uncle Gru was right, if he died, he really wouldn't be able to find Chimi. However, after that, Shishi's eyes lost all their brightness following the large group like a corpse, until he arrived at the entrance of a valley, until he saw the massive castle-like gate at the valley's mouth. The tall castle-like gate blocked everyone's way. Looking at the enormous gate and the majestic castle above it, all the civilians who had fled here showed expressions of shock. Some refugees who had been here before couldn't help but exclaim, "What is this gate? I didn't see this last year when I came." The previous entrance to the valley had no defenses at all, at most having 2 people watching at night, but now what stood before them was a colossal structure that even Winter City couldn't match. In front of such a gate, each of them felt as small as ants. If the gate didn't open, they might never enter the valley in their lifetime. "Look, there are people on the city wall." With this statement, a group quickly spotted the figures of dwarves and orcs on the wall. In the next moment, fear filled everyone's eyes. Isn't this a human gathering place? Why are there dwarves and orcs here? Their voices trembled as they spoke. Countless rumors had told of humans being mortal enemies with dwarves and orcs, leading everyone who had never truly seen them to believe it. Thus, when they discovered that this place had been occupied by their enemies, how could they dare to stay? At that moment, all the refugees were contemplating whether to turn and flee immediately, but most people only took a few steps back before stopping, because they knew very well that they had no way out. Could they still return to Winter City? Not to mention becoming slaves, they had relied on weeds and tree roots to avoid starving to death along the way, and later they could only eat tree bark. It could be said that everything edible along the way had been consumed, and now, returning the same way meant the only possibility was to starve to death halfway. Thinking about the predicament he faced, a sense of despair enveloped all the refugees. "Young master, it's bad." Guli's loud voice rang out, and Li Chen immediately felt a headache coming on. Recently, every time this guy came to find him, it was never for anything good. Li Chen had begun to think of Guli as a harbinger of misfortune. Li Chen sighed, helplessly asking Guli, "What's wrong? Did more mercenaries break in, or has someone been attacked again?" Guli shook his head. "No, there are many humans outside the city gate." "Many humans?" Li Chen's spirit jolted, and he quickly asked, "How many? Are you sure they're not mercenaries?" At this point, he was almost going mad thinking about the population. Hearing the word many immediately piqued his interest. Guli scratched his head, speaking uncertainly, "Too many to count, at least several hundred, and they shouldn't be mercenaries. After all, mercenaries wouldn't look as disheveled as they do. They seem more like refugees." Refugees numbering in the hundreds? Li Chen's breathing quickened. Wasn't this exactly the population he had been yearning for? He had only been thinking about it for a few days, and now they had come knocking at his door? Could it be that he was actually the favored child of the heavens? Li Chen found it hard to believe, and hurriedly ran with Guli towards the city gate. Having learned from the last lesson, this time, Guli closed the city gate as soon as he spotted figures in the distance, preventing anyone from entering the valley. Li Chen followed Guli towards the city tower and noticed that Anna and the others had also come along. After climbing up the tower, Li Chen looked at the people outside the valley. Just as Guli had said, they were a group of refugees, their clothes tattered, each covered in mud, their faces ashen, as if they might collapse at any moment. At this moment, they all wore vacant expressions, staring at the tower as if waiting to be slaughtered like livestock. Li Chen took a rough count of the number of refugees and found that there were even more than Guli had mentioned, easily over 1,000. Excited, Li Chen quickly took a deep breath and addressed the refugees outside the city. "Hello everyone, I am the lord of this valley. Can anyone tell me why you have come here?" Li Chen didn't thoughtlessly let these people in. At the very least, he should ask about their origins. There are humans among the dwarves and orcs. He claims to be the lord here. How can a human be the lord of dwarves and orcs? Impossible. The refugees at the city gate noticed Li Chen and immediately erupted into a cacophony of discussions, pointing at him and chattering incessantly, but no one stepped forward to explain the situation. This was not surprising. No one wanted to stick their neck out at this time, and since they were all unfamiliar with each other, it was hard to find a leader right away. After a while, an elderly man, struggling to walk and supported by others, made his way to the front. No matter where one is, older individuals tend to command more respect. At this moment, the oldest man among them stepped forward, and the others immediately ceased their discussions, waiting for the elder to speak. The old man took a deep breath and summoned all his strength to speak to Li Chen on the tower. "My lord, we are a group of refugees who fled from Winter City. We originally heard that there was a wicked town here, a gathering place for humans, but they hadn't expected that this place seemed to have already been occupied by the dwarves and orcs." Although Li Chen didn't know why they had fled from Winter City, he could sense their current dilemma. This is an opportunity. In times of crisis, it is also the best moment to win people's hearts. If Li Chen took them in now, it would undoubtedly be like sending charcoal in the snow. Improving the favorability is inevitable. Once Li Chen raises their favorability to 1 star, he will gain a substantial amount of bond points, allowing both himself and the residents of the territory to experience rapid advancement. With this in mind, Li Chen turned to Anna and everyone else and said, "I plan to take in these people. Although Li Chen was the lord, it didn't mean he could decide everything alone, especially decisions that would affect all three clans. Therefore, before accepting these refugees, Li Chen needed to persuade Anna and the others first. Anna and the others hesitated for a moment. To be honest, they didn't understand Li Chen's recent actions. Whether it was capturing the mercenaries before or the 200 captives afterward, these people had limited capabilities and would consume a lot of food. It would be better to leave it to the original mixed group of the three clans. The same applied now. The humans Li Chen intended to take in were all ordinary people who could not provide much assistance to the territory but would consume a significant amount of its resources. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed unworthy. Li Chen could guess the doubts of Anna and the others, but the answer to this question was related to the existence of the system, which meant he could not answer it directly. Just as everyone fell silent, Aoki stepped forward and said, "Wasn't the Vice Lord chosen for times like this? If there are any questions, just ask them directly. After hearing the answers, we can decide together." With Aoki's words, everyone began to awaken, and the next moment, Anna, Aoki, Guli, Dakina, Alicia, and Grey Feather were all called out. Aoki stood up again, facing Li Chen, and asked, "Li Chen, we have been watching your decisions along the way, and you have rarely made mistakes. Therefore, we almost always agree with your decisions. However, this time, we still hope you can provide a reason." As he spoke, everyone looked at Li Chen in unison. Li Chen took a deep breath. He knew that what he was about to say not only related to whether he could take in those people outside but also affected his prestige and whether he was qualified to continue being the lord. With this in mind, Li Chen had to seriously contemplate what he was about to say. Our mixed group of three clans is actually a group of homeless people. The orcs cannot go to the orc empire, the dwarves cannot go to the dwarf empire, and humans cannot even approach the vicinity of Winter City. Nearly 300 people, originally hiding and seeking refuge, will soon have to find a new hiding place until they occupy this valley, which can barely be considered a stable residence. The valley is vast, larger than 2 cities combined. But do you plan to hide in this valley for the rest of your lives? The entire valley is surrounded by cliffs and city gates, which is safe, but doesn't this valley resemble a cage, with us as the livestock trapped inside? The magical continent is vast, even I know it is large. The sinful forest is countless times larger than the valley, and it is just a small part of the continent. Beyond the immensely large 4 great nations, there are countless regions, and beyond that, there is a vast ocean. What lies beyond the ocean? Perhaps a world we have never heard of. If the world is so vast, are we to be trapped in this tiny place for a lifetime? Have you really never thought about seeing the vast world outside? Yet, we cannot go now. Why? Because we are the weak orcs, the sinners dwarves, the slaves humans, and the excluded dark elves. None of the 4 clans would allow us to leave the sinful forest, and they wouldn't spare our descendants either. But our numbers are too few. Less than 300 people, and we cannot stir up even the slightest wave anywhere. To escape the prison of the sinful forest one day in the future, we alone are absolutely not enough. We need to gather more and more people, more and more races, to build a force large enough, even a new nation. Only by consolidating enough power, by becoming strong enough, can we break the cage of the 4 great races. Of course, I know this process will be difficult. But, Aoki, Anna, Guli, Dakina, Alicia, Greyfeather, I hope you can believe me this time. I will help you grow strong, I will lead you out, I will make sure no one dares to obstruct our steps, and I will let our freedom extend to every corner of this world. Li Chen spoke solemnly, words that could have once made him roll on the ground in shame, he could now say out loud, because this was his true thought. The sinful forest was not beautiful, filled with crises, with no place to linger. Although Li Chen was somewhat reclusive on Earth, he did not want to be trapped in such a place for the rest of his life. Since he had come to a world with multiple races, he wanted to see broader horizons. No one does not yearn for freedom, especially those who have been bound. The weak orcs, the sinners dwarves, the slaves humans, and the dark elves, these people had all been shackled. They could only be trapped in one place for their entire lives until death, and what was even more terrifying was that if they had offspring, their descendants would inherit this fate. At this moment, Guli thought of his son, Aoki Baichi thought of Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai. Even Alicia, Greyfeather, and Dakina, who had no descendants yet, couldn't help but consider the future. Even Anna thought of Dina, and besides that, she thought of her former goal to uncover the truth behind the Silver Wolf clan's framing. However, relying on the current orc clan, they couldn't even leave the orc gathering place, let alone talk about seeking the truth. The 6 vice leaders fell into silence at this moment. When no one brings it up, they don't think much about it. But once that membrane is pierced, one must face reality. Li Chen was right. To avoid being trapped in this small forest for themselves and their descendants, they needed to break the cage of the 4 great races. So they needed more people, they needed to become strong. Sigh, it seems I won't be able to live out my remaining days in peace with this old body of mine. Aoki sighed, but there was not much hesitation on his face. He was not a weak orc, although his talent was not great. He was a level 2 warrior. He had actively requested to be exiled to the sinful forest for Xiao Qing. If he could be exiled to this perilous Sinful forest for Xiaoqiang. He could naturally fight through his old bones for her as well. With that thought, the slight hesitation on Aoki's face disappeared. Aoki spoke again. Let's vote. Those in favor of taking in these humans, raise your hands. As he spoke, Aoki was the first to raise his hand. This vote was not just about deciding whether to take in those outside the city, it was also about deciding whether they would resist the 4 great races. If the vote passed, they would likely become enemies of the 4 great races. Every face was filled with seriousness. Guli was the first to react. Like Aoki, freedom was something he, as a middle-aged man, had not thought much about after going through some things, but his son was still young. Thinking of his son being stuck in such a place for a lifetime, Guli felt he should do something. As a father, if it's for my son's freedom, I'm willing to fight for it. With that thought, Guli also raised his hand. Then came Anna, who undoubtedly was the one most eager for the territory to grow stronger. Besides that, she and Dina were also the ones who had known Li Chen the longest. When it came to trusting Li Chen, Anna felt that she was only slightly behind Ying, so she believed in him. Without hesitation, Anna raised her hand. Following her, a fair hand was also raised, surprising Li Chen to find that it was Alicia. Alicia said nothing, but her gaze was extremely resolute, indicating that she had not made this decision lightly. Next was Dokina, who didn't think too much about it. Her main interests lay only in forging and wine. However, since Li Chen wanted to pursue this matter, she naturally had to lend her support. Finally, there was Huiyu, who felt everyone's eyes on her. Huiyu's face, obscured by her thick brown hair, showed no expression, but she too raised her hand. Seeing that all the deputy leaders had agreed, Li Chen glanced at the white flag and Dina, noticing they had no objections either. At that moment, he breathed a sigh of relief but suddenly felt an unusual heaviness on his shoulders. Li Chen took a deep breath and said firmly, "All right, let us build a world-class territory together." The city gate slowly opened, and the refugees from Winter City instinctively took a step back, wondering how they would cope if a horde of dwarves and orcs charged out. To their surprise, only one person walked out from the gates, the human who claimed to be the Lord. This eased the tension among the refugees a bit. At least they no longer looked like they were ready to flee at any moment. Seeing this, Li Chen strode towards the elderly man at the front. A few meters away, he clasped his fists in salute. The old man had never seen such a gesture and was momentarily bewildered. Li Chen was aware of this and, after the salute, said to the old man, "Old sir, this is a gesture of respect from my hometown. You look like you must be over 80 years old. People of your age in my hometown receive everyone's respect." The old man had never heard of such a custom, but given the vastness of the world, it was not surprising that he hadn't. Seeing the sincerity on Li Chen's face, which did not seem to mock him, the old man hurriedly bowed his head and replied, "My lord, I am indeed 86 years old this year." Li Chen quickly helped the old man up, smiling as he said, "Old sir, at your age, you have the right not to bow to anyone." The old man was taken aback. Did that mean even kings and nobles were included? Although this person looked young, as a lord, he should at least be a noble, so how could he say such a thing? The old man was stunned by Li Chen's words and for a moment didn't know what to say. Noticing the old man's silence, Li Chen took the initiative to ask, "Old sir, as far as I know, Winter City is a large city. Why have you fled from Winter City to here?" Upon hearing this, the old man hurriedly recounted the situation regarding the beast tide and the family tax to Li Chen. Family tax, Li Chen recalled, there indeed was such a tax in medieval Europe, and he hadn't expected it to exist in this other world as well. It seemed these people did not want to become slaves and had ultimately chosen to come here out of desperation. At that moment, Li Chen finally understood why the great black bear leading the beast tide was on the volcano. It turned out to be a mutual destruction with the Lord of Winter City, Cardan, which left it hiding on the volcano to recuperate. At the same time, Li Chen was secretly astonished by Cardan's strength being a level 5 powerhouse. If Cardan personally came to seek revenge for Howard, they would have no way to resist. Indeed, I need to quickly enhance my own strength and that of my people. Thinking of this, Li Chen's resolve to accept these refugees grew even stronger. He immediately asked the old man, "Old sir, since you have no other way to go for now, why not join our territory? I can't promise much, but I can guarantee that as long as you work hard, I will make sure you have enough to eat every day." Li Chen raised his voice intentionally to ensure that the surrounding refugees could hear him. This statement quickly caused a stir among the nearby refugees. This young lord claimed he could guarantee they would have enough to eat every day? For those who had arrived here with nothing, having survived on wild grass, tree roots, and bark alone. The way, what could be more important than having enough to eat? The surrounding refugees were both excited and skeptical at this moment. Those who hadn't heard Li Chen's words hurriedly asked those who did. As Li Chen's promise spread, the refugees seemed to ignite like gunpowder, all of them shocked at that moment. In an instant, the refugees were all moved. However, they still had one major concern. At this time, the old man helped voice the refugees' worries. "But, my lord, why are there so many orcs and dwarves in your territory? Are they all your slaves?" "Slaves? No, there are no slaves in my territory. As for those orcs and dwarves, they are also citizens of this territory. What? The old man exclaimed in disbelief. For a moment, the refugees looked at Li Chen with skeptical eyes. If it weren't for his status, they might have already shouted that he was a fraud. How could orcs and dwarves willingly recognize humans as their lords? Li Chen didn't mind the refugees' doubts. Instead, he asked the old man, "Old sir, why can't orcs and dwarves be citizens of my territory?" "Because orcs and dwarves are the mortal enemies of humans." Before the old man could answer, a young man nearby couldn't wait to speak up. "Oh," Li Chen responded, turning to the young man. "So, you all have an unending hatred for orcs and dwarves, right?" This question left all the refugees momentarily stunned. An unending hatred for orcs and dwarves? No. After all, humans hadn't had a major war with orcs and dwarves for a long time. For these ordinary people, the only chance they had to see orcs and dwarves was when they spotted those slave orcs and slave dwarves on the streets. Seeing the expressions of the refugees, Li Chen guessed the answer. He sneered and said, "Yes, you have no hatred towards orcs and dwarves at all. On the contrary, I have seen quite a few orc and dwarf slaves captured by humans, and their fate is quite tragic." Rather than saying that humans hate orcs and dwarves, it would be more accurate to say that orcs and dwarves hate humans. After all, orcs and dwarves rarely capture humans to make them slaves. Watching the surrounding refugees momentarily speechless, Li Chen pressed on, "Besides that, I want to ask, why do you think orcs and dwarves are terrifying?" The refugees remained silent, so Li Chen turned to the old man and asked, "Old sir, have you ever witnessed the brutal and bloodthirsty scenes of orcs and dwarves?" The old man hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. Li Chen turned to the young man not far away and asked, "Have you ever seen the brutal and bloodthirsty scenes of orcs and dwarves?" The young man opened his mouth but ultimately could only shake his head reluctantly. Li Chen turned again and asked a nearby boy, "Have you seen the brutal and bloodthirsty scenes of orcs and dwarves?" This young boy looked delicate, though he was covered in dirt and dust. His once bright eyes now lacked any spark, as if they had died. In response to Li Chen's question, perhaps fearing Li Chen's status as a lord, a hint of fear appeared on the boy's face. He hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "No." Li Chen nodded and then loudly asked all the refugees, "Has anyone among you ever witnessed the brutal and bloodthirsty scenes of the orc and dwarf races?" No one answered. The question itself was quite cunning. In the absence of a great war between nations, the only ones who might encounter the orcs and dwarves in their brutal and bloodthirsty forms would be slave traders and invaders. These commoners, who had lived their entire lives in Winter City, naturally had no opportunity to witness such things. Seeing the outcome was as he had anticipated, Li Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly spoke loudly. "You have never seen the orcs and dwarves in their brutal and bloodthirsty forms. On what basis do you think they are brutal? Based on rumors? God gave us ears, why would he also grant us eyes, if not to allow us to discern the truth of rumors with our own eyes when we hear them?" This statement caused many refugees to widen their eyes, as if they realized they should not casually believe those rumors. Seeing this, Li Chen inwardly marveled at how useful God was, and then he spoke again. "I have lived with the dwarves and orcs here for over half a year and have never seen them exhibit a brutal and bloodthirsty side. If you don't believe me, just look." Saying this, Li Chen suddenly shouted towards the city wall, "Tai Tu, Guli, come down here." Hearing the call, Tai Tu Guli, though unsure of what was happening, hurriedly ran down from the city tower and rushed to Li Chen without stopping. Tai Tu had woken up the day after the attack. Aside from feeling a bit weak, he had no other discomfort and still looked lively. Li Chen grabbed Tai Tu's arm and pulled him over, then without hesitation, slapped him on the head. Tai Tu was stunned by the slap, shaking his horned head and looking at Li Chen with a wronged expression, asking, "Young master, why did you hit me?" Li Chen did not answer but pointed at Tai Tu and said to the refugees, "This is a member of the orc race, the Minotaurs. He is not wearing a restraining collar. He is not my slave. Now look at him. Does he appear brutal and bloodthirsty?" The refugees looked at Tai Tu's wronged expression, and for a moment they all showed strange looks. His silly appearance made it hard to associate him with the words brutal and bloodthirsty. Li Chen then turned his gaze to Guli beside him. Guli widened his big eyes and jumped back, looking at Li Chen with a wary expression, saying, "Young master, what are you going to do?" Li Chen did not chase after him but pointed at Guli and said, "This is a dwarf. He is also not a slave. Now look at him. Does he seem brutal and bloodthirsty?" Although he couldn't match Tai Tu's silly demeanor, Guli's wary look was also quite funny, especially since Guli was shorter than almost all the refugees. Faced with such a Guli, the refugees still found it hard to feel the brutality and bloodthirstiness. At that moment, Tai Tu, seeing that Li Chen had hit him but not Guli, showed a resentful expression towards Li Chen. This little expression did not escape the refugees' eyes, and many of them were immediately amused by Tai Tu's silly look, desperately covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. Seeing this, Li Chen knew that he had already persuaded most of the refugees, but it was still not enough. Li Chen planned to deliver one final BL. "You should have seen it too, but old man, do you know what humans look like in the eyes of the orcs and dwarves?" Faced With this question, not only the elder but all the refugees present had never thought about it. For a moment, everyone was a bit curious about how they appeared to other races. Despicable, greedy, cunning, cruel. However, the words spoken by Li Chen made the refugees feel indignant. Ignoring the anger on the refugees' faces, Li Chen continued, "Do you know why other races have such an impression of humans?" Before the refugees could respond, Li Chen had already provided the answer. Because of things like the blood frenzy potion confinement collars, because of the existence of slave traders, and also because humans are the race with the most slave traders. The refugees were taken aback. They didn't know what the blood frenzy potion was, but they had certainly heard of the infamous confinement collars and slave traders. It was precisely because they feared becoming slaves under the slave traders that they had to flee here. This made them involuntarily recall that all the orcs and dwarves they had seen were slaves under the slave traders. In the human empire, there were indeed many slaves from other races. Perhaps because of this, in the eyes of other races, all humans appeared to be like slave traders. Thinking of this, the refugees present once again showed their indignation. Seeing this, Li Chen knew it was about time. At that moment, Li Chen displayed a face full of grief and anger, shouting, "I don't want innocent humans to bear the blame brought by slave traders. Slave traders do not represent us, so we must do something." As he spoke, Li Chen looked sincerely at the elder and asked, "Old man, can you join my territory? We can gradually show these friendly orcs and dwarves that we humans are also friendly." These words seemed to touch the elder's heart. The elder's eyes widened in shock. He pushed away the person supporting him and unsteadily walked to Li Chen's front. He bowed deeply to Li Chen and said, "My lord, I am willing." Li Chen hurriedly caught the elder, helping him up with a moved expression. This scene left Tai Tu and Gu Li, who were behind Li Chen, stunned. The two of them still didn't know what had happened. Their only feeling was that Li Chen was somehow different from usual, but they couldn't quite pinpoint what was different. Fortunately, the two of them wouldn't use modern vocabulary, otherwise they would have been unable to suppress an exclamation. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. With the elders joining, the refugees were also stirred. They recalled how polite Li Chen had been at the beginning. Such a person couldn't possibly deceive them, right? The refugees found it hard to imagine that a lord would go to such lengths to deceive them, mere commoners. Therefore, after the elder, soon a portion of those who had long been moved were inspired and expressed their willingness to join Li Chen's territory. As the number of people joining increased, the remaining ones also followed suit and agreed to join. While feeling proud, Li Chen noticed that the handsome young boy not far away was still standing there in a daze. Li Chen walked over to the boy. "Don't you want to join my territory?" The boy looked at Li Chen, a bit nervous. He shook his head, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He seemed to have a story. Seeing this, Li Chen said to the boy, "From the moment a person is born, they are destined to die. No one can avoid it. Since we are all going to die, why do we still have to struggle to live?" This made the boy pause, and he couldn't help but ask, "Why?" "Because each of us has our own mission. The brave live to defeat the evil dragon, the hero lives to save more lives, and we now live to change the image of humanity in the eyes of the orcs and dwarves. In the future, we will also live for our families, to ensure they have a better life." Saying this, Li Chen patted the boy's shoulder and said, "Keep fighting to live, young man." The boy listened to Li Chen's words, stunned for a long time. Seeing this, Li Chen turned and walked towards the city gate. He had merely offered a bit of chicken soup to the confused boy. As for whether the otherworlders drank chicken soup, that was beyond his concern. And it turned out that otherworlders also drank egg soup. Not long after Li Chen turned around, the dazed boy suddenly murmured, "He's right, I still have a mission. I promised my mother to take good care of Chimi. As long as I'm alive, I must find Chimi, and just as he said, bring a better life to Chimi. I must live, I must find Chimi." Just as Li Chen was about to reach the city gate, a loud shout suddenly came from behind him. "Lord, I want to join your territory. My name is Chishi, thank you." Li Chen turned back and saw Chishi's eyes shining with renewed vigor. He nodded and replied, "You're welcome, Chishi. My name is Li Chen." In the valley, next to the town of Sin, Grey Feather had set up dozens of large iron pots in the clearing. The flames under the pots blazed fiercely, and the wheat porridge inside quickly thickened. At this moment, Grey Feather added a large amount of finely shredded beast meat to the porridge. As he stirred continuously, the aroma of the meat and porridge soon wafted around. The anxious refugees who had just entered the valley were immediately drawn to the smell of the meat porridge. Seeing that the porridge was almost ready, Grey Feather made a simple seasoning before finally adding a generous amount of tender green vegetables. After stirring, a large pot of fragrant and flavorful meat porridge was completed. The refugees watching from a distance were astonished. They could hardly imagine how a pot of porridge could smell this good. They swallowed hard, their eyes fixed on the meat porridge in the large iron pot, wishing they could pounce on it immediately. Unfortunately, there were many orcs and dwarves around maintaining order. Although these orcs and dwarves had kind faces, their imposing figures made the refugees hesitate to act rashly. Just as the refugees could hardly contain themselves, Alicia arrived with 10 sets of tables and chairs. She and 9 others sat at these tables, where a pen and a thick stack of forms were placed. Everyone, line up. As long as you line up and complete the registration, you can eat the meat porridge. Iron. Head and Ghoulie, who were maintaining order nearby, shouted loudly, causing the refugees to stir. At first, they couldn't understand Ironhead and Ghullie's words, but with their explanations, the refugees quickly grasped what to do. Eventually, over 1,000 refugees formed 10 lines, each walking up to Alicia. Name? You are. Gender? Male. Age? 36 years old. Previous occupation? Merchant. Is there anyone else in your family? Yes, my wife and son. What are their names? Until all the information about his family was recorded on the form, Alicia then directed Ewer's family to find Grey Feather. Ewer, seeing this, eagerly brought his family to the large iron pot. However, he found that there was also a line here, with orcs and dwarves maintaining order around. Fortunately, these orcs and dwarves were not rough. They kindly informed them which line had fewer people. Urbane stood in line with his family at the shortest queue. Soon, it was finally their turn. The person by the large iron pot first handed each member of Urbane's family a big wooden bowl and a wooden spoon, then scooped a generous ladle of thick meat porridge into their bowls. Urbane looked at the porridge in his bowl and couldn't help but swallow hard. Remember to return the wooden bowls and spoons after you're done, the person serving the porridge reminded. Urbane nodded while eagerly leading his wife and son to a nearby open space. They were so hungry that they squatted down and began to eat. Slurp, huff. After swallowing the meat porridge, Urbane let out a deep breath. He felt as if he were soaring. No one could imagine the emotion they felt after eating nothing but wild vegetables and tree roots, finally tasting this meat porridge. The deliciousness was such that Urbane would have traded anything for that bowl of porridge. The family was too focused on the porridge to care about its heat, finishing their large bowls in just a few bites. Seeing this, the person serving the porridge couldn't help but remind Urbane, "Don't rush. If you're still hungry, you can come back for more, but remember to line up again." After hearing this, Urbane quickly finished the porridge in his bowl and immediately pulled his wife and son to line up for more. Once Urbane's family was finally full, someone came to lead them into Sinful Town, where they arranged a room for them. The room hadn't been cleaned in a long time, had a bit of a musty smell, and there were no blankets, but for Urbane's family, it was not a big deal. It was just a bit of odor, and it was certainly better than being outside. Although there were no blankets, they had received plenty of straw, which would suffice for a few nights. Soon after, Urbane's family finally slept their first peaceful sleep in 10 days. This situation was happening to all the refugees. Young master, all the previous 200 captives and the current refugees have been registered and settled. Alicia, holding the registered documents, found Li Chen. Upon seeing this, Li Chen took the documents and glanced through them. After gathering the refugees, the population in the valley had suddenly multiplied several times. It was at this moment that Li Chen realized how inadequate he had been as a lord. There were many flaws in management and numerous unreasonable arrangements. When the numbers were small, mistakes were less likely, but with a larger population, problems were bound to arise. Since he had previously boasted about wanting to build the world's best territory, this time, Li Chen could not afford to be negligent in his duties as a lord. Therefore, after the refugees entered the valley, the first thing Li Chen did was establish a patrol team. With the refugees just joining the territory, chaos was inevitable. Thus, it was essential to quickly set up a patrol team to maintain order. Li Chen immediately called for Ghoulie and Taitu, instructing Ghoulie to select 10 individuals from the dwarf clan to form the first patrol team, while Taitu would choose 10 orcs for the second patrol team. There were 2 requirements for selection. 1, they must be strong and imposing, the kind that would deter others at first glance. 2, they should have a friendly and familiar appearance, the kind that would make an old lady want to stop and chat. Only such a patrol team could maintain order without causing panic among the refugees while also possessing enough deterrent power. The task of these 2 patrol teams was to maintain order and resolve any minor disputes that might arise. If there were issues they couldn't handle, they would report them to Li Chen. The second thing Li Chen did was register everyone for better management moving forward. However, since the refugees had just arrived in the territory and were surrounded by orcs and dwarves, they would undoubtedly feel uneasy. If they could have a hearty meal at this time, it would surely help ease their minds. If the food was still the delicacies made by Grey Feather, it would probably conquer quite a few people in an instant. At this moment, it was just the right time to register this batch of refugees. Therefore, Li Chen entrusted this second task to Alicia and Grey Feather. Alicia and Grey Feather did not disappoint him. The refugees were more than satisfied with the meat porridge made by Grey Feather. Meanwhile, Alicia completed the registration of everyone's information. Subsequently, for the third task, someone was also assigned to arrange accommodation for the refugees. Until all the refugees had successfully settled into Sin Town, Li Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He had managed to settle these refugees without any mishaps. In the new town, in Li Chen's 3-story castle, he sat at the wooden desk and looked at the registration forms prepared by Alicia. These forms not only recorded the information of the refugees but also included 200 ordinary captives and the information of the mixed group of the 3 clans that initially followed him. After the refugees entered the valley, Li Chen removed the captive status of the 200 captives and arranged for them to be integrated among the refugees for easier management. Currently, there were 3 types of entities in the valley. 1. The original mixed group of 3 clans, 276 people. 2. Refugees, 1289 people. 3. Mercenary captives, 36 people. The reason for this distinction was that Li Chen intended to implement a hierarchy within the territory. The mixed group of 3 clans would be the highest-ranking first-class citizens, the refugees would be second-class citizens, and the mercenary captives would be the lowest existence, not even qualifying as citizens. The reason for using a hierarchy was simple. Firstly, if there was no distinction in treatment, there would surely be discontent among the mixed group of 3 clans who helped establish this valley. After all, they had contributed the most to this valley, and so far, aside from the promised houses in the new town, there had been no other material rewards. If the refugees received the same treatment as them upon entering the valley, it would inevitably lead to some psychological imbalance. Secondly, if the refugees easily obtained the same treatment as the mixed group of 3 clans, how would they be motivated to work hard for Li Chen? After considering these 2 points, Li Chen decided to implement the hierarchy after discussing it with several vicelords. Of course, Li Chen was also aware of the flaws of a hierarchical system. If this hierarchy persisted for too long, it would inevitably create a divide similar to that between nobles and commoners in this world, leading to commoners rebelling against the oppression of nobles. Therefore, it was crucial to prevent the existence of nobles within the territory. To address this, Li Chen specifically established an additional rule for the hierarchy. Anyone who made sufficient contributions or resided in the valley long enough and then purchased a house in the new town could be promoted from a second-class citizen to a first-class citizen. With this system in place, the number of first-class citizens in the valley would only increase. When the majority of the citizens were first-class, everyone would be considered nobles, and, naturally, there would be no situation of nobles oppressing commoners. Additionally, the requirement for selling houses would also contribute to Li Chen's future real estate plans. Soon after, Li Chen finally glanced through all the registration forms. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Alicia knew the reason for Li Chen's frown. After all, she was the one who prepared the registration forms. Young master, there are a total of 1,289 refugees, but most of them are elderly and children, with the number of able-bodied adults being less than 300. This was something Li Chen had not anticipated. He had thought they would gather a large workforce, but instead, there were more elderly and children. Although they couldn't be considered a burden, the elderly and children couldn't do much work. Li Chen pinched the corner of his eye and asked Alicia, "Do you know the reason?" Alicia was already prepared and had asked the refugees about the cause in advance. It was then that Li Chen learned that it was all the doing of Cardon. In order to gain the maximum benefit, Cardon had kept most of the able-bodied young men, ultimately leading to the fact that those who managed to escape were mostly the old, weak, sick, and disabled. These refugees were so undesirable that even slave traders looked down on them. Rather than saying they had escaped, it would be more accurate to say they had been abandoned by Cardon. Li Chen never expected that Cardon had unknowingly put him in a difficult position. However, at this point, he couldn't just drive these refugees away. Besides, they might still be of use. At that moment, Alicia said, "But young master, our food is running low. Even with the 100,000 pounds of wheat brought by the mercenaries, we currently have less than 40,000 pounds of food left, which probably won't last us even 3 days, and that's without considering the big black bear." This was already the umpteenth time they had worried about food. However, this time Li Chen did not panic. He silently calculated the time. Then he revealed a faint smile and said to Alicia, "There's no need to worry about food." Alicia blinked her big eyes, somewhat puzzled. Li Chen, however, just looked towards the fields. 3 days later, as expected, their food ran out. Fortunately, during this time, the big black bear did not come to cause trouble. Otherwise, Li Chen really wouldn't know where to get food for it. On that day, in the fields, the stems and leaves of the potatoes planted 15 days ago had completely withered. Li Chen got up early. He gathered everyone in the valley first thing in the morning. In fact, Anna and the others had also been up for a while. A group of people knew they had run out of food, so they all came to the fields, looking expectantly at the withered potato plants. It could be said that these 100 acres of potatoes were the hope for all of them. If the potatoes did not mature in 15 days as Li Chen had said, then a large number of them would likely face starvation. At that point, the so-called territory would be a joke, and even the mixed group of 3 clans would fall apart, returning to the way each clan had to fend for itself. Thinking of this, Li Chen couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. So he was the first to start harvesting these potatoes. Li Chen squatted down, grabbed a potato vine, and then slowly tugged at it. After applying a bit of force, a string of yellow potatoes was pulled out along with the roots. The crowd looked at the potatoes in Li Chen's hands and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They saw that the thin potato roots were connected to a total of 15 potatoes of various sizes. The largest was bigger than a fist, and the smallest was about the size of an egg. Li Chen estimated that these potatoes weighed about 8 pounds. One potato plant yielded a full 8 pounds of potatoes. How is this possible? I remembered that if a potato plant could produce 4 pounds of potatoes, it would be considered a good harvest. These potato plants actually produced 8 pounds, and they only took 15 days to mature. The people behind Li Chen were stunned, looking at the potatoes in his hands in disbelief, feeling as if they were dreaming. If the potatoes in the magical continent had such yield and growth speed, it was likely that no one would starve there. Any race that obtained such potatoes would surely be able to rapidly strengthen their own race. Realizing this, everyone understood the immense value of these potatoes. In an instant, each person's eyes turned red as they gazed at the potatoes. However, what they did not know was that the high yield of these magical potatoes was due to selective breeding, and they were certainly not comparable to the potatoes found in the magical continent. The growth rate is a result of the system's magic, and it cannot be applied to other potatoes at all. This type of potato can ultimately only become a specialty of their territory. Li Chen looked at the potato in his hand, and a yield of 8 pounds already made him feel satisfied. After all, a single acre had planted a full 1,000 potato seedlings. Doesn't that mean this acre can produce? As Li Chen thought of this, he couldn't wait to pull out the second potato. 6.5 pounds. The third one, 7.2 pounds. Seeing this, Anna and the others couldn't help but come forward to help. Soon, all the potatoes from the acre were pulled out. The final result was slightly less than Li Chen had expected. Only 7,100 pounds. Li Chen muttered with slight regret. This remark caused an uproar among the people behind him. Only? In other places, if a potato field yielded 3,000 pounds, people would kneel down to thank the gods for their blessings. This acre produced a full 7,100 pounds, and Li Chen actually dared to say only those 2 words. For a moment, everyone wished they could sew Li Chen's mouth shut. Next came the moment of great harvest, and everyone in the valley, including the refugees, sprang into action. With nearly 1,600 people harvesting 100 acres of potatoes, it was naturally quick work. In less than 3 hours, mountains of potatoes were piled up in front of Li Chen. 100 acres of land actually yielded so many potatoes. Looking at the 700,000 pounds of potatoes in front of him, most people's faces were filled with satisfaction. With these potatoes, at least they wouldn't starve to death. However, a small number of people showed hesitant expressions. After all, these were potatoes that matured in just 15 days, and naturally, some would worry about whether such potatoes were safe to eat. What would happen if they did eat them? In fact, even Anna and the others had concerns in this regard. Li Chen didn't mind. It was simple to prove the potatoes were harmless, just find someone to taste them. And the most convincing taster, of course, was Li Chen himself, who had brought these potato seedlings. Li Chen had a bonfire set up next to the field, and after setting up a few large pots, he pulled Grey Feather to assist him. He personally started preparing these potatoes. The most basic baked potatoes, boiled potatoes, and fried potatoes. Then came the slightly more challenging spicy potato shreds. And finally, the dish he looked forward to the most, potato stew with beef brisket. When the 5 dishes were placed in front of everyone, the fragrant aroma immediately made many people swallow their saliva secretly. Seeing many people drooling uncontrollably, even if Li Chen didn't prove that these potatoes were harmless, they would probably still be unable to resist wanting to taste these potato dishes. However, Li Chen was very clear that food is paramount. What do the residents of a territory care about the most? Undoubtedly, it is whether there is something to fill their stomachs, followed by whether it is delicious enough. If he could prove that the food was edible and could fill them up, the residents wouldn't have too many demands. If the food was also delicious enough, the residents might even voluntarily protect their territory for the sake of these tasty foods, allowing the territory to achieve long-term stability. Li Chen didn't dare to be perfunctory about this matter and personally tasted each potato dish. The baked potatoes and boiled potatoes were good, but the freshly dug potatoes still had a bit of earthy taste, which detracted from these 2 dishes. The fried potatoes were much better. Not only did they lack the earthy taste, but after sprinkling some salt and pepper, they tasted just like fried fries on earth, though unfortunately, there was no soda. As for the spicy potato shreds, after one bite, Li Chen wished he could exchange for a few bowls of rice right on the spot, simply because this dish was too appetizing. The subsequent potato stew with beef brisket made Li Chen feel incredibly satisfied, and before he knew it, he had eaten himself full. When he was holding his stomach uncomfortably, Li Chen realized that the people around him were almost all drooling while watching him. Especially that girl Xiao Qing. Her pair of resentful eyes seemed as if Li Chen had done something to wrong her. Seeing everyone like this, Li Chen waved his hand decisively. Today, potatoes are unlimited. The scene erupted in cheers. At this point, no one doubted whether these potatoes were edible anymore. Baka was a level 2 warrior and a seasoned mercenary. Hailing from Winter City, he was employed by several barons. Recently, the mercenaries sent by the barons to the sinful forest had lost contact. He had accepted the commission to investigate the reason. Baka's target was clear: Sinful Town, the destination for mercenaries and the easiest place to find clues about their disappearance. Baka had been to Sinful Town and quickly located the entrance to the valley. However, when he saw the majestic city gate resembling a watchtower at the valley's mouth, Baka was stunned. When he noticed the dwarves, orcs, and humans atop the gate, he was utterly shocked. Baka did not act rashly. After observing for most of the day, he quietly distanced himself from the valley. At this point, he was certain that this former human gathering place had been occupied by the orcs and dwarves. As for the Baron's mercenary subordinates, they were most likely captured by these orcs and dwarves. Baka immediately turned around and returned to Winter City a few days later to report this matter to the Barons. The Barons were furious at the time, declaring that they would capture these orcs and dwarves and execute them by hanging. They then rewarded Baka with 1 gold coin, instructing him not to let this matter leak out to avoid affecting their revenge. Baka knew well the intentions of these nobles. They were simply eyeing these orcs and dwarves, wanting to capture them and sell them to slave traders. Baka did not expose them, cheerfully accepted the gold coin, and repeatedly assured them that he would not leak this information. However, that very night, Baka went to the Lord's mansion. He was received by the Lord's son, Yulan Kartan. Yulan looked at the humble Baka before him. Is everything you said true? The valley where Sinful Town is located has been occupied by orcs and dwarves, and they have built a gate even larger than the one in Winter City at the valley's entrance? Yes, young Master Yuland, I saw all of this with my own eyes. Although Baka was a Level 2 warrior, he did not dare to be the least bit presumptuous in front of the Level 4 Knight Yuland. Offending a few barons did not scare Baka, but offending the person before him, not to mention his identity, just his strength alone, could kill him in an instant. Thinking of this, Baka recalled the scene at that time and added, besides some orcs and dwarves, I also saw quite a few humans. What's strange is that these humans didn't seem like captives. They could move freely, and their relationship with the orcs and dwarves was quite good, often chatting together. Yuland was taken aback upon hearing this, as if he had thought of something. Ding ding. After pondering for a moment, Yuland suddenly threw 10 gold coins in front of Baka. A greedy glint flashed in Baka's eyes, and he immediately reached out to grab the coins. However, at that moment, Yuland stepped on the coins. Baka was taken aback and looked up to see Yuland looking down at him, saying, Baka, I'm glad you could share this information with me, but I don't want a third party to know about it, understand? Seeing the somewhat cold gaze of Yuland, Baka quickly nodded, rest assured. Young Master Yuland, I promise not to tell anyone about this. Baka's assurance this time was undoubtedly sincere. After all, if he wanted to continue to get by in Winter City, he could not afford to offend Yuland. Yolanda knew this as well and did not continue to make things difficult for Baka, retracting his foot. Once Baka left with the money, Yolanda eagerly instructed a servant to find Bart, who had provided the news of Howard's death. I remember you said that Howard was killed by Li Chan because he wanted to monopolize a high-level dwarven blacksmith, right? In response to Yolanda's question, Bart trembled as he replied, absolutely correct, young Master Yolanda. Yolanda nodded, already deep in thought. Howard had been killed by Li Chen along with the dwarves and orcs, and afterward, Li Chen had released 2 batches of slaves. Now, suddenly, a mixed group of 3 races had occupied the valley where Evil Town was located, and these 3 races not only coexisted peacefully but were precisely the orcs, dwarves, and humans. The answer seemed quite obvious. I never expected it. I truly didn't expect that someone could survive the winter of divine punishment in the evil forest. Yolanda exclaimed in astonishment, and the next moment he broke into a grin. But this is also a good thing. The profits brought by the orcs alone are already enormous, and with a high-level dwarven blacksmith, Yolanda's breathing became noticeably heavier. However, he did not let himself be swept away by excitement. He first reported this matter to his father, the Lord of Winter City, Lanny Carton. Unlike Howard, who might have a conflict of interest with Lanny Carton, Yolanda had no such concerns. After all, everything belonging to Lanny Carton would eventually be his, and he had no need to hide from his father while secretly acquiring those orcs and that high-level blacksmith. Soon, Lord Lanny Carton learned of this matter, and his speculation was similar to Yolanda's. He also believed that those occupying the valley were indeed Li Chen and his group. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Lanny Carton was astonished that Li Chen and his group had survived the winter, and even more so that Li Chen could make 3 races coexist peacefully. Such a feat was not something just anyone could achieve. Seeing his father remain silent for a long time, Yolanda could hardly contain himself. He slammed his hands on the table and said to Lanny Carton, Father, let's hurry and bring back those orcs and the high-level dwarven blacksmith. The orcs were actually secondary. The 2 of them had recently sold several thousand civilians from Winter City to slave traders, reaping thousands of gold coins. Subsequently, the refugees from Shanghua City had predictably flooded into Winter City, bringing them thousands of gold coins in income. This had allowed the father and son to amass nearly 10,000 gold coins. That was nearly 10,000 gold coins, enough to make even a king's eyes gleam with greed. This money was sufficient for them to train another batch of qualified city guards. Therefore, they were not in dire need of money at the moment, but the high-level dwarven blacksmith was different. A high-level blacksmith could not only arm their city guards and knights but could even help Lanny Carton forge a legendary weapon. When Lanny Carton fought against that level 5 magical beast, the Great Black Bear, if he had possessed a legendary weapon, he could have defeated the bear at a minimal cost, instead of the current situation where both sides suffered heavy losses. Thinking of this, Lanny Carton felt the wounds on his body ache again. The damned Great Black Bear had inflicted such severe injuries on him that even after 3 months, he had not fully recovered. Of course, that Great Black Bear was certainly not in much better shape. Just as Lanny Carton was pondering, Yolanda couldn't help but bang on the table again and said, "Father." At this moment, Yolanda was feeling a bit regretful. Had he known his father would be so indecisive, he would have secretly taken people to capture the orc tribe and the high-level blacksmiths just now. Lanny Carton glanced at the impatient Yolanda and said coldly, "I've told you many times to temper that impulsive temper of yours. Don't forget that level 5 magical beast has already returned to the sinful forest and no one knows where it is hiding now. My injuries haven't healed yet. If we encounter it, can you bear the consequences?" Yolanda then realized his father's concerns, but he was unwilling to back down, saying, "That level 5 magical beast is also seriously injured. It shouldn't appear easily." Lanny Carton sighed. Even so, he couldn't spare the time now. A large number of residents from Shangba City had flooded into Winter City, bringing not only a significant amount of gold but also a heap of trouble. Moreover, there was one crucial task that Lanny Carton needed to undertake. That was to find a way to obtain a formula for a potion from these Shangba City residents. Shangba potion was a miraculous potion that, when applied to the skin, made one feel as if surrounded by countless flowers. For nobles who didn't particularly enjoy bathing, this potion was indispensable at banquets. Thus, although the Shangba potion was a luxury, it was also a bestseller. The profits from it were even comparable to those of a high-level dwarven blacksmith. In the past, this potion had always been tightly controlled by the family of the Lord of Shangba City, Ibi Barks. Now that Ibi Barks had fled, Lanny Carton just needed to find all the workers involved in making the Shangba potion to have a chance to recreate it. This was actually the main reason Lanny Carton had set his sights on Shangba City. He absolutely could not allow this matter to go wrong. Therefore, he could not leave Winter City at this time. Yolanda naturally knew about this and immediately patted his chest, saying, "Father, since you can't leave, let me handle this. I will definitely bring back all the orcs and dwarves." Lanny Carton thought for a moment and finally agreed. However, just as Yolanda was about to leave, Lanny Carton suddenly said, "If I'm not mistaken, those old, weak, sick, and disabled who fled Winter City a few days ago are also in that valley. I think some of them actually want to return to Winter City." As he spoke, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Lanny Carton's mouth. Yolanda merely nodded indifferently after hearing this and went out to gather his subordinates. In his view, it was just dealing with a group of opponents similar to Howard. There was no need to complicate things, and he could just draw his sword directly. The bountiful harvest of potatoes proved the value of magical crops. 700,000 pounds seemed like a lot, but for the current population of 1,600 in the valley, it was not much. Li Chen and the others consumed nearly 20,000 pounds of food daily. 700,000 pounds could only sustain them for 35 days. If they included the big black bear, it would only last them 23 days. Therefore, Li Chen immediately began preparing to plant a second batch of magical crops. This time, he intended to increase the planting quantity. For this, more land was needed. At this moment, the refugees came in handy. The valley where Li Chen and the others were located was 10 kilometers long and 6 kilometers wide. Even if half of the area was used for fields, there would still be 30 million square meters, which is nearly 45,000 acres of land. Such a vast area required a large number of people to cultivate. Therefore, as long as the refugees were not physically impaired, they were all sent to cultivate the land. Many of them were farmers themselves, familiar with this task, and could teach those who did not know how to cultivate fields. The scene of over 1,000 people working together to cultivate the land was quite spectacular, and the speed of progress had increased significantly, with nearly 500 acres of land being cleared each day. Li Chen did not plant all these fields with enchanted crops. He simply did not have that many bond points. Even if he did, he wouldn't exchange them all for enchanted crops, as that would be too wasteful. In the system shop, besides being able to exchange for enchanted crops, he could also exchange for some ordinary crop seeds. These ordinary crops, aside from having stricter temperature requirements and longer growth times, were not much different from enchanted crops. However, the price of ordinary crops was significantly cheaper than that of enchanted crops. Clearly, for Li Chen, ordinary crops were also a good option. Li Chen glanced at the system panel. Host, Li Chen System, Level 1 Lord System Realm, Level 3 Warrior Strength, 2*3000 Constitution, 2*3000 Agility, 2*3000 Spirit, 2*3000 Talent, Elf Race Talent 0.2%, Orc. Race talent 13.4%, dwarf race talent 7.2%, human race talent 104.6%, talent skills, level 1 nature affinity, 0.1, level 2 beast transformation, 3, level 1 rapid recovery, 5, level 1 poison resistance, level 1 magic resistance. Level 3 reproduction, level 3 rapid growth, level 1 soul resistance comprehension skill, 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds, 25% bond points, 8,000 points. Expanding the population was indeed the fastest way for Li Chen to grow his strength. After over 1,000 refugees joined, the day after they were well fed and rested, Li Chen's system notifications went off like crazy. This ultimately led to his human race talent instantly reaching 104.6%. This time, his skills in reproduction and rapid growth did not level up. Instead, he gained a new talent skill called soul resistance. This was actually quite unusual. Under normal circumstances, every 5% increase in human race talent would either grant him a new talent skill or level up an existing one. Yet now, with an 83% increase in human race talent, he only gained one soul resistance skill. Clearly, this talent skill named soul resistance was not simple. However, strangely enough, even magic cast using mental power could only inflict physical damage. Even Anna, Aoki, and Baichi, who were well informed, had never heard of any attack that could harm the soul. The only thing that might count was that girl Xiaoqing's mental toxin. For a moment, Li Chen couldn't understand what exactly this soul resistance was useful for. It couldn't be that his soul resistance was specifically meant to guard against Xiaoqing, could it? Next came the comprehension skill, 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Perhaps influenced by the level 3 rapid growth, his proficiency in 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds had now reached 25%. This was enough to allow him to borrow 25% of the enemy's strength in an instant. Back and forth, that was nearly 50% of strength. One could say this move was a devastating weapon at the same level. However, if the gap between both sides was too great, this move would be useless. After all, 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds was just a skill, not a rule, and could not completely ignore the difference in strength. For example, if a giant dragon slapped Li Chen, even if he practiced 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds to 50% proficiency, he would still meet a fate of being turned into mush. Then came the focus of this time, bond points. Although soul resistance was a bit of a letdown, the increase in bond points was very real. Among the 1,300 refugees, including 200 captives, 80% had established friendship with Li Chen, adding nearly 1,000 bond points for him. 99 people have reached a 1-star affinity with him, and this number is increasing at a rate of about 10 each day. This means that Li Chen can now earn 416 bond points daily just by signing Indiana. Furthermore, this number will continue to grow. At this moment, Li Chen's bond points have accumulated to 8,000, which is quite a substantial fortune. He is even hesitating whether to immediately exchange for a legendary level fighting technique. To be honest, he has long wanted to advance to level 4, as this would allow him to externalize his fighting energy and achieve energy transformation. However, unfortunately, the territory is currently at a critical stage of development, and there are too many places that require bond points. Li Chen can only wait a while longer before exchanging for the technique. For now, he will focus on crops. After some contemplation, Li Chen ultimately decided to exchange for 100 acres of enchanted potatoes, 100 acres of enchanted sweet potatoes, 100 acres of enchanted corn, and 10 acres of enchanted peppers. Enchanted potatoes cost 20 bond points per acre and mature in half a month. Enchanted sweet potatoes cost 10 bond points per acre and mature in a month. Enchanted corn costs 10 bond points per acre and matures in 20 days. Enchanted peppers cost 50 bond points per acre, can be harvested in half a month, and can be picked continuously for 6 months. In total, this used 4,500 bond points, which should be enough for them to eat for several months if fully harvested. Unfortunately, there isn't much water in the valley, otherwise, Li Chen would have liked to plant some enchanted rice. It has been half a year since he arrived in this other world, and he hasn't eaten a single grain of rice, which is something he, as a southerner, inevitably misses. After the seed exchange was completed, a group of people began planting. Before dark, they finally managed to plant all the enchanted crops. They then used spatial rings to complete the irrigation. Of course, Li Chen did not forget to exchange for ordinary seeds. The next day, he arranged for them. Ordinary seeds are very cheap. Seeds for an acre of land only cost 1 to 2 bond points. Li Chen was quite generous with these seeds: sugarcane, carrots, scallions, ginger, garlic, wheat. This time, Li Chen exchanged for all the seeds he could see that could be planted under the right conditions. In the end, he exchanged for a total of 1,000 acres of seeds, spending less than 1,500 bond points. These seeds will be planted by the refugees as they clear the land. According to Li Chen's plan, their short-term food supply will come from the enchanted crops. Once those ordinary crops mature, they will have enough food reserves. It won't be long before they can completely say goodbye to the problem of food shortages. By that time, even if more refugees arrive, Li Chen will have the ability to take them all in. In Winter City, under the repeated requests of Lord Cardon, Yulin had no choice but to bring along a full team of 11 people to the sinful forest. Among these 11, 10 are knights, all elite among knights, with 5 being level 3 warriors and the remaining 5 being level 2 warriors. As for the last person, he is a Grand Knight like Yuland, named Bivis. Originally, Lord Cardon had also considered sending Grand Knight Wood along with Yuland. However, Wood, being overly righteous, repeatedly disobeyed his orders for the sake of those commoners. Lord Cardon felt that if Wood were to accompany them, the chances of things going wrong would be higher, so he left him in Winter City and sent his trusted aide Bivis to accompany Yuland. Although Yuland had no complaints about this, he couldn't help but feel that his father was being overly cautious. From what he understood, Howard had nearly forced Li Chen and his group into a corner with just 4 level 3 warriors for level 2 warriors and a bunch of useless level 1 warriors. It has only been half a year, and in such a short time, even a genius like him couldn't improve his strength much. How much stronger could Li Chen and the others become? Therefore, Yulan once thought that as long as he, a level 4 knight, took action, it would be more than enough to deal with everyone. Now, even with 10 elite knights, it wasn't enough. He even had to bring along the great knight by ways. It was simply a shameful waste. However, what pleased Yuland was that his father actually allowed him to use a magical beast mount. Magical beasts are extremely difficult to tame, and capturing their young is even harder. Each magical beast goes wild when its young are threatened. Some radical magical beasts will even choose to kill their young when they see no hope, just to prevent them from falling into human hands. Therefore, every time someone tries to capture a magical beast's young, there are often numerous casualties, and in the end, they might not get any reward at all. Even if one manages to catch a magical beast's young, training it requires a significant expense. One can imagine how precious a magical beast mount is. Even in a place like Winter City, there are no more than 30 magical beast mounts. This time, all 12 members of Yuland's group could actually use magical beast mounts. Yuland immediately chose a level 2 iron-armored rhinoceros, which is considered the strongest among all magical beast mounts. Although it doesn't run fast, its defense and attack are both at the level of a king, and its endurance is astonishing. It can even run from Winter City to the Sinful Forest in one go. With it, Yuland felt he could travel back and forth between Winter City and the Sinful Forest at the fastest speed. Unfortunately, the others could only choose the level 1 black-scaled boar. While the black-scaled boar is unstoppable when charging, its endurance is not its strong suit. To wait for them, Yuland could only proceed slowly. Ultimately, the black-scaled boar, being a magical beast, had much better endurance than humans. In just one day, they reached the edge of the Sinful Forest. From hundreds of meters away, Yuland saw the majestic gate tower at the valley entrance. Incredible, how was such a magnificent structure built? And this architectural style is something I've never seen before, Yuland exclaimed. Beside him, Byways couldn't help but nod, saying, it must be due to the dwarves. After all, those gnomes only have architecture and forging as their redeeming skills. The more Yuland looked at the gate, the more satisfied he became. It seems that dwarf slaves might be more valuable than we imagine. Remember to keep a few more dwarves. I want to build the gate of Winter City like this in the future. As he spoke, Yuland suddenly licked his lips, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. For this operation, Yuland had no plans at all, as he possessed absolute strength. Therefore, charging into the valley to capture a high-level blacksmith was his best plan. With that thought, Yuland glanced at Byways and the others. Gather, prepare to kill with me. Just as Yuland was about to give the attack order, Byways suddenly grabbed him. Byways showed a look of terror, lowering his voice as he shouted at Yuland, young master, wait. Yuland displayed an expression of dissatisfaction, about to question Byways for stopping him. However, at that moment, Yuland suddenly noticed something unusual with the iron-armored rhinoceros beneath him. The iron-armored rhinoceros was trembling and soon collapsed to the ground. Then Yuland realized that the other riders' black-scaled boars had long since collapsed on the ground. What's going on? Why are the magical beast mounts like this? Just as Yuland was puzzled, a terrifying aura emanated from the distance. At that moment, he finally understood why the mounts had collapsed. Under that terrifying aura, even the iron-armored rhinoceros and other magical beasts felt the urge to lie down on the ground. Yuland was taken aback, no longer the arrogant figure he had been before. He exchanged a glance with Byways and whispered, is that the aura of a level 5 magical beast? Byways nodded, it should be that big black bear that fought to a standstill with the city lord. We absolutely cannot let it sense our presence, otherwise, it won't spare us, Yuland said in terror. He never expected to be so unlucky, encountering this terrifying level 5 magical beast just after entering the Sinful Forest. In the next moment, all 12 of them, including Yuland and Byways, lay flat on the ground. They huddled next to the black-scaled pigs, the magical beast mounts, and smeared the urine and feces that the frightened black-scaled pigs had released all over themselves. They could only hope this would mask their scent. Fortunately, the big black bear did not notice them and slowly wandered away. However, what shocked Yuland was that the big black bear was heading into the valley. This discovery left Yuland feeling both relieved and regretful. Although he had saved his life, it seemed that no one in the valley, including the high-level blacksmith, would escape unscathed. "Young master, the big black bear is back," Ironhead reported. Hearing this, Li Chen couldn't even be bothered to lift his head, simply responding dismissively, got it. After all, this was no longer news. Ever since they harvested the mutated potatoes, the big black bear had quickly reappeared. Li Chen routinely fed it 2 tons of food every day. This creature was reasonable, it didn't ask for more and would leave after finishing the 2 tons of potatoes. However, those 2 tons had to be made by Huiyu. It wouldn't accept food made by anyone else. Fortunately, Huiyu had exceptional stamina and plenty of helpers. Otherwise, they would have been worn out by this creature. Today was no different. The big black bear finished all the potato dishes made by Huiyu and then leisurely walked towards the valley's exit, heading in the direction of the volcano. Meanwhile, Yuland, who remained in place waiting for the outcome, sensed the departure of the big black bear. Once the bear's aura completely faded, Yuland and the others awkwardly stood up. It was only at that moment that Yuland realized the massacre he had anticipated had not occurred, at least on the city tower. The guarding orcs and dwarves were chatting leisurely. This scene did not resemble a massacre by the big black bear at all. It looked more like the bear had just left after visiting. How is that possible? Yuland forgot to deal with the filth on him, staring at the city tower in disbelief. He then looked at Baiwei's, who also wore a face of uncertainty, asking Yuland, "Young master, should we continue to charge in?" This time, Yuland hesitated. He was confident in his and Baiwei's strength, but he did not believe they could defeat a level 5 magical beast. What had just happened undoubtedly indicated that the big black bear had a good relationship with the people in this valley. If he charged in and the big black bear suddenly appeared, he wouldn't just be covered in filth, he would turn into a pile of it. Li Chen also did not expect that the big black bear had inadvertently helped them. Otherwise, with Yuland and his group's strength, if they had really charged into the valley, even if Li Chen and the others managed to block them, it would have certainly been at a heavy cost. At this moment, Yuland, wary of the big black bear, dared not act rashly and could only fret in the direction of the valley. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to slink back in defeat. His pride would not allow such a thing to happen. Just as Yuland was angrily about to pull his hair out, Baiwei suddenly spoke up. "Young master, we really don't need to rush into the valley to capture everyone. After all, our main target is only the high-level blacksmith. As long as we capture the high-level blacksmith, that will be enough." Yuland was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Baiwei's and said discontentedly, "Baiwei's, what you said is completely nonsense. Although there were often people coming and going from the valley, most of them were orc and dwarf tribes transporting materials, and some were humans gathering wild vegetables. Yuland didn't believe that the esteemed high-level blacksmith would be among these people. The most important thing was that they didn't even know what the high-level blacksmith looked like. How could they possibly capture him without attacking the valley?" Baiwei's felt a hint of disappointment towards Yuland but still reminded him, saying, "Young master, have you forgotten what the Lord said when you left?" Upon hearing this, Yuland's eyes finally lit up. "Right. I almost forgot. The people in this valley were originally residents of Winter City." Haha, Yuland couldn't help but laugh a few times, and then he immediately gathered all the knights. At the valley entrance, Joy walked into the valley with a somewhat flustered expression. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, he slowly made his way towards the direction of Sin Town. As a refugee from Winter City, most of his time was spent cultivating the land. Although the lord of this valley would give them half a day of rest every few days, which was much better than many other lords, Joy was still very dissatisfied. After all, they had done so much work, and in the end, aside from some food, there was no reward at all. As for the lord's claim that second-level residents could be promoted to first-level residents for better treatment, who knew if that was true or not? Moreover, the lord didn't even give them a drop of alcohol. He usually felt uncomfortable without drinking for a day, and now it had been nearly 20 days without alcohol, making him feel as if ants were crawling all over his body. At this moment, Joy missed the taverns of Winter City immensely. While thinking about this, Joy stepped into a large manor. Inside, there were about a dozen people lying around idly, chatting about some inappropriate topics. With no entertainment options available, only such topics could help them pass the time pleasantly. "Hey, Joy, I told you there's nothing interesting outside the valley, and you might even encounter magical beasts. Do you believe it now?" As soon as Joy entered the large manor, someone around teased him. Joy didn't respond but glanced at these people. They were all acquaintances from Winter City, also his drinking buddies. They weren't assigned to this large manor by luck. They had seen that the manor was nice and had threatened and intimidated the people inside to exchange residences with them, which was how they ended up together. Joy felt that these people, like him, wanted to return to Winter City. After all, they were known as layabouts in Winter City, fond of drinking but not working. How could they possibly endure life in the valley? "Hey, Joy, what's wrong? You look a bit strange." Someone noticed Joy's odd expression and asked again. This time, Joy spoke up, saying, "Do you guys want to go back to Winter City?" As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned, and the next moment someone frowned and asked, "Joy, what do you mean? You know we can't afford the family tax. Going back to Winter City would only make us slaves." Not necessarily, Joy grinned and said, guess who I just ran into? It's Night Alec. Night Alec, that bastard knight we often meet at the tavern? I accidentally bumped into him once and he beat me up so badly that I couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. That bastard, for those 3 days, I was warmly greeting his beautiful mother. Joy frowned and said, that's all in the past. Right now, we have an opportunity. If we complete Sir Alec's task, not only can we return to Winterhold, but we can also earn a hefty reward, enough for all of us to enjoy ourselves for a while. Joy, do you really believe Sir Alec? Have you gone a few days without drinking and lost your mind? Joy grinned and replied, of course, I don't believe Sir Alec, but what about the words of the Lord's son, Sir Euland? Joy and a dozen companions left the manor and arrived at the construction site of the new town, searching for someone's figure. They had been in the valley for several days, and although they were still unfamiliar with the orc and dwarf tribes, they could converse with the earliest group of humans. Thus, they learned that the dwarves' master blacksmith was a female dwarf named Dokina. Dokina also had a non-combatant father, Doge. Soon, Joy spotted Doge's figure. They didn't rush into action but waited until Doge began to rest before slowly following him. At that moment, Doge sneaked into a deserted alley and pulled out a bottle of inferior ale from the corner, pouring it into his mouth. It was a strict rule set by Li Chen that drinking was not allowed during work, but for a dwarf with a penchant for alcohol, how could he completely resist? Occasionally, Doge would secretly treat himself to a bottle or two. Hey, I smell alcohol. Just as Doge downed half a bottle of ale, voices suddenly came from outside the alley, followed by a group of people walking in. Joy looked at the ale in Doge's hand and angrily said, just as I thought, it's alcohol. It's not fair. Why do you get to drink? How long has it been since we last had any? As he spoke, Joy and the others moved closer to Doge. Doge felt a bit awkward. If this got out, he would probably get scolded by Li Chen and Dokina again. So, Doge smiled at Joy and said, kid, those who work hard deserve a reward. As long as you work hard, you'll soon have a chance to drink, too, but for now, let me give you a taste. With that, Doge handed over the ale. After being saved by Li Chen and spending nearly 5 months with some humans, Doge had no prejudice against them anymore. Although it was his first time meeting this human, Doge still acted friendly. Now that's more like it. Joy smiled as he took the bottle and immediately poured it into his mouth. Just as Doge was about to ask him to save some for himself, a sudden pain struck the back of his head and he lost consciousness. Not long after, 2 humans pushed a cart of garbage out of the city gate. The dwarves and orcs at the gate, as usual, ignored each other. This was quite normal. After living together with 1,600 people, there would naturally be a lot of garbage. Li Chen had personally arranged for it to be cleaned daily. The only strange thing was that there seemed to be more garbage today. It had just been cleared in the morning, yet there was already more. In the evening, Dokina walked towards the castle, eagerly anticipating the potato beef stew that Grey Feather said he would make tonight. However, before she could reach the castle, a human blocked her path. Seeing the person staring intently at her, Dokina had a bad feeling. Human, you must be looking for me? Dokina said, returning the gaze. This human looked unfamiliar. He should be one of the new refugees, but she had no idea what he wanted from her. At that moment, Joy couldn't help but let out an exclamation of admiration at the sight of Dokina. It was the first time he had encountered a dwarf who could catch his eye like this, especially since she was a master blacksmith. However, Joy didn't let it cloud his judgment. He tossed 2 items towards Dokina. Upon seeing them, Dokina's eyes widened, glaring fiercely at Joy. On the ground lay a piece of clothing and a beard. The clothing was multicolored, and the beard was the same color as the multicolored fabric. Seeing that Dokina was about to explode, Joy said, if you don't want to see your father ever again, shut up and follow me quietly. With that, Joy turned and walked away. Dokina bit her lip and ultimately followed him. In the castle that evening, Huiyu placed a large pot of beef stew with potatoes on the table. Dinner's ready. At Huiyu's words, Shaoqing pulled Xiaobai and, like the wind, instantly sat down in a chair. Her green snake-like eyes were fixed on the beef stew, swallowing hard as she urged, hurry up, Li Chen, you guys hurry up. What's the rush? Li Chen replied, but his body was honest, quickly sitting down at the table, chopsticks in his right hand, ready to launch an attack as soon as everyone arrived. Soon, Anna, Dina, Alicia, and Ing also showed up. At this point, only Dokina was missing. After a few more minutes passed and Dokina still hadn't appeared, Shaoqing couldn't help but say, why hasn't Dokina come back yet? I'm starving, can we eat already? She then looked at Li Chen and said, bad guy, didn't you say that kids need to eat on time to grow? I'm still small, can I eat first? Li Chen didn't have the habit of waiting for everyone to arrive before starting the meal. Seeing that everyone was hungry, he said to Shaoqing, so at this moment you admit you're a child? He then turned to Huiyu and said, save a portion for Dokina. She might have gone to see Duoj. Before long, the group began to eat and the battle was exceptionally fierce. Especially Shaoqing, who seemed to have a grudge against Li Chen, specifically snatching the dishes from under his chopsticks. Although Shaoqing was not as strong as Li Chen, she had an extraordinary talent for using chopsticks. After Just a few months, she was using them better than Li Chen. Li Chen lost several pieces of beef to Xiaoqing. Watching her smug expression, he felt a surge of irritation. If you won't let me eat, you won't enjoy your meal either, he thought, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. The next moment, he composed himself and said to Xiaoqing, let me tell you a joke, want to hear it? Xiaoqing looked at Li Chen suspiciously but couldn't resist her curiosity, saying, bad guy, are you up to something? But go ahead, tell me the joke. You know about flies, right? Isn't that obvious? Okay. Just as Li Chen was about to tell the joke, he suddenly noticed the curious gazes of the others, reminding him that there were still several people eating. Seeing this, Li Chen leaned closer to Xiaoqing's ear. Xiaoqing felt the warm breath near her ear, and her body stiffened, a blush creeping onto her face. The scene made the others frown, and the atmosphere at the table became somewhat delicate. However, they didn't know that Li Chen was doing this for their sake. At that moment, Li Chen whispered his joke into Xiaoqing's ear. There was a little fly eating in the bathroom with its mother. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing frowned, sensing that something was off. But before she could refuse, Li Chen quickly continued. The little fly asked its mother, Mom, why do we have to eat in the bathroom? The mother fly immediately gave the little fly a big slap and angrily said, Child, don't say such disgusting things while eating. Ha ha ha, isn't that funny? Xiaoqing's body stiffened, and at that moment, words like fly, bathroom, and eating unconsciously flashed through her mind. In the next moment, she looked at the beef in her hand and suddenly found it unappetizing. Xiaoqing turned her stiff neck angrily towards Li Chen. Li Chen grinned and said, I forgot to tell you, this joke is called the disgusting joke. It might not be that funny, but it should be disgusting enough, right? The others realized then that Li Chen was teasing Xiaoqing again, and the subtle atmosphere instantly dissipated. They hadn't heard the disgusting joke, so they continued to enjoy the delicious food on the table. However, Xiaoqing couldn't do the same. Ah, bad person, I'm going to get you back, you're bullying me again. As she spoke, Xiaoqing lunged at Li Chen, but even though she had leveled up to level 2, she was still no match for him. In just a few moves, she was pinned down on his lap. Li Chen held both of Xiaoqing's hands with one hand to prevent her from moving around, while the other hand reached for the beef with chopsticks. He had long been accustomed to the disgusting joke and was still able to eat calmly. Seeing this, Xiaoqing thought about how she probably hadn't had an appetite for several days and almost cried in frustration. Just as Li Chen was enjoying his meal, Xiaoqing seemed to remember something, her eyes twinkled, and a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. Xiaoqing said to Li Chen, bad person, I saw someone urinating outside your castle today. What? Which guy? Has the guts to do that? Li Chen was instantly furious. A public restroom had long been established in the valley, and uncivilized behavior was strictly prohibited. Yet now, not only was someone urinating in public, but it was right next to his home. Suddenly, the beef on Li Chen's chopsticks also lost its appeal. Although he knew this was Xiaoqing's revenge, he couldn't help but feel angry and asked, tell me, who did it? Xiaoqing blinked her big eyes and said, I don't know. Li Chen frowned and continued to ask, then where did you see it? Xiaoqing blinked her big eyes again and said, I still don't know. Seeing Li Chen put down his chopsticks and raise his hand as if to hit her, Xiaoqing hurriedly said, I really don't know. I just saw a lot of toilet paper next to the castle. What else can toilet paper be used for besides going to the bathroom? A pile of toilet paper outside the castle definitely means someone was urinating there. Li Chen was taken aback, and in the next moment, the rest of the people at the table sensed something was off. Toilet paper needed to be exchanged for bond points. To be honest, Li Chen had only exchanged some for a few close female companions beside him. Therefore, the only ones who would have toilet paper would be the people present and the only one not present. Duokina. Li Chen glanced at the others at the table. They all shook their heads. Li Chen didn't suspect them. After all, these girls wouldn't do such a thing. So the toilet paper outside the castle belongs to Duokina. At that moment, Li Chen sensed something was wrong and immediately released Xiaoqing, quickly running towards the castle's exit. Besides Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, the others also sensed something and hurriedly followed Li Chen. Soon, Li Chen found the toilet paper Xiaoqing mentioned in a corner of the castle. The toilet paper hadn't been used but was torn and messy, as if it had been ripped off in a concealed and anxious manner. In an instant, Li Chen knew something was wrong and immediately ordered the people beside him. Ing, you go to Duoj's house and see if Duokina is there. Anna, go ask the guards at the city gate if there's anything unusual. The rest of you, ask the nearby people if anyone has seen Duokina and where they last saw her. Report back immediately if you have any news. In an instant, everyone sprang into action, and soon, the patrol teams led by Guli and Taitu also began searching for Duokina in the valley. In less than 10 minutes, everyone had confirmed that both Duokina and Duoj had disappeared, along with more than a dozen humans. Duokina and Duoj must have been kidnapped, otherwise, they wouldn't have secretly left behind this clue of toilet paper, Li Chen said with a grim expression. Guli, who was nearby, immediately asked, what should we do? Li Chen replied without hesitation, we chase them. According to several dwarves, they saw Duokina not long ago. Even if Duokina and Duoj were kidnapped, they shouldn't have gone too far. We can still catch up. Anna quickly followed up with, but Duokina and the others should have already left the valley. It's so vast outside the valley, where should we chase them? Li Chen thought for a moment and analyzed. Since Duokina was able to secretly leave the clue of toilet paper, it indicates that she was only threatened and not controlled. Clearly, Duoj was kidnapped first, and then she had no choice but to leave with the kidnappers. If that's the case, Duokina should continue to leave clues along the way. As long as we find the clues left by Duokina, we can locate her. Li Chen turned to Anna and the others and said, the ones who kidnapped Duokina could only be two types of people. One is the leader of the Dwarven Gathering Place, and the other is someone related to Howard. The leader of the Dwarven Gathering Place is unlikely. He doesn't even know where Duokina is, so it should be people from Winter City who did this. According to the refugees, the Lord of Winter City, Cardon, is a level 5 powerhouse. Then, do you still want to go? The group remained silent, just looking at Li Chen, waiting for him to give the order. They had all experienced life and death together. During that winter, they had been teetering on the brink of survival, so how could they possibly back down now? Seeing this, Li Chen took a deep breath. Alright, then let's go rescue Duokina. Since the other side didn't brazenly storm in, it's highly likely that Lord Cardon is not here. We still have a chance. Next, except for Xiao Chang, all level 2 and above powerhouses will come with us. Xiao Chang was taken aback and opened her mouth. Although she was reluctant, she did not argue. Despite her basic attributes totaling 8 points, her strength, agility, and constitution were all only 1 point, still at the level of a weak orc, and she had no combat power, so Li Chen naturally wouldn't take her along. In the next moment, the level 2s, Dina, Qingmu, Baichi, Guli, Taitu, Dian, and Daer. The level 3s, Anna, Li Chen, and Ing. The 10 strongest individuals in the entire valley rushed out towards the valley's exit. Their figures quickly disappeared from sight. By the castle window, Huiyu watched the figures of Li Chen and the others, her long hair partially revealing a hint of struggle in her eyes. Huiyu sighed and then returned to the castle. Not long after, a petite figure jumped out from the window and followed behind Li Chen and the others from a distance. When Yulin first saw Duokina, he was also stunned. Like Joy, he never expected a female dwarf could possess such beauty, especially given her status as a high-level blacksmith. At that moment, Yulin felt that compared to imprisoning her, perhaps completely subduing her would be a better choice. With this thought, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Yulin's mouth. He walked towards Duokina and reached out to grab her chin. Duokina would never allow him to act recklessly. She immediately swung her hand to slap away Yulin's right hand. Bold! With Yulin's reprimand, Duokina was directly slapped away by Yulin with a loud smack. During this time, Duokina didn't even have a chance to react. The gap in their strength was too great. Duokina got up, spat out the blood from her mouth, faced Yulin directly, and asked, "Where is my father?" Facing the Yulin before her, there was not a trace of fear in her eyes. However, the more she displayed this, the more Yulin favored the dwarf woman in front of him. Yulin waved his hand, and soon someone brought out the unconscious Dorj. Seeing that Dorj was still alive, Dozina let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to step forward, Yulin suddenly reached out to stop her. At that moment, Yulin said, "Dwarf woman, submit to me. This way, not only you but also your father can live a superior life in Winter City. Winter City is not a cursed place. Like the sinful forest, I can guarantee you that it is a luxury life you cannot enjoy in the Dwarven Empire. After all, the entire Winter City belongs to our Cardon family, and in Winter City, we Cardon family are above all." Dozina did not respond, merely casting a disdainful glance at the smug Yulin. Yulin was not bothered. While this kind of rhetoric was effective for the women in Winter City, it was not enough for the dwarf woman before him. Fortunately, he had plenty of time. Once he brought her back to Winter City, he would naturally find a way to make her submit. Put the restraining collar on her. With Yulin's words, a knight took out a collar and approached Dozina. Just as the knight was about to put the collar on her, Dozina pushed him away. In the next moment, Dozina picked up the restraining collar from the ground and put it around her own neck. With a click, the collar locked in place, and Dozina felt an invisible force suppressing her entire body. At that moment, she felt like an ordinary person. Even so, there was still no sign of submission in Dozina's eyes. The more Yulin looked at Dozina, the more satisfied he became. He was already eager to return to Winter City. He immediately had preparations made for their departure. Seeing this, Joy and the others, who had been ignored, quickly spoke up. "Lord Yuland, the high-level blacksmith has been captured, and you previously promised." Only then did Yuland remember the dozen or so people beside him. He had no intention of going back on his word. After all, the promises were just trivial matters. "Of course I remember. From now on, you are still residents of Winter City, and you can later go to the Lord's mansion to receive a reward. What I, Yuland, say always counts." Saying this, Yuland mounted the back of the armored rhinoceros. Joy was initially delighted, but when he saw that Yuland and the others were about to leave without any intention of taking them along, he hurriedly asked again, "Lord Yuland, how are we supposed to get back?" "Get back? That's your problem. What, do you want me, a great knight, to escort you back to Winter City?" Yulin said, his eyes revealing a murderous intent as he looked at Joy. Joy was immediately frightened and took several steps back, quickly saying, I wouldn't dare, Lord Yulin, please take care, we will find our own way back. Humph, Yulin snorted disdainfully, then quickly rode off on his beast mount, leaving the sinful forest. As for Joy and the others, they could only follow the traces left by Yulin and slowly make their way forward. On foot. After Li Chen and his group arrived at the mouth of the valley, they searched around but did not find any new toilet paper. After all, toilet paper is white, and if it appeared outside the valley, it would be quickly discovered. Dozina probably considered this, so she changed the clues. However, this meant that Li Chen and the others would need to spend some time to find new clues. At that moment, a shadow darted out beside Ing. It was the unicorn wolf, Black. Hey! Was the little unicorn wolf adopted by Shadow, and after nearly half a year of nurturing, its size was now comparable to that of an ordinary adult wolf. There was a faint resemblance to the original unicorn wolf king. The reason it was now making an appearance was largely thanks to the training hunting dog books that Li Chen had exchanged for back then. After nearly half a year of training, all 30 unicorn wolves could barely fulfill the role of hunting dogs. At least, they had no problem helping to find people. Among them, Hei was the standout. At this moment, Hei sniffed at the clothes that Duokina had worn before, and after smelling around for a while, it let out a sound, as if it had found the scent left by Duokina. Li Chen and his group immediately followed the direction of the scent. Soon, they discovered small iron pieces ahead. These iron pieces were like stones. If it weren't for Hei, they would have been hard to spot. After confirming that they were on the right track, Li Chen and his group quickened their pace. In less than 5 minutes, they made a new discovery. Shadow crouched down and observed for a moment before saying, this is feces left by magical beasts. Judging by the footprints, a dozen or so magical beasts have lingered here for quite some time, and they are not all the same type. Anna immediately realized it must be the mounts of domesticated magical beasts. Only domesticated magical beasts would coexist peacefully with beasts of other races. Li Chen also glanced at the footprints, which were heading in the direction of Winter City. Sure enough, it's the people from Winter City. Li Chen couldn't help but frown. The initial intent to eradicate the roots was to avoid becoming enemies with Winter City, yet they still couldn't escape it in the end. At this moment, Shadow made another discovery and said, in addition to the writers on magical beasts, there are also footprints from a dozen human beings. It's those dozen missing refugees. They must have kidnapped Duoj and Duokina. I will never let them go, Gully said angrily, clenching his right hand and striking it hard against his left palm. Upon hearing this, Li Chen immediately understood. It seems the people from Winter City abandoned these traitors. Let's catch up with them first. With that, the group rushed towards the direction of the footprints with all their might. The outcome was predictable. Joy and the others were all ordinary people, while Li Chen and his group were at least level 2 warriors. In less than 5 minutes, Li Chen and the others caught up with Joy and his group. Seeing Li Chen and the others approaching with such momentum, Joy panicked. They hadn't expected that Li Chen and the others would notice Duokina's disappearance so quickly and even find the correct direction. If we get caught, there will definitely be no good ending. Joy's eyes darted, and he suddenly had an idea. He saw Joy and the others suddenly stop. The next moment, Joy knelt on the ground and shouted towards Li Chen and the others, "My lord, help us. We were just chased by a group of knights, and a dwarf father and daughter were captured by those knights while trying to save us. We can't fight those knights, so we had to follow them to find an opportunity. Now that you're here, please hurry and save them." The people beside Joy sighed in admiration of his cleverness and quickly knelt down, crying out to Li Chen and the others. At this point, Li Chen and his group had also arrived in front of Joy. Li Chen, with a cold expression, asked Joy, "Tell me, how did you take Duokina away, and who instructed you?" Joy looked at Li Chen's grim face and felt something was off, but he still argued, "It's a misunderstanding, my lord, it wasn't us." Whoosh! Before Joy could finish his sentence, blood erupted from his left shoulder. Joy stared at his left hand that had fallen to the ground, momentarily stunned before he realized what had happened. It hurts so much, Joy fell to the ground, his right hand clutching the wound on his left shoulder, continuously letting out piercing cries of agony. His companions were now frozen in fear, staring in terror at the bloody Tang Hengdao in Li Chen's hand. Even Anna and the others did not expect Li Chen to act so decisively and ruthlessly this time, showing no intention of showing mercy. In fact, Li Chen truly had no intention of being merciful. If asked what kind of person he hated the most in this world, traitors would definitely be at the top of the list. Li Chen could not afford to be soft-hearted towards such existence. Interrogating traitors. Mercy is unnecessary. Interrogation skills are unnecessary. Clever tricks and schemes are also unnecessary. Li Chen only wanted to pry their mouths open with blood and violence, forcing them to spill everything they knew as quickly as possible. "Tell me, how did you take Dorjina away, and who instructed you?" Li Chen asked Joy for the second time. However, Joy was still lost in pain, completely oblivious to Li Chen's question. Just when everyone thought Li Chen would ask someone else, he suddenly raised the Tang Hengdao and swung it down. In the next moment, blood erupted from Joy's right arm, and he could no longer cover the wound on his left arm with his right hand. Joy let out a chilling scream. Li Chen did not stop, and with another swing, Joy's legs were also severed. At this point, Joy could no longer scream. Fainting directly, the rise and fall of his chest becoming increasingly shallow, clearly on the brink of death. Li Chen then aimed the Tang Hangdao at another traitor. Tell me, how did you take Dorjina away, and who instructed you? The same question again. Barding looked at the Tang Hangdao in front of him, his mind filled only with fear. He stammered, it. However, perhaps due to his nerves, Barding stuttered for a long time without being able to finish his sentence. Put. Seeing this, Li Chen did not hesitate to swing his knife, severing one of Barding's arms. No one expected that Barding, who clearly intended to speak, would be cut off just because of his fear. Now Barding could say nothing, only covering his wound and screaming in agony. Li Chen looked at Barding, his gaze so cold that even Anna and the others felt a chill. Then, Anna and the others saw Li Chen raise the Tang Hangdao again, and Barding's other arm was also severed. After that, Barding lost all breath. The remaining traitors were nearly going insane. They were truly terrified, filled with immense regret for taking on this task in the first place. The lord before them was completely a devil. Oh God, they had actually provoked a devil. At this moment, all they wanted was to spill everything they knew. As long as it could make this madman in front of them stop, it didn't matter if they were still going to be killed afterward. A group of traitors began to scramble to reveal everything they knew. As a result, Li Chen successfully understood everything that had happened and learned the source of this plan, the Lord's son, Yuland. To Anna and the others' surprise, the entire interrogation process took less than 3 minutes. 2 Great Knights, 10 Knights. The Great Knights are level 4 warriors, and the Knights are at least level 2 warriors, all of whom have monster mounts. This was the information Li Chen gathered from the mouths of several traitors. After obtaining this information, Li Chen glanced at these traitors. He had no time to deal with them now. However, killing them would only benefit them. So, Li Chen decisively broke the legs of all the traitors and then knocked them unconscious. This way, these traitors would have no chance of escaping. Now, the only thing these traitors could do was pray. Pray for a group of beasts to come and eat me, otherwise, just wait for Li Chen to return and bring judgment upon them. After dealing with the traitors, Li Chen and the others did not pause for a moment and once again chased forward. However, a problem soon presented itself to everyone. Yuland and the others all had beast mounts. If they all pursued at full speed, they could catch up, but the physical exhaustion would be severe. Given the existing gap in strength, chasing after the enemy while severely drained would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, if they didn't pursue at full speed, it was likely that Yuland and the others would reach Winter City before they could catch up. Beast mounts are indeed quite important, Li Chen sighed. Unfortunately, He and the other unicorn wolves had not yet grown up, otherwise they would definitely be comparable to the black-scaled boar as beast mounts. Just as Li Chen was torn about whether to pursue at full speed, Anna suddenly spoke up. Let's the two of us chase ahead at full speed to buy some time and wait for the others to regroup before we make our move. Li Chen had actually considered Anna's suggestion. The solution was simple. After Anna transformed, she could take Li Chen and Dina and chase ahead at full speed. With Anna's speed after transformation, it wouldn't take long to catch up to Yuland and the others. As for the energy consumption during this time, it would be provided by Dina. The orc tribe's blood combat technique, life and blood in unity, could share both physical strength and vitality. The underage Dina couldn't transform yet and didn't have much combat power, but she could serve as a qualified power bank. The only issue with this plan was that it meant Li Chen would have to ride on Anna again. At this moment, Anna was much more decisive than Li Chen. She immediately activated her beast transformation skill, and once Dina climbed onto her back, she said to Li Chen, Come up. This was one of the things Li Chen admired most about Anna. This girl in her early 20s possessed a maturity that was beyond her age. She would never throw a tantrum at critical moments, always prioritizing the greater good. To save Dakina, she was willing to set aside her pride. Seeing that the girl had said so, Li Chen naturally didn't hesitate. With a light jump, he landed on Anna's back. Dina, seeing this, couldn't help but glance at Li Chen, then at Anna. Beneath her, blinking her big eyes and revealing a strange smile, the two elders behind them had similar reactions. Although they understood the urgency of the situation, generally speaking, orcs would never allow others to ride on their backs. The two old men felt that if there wasn't something else going on, it was absolutely impossible. Only Tai Tu, with his silly expression, was thinking about whether he should also use the beast transformation skill to catch up. Blood combat technique, life and blood in unity. As Dina and Anna shouted simultaneously, a ball of crimson energy connected the two of them. Li Chen, caught in this energy, couldn't help but touch it, but his hand was repelled by the energy. This was normal. Without vitality, he naturally couldn't use this energy. Otherwise, with such a divine war technique, no race would be able to resist its allure. It was said that the orc tribe became the most powerful among the 4 great races precisely because of this divine technique. Hold on tight, Anna reminded, and Dina suddenly leaned back, directly lying in Li Chen's arms. Li Chen hurriedly grasped Anna's silver fur. Just as the three were about To set off, Ing suddenly stepped forward and merged into Li Chen's shadow. It dawned on Li Chen that they could completely bring Ing along. With Anna's current physical condition, it wouldn't be a problem to carry not just 3 people but even a dozen. It would consume more energy, and with more people, it would cause inconvenience in movement. Even after Anna's transformation into her beast form, her size did not change much. However, Shadow, who could use the skill Shadow Merge, had no such concerns and did not need to ride on Anna. In the next moment, the 4 of them moved forward together. At full speed, Anna almost turned into a silver streak, darting swiftly through the forest. Yulin rode on the back of the armored rhinoceros, with Dozina in front of him. The two did not lean against each other, not because Yulin didn't want to, but because Dozina absolutely refused, looking as if she would rather die than comply. Yulin thought about the opportunities he would have once they returned to Winter City, so he did not press too hard. However, he couldn't help but want to speed up. Unfortunately, the way back was littered with damn trees. At first, Yulin managed to patiently navigate around them, but soon, his patience wore thin, and he ordered the armored rhinoceros to simply knock down all the trees in their path. The entire armored rhinoceros charged forward like a bulldozer, rampaging ahead, with nothing able to block its sharp horn. Ha ha ha! Yulin laughed heartily, extremely satisfied. In the next moment, a soft whoosh suddenly sounded near his ear. Yulin instinctively tilted his head. The arrow grazed his scalp as it flew past. Who is it? Prepare for battle. With Yulin's shout, Bivis and the remaining 10 knights immediately halted. The 12 formed a circle, scanning every corner around them. However, after a full minute passed, no one appeared. Bastard, you despicable scoundrel, come out! Yulin shouted angrily. Unfortunately, there was still no response to his fury. Bivis, standing beside him, was much calmer than Yulin and quickly figured out what was happening, reminding him, "Young master, the enemy is likely stalling for time." Upon hearing this, Yulin frowned. Although he didn't think any force in this evil forest could be their opponent, caution was always wise. More importantly, he had heard from his father, Lord Cardon, that there had been quite a stir in the Dwarven Empire recently due to the disappearance of a high-ranking blacksmith. Most likely, that high-ranking blacksmith was the Dozina in front of him. Even within the Dwarven Empire, a high-ranking blacksmith was one of the most esteemed existences. If it weren't for their prestigious status, the Dwarven Empire would want to keep all high-ranking blacksmiths permanently in the imperial capital. Therefore, the fact that he had captured Dozina could not be known to others. Otherwise, the Dwarven Empire would never let it go. By then, even Winter City might not be able to withstand the dwarves' wrath. Thinking of this, Yulin ordered all the knights continue moving forward, and be on guard for any attacks from the surroundings. With that, the group began to advance again. Li Chen, Anna, and Shadow watched Yulin and his group from a distance. Dina was resting in a safe spot behind them. At full speed, Anna's pace even surpassed that of an average level 4 warrior, which naturally consumed a lot of energy. They caught up with Yulin and the others in less than 10 minutes, but it was during those 10 minutes that Dina completely exhausted her stamina and vitality. Even Anna herself had consumed some of her energy and vitality. Fortunately, they managed to catch up with Yulin. Seeing that Dozina and Dord were safe, Li Chen and the others breathed a sigh of relief. After ambushing Yulin with an arrow from Dina's bow, the 3 planned to delay for time and had not made any new moves. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before Yulin and his group had to continue moving forward. Seeing this, Li Chen prepared to shoot another arrow. The level 3 rapid growth was terrifyingly powerful. Li Chen, who had never used a bow and arrow before, had only practiced a few times recently but had already developed a certain level of accuracy. He took a deep breath, held it, aimed at Yulin's head, and then released. With a whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air, accurately heading towards Yulin's head. Yulin, sitting on the back of the armored rhinoceros, seemed to sense the arrow and quickly turned his head to dodge it. The next moment, he revealed a sinister smile and shouted to those around him, "In that direction, don't let them escape." Byways immediately led a group of knights in pursuit of the direction from which the arrow had come. Li Chen and the others had already been on guard. The moment the arrow was shot, they began to change their positions. As a result, Byways and the others ultimately ended up chasing nothing. Damn it! Yulin grew increasingly furious upon seeing this. He turned his gaze to Dorjina and said with a fierce look, "Since you used a bow and arrow, it shouldn't be that group of muscle-brained dwarves, so it must be your companions who came to rescue you, right?" Dorjina's expression remained unchanged, but waves of turmoil had already surged within her. The clue she had left with the toilet paper was merely a struggle. She had actually been prepared to be taken to the human city. What Dorjina hadn't expected was that Li Chen and the others not only discovered the clue but also caught up so quickly. At that moment, Dorjina even felt her eyes redden uncontrollably. Yulin couldn't get an answer from Dorjina and his expression grew even darker. However, at that moment, a sinister grin suddenly appeared on his face as he thought of something, and then he shouted to a few knights, "Bring that male dwarf over here." Upon hearing this, Dorjina immediately understood what Yulin intended to do and shouted angrily, "Stop." If you dare to harm my father, I swear I will never forge a piece of equipment for you, even if it costs me my life. Yulin didn't care about Dorjina's threat. Once he reached Winter City, he had ways to deal with this dwarf woman. With that thought, Yulin grabbed Dorg's collar and pulled him. In front of him, Yulin drew his slender sword, aimed it at Dorg, and shouted forward, "You mice hiding in the dark, come out right now, or this male dwarf will suffer." The three of them hiding behind the big tree furrowed their brows, hesitating for a moment. Even though Dorg was just an ordinary dwarf, he was equally important to them, especially with Dorjina's connection. Naturally, Li Chen and the others wouldn't allow Dorg to be killed, but they also couldn't recklessly reveal themselves, as that wouldn't save Dorg either. Just as Li Chen and the others hesitated, Yulin seemed to have already anticipated this situation. The next moment, his sword swiftly cut through Dorg's wrist. In an instant, bright red blood began to flow continuously from Dorg's hand. "Father!" Dorjina looked at Dorg's bleeding wrist and shouted angrily at Yulin, "Bastard, I will kill you." Yulin merely glanced coldly at her and then said to a knight beside him, "Gag her." Yulin then continued to shout, "You can keep hiding, but just how much blood can this dwarf's body bleed? Ha ha ha." Seeing this, Li Chen and the others couldn't help but sigh. If Dorg really died, Dorjina would likely harbor a trace of resentment. After all, Dorg was her only family. This handsome dwarf girl wouldn't blame Li Chen and the others for this, but she also wouldn't continue to stay in the valley. Even if she were rescued, she would choose to return to the Dwarf Empire for revenge. This was not the scene Li Chen wanted to see. Helpless, Li Chen suddenly signaled to Anna and Shadow, then stepped out alone. As soon as Dukina saw Li Chen, she let out a whimper, but now her mouth was blocked, and she couldn't speak at all. Yulin, on the other hand, looked at Li Chen with satisfaction, believing that this was all due to his clever scheme. Thinking of this, Yulin arrogantly said to Li Chen, "So you finally come out, you despicable rat. State your name, I won't kill an unnamed brat." Li Chen glanced at Yulin and cooperatively replied, "My surname is Li." "Li? Are you the one who killed Howard, Li Chen?" "No," Li Chen shook his head and said, "My name is Yi Yi." "Li Yi? Yi? That's right, I am your grandfather, dear grandson. Aren't you going to kneel and bow to your grandfather? I'm waiting to give you your red envelope." As he spoke, a mocking smile spread across Li Chen's face. It was then that Yulin realized he had been played, and his handsome face twisted in anger. "You're looking for death," Yulin said as he threw the dagger in his hand towards the knight behind him. Although he didn't care about the life or death of the dagger, he knew it could still be used to tame Dukina, so he didn't plan to kill it. Instead, he tossed the dagger next to Dukina, leaving a knight to watch over it. As for Li Chen in front of him, Yulin clearly had no intention of showing mercy. With a sharp metallic sound, Yulin drew the long sword at his waist. In the next moment, Yulin stomped his right foot hard, and the ground instantly caved in, creating a 1-meter wide pit. At that moment, Yulin's figure vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Li Chen. His rapier ruthlessly lunged towards Li Chen's chest. Beast transformation. Li Chen growled, black fur sprouting as his attributes surged, barely managing to block the rapier with Tang Hangdao. "Half-blood? I didn't expect you to possess such a lowly bloodline. But haven't half-breeds been nearly wiped out by the two nations? How come there's still one like you left, and you can even use the orc race's innate skills? Strange. Too strange." Although Yulin was startled at first, he quickly dismissed it and charged forward again. Meanwhile, beside Dukina and the dagger, the great knight Bivas sensed something and suddenly stood in front of Dukina and the dagger. He looked at Anna and Shadow in front of him and sneered, "I guessed you had accomplices long ago. Do you think you can save these two dwarves like this? Too naive." As he spoke, Bivas drew a large sword from behind him. Li Chen was not a match for Yulin. He had anticipated this. What surprised Li Chen was that the gap in strength between the two sides was greater than he had imagined. Li Chen could feel that Yulin's base attribute points were very high, at least 8 points. Like his own. Moreover, the other party was also practicing a high-quality cultivation technique. Therefore, even after using the beast transformation skill, Li Chen was still being firmly suppressed by Yulin. If it weren't for Li Chen occasionally using the miraculous effect of 4 ounces defeating 1,000 pounds to save himself, he would have already fallen under Yulin's sword. However, his defeat was still just a matter of time. On the other side, Anna and Shadow's situation was even more critical. Bivas, a level 4 warrior, attacked alongside 10 knights. Anna and Shadow dared not confront them head-on and could only keep retreating. Fortunately, at that moment, Guli and Xingmu finally caught up. In the next moment, Xingmu, Baichi, and Taitu almost simultaneously let out a low growl. Beast transformation *3. None of these 3 were weak orcs. Seeing the dangerous situation, they used the beast transformation skill without any hesitation. In an instant, the 3 of them underwent some changes. Xingmu's arms, neck, and cheeks sprouted green scales, making him look more and more like a snake. The white flag was covered in a large amount of white fluff, and its eyes sparkled with a ruby-like glow. Iron Head had long cow hair sprouting from his back, his feet transformed into hooves, and his nose had completely turned into a cow's, constantly exhaling white gas with each breath. Under the beast transformation Skill, although the three of them had changed in form, it was similar to Li Chen's, still retaining a humanoid shape. Unlike Anna, who had completely changed her appearance. Clearly, the beast transformation skill of these three was at most the same level as Li Chen's, only level 2 rather than Anna's level 3. Therefore, their enhancement only reached 3 times. Originally level 2 warriors, the three could barely withstand a level 3 warrior at this point. Bai Weiss immediately saw through the strength of the three from Cheng Mu, and ordered 3 level 3 knights to block them. He then sent 4 level 2 warriors to deal with Gu Li and the big-eyed, big-eared trio. At this moment, Bai Weiss still had 2 level 3 warriors and 1 level 2 warrior beside him. Bai Weiss had the 2 level 3 warriors deal with Ing, while the remaining level 2 warrior kept an eye on Duokina and Duoj, and he personally confronted Anna. The battle began, and almost everyone had their own opponent. This scene was very similar to when Li Chen and the others dealt with Howard's subordinates. The difference was that this time the gap in strength between the two sides was even greater. Most of Li Chen's side felt like they were walking a tightrope, and one misstep could cost them their lives. The most dangerous was Li Chen himself. Under Yulin's command, he could only be considered to be barely holding on after using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds multiple times. Yulin had figured him out, and its effectiveness was diminishing. At this point, Li Chen had already sustained over a dozen wounds, looking extremely disheveled. Next were Cheng Mu, Bai Qi, and Tai Tu. The three of them were not opponents for 3 level 3 knights, and the beast transformation skill was rapidly draining their stamina. They had already begun to pant heavily, likely unable to hold on for much longer. On the other side, Ing was also struggling. She was facing 2 level 3 knights alone, which was extremely taxing for her, who practiced ordinary techniques. If it weren't for the strange dark attribute magic power of the Dark Elves and the agility of the Shadow Fusion skill, she would have likely been defeated by now. However, as the 2 level 3 knights began to use combat skills, it was only a matter of time before Ing would fall. As for Gu Li, the big-eyed, big-eared trio, they were not at a significant disadvantage. These 3 level 2 dwarves had little in terms of offensive means aside from brute strength, but they possessed a level 1 physical resistance innate skill. Under this innate skill, the physical attacks of level 1 warriors could not inflict any damage on them, and even the physical attacks of level 2 warriors would be greatly weakened. Coupled with the armor they wore, it was not difficult for the 3 dwarves to withstand 4 level 2 knights. However, conversely, it was impossible for the 3 of them to defeat the 4 knights in a short time. The only one in a relatively good situation was Anna. Although her opponent Bai Weiss was also a level 4 knight, his base attribute points were at most the same as Yulin's, not as high as Anna's. Moreover, Bai Weiss did not practice a top-tier combat technique. Therefore, although Anna was level 3 and Bai Weiss was level 4, in the end, Bai Weiss was no match for Anna. Bai Weiss had already sustained considerable injuries from Anna's top-tier claw attacks, and his great sword had become pockmarked, likely unable to hold out much longer. It was just unfortunate that Anna had consumed a lot of stamina earlier and could not deliver a killing blow to Bai Weiss, leaving the outcome still uncertain. Li Chen could see that the situation was dire. He did not expect that among the 10 knights Yulin brought, there were actually 5 level 3 knights. Moreover, Dokina and Doga were being guarded by a level 2 knight, and even if they managed to defeat Yulin, they would still face a threatening fate. It was clear that continuing to fight was utterly irrational. As the situation became dire, everyone found themselves in peril. Li Chen gritted his teeth and immediately decided to let everyone retreat first. Otherwise, if Dokina and Doga were not rescued, they might end up sacrificing themselves. Even if Dokina and Doga were captured in Winter City, there was still a chance for their rescue. But if they lost at this moment, all hope would be lost. Li Chen swung his blade fiercely at Yulin in front of him, temporarily forcing him back, and then shouted to everyone, "Execute the next plan." In fact, Li Chen and the others had not formulated any specific plan, but everyone understood that he was signaling them to retreat. For a moment, although reluctant, everyone began to gather their strength, preparing to burst forth and seize the opportunity to escape. Yulin was no fool. He quickly noticed the unusual behavior of Li Chen and the others and guessed their intentions. Naturally, he would not allow such a situation to unfold. To be honest, Li Chen and his group's strength had frightened him. He had never expected that in a place like the Sinful Forest there would exist a force that could almost rival them. Even more incredible was that Li Chen and his group had nearly been driven to desperation by Howard not long ago. Yet, in just one winter, they had grown to a level capable of contending with 2 great knights and 10 knights. While Yulin was astonished by this, he also felt a twinge of apprehension. If Li Chen and his group were allowed to continue growing, they might one day pose a threat to Winter City. Such a thing was clearly unacceptable. Today, Yulin was determined to crush it all in the cradle. "Bivis, and my knights, you are not to let a single enemy before you escape today or prepare to face my wrath," Yulin shouted with a sinister grin. At that moment, he was resolute in keeping Li Chen and the others here. As Yulin's words were spoken, Li Chen and the others could clearly feel their opponents becoming increasingly desperate. The battle intensified, with both sides sustaining numerous injuries. Seeing the Danger escalating for his companions, Li Chen no longer bothered to hide it and shouted, "Look for a chance to escape. In your dreams." As soon as Li Chen's words left his mouth, Yuland couldn't wait to charge forward. Combat skill, piercing strike. In the next moment, Yuland unleashed a combat skill that Li Chen was very familiar with. As a large amount of white light gathered at the tip of Yuland's sword, Li Chen's pupils constricted and he retreated frantically. Too late. With Yuland's sinister laugh, a beam of white light, nearly half a meter in diameter, shot towards Li Chen. As Li Chen dodged to the side, he also positioned Tang Hang's sword in front of him. However, as the white light passed, a spray of blood erupted from his body. The only good news was that Yuland's strike did not hit a vital spot, it merely took a chunk of flesh about the size of a fist from his waist. Blood flowed continuously and Li Chen could even see his kidney through the wound. He gritted his teeth desperately, barely suppressing a scream. Li Chen hurriedly exchanged for a bottle of intermediate healing potion from the system shop and drank it. Although the wound was significant, it was not fatal and the intermediate healing potion was sufficient. Sure enough, as soon as he drank the potion, the bleeding from his waist stopped and the wound began to show signs of slow healing. What kind of potion is that? So amazing, it's almost like the elven holy medicine. Although its effect is a bit lacking, it's still a good thing, Yuland said, revealing a greedy look. I didn't expect you to have such a good thing. It seems I can't let you escape now, haha. As he spoke, Yuland let out a boastful laugh while channeling the energy within him. In the next moment, a green aura began to gather beneath his feet. Combat skill, Gale Step. With Yuland's low growl, it was as if the wind was lifting his feet, allowing him to stand suspended in midair. At that moment, Yuland stomped down hard, and he shot towards Li Chen like the wind. His speed was now nearly 50% faster than before. At this point, it was difficult for Li Chen to even catch a glimpse of Yuland's figure. In an instant, wounds began to appear all over Li Chen's body. It was clear that Yuland had no intention to kill, otherwise, with his current speed, he could easily slay Li Chen. The reason Yuland chose not to kill Li Chen was simple. He planned to incapacitate Li Chen first and then find a way to obtain the potion Li Chen had just used. Ideally, he wanted to get to the source of the potion. In Yuland's view, if this potion was well managed, it could be a business that rivaled that of a high-level blacksmith. Therefore, he did not want to kill Li Chen just yet. However, he was more than willing to render Li Chen immobile, like a cripple. As Li Chen found himself unable to resist Yuland's onslaught, the others grew increasingly anxious. Anna and Shadow attempted several times to come to his aid but were blocked by Bevis and 2 other level 3 knights. As for Ironhead and the others, they were too preoccupied to lend any assistance. Just when everyone felt a sense of despair, a small yet striking sound suddenly rang out. Meow. The sound was so abrupt and out of place in the midst of the battlefield that it immediately captured everyone's attention. Yuland was also startled by the sudden noise and had to momentarily retreat. What terrified him was that he had completely failed to sense the presence of the sound's owner. Could it be a level 5 or even level 6 magical beast? Yuland quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound. At that moment, everyone else also turned to see the source of the noise. However, to everyone's surprise, the source was just a cat. A seemingly ordinary silver-gray long-haired cat. Everyone displayed expressions of confusion and wariness as they watched the cat. Meow. At that moment, the silver-gray, long-haired cat meowed again. It was then that everyone realized the cat was actually calling out to Li Chen. Li Chen was momentarily taken aback, and just as he was puzzled, he suddenly noticed that the cat had raised its front paw, striking a pose as if it were holding its forehead. It seemed to be expressing its exasperation towards Li Chen. In the next moment, the cat pointed with its paw to a spot nearby. Li Chen followed its gesture and discovered that a knight had fallen there. After a moment, he realized that this knight was the one guarding Dokina and Dog. Now the knight lay on the ground, while Dog and Dokina had long since disappeared. Damn it, where's that high-level blacksmith's dwarf woman? Yuland also noticed the fallen knight at that moment. He instantly erupted in rage, and with his roar, Bevis and the other knights finally reacted. However, no one at the scene noticed when the guarding knight had fallen or when Dog and Dokina had escaped. Boom! Just as Yuland was seething with anger, a loud explosion suddenly erupted beside Guli and the others. In the next moment, everyone saw that Dokina, who had somehow freed herself from her restraining collar, was now wielding her exquisite large iron hammer and had just smashed a level 2 knight to death. Seeing this, Li Chen would not let the opportunity slip by. He immediately shouted, "Kill!" After hearing this, Anna and the others immediately charged towards their opponents. The situation seemed to have turned in an instant. First, on the side of Guli, Big Eye, and Big Ear. Originally at a disadvantage of 3 against 4, they suddenly became 4 against 3 after Dokina's successful ambush. With the shift from disadvantage to advantage, they directly utilized the powerful physique of the dwarves to withstand the attacks from the knights in front of them. Especially Dokina, who, clad in high-quality chainmail, ignored all attacks except those aimed at her head, swinging her large hammer down towards the 3 level 2 knights. Soon after, another level 2 knight fell. Then the 3rd level 2 knight. Following closely was the 4th. In less than a minute, all the level 2 knights had been taken down. Guli and the others immediately went to assist Aoki and his team. At that moment, it seemed that the advantage had suddenly shifted to Li Chen and his group.